This is a dilapidated train that everyone despises. But in your eyes, it has become the key to survival. This is because the apocalypse has descended upon the world. With countless hordes of corpses and deathly energy spreading across the globe, survivors must become train conductors, collecting minerals and other resources to gradually upgrade and strengthen their trains, thus maneuvering the train to avoid the hordes of corpses and survive. Otherwise, they will become slaves to other conductors, living under someone else's roof. All train vehicle parts have a level cap, and each upgrade will enhance their effects, while your Awakened 3S superpower grants you the ability to upgrade vehicle parts without any limits. However, just a few days ago, you were still curled up on a grass mat in the corner. The entire carriage was extremely dim, with no windows, and 2 dim light bulbs installed on the ceiling. You could only smell a strong stench. This odor was a mix of sweat, foot odor, feces, vomit, and other smells, powerful enough to rival the stench of a dry toilet in the heat of summer. If not worse, you tried to occupy a relatively clean spot in the corner, but even so, your complexion was still somewhat pale. It has been 3 days. In these nearly 3 days, you have only consumed 2 cups of muddy water mixed with sand and 2 pieces of moldy bread, and nothing else. In front of you, this carriage, which is 3 meters wide and 10 meters long, is packed with over 100 people, all of whom are driven mad with hunger. If it weren't for you constantly protecting the straw beneath you, it would have long been taken away and eaten by these ravenous, red-eyed people. Just then, a foul-smelling, ragged man had somehow moved beside you, greedily staring at the grass mat under your bottom, and said, "Brother, could you scoot over a bit? You can't possibly use this big mat all by yourself." When he saw you didn't respond, he licked his lips and looked at the crowd. In the next moment, the sound suddenly stopped. You, sitting in the corner, suddenly sprang up, pinning the man down, and before he could react, you tightly gripped the sharpened branch in your hand and stabbed it straight into the man's eye socket. After 1, 2, 3, 4 stabs, the man was struggling violently like a chicken with its throat cut. You didn't speak, just tightly gripped the man's neck with your hand. After several dozen seconds, when the man's body had completely gone limp, you finally lifted your head, your eyes filled with ferocity as you scanned each person around you until everyone instinctively avoided your gaze. Only then did you kick the man's corpse aside and sit back down on your grass mat. The people around, witnessing this scene under the dim light, did not make a sound. The greed that had just surged in their eyes quickly faded, and they unconsciously moved as far away from you as possible. For a moment, in the originally crowded carriage, the space where you were located surprisingly opened up into a relatively wide area. You leaned against the metal wall of the carriage, hiding the sharpened branch and the straw mat beneath you. With the death of this strong man, the carriage once again fell into silence. In the next moment, the door at the connection of the carriage was pushed open, and bright light streamed in from outside. 3 men, expressionless, entered with guns at their waists and batons in hand. The leading man first looked down at the corpse, then glanced at you sitting on the straw mat, and expressionlessly asked, "Did you kill him?" Before you could respond, he waved his hand, and the 2 men behind him stepped forward, swinging their batons and relentlessly striking you, each blow delivered with full force. You could only curl up in the corner, trying to protect your head as much as possible, gritting your teeth tightly and not making a sound. After fighting for nearly a full minute, the 2 men finally stopped. The leading man looked at you, who was curled up in the corner and silent, a flicker of unusual color in his eyes. "Everyone here is Koinya's slave. To dare to kill here, you have quite the guts and are tough enough. But you're lucky, Koinyi has taken a liking to you. From now on, you will be the head of this batch of slaves, and they will all be under your management. If they have any issues with slacking off or not working, you will take full responsibility." He then waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly returned from the bright carriage, bringing a bag of pickled vegetables, 2 somewhat moldy steamed buns, and a bottle of mineral water, which they threw onto your straw mat. Amidst a crowd of greedy eyes, you slowly ate the 2 steaming buns along with the pickled vegetables, and after finishing the bottle of mineral water in one gulp, you let out a long sigh, finally feeling a bit full. You had almost starved to the point of fainting over the past few days. Just then, a bald man with a face full of mud approached, keeping a relatively safe distance. With a flattering smile on his face, he cautiously took out a piece of cloth from his pocket and pulled out 2 somewhat wrinkled cigarettes, offering them up in a rather obsequious and nervous manner. "Big brother, would you like a smoke?" You glanced down at the 2 wrinkled cigarettes laid out on the cloth, then looked up at the bald man, a hint of surprise flashing in your eyes. It should be noted that everyone in this carriage was on the brink of starvation, with no supplies at all. Yet this man had secretly stashed away 2 cigarettes. If this were to leak out early, they would have been snatched away long ago. As expected, many men looked at the bald man's back with a hint of greed. At this moment, if he refused, the bald man's fate would not be much better. The bald man was very aware of this, his eyes filled with pleading and anxiety. After a long pause, You took the cigarette, brought one to your lips, wrapped another in cloth, and stuffed it into your pocket. Seeing this, the bald man immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took out half a box of matches from his pocket. Approaching with a flattering expression, you sat on the straw mat leaning against the metal of the carriage, exhaled a puff of smoke, and frowned slightly, unable to control a few coughs. The smoke was a bit moldy and harsh, but in this environment, after a full meal, having a cigarette to smoke was not something to complain about. You took another deep breath, shook the ash onto the metal floor of the carriage, and then looked at the bald man, waving your hand. From now on, you will sit next to me. As the words fell, the greed in the eyes of the people in the carriage quickly faded. The man with the bald head was filled with excitement, hurriedly got up, and carefully sat on the iron sheet beside you, making sure his buttocks didn't touch even a bit of the straw mat. The crimson cigarette but flickered in the dim carriage, and soon, one cigarette was burned out, and you crushed the butt on the iron sheet of the carriage floor. After a moment's pause, you turned to him and asked, "Where did you get the cigarettes?" The bald man glanced around and lowered his voice. "Big brother, I used to be the deputy train conductor, just a deputy conductor of a small train, not as large in scale as this one. Later, during a disaster, that train was completely destroyed, and when it was wandering in the wilderness, it was captured by this train and became a slave. The last pack of cigarettes that was left over at that time was never finished, and it has lasted until now, with only these two left. This train has a total of 3 slave carriages, with each slave carriage accommodating 100 people, totaling 300 slaves. It should be a level 2 train, and it might even be close to a level 3 train. Now this train is going to the mine. Although mining is a physically demanding job and can be very dangerous, with occasional deaths, during those few days of mining, everyone's food is sufficiently supplied, and everyone can eat their fill. However, at that time, big brother, could you try to arrange for me a job with a lower risk?" After a long silence, having digested all this information, you looked at the middle-aged man whose head was pressed against your ear while his buttocks were firmly sitting outside the straw mat. His posture was quite comical, even making his reluctance to overstep seem a bit excessive, but you appreciated it. He is someone who knows how to measure his actions. You didn't speak again, just letting your eyelids droop slightly. Based on observations over the past few days and the information revealed by this man, there are basically only 2 types of people in this apocalyptic world: train conductors and slaves. Each train has different levels, with higher level trains having stronger defenses and offensive capabilities. In the first 3 days after crossing into this world, you have been stationed in a certain desolate area. Although you are not allowed to leave the carriage, you can feel that the enforcers remain highly vigilant through the occasional gaps in the connections, as if they are worried that some monster might suddenly emerge. In this apocalyptic world, there is basically no such thing as gathering places. All gathering places are trains, and the larger the gathering place, the bigger the train. To survive long enough and well enough in this world, one must become a train conductor and own a train of their own. Conductor, you began to ponder quietly, no longer speaking. This bald man was once the deputy conductor and surely knows more about trains than other slaves. Most importantly, this person once held a high position, and now reduced to a slave. He shows no sense of being an outsider, as if he were born to be a slave. Yet, upon catching a hint of opportunity, he immediately takes out his treasured possessions to ingratiate himself, hoping to gain protection. He is quite the seasoned player. The carriage once again fell into silence, with only the occasional sound of someone walking to the corner to urinate. The bald man, however, sat quietly beside you, resting his head on his arm, his eyes filled with unease about the journey ahead. In the night, the train is still speeding towards the distance, and you sit in the swaying carriage, feeling a bit dazed. The clattering sound is not the sound of the train wheels hitting the tracks, but rather the sound of them hitting the ground. In the past few days, you have noticed that this train is not running on tracks, but is directly running on the ground, which is quite unique. Just then, Chen Mang suddenly froze slightly. He suddenly felt that the birthmark on the back of his hand that had been accompanying him was a bit hot, and after he subconsciously looked at it, he only saw a semi-transparent panel steeply suspended in front of him. Survival days have reached 3. Activate the conductor's panel, and receive a newbie reward. GLS Pistol *1, comes with 18 rounds of 9mm ammo. Trigger Novice Conductor Mission. 1. Within 3 months, own a train of your own. Reward unknown. 2. Within 3 months, own 3 beaters, and 10 slaves. Reward unknown. 3. Kill 10 zombies within 3 months. Reward unknown. The shorter it takes, the greater the reward. After completing 3 novice conductor missions, the conductor panel will be officially unlocked. This rather sci-fi scene in front of him caused Chen Mang to faintly freeze in place, especially the pale white light of the panel, which appeared to be extremely blinding in the entire darkened carriage, and he subconsciously swept his eyes around. Yet none were found to react in any particular way. It's like The panel was as if he was the only one who could see it. Chen Mang was silent for a long time before he lowered his head to look at the imprint on the back of his hand that was no longer hot, lightly caressing it in a bit of a trance. His name is Chen Mang. This name was given to him by himself, growing up fatherless and motherless in an orphanage. He had an extremely special birthmark on the back of his hand, which looked like the Chinese character Mang. A lot of times, he also thought that perhaps this was something that his parents, whom he had never met, had left behind for him, and so he named himself Chen Mang. He just didn't realize that it was the same birthmark that had accompanied him all his life that played his role in this world. Perhaps his parents crossed over a long time ago and left him this before they were forced to leave him? He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, shaking these ridiculous thoughts from his mind. After fumbling around, he had roughly understood the usage of this panel, which could automatically float in front of him or retract according to his thoughts. And once he placed his hand in his arms, he felt a heavy brass-feeling pistol and a bunch of bullets in his arms. The rewards are really coming in. But here's the thing. He pinned the pistol to his back and covered it with his shirt, tucking all the bullets into his shirt pocket, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he was done with it. This thing wasn't exactly good news. In case those thugs in the front compartment found out that he, a slave, even had this kind of thing, the odds were that he wouldn't be in for a good time. He wouldn't be able to stand up to so many fighters head on even if he shot 100 times. Not to mention that the big killers mounted on the train were the heavy hitters, and that wasn't something a pistol could stand up to. Wait until you get to the mine. Find a place where no one is around and take it out again to study it. That's it. In a daze, it felt as if it had been traveling for 4 or 5 hours, and when the sky turned fish belly white, the train's speed finally slowed down, and finally, with a clang, it stopped somewhere in the wilderness. The next moment, clang, the door of the wagon was violently opened, and a bunch of thugs in steel boots, with pistols and truncheons in their belts, stood at the door of the wagon, shouting angrily, and drove all the slaves out of the wagon. And there was a man at the door of the wagon, distributing pickaxes from one to another. Each slave received a hilt. There are only 3 exceptions. Chen Mang, as well as the other 2 slave carriages, looked visibly menacing and burly, and it was clear that the 3 of them were primarily tasked with supervising the labor. Stand still, all of you. It was accompanied by a roar. All the slaves were somewhat weakly crowded on the wasteland, while Chen Mang and the other 2 slave supervisors stood at the forefront of the slaves in their respective carriages. And the man standing on the carriage was the middle-aged man who had brought someone to teach him a lesson a while ago, and was arranging for a task on the carriage at that moment. Chen Mang inadvertently poked around, feeling the air that was fresh with coolness, only to feel that his body was much more comfortable. The pungent odor of the wagon, in which he had been confined for 3 days, was enough to overcome everyone. He was wearing a thin jacket with short sleeves and long pants underneath. The early morning wilderness carries a coolness that seeps through a bit. All around them, as far as the eye could see, were wastelands, an endless wilderness with few trees or ruins, only dry cracked land that looked rather barren, and beside it, there was a small dirt slope of about a few meters there, which possessed an obvious mining hole at the diagonal cross-section of the slope. This should be the mine. It looks decidedly non-compliant, and as far as security is concerned there is virtually none. It's all up to fate, and at this point, the middle-aged man in steel boots standing on the top of the carriage had also finished arranging the tasks. The 3 slave squads entered each of the 3 areas of the mine for mining, and before that, each slave needed to be given a full meal first. A number of thugs pulled several boxes of moldy bread slices from the wagon, as well as fresh water mixed with mud and sand, and began to distribute them. All the slaves kept probing with bated breath and stood on their toes in line to receive them, fearing that they would run out when it was their turn. This day, each slave receives 10 slices of bread, and 3 cups of fresh water, far more than the usual food supply, and should certainly be fed before doing hard labor, and their 3 head slaves. Instead, everyone received 6 hot, moldy buns, as well as 2 bags of squash and 2 bottles of mineral water, and a walkie-talkie. When they go down to the cave to mine, the train and its thugs will be stationed outside the mine, and at the first sign of an emergency they will be contacted via walkie-talkie, and then they will need to get all the slaves out as fast as they can, and escape back to the train. When the announcement was made to disband, free to go, after the meal and down the hole, all the slaves scattered as well, sitting down on the ground in random places and starting to gorge themselves. Taste. Chen Mang inclined his head to look at the middle-aged man beside him who had been following him every inch of the way, and threw a steamed bun and half a packet of squash at it before finding a quiet corner to sit down. Unhurriedly, he chewed the bun in his hand. He wasn't very hungry at the moment, not much past his last evening meal, but in the wilderness, it's good to have food, and it never hurts to keep yourself physically fit at all times. He whispered absently as he surveyed the other 2 slave leaders. Got a name? Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. This middle-aged man who looked quite oily, after carefully receiving this hot steamed bun, kept thanking continuously with gratitude, and after hearing this newly recognized big brother inquiring about his name, he slightly froze, and then whispered with unconcealed excitement in his eyes, "Big brother, my name is Old Pig, last name? Aha, the last name is rather out of the way." Chen Mang shook his head and couldn't help but lose his voice in laughter. What kind of parent names their child a pig? When I was a child, my family was more bitter, and my parents wanted me to live a happier life like a pig, to eat and drink, and to wake up naturally every day. My mother was mentally challenged, had her limbs amputated in a car accident when she was a child, and only got married after she met my father, who was deaf and mute and did manual labor at a construction site, living in an abandoned shipping container. Then shortly after I was born, my mother was burned in a fire while she was home alone, and my father died when I was 9 years old after falling off a scaffolding. But come to think of it, it's better that they're dead, in case it's more painful if you live to see the end of time. The smile on Chen Mang's face slowly froze and he didn't speak. He just bit into a steamed bun and chewed on it once again with no expression on his face. Old Pig, on the contrary, didn't care about it and had an excited smile on his face. In Doomsday, a name is a very important being, and asking a person's name is somehow considered a preliminary acceptance of that person, as in the case of, the head thug of this train didn't ask for Big Brother's name. After all, there was no point in knowing what the other person's name was, even if they could be replaced at any time. Chapter 4, Level 1 Iron Ore. Brother, your name is? My name is Chen Mang. Okay, Mang. After a brief conversation, the two didn't speak again, just continued to sit on their knees and chew their food. And Chen Mang was indeed somewhat unable to eat, left 2 steamed buns and a bag of squash in his shirt pocket, ready to eat when he was hungry, and gave him pockets stuffed and bulging. Soon, didn't give them much time. At the high roar of the beaters, all the slaves drilled into the mine in a long line. This mine, the entrance was merely a cave on a small dirt slope. It looked like a beast cave and was unremarkable, but as soon as you stepped into it, you could feel its peculiarities. The inner passage of the cave winds its way downward. After walking for about 10 minutes, coming to a fork in the road, there were 3 forks in front of him, and according to what had been said in advance, he led the slaves from compartment 7 to this leftmost fork, and the other 2 forks were entered by the slaves from the other 2 compartments. It took a couple of minutes of striding all the way up this turnpike with the carriage 7 slaves before they reached the end of the current run. The scene in front of me suddenly opened up, as if entering a huge cave. The interior was 7 or 8 meters high. The entire space was quite empty, while on the ground there was a raised and pitch-black iron lump, about a meter high. The shape is somewhat similar to cauliflower when you have AIDS. The surface is full of lumps. It's a mine? Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, surveying the iron bumps growing on the ground of this cave in front of him. It can't be mining like this. This doesn't seem to be quite the same concept as the mining he remembered. Aha! Old Pig waved the hoe in his hand and whispered, "After the end of the world, some subtle and unique changes have occurred, which can also be called supernatural changes, such as the existence of train. As long as one possesses the train order, one can create a train of one's own out of thin air. There's also a lot more resource areas like mines. Digging in this type of mine is different from the old days. There's no need for purification or anything. All that's needed is for the slave to carry a pickaxe and keep swinging it at that iron ore, and an adult male can basically acquire 1 unit of iron ore every hour. This mine belongs to the most common kind of low-grade mine. It's a grade 1 iron ore. It's quite lucky that this kind of mine is basically not life-threatening to mine, unlike some mines that require digging in the molten lava. Then the danger factor goes straight up. This material is also the most important material for upgrading trains. For example, Mang, look at the panel of this pickaxe. Chen Mang took the pickaxe in Old Pig's hand and weighed it, and a panel popped up in front of him. Tool name, pickaxe. Tool level, level 1. Tool effect, you can excavate a level 1 mine. The panel was still visible only to him, but it was obvious from listening to the Old Pig that whoever had this pickaxe could see the panel, meaning that the world had undergone a lot of supernatural changes after the apocalypse so that he could understand it. What are the channels for obtaining train orders? Chen Mang said softly. The source of this channel is much more. For example, killing any monster has a certain chance of dropping the train order. Only the chance is very small, and the higher the level of the monster, the greater the chance. By far the most common monster we usually meet is the level 1 monster zombie. A single zombie isn't that strong. An adult with a sharp weapon can take care of it. But for the most part, zombies don't appear singly. They all come in as a wave of corpses. If we don't break out before the wave of corpses forms an encirclement, then the train could easily be trapped. After all, the wheels of this train, I carefully observed it. It's a level 1 wheel wind and fire wheel. The advantage of this kind of wheel is that it can maintain the fastest speed in its class in flatland like the wasteland, but it has no ability to deal with bad terrain. It can only travel on flatland. And this kind of wheel is also easy to be stuck by the zombies. If you change it to a level 1 tracked wheel, if you face this kind of situation, it will be better a lot. Of course the speed won't be as fast. It still depends on the trade-offs. Other than that, there's an avenue at the bazaar where every now and then some of the conductors spontaneously gather to trade their stuff, which can be available for purchase at this time of year. But we slaves certainly don't have a chance to go there. Just those 2 channels. There's no other way for now. Understood. Chen Mang lightly nodded his head, contemplating without speaking, while at this time around those slaves had already swung their pickaxes against the iron lumps on the floor of the cavern and began to swing them vigorously. There was no need for him to say anything. Everyone was very self-conscious and familiar with the process, and swung their pickaxes and began to work, not unconsciously, needing a word of urging from him to work or anything. Upgrading trains required resources, and mining resources required slaves, and from this perspective, these slaves were even the only productive labor force in this world, and their value was naturally self-evident. So what, Brother Mang? I'll go digging first too. Go on. Nearly 100 or more slaves gathered in this mine at this time in a feverish manner, swinging picks, apparently made of iron, in their hands, and continually swinging and smashing them down against the iron or on the opposite side. The countless clanking sounds gradually melted into one. No dust. The iron ore on that ground has not changed either. Chen Mang stood in the middle of the mine and swept back and forth before walking alone to a corner at the back of the mine and began to study the conductor's panel that he had brought with him from his birthmark. There are a total of 3 novice conductor missions. Only after completing these 3 tasks will you be able to unlock other features. It's been a while since this world ended, and there must be quite a few people who have upgraded their trains to a very high level, and in an environment where there is clearly no order of the weak and the strong. It's not even a basic level of security if you don't have a sufficiently safe train. It's never a long-term solution to be in the wrong place. He didn't want to be a slave either, and this conductor panel can be a big help for him in case of a backward start. These are the 3 newbie quests. The last 2, collecting minions and killing 10 zombies, don't feel too difficult. Only the first one has a train of its own, a condition that feels a bit more difficult. According to the old pig, this train order is not normally difficult to obtain, so you have to think of a trick. Chen Mang pondered while pulling out the GLS pistol from his back waist and studied it, holding it heavy in his hands. A standard pistol with a black color. The magazines are loaded. 9 rounds total. Chapter 5, The Corpse Wave. A panel also appeared in front of you again at the same time. Name of weapon, GLS pistol. Weapon level, 1. Weapon effect, up to level 1 bullets can be loaded, causing effective lethality against level 1 armor, monsters, and so on. He looked at the panel in front of him and felt the brass bullets in his pocket again. The bullet similarly surfaces with a panel that states it's a level 1 normal bullet. Kind of interesting. Chen Mang murmured thoughtfully. He kind of roughly understood this world. After the doomsday came, this world was supernaturally magically modified, and finally formed the current state, and I don't know if the pre-doomsday guns and stuff can be used. According to the information received from Old Pig, even if an ordinary person picked up a train order, it wouldn't have much significance, and there shouldn't be many people buying the train orders from the bazaar. After all, the ones who go there are all conductors. Who would buy another train order? Even with the train order, to upgrade the train you need resources. To get resources you need slaves. To control so many slaves by one person you need thugs. To control thugs you gotta have a squad first. In other words, gotta have a base team squad to start with. If he could eat all the slaves for this train, that would be 300 slaves, which would be more than enough to get him started. Except that the conductor of this train had never shown his head so far, and the thugs alone were more than he could handle. Not to mention the heavy machine guns set into the top of the train. Something like a heavy machine gun would be an absolutely crushing presence for a carbon-based creature. Or at least he didn't think he should be able to carry a few rounds. And in the mine, the old pig who was sweating profusely and swinging a pickaxe, at this time also frowned tightly and gritted his teeth and thought quickly. The reason he defected in the first place then, not only because Chen Mang can fight, hand down enough decisive, but also because Chen Mang's body sense of conviction is strong enough. He met a lot of people in his life. Can become a big thing in the body have Chen Mang this sense of conviction. There are basically only 3 downsides to having a strong enough sense of faith. Success, violent deaths, and a sense of faith ground down by setbacks. He didn't want to be a slave anymore. He wanted to take a gamble, so he got together. And as expected, Chen Mang soon started to ask him about the train. Normally speaking, a slave wouldn't even care about how to own a train, and that happened to be his advantage. The other slaves didn't know anything about it. Only he, who had been a deputy conductor, did. As long as Chen Mang could become a train conductor, he would definitely be able to become a member of the core team, and then he would instantly turn over a new leaf. But the biggest problem right now was how to get Chen Mang a train order. 4 hours later, Chen Mang, who was groping around inside the mine, suddenly heard an urgent high roar coming from the walkie-talkie in his hand. Everyone evacuate quickly! Evacuate quickly! The intercom was so loud that it even made Chen Mang's eardrums buzz a little. Next moment, before Chen Mang could react, those slaves in the mine almost instantly turned pale as they slipped their excavated iron ore into their pockets and ran frantically towards the outside of the passageway towards the way they came. The unearthed ore, with its uneven surface, was only the size of an egg. That's 1 unit of iron ore. Chen Mang saw with his own eyes that after a slave had been digging for an hour, such an egg-sized 1 unit of iron ore fell out from above that iron lump on the ground. Run! Although he didn't know what had happened, Chen Mang looked towards the old pig who ran towards him at the first opportunity with a face full of anxiety, and with the same high cry, he turned around and ran towards the way he came. It took a full nearly 40 minutes to get here. The return trip was a lot faster. After only 10 minutes, a group of panting slaves ran out of the mine and saw the train parked at the entrance of the mine, as well as a black wave of corpses not far away. Chen Mang looked at the scene in front of him. His eyes subconsciously flashed a trace of shock. Originally this train is shocking enough. A full 9 carriages, the overall black color, the top of the carriages are also equipped with 3 heavy machine guns. It's very secure. But in front of that black pressurized wave of corpses not far away, it suddenly seemed extremely small. He could even distinctly smell the stench of corpses in the air. Even the ground was trembling slightly. That was the commotion formed after countless zombies ran wildly, and it was only about a few hundred meters away, and although he couldn't see the exact appearance of the zombies, he could already feel the obvious sense of suffocation. And those thugs were standing at the entrance of the slave carriages whose doors were completely open, looking at Chen Mang and his party with a fierce face and roaring. All of them give the old man the ing speed to put it faster. Chen Mang didn't dare to delay, and immediately ran with old pig towards his slave carriage No. 7 at the first opportunity. The rest of the mine had run out by now. When all the slaves had all gotten into the wagon and the doors hadn't even had time to close, the train then began to start fast. Only this start was really slow. It took tens of seconds to pull the speed to the fastest. It was already a bit too late. At this time the encirclement had already been formed, and the entire tide of corpses was not coming from one side, but from nearly all around. Chug chug chug. Chen Mang sat on the straw mat of the No. 7 slave carriage with a cloudy face, listening to the ear-piercing and dull gunfire outside. This was the heavy machine guns starting to roar. It was just, based on the number of those corpse tides he saw before getting on the train just now, he didn't think that these heavy machine guns would have any effect to break out of this circle of corpses. In his opinion, first of all, they have to change the wheels. They have to change into the kind of track wheels that old pig said are less likely to be stuck by corpses. And secondly, the carriage armor must be hard enough. This slave carriage of theirs is obviously iron. A pickaxe swing will open a mouth, much less to block the tide of corpses like this tidal wave of attacks. He gripped the pistol tightly in his arms. It was just that the pistol, at this point, didn't bring him much security. The atmosphere in the compartment was obviously tense as well. Many people had already had some emotional breakdowns and were talking nonsense, as well as those who were constantly praying to God. And with no windows, they couldn't see what was going on outside the train right now, but just listening to the heavy machine gun fire, which almost never stopped, one could probably tell that things were bad. Mang, at this point, the old pig sitting beside him, with a vaguely white face, said in a trembling voice, "I looked at the situation just now before I got on the car. The encirclement of the corpse tide is not very tight. There are gaps. Only this gap is made up of several small gaps, and requires constant extreme weaving through the tide of corpses, like riding a motorcycle in traffic that breaks out. The train doesn't handle as well as a motorcycle. The cornering arcs are too big. But if the conductor of this train, at the time, had fitted each car with Class 2 auxiliary gimbals, the train would have been much more flexible, and it would have been the only chance to break out. It's just, Level 2 auxiliary gimbals are not required for upgrading a Level 2 train to a Level 3 train, and as far as I know, most train conductors don't bother to expend their resources on them. If this train doesn't have this Level 2 auxiliary gimbal either, then this time, it's going to be a disaster. Chapter 6. Even if he died, he would have to pull a few as his back. Level 2 assisted gimbals? Chen Mang listened to this new name in his head, and did not think much about it, but pressed his body tightly against the surface of the carriage iron. At this time no one cared about the bumpy feeling of the train running around anymore, and no one cared about the foul smell inside the train. Everyone was in a state of extreme panic. Live. This was the only thought in the minds of everyone present. No way. Can't just sit around like this. Chen Mang closed his eyes tightly. His mind continuously surfaced with possibilities, and a moment later, he snapped his eyes open to look at the old pig beside him and whispered, "There are a total of 9 carriages in this train. The first of these sections is where the nose of the engine is, and the 7, 8, and 9 sections are slave carriages. Didn't you just say the train wasn't flexible enough? If we find a way to get to where the nose of the first car is, and then disconnect it from all the other remaining cars of the train, and then you can drive the train. Weren't you a deputy conductor? Should be able to drive the train as well. No. Old Pig dismissed this suggestion at first sight with hardly any thought, shaking his head hoarsely with an extremely white face. All trains are bound to the conductor, and only the conductor has the authority to drive the train. We can't take over this train, much less maneuver it, even if we break into the cab. But, Mang, your suggestion is a good one. If it is disconnected from all the carriages, it does amount to putting a gimbal on the first carriage and another chance of escape. I just hope the conductor of this train doesn't think of that. The two men looked at each other, neither of them looking very good, obviously. If the conductor had thought of that, then they immediately became outcasts. Still, Chen Mang immediately got up and prepared to walk towards the sixth carriage, while whispering with an ugly face, "Then we must also head towards the first carriage first. Follow me." The next moment, before the two could make a move, clunk, clunk, there were suddenly several sounds of metal clashing outside the window, and immediately afterward they felt the train's speed begin to rapidly slow down. Phew! Chen Mang took a deep breath, pulled out from his pocket the last somewhat wrinkled cigarette that the old pig had given him, and stood on the straw mat in the chaotic carriage and lit it before exhaling a long breath of smoke and carrying the GLS pistol in his hand, his face calmly waiting for the judgment to come. Death, a sure and certain death. They were abandoned. It's not that he hates the conductor. After all, he would have done the same thing if he were in the conductor's position. He just hates the conductor a little bit. When stationed in the mines, were the people detecting information around them lazy and asleep? Why didn't you realize it until the necrotic tide had formed an encirclement? How precious can a little resource be to build even a level 2 auxiliary gimbal? Losing that many slaves isn't worth much more than a level 2 auxiliary gimbal? Chen Mang held the cigarette on the corner of his mouth, and after loading the pistol in his hand, he stepped on the bodies of a group of slaves in the carriage and then strutted to the iron gate, violently pulling down the iron gate next to it, and at once, the train door of this car was slammed open. The cold wind accompanied by the stench suddenly rushed into the whole carriage. Although their carriage had lost power, they were still maintaining a not-so-slow speed by inertia and continued to move forward, just not for long, while opening the train door, only to realize that the tide of corpses was almost close at hand. It was only a few meters away from them. At a glance, can't see the end. Can only smell the stench that almost makes people faint, as well as a dense one after the other with a grim face towards the train rushed over the zombies. It's so unfair. Chen Mang, the scene in front of him, muttered, before he also read the doomsday novels. Those who travel through the past at first are only facing 1 or 2 zombies. How he traveled over. Neat is this level of zombie tide, which completely does not give people any way to live off. Who could make it out alive from a corpse wave of this caliber? But, even if he died, he would have to pull a few as his back. Next moment, bang! Accompanied by a gunshot that rang out violently, one of the zombies that lunged towards Chen Mang from the tide of zombies had a hole-sized bloody hole in its head, and then its body slammed into the ground from the air, and was soon stepped on by the zombies behind it, out of sight. It was the first walker he'd ever killed. It wasn't that he was a good shot, he hadn't even used a gun before, it was entirely because he had the barrel of his gun almost in the mouth of a walker, close enough that everyone was a gun god. However, the physical strength of these zombies does not look too good. A pistol bullet at close range can be nearly direct headshots. If you meet a single zombie, an adult man can completely deal with. You can even hit 3 or 5 no problem if there's no infectious toxicity whatsoever. Just couldn't hold up the numbers like locusts. Bang, bang, the sound of gunfire continued to ring, and Chen Mang also became gradually comfortable. A magazine was soon finished by him. The specific few zombies died he was a little not very clear. Too chaotic. All he knew was that his bullets went into the tide of corpses. How many he killed, that was unknown. And at this point, the speed had already begun to gradually slow down, which meant that there wasn't much chance left for him to shoot. Chen Mang moved faster to unload the pistol's magazine, and loaded the brass bullets in his pocket one by one. It's not a bad idea to take one more before you die. Just then, in the carriage, a slave suddenly rushed over, full of fear, kneeling down at the feet of Chen Mang, who was standing at the entrance of the carriage, and said in a trembling voice with a rapid and crying tone, "Big brother, can you give me a shot? I want to die a painful death. I don't want to die in the mouth of a zombie." No. Chen Mang quickly filled his magazines with bullets while carelessly saying, "Bullets are limited. Kill a few more zombies so that it's more cost-effective to die." It's not just him here. He could hear bursts of rapid gunfire from next door as well, and the group of thugs in the 6th compartment had been thrown off, and were now making a dying struggle before death. I, kneeling on the ground of this man, raised his head to look at Chen Mang, face gradually hideous up, neck full of veins, hissed, "Even this request you have to refuse me? I just want to die a quick death, can't I? It's all. Immediately afterward, this man in the middle of his words violently rose up and pounced towards Chen Mang, aiming directly at the pistol in Chen Mang's hand. However, Chen Mang sidestepped the man's lunge, looked toward the man standing in the doorway of the train who hadn't yet received his power back, and without hesitation, fiercely kicked out. The man fell into the tide of corpses. The piercing sound of fear pierced the sky shrilly, but soon the sound came to an instant and abrupt end. Chapter 7, You're going to do it to me? Subsequently, Chen Mang turned his head to look at Old Pig, who was rushing over with a pickaxe in hand, ready to strike, and casually said, You're going to strike at me? Ha! Old Pig was slightly stunned, and hurriedly explained somewhat sharply, Why Mang, I was preparing to make a move on that slave, just now in the mine. Everyone threw the pickaxe away. Who would bring that thing in the case of fleeing for their lives? And I don't know where the pickaxe in the old pig's hand came from. It might be the ones that the beaters temporarily put in the 7th compartment, and was picked up by the old pig. Chen Mang laughed lightly and didn't care. He naturally could see that he just wanted to tease the old pig before he died. It's just that this guy, he doesn't seem to have much of a sense of humor. And, this guy is also very interesting. Everyone is obviously bound to die. What is the need for clarification in this situation? Go down and talk slowly. At this point, he had already reloaded another magazine and continued to start firing constantly, all with little to no aim. And along with the slowing down of the train, the nearest walker was nearly less than half a meter away. He could even observe the walker clearly, without the slightest bit of hair. His body was so white that he could clearly see the ebony veins, and his pupils were the ultimate pitch black color. Quite a bluff. Bang, bang. Once again the gunshots kept ringing out. Hello. After emptying a magazine again, Chen Mang took a deep breath of the cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth and leaned against the train door. While quickly loading the magazine, he inclined his head and swept his eyes at the old pig, and carelessly and casually said, Is there any last words before dying? Say it, although and you have only just met a short time ago, but it is considered to be a fate between us. Hey! Although the old pig's face became extremely ugly due to fear, he still forced out a smile to keep himself as calm as possible. There aren't any last words. The end has already come for more than a year. I've long thought about my own end. It's not too hard to accept. The only thing I regret is that I should have known to give you less of a cigarette to Mang at the beginning. I would have liked to have one before I died. TSK. Chen Mang can't help but lose his smile, handing the old pig the cigarette that still has a mouthful left to burn out. You really only have 2. Here, there are still 9 rounds of bullets. I'll kill a few more zombies, and then leave 2 rounds of bullets for the 2 of us so that we die a quick death. The old pig also did not speak, just a bright eyes. Immediately took over this about to burn out of the cigarette, fiercely inhaled a mouthful before the expression gradually relaxed. In the dazzling smoke slowly closed his eyes, and then as if relieved generally also smiled. Over the top, the other slaves in the wagon, at this point, were almost all huddled in their corners, full of despair and helplessness as they waited for death to come. Chen Mang even saw a few people who chose to run to a straw mat and sit on their asses before dying. Apparently, these few people want to feel what the grass mat feels like before they die. Anyway, they are going to die. Who is afraid of you? The speed of the wagon had dropped to a very low speed, and it was expected to skid along for another 10 seconds at the most before it broke down completely. And at this time, many zombies had even jumped to the bottom of the carriage and started to use their sharp claws to keep attacking the carriage. Phew! Chen Mang lightly exhaled and continued to keep shooting at the corpses. Bang! 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 Just when he still had 3 rounds to go, he suddenly felt the birthmark on the back of his left hand burning. His mind subconsciously moved, and a milky white semi-transparent panel instantly hovered in front of him. Rookie Conductor Mission 3. Kill 10 walkers in 3 months. Completed. It takes less than a day. Reward Rare Train Order *1. Handheld version of Zombie Sense Shield *1. Looking at this panel in front of him, Chen Mang was only slightly stunned before quickly reacting. This was the conductor panel that he had activated last night. There were 3 novice tasks on it, and it was only after completing these 3 tasks that the rest of the conductor panel's functions would be unlocked. But the situation was urgent and he didn't think about it for a while. After all, the rewards were unknown, and he didn't know what the reward for killing 10 zombies would be. Didn't realize. Rare train order. This thing was definitely better than ordinary train orders, but he didn't have the time to care about it at this moment. The tide of corpses had already surrounded his carriage in the center. Even if he was given a train at this moment, he couldn't rush out. The wheels would be instantly jammed and there would be no room to start at all. But not this zombie perception shield. This thing is a big lifesaver. Sensing a token that suddenly appeared in his arms, and an object similar to a walkie-talkie, he immediately took this walkie-talkie out and held it in his hand. A panel pops up in front of you again. Tool name, handheld version of the zombie perception shield. Tool level, level 1. Tool effect, when activated, It can shield the perception of level 1 zombies from all living things within this area within a very small area. Lasts for 1 hour after being turned on, and can only be used again after 24 hours. There is only one button on it, which is green in color. At this time, the zombies have almost rushed into the carriage. Chen Mang could not think too much, violently pressed the green button above the intercom. Next moment, all the zombies outside the wagon instantly froze in place like headless flies that had lost their target, but soon spread out towards the wagon in front of them and continued to pounce. They weren't the only carriages abandoned. Unsurprisingly, it should have been abandoned in all compartments except the front. Phew! Seeing this, Chen Mang let out a light breath, a hint of aftermath emerging in his eyes. He was ready to go on his way. And then Willow survived? That's even survived? The range didn't seem too small. At least it was able to wrap all the carriages, but it could only shield the perception of a level 1 zombie. He could only hope that there were no higher level zombies in the tide of zombies. This carriage is now like a small boat on the stormy sea. At any time there is a risk of destruction, and it only lasted for an hour. An hour that was still critical if these waves of corpses didn't leave. But, as long as he survives this wave of corpses, then, with the rare train order not to mention the nearly 100 slaves in such a wagon, it seems like he's starting to get started straight away. Chen Mang turned to look at the group of slaves in the carriage who were filled with fear and disbelief, and suddenly grinned. What a blessing and a curse. It's good. Hopefully those zombies didn't eat bread or anything, so that when the tide of corpses receded he could still go to the other compartments and look for any scattered food resources or something, and preferably remove those heavy machine guns and mount them on his new train as well. He was well aware that the heavy machine guns were not mounted on the front of the car. The only pity is, the guys who swung him around with their batons are probably going to have a hard time surviving. Kind of a shame. It kinda hurts. Chapter 8, Rare Train Order. Activation. Its hands tightly gripped pickaxe had been ready to die. Old Pig suddenly found that the carriage entrance had been fast rushing in the zombies. Do not know what happened, all fell into a state of chaos, and then quickly dispersed out. It was amazing that these walkers ignored their section of the train. All that could be heard was the screams of fear coming from the other compartments. He subconsciously looked around the compartment for a week, and finally rested his eyes on Chen Mang. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew one thing for sure. With these slaves they definitely couldn't do this. Then the only one who could do this was Chen Mang. From the very beginning Chen Mang was different from the other slaves. Not only does it not have that look of complete resignation to death, even the body is obviously a lot cleaner. Obviously just took a bath not long ago. Although he does not know where Chen Mang is hiding in this year. But in the end of the day not everyone is in a position to take a bath. The big brother recognized this time. Seems a bit powerful. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, inadvertently looking back at the interior of the carriage. The expression on each slave's face was wonderful, but overall it was still fear with a hint of excitement after the robbery. The wagon wasn't large, but it was stuffed with nearly 100 slaves. If this tide of corpses successfully disperses, how to manage these 100 slaves is a big trouble. He can only have 3 bullets now. Fortunately the image he built up at the beginning is the cold and ruthless kind. These people also don't know how many bullets he still has. With the cooperation of the old pig, he should be able to try as well. Fail. The safest way, naturally, is to take advantage of the current wave of corpses. First throw some of the slaves out to feed the zombies, leaving a dozen or so slaves, so that you can ensure that it is completely under control. That is, the productivity will be drastically reduced. Death was supposed to be constant in the end times, and resources like slaves were especially rare, so it was better to try not to waste them if you could. If he hadn't inherited this wagon of slaves from this conductor, it wouldn't have been a simple task for him to gather 100 slaves in the wasteland. There were basically no women or old people. It was all a bunch of men. That's it. After 10 minutes or so, the tide of corpses continued to loom like locusts toward the front, only to skim over their section of the carriage. When Chen Mang jumped out of the carriage and stood with his feet on the wilderness, looking towards the wilderness that was once again empty, the heart that had been lifted up within him fell down, temporarily safe. Mang, old pig, who also jumped down carrying a pickaxe, swept his eyes around and said in a somewhat helpless low tone, "You brought us to escape, but the head of the train ran away. We have no power in these several carriages, and with no village in front of us, we won't be able to survive for long in the depths of the wilderness." Chen Mang shook his head without speaking, only pulling out the rare train order he had just obtained from his bosom. Token-shaped, pointed above and below, the whole was pitch black in color, with 3 words train order embedded on it in scarlet lettering. It's old pig, who was just about to say something, looked at this train order in Chen Mang's hand, and his entire body suddenly burst into a daze, looking up at Chen Mang in a somewhat trance-like manner. Where did this train order come from? That's not true. Even if killing a low-level monster like a zombie did have a very small chance of dropping a train order. When the tide of corpses receded, He also looked outwards and didn't drop any items off. The next moment, boom, with a tremor in the ground, a train suddenly floated in midair, before slamming heavily into the ground. Only, this train, with a single locomotive, did not have any following cars. The overall lacquered black color, matte frosted texture, does not look like a modern train head, but like a steam-era train head, with a heavy sense of vicissitudes. You have activated the rare train order and obtained a train of your own. For being a rare train order, it is comparable to a normal train order, with an additional level 1 accessory, geocentric furnace, which is a carrier accessory that can only be obtained from a rare train order. Chen Mang looked at this panel in front of him. This was the panel that this world already had. His train white panel was a little whiter in color. Does the rare train order give you an extra geocentric furnace? He subconsciously looked at the 4 words on the panel. Earth's core furnace, which were highlighted in deep red. Accessory name, geodesic furnace. Accessory grade, red. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, can devour a level 1 train and break down its carriages, accessories, etc. into resource units. Upgrade requirements, 100 units of level 1 iron ore. Well, after pausing for a moment, Chen Mang inclined his head to look at Old Pig. In general, can I take down these abandoned carriages, for example, and use their carrier parts for my own trains? Can. It was only then that the Old Pig slowed down from the shock of a train head suddenly appearing in front of him, and said in a bit of a trance, as long as it's a complete carrier part, of course you can take it off and use it for your own train. Except that if it's a damaged carrier part, it's useless and it's just going to be thrown in there. There is another group on the wasteland, the scavengers. These people will drive their motorcycles on the wasteland to collect the usable parts of those wrecked trains and take them back to sell. Some of the damaged parts of the carriers are left on the wasteland along with the carriages. After all, monsters only eat people, not all this steel. There are quite a few of these useless abandoned carriages piled up on the moors. Chen Mang's eyes lit up and he nodded with a satisfied expression. This passage is full of information. 2 pieces of information could be gleaned from this. There were quite a few abandoned trains in the wasteland that could be devoured by his locomotive. And, the rare train order is very rare and valuable. Otherwise these abandoned trains would have been devoured by the geocentric furnace long ago, and they wouldn't have been kept until now. That's good. Chen Mang did not continue to check his train panel at the first time, but first brought the Old Pig to return to the No. 7 slave carriage again. Carrying a pistol and sweeping from each slave one by one, with an icy expression, he said word by word, "From now on, I'm the new conductor. You will be my first slaves. I will provide you with food. You need only continue to dig as you have done before. Only one thing, I don't want any disobedience to my orders. All memorized. Strike that." Chen Mang also didn't wait for these slaves to react, but instead inclined his head to look at Old Pig. Have each of them surrender the iron where they dug out of the mines in an orderly fashion. And if someone doesn't listen to you, pick up your pickaxe and swing it at him. Understood. Old Pig's face was grim as he could put on a ferocious appearance, standing at the mouth of the carriage with a pickaxe in his hand, and roaring, "Are they all deaf? Didn't you hear Master Mang speak?" Immediately afterward, faint voices that were not very neatly organized came from the compartment. "I hear you, Master Mang. It used to be Master Cohen, but now it's Master Mang. In the wasteland, by default all conductors are masters." Chapter 9, 14 Buildable Carrier Parts. Although the Old Pig was inwardly beating a drum, he still pretended to be very fierce on his face. He used to be in charge of internal affairs. Never feared. He himself wasn't very good at putting on a mean face, but there was no way around it. And with the lack of manpower at the moment, it was all he could do to put his head on the line. After Chen Mang walked out of the compartment, he was the first to head to the rest of the compartments to search. There should be quite a few more resources in the other compartments. But before he could send his slaves to gather resources for the other compartments, he had to gather up some firearms and other things of a dangerous nature, lest there be an unforeseen contingency. The compartment they were in was number 7. The 8 or 9 carriages in the back were slave carriages. He went first to the 2 slave carriages, which were empty, except for scattered pieces of clothing and sticky blood all over the floor, many of which were dotted with iron or like stars. The wagon was almost completely destroyed. Only the rough outline of the carriage could be seen, and the surrounding iron had been torn through countless holes by the zombies. These 2 carriages will just have the slaves come directly to gather resources later. The good guys are up front in cars 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. The 6th compartment is the batter's compartment. The people inside have also died cleanly, but because there are not so many people, it does not look as bloody as the 8 or 9 compartments, and a lot of firearms, truncheons, bullets, magazines and so on fell down in the pool of blood. He didn't mind getting dirty either. With just a slight frown on his brow, he captured his sleeves and began to gather all of these things up and stuff them into his train head for the time being. The fifth compartment was the living supplies compartment, which was stocked with a lot of bread, steamed buns, mineral water, etc. In addition to that, there were also some carrier accessories, such as the level 1 pure water filter, and some steaming pots and spatulas. Compartment 4 is the warehouse. It was stocked with all kinds of ores, only not in large quantities, or was one unit of such a thing, and there were probably only a few hundred of them here, which was only a few hundred units, in addition to the horde of pickaxes, axes, and other mining tools. Compartment 3 is the fighting compartment. The 3 heavy machine guns were mounted on the top of this carriage, and inside there were 2 level 1 bullet production lines for the production of special bullets for heavy machine guns and pistols, as well as a pistol production line. So logically speaking, there should be a lot of bullets hoarded here. Except that at this moment there was no longer any emptiness, and there were only a few bullets scattered on the ground, and those lines were damaged. 2 of the 3 heavy machine guns broken. Number 2 seems to be Crony's premium residential compartment. There were 7 single beds here, and the living environment was obviously a lot better than the slave carriages, except that although the carriages were already in shambles, there was no blood or pieces of clothing, so it seemed that although the conductor had abandoned the second carriages, he had still taken his own cronies with him. He couldn't unload the heavy machine gun from the top of the wagon by himself for the time being, but the other bullets, small pistols and the like, he made a few extra trips and moved them all to the head of the train next to his own. Up to this point, he was just beginning to have time to look carefully at the interior of his train. The head of the train wasn't very big, much smaller than a wagon. It was 3 meters wide and 7 meters long. The nose alone took up 4 meters, with only a little bit of space inside, a lot less space than a slave carriage, and at the end of the nose there was a steel door, which at first glance was many times stronger than a tin carriage in terms of defense. This steel door can only be opened by someone with conductor's authority. Maneuvering the train is also simple enough to be sci-fi, staying inside the train's interior and controlling it with your mind. The train room was about 12 square feet, and was encrusted with glass at the head of the car, giving a clear view of the outside world. As he stood inside the train room, surveying the wilderness outside through the glass, for some reason, a sudden feeling of fulfillment welled up inside him. It was no easy task to have a train of one's own in this very dangerous wilderness. Train console. There are also a number of buttons. One of the red buttons is the train panel. Soon after he pressed this button, a detail panel appeared on a nearby display. Train name, to be determined. Train level, 1. Train accessory, level 1 geocentric furnace. Number of compartments, not yet available. Or unit, not available. Upgrade requirements, 4 cars, all 7 necessary vehicle parts built, and the locomotive upgraded to level 2, with 5,000 units of level 1 iron ore consumed. There is another red button next to it for train members. On top of that, you can serve as a deputy conductor, etc. And each member can set different permissions, such as the permission to use the heavy machine gun. Another example, weapons produced through the production line on this train cannot act on the conductor and subconductor. On the train, the conductor has absolute authority. Another red button on the train console is carrier accessories. After pressing this button, a series of carrier accessories that could be built for a level 1 train and the required resources instantly surfaced on the screen next to it, and it was clearly labeled as to which accessories were mandatory for the upgrade of the train and which ones were not. 13 in total. 7 of the carrier fittings are mandatory and cannot be upgraded without building the train, leaving 6 fittings, all of which are freely available. Wait, it's 14. Of the 13 carrier accessories, the first 7 are green in color and the bottom 6 are white. However, at the bottom, there was another carrier accessory with a crimson name, except that this carrier accessory could only be made by a train that was obtained through the rare train order. Nice guy, Chen Meng, who was constantly fumbling with the various functions within the train room, looked towards the red carrier accessory and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. This rare train order, it seems like it's more powerful than he thought. Accessory name, wheel changer. Accessory grade, red. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, a space will be created above the wheels of each carriage, which can accommodate 2 sets of wheels, and up to 3 sets of wheels can be freely switched between. Upgrade requirements, 100 units of iron ore. It doesn't look like much, but it's an absolute treat. Trains have many kinds of wheels, and different wheels have different effects, but with this, he could build 3 sets of wheels and switch them freely without affecting the original speed too much, which was a great way to deal with all kinds of dangerous environments. For each carrier accessory, there is an animated demonstration in addition to the panel introductions. For example, if his train is currently using tracks, with the wheel changer activated, he can extend a set of wind and fire wheels from the side, and then retract the tracks when the wind and fire wheels have successfully landed. This creates a quick change into a wheel and doesn't really affect the speed. Replace the wheels normally. one has to stop the train somewhere and have the attendant mechanic get out and start changing the wheels manually by hand. And that takes more than a fraction of a second. And a lot of times in the wilderness you're not going to be given that much time. Following which, Chen Mang looked towards the remaining 13 vehicle accessories that could be built, took a deep breath, and decided to go and collect all the ores first, to see how much ore there was. And anyway, he definitely had to build out a warehouse carriage first, which could be used as a slave carriage, to take these slaves away. Then the carriages that had been damaged were all devoured with the geocentric furnace. Sounds a bit like gluttony. Just then, Chen Mang suddenly felt the birthmark on the back of his hand burning slightly. Another rookie train conductor mission was completed, only to manifest itself after he had studied the full functions of the train room. Chapter 10, Tinglong Assault Rifle Production Line Blueprint *1. Chen Mang didn't think much about it, just stood at the entrance to the head of the train, probed and looked at the slave carriages not far away, and saw that he didn't hear any big movements before he continued to start groping around. Nearly 100 slaves, not a small amount. To put it mildly, even if 100 pigs rushed at them with a small pistol, they would be sure to die, let alone a group of slaves who would survive the apocalypse. But he wasn't really short of bullets anymore. He did collect quite a few pistol bullets out of the abandoned wagon just now. Only then did he look at the birthmark on the back of his hand, and soon a translucent panel hovered in front of him. Novice Conductor Task 1. To have a train of your own within 3 months, has been completed. It takes less than a day. Reward Tinglong Assault Rifle Production Line Blueprint *1. Looking at the rewards on the panel in front of him, Chen Mang couldn't help but grin from the corner of his mouth to his ears. Assault rifle? This thing is fully automatic, whether its power or range or suppression accuracy, etc., are far more than a small pistol. Not to mention, according to the train rules, the weapons produced on the train production line could not cause harm to the conductor and the deputy conductor, so that he could also be more at ease, handing over the weapons to the fighters below him. The prerequisite is that the line must be built by the conductor himself. Lines removed from other trains do not have this rule. Sure, he is able to ignore this train rule. There is no saying that he can't do damage to the subtrainer with a weapon produced on this line, and the deputy conductor he has a candidate. Blueprint name, Tinglong Assault Rifle Production Line. Blueprint grade, green. On the train console, besides train panel, train members, and carrier accessories, there is also a button for train rules. After pressing this button, a screen in the train room will surface some basic rules about the train that will better guide the survivor to become a conductor. Among them is a note on carrier accessory grades. The grades of carrier accessories, in descending order, are white, green, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, pink, and colorful. The lowest grade of these is white. For example, for a level 1 train, 6 of the 14 fittings that can be built are white, and those 6 fittings are just plainer. The higher the grade, the rarer the accessory. Like the remaining 7 fittings are all green, and in order to upgrade the train to level 2, you must build all 7 of these fittings, which are essential train fittings, and this 7 accessories are: pure water filter, a green-colored accessory that requires 100 units of iron ore to build; wind and fire wheel, green grade accessory, 500 units of iron ore required to build; carriage steel armor, a green grade accessory that requires 1,000 units of iron ore to build; circuit system, a green grade accessory that requires 10 units of copper ore to build; generator, green grade accessory, requires 100 units of copper ore to build; pickaxe production line, a green grade accessory that requires 100 units of wood to build; axe production line, a green grade accessory that requires 100 units of iron ore to build. There are different levels of ores. There are level 1, level 2 and even level 3 ores. Different levels of ores are used to meet the conditions of building and upgrading different levels of vehicle parts. All the ore units here are level 1. These are 7 accessories that must be built for train upgrades. As for the remaining 6 white accessories, they can be built or not. Single bed, white color, requires 1 unit of wood to build. Refrigerator, a white-colored accessory that requires 100 units of wood to build. Coke production line, a white-grade accessory that requires 100 bottles of mineral water to build. Sliced moldy bread production line, white-grade accessory. 100 slices of moldy bread are needed to build the line. Binoculars, a white-colored accessory that requires 10 units of iron ore to build. Steamed bun production line, a white-colored accessory that requires 100 steamed buns to build. Chen Mang carefully studied the various information inside the train room, and finally came to a conclusion that the train could basically form an ecological internal cycle, and could basically be completely self-sufficient on the train, the equivalent of a mobile shelter. Even if he upgraded the train level high enough, and upgraded all the carrier accessories high enough as well, he would have an extremely sci-fi and filled with violent aesthetics of a long dragon train. As regards STH, moldy bread slices production line, such things Need to use 100 pieces of bread slices to build more or less a little unreasonable this matter. He quickly accepted. After all, in the mine digging, that look is already enough sci-fi. Next, go ahead and take an inventory of how many resources he has and then consider which accessory to prioritize building. He filled his own pistol, removed 4 magazines from his other pistols, and filled all 4 of them before walking out of the train room toward the 7th slave car. Inside the slave wagon, there was no riot, even some harmony, as each slave in turn and in an orderly manner surrendered the iron ore in his pocket and laid it out on the ground in a small mountain. Chen Mang has only just arrived here. Old Pig with a pickaxe in hand then hurriedly greeted him. Brother Mang, it has been counted. There are a total of 356 iron ores, or 356 units. Aha! Chen Mang nodded, sweeping over everyone present before calmly saying, a train cannot be without a fighter. The next 3 days will be an assessment period. The 10 people with the best performance will be promoted to a fighter, with the right to be equipped with a weapon and enjoying a higher level of food, with a daily allowance. All proceed to the remaining abandoned carriages and collect the ore resources scattered within. I want you to understand one thing. Your lives were saved by me. I don't need you to be grateful. I just need you to know that since I have the ability to save you, killing you isn't too tricky. Now, get off. The words fell. Inside the carriage a group of slaves' eyes suddenly have a light in the eyes. Immediately from that kind of absent state retreated. Each energetic rushed out of the carriage, began to quickly collect resources, completely do not care about those carriages in the dirty and sticky pool of blood. On the wasteland, Chen Mang looked calmly at the slaves that were being collected like locusts in the abandoned carriages. In the train member appointment, there were 4 basic positions. They are the conductor, the assistant conductor, the train patrol, and the survivor. Jobs can be customized with additional additions, but the base jobs are these 4. Train patrolmen are thugs and survivors are slaves, but in a nice way. Chapter 11, Mobile Bases with Terrifying Firepower. He talks about a 3-day scouting period, but in reality he'll have selected 10 men to be the beaters of this train by nightfall. After all, he was down to the last of his rookie train quests. Within 3 months, own 3 beaters, and 10 slaves, for an unknown reward. Upon completing this quest, his train panel will be officially unlocked and its functions will be revealed. Not to mention, the shorter the time taken, the better the reward. The only reason the rest of his 2 quests were so well rewarded was because he had completed them in a short enough time that it was reasonable to say that what he might have given would have been a normal train order. Old Pig, is rolling up his pants leg ready to also go pick up the carriage of the Old Pig. Heard Mang brother in the shouting himself. Immediately stopped the action all the way to Chen Mang jogging to Chen Mang's side. Whispered, Mang master you command. You don't have to pick it up. I'm short of a deputy conductor, and my choice is you. Chen Mang patted Old Pig's shoulder and laughed lightly. You've served as a deputy conductor before. Your experience is there. I'll go to the train room later to give you an official appointment and give you the appropriate authority. When the time comes, you'll also tell me what to expect when I first become a conductor and all that. It's my first time being a conductor too. I'll need more help from you in the future. The Old Pig's eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief and excitement, then immediately kneeled on the ground and said hoarsely with tears in his eyes, Brother Mang, don't worry, never miss a beat. Actually, the moment he saw Chen Mang suddenly pull out a train order and become a train conductor, he knew that he had met a nobleman, and that his status would soon change from a slave to a deputy train conductor. There's no one else but him. He's the only one in here who's ever been a deputy conductor, and he was the first one to lean on it, so it had to be him. There was no way the train could be run by one person. It needed more than one person to run it, and there was no way the conductor could be left to deal with a lot of tedious things, but he still had to look incredulous and excited. As a subordinate, try not to reject the goodwill of a superior and try to be obvious and not too emotionally introspective in the feedback you give when you receive a sign of goodwill from a superior. He doesn't know how to be a top, but he had been a subordinate all his life, and he knew no better how to be a good and qualified subordinate. And this superior looked much better than his last conductor. Not only did he not have some messy fetishes, but he had a strong sense of conviction, a feeling of being born to be superior, carrying a natural superior temperament, and not having that kind of villainous feeling at all. That, after Old Pig hesitated for a moment, he tentatively inquired, Brother Mang, there are 7 or 8 females among these slaves, and now that they are gray and in rags they can't see their body shape and appearance. Should we let them take a bath later and bring them over for you to look at? Brother Mang, no need. Chen Mang shook his head. We are still in a more dangerous situation. Basic safety and security are not available. How can we care about this? Your last conductor was good at this? Count on it. The Old Pig scratched the back of his head and whispered a bit helplessly. The last conductor had a fetish for foot fungus and specifically found a few slaves with heavy foot fungus to make sure that he could maintain it. Then pick a few girls out of the slaves and while soaking their feet in boiling water daily. twist the towel into a ball and keep pumping it between the cracks of their toes. He says it's the best thing in the world, 10,000 times better than any caveman, rather than touching those women. And at this point, all the slaves had also collected the resources and placed them neatly aside. Chen Mang waved his hand to signal these slaves to move the resources to the side of the train room, and then asked Old Pig to go and count all the resources. Chen Mang, who was standing on the wilderness, looked towards the group of slaves who were standing in place not far away and were a bit anxious. There was only a moldy bread production line in the level 1 train's manufacturable carrier accessories, and there was no production line for sand-laced pure water. That is to say, the original train was clearly able to give them pure water, but had to go the extra mile to give them a little sand in the mix. But he quickly figured out roughly what was going on, a means of creating an artificial class gap, allowing the beaters to have enough of a sense of superiority to give the bottom slaves an incentive to move up, and the two sides being at odds with each other will soften the conflict between the conductor and the slaves and keep the whole train on a smoother footing. He looked away from the sky. The wave of corpses was no longer visible in the wasteland. Only hundreds of zombie corpses were still around, and these zombies still had the morality to not eat their own people. He was going to return to the mine later to continue digging. After becoming a conductor, he realized that it seemed like no matter what he did, he needed iron ore and had to have enough of it to make it work. He also had a vague idea of who the fighters would be in his mind, and there were so many dozen of them who were significantly bigger and stronger than the others. Soon, Old Pig trotted all the way over. Brother Mang, all the resources have been counted. Here's the list. For your perusal. Chen Mang received a small note filled with words from the Old Pig, and he didn't know where he had gotten it from. 12. 7mm heavy machine gun grade 1 ammunition, over 400 rounds. 9mm cartridge pistol grade 1, over 200 rounds. 12 pistols, 1 heavy machine gun, a total of 500 units of iron ore, 120 units of copper ore, and 100 units of wood, more than 600 slices of bread, 300 bottles of mineral water, 100 steamed buns and 80 packets of squash. Aha! Chen Mang looked more satisfied, lightly nodded his head. So it looks obviously intuitive a lot. The most important thing is the number of pistols he had actually counted in advance. If the Old Pig counted the number and his inconsistency, at this time the Old Pig should also be lying in a pool of blood. But he remembered clearly that these pistols were not made by him, but they could cause damage to the conductor. As long as the gun is made by the train, even if the bullet is not made by the train, this firearm cannot cause harm to the conductor. It is a train rule. Mang, Old Pig, who was standing aside, reminded in a low voice, these pistols can't be given to these fighters. All the trains only give fighters weapons made in the train's production line, so that the conductor's absolute safety can be guaranteed. Normally when you go out to gather supplies or whatever, if a fighter or slave picks up a gun and doesn't turn it in, they're all executed immediately upon discovery. Aha! Chen Mang stuffed this note into his arms before turning to look behind him at this train that belonged to him, which he had yet to name. For now, level 1 train. The train itself is basically not too high killing power. The main combat task, or need to hold a gunfighter to complete, when the train is constantly upgraded, unlocked a higher grade of carrier accessories after. The train is what can really be considered a mobile base with terrifying firepower. Now it's merely a carrier. There is still a long way to go ahead. Chapter 12, Train Build. A total of 500 units of iron ore, 120 units of copper ore, and 100 units of wood. Chen Mang looked towards the ore information on the note and pondered without speaking. The first thing to be built at the moment was definitely the carriages. There was a need to build at least 2 carriages first, one to be used as a slave carriage, and one to be used for storing these ores, food and other tools. It is also necessary to create a production line for the Tinglong assault rifle first. He didn't say anything more. He just walked into the train room alone and stood in front of the train console, looking at the 5th red button for train build. After pressing this button, several lines of text instantly appeared on the screen. To build an ordinary carriage, 100 units of iron ore are required. To build a locomotive, 1,000 units of iron ore are required. This belongs to the train building, not belong to the carrier accessories. More ride on a train head. You can install a train head at the end of the train, so that the train does not have to turn around when turning around, and directly use another train head as a power source, which can effectively increase the flexibility of the train. He tapped down twice on the first option on the screen. The next moment, he felt a slight tremor inside the train room and stepped out to see that the train head, which was originally sitting alone in the wilderness, suddenly had countless lines of white light springing out of the hooks at the end of the train head at this moment, and these lines were woven into 2 carriages. With the lines of light fading away, the 2 carriages were officially molded. It has been integrated with the train head. Looking again, his train had taken initial shape. Sure, both of these carriages were bare inside, nothing but tin, but that was enough. How much better could a slave carriage want to be treated? These days survivors were lucky enough to have a train to fall back on. Pretty good. Chen Meng stood in front of the train with a satisfied expression, surveying this train of his, only to feel a sense of bravado rising in his heart, and an added sense of integration into this world. Perhaps one day, he would really be able to build an apocalyptic train roaring like a long dragon across the wasteland. 200 units of iron ore are consumed for this purpose. He walked to the second carriage again, and took out his own production line blueprint *1 for the Tunglong assault rifle from his arms, a light blue translucent paper that felt like plastic and looked a bit fragile. And of course he didn't have his hands so cheap as to try to see if this blueprint was sturdy or not. With the blueprints, it is possible to make some special carrier accessories. A train is not just about building the parts that appear on the console, but those parts don't require any blueprints, while some other more specialized vehicle parts require blueprints to build. This production line accessory is graded green. Building consumes 500 units of iron ore. After consuming 500 units of iron ore, the blueprint suddenly shattered and transformed into green points of light, forming several green rays inside the carriage, and these rays eventually slowly wove together to form a production line about 6 meters long. The overall shape looks like a security screening device in a subway station. For every 50 units of iron ore consumed, you can create a Tunglong assault rifle, which is extremely similar in shape to an AK-47, and requires bullets of 5.56mm caliber. Somewhat regrettably, he does not currently have bullets of this caliber, nor does he have a production line that can make bullets of this caliber. But the good thing is, for every one of these rifles produced, 3 fully loaded magazines are automatically included, and the gun has a 30-round capacity. That's enough for now. Wait and see if you can figure out a way to get a production line in this caliber later. The time needed to craft a Tunglong assault rifle was 5 minutes, and he crafted 12 at once, paying 600 units of iron ore again. Noteworthy. Iron ore consumed to build anything inside the train is automatically consumed as long as the iron ore is on the train. No need to hold it in your hand or anything like that. Chen Meng then walked out of carriage 2 and stood on the wasteland for a moment of hesitation before spending another 100 units of iron ore to once again build an ordinary carriage. Not enough stuff to put away. He needs a separate compartment for these production lines, iron ore and whatnot, as well as a compartment for the rest of those household goods such as bread, mineral water and the like. This now has 3 carriages. Wagon 2 is tentatively designated as a warehouse wagon, which stores some production lines, ores, and other things, while Wagon 3 is tentatively designated as a living wagon, and Wagon 4 is for slaves. That's it. He'd only have 100 units of iron ore left at the moment, and he'd gone back to his pre-liberation days almost overnight. Iron ore is needed for everything, and this iron ore is simply not enough. As for those 7 accessories necessary for the upgrade of the train, he didn't build a single one of them. There was no extra iron ore at all, and even the train didn't even have a circuit system right now. And there wasn't even dim lighting in the carriages, and it wasn't as bright as the one just now. As soon as the slave carriages were closed, they were directly in total darkness. But the circuit system and the generator consume copper ore. After pondering for a moment, he felt that these 2 items were still necessary, and after looking at the 120 units of copper ore that he had captured, he immediately consumed 110 units of copper ore to build all of these 2 items. The generator, on the other hand, he placed in warehouse compartment number 2. The volume is not small. It took up nearly 1/7 of this carriage. Chen Meng stood in compartment 2, looking expressionlessly at the generator in front of him. 1 energy stone is required to activate the generator. With the current power consumption of the train, 1 level 1 energy stone can probably last for more than 300 days. Energy stones? What a strange name. He immediately ran back to the head of the train and stood at the train console, opening the novice tutorial and began to fumble around once more. And soon he saw the source of where energy stones were obtained. After the world fell to its doom, the main supply of energy in the old days, including oil, lost its efficacy and was replaced by energy stones. When a train is upgraded to a level 2 train, a new carrier accessory crafting table can be built. In the crafting table, you can consume iron ore to create energy stones. But before that, there was almost no other way to get energy stones, including the drive of the train, which also needed them as a source of energy supply. And the train was built with a level 1 energy stone attached to it. The only way he could start this generator would be to dig out the one in the head of the train and install it in the generator. But that was obviously impossible. He looked again at the newbie tip on the console. There are now 3 compartments, which are unarmored. It is recommended that train armor be built as soon as possible to ensure maximum protection for the passengers inside the train in the event of an attack. Energy stone status is 100%. The weight of the train is estimated to allow it to travel at a maximum speed of 100 km per hour for up to 100 hours. As the weight of the train increases, the maximum travel speed decreases and the rate of energy stone consumption accelerates. Please take in as many survivors as you can as a way to get enough resources. These alerts, which are displayed directly on the screen when no other buttons are pressed on the console. Sort of like a newbie guide in a game that will guide the newbie conductor. What to do at the moment. Chapter 13, The Beginnings of a Train Crew. Ugh. Chen Mang sighed and lightly rubbed his temples without thinking too much. Of course, he also knew that he should lay a layer of armor on the outside of the train earlier, so that the safety would be drastically improved. But the accessory of steel armor for carriages, in order to build it out, needed to consume a full 1,000 units of iron ore from him. He doesn't have that much iron ore at the moment. Gotta hurry up and get back to mining again. He stepped out of the wagon, summoned a couple of slaves, and mounted the captured one of the only intact heavy machine guns on the top of the Warehouse 2 wagon. After moving it on top and selecting the right spot, a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Please name your train as soon as possible. Do you allow the accessory tripod heavy machine gun to be set on top of the second car of your unnamed train? Okay, soon. The heavy machine gun was then fitted tightly to the top of the No. 2 compartment, looking as if it had been born as one piece, and only when the compartment was cut off and discarded would it fall down, as it had when he had captured it. He had over 400 rounds of heavy machine gun ammunition. For a heavy machine gun, this amount of bullets can't possibly hold up a battle, and more often than not can only serve as a deterrent. But it was enough, and at least the train, which had seemed unlethal, looked more or less dangerous with this thing in it. Then all the seized resources are moved to the train, and had all the slaves all get into his No. 4 carriages before he was ready to depart. And at this point, the batch of Tenglong assault rifles was also completed, and he also called out the 10 men he had chosen from the slaves, and appointed these 10 men to the position of train patrolman in turn. Another Tenglong assault rifle was distributed to each man, and 3 fully loaded magazines. After Chen Mang swept from these 10 ragged thugs in turn, his brow furrowed slightly. Before tomorrow morning, a captain needs to come out from amongst you, and you will discuss amongst yourselves as to who will be the captain, and there shall be no casualties that will affect the operation. The old pig was then summoned and given the appointment of deputy conductor. Up to this point, a train crew has taken shape, though everything is rudimentary. Even the hitmen are short. But everything begins in its infancy. Nothing in this world starts out perfect. It all begins with a humble beginnings, and then along with development, gets closer and closer to perfection. After that he issued new rules. All slaves, 1 glass of water and 2 slices of moldy bread daily. For all the fighters, 2 bottles of mineral water, 6 buns and a packet of squash per day. Although he felt that the point of artificially creating a class gap so as to ensure that one's position was secure was not too much of a problem at the end of the day, he didn't feel that slaves should be given to starve half to death, so that they would not have the strength to dig mines. He had seized quite a bit of food from the train, which was enough for the time being, and wouldn't be too short of food once he had dug up the mine and created a food production line. Subsequently, all the slaves went into compartment 4, while the old pig lived with the beaters and the others in compartment 3, which wasn't very full of living supplies at the moment, and could still house some people, but it was impossible to build chairs for the time being, and all the fighters sat on the floor. The old pig, on the other hand, had a soft bed of his own. A total of 7 single beds were seized, of which he kept 2, 1 for the old pig to put in compartment No. 3, and 1 for to put in his own train room. He still likes to stay alone in the front of the train, so that even if he sleeps, he can sleep a little more peace of mind. After all, the steel door of the train room is still relatively strong. From the outside world is difficult to break open, and that glass in front of that train is also reinforced bulletproof glass. It is very difficult to be shattered in a short period of time. The rest was all thrown away and wouldn't fit. Immediately after, boom, accompanied by the roar of the train's engine, the blackened train finally ended its rest and shot off into the distance with its wheels rolling rapidly. The goal is aimed directly at the incoming iron ore. They were some distance from the iron mines, and he had stayed in the slave car when they fled, unable to see out of the way or know in which direction the iron mines were. Though the train would have left a trail as it traveled through the wilderness. Simply follow the roller trail in the direction you came from and return the way you came. His current wheels were still the most common ones, not exactly fast, but adequate for the time being, at least on relatively flatter terrain like the wasteland. Train interior. Chen Mang looked at the old pig beside him and laughed softly. Tell me about the reason for the demise of your former train conductor, and see if we can learn any lessons. He had just used the walkie-talkie to get the old pig all the way from car 3 to inside the head of the train, and the walkie-talkie had been seized as well. It's also a wave of corpses. Old pig shook his head and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Corpse waves on the Iron Ridge wasteland on this scale are actually not common. The last time we met the scale was not this big. That train was only a level 1 train. The speed was not fast, and it fled into the ruins of the city. The ruins are blocking the train's progress. Panicked, everyone abandoned their cars and fled, and finally got caught up in the wave of corpses. Nearly all died in the mouths of the zombies. I ran faster, and drilled into the alleys of the city's ruins without looking back to regain my life. Large-scale necrotic tides have commanders, and necrotic tides don't usually go deep into the ruins of a city, and I've picked up a life because of it. So, Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly and nodded. It looked like he was still a bit lucky to come back from the dead this time. Being able to command a zombie with intelligence was definitely not a level 1, but if this zombie had noticed him at that time, that shield of his wouldn't have worked either. But it was reasonable to say that a carriage was still conspicuous among the corpses, so he shouldn't be unnoticed. Could it be that the walker in charge of command was a level 1? He looked out the window at the unpopulated wilderness thoughtfully, and finally his eyes fell on the section in front of the car, where he had devoured all the derelict trains with his geocentric furnace on his way out. It took a quarter of an hour to get a total of 600 units of iron ore. The scene is still quite shocking. The train had directly opened, like a bloody mouth swallowed the abandoned carriages into it, and then countless gears in the inside of the rapid rotation, all the iron crushed into powder. Are there no other gathering places after Armageddon? Sort of. Old Pig paused for a moment before continuing. Many monsters are unwilling to go deeper into the city ruins for some reason, so there are still quite a few survivors hiding in the city ruins. In addition to what we learned on the train radio before, there are also some large gatherings that were established after the end of the world, and there are several trains in those gatherings, but it's too far away for the former conductor to plan on checking it out. Oh, Chen Mang was instantly a bit puzzled. If you look at it like this, the city ruins are still safe. At least getting food should be much easier than in the wasteland. So how come all these survivors are running up the train? Old Pig choked on his words for a moment before whispering, Brother Mang, the slaves were all captured on the train. How can anyone volunteer to be a slave? Oh, Chen Mang expressionless nodded without saying anything else. It seems that in addition to maintaining the order of the train, the beaters also have such a task as catching slaves. There are still a lot of things that he, the conductor, needs to learn. Just then, the birthmark on the back of his hand suddenly glowed slightly again. A hint of a smile suddenly surfaced in Chen Mang's eyes. This was the last rookie train conductor quest being completed as well. To this point, his train panel could finally be fully unlocked, and he didn't know what functions it would have. Hopefully something that would allow him to access more resources or something like that. He was so short of resources. For example, getting 10,000 units of iron ore a day or something like that is enough. He's quite content. Chapter 14, My Doomsday Train is infinitely upgradable. Congratulations, you have completed all the novice conductor tasks. Officially unlocks the Trainmaster panel and has the following effect. Unlimited upgrades. There will be no upper limit on the level of the vehicle accessories of the train you belong to, and they can be upgraded without any upper limit. No? Chen Mang looked at the semi-transparent panel in front of him with some doubts. It sounds like the effect is not very good. Only the carrier accessories without level cap can always upgrade, so in effect, it doesn't feel very useful when things do not decide to ask the old pig. After all, the old pig once served as a deputy train conductor. This point the old pig knows more than him, which is also the main reason why he gave the old pig deputy train conductor. He already knew a bit about the world. The world itself has been semi-datamined, and there are panels for many things, such as trains and vehicle accessories. The reason why gasoline is out of the energy scene is not that it can't be used, but that it can't be used by trains, and everything that can't be used by trains is gradually being withdrawn from the stage of history, and he's the only one who has his conductor's panel. It's kind of like a little plug-in for the game, which is simply and crudely understood as plugging in a USB drive. So far, after completing the 3 novice tasks, his golden finger had been completely activated. Only the effect of the activation, he was a little difficult to judge its strength, not sure whether it was the kind of small penetration, or directly open turn. After all, there is also a gap between the USB flash drive. Old Pig. Chen Mang immediately inclined his head to look at Old Pig. Isn't there an upper limit to the level of each carrier accessory? Aha! The Old Pig immediately nodded. It was finally time to show his ability, and hurriedly said with a serious face, there are grades of carrier accessories, such as white, green, and blue, and the higher the grade the rarer the accessory, as well as the higher the grade ceiling. Like a lot of white accessories, most of them top out at level 2. For example, I know of a white accessory called the car blade, the effect of which is that 2 sharp steel blades can be added to both sides of the carriage, so that if you encounter a wave of corpses, the entire train will be transformed into a sharp blade that will directly cut down all the zombies blocking the way. Not part of the train's own buildable accessories. Blueprints will be randomly dropped after killing monsters in the field. The previous conductor had obtained this blueprint during a fight against a necrotic tide. This accessory can only go up to level 2. although the blade is bigger and sharper after rising to 2 levels. But it's just like that. After all, it's only a white accessory. It belongs to the weak hour overuse. A strong enough train really relies on those high-grade accessories. Chen Mang's mouth slowly opened wide as he looked at the birthmark on the back of his hand in a somewhat dazed state. And at this moment, he completely understood what the 4 words infinite upgrade meant. That is to say, even if it's a white accessory, it can be upgraded without limit. A level 2 car blade might be, as Old Pig said, overused for weak hours. But what if it's a level 10 car blade? What about level 20, 50, or 100 car blades? Wherever his train passes, there will not be an inch of grass. That's steady. This panel of his, even in the world of USB disks, that is far ahead of the existence. My parameters are above yours. Phew. Chen Mang took a deep breath. Damn it. Although he didn't know why the birthmark he was born with would show such a strong effect after crossing over to this world. But whatever. It is quite possible that one was previously a good person for 9 lifetimes, and this is one's blessing in this life. He only has one carrier accessory that is level 2 right now, which is the geocentric furnace. The level 1 geocentric furnace could only devour level 1 trains. But just now, in order to devour those abandoned level 2 trains, I spent the last remaining 100 units of iron ore to upgrade the geocentric furnace to level 2. He'd only have 600 units of iron ore now. Pity. These slaves also had to sleep. Otherwise he would have gotten more iron ore if he rotated 24 hours a day. Start by upgrading your train to level 2. Then go to the nearby city ruins to capture more slaves and thus more iron ore to build a stronger train. Week after week until his train roared across the wasteland with impunity. Half an hour later, Chen Mang returned to the entrance of the iron mine, and just like a moment ago, under the roar of a group of thugs, a group of slaves came out of the carriages in order to receive pickaxes in order to go down to the mine to mine. This scene, extremely familiar, seems to have happened before. Only, in the morning he was standing in a pile of slaves, and now he stood in his place in the train room. Maybe Doomsday wasn't without its advantages. With enough luck it was only a matter of a few hours' work to go from slave to conductor. Trying to go from slave to conductor in peacetime would take more than just luck. Train interior. Chen Mang looked at the members of the train displayed on the screen. So far, the train has 10 beaters, and 81 slaves, each with a white name that goes black when someone dies, a feature that allows the conductor to be more clear about the life and death status of his passengers. I'm sure he killed that slave in the carriage last night, and those thugs would be the first to arrive because of this feature. It's just, Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as he inclined his head to look into the distance. Since he possessed this function, the original train conductor must have known that their batch of slaves had not died, and had even broken away from the original train to join another train. That runaway train leader can't come back for them, can he? But it was only one train head that had escaped, and even if it came back, he wasn't very afraid. After all, he still had 10 hitmen with assault rifles and a heavy machine gun, and he wasn't without means of self-preservation. And in another part of the wilderness, a plump man in the head of a train that was somewhat down and out fleeing across the wasteland, looked over at the column of train members on the screen and suddenly froze in place. He was originally heartbroken about the slaves that died, realizing that capturing these 300 slaves had taken him a lot of effort. All dead now, it would be notoriously difficult to make a comeback. But, surprisingly, the train members' column showed that nearly 100 of his slaves had not died, but had instead joined an unnamed level 1 train, and one of them, a slave named Chen Mang, had even become the train's conductor. How is that possible? At that time, that group of slaves was directly discarded by him in the tide of corpses. How could they survive in that situation? Could it be that? Anger filled the man's eyes. It must be that the slave called Chen Mang had encountered some kind of chance. It was not surprising. The last thing that was lacking in the wasteland was chance. Anything could happen if one was lucky enough. But what angered him was that he had broken his tail to survive, only to have his slave pick up the opportunity to become a conductor? How can this be tolerated? A train that had just been built was basically not going to be aggressive. It was basically no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. And since the wave of corpses had already been shaken off, the most important task he had to do now was to go and find this batch of slaves, kill that train conductor, and bring the slaves that belonged to him back again, though he wasn't sure where the slaves were located. However, a new train conductor should soon realize the importance of the iron ore, so it was no surprise that this guy named Chen Mang should be back at the mine at this time, and he only needed to return to the mine to bring his slaves back. And thank you so much. This physically obese man suddenly laughed, gloom and excitement flashing in his eyes. If it wasn't for you, these 100 slaves of mine might have died a long time ago. As long as I can find these 100 slaves, then it will be much simpler to make a comeback. Chapter 15, White Accessories, Car Blade Blueprints. This physically obese man was no other than Master Cohen. Chen Mang was the conductor of the original train, and at that moment, the locomotive was packed with a full 10 people. Master Cohen, One of the men holding a baton, somewhat hesitantly whispered. The carriage where we had the heavy machine gun has already been discarded by us, and at the moment, this train head of ours has almost no offensive capability, so why don't we first put that car blade blueprint used? That's a way to have a little means of attack. If Chen Mang were here, he would definitely be able to recognize this man at a glance. This man was the one who had ordered the battering ram to bat and swing him in the slave carriage at that time. This man is a close associate of Master Kuan. On the run, Master Kuan could not take away all the fighters, so he took away the fighters and their own cronies, as well as a few of their most trusted fighters. At this time in the head of the train, in addition to these 6 fighters and Master Kuan and a deputy train conductor, the remaining 2 people are Master Kuan woman. The posture was good, though, and the face was all robbed. Although it is a hitman, but after all, it is a close friend, for the Kuan master has what blueprints are more clear. This is a general hitman simply cannot know the information. Master Kuan looked at the white accessory cart blade blueprint that was placed on a side table and shook his head. It takes 500 units of iron ore to build this accessory. Even though it's a white accessory, the cost of building it is higher than the cost of building some of the green accessories. There's only about 200 units of iron ore in the car at the moment, which isn't enough to build. But, can't use this either. It's just a rookie train. It's not even qualified to build the most basic gun production line. Whether it's a carrier external weapon or a single gun weapon, it needs to be a level 2 train or above to build it. A level 1 train, which has no means of attack. A few of us have guns. If we find them, we can easily take them all down. It's just a bunch of slaves. Just kill the ones leading the way. What else is at stake? This middle-aged man who opened his mouth to propose didn't say much more. Just looked down at the pistol and baton in his hand, and there was always a hidden sense of uneasiness. Who is Chen Mang? He hadn't heard of it before, but he had an extremely strong feeling that this man was most likely the slave carriage number 7, the slave leader he had appointed. A ruthless man. He was quite impressed with this man. Is it really okay to rely on just these few people and these few guns of theirs? He didn't know how these people survived the wave of corpses, but since they survived, it must have been from the other abandoned carriages. Picking up some guns and bullets wasn't too much of a problem. Why did Master Kuan look like he had no scruples? Wait, the man suddenly reacted, his voice hoarse with trembling excitement. Master Kuan, I know what you mean. Even if they picked up the pistols and bullets, those firearms were produced by our train, and they can't harm you. Master Quinn. Poof. Master Kuan will be beside the woman into his arms. Look quite satisfied grinned. Now just want to understand? It's not too late. Do you really think that Master Kuan I will have no brain to rush over? There's no such thing as a cutie that can survive long in the wilderness. Go! With this batch of slaves, it's not a problem to rise again in the east. I just hope that Chen Mang will go to the mines and won't be so scared that he'll run around in the wilderness, causing us to not be able to find him at all, thus letting this piece of fat meat be eaten by someone else. That does. The man nodded in deep thought. Normally speaking, a level 1 train can have 10 slaves is not bad. Very often even the conductor himself has to go on the battlefield to dig. A level 1 train with no means of attack and 100 slaves in the wilderness is indeed no different from the fat meat wandering around the wilderness. The sun was already setting. Near dusk, next to the iron ore mine, the train parked peacefully on the side. Chen Mang is sitting in the train room, constantly groping for all kinds of information and studying the carrier accessories. Each train has its own focus on the strong points. For example, some are fast, some have heavy firepower, some are thickly armored, and some are nimble enough. And he was envisioned as all-powerful, and was currently studying the accessories and the assorted information in the newbie tutorials, as well as the rules. Old Pig, on the other hand, was categorizing and preserving some of the minerals, living supplies, etc. in the know. 3 living compartment, while the remaining 10 fighters were armed with rifles and stood around patrolling and letting off steam. These 10 people were slaves this morning, and this afternoon they became rifle-wielding fighters. And the change between identity and treatment was what made these 10 people walk with the wind despite their yellow and withered faces, trying hard to show that they were different from those slaves. It's kind of like the rising middle class in peacetime trying to figure out how to act like they're not in the same class as the average person. Once a person is in a certain position, they try to behave like the person in that position. And while it may be a little funny at first, over time, they really do sit still. Just then, Chen Mang suddenly noticed that in the distance of the wilderness, there was a locomotive that was speeding towards him at an extremely fast speed. Instantly, he rose from his chair, picked up the binoculars and looked through the glass. Into the distance. It's really coming. Chen Mang's face changed slightly, immediately picked up the intercom and ordered all the beaters to get on the train and get ready for battle. This train head is not surprisingly the original train he stayed in. After all, very few trains have only one train head. Even he has 3 carriages at this point. The other side of this situation, obviously intends to speed pull full crash up. The other side is, after all, the level 2 train. The armor must be thicker than his level 1 train. So crash up. His train, not to say that was crashed into pieces, but also certainly to be knocked over, have to go around the back of the mine. As long as the other side couldn't run right into them, there was still a chance of winning. Almost instantly, Chen Mang then made a decision, and immediately maneuvered the train, circling behind the small earth slope that was a few meters high behind him, ready to have a chain wang around the pillar with the other side. But, dozens of seconds later, he realized that his opponent's speed had actually started to slow down continuously. Chen Mang was slightly stunned, a bit incredulous. Why would the other party slow down? Doesn't it intend to crash directly into it? If it didn't crash directly into it, what kind of attack could a train head have? And it didn't look like it had any external offensive accessories. And so on. He suddenly reacted with an odd face. This Master Koan wouldn't think that this train of his was newly built, and thus didn't have any means of attack, and wanted to capture them alive, not wanting to cause too many casualties, and once again take them back as slaves, also trying to keep him, the train, in perfect condition so as to link their carriages directly to his own train again, right? It's a little hard to believe though, but look at the speed is getting slower and slower ahead of the train. It is obvious that the other side is really think so. Theoretically speaking, to Koan words this is belong to the maximization of benefits. Of course, it's also maximizing the crisis. After figuring this out, Chen Mang immediately said sharply into the intercom, "Old pig, find something to cover the heavy machine gun. All hands on deck. Fire when I say fire." Normally speaking, a level 1 train really didn't have any means of attack. After all, of the 13 carrier accessories that could be created, none of them were related to attack, and the only defense-related accessory, carriage steel armor, still required a full 1000 units of iron ore to create. This choice of Master Quinn is actually normally fine. But, in this world, there are always a lot of abnormal things going on. Chapter 16, let's call it, The Stellar. Greedy enough, Chen Mang, who was standing inside the train room, looked into the binoculars and muttered at the head of the train that was gradually slowing down. Damn you, you don't go to heaven when there's a way, but you're forced to come when there's no door in hell. Since the other side is so toasty, he was naturally happy about this. It was always good to reduce some casualties. After all, in the apocalypse, every human life was worth a lot of money and was a scarce productivity. Soon, dozens of seconds later, the bloodstained train head had slowed to a stop less than a few dozen meters away from him. Phew, Chen Mang took a deep breath, and immediately prepared to have old pig give this train head a baptism of bullets with the heavy machine gun loaded on carriage 2, and it was not clear if it could break the armor. But just then, before he could give the order, he saw that 8 men had actually stepped down from that locomotive. It was amazing how these 8 men with guns came toward him as if they were strolling. The obese man at the head of the group, with a trace of contemptuous smile still hanging on the corners of his mouth, yelled, "Where's Chen Mang? Let him come out." Nice guy. Chen Mang looked at this group of people in a trance, for a moment even feel a little unreal. How can these people trust to such a point? Or is it that these people really have some very sufficient bottom, like wearing extremely defensive body armor? But body armor doesn't protect your head, either. If at first he thought that the other party was being generous, now he instead thought that the other party should have something very solid, and after hesitating for a moment, he still ordered into the intercom, "Everyone shoot, heavy machine guns don't move yet." Next moment, he had originally straddled the train next to the mine, and the entire side of the third carriage was opened, and a full 10 men with fully automatic ton-long assault rifles stood at the edge of the carriage, aiming their guns at the line of people, and without the slightest hesitation, they instantly pulled the trigger. Chug chug chug. The piercing sound of gunfire rang violently across the moor, only 20 or 30 meters away. For an automatic rifle, this distance even if it is the first time to contact firearms, a shuttle down is not too bad luck almost can be in a round. Didn't even have to change the second mag, just one pike down, and the 8 men who had come toward him were already down in a pool of blood. Chen Mang stood inside the train room and waited patiently for dozens of seconds before continuing with his order. Go forward and fill in the guns to make sure of the deaths. He didn't get out of the car himself. In case of fraud or something like that, he could be accounted for here. He's just in charge of command. It was only when the 10-man squad, under his watchful eye, until the 8 men had come in turn with their guns at their heads that the definitive news of absolute death came over the intercom. Really? Chen Mang sighed lightly. He only wanted to say at this moment that he scared himself. Originally thought that it was a vicious battle to come. But who knows? The result was so simple. Through this incident he learned a lesson. That is, no matter what enemy you face, you have to use all your strength. Only then did he get up himself, carrying an assault rifle in his hand, and walked out of the train head flanked by a group of thugs towards the one that was parked a short distance away. and there was no telling if there was anything good in it. Along with the death of the owner, this locomotive became ownerless. Train interior. The two women were huddled in the corner, covering their mouths in death with eyes full of horror and panic. Chen Mang waved his hand, signaling a group of thugs to take these two women out first before he searched the entire train room in detail alone. There was only a small amount of iron ore and some food. It was obvious that he was in too much of a hurry when he was surrounded by a wave of corpses disconnecting the carriage. This Kuan barely took anything with him. Wait, he suddenly noticed a drawing on the console. Immediately, he came forward. Blueprint name, car blade. Blueprint grade, white. Consumption for building, 500 units of iron ore. Chen Mang slightly stunned. This car blade is not the white accessory that Old Pig said. An accessory that can only be upgraded to level 2 at the highest, belonging to the transition of the week period of time. He was still thinking that he has the ability to upgrade infinitely. What would be the effect if he upgraded this accessory to level 10? Only this accessory, not the train's own accessory, will be randomly dropped after killing monsters in the field. And he didn't think about it anymore. Didn't realize. So soon to have the car blade blueprints, Master Koan directly sent him all the way. Thousands of miles to send blueprints. Gift heavy, also heavy. Pretty good. Chen Mang looked satisfied and grinned, putting this blueprint carefully into his pocket. Later he would give this blueprint a use and see what effect it had. Better get to level 10 early and see if there will be any qualitative changes. It was only after this was done that he waved his hand and signaled for his beaters to come up and remove all these resources and food inside the train room before he was ready to go back to his own train and give this train head to be devoured with the ground core furnace to recycle some of the resources as well. As he passed by the 8 men lying in a pool of blood, Chen Mang looked toward the eyes full of unwillingness of the body of Master Kuan, sighed softly, only to feel a little saddened. This incident so that the original was a little wary of him. In the future, in the face of the enemy, have to become more vigilant. In the end of the day, any to the big behavior is to want to go to see their own great-grandmother earlier. Then he noticed, surprisingly, there were 3 familiar faces among these 8 people. It is the 3 people who swung him with the baton. Originally thought that these 3 people had already been buried in the mouth of the zombies. I did not think that they would appear here. It is indeed fate. Chen Mang skimmed his lips, originally ready to raise his rifle to give these 3 a shot, but then thought better of it and saved some bullets. And the old pig was on the sidelines, quickly collecting the guns the men were carrying. Such firearms from other train manufacturers are prohibited items and try not to fall into the hands of thugs and slaves. Chen Mang didn't say anything. He just returned to his train room, maneuvered his train, and drove it in front of this masterless train head. And after activating the geocentric furnace, he only saw his train head open its bloody mouth, revealing countless fast turning gears, and devouring the entire masterless train head with a big mouth. Iron ore units plus 1,000. Worthy of being the head of a level 2 train. More iron ore than he had acquired by devouring so many carriages. The head of this train looked like it had thicker armor than his. It was probably upgraded armor. Just now, if the speed was pulled up to full speed and crashed into it, it would really be enough for him to drink a pot of water. The encounter came to an end in such a haphazard process. Train interior. Chen Mang was pondering 2 questions. First question, what is a good name for your train? Second question, he now has a total of 1,600 units of iron ore. What would be a good accessory to build something first? After a few moments of contemplation, he finally came up with a name for the train. Let's call it the Stellar. Chapter 17, is digging a mine a slave? The Stellar, that's a good name. Sitting in the train interior, Chen Mang looked satisfied and silently read this name taken a few times. Stellar train. Enough atmosphere. In the future maybe even manipulate this train to fly out of the universe. By then, the Stellar was dominant enough even in the universe. Actually, he was thinking of the name everything, but after thinking about it, it still seemed a bit unorthodox. Just then, the sound of knocking came from outside the train room, and after Chen Mang casually pressed a button on the console, the train door quickly opened, and the person who came was none other than Old Pig. Mang, as if the Old Pig had something difficult to say, he came up somewhat cautiously and spoke cautiously. I have some suggestions. I don't know if I should speak or not. You say. Chen Mang sat on the chair, looking at the Old Pig with a serious face. After all, the Old Pig was also a person who had worked as a deputy train conductor, and many of the suggestions were still useful. It's like this. After receiving Chen Mang's permission, Old Pig organized some words before he deliberated. First of all, I have to admit one thing. I've met several train conductors, but Brother Mang, you're the most dignified of all the train conductors I've met. I think we can go so far that we might actually be able to build a perfectly safe train in the middle of the apocalypse. And for an organization to grow far enough, the first thing it needs is cohesion, not just from the conductor and the deputy conductor, but from all the passengers on this train, and when all hearts are directed toward a single goal, the organization will move forward as fast as a wagon. It would be exhausting if you were left to work on it alone. Mang. At the end of the day, trust is a luxury. Just as many conductors are so worried about their deputies or beaters betraying them, or slaves rioting, for example, that they set up many harsh rules and shoot them on the spot if they break them, ruling the entire organization with an iron fist. But, I've always felt that all of this is unnecessary, and that making someone completely loyal to one person, especially still in an environment like Armageddon, is a difficult thing to do. Like you, Mang, for example, would you trust me completely, or trust those thugs completely? It's hard to do. Your trust in them stems entirely from the fact that the weapons they have are from train built and cannot harm you. This is something everyone knows by heart. You don't care about the casualties of those fighters, and those fighters in the case of knowing this by heart, and how can they possibly pay for the train wholeheartedly? And how can they dare to come forward in the face of some disparity of fighting, when a train with passengers, all of whom are in the case of a spaced out belly? In fact, often such things as betrayal and riot, almost are bound to happen. I understand what you mean. Chen Meng's brows furrowed slightly. Speak straight about your suggestion. Naturally, the old pig hastily added again. As a qualified subordinate, he is very clear about one point. The leader hates is the kind of only put forward the problem but not put forward the solution of the people. It is purely looking for things, the problem who will look for, the main or the solution. Getting everyone to be loyal to you, Mango, is a hard thing to do and to manifest in a tangible way. But getting everyone to be loyal to the train is easy to do. Making everyone feel like they're part of the train. That way when they go either to fight or to dig, they don't feel like they're being squeezed, but rather they have a sense of what they're fighting for in their future. It's more recognizable and more motivating. Step 1. Converting the class gap. Many trains would intentionally mix sand into the fresh water for the slaves, thus creating a class gap, giving the beaters a sense of superiority, and reducing slave riots by not feeding the slaves well when they weren't digging. I used to agree with that approach, but now, after I was a slave for a while, I realized that slaves don't really think that much. Most slave riots are because the conductor randomly kills people and doesn't feed them, so we give them pure water and a full meal every day. We want to create a gap with the other trains. Let the slaves be fed the same as the other train beaters are fed, and let the beaters be fed the same as the conductors of the other trains are fed. Let them have a sense of superiority in the face of slaves from other trains, and thus develop a sense of identification with the train. Step 2. Change the designation. Beater and slave is the uniform title of nearly all trains, but that kind of name-calling is inherently insulting and can easily antagonize the train and the slaves. We keep them safe and feed them every day, which is clearly a good thing to do in the end times. So why use such an insulting name-calling? To put it more bluntly, even in peacetime, jobs with food and shelter are hard to come by, not to mention the end times. Why should we take the blame when we are clearly doing good things? Change slave to passenger and battering ram to escort. The change in designation will make them more cognizant of the train itself, and then give them a clear enough pathway for advancement, so that existing slaves, and those who come in the future, will have a clear goal to strive for. Add one more carriage to give the slaves more than enough room to move around. It only takes 100 units of iron ore to build a normal cargo carriage. Step 3. Value recognition. You may have noticed, Meng, that after that victory fight just now, those 10 fighters were actually excited and already had a sense of identification with the train. Only they all acted weakly because they knew that you didn't care about them, Meng. But if you, Meng, are willing to channel into that sentiment, plus I'll spread more awareness to them on a regular basis, soon enough, there will be a strong sense of identification with the train for everyone. The old pig said a lot of words in one breath. The skin of his mouth was even a bit slightly white, and his whole demeanor was also a bit vaguely agitated as he danced around and said, Brother Meng, think about it, when all the hearts and minds are all going to one place, those slaves will be more efficient at digging. 2. Hitmen also work harder when faced with a dangerous fight, and we won't even have to capture slaves in the future. We'll have hordes of survivors coming to us as soon as our reputation is known. Sure, all of this presupposes that we need sufficient food resources, and in the end times, food is still in relatively short supply, so these are just ideas for now. But if you think that's okay, Meng, we can do a few other steps first. The chances of betrayal and riots are much lower when every slave and thug has a deep sense of identification with the train. Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, looking up and down at the old pig. He had to admit that the old pig guy still had some ideas. It looked like an ordinary bald man with quite a lot of ideas in his head. It was a little rough, but the plan, it seemed like he was the only one who could try it. The old pig is right on one point. Why call it slavery? Digging a mine is slavery? Don't you work in peacetime? Most importantly, this plan might have been difficult to realize on other trains. After all, a very important point in this plan was the need for enough food. But this, in his case, It was the easiest to realize. Sliced moldy bread production line, white grade accessory. 100 slices of moldy bread are needed to build the line. This accessory, at level 1, can only produce moldy bread slices. But what if it's level 10? The production must not be on flavorful stuffed bread? A survivor of the apocalypse who eats this stuff every day would hardly be tempted to riot and flee. The issue of food is not a problem for him. In that case, this plan is completely feasible. A few moments later, Chen Mang looked towards the 10 thugs patrolling outside the train and laughed softly. Old pig, I'll leave this matter to you. I think it's feasible. Don't worry about the food. I'll think about it. By the way, the train has a name. Call the Stellar. Before that, though, he needed to give the Carblade blueprints a go. In Armageddon, organizational cohesion can only be described as a side dish. The main course still had to be train strength. Without sufficient offensive and defensive trains, even if the cohesion was strong, it wouldn't be of the slightest use. He had to see what changes were in the level 3 Carblade first. Chapter 18, Level 0 Clearance Detected. This vehicle accessory can continue to be upgraded. The old pig came in apprehensive and returned excited. Train interior. Chen Mang looked toward the old pig's departing back, slightly helplessly shook his head and smiled. He naturally knew clearly why the old pig was so happy. On the one hand, naturally, it was indeed the hope that the train would develop better, but also in this crisis-ridden post-apocalyptic world, there is a safe place to keep oneself. Secondly, only in this regard to consider, the old pig can maximize their own value, but also considered the old pig's selfishness. After all, if he does not consider these, the whole day fighting cool words, then the old pig is not much significance of existence. Even the earliest class accompanied by the passage of time, the status will be gradually reduced. He understood that quite well. How can anyone not have selfishness? If a person does not have any selfishness, 80% of his heart is thinking of something about destroying the world and other messy things. He was alone in the train room again at this point, and he first picked up the pen and book on the table and began to write and draw. Don't waste bullets when you can run people over with your car. That was his summary of today's battle. Yes, he regretted a bit. At that time, those people had stepped off the train. Why did he still waste that bullet? Directly maneuvering the train to crash through it was not good, but it does make it much trickier to deal with in case the other side spreads out and escapes back to their train. That's okay when you think about it like that. Only then did he pull out the blueprint for the white carrier accessory car blade from his pocket, and with a thought, the 500 units of iron ore in the compartment of warehouse 2 slowly melted into powder and melted into the compartment. Immediately after, he then felt the whole train shaking slightly. Instantly, he walked out of the train room and stood on the moor, looking out at the number of the train that belonged to him. Hey, Chen Mang, who was standing on the wasteland, couldn't help but grin when he looked at the scene in front of him, as a steel blade surfaced on both sides of the head of the direct stellar train, including its 3 carriages. The location was roughly a meter above the ground, just enough to cut the walker off at the waist. The car blade was completely wrapped around the entire carriage. The thickness was about 10 centimeters. The first end had not yet been opened. It was not very sharp, and there was no blood even when rubbing my hand vigorously on the blade. The blade was too thick, but even so, when the train is activated, this car blade is perfectly capable of stopping all carbon-based creatures in their tracks. The car blade is about 30 centimeters wide, which is the range of attack. Accessory name, blade. Accessory grade, white. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, steel blades will be loaded on both sides of the carriage, causing damage to enemies close to the carriage while traveling, and can be retracted freely. Upgrade requirements, 100 units of iron ore. Chen Mang was slightly stunned. He had planned to take a look at this accessory panel first and upgrade it later. After all, it would take 500 units of iron ore just to build it out, and the amount of iron ore needed to upgrade it would definitely be even more. And he didn't have that much iron ore for the time being right now. I didn't realize that it only takes 100 units of iron ore to get to level 2. So what's the holdup? Upgrade. Along with another upgrade, the white carrier accessory vehicle blade had clearly come to level 2. The thickness of the steel blade seemed to have thinned by a hair, and the edge of the blade seemed to be more pronounced, but the width of the steel blade had been raised by a full 10 centimeters. At this point the width has come to 40 centimeters. All creatures that come close to 40 centimeters of the carriage while traveling will be under the knife. The panel is basically unchanged, with only one small additional line. The vehicle's accessory limit is 2 levels, and it cannot be upgraded again. Unbelievable. Chen Mang shook his head with a somewhat expectant face and drank low again. Upgrade. However, there really wasn't any change, as if it really couldn't be upgraded again. Chen Mang looked down at the birthmark on the back of his hand and put his right hand on the birthmark on his left hand once again and said in a deep voice, upgrade. The next moment, level 0 authority detected. This vehicle accessory can continue to be upgraded. This upgrade consumes 200 units of iron ore. Immediately after, the cart blade began to change again in his eyes, the blade thinning once more, and the width increasing by 10 centimeters once more, coming to a full 50 centimeters. Pretty good. Chen Mang couldn't help but smile. This upgrade was mainly to experiment with the effect of the infinite upgrade plugin, and it did seem to be pretty good, although the panel showed Y level 0 permissions, which he didn't understand, but it didn't matter. As Old Pig said, the white accessory, car blade, is the newbie transition accessory. In terms of effectiveness even upgraded to full level, it's probably not as good as some of the green grade offensive carrier accessories. Even if you go up to level 3, it's not much better than level 1. But, well, he doesn't have a ceiling. The effect of each upgrade of this accessory was the thinner the blade surface as well as the wider the blade, and as long as he had enough iron ore, it was entirely possible to have a carving edge with a width of up to 10 meters. It's like wings that hang off the sides of the train, a blast of throttle. Meet a bump or something and you can just start taking off. And the fact that there was no cap on upgrades meant that if he had enough iron ore, he could even strengthen the car blade to be as thin as a cicada, or even completely invisible, only to be seen killing people invisibly, wherever it passes. Not an inch of grass grows. No, he needed more iron ore. That's how he can accomplish his grand plan. Chen Mang retracted his eyes from the car blade and looked at his conductor's panel. He only had 700 units of iron ore at this time. He didn't bother upgrading the car blade again. Within 10 levels of this thing, he couldn't see too much of an effect, and couldn't produce a qualitative change. A slave can get 1 unit of iron ore for 1 hour of mining, and 12 units of iron ore for a full 12 hours of mining in a day. He had 81 slaves. The most iron ore you can get in a day is basically at 972 units. The mining time was at most 12 hours. Any more would be a bit overwhelming, and most of all, it was hard to ensure that there was a mine to dig every day. After all, there were too many accidents in the wasteland, and he only knew of so many mines at the moment, and he didn't have the means to discover any other mines. And most importantly, his train only comes with 1 energy stone, and 1 energy stone only allows the train to run at full speed for 100 hours. The train must be leveled up to level 2 and build a crafting table before it can make energy stones, which means that if he doesn't get his train upgraded to level 2 within those 100 hours, all of his trains will have to break down completely. He had just done some simple math. I don't care about anything but building those necessary carrier parts for train upgrades, plus the iron ore consumed for train upgrades. It will probably take 7,100 units of iron ore, 110 units of copper ore, 100 units of timber. Honestly, that's not a bad deal. Especially with a time limit. At least he doesn't even know where to mine copper and timber today. Isn't that a little bit of a sky-falling opening for a newbie train conductor? And I wonder how other newbie train conductors have smoothed out this period. Chapter 19, if the train is strong enough, what's the point of running away? These 7 necessary carrier accessories for train upgrades, of which he had already built the generator and circuit system. He just hadn't put them into use. He didn't have any extra energy stones. As for the energy stone of that train of Master Kuan, he tried to snap it, only he couldn't snap it at all. Obviously, it's not the kind of accessory that can be removed. He didn't dare swing his pickaxe at it either. In case it blew up for the thing, he'd have to mail it here too. Of these 7 essential carriers for train upgrades, there are still 5 that have not been built, namely pure water filter, wind fire wheel, carriage steel armor, pickaxe production line, and axe production line. Had to upgrade the train to level 2 quickly before it broke down halfway. Pure water he wasn't short of for now. Armor was too expensive. Pickaxes he had a lot of were surrendered, also not short of for now. Also he could only build a wind turbine first to increase the speed of the train. When capturing an enemy train, some of the carrier accessories can be removed, such as those like the tripod heavy machine gun, but more of them cannot be removed, such as those like the armor and the windjammer. Wait, just then, Chen Mang suddenly thought of one thing. Pickaxes he was currently not lacking, but, with the leveling up of the pickaxe production line, would the pickaxes produced be able to mine faster? He quickly returned to the train room, opened the beginner's guide on the console, and after half a dozen swipes on the screen, he finally found the information he was looking for in one corner. Pickaxe production line, green in color with a maximum level of 3. Each time it is upgraded, the pickaxes produced can be used to mine higher level mines. Can only mine higher level mines? Chen Mang looked at this line of words, his brows slightly wrinkled. It was not useless, at least in the future. It seems that he is the only one who can mine level 4 and above mines at will. Even if other people can obtain a level 4 pickaxe, it is estimated that it is not as easy as it is for him. It was just a little different than what he thought it would be after all. There are slight gaps. I don't know, either, if level 4 iron ore can replace level 1 iron ore. Soon, he went back through the beginner's guide and found the information he was looking for. 10 units of level 1 iron ore equals 1 unit of level 2 iron ore. 10 units of level 2 iron ore equals 1 unit of level 3 iron ore. 10 units of level 3 iron ore equals 1 unit of level 4 iron ore. At the crafting table, you can synthesize 10 units of level 1 iron ore into 1 unit of level 2 iron ore, or decompose 1 unit of level 2 iron ore into 10 units of level 1 iron ore. This time, Chen Mang smiled with satisfaction, which meant that as long as he found a level 4 mine and upgraded the pickaxe production line to level 4, then for every unit of level 4 iron ore he obtained, it would be equivalent to obtaining 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore. Now that's a much simpler problem. All it took was finding a level 4 iron mine to solve his current resource crunch. And there are basically two avenues for finding a mine. Ask other conductors on the train radio, or detect nearby resource areas while traveling according to the resource detection radar, both of which are buildable accessories that come with the train when it is upgraded to level 2. That is to say, as soon as his train rises to level 2, all existing difficulties are basically solved. After splitting and refining the problem, an optimal solution was quickly obtained. This will make the goal clearer, so as not to be like a headless fly, feeling that this and that are missing, do not prioritize and do not know what to do, directly frozen in place. After breaking down the goals and running through the logic, he looked to the 5 must-build accessories and finally chose 3. Pure water filter, wind fire wheel, pickaxe raw production line. The filters were placed by him in the 3rd living compartment, and the pickaxe production line was just placed in the 2nd warehouse compartment. The current compartment planning wasn't perfect, but there were no other resources to build extra compartments for the time being, so he would have to make do with this, and then carefully arrange them later when he had more resources. The 3 accessories consumed a total of 700 units of his iron ore. Completely penniless, he now has no iron ore for 1 unit. Producing a pickaxe consumes 10 units of iron ore. Pure water filter can filter all liquids, such as urine, rainwater, etc., into drinkable pure water. The shape is also strange and disgusting, kind of like a toilet bowl. Upgraded to level 2, you can directly produce mineral water. Each bottle of mineral water production needs to consume 1 slice of moldy bread slices. The wind and fire wheels, on the other hand, had automatically replaced his existing regular wheels. It allows for a significant increase in the speed of the train, but the downside is also obvious. There's basically no way to get through in the face of a wave of corpses or some bad terrain, and there's a high risk of flipping over. Up to this point, he's 2 must-have accessories away from upgrading the train, which are carriage steel armor and axe production line. This carriage steel armor is the most expensive one in here. It requires 1,000 units of iron ore, and what's worse is that this thing is counted by carriages, which means that for 1,000 units of iron ore, you can only cover 1 carriage with armor. More iron ore is needed to cover all the cars of the train with armor. Fortunately, the train upgrade condition is met by covering any of the cars with armor. No wonder that train of Master Quins only had armor on the front of the train. What a rush! Inside the train, Chen Mang looked out the car window at the mine, helplessly sighed a long sigh. Those slaves are still mining in the mine. A moment cannot come out. He is a little bit want to carry their own pickaxe down to work. He needs more slaves. Oh, no. We'll have to break that habit in the future. According to the old pig, it should be more passengers and survivors. There's just not enough of this iron ore to go around. It was a pity that train radio wasn't qualified to be built yet. Otherwise he would really like to know what other conductors did when they lacked the resources. Lacked enough information exchange. But he suddenly remembered something, and wondered, could his geocentric furnace refine all those small pistols and pistol bullets that he had captured? Do what you say you're going to do. At that moment, he stepped down to the train room and activated the geocentric melting furnace. Along with the opening of the bloody mouth, he threw a pistol into it, and soon obtained 10 units of iron ore. Aha! Chen Mang skimmed his mouth. A little less, but it's okay. Mosquito small is also meat. Before all the captured small pistols and more than 200 rounds of pistol bullets were all thrown in, instantly gaining a total of 250 units of iron ore. The GLS pistol that he had acquired at the beginning was kept by him, and by the way, he kept more than 30 rounds of ammunition. Although he couldn't use this thing anymore, and had the assault rifle as a better use for it, but after all, it was the first straw he got when he came to this world, and it was good to keep it as a souvenir. He had to create a safe train of his own as soon as possible. Otherwise at this point, if he encountered another wave of corpses forming an encirclement, he would probably have to disconnect all the carriages and run away. If the train is strong enough, what's the point of running away? Slaughter them all, and you might be able to pop a lot of goodies. Chapter 20, Biao. Are we still running? And at this point, outside the train, the 10 thugs who were on patrol, 3 of the men were gathered in a corner whispering and discussing something. Master Mang asked the 10 of them to choose for themselves who would be the head. At this time has been elected. Is that between the 3 men and the leader? A full-bodied cross-flesh face and scars look not good to mess with the strong man. The three of them had known each other. Originally was a train fighter, and then went out to collect supplies, encountered monsters, panicked, fleeing under the master of Ko and kidnapped into slavery. This time by the master of Mang, selected to become a fighters. In the other two original minions of the flanking, naturally became the head of the other fighters. I've only just been elected and haven't had a chance to go to Master Mang to report this. Pio, a skinny boy beside him, with a somewhat worried look on his face, looked at the train beside him, and then came over to Biao's side and whispered, "Are we still running? The conductor this time looks younger than me. Can we rely on him?" The original plan of the three of them was to find a way to escape when that train of Master Koan went to the ruins of a certain city, and for this reason they had been keeping an extremely low profile, but they just didn't think that the plan could not catch up with the changes. Master Quinn became Master Mang all of a sudden. In turn, the three of them were chosen to be the hitters. Run? This is called Biao Brothers Strong Man. Some slight hesitation. They have now become a fighter, and he is still a small leader. To put it bluntly, that is equivalent to the train third handle. Still want to run? The whole world had become like this. Where could he run? Even if he ran back to the original train, he was just the most ordinary hitman, with no status or power at all. Of course, the original train had been filled with over 30 fighters, and was already a level 2 train, considerably larger and safer than this one of Master Mang. He was a construction site foreman, hand with a vote of brothers, are doing manual labor, with a handful of strength. After the end comes, after a bout of panicked fleeing for survival, he was lucky enough to obtain a train order, and with more than 30 brothers under his hand, he also had ambitions to create an absolutely safe train. Outcome: before the initial energy stone ran out, he himself had personally taken on the battlefield, and did not manage to get 7,100 units of iron ore, did not upgrade to a level 2 train to build a manufacturing platform, and eventually the train broke down and became scrap metal in the wasteland, and just looking for mines in the vast wasteland took him a lot of time. He later realized that many people would not activate the train order the first time after obtaining it, but would first pull a team, and only after pulling a team and finding a remote enough iron ore mine in the wild, would they start to activate the train to build a pickaxe production line and dig mines quickly, so as to upgrade the train to level 2 in the shortest possible time, or maybe accumulating iron ore ahead of time by trading, looting, etc. And someone in one of the trains runs off with the resources and then comes out solo, etc. The latter was experienced, and another train order was obtained. This time, he had risen to level 2, but he was nearly wiped out in a wave of corpses, and in the end, only the three of them escaped from the gang, and so on. Since then, his dream of becoming a train conductor has been put to an end. Not everyone is fit to be a train conductor. The best place for people like them would probably be to follow a conductor strong enough to be a hitman. They've followed a couple of conductors since then, and they've ended up either being annexed or perished. Piao's face was tangled in deep thought for a long time without speech. At the beginning, in the train of Master Koan intended to escape because the treatment of slaves is too low. They certainly do not want to be slaves, but the rise is also hopeless. He had no access to the conductor and assistant conductor. As for saying that to the beaters, it was purely because they felt they had been beaten up less. But now, he had become the head of the beaters on Master Mang's train. To put it badly, it was the biggest official he had ever held, and even if he ran away, he would have to continue to hide in the ruins of the city or become a fighter again. It wouldn't be any better than it was now. What's more, although Master Mang was young, but acted quite decisive and steady, from the beginning in the 7th slave carriage, Master Mang then stormed out to kill. He could see that this person was sensible. At that time it seemed to be just a straw mat thing, but in fact, that was just a beginning, and ambitious enough to take the best seat in the carriage even as a slave. In fact, at first, as long as Master Mang didn't hog that straw mattress, there wouldn't have been anything behind it at all. What's more, Piao looked down at the Tunglong assault rifle in his hand. This was not something that could be built by a level 1 train. He had briefly been a train conductor for a while, and he still had a pretty good idea of what could be built by a level 1 train. It wasn't snatched from the Quinjet train either, or it couldn't have done any damage to the Quinjet. Master Mang has his own chances. In the wilderness, a good conductor must fulfill one of 3 conditions. Competence. As long as the luck is good, anyone can become a train conductor. It does not mean that this train conductor has the ability. He has met many train conductors who have no sense of the big picture. There is even the kind of train conductor who simply does not want to let the women become slaves, and all the women are their own harem, resulting in the collection of resources to obtain the speed of acquisition is extremely slow, and in the end, the self-defeating. Second, there is opportunity. Even if you don't have any ability, but if you have enough chances, you can pick up a high enough grade of carrier parts blueprints when you walk a road. Then even a brainless little cutie. I'm not sure if you're a brainless little cutie, but you can still be a bit of a dandy for a while. Third, there are means. If you don't have enough means, and you don't know how to manage at all, and you don't even know when you've been hollowed out. It's only a matter of time before the people below you turn against you or run away with the resources. As long as you have any one point is enough, and it seems that all 3 points are not lacking in Master Mang. The ability naturally need not be mentioned. The chance from the assault rifle in his hand and the train head that has countless cogs of the Blood Bowl. This he does not know what it is, but certainly is not a low-grade carry or accessories. Can be seen for a moment or two. As for the means, from the beginning of the slave carriage's performance, he knew that with this kind of person holding the field, it would be difficult for the people below to oppose, nor would they dare to do so. It will be snuffed out at the first sign of trouble. Analyze it carefully. Master Mang is probably one of the most qualified conductors they've come across. Diao thought deeply for a long time before taking a deep breath and looking up at his 2 workers who have been with him for a long time, and at the sight of the look in the eyes of the 2 men, he froze slightly, and then couldn't help but laugh and curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the 2 of you are saying out of your mouths and what you're thinking in your hearts are fundamentally different. Although these 2 were asking him if he wanted to run, what was shown in their eyes was clearly that they didn't want to run, and it was obvious that these 2 also felt that it was good to follow Master Mang. Hey! The skinny black boy who spoke up at the beginning somewhat awkwardly wrapped his arms tightly around the assault rifle in his arms. Brother Biao, look at this. It's a fully automatic rifle. In the past, we used to carry small pistols, and when we went out to collect supplies and slaves, when we encountered the slightest danger, we had to run. Now with this guy, when you meet 10 or 8 zombies, you don't have to be afraid. Okay, at the end of the day, what's the big guy figure? Isn't it just a little bit of security and a better life? With this guy in hand, that security is rubbing off. But don't worry Brother Biao, both of us are listening to you. If you just say run, we will definitely still run with you. Chapter 21, The First Supermodel Effect. Phew. Biao's face was serious as he took another deep breath before he seriously said, since we all have the same opinion, then we won't run away and follow Master Mang at ease. With Master Mang's means and chance, he might even become a level 3 train in the future. What's more, there are nearly 100 slaves here. You all know very well that with 100 slaves in the opening game, how fast is the speed of acquiring resources? Every day you can get nearly 1,000 units of iron ore. You can't even use up the resources. But in the future, all listen to me and keep the blah 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 to a minimum. No one likes cliques from those below them. I'll definitely cover you too. But you two usually talk over your heads. And don't get too close to me on weekdays, lest people mistake you two for only listening to me and no one else. Especially, don't look back at me when Master Mang is giving you two your orders. Understand? At the mention of this, Biao was a bit angry. The reason he was so ostracized in the last train was because the deputy conductor had given this black boy an assignment when the three of them first joined in. Manhwa is this skinny black boy. This black child stood still then and didn't even move, only looking back at him as if waiting for him to give him permission. At that time, he thumped inwardly and felt that it was over. And as expected, although the deputy conductor didn't say anything, the most dangerous tasks after that, without exception, fell on him. If he didn't have a knack for saving his life, the grass would be 3 meters high in his grave. If he didn't know that Manhwa didn't mean it, he would have wanted to get Manhwa killed. It wasn't a deliberate attempt to give him an eyeful. Understood. Understood. Manhwa lowered his head in some shame and muttered, I didn't think so much at that time. I just arrived at an unfamiliar environment. I was a bit afraid to act rashly, and I thought of letting you, Brother Biao, hold the door for me. Definitely not this time. Now that there's a decision, Biao patrol up also more serious. After all, he is not only just for the Mang Master's cell life, but also for their own lives. Once he neglected his duties. When the zombies formed an encirclement, he realized that the death of not only the Mang Master, the same also have him. In the wilderness, the whole train is a community of interest. Negligence on the part of any one person could put the entire train in jeopardy. At the same time, he was still thinking about a problem. After all, he has only just been promoted, has not yet gone to find Master Mang to report on this matter. Since he has decided to follow Master Mang to seriously mix, then how to make Master Mang trust himself is a problem he must think about. He inclined his head thoughtfully to look at one of the thugs not far away who was glaring at him with a defiant look on his face. A thug who now looked defiant after failing to compete with him for the top spot earlier. If he could find a way to incite this person to start a rebellion, and then he strangled this person to death in the first place, wouldn't he be able to step on this person to get to the top? Soon he shook his head again to put the idea behind him. It was too dangerous. If anything went wrong, he would have to die along with him. Ugh! He then sighed lightly again and turned his head to look at the train behind him, hoping that Master Mang could quickly rise to a level 2 train. After all, a level 1 train without any offensive accessories still gave too weak a sense of security. Even though he had already decided to follow Master Mang to hang out, this level 1 train was still a bit lacking in peace of mind. The only offensive carrier accessories currently available are that one heavy machine gun, and the car blade. He knew that he had obtained this white accessory before, and had leveled it up to 2, but it wasn't very useful, and could only deal with small waves of corpses. Hey, thinking of this, Diao suddenly slightly stunned. I do not know whether it is his illusion. How to feel that this train's car blade than his previous train's car blade to blade is thinner. The blade surface is a little wider it? Quickly he shook his head, not thinking much about it. It should be a misremembering. After all, it was already the beginning of the doomsday when he built the white accessory of car blade, and his memory was already fuzzy. And inside the train room, Chen Mang looked out the window at the sky, and then looked at the wall clock inside the train room. It was already 10 o'clock at night, so he could let the slaves come up and get ready to rest, get a night's rest and resume digging in the morning. And at this point, he realized through the information on the beginner's guide that the resources in each mine were limited, but after they were dug up, it would take several days for the resources in that mine to grow again. He had gone down to the mine, and according to his estimation, there shouldn't be any problem for this mine to be enough for him to mine for 10 days and half a month. Of course, this is the optimal case. It would take 10 days and half a month for no one to bother him, but that was obviously not very realistic, and there might be a wave of corpses or some other train coming to take this mine from him tomorrow. If he trains firepower enough, naturally he doesn't need to think about it. But, Chen Mang bit his fingernail, looking at the console in front of him in deep thought. He had the habit of biting his fingertips as soon as he thought about a problem, except that he never showed it in front of outsiders, and this action was still a bit too embarrassing. That's all. After about a couple of minutes had passed, the slaves also returned from the mines, and after receiving a share of food and water in turn, they returned to the slave carriages in an orderly fashion, ready to sleep. At the same time all the iron ore that was dug back was surrendered. Together with his existing 250 units of iron ore, it was exactly 700 units of iron ore. The slaves had been digging for most of the day in total. It was good to have this much harvest. It looked like quite a hard work. It was kind of like the first day of the job. Perform well. When all the iron ore was piled up in the No. 2 cargo car, Chen Mang looked at the 800 units of iron ore displayed in the train panel and nodded with satisfaction. He planned to stop moving this iron ore and use it to upgrade to a level 2 train. But just then, he suddenly saw a line of information on the beginner's guide. The beginner's guide was a red button on the console that, when pressed, brought up a series of messages on the screen inside the control room about how to become a competent train conductor so that the new train conductor wouldn't be a clueless person. Of course this information is some of the more basic information. This message is, all carrier accessories unlock the first supermodel effect when they reach level 5. Chen Mang looked at this message slightly stunned. The higher the grade, the higher the upgrade ceiling of the carrier accessories, and like many white and green accessories, the ceiling is not 5 levels at all. This message cannot be used in a short period of time at all. It is not useful. But, he's got this little plugin called Unlimited Upgrades. If a white carrier accessory was leveled up to 5 by him, would it have this supermodel effect? It's a moot point. He did some math. His white carrier accessory vehicle blade was now level 3, and upgrading from level 1 to level 2 consumed 100 units of iron ore, and upgrading from level 2 to level 3 consumed 200 units of iron ore. Based on 100 units of iron ore per level, 700 units of iron ore are needed to level up to 5, and he just happens to have 700 units of iron ore right now. If he tries, he might upgrade the train to level 2 a day late, but if he doesn't make the attempt, he might not be able to sleep tonight. Chen Mang looked expressionlessly at the message on the beginner's guide in front of him. He knew that there were always many temptations along the way, and he had only just made up his mind to save all of his iron ore for train upgrades. That's where the temptation comes in. But, who could bear this? Although upgrading the train to level 2 was also important, but if he could have an overmolded effect by upgrading the car blade to level 5, then this overmolded effect could totally make the car blade more powerful, and having a powerful offensive accessory would help him a lot too. And this experiment will also affect his future resource allocation priorities. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Mang quickly made his choice. In this wilderness that could be dangerous at any time, it was still a bit more important to have strong enough offensive accessories. Not to mention that even if the white carrier didn't have an overmodel effect, then the level 5 car blade was considered to be a good offensive carrier accessory. Upgrade the white vehicle accessory vehicle blade to level 5. Chapter 22, Master Quinn's Strict Selection. The next moment, the 700 units of iron ore stored in the No. 2 cargo compartment instantly turned into powder and merged into the interior of the compartment, while Chen Mang was the first to step out of the train room and look at the car blades on both sides of the compartment. At a glance, the most obvious change, it was that the blade was thinner, the blade surface was wider, the blade surface came to 70 centimeters from the original 50 centimeters, and the attack range was significantly improved. In addition to that, there were 2 more lines of small letters on the white carrier accessory car blade panel. Level 5 Supermodel Effect, the blade can be operated at high speed. PS, when this accessory reaches level 10, it gains a second supermodel effect, can be run at high speed? Chen Mang looked towards the small line of words, the first supermodel effect he possessed, and nodded thoughtfully, while at the same time, he meditatively sensed an additional button within the train room console deep within his mind, and subconsciously pressed this button after, only to see the blades on both sides of the carriages of the stellar train suddenly began to rotate around the carriages at a rapid speed, and even a distinct air-braking sound could be heard. Nice guy. Chen Mang looked at the scene in front of him in a trance for a moment before he couldn't help but grin. The blades that were like circles were speeding around the sides of the train so that even if it was a non-traveling process, the lethality caused by this accessory would be very high. If it was traveling, it would have caused more kills. If the wheels and other things were upgraded to ensure that they could move forward in the harsh environment without any risk of overturning and jamming the wheels, then even if more zombies came, it would be as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. There's no need to worry about any corpse wave at all. Those 700 units of iron ore weren't spent in vain. They worked well. It was only after studying and understanding that Chen Mang made the blade stop spinning and retracted it back into the carriage, although he wasn't sure exactly where such a wide blade was being retracted to. But, whatever, it's nice. Only after doing this was Chen Mang contentedly returned to his train's interior, ready to fall asleep. The steel door to his train room, which could only be opened with his consent, was theoretically absolutely safe to live in, but of course, if it was the kind of danger that could directly overpower an entire train, there wasn't much point in living in the train room. The wilderness. Biao Zi, who was about to go to the deputy conductor to report, looked at this scene and remained expressionless and silent for a long time before withdrawing his eyes. If anything, before, he thought it might have been his memory that was skewed, but now he could be sure of one thing, that is, this car blade of Master Mang's is definitely not the same thing as the one he used to build. At least his car blade is not this thin, the surface of the blade is not this wide, and it doesn't turn. The power of the spinning blade had risen by more than one step. Just then, Haiwa suddenly jogged over from the side, somewhat out of breath and said urgently, "Brother Biao, today is the first time that this batch of slaves were taken over by Master Mang to go digging in the mines, and a lot of the processes are imperfect. There are no specific statistics on how much or each person has dug. 4 or 5 slaves reported 2 women who didn't dig the whole time, just stayed and chatted, and ended up receiving the same food as them." Feeling a little disconcerted, those 2 women were Master Quin's original women, hiding in the head of the train at first. Then after the battle was over, they were taken down there to dig. Then these 2 women jumped out and said they wanted to be Master Mang's women, and told me that they wanted to see Master Mang, and told me not to delay, or else when they both became the conductor's wives in the future, there would be no good fruit for the 2 of us to eat. What's the deal, Pio? It's... Brother Biao's brows furrowed slightly, and he didn't dare to delay at that moment. Bring those 2 women here, and go find the deputy conductor together. These 2 women he knows. Indeed, a little bit of posture, body is also good, which in the end of the day is a scarce commodity. To put it badly, there is really a great opportunity to become the conductor's wife, in case the disposition is not proper. Later will really be worn shoes. After all, it's also Master Quin's strict choice. It can't be bad in every way. Inside the No. 3 living compartment, the old pig who was burying his head in organizing the various processes of the organization, looked forward to the report of Biao, and noticed the 2 women whose eyes were full of condescension, slightly stunned, and immediately did not dare to delay. Take a few people along the inside of the car and walk to the connection between cargo car number 2 and the head of the train. Old pig knocked on the train door before whispering, "Brother Mang, there's something I need you to take care of." Next moment, Madaka, the steel door was opened. Chen Mang, who was about to fall asleep, opened the steel door and looked at the line of people standing in front of him, sweeping them one by one before saying, "What is it?" "This is Pio." Old pig first let out Biao Zi beside him and introduced him in a low voice. That is, the leader he chose for himself among the 10 fighters this time. "Hello Master Mang." Biao Zi's body stood up extremely straight, and his face was serious and respectful as he roared at the top of his lungs. "Aha." Chen Mang nodded, looked up and down at Biao Zi and said with a smile, "Qi and blood is quite sufficient. The end of the day can have this kind of qi and blood. It seems that usually eat well. In the past it was not quite like a slave. In the future, do a good job." "What are these 2 women in the back for?" Old pig glanced at Biao Zi, who instantly understood and stepped forward, telling the ins and outs in sufficiently concise language. After listening to all the ins and outs, Chen Mang's face instantly darkened. His face looked at the 2 women standing behind the old pig with an ugly expression. "Do you mean that these 2 slaves? A little bit of mine didn't dig in the afternoon today?" Being a slave and not digging, just eating the old man's food. The old man doing charity. Time is money. In other words, he lost a full dozen units of iron ore. Master Mang. Si Chen Mang seems to be a little angry. One of the more voluptuous body shape of the woman, immediately piled up on the face is full of red dust flavor of the delicate smile, came up to grab Chen Mang's corner, whispered pampered, men and women are different. Mang master, digging this kind of thing of course is supposed to be a man to do it. You look at our little hands, so delicate, how can we go to digging? It'll blister your hands. And everyone is good at different things. Not everyone is good at digging, and even if we went digging, the output would be nowhere near as good as those men. But we're pretty good elsewhere. As the woman's fingers slowly slid across Chen Mang's chest, her eyes were filled with spring water, and her words were filled with innuendo, her voice soft enough to whisper, we sisters are very strenuous, Master Mang, and in the past, Master Cohen was also very distressed by the two of us. Chen Mang, who originally wanted to get angry, suddenly became somewhat thoughtful at the words and inclined his head to look at Old Pig. Indeed it makes sense. Even inside an ant colony there is a difference between worker ants and queen ants. Everyone really has to do their own job to be able to do so. It's still more productive to do what you're good at. Chapter 23, he needs a little spiritual food. This way, after pondering for a while, Chen Mang instructed, take these two women down to wash them briefly with water. Don't use more than you need. And then tomorrow morning tell all the slaves that whoever digs the most tomorrow will be able to prioritize picking one of these two women to spend the night with. The one that comes in second place chooses the other one. And then aren't there several women among our slaves? So tomorrow we'll carefully count the number of them digging. And if they're far less efficient than the others, we don't need to let them dig. Just join the logistics team as well. Understood. Old Pig nodded with a serious face and pulled out a small book from his arms, recording Chen Mang's orders on the book before the two women were brought down by a few thugs. Chen Mang also did not talk too much with this new head of the fighters, just simply chatted for a few sentences, and after knowing the other party's name, he also let Old Pig and Biaozi retreat. His first impression of Biaozi was that he was quite chi and bloodied, full of horizontal meat, and looked quite hard. Only after the two left, Chen Mang lay on the bed in the train room. Some mouth licked the corner of the mouth, sighed softly, so want to sleep before a cigarette he needs a little spiritual food. But he hadn't found a single cigarette at all from the head of that train of Master Quin's. The guy was surprisingly a non-smoker. He'd have to make a trip to the ruins of the city to see if he could find a little cigarette when the train got up to level 2. As for the solution to the physical needs of the woman, wait until he found a cigarette. After all, there is no aftermath of the existence of smoke. Completely unable to raise interest, lest the most critical link of the room is no fun to speak of. In a daze, he drifted off to sleep. It was his 4th day in this world, and on this night he slept a little more soundly than the previous 3. He had a lot of dreams. There are images of him spiritedly maneuvering the train as it roars across the moors with impunity. There are also images of the train encountering a wave of corpses and everyone being buried in the mouths of the corpses. There are also images of henchmen betraying and ending up alone. There's even footage of him maneuvering the train into the air for miles and miles. Rustle, sha 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 sha. In a daze, Chen Mang was awakened by a murmur of noise, opened his eyes and saw that outside the train room there was a lot of rainwater hitting the glass making a pattering sound. It's raining. After the thought flashed through his mind, he rolled over on his soft bed and continued to return to dreamland. Feeling more sleepy, for some reason, rainy days always gave a person a suitable feeling for sleeping, but immediately after, suddenly he seemed to hear something not quite in time, like animal hissing. The next moment, Chen Mang instantly wake up, sleepy from the bed, jumped up, standing on the train console to look around, only to see the dark rainy night can vaguely see a group of wolf-like creatures have been surrounded by the train in the middle, constantly hissing in a low voice, although did not launch an attack, but they have already been caught in the encirclement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His face changed slightly, and he immediately sat on the console. His mind and the train became one, along with the roar of the engine at the head of the train. The sense of thrust gradually increased, and the train began to move forward in the dark and rainy night, and at the same time, the level 5 car blades around the carriages also extended and began to rotate at a high speed. The breaking sound of the car blade mixed with the low growl of the wolf-like monster made the originally calm rainy night instantly become heavy with killing opportunities. Immediately after, the speed of the train gradually accelerated, and those wolf-like creatures didn't dare to block the train with their bodies at all, fleeing towards the sides. However, stab! The blades of the car rotating at high speeds on both sides cut any approaching hungry wolves in two. After the speed of the train was pulled to its peak, Chen Mang did not flee far away. There was his mine here. He had to guard this place. It was impossible to flee too far away. Moreover, he took a look at these hungry wolves. There were only 20 to 30 of them, far from being as horrifying as the wave of corpses, and it was not an existence that couldn't be dealt with. In terms of speed, these hungry wolves are far inferior to the train, although more agile. Under Chen Mang's maneuvering of the train with several impacts, it was soon. The last hungry wolf was buried in the rainy night. After the crisis is lifted, only then did Chen Mang slowly stop the train, leaving the train room to walk into the rainy night to come to a hungry wolf carcass, expressionless head down and surveyed. And at this time, the old pig, Diao Zi and a crowd of fighters also rushed down from the No. 3 living car with weapons, surrounded Chen Mang around the vigilance of the surroundings. Master Mang. Chen Mang was silent and didn't speak. He just looked down at this hungry wolf corpse at the bottom of his feet. He had seen this kind of monster in the beginner's guide. It was a zombie wolf, basically a level 1 monster that mainly eats carrion corpses in the wilderness on weekdays, such as zombie corpses, human corpses, and corpses of other monsters. The aggressiveness is not very strong, although it is a group of creatures, but not as exaggerated as the tide of corpses. The number of up to not more than 100, even if he was not awakened. These hungry wolves took the train did not have to break the defense. It is difficult to tear open the train's iron skin. But, this incident gave him a wake-up call. The train is in urgent need of radar and other carrier accessories. Now there is no way for the time being. Then also need to have someone to keep watch at night. This time there is no danger. The next time in case it is a wave of corpses, surrounded by a tide of corpses. It was questionable whether the train could even start up successfully. The rotation of the car blade was supported by the energy stone in the train's head. Although it didn't consume much, it couldn't do it all the time, and along with the passage of time, they would definitely be trapped by the tide of corpses. Pio. Chen Mang stood in the dark and rainy night, inclined his head to look at Diao Zi who said softly, arrange for a few people to keep watch at night. The next time we encounter this kind of situation, you and I may have to die here. Yes, this sort of thing won't happen again. Diao Zi some shameful low hoarse voice said. He actually arranged for people to keep watch. Only the other fighters a bit not listen to his call. He can only arrange for his own people Haiwa to go to the night watch. But who knows that this mother asterisk or ing even fell asleep. He really can't say this matter. To say it out of the black child's life may not be guaranteed. Then only he can take the blame. Although Master Mang hadn't ordered it in the first place. This kind of thing was something that he, the leader of the beaters, should have arranged himself. Just then, Old Pig stepped forward and squatted in the rainwater to pick up a piece of crumbled wolf meat and smelled it before his brows suddenly furrowed somewhat uneasily. Brother Mang, the situation is a bit not quite right. Normally speaking, this kind of zombie wolf is a kind of monster that is easy to bully in the wilderness. They usually don't go too deep into the wilderness, and basically roam around in the ruins of the city, looking for some rotten corpses to eat. Unless it's some seriously injured or seriously ill-aged zombie wolf that will be driven deeper into the wilderness by the pack. But these zombie wolves are all very healthy, prime-aged zombie wolves, and by all rights, they shouldn't be in this location. Unless, more horrible monsters have appeared in the ruins of the nearest city around here, causing them to have to relocate. But if that were to happen, the survivors of this city would be in danger. Perhaps by now around the city, there are already quite a few survivors who have begun to flee. But the wasteland on a rainy night can only be a grave for them. These survivors usually hide deep in the ruins of the city and are hard to find. At this point a train may have already gone ahead to receive this group of survivors. Chapter 24, Now. Everyone, down the mine. If we go now, we might be able to catch some of the survivors fleeing from the ruins of the city as well. No. Chen Mang stood in the dark and rainy night, looking towards the far-reaching wilderness, and shook his head. Not to wade into this mess. Continue to rest tonight. Diao Zi. You stay on watch, get up early in the morning and dig for minerals. I don't want any moths to appear before the train rises to level 2. Trains are only initially qualified to make their way through the wasteland when they reach level 2. Trains prior to this can only be considered juvenile, with hardly any offensive accessories not to mention many key accessories such as high beams, none of which are currently on in the train. The generator and circuit system were built, but there were no extra energy stones. Without high beams, traveling at high speeds in the dark and rainy night was a dangerous thing to do, not much different from playing parkour with his eyes closed. And just now when he maneuvered the train to kill those zombie wolves by using the car blade, he was trying to control the speed of the train as much as possible. But nonetheless, it made him a little slightly nervous, and it was dangerous to only be able to lock onto a target by the faint moonlight. Just then, suddenly there was a faintly audible sound of DJ music in the distance. The decibel was rapidly rising, and at the same time, a train like a long dragon could be vaguely seen in the dark and rainy night in the distance, guided by 2 pillars of light, rapidly approaching towards their position. All aboard, prepare for battle. Chen Mang's face changed slightly, and immediately ran quickly towards the head of the train, while all the fighters also returned to their positions at the first time, ready to fight, and the raincloth on the heavy machine gun above his head was lifted, and the car blades on both sides of the carriage began to rotate rapidly. But he was just about to start the train when the train with the deafening DJ sound was already in front of them, with no intention of slowing down, except that it didn't come crashing down on them either, but just brushed past them and headed further away at full speed. The train also signaled by sounding its horn 3 times as it passed them. Chen Meng's face was a little ugly as he looked toward the train that had already drifted away in the rainy night until its back was completely invisible. The other party did not seem to have any malicious intent at all, or perhaps they were in a hurry to head to the ruins of the city. But, as he brushed past him, he saw that the train possessed a full 13 carriages, and the armor on each of them was the same as the armor on the head of that train of Master Quin's, which was obviously the green-grade carrier accessory compartment steel armor. That bit of armor alone requires a full 1.3W units of iron ore. On top of that, that train had 2 heavy machine guns on top of each car, and on top of the train's head there were 2 machine guns that just looked extremely powerful, with a caliber as thick as a grown man's small arm. It was the strongest train he had ever seen. It was much stronger than Kun's train, and the firepower at a glance didn't look like it was on the same level, so he was even more outmatched. Plus the other side of that high beam, stereo, and a host of other life accessories have all been built long ago as well. Maybe it's the only train like this that can barge around in the wilderness with a DJ blaring so recklessly. His already urgent mood became even more urgent at the sight of this scene. He had to get as much iron ore as he could. He had to make the train like that. He had to be like that train. He could roar forward across the wasteland with impunity and arrogance. That's all. There were some hiccups, but the second half of the night passed peacefully. At the dawn of the day, all the slaves were driven down the slave carriages, and each person received a food before Chen Meng stood at the top of the train, looking down at the ragged slaves below, and a group of fighters such as the old pig stood in front of a group of slaves holding a gun with an icy face, and he paused for a few moments before taking a deep breath and then yelling high up, "My name is Chen Meng, and I'm also your conductor. Here are 2 white and freshly washed women who used to be Master Cohen's women, and Master Cohen is your former conductor, and whoever digs the most today of all people will get to pick one of these 2 women. The second ranked picks the one that's left, and the top 3 in the rankings have hot buns and squash to eat. I have only one thing to ask of you, dig enough iron ore for me. Whoever digs more iron ore, I'll give him a good face, and whoever cheats for me, I'll chop him into 9 pieces. Now, everyone, down the mine." Perhaps Master Cohen rarely gave this group of slaves to do mobilization work before, or perhaps these slaves really have not touched a woman for a long time. At this time a lot of slaves' eyes really bright up. Wolf down the food in hand stuffed into the mouth. After carrying a pickaxe rushed into the mine. It's not just a woman's problem. For a lot of slaves, no one really thinks about women when survival is hardly guaranteed. But, this is Master Cohen's woman. But that Master Cohen's woman who used to bully them all the time. This is different. This is not just a woman's problem. But there is a vague feeling of revenge. It's the same reason why ancient rebels always loved their royal concubines when they kill their way into the palace. Admittedly, the imperial concubine probably did have a bit of poise, but it was the feeling brought on by that contrast in status that was the truly disabling presence. Normally, an average adult can produce 1 unit of iron ore every hour of mining. This is the output is not fixed. In fact, the logic of mining is, swinging a pickaxe on the ore a certain number of times will drop an iron ore. Except that most adults take an hour to complete this count. If the physical strength is strong enough, or if they used to do the job of demolishing walls, have experience in swinging hammers, and have enough speed in swinging pickaxes, then the speed of outputting a unit of iron ore can be shortened to 50 minutes or even 40 minutes. But has been constantly swinging a pickaxe is actually a very laborious work, if not previously engaged in hard labor, not to mention the dry day, dozens of minutes to dry arms sore. Basically the average is about the same. The only way to be number 1, besides whirling a little harder, is to extend your hours. And the train. The 2 women standing behind Chen Meng also barely managed to squeeze out a more flirtatious smile, motivating the group of slaves. It wasn't the result they were most happy with. What they wanted was to be Mrs. Conductor. But, a lot of things don't change by one's will, and all they can do at this point is to hold the job as well as they can, lest they lose value. On a train, losing value is basically the same as losing your life. Now it's not bad. At least it only serves one man. At least it's better than digging. Really let them both go to dig 10 hours a day to mine. They can't stand it, and they're not used to it. After all, when they used to be the conductor's wife, they were used to being relaxed. Chen Meng, who stood at the top of the train, rubbed his throat and looked towards the slaves who were running wildly towards the mines, and the group of fighters below him, and inwardly pondered. I also don't know if there are any mechanized mining carrier parts in the future. People are still a bit inefficient. There isn't much moldy bread left in the train stockpile at the moment. The creation of the moldy bread slices production line requires the consumption of 100 moldy bread slices, so you can't use up all the bread slices and build them for the moldy bread slices production line later. it's just that he's more curious. He had the bread slices to build the moldy bread slices production line because he had seized Master Koan's resources. So where did the bread slices come from for the others to build the production line? Or were the bread slices collected from the city's ruins also available as consumables? He didn't think much about that. Instead, he immediately walked to the No. 3 living compartment and consumed 100 slices of bread to build that white grade carrier accessory moldy sliced bread production line, about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. Not too big of an assembly line. Up to this point, his stellar train, another basic life accessory, and the panel of this accessory surfaced in front of him. Chapter 25, Built-in Fire Control System. Name of accessory, moldy bread slices production line. Accessory grade, white. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, for every 1 unit of iron ore consumed, 10 slices of moldy bread can be created. Upgrade requirements, 100 units of iron ore. Chen Mang looked at this panel expressionlessly. He finally knew why Master Koan was not willing to feed his slaves on weekdays. It wasn't that he intentionally mistreated his slaves, but this moldy slice of bread isn't cheap either. 10 slices of moldy bread require a full 1 unit of iron ore. Each slave would have to be 10 slices a day according to the tube, and he had 81 slaves in total, which meant that the daily expense of bread slices for slaves alone would be 81 units of iron ore, which was indeed not a small amount. That Master Koan didn't even bother to build a universal wheel, let alone feed his slaves all the time. After all, it wasn't every day that there was a mine to be mined, and when there wasn't, this could be really pure consumption, so it seemed understandable that only basic food was provided, except for when it was all mined. Quite expensive, but he also did not plan to upgrade this accessory for the time being. Anyway, it's what the slaves eat. It's enough for the time being. The iron ore can't be wasted in this place for the time being. When the train is upgraded to level 2, then upgrade this production line to see if it can become non-moldy. Eat moldy daily. Don't give his slaves all the food out of the disease. Chen Mang then created another production line and placed it in the No. 3 living compartment. Bun production line. To build this production line needs 100 steamed buns. He experimented and found that moldy steamed buns can also be used as consumables. So the captured moldy steamed buns are all used as consumables. Up to this point, the No. 3 living compartment had been piled up to the brim, and besides possessing a bed for the old pig, there were also a kind of pots and pans such as a steamed bread production line, a pure water filter, and a moldy slices of bread production line, and it was also the place where a host of beaters lived. On the other hand, compartment 2 was stacked with large equipment such as pickaxe production line, Tenglong assault rifle production line, or resources, and heavy machine gun bullets. Chen Mang once again looked at the panel of the steamed bun production line. Accessory name, steamed bun production line. Accessory grade, white. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, for every 1 unit of iron ore consumed, 1 bun can be created. Upgrade requirements, 100 units of iron ore. Chen Mang sighed lightly. This was his staple food for a long time to come, and it had to be said that the price of steamed buns was much more expensive than that of sliced bread, so he would upgrade it later when he had extra iron ore. So far, the buns plus squash are enough for him too. Only steamed bread production line produced steamed bread is white and fat, and not the kind of moldy, that is to say, Master Koan at that time to his steamed bread, completely is to put moldy. It's worth mentioning, the pure water filter in compartment 3 has never been used so far, and has always used captured mineral water. The effect of this accessory is that it can convert all liquids, such as urine and blood, into pure water, and it also looks like a toilet bowl. He also didn't bother to collect the urine of the slaves. Mainly this thing is only one. He will have to drink the water produced from here in the future as well. It's a bit hard for him to go down. When this batch of slaves come back today, he will upgrade this accessory, and then he will be able to directly produce bottled mineral water. If it becomes expensive to produce a bottle of mineral water, then create another pure water filter specifically to collect urine, etc. For the slaves, after these 3 lines are built, basically the train within the food and drink will be guaranteed. The reason why he did not go last night to get together this hilarious, in addition to his self-awareness to their own train strength to go will not be able to share what the cake, and secondly is that he knows that not every day there are mines to dig. For example, wasn't Master Koan also resting in the wilderness for 3 days at that time before he got information about the coordinates of a mine? When you can have a mine to mine, it's best to think of nothing else and mine in peace, lest you end up with a hammer in the east and a hammer in the west and end up with nothing. And while Chen Mang was inside the train room planning the future of the train, Old Pig was also in carriage 3, planning all the daily processes, things that didn't seem insignificant but were actually important. For example, counting the daily iron ore surrendered by slaves and distributing food, counting inventory, and a host of other processes. As for Diaozi, instead, he led Haiwa and another of his old henchmen, grim-faced, To the thug who had refused his orders yesterday. Last night he had arranged for the other fighters to keep watch, but it turned out that no one listened to his orders, leading to a mistake in the end and leaving him with a not-so-good impression of Master Mang. He's clearly become the head hitter, but there are still people who aren't very convinced by him. So, today, he had to need to completely lay down his authority, or at least not be in a situation where he couldn't make anyone move again. And the way to lay down prestige is simple. Diaozi found a man who clearly showed a sneer last night, and without saying a word, he swung down with a fist, and then brought the two black children directly a punch and kick. When he gave the order last night, everyone else acted as if they hadn't heard it, and this man was the only one who not only pretended not to hear it, but also sneered. Prick? He hits the pricks. Master Mang. And this assassin obviously did not expect. Diaozi several people will be so simple and rough. Hands tightly holding his head on the ground, constantly rolling hysterically high roar. Diaozi he engaged in infighting. Mang Master. Seeing the situation, Diaozi, who was swinging his fist, also subconsciously stopped, and waited for a few breaths to see the wilderness in addition to this prick's high roar, and then there is no other movement, and Master Mang has absolutely no intention of coming out, and immediately grinned, slowly rolled up his own sleeve. The front is an appetizer. Next up is the main course. And, remember to call me Brother Bill from now on. Chen Mang, who was inside the train room, casually swept his eyes at the movement outside the train, and then once again withdrew his sight, continuing to study the beginner's guide on his console, which contained a lot of information that he actually had no access to for the time being. But knowing it ahead of time, you'll know what to expect when you meet him again later. It's just that most of the information is about newbies, and there has been very little information on level 2 trains, or even level 3 trains and above. For example, one of the things he had just learned, one of the buildable accessories unlocked when the train was upgraded to level 2, was the built-in fire control system, a thing that allowed for the placement of muzzle-loading, inward-facing heavy machine guns in various corners of the interior of the carriages. With this thing, with a single movement of his mind, every carbon-based creature in the entire train, except for him, would have to be buried in a pool of blood. It can be described as a train reorganization key, directly replacing batches of people for the beaters and slaves, including the deputy conductor. This thing will also once again reinforce the absolute control of the conductor over the train, including in case the train really suffers a heavy blow and can't move forward, and the enemy has already broken into the interior of the carriages. Then this thing will also serve as the last defense barrier. The more he learned, the more he realized what a luxury it was for Master Koan to have 300 slaves. With Master Koan's strength, he doesn't deserve to own 300 slaves. The daily iron ore output of 300 slaves is about 3,000 units now, and if you can ensure that you can mine every day, you can have a fully equipped level 2 train in a month at the most. However, when he seized Master Koan's remaining resources, he realized that Master Koan's home base is really less pathetic, and I don't know where the iron ore has been wasted. That train is also on not much high-level accessories. It can't be that he has not been able to find the mine. Chapter 26, It's a beautiful plan. Time always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already dark, and this day Chen Mang had spent almost all of it inside the train room studying his beginner's guide, including the train's existing accessories. Since he had the unlimited upgrade plugin, the white-grade carrier accessories were definitely inferior to the higher-grade carrier accessories. After all, his higher-grade carrier accessories could also be upgraded infinitely. He currently only has 2 high-grade carrier accessories, both of which are red. Separate STH, Level 2 Geodesic Furnace and Level 1 Wheel Changer. Both of these accessories are auxiliary types. The former is mainly used for devouring abandoned trains and the like to break them down into iron ore resources, while the latter allows you to change the wheels of your car while traveling so that you can cope with different driving environments. Only, upgrading a core furnace from level 1 to level 2 requires only 100 units of iron ore, but upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires 10,000 units of iron ore, and each upgrade can break down abandoned trains of the corresponding level. Upgrading the wheel changer to level 2 requires 10,000 units of iron ore, and each time you upgrade it, you get one more wheel slot. And according to the information in the beginner's guide, the higher the grade of the carrier accessories, the more resources consumed each time they were upgraded. So the path he had planned for himself was also very clear. In the early stages, when resources were limited, he prioritized upgrading the white-grade carrier accessories. You don't have to go too high either, just upgrade until you have an over-model effect, such as a level 5 car blade, to usher in the first qualitative change. This way, you can get the most out of your boost with the least amount of resources. The effect of the upgrade is then utilized to loot or mine more resources to continually upgrade the train, thus giving those higher-grade carrier accessories enough levels. By then, this train of his is going to see a real qualitative change. It's a beautiful plan. Train interior. Chen Meng sighed long and rubbed his somewhat dry eyes. The plan could be said to have no problems at all. It was the process that was a bit of a long way to go. After all, it was not like he was playing a game that would give him enough time to develop, and the accidents that might occur all the time would interfere with his development plan. All he could do was try to avoid a few surprises and try to develop at ease when he could. And at this point, the last slave also got out of the mine. This time the digging had been well over 10 hours, basically around 12 hours. The longest one had been digging for 14 hours, far more than he expected. He laughed lightly and instantly got up and walked out of the train room, looking over at the old pig guarding the entrance of the train and waving his hand. Gather all the slaves. Understood. Old pig respectfully nodded his head in response, and handed over the long-prepared list in his hand. Master Meng, this is the digging ranking of all slaves today. The color of the night. Chen Meng stood alone against the wind at the top of the train, while a crowd of ragged slaves gathered below with eyes full of anticipation. It may seem crowded, but it still creates a strong sense of isolation in the vast wilderness. The fighters also stood around with guns in hand to guard against possible dangers. There will be no slaves escaping in the wilderness. Everyone gathered together is still a bit of a sense of security. Once they fall alone on their own legs, it is impossible to run out of the wilderness in this life. That sense of near death will make people feel what is the real despair. People, wherever they are pack animals. Even as slaves, a bunch of people staying together as slaves is better than being alone in the wilderness. Chen Meng swept past everyone, feeling the night breeze that carried a hint of coolness, and looked at the list in his hands for a moment before he couldn't help but smile. Everyone has performed very well today, and the one with the least amount of digging has dug up 11 pieces of iron ore. Great! The most gratifying thing for me was that none of you swung for the fences because you had no hope of contending for first place. Everyone worked hard. The ceiling of a team is often determined by the shortcomings, and I hope that all of you will keep up this rate of digging in the future and strive to get to the next level. Everyone add 2 more slices of bread for today's evening snack. Other than that, first place, Zhang Haoping, today's digging number 20. Step forward and I'll take a look. The words fell. A black-chapped middle-aged man in the crowd immediately walked out from the crowd, stood in the open space and looked up at Chen Meng. Some naive whispered, Master Meng, it's me, pretty good. Chen Meng looked up and down this man, can vaguely see in the night color this man legs are trembling, looks really a little today exhausted, smiled and waved his hand. According to my prior agreement, you choose one of these 2 women. This man who looks a bit naive almost without any hesitation pointed to one of the tall women. Some excited grinned, Mang Master, I want this pussy. Hi Lu, I like. There was a low chuckle from the crowd, only no one dared to say anything either. This night is yours. Chen Meng waved his hand, and the tall woman standing in front of the group of slaves immediately took a cat step all the way to the naive man, and bowed down, rubbing her nose against the man's forehead with a smile in her voice. Still strong? There. The originally exhausted man straightened up almost instantly, his voice rasping with anticipation. I have nothing on my body but a handful of brute strength. Chen Meng smiled at the situation and didn't say anything more, just looked at the list in his hands and continued. Second place, Kuei Li, 16 digs today. The rest of this is yours tonight. And, if during the next 5 days all can still maintain a minimum daily digging of 11, all will still be guaranteed 5 slices of bread a day when there is no ore to be mined. And if all can maintain a minimum daily digging of 12, 1 more carriage will be added to this. The words fell. The crowd once again came a leap of excitement high roar. This is a tangible realization of the benefits of each person. Each additional carriage meant that it could be quite a bit more spacious, and you no longer had to curl up in a ball to sleep at night. And then you didn't have to worry about slaves going to the bathroom stepping over you. After doing this, Chen Meng just walked under the roof of the car. Biao Zi, who was standing at the side, immediately waved his hand to distribute today's dinner. Each slave was given 2 extra slices of bread, while the top 3 were given hot steamed buns and squash separately. Master Meng, old pig, who stood waiting below, lamented with a somewhat saddened expression on his face. I have to say, many times, women are very good stimulants for mobilizing emotions, but you're generous enough. Master Meng, it's not easy for a normal conductor to distribute a woman of this stature to his men. After all, cosmetics can't be easy to find in Doomsday, and there aren't that many good-looking clean clothes, so this veiled and well-built-looking woman is an absolute rarity in Doomsday. Precious. Chapter 27, Erect a monument to Master Koan and burn incense. Chen Meng inclined his head to look at the old pig and did not say anything more, only patting its shoulder lightly before returning to his train room once again. And those iron ores have long since been moved back to cargo warehouse number 2. Total 1101 units of iron ore, with a total of 81 slaves. To create such a quantity of iron ore in one day is truly overloaded. There's money again. Inside the train room, Chen Meng looked at the number of resources on the train panel and couldn't help but laugh. What women are not women? If those two women can be sold for enough iron ore, he would have sold it. This woman's stuff. That's what happens when you do it too much. Of the 7 carrier accessories necessary for train upgrades at the moment, he only has 2 carrier accessories left to build, which are carriage steel armor and axe production line. It takes at least 1,100 units of iron ore to build both. Just enough. No more, no less. The axe production line builds axes that are used to mine timber, and this line is the same size as the pickaxe production line, which he also placed in cargo compartment number 2. The carriage steel armor consumes 1,000 units of iron ore per carriage to build. He naturally prioritized the train head, accompanied by the iron ore placed in the No. 2 carriage, all of which turned into ashes and merged into the carriage. Chen Mang stepped down from the train room, looked towards the thick layer of armor on the surface of the train head, and nodded his head with a satisfied expression. A tentative knock with his knuckles could be heard as an extremely dull echo. Accessory name, carriage steel armor. Accessory grade, green. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory affected is completely immune to all damage from level 1 bullets and level 1 creatures, and has some defense against level 2 bullets and level 2 creatures. Upgrade requirements, 5,000 units of iron ore. Not bad for something that requires 1,000 units of iron ore to build. Worth the price. Not only does it look like it possesses a sense of security, this panel looks tough enough. Chen Mang stood a few meters away, copied the Tunglong assault rifle in his hand, and aimed at the armor on the head of the train. Chug chug chug. It was only after a barrage of bullets had been exhausted that Chen Mang approached to observe that the armor on the head of the train didn't even have a single dent, only a hint of paint loss, which could be described as absolute and complete immunity. His Tunglong sniper rifle production line was level 1, and the rifles produced were naturally level 1 rifles and level 1 bullets. Even he specifically aimed a half-pike at the glass in the front of the car as well. Still not even a hint of a mark. Although the armor is invisible in front of the glass also shares the strength of the armor. If the steel armor of the carriages outside all the carriages of the entire train is level 2 or even level 3, then even if we meet the wave of corpses again, the train won't be able to break through the defense even if the train doesn't move in place. Great! Chen Mang looked satisfied and nodded. This 1,000 units of iron ore spent is still worth it. It's just that it was spent a little fast. His 81 slaves hummed and puffed for a whole day and he spent it all in a flash. Just 1 unit of iron ore left. It's true that making money is like squeezing toothpaste and spending money is like running water. He was suddenly a bit thankful that he had just crossed over and was kidnapped by Master Cohen to be a slave. Otherwise, if he hadn't had these 81 slaves in the opening, it would have been a difficult day, and he would have had to dig for them himself. Master Cohen is a good man. When we have the chance in the future, we'll erect a monument to Master Cohen and burn incense. Up to this point, the 7 carrier accessories necessary for upgrading a level 1 train had all been built by him, and he was just one final step away from upgrading to a level 2 train. Upgrade requirements, 4 cars, all 7 necessary vehicle parts built, and the locomotive upgraded to level 2, with 5,000 units of level 1 iron ore consumed. He now has a total of 3 carriages. By the time you get 1 more slave carriage and then save up enough 5,000 units of iron ore, you'll have enough to upgrade to a level 2 train. That's 5 days of work if nothing unexpected happens. Everything is going in a good direction, but it also reminded him, after the train is upgraded to level 2, you have to prioritize upgrading the Tinglong assault rifle production line to level 2, so that the Tinglong assault rifle in the future won't be unable to break through the defense when facing the level 1 armor of the other trains. Defense and offense have to work both ways. Tonight is destined to be a night to remember. The slave wagon stinks. The 2 one-night grooms, who had won the day, were also unwilling to take the women back to the slave carriages, but instead ed them on the spot, while the other slaves surrounded them in a constant uproar, which made for quite a scene. There was even an ass push while it lasted. Diaozi and a bunch of other fighters just stood not far away looking at this scene. After a long time, Diaozi could not help but be somewhat infected by the atmosphere and laughed. What a hilarious in the past in the hands of Master Cohen, but never will have this scene. That. Standing aside, Haiwa whispered with some regret. Suddenly I have some regrets about being chosen as a fighter. In fact, I also have a body of strength. If I am also a slave, the one who carries a gun into battle this night will definitely be me. Diaozi was full of contempt and whitened his eyes at Haiwa. Look at your little talent. We are fighters. Our status is 1 level higher than slaves. If Master Mang can give slaves this kind of food, then we shall not be given better ones? Haiwa somewhat awkwardly muttered. It's not whether the food is good or not. It's mainly because I feel that the atmosphere is very lively. Since the end of the world came, it's been a long time since we've been so lively, and I want to go in to have some fun as well. Diaozi slightly froze, and then also looked at this scene not far away in a bit of a trance. Indeed, ever since the end of the world came, it really hadn't been this lively for a long time. Doomsday in a high-risk environment. Everyone's nerves are on edge, and every conductor almost always has some unacceptable fetish. And when someone who has spent a lot of time in high-risk environments and then swooped up to the top, and there are no legal or ethical constraints, they are bound to resort to extreme behaviors to decompress. This is an objective law. Master Mang, on the other hand, seems to have no fetishes at all, is completely mentally normal, and is not temperamental, nor does he play with women, etc. That sounds like Master Mang has more problems. In the blink of an eye, the time had come to the 5th day. The sky was just turning fish belly white. Chen Mang had already gotten up early and washed up, standing in the train room, hands together and eyes closed, murmuring, "God bless. One more day of peace and safety, even if today is the last day." The first 4 days were all safely spent, with all slaves digging at a minimum of 12 per day. It can be completely overmined. As long as the mining was successfully completed today as well, his train would be ready to be upgraded to a level 2 train, which would be a big upgrade. Nothing else. With the energy stones produced by the train radio and the manufacturing station, he could safely explore the wasteland at full speed in search of higher level iron ore enchants. These days he spent with apprehension. After all, Master Cohen had just mined at that time not more than a few hours before the necrotic tide encircled the area, so you can imagine that the wilderness is really transient. He was content to mine for 4 days without incident. Sure, he would have been more than satisfied with another day of smooth mining today. Chapter 28. I'll burn some incense for you two some other time. Inside the train, Chen Mang stood in front of the console, picked up the binoculars in his hand and looked into the distance. There was not a single movement. It was called a quiet. In the wilderness these days he had long been accustomed to this situation, though it feels that odd. After all, at that time, in Master Kuan's slave carriage, he had seen that those fighters were vigilant the entire time, including during the stationing of the train, and even if there weren't any large-scale monsters at the level of a corpse wave, there were still scattered monsters. He hadn't seen a single monster in the last 4 days. It was called quiet. The glass observation window at the head of the train is 180 degrees, so you can only see movement ahead and to the sides. Chen Mang stood on the console again, opened the skylight on the top of the train head to look at the rear of the train. Still quiet and no movement. After doing this, it was then that he let out a long sigh of relief. Let's hope that today was uneventful. Before looking at the number of resources on the train panel, 4,819 units of iron ore. This was all he had accumulated in the past 4 days, and after today he would be upgraded to a level 2 train, and everything was in order. And at this point, there was already a lot of noise coming from outside the train, and the slaves were awake, taking picks from the beaters and turned towards the mines. In the past few days, the old pig had arranged the basic process, and this kind of thing didn't need him to step in anymore. All the slaves have gone down to the mines. Chen Mang also started his own breakfast. The old pig had sent over the steaming hot steamed buns and squash already. This was already the best food on the train. Ugh. He looked at the squash in his hand and sighed lightly. Squash with steamed buns, although the taste is also not bad, but cannot afford to eat it every day. More or less would like to change the taste, but then again, he still does not know how the squash this thing is obtained. Is there a corresponding production line when you move up to a level 2 train? Or is it collected from the ruins of the city? A lot of squash was seized from Master Kuan's train at that time, and there are still more than 80 packages left, so when this batch is finished, there won't even be any squash left to go with it. It would be nice to have some sriracha, or pate, and preferably a cigarette. I always feel a little itchy after so many days of not smoking. Chen Mang chewed the steamed bun in his hand while rambling in a trance. Time is also passing slowly, bit by bit. The pig wagon master, outside the train, Pao found the old pig and licked the corners of his mouth tentatively. I heard you used to be a sub-trainer too? What's wrong? The old pig looked up at Piao, and then continued to stand on the moor writing something in the small book in his hand. It's okay. Diaozi scratched his head, but he had specifically instructed Haiwa to give anyone not to say that he had once been a conductor of the matter. The old pig that had once been a deputy conductor of the train is considered to be a plus, but he that had once been a conductor of the train, that can be a minus. Though he had already resigned himself to the fact that this train conductor really wasn't something that could be made good just by getting a piece of train order by chance. But I can't help that Master Mang can believe that. Just like in a peaceful society, if a person who has once been a boss is asked to work part-time again, there will definitely be a great discrepancy. And naturally, a lot of thoughts that should not be there will be fostered. In case Master Mang thinks he wants to be a conductor again, he certainly won't be living comfortably in the stellar train, like sleeping with his head and stomach in separate beds or something like that. Just a matter to report to you, Captain Piggy. Diaozi smiled sarcastically and whispered, "Nah, that recent city ruin nearby Taiping City. Although it has been searched by many people these days, I know that there's a cigarette store on the outskirts of Taiping City. That smoke store used to string cigarettes all the time, and there was a secret compartment in the store full of cigarettes, so it certainly hadn't been searched. It seems to me that Master Mang has been slandering smoke a bit these past few days. Why don't we take a trip to Taiping City? The old pig was a little hesitant for a moment. Diaozi could tell him this and was obviously trying to curry favor with him. All he had to do was to report this to Master Mang and succeed in getting dozens of cigarettes. He would definitely get credit for it. Only, the train is currently still level 1. We'll talk about it after it's upgraded to level 2. The most important task right now is to upgrade the train to level 2. But I'll make a note of that one. When the time comes, if I find it, I'll tell Master Mang that you provided this place. Hey! Diaozi laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head. Alright then, I'll leave you alone, Captain Piggy. I'll continue to go on patrol. Just Inner secretly slandered. Although the pig car captain face has been human and animal harmless in front of the Mang Master Hapdog look, but can survive in the doomsday for so long, and even as a deputy train conductor, can be what simple goods. If you don't please, you might have to put shoes on him later. Being a conductor might be possible if you're lucky enough, but being a deputy conductor that really depends on means and ability. Nothing else. Like him, he had survived the apocalypse until now, and to put it mildly, he admitted to himself that he was no slouch. A year ago, the end came. Gradually, after an instant collapse of order, two groups of people essentially formed. One group is the conductor in the wilderness and the other group is the survivors in the city. These survivors, either lone wolves or in gangs, find a safe enough place within the city, such as a large infrastructure like a bomb shelter, and gather supplies like hamsters in the city every day, and are able to survive. Of course, when the group was captured on the train, that changed the name from survivors to slaves. After the end of the world, all the hot weapons were ineffective, and these people didn't have much room to fight back in the face of monsters, basically focusing on hiding. Level 1 monsters are the most basic monsters, such as level 1 zombies, and only level 1 monsters can be killed by normal means, such as fire axes, etc. While at level 2 monsters and level 3 monsters, only train parts or weapons built on the train production line can do effective damage to the monsters. To put it more bluntly, there are just two kinds of people in this world, conductor or slave. In the blink of an eye, as the sky darkened, the slaves returned one after another from the mines, like industrious worker ants returning to their nests. Great! Inside the train, Chen Mang sat on the console and looked at the number of resources on the train panel and smiled with satisfaction. After the shipment of iron ore was piled up in cargo warehouse No. 2, the iron ore count finally came to 6,012 units of iron ore. Jesus Christ! Chen Mang, hands together, slightly raised his head, took a deep breath to suppress the excitement inside, murmured, "Your old man has prayers, is really listening. Today really once again safe and sound through. In that case, can you bless me again with the ability to mine in peace here for the next 7 days? Your old man is the best. I'll burn some incense for you too some other time." Chapter 29, Your train is upgraded to level 2. After thanking the heavens, Chen Mang opened his eyes and looked at the dark night outside, and immediately, he didn't hold back and couldn't help but grin as he kept nodding his head. Finally got enough iron ore together. Trains can finally be upgraded to level 2. All of his conditions were met. The next thing was just to build another carriage. He had also promised these slaves that as long as he could keep the number of daily diggings above 12 for all of these 5 days, he would build another slave carriage so that they could have a more spacious living environment. Immediately the mind moved. The 100 units of iron ore in the No. 2 cargo compartment instantly turned into powder and merged into the compartment. Immediately afterward, a number of compartments consisting of white dotted lines suddenly appeared behind the buttocks of the stellar train on the wasteland. A few seconds later, when these white dotted lines emitting a pale light dimmed, a brand new carriage also appeared at the end of the stellar train, being hauled together. Up to this point, the train possessed a fourth car, slave car number 5. And now, to meet the train upgrade conditions have all been reached. The mind once again, a full 5,000 units of iron ore into powder into the carriages. This is the necessary consumption of resources needed to upgrade. When all the powder was all absorbed by the train, next moment, a translucent panel instantly popped up in front of Chen Mang. Your train is upgraded to level 2. More buildable accessories will be unlocked, as well as having more personalization and useful features. Chen Mang skipped over this prompt panel with eyes full of anticipation and opened his own train panel. Soon, an extremely detailed panel surfaced on the screen in the train room. Train name, Stellar. Train level, 2. Train parts, level 2 core furnace. Level 1 wheel changer. Level 5 blade. Number of carriages, 4. Ore units, 913 units of iron ore. 100 units of wood. 10 units of copper ore. Upgrade requirements, have 10 cars. Have all 6 required vehicle parts built? Consume 5,000 units of level 2 iron ore. And all parts in the vehicle must be over level 40. It's finally level 2. Chen Mang quickly scanned the 12 buildable carrier accessories that appeared after the train was raised to level 2, 6 of which were mandatory to build, and the remaining 6 were free to choose whether or not to build if they wanted the train to be raised to level 3. At a glance, he saw the train radio and production station that he wanted the most. Immediately afterward, he looked to the new buttons that appeared on the console after the train upgrade. Personalization. After pressing this button, many personalization options appeared on the screen instantly, nearly a dozen of them. For example, customize the interior of the compartment to get a hard seat or even sleeper compartment that has seats like Master Quin's that can be used by the fighters to get up and down during the week. Or change the surface color of the carriages. There's also the name of the car spray printed on the surface of the carriages, etc. Only, Chen Mang bristled. Every option in here consumed resources. There weren't many useful personalization options. At least he didn't think there would be any cutie would be willing to waste resources on changing the color of the train's exterior. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the 12 buildable accessories that appeared after this train upgrade, woo! A piercing and dull train whistle sounded abruptly from near to far. Chen Mang, who was still at the console studying what changes were made after the upgrade, jumped up almost instantly and quickly copied the binoculars towards the source of the sound. He saw a dusty-looking train with a pitch-black body, rapidly approaching in his direction in the night. It's the flute. The whistle had been blaring for several seconds and had no intention of stopping, getting louder and louder as the train approached. Almost subconsciously, Chen Mang copied the walkie-talkie on the side and said hoarsely at a very fast speed, "All slaves return to the carriage as fast as possible, and the other fighters get ready for battle." He doesn't know what's going on, but he knew one thing. In the wilderness, most emergencies are basically never too good to be true. In the meantime, the urgent voices of Gaozi and the others also came over the intercom. "Master Mang, everyone is in position and ready to fight, waiting to hear orders." He didn't know what was going on with this train, but he wasn't going to just give this mine away so easily. He had to at least take a chance. He really wasn't skilled enough to say anything about running away. After all, it wasn't a simple matter to find another iron mine. This train in the binoculars was fast, much faster than his train, and showed no signs of slowing down, blasting its whistle all the way past him. It quickly disappeared at the end of the view, and in a moment of passing, he noticed that the other train had only 3 cars, and that the outside of the cars were full of potholes and smeared blood, and crushed flesh and limbs hanging in the wind from the carriages. You can clearly see that all 3 carriages are armored, otherwise they would be more than just potholes. Immediately after, once again 3 shrill honks came from near and far, accompanied by the sound gradually clear. Chen Mang also clearly saw, or that direction. There are 3 more trains almost side by side towards his direction all the way to the whistle speeding. One of the trains he even recognized. It was the Class 2 train that sped past him after he was attacked by the zombie wolves at night a few days ago, and at that time, he was so greedy that he couldn't stop thinking about it. The train had 13 compartments, and not only did each of them have armor covering, but there were 2 heavy machine guns on the top of each compartment. The front of the vehicle even has 2 large caliber machine guns. It was in the middle of the night, and this train, guided by its high beams and blasting a DJ at maximum volume, drove past him rather arrogantly and recklessly at a fast pace, even giving 3 short blasts of the horn as it passed his train. Since then, this train has been his target. He secretly vowed then that sooner or later, he would one day own a train of this configuration and roar through the wasteland with such arrogance as well. However, this is his dream train, but at this time is quite a mess from the distance towards his direction to escape. The original 13 carriages only 8. The body is much shorter, and the surface of the carriages is even more holes. It looks as if corroded by a strong acid. The outside of the carriage is hanging green viscous liquid. The DJ doesn't play it either. Started the long siren. The hoarse and ear-piercing sound of the siren filled the originally silent wilderness with an air of depression and despair. Something's wrong. After seeing this scene, Chen Mang instantly reacted with an ugly face. Whether it was the train at the beginning, or these 3 trains behind it, it was obvious that they were all in a state of fleeing for their lives, and that there must be a horrifying existence such as a wave of corpses behind them chasing after them, though he didn't see anything, perhaps because of the lack of visibility in the dark. Still, he put the throttle to the floor at the first opportunity and maneuvered the train to similarly pull up to full speed, aiming for the faraway direction of the train that had brushed past him at the start, and heading off at full speed. Even that nearly fully loaded level 2 train ran. What was he waiting for if he didn't run this train that had just been upgraded to level 2? Asterisk. Seeing that the speed of his train was obviously not as fast as the other trains, and soon those trains surpassed him without even being able to see his shadow, and after his train had become the only existence in the wilderness, Chen Mang couldn't help but curse angrily. Is this god a dog, falling off the chain at the first boast? Or are you off at night and not answering prayers? Chapter 30, Let the World Be Flooded. you develop in peace, right? There are a total of 4 factors that affect train speed. 1. External acceleration accessories. 2. Wheels in different categories. 3. Self-weight of the train. 4. Train class. The wheels currently used on the Stellar train are Class 1 wind and fire wheels, which have the advantage of being able to maintain the fastest speed in their class in the wasteland, adding up to a maximum speed of 30 km per hour. Originally the trains had a base cap speed of 100 km per hour. When upgraded to a level 2 train, the base cap speed becomes 130 km per hour, plus the wind and fire wheel and its own self-respect, 156 km per hour. Chen Mang looked towards the maximum hourly speed on the console screen, and after taking a deep breath, he quickly calmed himself down, and countless permutations and combinations began to flash rapidly in his mind, and there were only 2 ways to increase the speed right now. He definitely didn't have any external acceleration parts, so the only 2 ways to go were to upgrade the wind and fire wheel and disconnect all the carriages. But, raising the wind and fire wheel from level 1 to level 2 surprisingly required a damned 1000 units of iron ore, and he only had 913 units of iron ore now, which was not enough at all. Instead, he could throw all those firearms and stuff into the Earth's core furnace, which should be able to make up for the remaining 87 units of iron ore. Climbing through the sunroof to the front of the car and dropping the gun into the furnace is risky, but feasible. If that unknown being behind was really chasing hard, it's the only way. Only. Chen Mang looked to the rearview mirror of the train head that empty night. This speed should have been enough, right? There cannot be any monster can use both legs to run out of this speed, right? That zombie desperately cannot run out of this speed. Master Lu. Inside the train room that still had 8 cars left, a burly man with a tattoo of the goddess of mercy shook his head and looked up at a midget man sitting at the console and whispered, "That train doesn't have a train radio. Can't reach them. Ugh." The midget man sitting on the console sighed softly and shook his head somewhat regretfully. "It's a pity. The people on this train just now might still be able to escape if they abandoned the train and fled to drill into the mines, saw us fleeing and momentarily panicked and followed us. He's going to get caught up with that guy pretty fast with that train. This guy really is. Taiping City has been killing like crazy these past few days. This guy wouldn't have been digging here for the past few days. He really dares to dig. He remembers this train. A few days ago, when he was excited to kill to Taiping City, this train was digging here. And over there, they were all fighting like crazy in the past few days. And when he escaped, he found that this train was even still digging here. Awesome. Let the world flood. You develop in peace, right? Looks like a good haul. The front end is all armored up. He had also come from a weak hour step by step, so he could actually understand this unseen conductor. It was a bit of a pity after all. After digging for a few days, he had dug himself to hell, and hoped that there was mining in hell too. If there's a mine in hell, it must be a rare ore as well. Maybe even build a hell train or something. At high speeds, he could no longer see the train very quickly, and could only play with the Buddha string on his wrist, closing his eyes and smacking his lips. I'm so good-hearted, surely I'm going to heaven after I die, and then I'll get some kind of heavenly train. That man-eating spider in the back is a level 3. The heavy machine guns and cannons in their train are level 2. They can't break defense at all. They're fine for bullying the cubs. They can't break defense at all against that boss. When a monster's level crushes the level of an offensive carrier accessory, the offensive carrier accessory is unable to deal damage, and the damage will simply be ignored, making it difficult to even lose a layer of skin. Even a red-grade carrier accessory, such as a level 2 seat defense cannon, could not cause damage to a level 3 zombie. What determines how powerful an offensive carrier accessory is the grade and class. However, determining whether or not an offensive carrier accessory can break a defense depends only on the class. An upgrade to an offensive carrier accessory will not only increase the power of this accessory, but will also allow this accessory to deal effective damage to higher level monsters. Except, of course, for level 1. Level 1 monsters are the most basic monsters. Even normal weapons such as fire axes can cause damage to them. After the end of the world, all hot weapons are ineffective. In order to have a hot weapon that can cause enough damage to the monsters, the only way to use the hot weapons that are built in the train's production line, and as a result, the train is the only main theme of this world. Originally at first, a few of their trains had been picking their way around the edges, and when the level 3 man-eating spider ran to one end, the train at the other end took the opportunity to kill the boss's hatchling, thus acquiring the rare resources and accessory blueprints that might be dropped after killing the man-eating spider hatchling. But, who knows, when the cubs were killed more, this man-eating spider directly went crazy, and did not care about the cubs in their own city, and directly began to hunt down and kill them in these trains like a madman. Then you can only run for your life and have a temper. They were scattered in different directions at first, but then this boss spat out all the spiders to seal the other intersections, and they were forced to come in one direction. And after running to the wasteland, there was no need to make a turn, and they directly pulled the full horsepower to fight for the speed on the line, and their speed was still slightly faster. Rather a pity. The gnome man sitting on the console looked at the wasteland full of yellow sand behind him with some regret. The rare resources gained from killing the man-eating spider cubs in these few days are still quite good, almost able to make up for the loss. If he can kill this man-eating spider boss as well, the rare resources dropped will definitely be even more lucrative. Only offensive carrier accessories of level 3 and above will be able to damage this man-eating spider. Whether it was the green-grade heavy machine gun or the blue-grade machine gun, the amount of iron ore it cost to upgrade to level 3 wasn't a lot. He didn't prioritize upgrading these two. After all, most of the time he couldn't encounter level 3 monsters in this wilderness. But there was the level 3 Tinlong assault rifle production line, but the bullets fired from the caliber of the level 3 rifle, hitting the man-eating spider was no different from scratching an itch. It's a defense breaker, but it's useless. White-grade offensive carrier accessories don't cost much to upgrade, but you can't even get to level 3 with a white carrier accessory, so they can only run away too. And at this point, in the stellar train, Chen Meng, who was sitting in the control console of the train room, suddenly felt that the ground seemed to be shaking, and subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror of the train, and with just one glance, his breath almost stopped, only to see that in the distant sky, a spider that was more than 10 meters tall was racing towards him at an extremely fast speed. A glance and a wildly running hill in general. Chen Meng took a deep breath with a somewhat blanched face, only to feel as if all the blood in his body was concentrated at the back of his head, and his adrenaline began to soar, and for the first time, he realized that he seemed to have a phobia of giant objects. He wasn't really afraid of spiders, but seeing one this big for the first time was really a bit too much of an irritant for him. Chapter 31, The stellar train is already moving at full speed, but the distance between the two sides was still rapidly approaching, and the speed disparity was a bit too big. In this case, even if he upgraded his wind and fire wheel to level 2, and then broke off his tail to remove all the compartments, it would be difficult for him to escape, unless the carriage he threw down could attract the attention of the other side. It could be used to escape, but the probability is unlikely. After all, the front of the fleeing train can be missing several cars, not still being chased to death. Perhaps it was because he was the only train that could be seen in the entire wasteland at this point. The huge spider locked onto his stellar train, its 8 huge step feet running quickly across the wasteland with an air of determination. Nuts! Inside the train, Chen Meng looked into the rearview mirror. That is rapidly approaching like a small mountain of huge spiders cannot help but curse angrily. A spider running so fast. This reasonable. More legs can run fast Then my train still has so many wheels. How can I not run as fast as him? Master Meng, old pig, who was sitting on the side, gripped the handrail of the train room tightly with both hands, and said with a hint of despair in his voice, "This is a level 3 chief monster of the level 2 monster man-eating spider, and after mutating into a chief monster, its body size will grow significantly, so it's considered to be a boss, and ordinary level 1 or 2 offensive carrier accessories simply can't break through the defenses. An offensive carrier accessory of level 3 and above is required to do effective damage to this alpha monster. Generally speaking, a level 3 man-eating spider leader monster wouldn't have this kind of speed unless it bursts out with such speed under extreme anger, and it would be weak for a long time after such an outburst, even if it breaks its tail to survive. Our train head can't outrun it, and the train head's level 1 armor can't stop it. Probably dying. Chen Meng, who was sitting on the console, heard old pig's words and froze slightly, subconsciously looking at the rapidly approaching giant spider in the rearview mirror of the train's head, meaning that as long as one had an offensive carrier of level 3 or higher, one could inflict effective damage on this monster? Well, his car blade is level 5. He originally thought that this white carrier accessory would have to be upgraded to a dozen or even tens of levels before a real qualitative change could be ushered in, but he didn't realize that this world's hierarchy was so strict, that as long as a level 3 offensive carrier accessory, it would be able to inflict enough effective damage on this boss. In that case, Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. Running was definitely out of the question anyway, so he might as well take a shot. The abdomen of this spider was basically close to the ground, and the two sides of the abdomen had a total of 8 footsteps that were constantly running wild. As long as the footsteps of this spider were cut off, then the rest of the matter would be much easier. Next moment, the car blade is activated. 2 blades, 70 centimeters wide and rotating at high speeds, flashed with a cold light, protruded rapidly from both sides of the Stellar's train carriages. Then under Chen Meng's control, the Stellar train turned in the direction it came from with the greatest arc, and in almost a few seconds, the train had completed its turnaround, but due to the lack of universal wheels, the arc of the turnaround was too large, and it made a big circle, which caused quite a bit of time delay. When the turnaround was successful, the man-eating spider that was like a small mountain was already only a few hundred meters away from them. Master Mang, before the old pig had time to react, he saw this scene through the train's observation room, and his heart instantly came up in his throat, and he shouted in a trembling voice, "We can't crash the train into it. Don't panic." At this time, Chen Mang was completely calm. The whole person sat on the console. Brainwaves in the train were completely merged into one. Breathing gradually tended to be smooth, holding the lever ready for fine-tuning, while his eyes were staring at the head of the man-eating spider that was close at hand. Everything around them seemed to slow down, hundreds of meters away from the effort, with both sides at full speed. It was almost a blink of an eye. Shasta, both sides have been only a few meters away. In the moment of the impending collision, Chen Mang hands tightly hold the console slightly to the left side of the deviation of a point. The whole train as a long snake generally swept through the large head of the spider, straight to the right side of the spider foot and go. As it quickly swept past, the steel blades rotating at high speed on both sides of the carriage, supported by inertia, easily cut off all four of the spider's right footsteps like a guillotine. True, because the steel blade was located at a height of 1 meter from the ground, it didn't cut off those 4 stepping feet in unison, but with a broken foot, it obviously didn't work very well anymore. As the train returned around to face the man-eating spider again, Chen Mang, who was standing in the train's interior, looked at the scene in front of him and smiled, only to see that the man-eating spider that was the size of a small mountain had fallen heavily on the wasteland due to losing its balance at this time, and was now climbing up again with great difficulty, and continuously emitting bursts of ear-piercing hissing. It was the first time he had ever seen a spider with vocal organs. Next, as long as those other 4 steppers were chopped off, this spider would be trapped in the wasteland, and it would be difficult to maintain its previous movement speed. A few more passes, picking off all those shortened steppers as well, and the spider would be completely incapacitated. The 4 legs of the spider are not in a line, so in order to use the car blade to cut off the 4 legs at once, you need to use the joystick to assist in micro-manipulation of the movement, which requires the whole train can be like a long snake, fast twisting forward. The party can be completed. Sort of high degree of difficulty in action. An inadvertent will turn over the car. Chen Mang is also the first time to try this kind of high degree of difficulty in manipulation technology. Now it seems that the result is not bad. These days he still practiced a little bit of train manipulation when he has nothing to do. Ha! The old pig looked at the scene in front of him, and although he quickly reacted to what was going on, he still murmured with a bewildered face, what is the situation? However, Chen Mang did not answer this question at this time, but instead, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. If he could kill this boss, surely he could drop quite a few good things, right? His eyes narrowed slightly, and he was instantly ready to continue attacking with a bang. Although greed had surged to his head, he still maintained a strong vigilance at all times, but he remembered that the armor on the surface of the trains that fled at the beginning had green sticky liquid hanging from it, as if it had been corroded. This boss's means of attack obviously didn't stop at foot, and, just now it was a surprise hit. This spider didn't react to take such a battle result. At this moment this spider had already fully reacted. Under the pain, the 8 stepping feet kept pounding on the wasteland ground, each blow chiseling a large pit in the ground. It was nice that he was able to break defense, but his defense was also completely worthless in front of this spider. It is a typical high offense and low defense. He'd have to poke a lot of holes in his train if he drove it through again at this point, but he had a better solution. Only Chen Mang stopped the train in the wilderness, disconnected the head of the train from the 4 cars behind it, then disconnected the 4th car from the 3rd car, and then attached the 4th car to the head of the train. Up to this point, a short, compact train has been assembled. A cigarette would be nice at this time of year. Inside the train, Chen Mang licked the corners of his mouth to make his breathing as smooth as possible before he pressed the gas pedal to death. Next moment, the whole train is like a wildebeest that is constantly struggling in the wilderness of the huge spider galloping away. The target is the 4 intact footsteps. In the upcoming collision, Chen Mang disconnect and the link of the carriages. At the same time, the front of the car violently towards the left direction, away from the boss. The knuckle box, on the other hand, under the effect of inertia, shot straight toward the 4 stepping feet that kept pounding the ground. Jab, stab, accompanied by several stabbing sounds, and the boss's hissing sound, only to see that the boss's left side of the 2 originally intact feet had been cut off by the high-speed rotation of the car blade. As for that section of the carriage was pierced by the other 2 feet and held up in the air and constantly waved, and finally thrown heavily to the ground in the distance. Plan for success. Chen Mang inside the head of the train, looking into the rearview mirror of this scene, grinned. This time really should have a victory cigar. A carriage as long as 100 units of iron ore. As long as so repeated a few more times, this boss will be buried here. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. As for the old pig inside the train room, after witnessing this scene from the beginning, he was filled with shock and bewilderment as his mouth subconsciously opened slightly once again. Chapter 32, Dinner is served. Dinner is served. After repeating the same trick several times, Chen Mang also maneuvered more and more smoothly. Along with the scrapping of several carriages, this spider like a small mountain. All the footsteps have been cut off by the roots. The whole body collapsed in the wilderness, completely lost the ability to act, as if a lamb to be slaughtered. It's finally time to eat. Train interior. After Chen Mang let out a light breath, he connected the several carriages that were originally abandoned not far away with the train's head once again, before maneuvering the train step by step closer to this giant spider, and around to its rear. Spiders eject their silk from their abdomen, and that mouth on their head looks quite aggressive, so it's safest to go for the ass. The width of his car blade was only 70 centimeters, while this spider was more than 10 meters tall, the height of a 4-story building. Even if he was already unable to move at this time, almost losing all means of attack, it was still difficult to kill. Even if the body drove right up against the spider's butt, it would only leave a 70-centimeter deep gash, which was completely non-fatal for a spider of that size. But it doesn't matter. Chen Mang swept his eyes around. He finally understood why the wilderness was so quiet these days. It should be that this guy's aura had scared away all the monsters in this neighborhood. For the time being, there should be no people or monsters passing by. He possessed enough time to slowly polish. Stab! With ear-piercing tearing sounds ringing out, Chen Mang maneuvered the train to keep weaving in and out of the spider's ass. But, no matter how many times it shuttled through, it only left a 70-centimeter deep wound in the same location, completely unable to be fatal. Half an hour later, Chen Mang walked out of the train room with an expressionless face and stood on the wasteland looking towards the Spider King that was like a small mountain. The spider had completely lost its mobility and basically had no means of attack. But, it was just such a white boss laying here. But he couldn't handle it at all, couldn't kill it at all. And that mid-air hiss of pain meant that the other party was a long way from being broken. Yes, that's right. Level 5 Carblade is able to break the defense. After all, there is a level suppression. But after all, it is only a white grade carrier accessory. The power is that big. The blade width is only 70 centimeters. Even if it is upgraded a few more levels, upgraded to a meter, it is not of any use. Still couldn't kill the spider. What about this? Standing at the side of the old pig, looking at this scene, at this time also some helpless. This is completely beyond the scope of his understanding. According to his understanding, the level 2 train encountered this level 3 leader man-eating spiders only to run away. Can have such a result has been very can. But at this moment, there was clearly a chance to kill it, and this boss could definitely drop good things. It was just that even if this boss didn't even resist anymore, they were still completely incapable of killing this boss. Ugh! Chen Mang sighed lightly rubbing his temples thinking without speaking. This time if a level 5 machine gun is good, bombarded on a 10 minutes, he does not believe that this spider can carry. If he were to leave at this time, he would be truly unwilling to do so. Master Mang. Just then, Diaozi came up with an idea and said with some hesitation, "Can we remove that car blade? That would make it much easier to use." No. Chen Mang shook his head and rejected this suggestion. The reason why the car blade can turn at high-speed energy drive from the train head energy stone. In the disconnection and the head of the link will also lose the energy supply. Turn will not take long to stop turning at high speed. Moreover, although the main body of the car blade is at the head of the train, and thus each car built will come with its own car blade, it cannot be disassembled, and when forcibly disassembled, it will be reduced to countless fragments and not become a whole. Wait! He suddenly thought of a solution and his tightly furrowed brow instantly relaxed, striding towards the train room to create another carriage, and after disconnecting this one, he beckoned all the slaves to come down. With the concerted efforts of nearly 100 men, the car blades on both sides of the wagon were soon forcibly removed. The dismantled car blade instantly disintegrated into countless shards of shimmering cold light. To this point, for a mere 100 units of iron ore, he had obtained nearly 100 steel shards that could break defense against a level 3 alpha man-eater spider. Although they were a bit smaller and a bit inconspicuous in front of this 4-story tall spider, but there can't be too many others. An old pig in Diaozi also instantly understood Chen Mang's meaning at this time. After distributing each steel fragment in the hands of the slaves, at Chen Mang's command, all the slaves rushed towards the ass of this man-eating spider with the fragments in hand and began to chisel it up, continuously ping-ponging. Yes, chiseling. The whole scene looked like it was chiseling in a mine. After all, nearly 100 slaves in front of this man-eating spider really seemed too small, and a bunch of fighters didn't rest, including Biaozi old pig, both of whom rolled up their sleeves and got involved. 1 hour later, Chen Mang, who was sitting on the top of the train, looked at the vast scene not far away and sighed somewhat helplessly. This boss kill is a real ing effort. It had been chiseling for an hour now, and the battle was not bad. Having chiseled a large gaping hole in the ass of this man-eating spider, the ground was filled with sticky blood and broken flesh, and the clothes on everyone's bodies at that moment were stained red with dirty blood, and a rushing stench enveloped the air over the entire wasteland. I don't know how much time has passed. The day has dawned. The eyelids on the top of the train are trembling. Chen Mang. In the ear that has been lingering hissing sound finally gradually weakened down until it disappeared before completely wake up. This head of man-eating spiders in the body was dug up. A large part of the body finally collapsed in the wilderness completely, and the moment it completely collapsed, several points of light flew out from its back and landed on the clean wasteland ground aside. It's not easy. Chen Mang jumped down from the top of the train and didn't head towards the dropped items first, but instead inclined his head to look at old pig Biaozi and a few others. Go get a few people to collect a little bit of blood for the blood in buckets, pour it into the pure water filter, and straighten up a little bit of water out for the big guys to wash themselves with. Well, thanks, Master Mang. Biaozi's voice is a little shaking. Straighten up his thoroughly sore back. Hard to get to move his neck. It's really exhausting, but the result is still good. Of course, the most tired is the group of slaves, mining all day and swinging all night. After the pronouncement, many slaves even fell back to sleep, not even having the strength to climb back into the wagon. Although the process was a bit tough, luckily the result was good, and the most important thing was that no one bothered them for the whole night, or else they would have had to throw away this big fat piece of meat and run away. Dinner is served. Dinner is served. Chen Mang's eyes flashed with anticipation, striding towards the few points of light in the wasteland clearing not far away. These items should be the drop items of this boss. Hopefully he could earn back the resource money. He had built 6 of the scrapped carriages alone, which had consumed 600 units of his iron ore. Chapter 33, Get in the car, go to Pacific City. You know the way? This level 3 alpha monster, the Eater Spider, dropped a total of 4 items upon death. 1. 2 units of level 3 or red heart rock. 2. 100 units of level 2 material fine spider silk. 3. Green grade vehicle accessory blueprint powerful magnet. 4. Special props hell cane. These 4 items were the entire haul of this boss drop. The first 2 are rare ore. This kind of rare resources are not mined in the mine, are only after killing the boss to have the opportunity to drop, often used for some special carrier accessories to build an upgrade, but he couldn't use it for now. The effect of the vehicle accessory powerful magnet is that it can absorb all the dropped items from monsters killed by the train or train members within a certain range of the train directly into the designated carriages with the magnet. The main scenario for the use of this accessory is not here, but in the necrotic tide. It's definitely not possible to stop and pick up dropped items in a corpse tide kind of environment, and with this, it's perfectly possible to suck dropped items back out of the corpses. The 4th item is a special prop, not for the train, but for a single person to use, in the shape of a cane. Holding that special prop, as long as you are within a certain range around the train, even if you are not inside the head of the train, you can maneuver the train through the air. Like, if he'd had it last night, he wouldn't have needed to make a trip back to the head of the train if he wanted to build a carriage, and he wouldn't have had to maneuver it at the head of the train if he had any self-contained fire heat weapons. He could have stood near the train holding this cane and maneuvering it through the air. It's not bad. The stuff is good. It's the name Hell's Cane that's not complimentary. Pretty good. Chen Mang nodded with a satisfied expression. It was worthy of being a boss that they had killed overnight. This reward was still quite generous, although the rare ore that was dropped could not be used for the time being. It could always be used in the future. Half an hour later, everyone had already cleaned up. There was enough blood from this spider that this part of the wilderness was dyed red. There was no shortage of water at all after purifying it with the pure water filter. Bathing in pure water with such luxury was something that many slaves hadn't enjoyed for a long time. Return. Chen Mang cheerfully looked at the group of slaves, ready to once again return to the iron mine that was there at the beginning, and after a day of restoration, start digging again. His current level 2 train was just an empty shell level 2 train. He hadn't even built many of the necessary accessories for a level 2 train yet, and although he had been given quite a few rare ores, what he lacked the most right now was still ordinary iron ore. Still have to keep digging to get there. Master Mang. At this time, Old Pig trotted over and tentatively proposed. I think the reason we haven't seen even one monster in these few days is that it's very likely that in these few days, this level 3 man-eating spider has been giving birth in the nearby Taiping City, and its breath has scared away the other monsters. At this point in time, Pacific City may perhaps be at its emptiest. Why don't we go and raid it? Biao and I said there's a tobacco and liquor store on the outskirts of Taiping that has a secret compartment, and it certainly hasn't been searched inside. No. Chen Mang shook his head and looked at Old Pig with a bemused expression. What's more important now is to obtain enough iron or to build some of the basic accessories out of the level 2 train, such as enough heavy machine guns. If we have as many heavy machine guns as that train that puts the DJ in the ground, Do we still need to run? The old pig was a bit hesitant for a moment. He actually wanted to add that the train that put the DJ on didn't run away as well, but in the end the words still didn't come out. He just weakly added, at this time there might be quite a few man-eating spider cubs in the City of Peace. After killing them they can drop quite a lot of goodies, and no one should be robbing them with us at this time. After Chen Mang was silent for a moment, he looked at old pig and said hoarsely, get in the car, go to Taiping City. You know the way? Train interior. Chen Mang sped along the obvious trail on the wasteland. This was the trail left by the man-eating spiders when they were running around at night. As long as they followed this trail they would soon be able to find Taiping City. After all, the vast wilderness was nearly bare, and there was nothing too good to refer to, and the old pig didn't know the way. He glanced at the energy stones at the head of the train. 72%. It's okay, it can still be used for a while. He only has 313 units of iron ore now. Originally he was thinking of going back to continue mining to give the crafting table a chance to build it first, but the old pig's opinion is a bit tempting again. Without the boss to protect the cubs, it feels a little bit heavenly if he doesn't kill it back. By now, the outside of the stellar train was also covered with maroon bloodstains, and under the sun's rays, it emitted a foul odor. After traveling for a full 4 hours, Chen Mang finally saw the ruins of the rather modernized city on the distant horizon. Though many of the tall buildings had collapsed, and the entire city looked riddled with holes, accompanied by the approaching distance, more sights come into view. There were many traces of violent burning, as well as cars piled up all over the road, unkept leaves and garbage all over the ground, but not a single body in sight. Chen Mang looked at all this in silence. The scene in front of him gave him a clearer perception of his crossing over to the apocalyptic world. Having been in the wilderness for the past few days, he could not see too many traces of human civilization at all. How many survivors could be hiding in this environment? After the train has approached the ruins of the city, Chen Mang slowly reduces the speed of the train, and finally stops at the edge of a ruin, unable to move forward. The front has been piled up with all kinds of cars and collapsed buildings. The train cannot continue to move forward. The road after that required them to go on foot. In the distant air, there's a giant spider web. A giant spider's web made of several arm-thick spiders' silks built in the air between tall buildings, with traces of corrosion by the green viscous liquid all around, and many cars and buildings shot through with bits of spider's silk. There were spider silks scattered all over the place, and those shooting out were like bullets, easily able to shoot through buildings made of reinforced concrete. On the ground, you can even see a lot of heavy machine gun shell casings, scattered guns, and a few abandoned carriages can be swallowed up by the Earth's core furnace later. And by the way, we can try to see if so many abandoned cars can be decomposed into iron ore. There's obviously been a terrible battle here. It was quite a fluke, Chen Mang muttered as he stood at the edge of the ruins looking at the scene in front of him. It looked like the spider silk and venom of that level 3 man-eater spider should have been exhausted here. Otherwise he might have really been in a bad way. Of course, if he ever gets the chance to publish an autobiography in the future, he certainly won't confess this fluke in his autobiography. He'll record it, instantly killing a level 3 man-eating spider boss with the might of a first-time level 2 train. And on that giant spider web, there were about a dozen tiny spiders being fluttered in the wind in mid-air by a single spider silk. These are the young of the man-eating spiders. Pio! Chen Mang waved his hand and summoned Biaozi, patted his shoulder and said softly, bring the brothers and guys, go and do away with all these cubs, and then bring back all the things that fell. Speed up, this is not a place to stay for long. Come back first thing when the mission is complete and then we return to the ship. Understand? Understood. Biao nodded with full seriousness, then waved his hand and the other 9 beaters, taking enough magazines and some pieces of the car blade with them before quickly jogging through the rubble all the way towards the giant spiderweb. Master Mang, at the edge of the ruins, Old Pig said with some hesitation, should I follow along? What if they run away and don't come back? Running away is running away. Chen Mang leaned on his cane with both hands and stood at the edge of the ruins, looking toward the cobwebs that covered the sky between several tall buildings calmly and softly said, one must allow anyone to leave you at any time and not consume too much of one's mind for it. This is a world where anyone can leave at any time, but you can't stop using him just because he might leave. There are risks involved when a ship has to go out to sea, but ships aren't built to stay docked at a marina. Okay, pay attention to observe the surrounding situation. Cubs, this thing is not a spider can be born. I always have a sense of uneasiness. As soon as possible the task is completed to leave this place is good. Chapter 34, I'll pay you back for this life. Guys, at the edge of the city ruins, Diaozi straddled the Tinglong assault rifle across his back, holding a fragment of a car blade wrapped in a circle with a cloth in his hand, and opened his mouth in a sincere and raspy tone as he quickly traveled through the city ruins. We've all gotten along pretty well these past few days, and admittedly, I know there may be some people who aren't quite convinced by me yet, but I want you to know one thing. And that is that as soon as you leave the train, The danger index is skyrocketing. Regardless of your opinions of me, I want to be on the outside where we are one, so that it is safe enough to return to the train. All clear? The words fell. Understood. Diao Zi's old henchman, Manhwa, and another strong man responded at the first time, and the others also then responded with a serious face and a low drink. The end of the day is not the first day. We naturally know that in the end of the day in this kind of environment, if you can't work together, how dangerous it will be. Only the man who had been beaten up by Diao Zi and Manhwa a few days ago was still a bit defiant and snorted coldly. Have to say, the man had a real hard bone. He didn't give in at first, then he got beat up and still didn't give in. Anyway, Piao inclined his head at the coldly snorting man, his eyes narrowing slightly without speaking as he saw a silent zombie wolf had somehow appeared behind the man in the container that was crushed under the rubble. This zombie wolf's eyes glowed red, its body was slightly bowed, and its limbs were taut, ready to attack at any time. He noticed the scene, but didn't react as if he hadn't seen anything, pointing to a clearing not far ahead and whispering, "Head that way, that's the best place to shoot under the cobwebs." All the fighters also looked in the direction of Piao's finger. Just then, ear-piercing air-breaking sound rang violently. The zombie wolf that had been hibernating finally couldn't hold back, and its four limbs were vigorously powered up, like an arrow out of the string towards the back of the man who had just snorted coldly. "Look out!" The first time to react to Diao Zi, face suddenly changed, greatly rushed over. The man pounced on the side, and the other beaters also instantly reacted. The muzzle of the gun instantly aimed at the pounce on the zombie wolves. Half a pike went down after. The zombie wolf fell in a pool of blood covered in bullet holes. The man who was pressed under Diao Zi's body only then reacted with hindsight, and looked at the zombie wolf with a face full of fear only to feel a chill down his spine. And Diao Zi at this time also faced a somewhat ugly face up. Right hand tightly covered the left arm. Blood flowed down along the finger cracks. From their own clothes cut a piece of cloth after a simple bandage the wound. Diao! Diao! This man who was still snorting coldly just now, suddenly felt a burst of shame. His voice was a little weak as he went forward to assist Diao Zi. "Brother Biao, I didn't think that you would save me. I wasn't convinced of you at first, that you would save me. It's okay." Diao Zi shook his head expressionlessly without frowning, perfectly showing what a tough guy style is, just hastily bandaged up before patting the man's shoulder and whispering, "Whether it's you, or someone else, I'll save. Since I am your captain, I will bring you back to the train alive. That's the responsibility of being a captain. Even if someone is going to die, it will be me who dies at the forefront. Otherwise how can I have the face-to-face Master Mang and face you all? Well, get back on the road, and hurry up and finish the job and get back to deliver." This man who had been beaten up violently without being convinced, at this time suddenly convinced, only this kind of person was qualified to be their captain. Since the end of the day he had received too much malice, or the first time someone was willing to give up their lives to save him, suddenly let him feel a strong sense of team. At that moment, both fists clenched stood in place looking at Biao Zi's departing back, teeth clenched hoarsely. "Brother Biao, my name is Bobcat Zi. I'll pay you back for this life." Diao Zi, who was walking in front of the other party, heard the voice behind him. The corner of his mouth inadvertently rose slightly, coughed lightly and waved his hand without looking back. "Hurry up and keep up. Don't fall behind. Fight him. Do you really think you can be a captain just because you can resist a beating and still fight? These days, you have to use your brain to make a living. Don't you understand?" His left arm wasn't injured by the zombie wolf. He didn't control his strength well. The zombie wolf only brushed past him and pressed on, so he had no choice but to secretly take the pieces of the car blade and give his left arm a shot. Of course, he is not so tiger, just gently scratched. Saw some blood only, wrapped up for a while, in a few days will be almost good. Do not need stitches of the kind of this car blade. Fragments are new, not chiseled man-eating spiders. This stuff has to be seen in blood to be effective, and it's much less effective when it's not. Saving someone at no cost at all is not the same for the person being saved as paying some cost to save them. In fact, he had thought about just letting the bobcat die here. Just, if there were casualties on his first field trip, while it was understandable, Master Mang's opinion of him would surely be lower again, and that wouldn't be good. And Master Mang also knows that this bobcat son is not very obedient to him. Go out for a trip. This bobcat son died. Master Mang want not to think more is difficult. He had thought that if this bobcat didn't remember the favor, he would find a chance to let him die later. But I didn't realize that although this kid is a bit stubborn and blind, but he still remembers the kindness. The distance wasn't too far, but the collapsed buildings and congested streets slowed the advance considerably, and it's a long way to go. They actually met 3 zombie wolves. Obviously, along with the departure of that level 3 man-eating spider, there were already some monsters that gradually sensed the departure of the man-eating spider's aura and came to test the waters. Arrived. 20 minutes later, Diao Zi's right hand slightly raised, The team immediately stopped on the rooftop of a certain short building ruins. After experiencing that scene just now, the other fighters are also on him are convinced a lot, also extremely obedient to the order. In the end times, who doesn't want a boss who is willing to save them in times of crisis? In front of them was the huge spider web that was woven between several tall buildings, with about a dozen small spider cubs hanging in midair by the spider silk, floating slowly with the wind about 10 meters from the ground. Underneath the cobwebs there were also probably about 24 level 1 zombie wolves, lifting their heads to look at those pups floating in the air and continuously drooling their harumphs. Pyo. Haiwa came to Biao Zi's side and whispered, "The plan doesn't have these 20-odd zombie wolves in it. It feels like the situation isn't quite right. Even the zombie wolves are here. So the other monsters in the wilderness are estimated to be coming soon as well." Normal. Biao Zi's eyes slightly narrowed. "I have never seen no accident plan. Like we used to do construction sites. There is no party on time to pay. Get used to it. Quick and dirty. Just 20 or so coyote pups. Everyone load their bullets and feel closer before firing. Keep moving to touch forward with less noise." At this time, they were about 30 meters away from the zombie wolves. This distance, it is difficult to guarantee the hit rate of the bullets, and then a little closer, the bullet hit rate will increase a lot. Chapter 35, Master Mang. This time the harvest is not small. After all, they were 10 people carrying fully automatic rifles, and those 20 or so zombie wolves were easily disposed of before they even got close. Biao Zi slightly frowned and looked at the several people beside him. The cooperation is still not enough. The target of the attack is too chaotic. Often there are several people aiming at a wolf in the fight, but there is nothing to be done. Wait for the return to the train, and then slowly train it. He's not a pro either, and no one here is a pro, so he can only take his time to find problems in the real world and then improve. He then ordered all of his beaters to aim and fire at the spider pups overhead, while he himself began checking each of the zombie wolves one by one, only to sigh regretfully when he was done and nothing had fallen. This is his first time out in the field, and naturally he would like to harvest a little more, so that he can go back to the police and have more confidence. But, Biao Zi quickly eyes bright, noticed not far away from a cigarette store. That cigarette store is the one he said there is a hidden compartment. Immediately Stride ran over ready to scavenge a bit. Here is no shortage of him this one. The fight was over quickly. It was a moving target, but it didn't move too much. It was a pretty good fight, and the pup's defense was low. Rushing back, Biao Zi told the others to stand guard at the same spot, and one by one, he stuffed all the glowing drop items on the ground into the sack he picked up from the convenience store, until, when he saw a familiar drop item, he was slightly stunned, and then couldn't help but touch the back of his head and grin. Damn, this time it's a real catch. Master Mang, this is a kill. How are you going to block this move? Only a token emitting a milky white light was lying peacefully in the open space. It was the train order. 30 minutes later, Chen Mang, who had been standing under the train, finally saw that Biao Zi and his group on the ruins of the city were quickly running in his direction, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Honestly, it gave him a much stronger sense of unease than the wasteland, mainly because there were collapsed buildings everywhere, and there were only a few routes the train could travel, not as vast as the wasteland, where it could go wherever it wanted. Soon, Biao Zi and others then ran to the train near. Biao Zi will shoulder looking at the sack grinning pile on the ground. Mang Master, this harvest is not small. Lu, are in this inside. By the way, the smoke store I was talking to the assistant conductor about last time was in that neighborhood, and I stopped in to search for some cigarettes out. Master Mang, see if you can use it. Yes. Chen Mang even said 3 good. Smiled and waved his hand to signal a side of people will move things to his train head inside. Looked to Biao Zi's left arm that permeated with bloodstains of bandages, was about to say something, only to feel that the ground and the vibration, subconsciously turned back to look, only to see that in the distance do not know when appeared a black pressured piece of zombies. At this time as rapidly towards the ruins of the city surged to, get in the car. Chen Mang first time into the head of the train. The others did not delay quickly into the no. 3 living car. Boom. With the roar of the engine roaring angrily, the train, which was covered in blood and grime on the outside, roared back the way it came and brushed against that tide of corpses. The zombie encirclement hadn't formed yet, and it was discovered early enough that it was completely impossible for the zombies to catch up to them with their footwork. Train interior. Chen Mang's upper body poked out from the skylight, looking at the tide of corpses behind him that was like a black cloud, and for some reason a burst of pleasure surged up to his heart, only to feel that it was very addictive. The feeling of rubbing against the tip of a knife, which is considered the deadliest poison, is really cool. Wait for it. When his train is upgraded to be powerful enough, he'll drive it and come and give this tide of corpses a clean slaughter, making you dogs chase him all these days. Empty wasteland. The stellar train sped ahead at breakneck speed, the ruins of the city behind it getting smaller and smaller, and the group of zombies behind it that were shocking enough like a black cloud faded away. Ha-hoo! Under the excitement, Chen Mang looked towards the tide of corpses and put his hands on his mouth to resist a high roar. Only after doing this did he retract his body with some intent and rejoin the train room. This was the most fun he had had in all the days he had traveled through. Not about harvesting train upgrades, but just because of that emotional fun. The feeling is as hiding in his shed during a thunder and lightning storm. People are naturally afraid of danger, but if they have a safe enough house before danger strikes, that house becomes a G-spot, and the more dangerous it is outside the house, the better it is. Chen Mang returned to the head of the train and took a deep breath before opening the sack of Biaozi's current harvest, and what met his eyes was 13 cigarettes, the sign he didn't recognize. It should be a branded cigarette that belongs to this world. He quickly unwrapped one and took out a packet from it, pulling out one and lighting it to send it to his mouth, his eyes slowly closing and inhaling deeply before opening his eyes and smiling as he exhaled a wisp of light blue smoke, looking out at the smoke that lingered in the compartment and only feeling a sense of peace. Smoking is not a good habit, but in a high-pressure environment like Armageddon, there have to be a few bad hobbies to serve as moral support. Finally, no shortage of cigarettes. He did nothing but sit on the console and enjoy the cigarette in peace before opening the window, flicking out the scarlet cigarette that was almost burned out, looking out the window at the wilderness that was rapidly sweeping backward, and suddenly smiled. It felt as if there was nothing wrong with this world. In this world, if you have enough strength, you can do anything. Life might be shorter, but it would be more interesting. One more. Chen Mang once again lit a scent to the mouth, and then the mood only gradually calmed down. The corner of the mouth with a smile ready to go to the inventory of this harvest. It was worth mentioning that the abandoned carriages that killed the level 3 man-eating spiders at that time, as well as the abandoned carriages there in the ruins at the edge of the city, were all devoured by his ground core melting furnace, gaining a total of 500 units of iron ore. He now has 813 units of iron ore. It's not bad. Devouring a normal carriage will yield roughly 50 units of iron ore, which is equivalent to half-price recycling. When you look at it this way, the main theme of trains on the wilderness is really still development, and looting is somewhat too cost-effective to save up, and no one is going to stockpile too much iron ore on their train, and if they have a little bit of it, they use it all. Add to that the fact that ordinary people don't even have the red-grade carrier accessory geocentric furnace, and the risk of personnel deaths and train damage whenever a battle starts. Starting a war brings even less value for money. It is still most cost-effective to find your own mine and develop it yourself, unless the strength can be completely crushed. Then the cost-effectiveness of going to war is very high. After all, although you can't loot the iron ore, you can loot the slaves. On the contrary, those abandoned cars were completely unable to decompose into iron ore after devouring them, but he found that this thing surprisingly ate everything that came its way, and it could be completely used as a dumping ground, and it could be used to clean up the roadblocks in the future, which was a new use. There was even a bottle of hot sauce in the sack, in addition to 13 cigarettes, and I don't know where I pulled it from. Good stuff. Chen Mang was satisfied with the bottle of hot sauce and set it aside. Later on, dinner could finally be a change of taste, but he was most concerned about the dropped items of those spider cubs. After all, this was the important goal of his trip here. Soon he had all the supplies inventoried. Total: 1. 300 units of level 1 material fine spider silk. 2. 200 units of grade 1 or red heart rock. 2. Special props, 1 train order. 3. Green grade vehicle accessory blueprint spider feet. Chen Mang looked at the batch in front of him and froze slightly before picking the train order out of the mass of ores and weighing it in his hand before he couldn't help but laugh dumbly as he inclined his head to look out the window and exhaled a long breath of smoke. This guy wouldn't be snickering at this point, would you? Chapter 36, Accessory Name, Spider Feet. Chen Mang will this train order casually stuffed into the drawer of a side cabinet, smiled and shook his head. This thing he cannot use for the time being. A person can only have a train under his name, and so on in the future to see if he can trade for something else. The rest of the harvest, basically, are mainly rare resources. These resources are the wilderness of the mine cannot produce. Only by killing monsters probability drop. The difficulty of obtaining than the iron ore is much higher. It's just not as versatile as iron ore, and most of the accessories don't get used. Unlike iron ore, which can all be used to produce bread. Gee, how nice that the body doesn't worry about iron deficiency. Instead, this carrier parts blueprint. Chen Mang face slightly odd looking at the hands of this light blueprint. Is the green grade carrier accessories? Grade is not low, just this effect. He looked into the rearview mirror that has long been gone corpse-tight empty one person of the wilderness, slowing the train down. It finally came to a steady stop on the moor. Another 100 units of level 1 fine spider silk were consumed to build this thing out. The next moment, only to see that the wind and fire wheel under the train has disappeared. In its place of several spider footsteps? Yes, this thing is a kind of wheel. Each carriage has 10 sets of spider step feet underneath. At this point the train looks more like, well, a giant centipede. Accessory name, spider feet. Accessory grade, green. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, spider steps with sticky feet that allow the train to travel unimpeded through harsh terrain and can travel freely on a steep 30-degree slope cross-section, with a maximum cap speed fixed at 50 km per hour. Upgrade requirements, 100 units of level 1 fine spider silk, difficult to evaluate. Ugh. Chen Mang looked at his train in front of him, which was like a giant centipede, and sighed lightly. Not that the image was a bit ugly, but he felt that it was no longer in the category of trains, right? The effect, however, can only be described as strong. Being able to drive freely on a 30-degree cross-section of steep slopes doesn't mean that you can climb a slope, but that you can drive freely on a cross-section of steep slopes at that angle, although the speed is much lower than the wind and fire wheel with a cap speed lock. This is something that can be very useful in some harsh terrain, except that the resource needed for this accessory to be built and upgraded is not iron ore, but fine spider silk. Killing the boss dropped. 100 units of level 2 material fine spider silk. Killing the boss hatchling dropped. 300 units of level 1 material fine spider silk. 100 units of level 2 spider silk, equal to 1000 units of level 1 spider silk, can be used interchangeably with each other. That is to say, he had a total of 300 units of level 1 spider silk. Just now the build used 100 units. There are still 200 units of this thing. This thing he also for the time being did not find any other use, so he simply used all of it to upgrade this accessory. Soon, consume 200 units of spider silk to level 2. Consume 300 units of spider silk to level 3. The vehicle's accessory limit is 3 levels, and it cannot be upgraded again. Level 0 clearance detected. This vehicle accessory can continue to be upgraded. Consume 400 units of spider silk to level 4. He could only go up to level 4. There wasn't enough spider silk left. 500 units of spider silk were needed to go up to level 5, and he only had 300 units of spider silk left. Up to this point, there has also been a slight change in the panel for this class. It can be driven freely on a steep 45-degree cross-section with a maximum ceiling speed fixed at 80 km per hour. Chen Mang expressionless look at the accessory's spider foot panel effect. He once again felt that his plug-in more or less some outrageous, and directly open the turn is not much worse, but in the 45 degrees of the steep cross-section of the free travel this is a concept. It's largely used in the wilderness, but he couldn't stay in the wasteland for the rest of his life, and this would come in handy when he went to other places with bumpy terrain. It's a great way to both catch and escape. In particular, it also continues to be upgraded, and when you get to level 13, it's straight up that you can run on a 90-degree cross-section, which means you can drive on a wall, and when you get to level 31, it's 180 degrees, and straight up that you can drive upside down with the carriages facing the ground on the ceiling. This more or less goes against physics common sense now, but he likes it. It's not this spider foot accessory that's outrageous. To be precise, it's this plug-in he's got. Pretty good. Chen Mang smiled. The only thing he had some regrets about was not having enough spider silk to level up arachnid feet to level 5, or else he would have been able to unlock a supermodel effect again. He loves this stuff, especially with the red grade carrier accessory wheel changer. He was able to replace both sets of wheels seamlessly, and soon he put back the spider feet and once again put down the wind and fire wheels. It was only then that he followed the trail and sped all the way back towards the way he came. Target, come time mine. Mission, keep digging. Inside the No. 3 living compartment. Mountain Hat stood beside Biao Zi with an apologetic face. Brother Biao, let me see if the wound is serious. And there is no medicine in the train, so it's not good if it gets inflamed and infected or something. Pio coughed lightly before carefully unwrapping the bandage wrapped around his left arm. Didn't think much of it at the time, just didn't want you to die there. We're all in this together. Just as the bandage was just unwrapped, the wound was only just showing. Biao Zi then twitched the corners of his mouth slightly, wrapping the bandage up again with the speed of cover and lightning, shaking his head with a calm expression. There's still the tainted blood of that man-eating spider outside of the train, so I can't unravel it to check the wound. In case of an infection it'll be bad. It's good that you have this heart. It's alright, I can survive this injury. Go and rest. We didn't sleep all last night. We're all quite sleepy. I'll take the sentry duty later. When you guys wake up, replace me. It didn't come down hard at the time. It was only rubbed with a fragment of the car blade, which caused the wound to not scar at this point. But the blood in the wound had already coagulated and stopped bleeding, and there would be no need to show this kind of wound to anyone. The bobcat's eyes reddened slightly, and she obediently walked to the corner of the carriage, and without a word began to fall asleep with her eyes closed. Soon, most of the people in the wagon were asleep. They hadn't slept during the day yesterday. They had chiseled man-eating spiders all night, and in the morning they had gone to kill a batch of cubs, Both physically and mentally they had long been at their limits. With the rocking of the train, it's easy to fall asleep. Pio. Seeing that everyone had fallen asleep, Black Consumption came over and said cautiously, "Brother Biao, you just handed over that train order so naturally? I was so excited to see you. I thought you were going to lead your brothers to make your own way again. I'm all ready to call you Master Bill again." Silly elk. Diaozi disdainfully blanked Black Consumption. "Is that train order I surrendered? That's a letter of surrender. A gold medal to avoid death. You know." Chapter 37, It's a great start. Diaozi snorted coldly before his eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. "In Armageddon, trust between people is extremely weak. It's a hard thing to get the conductor to trust you completely. And other than that, how do we prove that we turned in all of this haul? It's almost an unanswerable proposition. But with the train order it's different. We've surrendered everything we can to stand on our own. Do you think Master Mang can still not trust us?" Although the old pig was the first to follow Master Mang, after this incident, Master Mang now 80% trusts me more. Believe it or not? Not to mention, Diaozi some helpless long sigh, "I'm not self-supporting. What is the end? You two also know. Not to mention, let's follow those train conductors. In the end are not all dead? The chief is not that good. And, this time, the head is different." His eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered, "Unusual car blade fragments, even if they were raised to full level, would not be able to break through that level 3 man-eating spider's defenses, and as long as this train can be developed, by that time, both our status and survival would be quite a bit better than if we were to stand on our own. Come on, you can't understand a word of this with you. Anyway, you just need to know one thing. Follow Master Mang well." "Oh," Black Consumption nodded weakly. "Every time you say that, that conductor dies within a few days. That was then. This is now. Master Mang is not like other conductors." 5 hours later, the train finally returned to the initial iron ore location once again. He looked at the familiar surroundings and that mine cave, and for a moment, he even felt a sense of kinship. At this time, it was already the middle of the day. A strong sleepiness came over me. He'd also been up for a long time without sleep, and after instructing Diaozi on his walkie-talkie to arrange for a lookout, and then for everyone to sleep to replenish their strength, he walked over to the bed inside the train room, and fell head over heels without even taking off his clothes. Too sleepy. Sleep first. Wake up and talk about it. Perhaps he had stayed up too long, and when he woke up from his nap, it was 4 or 5 in the morning of the next day. Phew. Chen Mang, confused from the train room, hastily washed up, holding a cigarette, jumped down from the train room, only to see that at this time on the wilderness has been quite lively. A lot of slaves one after another from the carriages to go to the mines. Master Mang. Seeing Chen Mang wake up, the old pig that was commanding on the side hurriedly jogged all the way over to report. Some of the slaves woke up earlier, saying that they really couldn't sleep and wanted to go down the mine. And after thinking about it, I didn't dare to bother Master Mang with this small matter, so I agreed to it. Over there they are distributing slices of bread and water to the slaves who have just woken up. There should be more digging today. Quite a few people have been down the mine at 2 or 3 in the morning. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Mang's eyes. All so active? Aha. The old pig was a bit odd. I probably questioned a few people, and their answer was that level 3 man-eating spider gave them a scare, and they didn't want to die. They wanted to dig more mines to make the train stronger faster so that they could be safer. There's awareness. Chen Mang couldn't help but laugh before pulling out 2 cigarettes from his arms and throwing them into old pig's arms. One to take to you and Diaozi and divide amongst them, and one for the slaves. As long as they all work well, they won't be treated poorly. The slaves must be motivated. Human potential is unlimited. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Okay, the old pig responded before rushing over to maintain order and unwrapping the cigarettes each slave received 2 in hand. Chen Mang looked toward the busy scene not far away, stood in the night wind, looked at the sky full of stars, smiled softly and did not speak. Having such a deputy is still quite good. At least he does not need to worry about all these trivial matters. Only then did he walk alone to the back of the train, lighting 3 cigarettes and inserting them into the wilderness in turn. He only mumbled with a calm face and folded his hands and looked up at the sky. It's a great start. God forbid I could be here and continue mining for 7 more days, by which time this mine would be almost finished and it would be time to move on to the next new mine. Although this cannibal spider accidentally gave him a small harvest, but not every accident ends well. It's best if there are no surprises. He prayed sincerely in his heart a few times before removing the 3 cigarettes that had been stuck in the ground, patting the dirt on the end, stuffing all 3 in his own mouth, and walking all the way toward the head of the train with one hand on his cane. In Doomsday, tobacco is a scarce commodity. You can't afford to waste it. It's alright if your heart is in it. Smoking 3 at a time is quite enough. Train interior. Chen Mang, who got off the train and toured around, returned to the console again and pressed the red button labeled Carrier Accessories on the console. and 12 buildable carrier accessories appeared on the screen next to the train after it was upgraded to level 2. Train radio, a green-grade accessory that requires 500 units of iron ore to build. Crafting table, a green-grade accessory that requires 500 units of iron ore to build. Tricycle heavy machine gun, a green-grade accessory that requires 500 units of iron ore to build. 12. 7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line, green-grade accessory. 500 units of copper ore required to build. Enemy detection radar, green-grade accessory. 500 units of iron ore are required to build it. Resource detection radar, a green-grade accessory that requires 500 units of iron ore to build. These 6 fittings are mandatory to build and are required to upgrade the train to level 3. It's all very useful. Beyond that are 6 carrier accessories that are not mandatory to build. Car stereo, white color. 100 units of iron ore are needed to build it. Built-in fire control system, green-grade accessory. Requires 1000 units of iron ore to build. 5. 56mm rifle bullet production line, green-grade accessory. 500 units of copper ore required to build. Clothing customization line, a white-grade accessory that requires 100 units of wood to build. Simple medicine cabinet, a white-colored accessory that requires 100 units of iron ore to build. Train auxiliary AI, green-grade accessory. 500 units of iron ore required to build. This time, there isn't an extra red-grade vehicle accessory, and it looks like the rare train order will only give away 2 red-grade vehicle accessories. After the train is upgraded to level 2. The accessories that can be made are significantly more powerful than at train level 1. This time around, he wanted each of the 12 buildable accessories, and needed each of them badly. It was just that it would take quite a bit of resources to build them all and level them up to a certain level. And he'd also like to put 2 heavy machine guns on top of each of his carriages. That way the security is pulled straight through. Except that the heavy machine gun bullet production line would need to be made from copper ore, and no doubt a lot of copper would be needed to produce bullets, which he hadn't encountered as yet. A long way to go. Chen Meng sighed softly, his eyes gazing far into the depths of the wilderness. When would he be able to have a fully equipped level 2 train? Chapter 38, Start Splurging. Chen Meng came back to his senses and continued to look at the screen next to the console. A series of carrier parts information. He now had 831 units of iron ore. Let's get the moldy sliced bread production line to level 2 first. Let's see what happens. After consuming 100 units of iron ore, the panel quickly underwent a corresponding change. Name of accessory, moldy bread slices production line. Accessory grade, white. Accessory level, 2. Accessory effect, for every 1 unit of iron ore consumed, 10 slices of bread can be created. Upgrade requirements, full level. Not bad. Chen Meng lightly nodded his head. After upgrading, the quality of the bread slices under the same consumption had been improved. The upper limit of the white grade carrier accessories was basically level 2. Of course, this upper limit was meaningless to him, but he also did not have the idea to continue upgrading for the time being. That's enough. From moldy slices of bread to normal slices of bread. Theoretically speaking, moldy food cannot be eaten more. Otherwise it may be life-threatening. But he had eaten a month of moldy buns after the failure of the first business in his previous life, and did not die, as long as the mold will be removed. All this environment. No one cares about what is moldy or not, but it is true that it cannot be taken for a long time. The upgrade reduces the chance of slaves getting sick. That Master Cohen, who had been a level 2 conductor, hadn't bothered to consume 100 units of iron or to upgrade this accessory to level 2. No, that guy hadn't even bothered to build a gimbal. And I don't know where the hell that guy had spent all his resources. The universal wheel is a special accessory. With this accessory, the train maneuverability will be greatly improved, allowing for smaller turning arcs. And after the level is high enough, it can even be shifted sideways into the depot. Not in the 12 buildable accessories, nor can it be upgraded. Grades are automatically aligned to the current train's grade. He then upgraded the pure water filter to level 2 and the panel changed. Accessory name, pure water filter. Accessory grade, white. Accessory level, 2. Accessory effect, for every 1 slice of moldy bread consumed, 1 bottle of mineral water can be created. Upgrade requirements, full level. The requirement is for a moldy slice of bread, but one that is not moldy can be used. The equivalent of 1 unit of iron ore makes 10 bottles of mineral water. Up to this point, the entire train pretty much counted with all the basic amenities. Not too good, but at least there wasn't much of a shortage of food and water anymore, and in the apocalypse, it was enough to survive in those conditions. He didn't really want to waste his resources on the life category next, getting both his defense and attack up first. In the wilderness, crisis is always the main theme. In the mine, hiss, a middle-aged man covered in dust, with a somewhat sore body, stopped the work in his hands, placed the pickaxe on the ground, and sat his butt on the pickaxe handle before carefully pulling out a crumpled cigarette from his jacket pocket. He placed it across the tip of his nose and took a sharp sniff, exhaling a long, satisfied and intoxicated breath, before once again tucking the cigarette back into his pocket again. Somewhat emotionally, he murmured, "Before the end of the day, I kinda didn't spare a smoke at that price. Now, kinda don't spare a smoke. Yo." A young man beside him similarly stopped the work in his hands, shook off his sore arm and teased, "It looks like Uncle used to be a big shot, so now that he's a slave can he accept this kind of discrepancy?" The middle-aged man was silent for a while before he said softly, "It wasn't much of a big deal before, barely a middle class, it's not a low income, what I make in a year can cover the average person for 10 years, but to be honest, I'm several times more anxious than a lot of people, constantly worried about a dip in my income, and I don't want to go back to the days when I was just an ordinary person, who was mentally weakened to the point of having strong feelings of near death from time to time in order to keep up with the superficial glamour. Now that I'm a slave instead, I feel much more grounded. There's no need to worry about anything other than whether or not you'll see the sun tomorrow." "Oh," the guy got interested and approached with some curiosity, "so you're not thinking of climbing up the ladder and becoming a deputy conductor or something?" The middle-aged man shook his head, "Which is so easy to move up, although everyone wants to be a deputy conductor. But there has to be someone to be a slave in order for the train to run and develop steadily. Now the power structure of the train is basically stabilized, and if you want to move up at this time, you will easily be made an example of. And this conductor is quite good to the slaves. Not only does he manage to feed them every day, but he also gives them 2 cigarettes, which is an absolute rarity in the end of days. That does." The guy patted his pocket. 2 cigarettes, grinned. He actually acceptance of the end of the day is quite high. Before the end of the day to come, he can't afford to buy a house, no deposit, no parents, orphan. Every month's salary on 2,800. Everyone looks down on him, said he is a waste. After the end came, everyone was a waste of time and no one looked down on him. How nice. He thought it was fine to be a loser. He had never had the idea of getting ahead in his life. The sky was falling and he had to smash a high one first. Soon, with the sun rising and setting, the day passes. When the group of slaves returned, one by one, carrying pickaxes and standing in a long line in front of the train to receive their food for the day, large quantities of iron ore were also brought back. "Hey," a man is from the hands of the old pig received slices of bread, subconsciously want to snap off the mold on the slices of bread, but found that today's slices of bread intact, not only does not have any mold, but also exudes a burst of malt fragrance. Froze for a moment before looking up at the old pig in front of a somewhat bewildered. "Here." Old pig smiled and waved his hand, signaling the people behind him to top up. "Master Mang remembers your hard work and digging. From now on, all slave slices of bread will be of this quality. Work hard and you'll have everything in the future." The man quickly reacted, hurriedly full of gratitude and excitement after a sharp thank you. Cannot wait to run aside to find a corner. Began to taste today's intact slices of bread up. Inside the train, Chen Mang one-handed on the cane from the window this group of slaves to retrieve the line of sight. At this time has been around 9 o'clock in the evening. A lot of slaves today directly dry 16 or 17 hours. It's been dry since the early hours of last night. He even sent Piao down to deliver food and water halfway through. He is really a little afraid that his group of slaves died of exhaustion in the mine. Is really ruthless. There is work is really dry. Of course, the harvest was full, with 1,620 units mined today, the highest day in these days. With the iron ore he still had left, the train now contained 251 units of iron ore. That's enough for him to build a lot of things. Start swinging. Chen Mang's eyes quickly surveyed the names of those accessories on the screen and began to think about the priority of different accessories. Chapter 39, God willing, nothing happens tomorrow. First, he once again built a normal carriage to consume 100 units of iron ore, which he had promised these slaves a long time ago to give them a little bit more living space. Only that the normal carriage that he had built at that time was scrapped in the boss battle. Next in line, naturally, is the maker's table. After consuming 500 units of iron ore, the green-grade accessory crafting table was also built and placed in the No. 2 cargo compartment, and there was only one thing that could be crafted at the moment, which was energy stone. The crafting table is level 1 and consumes 500 units of iron ore to craft one level 1 energy stone. Make. Soon, Chen Mang left the train room and walked to the No. 2 cargo compartment, taking out a pigeon egg-sized diamond from a crafting table similar to a square box, and placed it in his hand to play with it delicately, which was the energy stone. Again, this energy stone was placed in the generator. Next moment, all the interior lights and all the compartments in the entire train lit up instantly. Even in the wilderness exuding a sense of warmth, the essence of human civilization could not exist without electricity, and the presence of this thing made human society look more like a civilization. Currently, there was nothing in his train that could use electricity, and with just these light bulbs, The energy stone would support the generator for about 300 days or so. He also had no intention of creating another energy stone. The train head currently has 62% of the energy stones left, so when it's almost out, you can build it again. And in case of any emergencies, it's perfectly possible to unload the energy stones from the generator and load it into the train head. These two items cost him 1,000 units of iron ore. Train radio is definitely a must-have priority. Information exchange ensures that the train will not be an island in the wasteland and consumes 500 units of iron ore. The enemy radar is also a high priority. The presence of the radar allows the train to secure its base while stationed in the wilderness, and it also consumes 500 units of iron ore. Up to this point, he had already consumed 100 units of iron ore and only had 151 units of iron ore left. Phew! Inside the train, Chen Meng, who had squandered almost all of today's iron ore, exhaled a long breath and looked at the panel of the green accessory. Enemy detection radar. For the first time, accessory name, enemy sorting radar. Accessory grade, green. Accessory level, level 1. Accessory effect, any living creature other than a member of the train within a radius of 1,000 meters from the center of the train will be alerted to its approach. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 units of iron ore. Only on the left side of the console, a rectangular screen made up of countless white lines appeared out of thin air, and when the white line's light passed away, the screen was lit up. On the screen was a green aperture, and in the center of the aperture was an overhead 3D diorama of the stellar train. The interior of the train and its vicinity boasted nearly 100 green points of light, while a single red point of light was missing from the entire circle of light. Although the accessory effect states that any living thing that comes near will signal an alarm, it now seems that living things here should just include other humans and monsters, excluding some small bugs and the like. The source of energy needed for this screen is supported by electricity, and the circuit system for the whole car he had done during the level 1 train. In front of the head of the train, there is also a small lump similar to a palm-sized protrusion. This thing is the external enemy solving radar. Sensing an approaching enemy, it will sound an alarm as a warning. But he doesn't have the car audio accessory now, so he can't make a sound, but only graphic warnings on the screen. Chen Meng raised an eyebrow and consumed another 100 units of iron ore to build out the white grade carrier accessory car audio. This accessory is the sound set. The train carries a large stereo outside the head. 6 small speakers are set in the corners of the train room, and each car also boasts 6 stereos in different locations in the front, center and rear of the car. By then, early warnings, and the sound of accessories such as Train Assist AI are emitted through the stereo, and he can also convey his orders accurately to each train member's ear the first time through the stereo, and he can even follow the example of that Class 2 train, blasting DJs and roaring arrogantly in the wilderness with impunity into the distance. Now the pockets are really clean. There's nothing left at all. Only 51 units of iron ore in my pocket, and I'm saving some of it to use to make food and water in the morning. Night. Everyone had gone to sleep, and a couple of thugs outside the train were patrolling the night watch. Chen Meng cannot sleep, simply leaning on the cane to walk down the train room, walked to the open space not far away, looking toward their own that peace and quiet lying on the ground as a sleeping beast like the stellar train. A sense of satisfaction came over me. The train had begun with a humble locomotive, and now it was in his hands, becoming gradually feathered. The feeling is indescribable, like a foster child growing up. Noteworthy. Although the spider's foot will is modeled after a spider's foot structure, it is not real flesh and blood, but rather a mechanical form of steel structure, which at first glance looks a bit incongruous with the train, but after a few more glances, one can feel the explosive power and the tension and charm of the mechanical train contained within. The tension and charm of the mechanical product. Chen Meng sat on the dry cracked ground of the wilderness, looking somewhat dazedly toward the sleeping behemoth under the stars of the night in the distance, scarlet cigarette butts flickering vaguely in his fingertips. Nothing, just watch in peace, brain emptying, just admiring the product of his life, as if he was admiring a rare work of art on earth. After a long time, he looked down at the cigarette that had gone out at some point in his fingertips before he tossed it aside casually, suddenly realizing why lions all liked to patrol their territory. It was a indescribable sense of pride and fulfillment. That's nice. Just then, the cane in his arm suddenly shivered slightly, and a very small curved screen surfaced on the surface of the cane, on which was the reduced screen of the Sojourner radar, showing 3 red dots slowly approaching the train. He hasn't said anything yet. Then he saw that the thugs who were patrolling around the train had touched down with their guns. After several gunshots, the wilderness was once again quiet and the red dot faded away. Chen Meng laughed softly and continued to sit in place shaking his head without speaking. It seemed that after experiencing the previous incidents, these fighters were a lot more alert. There were also some sporadic monsters attacking them during the day today, but that instead gave him a pang of peace of mind. At least it meant that there were no more scary bosses around, and the priority of wind and fire will had to be raised a bit. Being fast in the wasteland meant that you could survive a lot of the time. Once you have all the must-have accessories all built, then you can target a few of the highest priority upgrades. He got up and patted the dust on his pants, then walked slowly toward the head of the train with his cane. I hope tomorrow remains a peaceful day. God willing. Nothing tomorrow. Chapter 40, Train Radio. The night breeze in the fall is still a little bit oozy. Chen Mang sat in the wilderness for a long time, then got up and walked toward the train room, shedding his clothes and was about to go to bed to sleep, but the rest of his eyes suddenly saw that the numbers on the console panel did not seem to jump a little. He immediately walked up to take a closer look, and after checking around, he realized that the remaining capacity of the energy stone embedded in the train's head became 61%. Chen Mang stared expressionlessly at the figure in silence for a long time without speaking. He's still at 62% during the day, and the train hasn't moved anywhere all day, and the blade isn't running, so how can it somehow lose 1% of its energy capacity? Think about it. The energy stone seemed like a big problem. He just didn't have the time to notice it here these days. With his current train's load-bearing capacity, a single energy stone could sustain the train at full speed for roughly 100 hours. When he traveled to Taiping City, he still had 72% of the train's energy stones left, and it was normal to adjust from 72% to 62% after consuming about 10 hours of traveling. 1 hour at full speed consumes roughly 1% of an energy stone. But, he hadn't maneuvered the train to go too far before traveling to Taiping City, and he had consumed nearly 30% of its capacity just after finishing the battle with the cannibal spiders. Originally, he had thought that the blade was an energy black hole. After all, the source of energy consumed to keep the blade rotating at high speeds was the energy stone in the train's head, and didn't think any deeper. It's just that he didn't do anything today and this energy stone somehow dropped 1%, which is a big problem. Could it be that the energy stones were affected in the battle? Chen Mang walked up to look carefully at the energy stone set in the head of the train. There is no gap. Then how can this energy somehow gone? He hesitated for a while after the first time did not go to sleep, but to open today's newly built accessory train radio, to see if you can get some intelligence exchange. Instantly dressed again, he sat down on the console and looked at a green button next to the console. When pressed, a chat box in the form of a chat room instantly surfaced on the screen. The top right corner shows 397 people in this chat room. A message was popping up on the screen every now and then. Bloodthirsty Berserker Train, is that level 3 cannibal spider in Taiping City gone? I don't see much movement in that area anymore lately with all the zombie wolves coming out. Infinity Train, I think it's gone. I haven't been over to No Man's Wasteland anymore. I've been over in the Desert Hills for a while now. Hell Train, that side of the Desolation Hills would be a good place to log, but the terrain is just too bad for my train to run on it. The Infinity Train, I can't run either. I'm parked on the edge. It's kinda inefficient to have slaves go deep into the hills to cut down trees and then run back, but it can't be helped. There's so few trees in the uninhabited wastelands, there's not enough of them. There's a few in the ruins of the city, but I'm not going to head out to the vicinity of the City of Peace until I get a concrete word on the departure of that man-eating spider. Hell Train, I thought you had a level 3 machine gun. Why are you afraid of it? Infinity Train, hey, do you know how expensive the shells of a level 3 machine gun are? I have nothing to do. I'm wasting so many resources just to kill a boss. The man-eating spider is a fire attribute boss. It will only drop fire attribute rare resources and fine spider silk. I'm not going to use either of them for now. Wouldn't it be good to save some resources for something else? Bloodthirsty Berserker Train, then you're wasting your efforts to upgrade that machine gun. Upgrading it without using it is not a pure waste of resources. It's better to be like me and press on without upgrading it. Infinity Train, what do you know? Having something but not using it and not having it when you use it are two completely different concepts. Okay? In case we get caught up, I can still counterattack, but you guys will just have to wait for death. There are no chats from too long ago, only chats since train radio was built. Everyone's code name is their train name. This is a chat room that only conductors can join. The people in this chat room should all be from this wasteland, which meant that this wasteland possessed at least 397 level 2 trains, which was more than he thought. After all, he hadn't seen a few trains in total since he crossed over. After weighing his words, Chen Mang typed a line of text into the chat box. Stellar Train, may I ask if the energy stone in the head of the train will suddenly drop 1% of its capacity when it's not running at all? He was worried that no one might reply to him, but he didn't realize that these few people in the chat room were quite enthusiastic and replied quickly. Infinity Train, well, basically, no, because the energy stone in the train's head is basically only responsible for driving the train. Your other carrier accessories that require energy support are basically supplied by the generator. If there's this problem, it should be that your circuitry system didn't do a good job of linking certain carrier accessories that need to consume energy all the time to the energy stone in the train's head. Hell Train, +1. You must have just upgraded to a level 2 train not too long ago. Go and check if the circuits of your solitaire radar or the built-in fire control system, which require energy-consuming carrier accessories all the time, are connected to the energy stone in the head of the train. Just change the wiring and connect the socket to the generator. Bloodthirsty Berserker Train. The circuit system is a must-build for a level 1 train. When you move up to level 2, it's best to reroute the circuits so that the energy stone in the train's head is only responsible for the train's drive, and all the other carrier fittings are linked to the generator, which is a bit better. Chen Mang stood behind the console with an expressionless face, looking at the circuit system that connected the solitary radar and the train head energy stone together, and couldn't help but let out a light sigh. It's still true. This old pig used to look out of favor. Like he didn't know about this. He immediately adjusted all the circuit systems of the carblade and enemy-seeking radar, which required energy to support the accessories, so that all the accessories on the train that needed to consume energy were connected to the generator. It should be fine this time. In the future, there shouldn't be any sudden capacity loss of energy stones. This train radio is really useful. If no one told him about this knowledge, I don't know how long it would take for him to figure it out on his own. Stellar train, thanks to a few of you, the problem is solved. It's really the reason why the enemy-solving radar is connected to the energy stone of the train's head. There is another question. I went through a battle yesterday. It probably took less than 2 hours. The energy stone dropped nearly 30%. Is this normal? That seemed to be the only people currently online in the chat room, and he was quickly replied to again. Chapter 41, Bloodthirsty Raging Bull Train. Bloodthirsty Berserker Train. It's normal. After all, some of the offensive vehicle accessories are more energy-consuming. I heard that there's someone who lost 3 energy stones in one battle, but you've only just risen to level 2. Those accessories of level 1 trains basically don't need energy to support them. That's a bit abnormal. Train to infinity. It's true that it's not normal, but I'm not sure what the situation is in terms of specifics. Hell Train. Some monsters have attacks that can make the energy stones in the train's head fall out of tolerance, such as the venom of that level 3 man-eating spider boss. It's recommended that the Train 8 AI be built out earlier, and it will tell you all the specific information about the monsters that show up on the radar, which is quite useful. Infinite Train. Surely that's not the reason. This dude's train is only up to level 2. It can be sprayed by the venom of that level 3 man-eating spider, and the distance isn't much farther. A train that's just been upgraded to level 2. How can its speed be able to outrun the man-eating spider? It's bound to die. Hell Train. But I seem to recall that this monster is the only one in No Man's Land that has the means that would disfigure energy stones. The Infinity Train. There must be another reason. It's just not clear exactly. It's just not possible. Get another train order. Change the train. Restarting is the best solution to all problems since the beginning of time. Bloodthirsty Raging Bull Train. Sleep first. I'll see you at the rally in a few days. Chen Mang silently looked at the constantly scrolling messages in the chat room, and probably had an answer in his heart. It should be that he had unintentionally dipped into some venom during the attack, thus causing the train head energy stone to lose its appearance. Just get the answer. After all, one energy stone was only 500 units of iron ore, so he could afford it. Sleepiness also came over him again at this point, and he removed his clothes before falling headfirst onto the bed. In the blink of an eye, dawn. Chen Mang simply washed himself with mineral water inside the train room before sitting at the table next to him, using the hot steamed buns to hold the hot sauce and swallowing while looking out at the slaves outside the field who had already gotten up and were preparing to go down the mine. What a lovely bunch of worker ants. He needs more slaves. In his mind he was silently planning for later, when his level 2 train was fully loaded. He was going to scavenge for more slaves. Population is the first productive force in the wilderness. Outside the window, Diao Zi is leading a group of fighters or training content he listened to. Roughly 9 fighters are divided into a total of 3 groups of 3 people. Each group of 3 people. Diao Zi said the first group to attack the direction of what time to attack the direction of what time, so that you can as far as possible to ensure that the coverage of the fire does not overlap. He didn't intervene, and he wasn't a professional in that area. Just leave it to Pyo. Soon, the day passed, and the slaves once again came out of the mine carrying pickaxes, as well as bringing back 1208 units of iron ore for him. Today was another day where nothing happened. There was no presence around except for a few scattered monsters. But just as these iron ores were moved to the No. 2 cargo wagon, Chen Mang suddenly felt the ground shaking. The amplitude was not small, like an earthquake, and he even saw the dust dancing on the wasteland ground. Before he could react to what was going on, the stereo in the train room suddenly emitted a burst of ear-piercing alarms, only to see a number of red dots of light suddenly surging out around the aperture of the enemy supporting radar screen, and the number of them was still rapidly surging. Chen Mang obediently copied the binoculars and looked toward the distance. A large number of corpses were converging and gradually forming an encirclement. Get in the car. After having several experiences, the group of slaves and fighters were also a bit accustomed to it, and the first time they ran back to the train, accompanied by the roar of the engine, the stellar train slowly started, and found the weakest place to drive away at full speed before the tide of corpses could form an encirclement. As for the scattered dozens of zombies blocking the road, almost at the moment of impact, it flew high into the air, and the high-speed rotating blades on both sides chopped all approaching zombies into two. As long as it wasn't jammed to the point of being waterlogged, the corpse tide wasn't really that harmful. About 10 minutes later, it has been completely invisible behind the shadow of the tide of corpses. Chen Mang body out of the ceiling skylight, holding binoculars to look behind. This night should be the need to be stationed on the ground, wait for dawn after the batch of zombies should be gone, and then go back to digging mines. Chen Mang frowned slightly. The warning range of this enemy-solving radar was only 1,000 meters in radius. It was still a bit too short. In case the slaves were still in the mines at this time, it would not be that easy to take the slaves away. The Sojourner radar also needs to be upgraded sooner. Just then, he suddenly noticed several messages rapidly crossing the screen of the train radio chat room. Hometown train, is it an earthquake? Is the ground shaking a little too abnormally? Train to infinity, seems like it. Bloodthirsty berserker train, it's that piece of the doomsday abyss again. I just happened to pass by there and saw that the abyss was shaking violently again, which led to the no man's wasteland earthquake. Chen Mang's face was slightly odd as he looked at the several messages that crossed over from the chat room. He learned that after the end of the day, a crack like an abyss appeared in this uninhabited wilderness, which was almost perpendicular to the ground, completely invisible to the bottom, not knowing how deep it was at all, because this place shook often, and each time it shook like the gates of hell were about to open. People named it the Abyss of Doom. It is said that some people have detected a level 2 iron mine and a level 1 copper mine below using the resource detection radar, sort of a high-density resource point. In no man's land, level 2 iron ore was rare, while copper ore was even rarer, not to mention that all bullets had to be built from copper ore. It's a consumable item, and there's not enough of it to go around. It would be even rarer for two mines to still be together. So some people then looked for some zip lines and other devices from the ruins of the city and tried to put slaves down there to dig for minerals, but because it was too deep, no one has seen the bottom so far, and it was just a dead end, and no one has gone to mine the resource spots there so far. What's more, it's not like there aren't any level 2 iron mines or level 1 iron mines in the rest of the no man's wasteland. But, Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, and his brain began to quickly come alive. Where others could not go down, he could go down. His spider feet could now travel on a 45-degree cross-section, and when he ascended to a certain level, he would be able to travel freely on a 90-degree cross-section. So this Armageddon abyss would not only be a resource point for him, but also a safe house. The tide of corpses definitely can't get in. No longer would the tide of corpses drive them around as they were now. It's just that upgrading the spider feet accessory requires a sufficient amount of fine spider silk. Just then, he saw a message pop up in the chat room. Bloodthirsty Raging Bull Train, I have a green-grade rare vehicle accessory blueprint nitrogen tail spray in my hand. Does anyone want to reserve it in advance? Slaves, women, resources, blueprints, tobacco and anything else of value can be exchanged, and it will be traded at the rally site when it comes time to trade, so you can chat privately to talk about the price first. Rally? Chen Mang frowned slightly, and through the conversation in the chat room he learned that this was a self-organized trading activity by a group of train conductors, and that the location of each rally was different, and that it was all maintained by consensus. This rally is in 7 days. His train had only just gotten to level 2 now, and it didn't feel very safe to go along for the ride, but it's a good idea to ask first. Stellar Train, does anyone have any fine spider silk? The words were quickly answered. Bloodthirsty Raging Bull Train, yes brother. Yes, but too much. How much do you want? Chapter 42, I'm sleepy today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. How much? Chen Mang looked at the private message from the bloodthirsty berserker train on the train radio, and roughly calculated inwardly that he had to upgrade his spider feet to level 13 to be able to travel freely on a 90-degree incline, which meant that he would need a total of 8,100 units of level 1 fine spider silk. When he sent the number over, there was no message back from the other side for a long time, before a private message was sent a few moments later. Bloodthirsty berserker train, not that much. I only have 1,500 units of level 1 fine spider silk here. All of them are dropped from killing man-eater spiders, but a few days ago a couple of trains went to Pacific City to hunt man-eater spider hatchlings. There should be some spider silk in their hands as well. Let's see you at the rally then. What are you going to take in trade? Chen Mang looked at his train panel. He didn't seem to have anything that he could take out in trade. Slaves he didn't want to part with. Resources he lacked himself. The only thing he could take out was the car blade fragment. This thing, as long as it was strapped to a pickaxe, it was a melee weapon that could be able to break through the defenses of level 3 and even level 4 monsters. It's enough to supermodel. although just being able to break defense is another story in terms of power. It wasn't something he wanted to take out. It would reveal too much information. For a moment he suddenly realized that he really didn't have anything to trade. After a moment of hesitation he replied that he would talk about it when he met up at the rally, that the train order could probably be used for the exchange, but he'd have to go to the rally first to get a rough idea of what the train order was worth. It's late at night. Chen Mang also did not pay attention to the train radio again. Tonight we'll have to camp out here. Also do not know where that put the D-Jot that time the headlight of the level 2 train where the headlight came from. In the buildable 12 carrier accessories did not have this thing. There are now 230 units of iron ore left in the train. This iron ore he had long ago figured out how to spend it. Build all the accessories the train should have first, then slowly target upgrades. Since we have decided to go to that rally in 7 days, we have to build a few 3-legged heavy machine guns in the next few days and mount them on the top of the wagon, regardless of whether there are bullets or not. And outsiders don't know how many bullets are piled up in your wagon. At least with a few more of these things, the deterrent is a lot higher, lest you get targeted by some curmudgeon. The heavy machine gun bullet production line needed 500 units of copper ore just to build it, and he only had 10 units of iron ore in his train right now, which wasn't enough. As for tonight, he spent a total of 100 units of iron ore to build 3 fittings that were Train Assist AI, Resource Detection Radar, Simple Medical Kit. The first 2 are green grade accessories and the last one is white grade. After building the Train Assist AI out, there was once again an additional screen on the console. And this AI would assist the conductor in certain ways while traveling and stationing, such as determining the degree of the incline ahead, or detecting the extent of damage to various train accessories in real time, or providing accurate information on monsters within radar range. Quite a useful accessory. The Resource Detection Radar is the same as the Sojourner Radar, with a detection range of 1000 meters in radius at level 1. When a resource point is detected within this range, a beep will be emitted and it will be displayed on the screen that there are no resource points in his vicinity so far. The simple medicine cabinet consumes only 100 units of iron ore. It's a disposable item. It contains some basic bandages, antiseptic water, sprays, kits for stitching wounds, etc., mainly to save traumatic injuries, in addition to some painkillers and fever medicines. It wasn't too much, probably just the amount for 3 people. Later go to disinfect Piaozi, but also show the conductor's human care. Although the temperature of this season is not easy to inflammation and pus, but it is better to prevent it if possible. Finally, he spent another 100 units of wood to build a new accessory, the clothing customization line. This is the only wood in the train. His outfit had been a bit vaguely smelly, and he hadn't been able to get clean clothes to change into, and had built this line out and placed it in cargo compartment number 2. This production line will create clothes that fit perfectly and appropriately according to each person's body type. There are over a dozen styles of clothes to choose from, all at a flat price, and to create a single outfit, you need to consume 10 units of wood. But he had no wood at all at the moment, so he had to leave it here for the time being. I'll wear it for a couple of days, wash it the night before the rally, and dry it outside for a day or so. It doesn't matter what you do at home, you need to be decent when you go out. In an environment like Armageddon, being able to have a decent line of work is a sideways testament to one's strength. After doing all this, Chen Mang before carrying a medical box, through the No. 2 cargo carriages, came to the No. 3 living carriages. At this time this section of the car, Biaozi and another young boy is competing with another young boy push-ups. A few of the other beaters around them were in a constant state of uproar. Seeing Chen Mang coming, the voices suddenly quieted down, while Biaozi also hurriedly climbed up from the ground. His face a little embarrassed whispered, "Master Mang, aha." Chen Mang waved his hand to signal the crowd to relax a bit before carrying the medical kit to Biaozi's side. Roll up your sleeves and put some medicine on your wounds so that they don't get inflamed. The corners of Biaozi's mouth twitched slightly, and he inclined his head to look aside at Bobcat Z. A little embarrassed for a moment, he actually wanted to say that his wounds were already scabbed over, and a cocktail of medicine. Wouldn't it be revealing if I rolled up my sleeves at this point? Just the orders of Master Mang he had to listen to, and could only grit his teeth and slowly roll up his sleeve to tear off the bandage. Chen Mang expressionless looked to Biaozi's left arm that has been scabbed and quite neat wound, and swept the carriage that originally disobeyed Biaozi. At this time also when everyone to get along with quite cordial, and suddenly understand everything. Taking out the disinfectant spray from the medical kit, he symbolically sprayed and changed a new roll of bandages before patting Biaozi's shoulder and softly saying, "Pay attention to safety when you go out in the field in the future. Okay, you guys keep playing." Only then did he return to his train room again. A wound that neat didn't look like something a creature like a zombie wolf could inflict. More like it was cut with a shard of car blade itself, and he didn't have much of a problem with that. There is no such thing as too much entertainment in the wilderness. Returning to the train room, Chen Mang did not have much else to do. and the information on the newbie guide he had memorized long ago. Just as sleepiness flared up, he also fell on the bed and entered dreamland. If I had to say entertainment, probably the only entertainment would be the adrenaline rush of narrowly escaping from the mouth of a monster. In a daze, he suddenly remembered one thing, is not to give Master Koan has not yet incense. Master Koan is a good person, gave him such a big newbie gift package, is to thank. Forget it, I'm sleepy today, let's talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 43, Those who do not cooperate shall be shot on the spot. It's always lonely in the wilderness, even if there are a lot of people on the train, but on weekdays you can hardly see the other trains. The whole train is like a lonely boat in the vast sea with the waves. Who does not know what will meet the next moment? Who does not know if you can still see the sun tomorrow? When the day breaks, the slaves in slave carriages 4 and 5 had also awakened. The train beneath them was speeding across the wilderness. They didn't know their destination. They just knew that if there was a mine they would work, and if there wasn't a mine they would stay in the carriages. Finally, as the train slowly came to a stop, the group of slaves stepped off and found themselves back in the familiar mine of yesterday. That wave of corpses has receded. They're back. That middle-aged man who was in pretty good condition before the end of the day looked out of the carriage at the familiar mine cave, stuffed the cigarette he had been playing with in his hand back into his pocket, and smiled as he patted the youngster beside him on the shoulder. Let's go. Bring your pickaxe and get ready to work. This young guy had been chatting with him pretty well for the past few days, and the two of them had gotten to know each other quite well. Okay. The youngster was also happy to follow this uncle around and listen to him talk about his glorious past before the end of time, an existence he hadn't been exposed to before the end. Capital gave him the name, Small Town Youth. He wasn't very fond of the name, tried to get recognition for his online voice, and the name really changed to Social Waste. That or Small Town Youth sounds better. It's just that he's always had a grudge about it. Someone has to be the loser. So why can't that someone be him? It was dawn when the train stopped again at the same mine that it had last night. A new day of digging begins once again. The fighters also started a new day of patrolling and letting off steam near the train. Train interior. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Mang sat on the console and silently peeped into the chatter of the conductors on the train radio, which was his only entertainment. And so far there was no other entertainment. The quality of the women in the train was a little too much for him to see. He's not hungry enough for that kind of thing. On the contrary, that bloodthirsty berserker train sent him a private message late last night, saying that he had encountered dozens of man-eating spiders last night, and after resolving them he had harvested quite a lot of spiders, and that he would be able to trade more spiders to him when the time came. Pretty good. Chen Mang inclined his head to look at the thugs who were patrolling outside the train room, and the slaves who had already gone down to the cave. Everything was going steadily and orderly in a better direction. The wilderness, the other end. Inside the train of the King of Electricity, a midget man was sitting on the console, browsing through the information on the train's radio in boredom. He hadn't been to that part of the city for a long time after he had been chased out of Pacific City by the level 3 man-eating spider a few days ago. I just found a mine and have been stationed digging for the past few days. And just now, he saw on the train radio that a train owner had said he had a meter 8 female slave waiting for a fated person to trade at the rally, which caused a sudden extra ripple in his heart that hadn't been planning on traveling to this rally. A meter 8. The midget man muttered. He was born that way, well below human normal height, and his means of subsistence before the end of time was to serve as an NPC in a Lilliputian-themed amusement park. That amusement park has quite a few midget people like him for visitors. Maybe it's the fact that disabled people are more or less psychologically challenged. He was extremely obsessed with those kind of tall women and never dared to think in that direction before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, he was in control of a train with decent strength after he got a train order by fluke last month and had some chance to do so. With power in his possession, many thoughts that he didn't dare to think about before slowly sprouted up. He liked women who were tall enough. It gave him a sense of conquest. So what if they were taller? They still had to submit to him. The more one lacks something, the more one will seek it. After a long silence, he sent a private message to the guy on the train radio, set to go to the rally to talk face to face about the deal. He currently had 2 women. The tallest one was only 5 feet 6 inches, totally outclassed by this 5 feet 8 inches one, and in heels, could be nearly 5 feet 9 inches, a giant of a man. He likes it. Just then, suddenly there was a conductor on the train radio, announcing a message that the level 3 man-eating spider in Taiping City was dead, its body almost cleanly chewed up by the tide of corpses, leaving it an empty shell. There are no photos, and photos cannot be sent within the chat room, and it comes with the coordinates of the corpse of the man-eating spider. After the gnome man entered that coordinate into the console, he realized that the coordinates seemed to be on the same route that he had escaped that day, and this location, it wasn't that far from that level 1 iron mine. He remembers that when he escaped that day, he met a train that was mining next to a level 1 iron mine. He was trying to warn this train to hurry up and escape back to the mine so that he could escape, but since that train was a class 1 and didn't have a train radio, he couldn't get in touch with it, and it was over. With the speed of that train, it definitely couldn't outrun that level 3 man-eating spider. Should have been building trains in hell by now. Which one of the big guys with level 3 carrier parts happened to be passing by at the time and killed this level 3 man-eating spider boss? But why bother? With the size of that man-eating spider, the level 3 heavy machine gun is a little bit not quite enough. At least have to be on the level 3 machine gun. Wasting so many shells, just to kill a boss? Completely not worth it. You have more copper or cannot be used up. While the stuff dropped by that boss was definitely good, it certainly wasn't as good as the amount of copper resources consumed. The man skimmed his lips and didn't think much more about it. He was going to stay here and continue mining for the next few days, and go to the rally a few days later to dispose of the batch of spider silk along with the arachnid foot blueprints that he had harvested this time. It just so happens that someone in the chat room was talking about collecting spiders last night. I'll be in touch later. There was no telling how much spider silk he could eat from his hand. After all, the ones who wanted spider silk were basically to build the green accessory spider feet, an accessory that only consumes 600 units of level 1 fine spider silk when leveled up to full level. His spider feet were fully leveled long ago. Inside the stellar train, originally, Chen Mang thought that last night had already experienced an accident, so today should always be safe and sound. Just like after a cell phone is stolen, there is supposed to be a safety period during which it is always impossible for the phone to be stolen again, right? How can a bad thing happen to a person so often? But, when the time came to noon, Chen Mang saw dozens of slowly approaching red points of light appearing on the Sojourner radar, and copied the binoculars to look out the window, only to see that 20 to 30 ragged-looking survivors were holding each other up in the distance, approaching towards him. And these survivors, after spotting his train, which was parked in the wilderness, as if they had found a target, approached him with overflowing excitement on their faces as they quickened their pace. His brow furrowed. The nearest city ruin here was Taiping City. It had taken him about 5 hours to drive here from Taiping City, and that was with full speed. How did this survivor get here? With your legs? Didn't you meet a monster on the way? But he didn't have time to think about these issues for the time being. He only knew that there was a batch of slaves delivering to his doorstep, so he stopped them first, and instantly copied the walkie-talkie. Biao-zi, stop this batch of people. Full body search. Disarm. Those who do not cooperate will be shot on sight. Chapter 44, yakking about something or other. Yes. At the first moment of receiving the order, Biao-zi had already blocked the way with a group of thugs, first firing a warning shot before looking at the group of survivors who were speeding up their steps towards them and yelling at the top of their lungs, "Hands up! Anyone who moves, die!" His body was tense. The Tenglong assault rifle in his hand was already loaded, the muzzle aimed at the group of survivors, his finger on the trigger casually ready to fire. He was more willing to face the zombie wolves than these unknown survivors. After all, the reason why one of his trains was overthrown was that a rival train sent a group of hitmen posing as survivors, who blended into the train and opened direct fire, causing heavy losses and the train to die violently on the spot. A lesson learned from the past. He didn't want to do it again. Biao-zi's eyes stared straight at those survivors who kept approaching, but wherever a person's hand went to stuff in his arms, he would not hesitate to fire directly. In the wilderness where there was no village in front of him and no store behind him, the sudden appearance of such a group of survivors would have been a very bizarre thing. But, this batch of survivors also seems to understand Biao-zi's idea very well. All the hands raised high in the proximity, slowing down the speed while slowly approaching with a trembling voice yelled, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" After both sides were only a dozen meters apart, Biao-zi behind a group of fighters, quickly stepped forward to the more than 20 survivors all pressed to the ground. Each person is close to the body searched again, after determining that there is no weapon, only to turn around and look to Biao-zi nodded to indicate that everything is safe, and Biao-zi breathed a sigh of relief, picking up his walkie-talkie and whispering, "Master Mang, all is safe." Chen Mang walked down from this stellar train docked in the wilderness, draped in his jacket and leaning on his cane, all the way to all the survivors lying on the ground in front of them, and swept through them one by one before speaking out. "Is there anyone who can talk?" I. As the words fell, a man among the survivors raised his hand shakily and stood up. All of us in this group were originally slaves of the everlasting train. The train was attacked by a wave of corpses last night, and the slaves in our compartment were thrown down to be sacrifices. But for some reason, those waves of corpses didn't attack us, but went on to chase the train. When the tide of corpses went away, it was late at night and we didn't dare to move around, and it was only after dawn that we thought to see if we could find a train in the wilderness to continue digging as slaves, and we're all very fit and able in this lot. Chen Mang looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a calm expression, and then looked at the other survivors once again. About 20 people, 17 of which were all men, and the remaining 5 were all women. The basic age is around 30. No one is too old or too young. He was naturally happy to have such an extra group of diggers. But, compared to the fact that the wave of corpses did not attack these survivors, he was more willing to believe that one of these people might have a handheld version of the zombie perception shield, and he was relying on this special prop at that time to escape from the wave of corpses. It's just hidden so deep that it probably wasn't searched. It's not like that thing is big enough to hide in the body at all. Chen Meng inclined his head to look at Biaozi, waved his hand and said softly, "Clothes are all off. Search again." Those women carefully search again. Many places can hide things. Biaozi was slightly stunned, then quickly understood and said in a deep voice, "Understood." And what Chen Meng didn't see was, upon hearing this order, a flash of panic and anger flashed deep within the eyes of the man who had just stood out trembling. 10 minutes later, all the survivors were stripped naked and gathered in one area. Chen Meng, on the other hand, crouched down and used his cane to pick at the token on the ground, which was still stained with some sticky liquid, and next to it, there was a pistol and 3 magazines, and even a train order, all of which were recovered from a middle-aged woman. Chen Meng's face was calm and silent for a few moments before he waved his hand, and Biaozi quickly sent a woman to be dragged in front of Chen Meng. Quite a load. He raised his cane and gently tapped the cheek of the middle-aged woman in front of him calmly. "What are you trying to do if you don't tell the truth and you're still prepared to carry weapons on board?" The woman was cloaked and distributed extremely wretched, kneeling on the ground. Her arms were tied behind her back by the beaters. There was no room for resistance. Just screamed with a face full of fear. "It's got nothing to do with me. It's him. He made me do it. He's the leader of the beaters on the Everlasting. He coerced us into concealing his identity in preparation for joining a train to take the throne at a later date, and I was forced to do it by him." Chen Meng followed the woman's line of sight and saw the middle-aged man and the survivors who had just conversed with him, and the other party's eyes were almost overflowing with unwillingness and fear, perhaps also knowing that he was already bound to die. "This man is also tough." From the crowd stood out to walk to is 2 meters away from Chen Meng position, staring at Chen Meng, one word, gritted teeth, willing to gamble to admit defeat. "Since the situation has been made clear, I also have nothing to say. Give me a pain in the ass. What I admire most in my life is people like you, with a fine mind intact. Pity. Unfortunately, if I had met you earlier, I would have done so for the sake of being your most loyal henchman. But if you're willing." Next moment, chug, chug, chug. The crisp sound of an assault rifle resounded across the wasteland as Chen Meng tossed the rifle in his hand to Biaozi's hand before casually saying, yakking about something. The shots fell and the man had fallen in a pool of blood. Soon, after interrogating them one by one, the situation became completely clear. The group was indeed from the Eternal Life train, and after encountering the wave of corpses, the slaves were abandoned to become bait. And this fighter was also thrown down because he was doing a job in the slave car at the time. And this hitman had been privy to a lot of stuff in the last train, like the handheld version of the zombie perception shield and the train order. Stuff that had been privy to this old favorite woman's body, originally prepared to find an opportunity to kill the original train conductor to get to the top. I did not expect to encounter a wave of corpses and be directly abandoned. After being thrown off, this hitman also survived with this group of slaves by virtue of his handheld shield, and the idea was simple. He wanted to join a train again, and then try to get inside again and kill the conductor. Then plunder this train of all its existing resources and slaves, and with this train order, establish a train of your own. Also, if you use the train order directly, you won't have enough resources and you'll have to anchor in the wasteland before you get to level 2. Joining a train and looting its resources is the best way to do it. After all, the interior of most trains is the most vulnerable, especially when there is no built-in fire control system as an accessory. A small pistol was enough to kill the conductor violently if he could get close enough. And then with the group there was a real chance of a borrowed child. Chen Meng did not comment too much on this plan. One thing he did know was that he had 21 more slaves. Oh, no, it's 20. The man's old flame was also sent away by him by Piao. Chapter 45, Depart for the Assembly. Train interior. Chen Meng had already thrown the pistol and the magazine all into the geocentric melting furnace. As for the handheld version of the zombie perception shield and the train order, he had cleaned them and put them away, just in time to trade them at the rally a few days later. He couldn't decide on one issue, though, and needed to discuss it with the old pig. Old pig. Chen Meng sat on the console and said thoughtfully, I'm going to go to the rally in 6 days and exchange some materials at the rally. Do you think we'll keep these slaves for our own use, or just sell them when the time comes? Master Meng. Old pig spoke tentatively. Are you worried that the atmosphere of the train has been quite good so far, and those slaves are working quite hard, and that the addition of a group of outsiders will make the slaves, who are otherwise peaceful now, have more thoughts that they shouldn't have? Aha. Chen Meng nodded lightly. He did have some concerns about this matter. This is actually something you don't have to worry too much about, Master Meng. Old pig took a deep breath and began to explain. First of all, our train's treatment of slaves right now is one of the best in the entire wasteland. And if the end had just come, it's true that a lot of people might think differently, but our group of slaves, who have probably changed hands with several conductors, are well informed about the treatment of slaves on other trains, and far from it. Master Quinn wasn't just a few days ago, and the term slave is something we're definitely going to have to slowly go through later, changing it to something that's cohesive enough with the train to mobilize production, like passenger. But until then I think we can start by dividing the slaves into 3 classes, like first-class slaves, second-class slaves, third-class slaves. The higher the rank, the better the slave can enjoy. Let's use the total number of iron ore surrendered as a promotion mechanism. And when the train grows in the future it can also be changed to first-class passengers, second-class passengers, third-class passengers, etc. along the way. And for this group of newcomers, let them be third-class slaves, and our old men second-class slaves, so that those second-class slaves, after enjoying their counterparts, will hardly be incited to anything. After all, the price paid for rioting is not the same, and we are definitely accepting more slaves in the future. It's not possible to not use them just because they are not of the right origin. In the wilderness, people are extremely scarce productivity, and how many people who can survive in the wilderness can be of the right origin? With this system in place, it will be much easier for us to absorb slaves in the future, slowly integrating them into the stellar train. Other than that, I can also set out some reward mechanisms whereby meeting certain contributions can be exchanged for many things, such as women, delicious food, a day off, etc. After Chen Meng patiently listened, he suddenly laughed. He finally knew why even a lord like Cao Cao needed the 10 victories and 10 defeats theory of strategist Gui Jia. In fact, he also had this idea vaguely in his heart, but it always felt a little bit wrong. After listening to these words of the old pig, he suddenly had confidence. Many times, people still need to absorb some confidence from the outside world. Pretty good. Let's go about it like this. The promotion mechanism and corresponding contribution value and whatnot. You can draw it up yourself. This batch of slaves will be received by you first. Go and briefly condition them. Understood. The old pig's face was serious as he said, I'll get on with it. Time blinked to 6 days later. It was now late at night, and the slaves were returning from the mines with pickaxes on their shoulders, and would need to leave early in the morning to attend the rally at the coordinates 239, 1923 inch, which was over 600 kilometers away. Several hours of travel and an early start is required. These past few days were basically considered peaceful, with no major surprises, except for 2 more times after being chased away by a wave of corpses. A total of 100 units of iron ore were gained. With this new group of slaves, the digging went a lot faster. This batch of iron ore has also been spent by Chen Meng. The stellar train currently has 4 cars in addition to the locomotive, cargo car number 2, living car number 3, and slave car number 4 and number 5. Chen Meng, on the other hand, had spent a huge amount of money, spending a full 4,000 units of iron ore, to build carriage steel armor for all 4 carriages. The wilderness. Chen Meng stood in the open space with his cane, looking at the thick and dark armor on the body of the train in front of him, such as the Mang Dragon, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. With the armor built throughout, the train had a more than a hint of a grim and heavy aura to its appearance. It looks just as strong. Unlike the original, it looks like a novice pup. Of course, it's all level 1. He doesn't have that much iron ore yet to upgrade the carriage steel armor to level 2. This thing needs to consume 5,000 units of iron ore in order to be upgraded to level 2. Beyond that, he also built a total of 3 heavy machine guns, plus the original one he had surrendered, and placed one on the top of each wagon, which seemed to be full of firepower and shock and awe, and consumed a total of 1,500 units of his iron ore. He only had a few hundred rounds of heavy machine gun ammo though, so the thing was mostly unused and basically just a deterrent. He also consumed 1,000 units of iron ore to build the built-in fire control system, a level 1 built-in fire control system, with a heavy machine gun embedded in the ceiling at the end of each compartment. Again, all of them are heavy machine guns, which is much more cost-effective than building an external heavy machine gun, except that you can only shoot inward is all. Yes, no bullets either for now, mainly as a deterrent. Before he found the copper mine, his heavy firepower weapons were basically only used for external deterrents. At present, the level 2 train can be built accessories, basically all by him, all built. The follow-up is slowly targeted upgrades, ascending to the full configuration of the level 2 train. The train now has 1,600 units of iron ore. He consumed 1,000 units of iron ore to raise the solitary enemy radar to level 2, bringing its detection range to a radius of 2,000 meters. The remaining 600 units of iron ore he kept, used to make food and water on weekdays, lest they spend all their iron ore, and if they don't find any new iron ore for a while, and they can't meet any other trains, everyone in the train will have to starve to death in the wilderness. Phew. After organizing the harvests of these few days, Chen Mang looked towards the mine cave that was gradually collapsing not far away, and was a little reluctant to part with the slaves. Along with the slaves all leaving the mine, this mine also ushered in the end of his life. All resources have been tapped out and this mine has melted back into the wilderness. Perhaps in time this mine will surface again. But next, they need to go find a new mine now. After Chen Mang took a deep breath, he put the cigarette that was about to be burned out in his hand, inserted it in the dirt, and stood in the wilderness with his hands folded and his eyes closed and muttered, "God willing, all the best for tomorrow. As long as we successfully exchange enough spider silk at the rally, we can go to the Abyss of Doom to mine level 2 iron ore and level 1 copper ore." Chapter 46, What Price for a Slave? Stay in place for the night. By dawn, the stellar train was roaring across the wasteland, speeding toward coordinates 239, 1923 inch. The original name of this wilderness before the end of the world was Iron Ridge Wasteland, but perhaps because it was too awkward, after the end of the world many people preferred to call it No Man's Wasteland. More than 4 hours later, the speed of the stellar train gradually slowed down, from not being able to see a single train in the beginning, to the second half of the journey where a few trains could already be seen sporadically, until now a train could already be seen every now and then, and was only a step away from its destination. Finally, when the train came to a stop, Chen Mang, who was sitting on the console, looked toward the crowds that were piling up on the wasteland not far away, and a hint of oddness flashed in his eyes. The rally is here. I just did not expect this rally is so simple. Even a tent or something? Just the train conductor with a group of fighters walking to the rally to trade. In order to be safe, all the trains must stop at a distance of 1,000 meters away from the rally. This rally has no organizer, completely by consensus spontaneously formed. He also into the local customs of the train stopped at a distance of 1,000 meters from the rally, with Biaozi and Old Pig and the other 3 fighters out of the carriage. The remaining fighters are to stay in the carriage to maintain order and watch out for unforeseen emergencies. Chen Mang, who was standing in the wilderness, leaned on his cane and looked back at his train. With this cane he could completely remote control his train. He had experimented with it, and it could be manipulated over a distance of roughly 1,000 meters. In case of any accidents, with just a thought, his stellar train would be able to speed up to him and carry him away from this area. He had never seen so many trains before. The trains that were docked here, there were 40 or 50 of them. Before he didn't have any concept of the strength or weakness of his trains at all. And now after looking at so many of them, he realized that his stellar train seemed to be quite good. There are at least 24 trains that haven't made it to full carriage coverage with armor. Is this hard? As long as you have 100 slaves, and then find a level 1 iron mine, and develop peacefully for half a month, you can basically do his level A. How does it look like there are still so many trains that are even more stumbling than him? His main trade targets today are 2 guys. One person is Bloodthirsty Raging Bull Train. Another person is Train, the king of Electro. Both of these 2 had quite a few spiders in their hands, and he and these 2 had agreed to meet at the end of the assembly, while he was now going to take the Old Piggy and a few others on their own for a stroll first. Old Pig. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the noisy crowd not far away. You've served as a deputy conductor before. How much do you know about the rally? Not at all. The Old Pig shook his head firmly. In order to participate in the rally, you basically have to be a level 2 train. Unless there are other channels to get the rally coordinates, and my previous train didn't come to the rally at all, and I didn't come to see it. Go. Chen Mang didn't ask any more questions, but just leaned on his cane and walked in the forefront and said softly, "Go and take a look," while Biaozi and the remaining 3 thugs were holding Tinglong assault rifles with icy faces as they followed behind. At a glance, all conductors were followed by more or less thugs, as few as 2 or 3 and as many as a dozen, and the main source of fighting in a train was not the thugs but the train itself. The main job description of the fighters is more about exploring the ruins, searching for supplies, patrolling and guarding the area, maintaining order, executing skirmishes, and maintaining the safety of the conductor while he is traveling. Sounds a lot more complicated than slaves. All a slave needs to be able to do is swing a pickaxe. Each conductor basically maintained a certain sense of distance from each other, without too much eye contact so as not to cause misunderstandings with each other, and everyone tacitly walked into the assembly, either to hang out or to find an empty seat and sit down, writing down their tradable items on the boards next to them. There were just 40 or 50 conductors in all. It's also a small gathering, and there's not much to choose from. The movement of the rally was simple, with only one line, from north to south. A number of conductors sat on either side of this line waiting for other conductors to come and trade. Chen Mang led the Old Pig. A few people stride into the assembly. Reflected in the eyes of the first stall next to the wooden board wrote 2 sentences. Looking for blueprints of all kinds of green grade and above vehicle parts at a high price. Selling slaves. What price for a slave? Chen Mang looked toward the old man with white hair sitting behind the stall, squatted down and opened his mouth to inquire. This is the first time he has seen such an old conductor. Looks like there must be more than 70 upwards. The old man who was faking sleep looked Chen Mang up and down. 500 units of iron ore for young adults and 300 units of iron ore for those of age with disabilities. The women range in price from 300 units of iron ore to 1,000 units of iron ore. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, calculating. After the end of the monetary system also ushered in the collapse. At present, the mainstream resources such as iron ore has just become the new trading currency. Everyone needs iron ore. Everyone is not enough. A normal young adult can mine roughly 10 units per day, which means the payback cycle is around 50 days. And that's if the mine can be found all the way through that 50-day period. It's a price he feels is somewhat inflated. The logic here is not the same as the logic before the end of days. The business that can pay back in 50 days before the end of days basically shelves inside the criminal law. Not in the criminal law that are top deals. And in Armageddon, there's simply too much uncertainty in 50 days. And it's a bit irrational to press so much iron ore into place instead of upgrading the train. So he was kinda curious if anyone would really buy slaves with iron ore. You can take you to my train if you're interested. It's all good quality. After this white-haired old man's sight rested on the Tinglong assault rifle in the arms of Biaozi's several people for a glance, he lightly coughed and cleared his throat before starting to push up with a serious expression on his face. The little brother train sure isn't bad for strength. We can still negotiate the price if we buy in bulk. Last time there was a person. He bought a lot of slaves from me. Now it is estimated that they have all left the uninhabited wilderness to head to a more resource-rich area. With so many slaves in hand, in finding a good location for a mine, dozens of days will be able to return to the capital, and after that, every day will be a pure profit. That guy is a man of great deeds, bought 100 slaves from me in one fell swoop, all top-quality young adults. Chen Mang didn't say anything, just pulled out a cigarette from his arms and sighed lightly after lighting it. He was genuinely curious what kind of person would take 50,000 units of iron ore to buy 100 slaves? With so many units of iron ore, what's the worst thing you can do? You can almost have a half full with a level 2 train, right? What's the point of buying so many slaves? In the long run, it is naturally a sure thing. If you come across a level 2 iron ore mine, the payback period will be shortened even more. But, in the end of the day, where there are so many long-term, who does not know what will happen tomorrow? Consider the premise of the long-term must be to have to short first stable. This person if not stupid, then it is really strong. Chapter 47, Fitness Carriage. What is the concept of 50,000 units of iron ore? He hadn't spent that much iron ore in total since building the train. Chen Mang waved his hand and got up to leave the stall. The price was too expensive. For the time being, he would not consider the matter of purchasing slaves. When the train's strength was sufficient in the future, then he would consider the item of purchasing slaves. And a lot of the time, the train's lack of resources isn't even because there aren't enough slaves. It's because finding mines in the wilderness isn't a simple task. And even if you do find a mine, a wave of corpses every other day will show you what it means to be in God's care. After making his way down the road, he realized that the rally was full of 1,000 different things and everything. For example, assorted household items, liquor, vacuum-packed snacks, etc. There are also resources for sale such as copper ore, iron ore, and accessory blueprints, as well as. Chen Mang looked to a stall in front of a woman kneeling on the ground tied by chains to the ankles. The whole person cleaned up quite clean. There is even full makeup on the face. The clothes are also quite exquisite, obviously being carefully dressed up. And the doom of those scruffy people somewhat out of place. 2 lines were written on the board next to it. A popular actress looking for a match. And behind them, there were several women with good posture, as well as 3 young boys who were also well dressed, all looking young, with great posture, and stars. Chen Mang face blandly surveyed these people. In all fairness, these women are quite good looking. In the end of the day can have full makeup would have been a descending blow. Not to mention that its own bottom is good, plus there is a name to add. It is indeed considered a scarce product. Master Mang. The old pig with an odd face came to Chen Mang's ear and whispered, "Isn't this woman the one who was particularly hot in the variety show before the end of the day? That Ji Choo Choo? It's the one who ended up in a pre-doomsday drama, right? A couple of the other guys were the main guests on that variety show. It's all hot, but it's probably hard to sell it for a high price. No one wants to spend too many resources to buy a woman back, unless he sells it in installments. Maybe some people are willing to have a taste. What price?" Chen Mang withdrew his eyes from these women and looked at the vendor to open his mouth to inquire. Hearing the voice, the popular actress kneeling on the ground immediately looked at Chen Mang with eyes full of expectation, squeezing out a heartwarming and bitter smile, which is very easy to stir up men's desire for protection. The conductor sitting in front of the stall's eyes lit up when he saw the Tinglong assault rifle in Biaozi's arms. Any blue-grade accessory blueprints can be taken away directly, and if you don't have any, 50,000 units of iron ore or copper ore will do. if you really can't. You said that you have any rare green grade accessory blueprints, as well as some special props or something. You can also take them out and look at them, so we can discuss it. This is Ji Chu Chu, a first-class dancer. Definitely worth the price. Chen Mang didn't have much of a reaction. Only his sight looked at the few fresh meat behind him. What's the price of these guys? These prices are going to be a little lower, the vendor of the stall said with a serious face. These days I have been urging them to stick to their exercise routine. Their physique and whatnot has always been very good. If you are good at this, old brother, then they are simply too good for it. And, the vendor dragged out the fresh meat boy behind him and pulled off all his clothes, revealing his standard abs and patting them hard with a serious face. Look at these abs. It took me a lot of effort to keep them like this in the end of days. It's a little pricey. I'll take another look. Chen Mang looked up and down before he sighed lightly and turned around to leave the stall. Had all these people gone crazy, or was he the only one in a barren state? A female star. You dare to ask for 50,000 iron ore? Why don't you ask for 100,000 dollars? After seeing Chen Mang and the others leave, the smile on this vendor's face then faded, and immediately turned around with a grim face and slapped Ji Chu Chu in the face. Didn't I tell you that when there are guests coming, you have to act as churlish as possible? What do you mean you're giving me a bitter smile? Acting bitter? And your Thai acting skills never improved in your life? Ji Chu Chu knelt on the ground, whispering with tears in her eyes. Old Lu. Old Lu? Calling Master Lu. Do you think I'm still your manager now? Or is it still in existence that you can use at will? The traitor was even more furious and smacked the past, before sitting on the ground chest up and down, eyes constantly flickering. Ji Chu Chu is definitely a good product. When the red first-line actress absolutely can sell a good price, but no one in the uninhabited wilderness, everyone's strength is here. No one can afford to pay the price. He came to every rally and never sold it. Why don't you go to the Kunlun Mountains? Kunlun Mountain is in the westernmost part of the uninhabited wilderness. Over there is the resources to be more dense. Of course, the danger is also more. In the uninhabited wilderness can act as a boss level 3 man-eating spider leader monster. Though there is also at best a small leader in the group of monsters. The trains that can develop there are going to be much stronger and can certainly afford to pay the price. Only, with the strength of his train, if he went, he basically couldn't come back. And, the difference in strength is too great. Who still buys him? Directly robbed. He does not even have the ability to lose both. After that, Chen Mang inquired about the prices of the goods sold at a few more stalls. Take tobacco, for example, 200 units of iron ore for the price of a cigarette. Another example, fitness equipment. My lord, let's think in the long run. How do we get slaves to mine more resources a day? Isn't a robust body a necessity? You buy these barbells and treadmills back and build a special fitness carriage. Let the slaves go to the fitness carriage to work out for a few hours every day after digging. In the long run, won't it drastically increase the efficiency of the slaves mining? These are packaged for only 1,000 units of iron ore, all brought out of the city ruins at great expense to my men. Basically 99 new, and the price is negotiable if you want intent. Chen Mang did not say anything, just like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at this vendor who was gushing hard to sell, and finally looked at the vendor's feet of the Salesforce single must be accomplished treasure book paper book, silent for a moment and then slowly walk away. Are all this man's men fools? How on earth did this guy's men carry something as big and heavy as a treadmill from the ruins of the city to the train? With brute force? He sort of saw it. Everything is for sale at this rally, and a number of conductors, when they run out of ore to mine, will go to the city ruins and pan for something to trade for iron ore at the rally. It just doesn't always work every time you poke around. If you get hard cash like tobacco, it's easy to cash in, but if you get barbells and all that stuff, that would require salesmanship, or praying to run into a cutie. In an environment like Armageddon, even if the god of sales came, it would be hard to sell a comb to a monk, unless it's a stupid monk. Chapter 48, Oh old brother, are you misunderstanding me, old brother? Phew. After seeing another customer snicker and leave, the vendor finally couldn't help himself and slapped his men behind him on the brain angrily yelling, I told you to go gather supplies. What the hell were you thinking moving this back? You see how sellable it is now? Behind the body is all muscle strong man, some aggrieved whispered. Master Fong, at that time did not search what good supplies. I thought of the thief cannot go empty. Always have to bring something back. Just met a gym has not been ransacked clean. I'll be my brother and I 2 people all carry back. The merchant crossed his arms with a somewhat angry smile. It means that your brothers are strong? That does. The burly man nodded with some pride. We've both been strong since we were kids. Chen Mang swept past the stall and continued to walk towards the depths of the assembly. Along the way, he really saw a lot of messy things for sale. There were even paper novels for sale, a book as long as 1 unit of iron ore. He queried every booth, mainly to get a general idea of the market. the desire to buy is not much stronger. After all, he didn't have many subs in his pocket, and his main exchange currency was still iron ore, of which he only had 600 units in his train right now, but he bought some anyway. For example, the old hen that the old pig was carrying in his hand was a hen that could lay eggs without a rooster, except that the eggs laid belonged to the unfertilized eggs and could not raise chicks. Before the end of time, almost all the eggs sold in supermarkets were of the unrefined variety, and the hens that laid them had probably never seen a rooster in their lives. The chicken cost him 400 units of iron ore. The price is acceptable. In addition to getting almost one egg a day, if you are lucky enough to meet a rooster in the future, you can also hatch more chicks, and when the time comes to get a section of the wagon dedicated to hatching chicks, it will be considered as a part of the ecological inner cycle. Finally, Chen Mang walked to the end of the rally and saw a very wild man sitting on the ground, with the words "Bloodthirsty Berserk Bull" written on the wooden board in front of him, the one he had agreed to trade with at the rally in the first place. Extremely heavy body hair. This is the kind of guy who drinks at night at the night market and most people have to walk around. He walked over slowly and crouched down to whisper, "Lao, this is the Stellar. How many spiders did you bring?" "It's you." This very wild man's eyes instantly lit up, grinning as he pulled out a large pile of spider silk directly from the box behind him and set it in front of him. "It's all here. A total of 500 units of level 1 fine spider silk, although it's a little bit short of the amount you asked for, but when the time comes, you'll find someone else to ask, and that's almost enough. You make an offer." "Old man." "That's right." The man's smile tightened, and with a serious face, he said seriously, "Although there are not many places where spider silk can be used, and currently the only accessories for spider silk that I know of that require it are spider feet and spider poison. It is, after all, a rare material that can't be dug out of mines, and can only be dropped by killing man-eating spiders. Older brother makes you an honest offer. 5,000 units of iron ore. It's equivalent to a 1-to-1 exchange. This price is definitely not high. After all, it's a rare material anyways." Chen Mang waved his hand. An old pig pulled out a handheld version of the zombie perception shield from his arms and placed it in front of the man, while he also spoke once again. "Take a look at this thing. I can trade it. Only, the value of this thing, as you know, you need to make up some points. This way, he is not wandering, mainly to understand the market." Through the inquiry he learned that all special props are basically not low prices. Special props have a unique effect, can be played at certain moments the effect of a hammer. Examples include the handheld version of the zombie perception shield, the Hell Cane, and the train order. If his Hell Cane is really put out for sale, change a Ji Choo Choo. This popular first-line actress is not a big problem, but it is difficult for someone to pay the price. He is also not willing to sell it. Being able to manipulate a train from a distance of 1,000 meters could bring more than just convenience. It meant that the train could become one's fifth limb entirely, freely manipulating it at will, and there would be many kinds of unexpected attacks. This very wild man took this special prop resembling a walkie-talkie in his hand, and after reading the panel, he was slightly stunned. "This thing, it's really something. This prop can shield the perception of nearby level 1 zombies, whether it is searching for supplies or other times, or in the case of being surrounded by a wave of zombies. This prop plays a small role, and a little bit of luck can even save a life. What's more important to him is, this prop can be more valuable in his hands." There was a rare green-grade vehicle accessory, vehicle-mounted zombie sense shield. One of the conditions for building it was that it needed this handheld zombie sense shield, and he happened to know that one of the train conductors had the blueprints for this accessory in his hands. After buying that blueprint, building this accessory, and leveling up a bit, then he would be able to completely ignore the necrotic tide in the wasteland in the future. Safety will be greatly enhanced. You don't need to worry about a wave of corpses coming to harass you when you're digging, so that's worth a lot. Admittedly, spider silk was indeed a rare material, and it was also true that it was much more difficult to obtain than iron ore, but it was also true that this item was of no use to him, and it had been pressed in his hands for some time, and using 500 units of spider silk, in exchange for a handheld version of the zombie sense shield, he really needed to replenish it a bit more. Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, keeping an eye on the man's reaction. After seeing this reaction he probably had a bottom in his heart, and coughed lightly. "Forget it, no more trading with this thing. Gao Zi, go to the train and ask a few people to move 5,000 units of iron ore down." Don't! The man, who was immersed in a beautiful dream, immediately pressed down Biaozi's right hand that was ready to remove the shield, and squeezed out a smile somewhat awkwardly. Don't be anxious, let's talk about it again. I quite like this prop as well, but as you all know, he can only shield level 1 zombies, so his usefulness is really limited." But then quickly turned his mouth and added hastily, "Tell you what, I'll add more." This very wild man, after taking a deep breath, pulled out a tall female slave behind him. I'll add this woman to you. How about 4,500 units of spider silk plus this woman, in exchange for this special prop of yours? Chen Mang looked expressionlessly at the woman behind this man. Quite tall. A full meter 87. Taller than him. Because of the excessive height, the bones of the body are a bit lost in beauty. Although the face is not bad. But, oh old brother, are you misunderstanding me? Old brother? I'd better trade you the iron ore for your spider silk. Chapter 49, Arrival at the Abyss of Doom. Listen to me. The bloodthirsty berserker bull train leader looked at Chen Mang with a serious expression. Older brother isn't making fun of you. She's definitely worth a lot of money. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought her to the rally. I know the conductor of that King Electric train is coming to the rally later. That guy is a midget man, totally irresistible to taller women. This one could fetch a high price with her. And I saw on the train radio that he had spiders for sale as well. You take this woman, and you'll definitely get all the spiders he's got in exchange. He might not be willing to pay too high a price if you're trading iron ore, but he'd be delighted if it was spider silk. Chen Mang couldn't help but be happy. Didn't you just say that spider silk is a rare material? How come it's not worth as much as iron ore now? The man coughed lightly in some embarrassment. Spider silk is a rare material, yes, but there aren't many places it can be used after all. It doesn't have the kind of applicability that iron ore has. You should be aware of that as well. Deal. Chen Mang didn't say much, just smiled and completed this transaction. He also really knew that the king of electroacoustic train conductor has this fetish. That day in the train radio there is a train conductor said that there is a 1 meter 7/8 female slave in the hand waiting for a person who has a destiny. He was there to notice that the king of electroacoustic train conductor sprung up. In this way then the king of electroacoustic train conductor in the hand of the spider silk is also stable. After all, this is going to be even taller for him. A foot of 1 meter 87. He had originally been prepared to take the train order to change. The conductor of the king of electric train hasn't shown up yet. Chen Mang followed the example of the other conductors, found an empty space to sit down, and also sought out a wooden board to write. Stellar, train orders for sale, spiders for purchase. The words stellar were mainly written for the king of electricity's conductor to read, so that they could easily recognize each other. And he was still satisfied with the deal with the bloodthirsty berserker train, which he had mentally expected at first was actually to trade the handheld version of the zombie perception shield for the arachnid silk. It's turning out better than he thought it would now. And an extra woman. Having already received 500 units of spider silk, he needed a total of 100 units of spider silk. With 600 units of spider silk to go before his arachnid feet accessory could be upgraded to level 13. It didn't take long. He then saw a midget man followed by 7 or 8 thugs striding towards him, and before Chen Mang had time to say anything, he saw that the man's eyes were already staring straight at the tall woman behind him, and said in one word, "Bro, name your price. I'll buy this woman." Chen Mang sighed softly. He thought that this midget man recognized him. It looked like the press had seen this woman behind him in the crowd and came straight to him, so he had to use his cane to point to the 3 words stellar on the wooden board. The gnomish man followed the cane's line of sight and reacted instantly, a smile piling up on his face. "So it's you. It seems you've done your homework on me ahead of time." "Straight up. Then, I have a total of 800 units of spider silk in my hand for you woman." "Lo." Chen Mang shook his head and said seriously, "Do you know how much money I spent to buy this woman back? A 1 meter 87 woman. Do you know how rare it is?" The midget man's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated for a moment. "How many spiders do you need in total?" 3,600 units of spider silk. "If I give you 3,600 units of spider silk, can I have this woman?" "Can. You wait. Last time several trains went with me to hunt man-eating spiders in Taiping City. I'm going to contact them now. Wait for me for a few hours. I'll be right back." After saying that, the midget man didn't stop for anything before turning around again and striding towards the outside of the assembly. 5 hours later, the gnome man returned, placing 3,800 units of spider silk in front of Chen Mang's stall before taking a deep breath, looking somewhat pressingly at the tall woman behind him, and licking the corners of his mouth. "Is it okay now? Happy trading." Chen Mang smiled and shook the man's hand to signal that the deal was done. By now the rally had largely dispersed. It would be dark in a couple hours and half the trains had already left. His train order didn't sell either. Not many people inquired about it, and the highest price offered was only 2,000 units of iron ore. Most train conductors basically bought it for security, and in case the train crashed someday, there was a chance to rise again with a train order in place. But after all, it's just a guarantee, and you don't want to charge too high a price. He's in no hurry to sell either. 2,000 units of iron ore wouldn't solve any big problems for him. It was just less than 2 days of production for the slaves, so he might as well keep it for himself. Phew. Chen Mang stood at the edge of the stellar train, looking towards the several trains that were not far away that were heading off into the distance with a roar. This rally was over, and for him, it was a perfect curtain. The spider overcooked and got 200 more units of spider silk. So next, it's time to upgrade your spider feet to head out and explore the abyss of doom and the wasteland. Noteworthy, throughout the entire assembly, no conflicts arose, not to mention fights. Even verbal arguments were rare. Everyone was extremely restrained. There was no one to maintain order. It was purely the crowd that maintained this consensus on their own accord. Every conductor has trading needs. If someone breaks this unspoken rule, it means that it will be difficult for all conductors to go and trade with other conductors for a long time to come. And anyone who dares to break this unspoken rule will become a public enemy. With no great disparity in the strength of the crowd, this consensus serves as a good restraint, and he has seen the differentiation and diversity of the many trains. In the night wilderness, under the sky of stars, the stellar train, like a long dragon, was speeding towards the distance like an arrow out of the string. After inputting the coordinates of Doomsday Abyss into the console, and traveling for about 4 hours through the night with the stars and the moon, we finally arrived at Doomsday Abyss when it was dark. There's a level 2 iron mine in there. 1 unit of level 2 iron ore is equivalent to 10 units of level 1 iron ore. That is to say, with the number of slaves in the Stellar's current train, 1 day of mining would yield about 10,000 units of iron ore, and 5 days would be enough for 1 G choo-choo. By that time, he can completely upgrade all the train armor to level 3, all the accessories to level 5, and all unlock an overmold effect, making his train truly a fully equipped level 2 train. When he returned from the Abyss of Doom, the wave of corpses that used to chase him everywhere was as easy to slaughter as cutting grass. There's no point in having more than one. When the disparity of strength comes to a certain distance, quantity loses its own existence. Finally, half an hour later, the stellar train has successfully arrived at the edge of the Abyss of Doom. Chen Mang stepped out of the car, leaning on his cane to look at the abyss in front of him, which was thousands of meters long and nearly 40 meters wide, and looked into the sky from afar. It was empty all around. Under the starry sky you can feel a burst of extreme and bleak beauty, and if it were a peaceful time, this place would probably attract a lot of people to camp. And under the bottomless abyss, instead, there was a level 2 iron mine and a level 1 copper mine, like a young girl waiting to be blossomed, shyly waiting to be released, waiting for him to favor. Chapter 50, Spiderfoot Level 10 Supermodel Effect. A cigarette burns out. The scarlet light faded into the deserted wilderness, like a shooting star flashing across the sky, or like the restrained love of a teenager. Fleeting and uncaring, Chen Mang walked into the train room, sat on the console and pressed a red button on the console, accompanied by the clicking sound of the gears turning. The mechanical prosthetic limb like a spider's footsteps stretched out from the bottom of the carriage, replacing the wind turbine. The entire stellar train instantly turned into a giant centipede like a long worm. Phew! He exhaled softly with a hint of resilience in his eyes. The uninhabited wilderness was almost flat all the way across. There were no bumps, and there was no place he could experiment. And although the accessory affected that it was possible to travel freely across a 90-degree cross-section, there was no sense of realism to have been subjected to it. After all, he eased on the gas. The train began to creep toward the edge of the cliff. The train assist AI in the console was also scrolling several streams of information on the screen. The grade ahead is 90 degrees down, and you can drive normally. When the first mechanical prosthetic limb at the forefront of the train's head touched the cliff face, Chen Mang only felt a thumping sound coming from within the train, followed by the entire train was really like a centipede on the cliff face, traveling steadily on the cliff face in an extremely natural way. No headlights. Under the night, the abyss below was extremely dark, as if it was like the gates of hell that regaled the mind and heart. The strong sense of weightlessness made Chen Mang feel a little stuffy in his chest, and the seatbelt held him firmly in his seat. But the others in the compartment didn't fare so well. He had been informed in advance that there were no seatbelts in the compartment and nothing to hold the body in place, so he had to maintain as good a posture as possible, all crowded and piled up on the side of the compartment. It wouldn't be life-threatening, but it wouldn't be nice after all is all, so that his slaves wouldn't suffocate. He opened the doors on the back half of all the cars to keep as much oxygen as possible flowing through them as the train traveled like a centipede straight down the cliffs. 10 minutes later, there was no light left at this point. The abyss of extreme darkness enveloped the entire train, with only the dim lights in the carriages, as if they were resistors in the flood of history, burning their limited lives as much as possible, thus resisting the encroachment of the darkness. Visibility is almost zero. Chen Mang couldn't see anything in front of him at all, and relied on the train assist AI accessory to prompt him that it was safe to continue traveling. It's already 2,000 meters down. He kept a smoother pace as much as possible. Too fast a rate of descent could cause discomfort in the slave's body. Finally, after 30 minutes, after the train assist AI signaled that it was about to hit the bottom, Along with another thump, the train had come to a peaceful stop at the bottom of the cliff. Chen Mang jumped out from the train room, stood in the abyss where he couldn't see his fingers, looked up to the sky with only a slit in the sky, and felt a trance. This was the first time he had been in such an environment, like being in the mud but still looking up at the starry night sky, which was rich in a unique sense of loneliness and romance. And the resource detection radar. It's ticking. Cue the fact that there's a level 2 iron mine that no one has ever mined 800 meters near him. He kept an eye on the enemy solving radar the whole time. From the beginning until now it had bottomed out. The radar didn't show even a single red point of light. This place was a natural barrier. No monster could come here. Perhaps if there were flying monsters that could reach here. But he hadn't seen any so far that could fly. By now the old pig had finished his inventory and came trotting along. Master Mang, there weren't any slave casualties, just a few scrapes that don't affect the work. Aha! Chen Mang nodded and said softly, everyone rest in place for the night and work at dawn. Understood. Only after the old pig left did Chen Mang look at the mechanical prosthetics under the train that were like spider's footsteps. He had spent a total of 8,100 units of spider silk, and helicoptered the spider's foot accessory from level 4 to level 13. The first supermodel effect is unlocked at level 5. Arachnid foot level 5 supermode effect, can switch to arachnid walking mode, reducing movement noise by 100%. It also unlocks a second supermodel effect when it reaches level 10. Spider feet level 10 supermodule effect. Spider feet can spray 2 spider silks up to 100 meters forward for 1 hour, allowing the train to travel smoothly on the silks, consuming 100 units of level 1 spider silk for every 100 meters of spider silk sprayed. With a calm face, he stood on his cane at the bottom of the abyss and looked out at the 2 supermodel effects. The first supermodel effect is somewhat average. The train moves not just the noise from the wheels, but also the roar of the engine, the clash of the carriage hinges, etc. Unless there are other accessories available later that will muffle all these sounds as well, plus means like ignoring radar and even space distortion. It is then that the entire train will travel as silently as a ghost through the darkness. The second supermodel effect is going to be used in many more scenarios. For example, if he wanted to travel to the other side of the Abyss of Doom, with this effect, there would be no need to detour at all. Just spray the spider silk on the other side of the cliff, and the train would be free to travel on the spider silk, like a tightrope walk across the cliff, or in the city. With this effect combined with the spider feet themselves, he could maneuver the train freely across the skylines on. It's great for both running for your life and searching for supplies. Pretty good. Chen Mang let out a laugh before returning to the train room once more to get up and work early in the morning. A few hours later, dawn. The train had stopped next to that level 2 iron mine. This level 2 iron mine was open air and not underground. No need to travel to the bottom of the ground through the mine. A lot less process, which could undoubtedly drastically increase the digging efficiency again. When I look up, I can see the sunlight like a line of sky. However, the sunlight basically can't shine at the bottom of the abyss. The bottom of the abyss is still in a darker environment, and only by raising their heads can they see the faint sunlight. And there is a gust of cool wind sweeping everyone. Each slave received a bowl of hot boiling water at this time, as well as several slices of hot steamed bread, and a packet of squash for every 10 men. Of course, the slaves in question here are the level 2 slaves from the original train, and the group of level 3 slaves just received slices of bread. Today everyone's meal scale has been moved up a notch, and on weekdays steamed buns are only available to beaters and conductors, to drive away the body cold. During last night, Chen Mang had already consumed 100 units of iron ore to upgrade the pickaxe production line to level 2. And now this production line was already producing pickaxes that could mine level 2 resources. Only that 10 units of iron ore were needed to create a level 2 pickaxe. He only has 70 units of iron ore left and can only make 7 level 2 pickaxes. Only this one isn't even a big deal. It was a level 2 iron mine next to it after all. And a little casual digging would extract enough iron ore to build a level 2 pickaxe. The doors of the stellar train were parked open to the side, dimly lit, providing a weak source of light. This is the best resource these slaves are enjoying these days. It is also the best resource that the train can offer slaves at this time. Everything for this level 2 iron ore. Chapter 51, do they all know Ji Choo Choo? Soon, every slave had a level 2 pickaxe in their hands. Perhaps because this time the mine was open, the conductor stood beside him to personally supervise the work. Every slave worked extremely hard, rolling up their sleeves and swinging each stroke round to heavily hit the raised iron ore on the ground. One time, the darkness was filled with the thick panting of the slaves. Next moment, in the darkness of the night, Chen Mang was on the console, turning the sound of the external stereo to the maximum, and an extremely powerful DJ deafeningly resounded in the ears of every slave, followed by a woman standing on the slave carriages, writing her body to the song under the dim light. The lighting was dimmer, and it was not quite possible to make out the woman's figure, but it was this haziness that carried a touch of absurd and deadly unique beauty in the lonely darkness. See that old hen? Chen Mang grinned and stood inside the train room, holding the walkie-talkie and yelling. When these two mines are all dug up, when the time comes to stew them up for you to eat the meat and drink the soup, all of you will have meat to eat, and all of you will have soup to drink. Want to dip a bun in broth? The words fell. A group of slaves, looking at the conductor standing in front of the train room window, the mind cannot help but come up with the taste of steamed buns dipped in broth. Subconsciously licked the corners of the mouth. The throat rolled. Eyes full of anticipation hissed, "Want?" Chen Mang neck veins protruding. Pulling the voice full of passion in the voice of the walkie-talkie copied in the hand to continue to yell, "See this woman dancing? Good looking? But I tell you, as long as you do a good job, this quality of woman is nothing. I went to the rally yesterday and saw a popular star. Ji Chu Chu. Do all of them ing know Jichu Jichu? Well done. I'll snatch the star for you to play with. Tell me, do you want to play stars? Anyone want to play stars? Now." Originally already full of energy slaves, completely exploded. Each other in the darkness looked at each other, are full of excitement lifting up the pickaxe in their hands yelling at the top of their voices, "Want to play? I didn't even think I'd get a chance to play for the stars in my life. Is this still a ing slave? I wasn't a slave before the end, but I didn't get to play with the stars before the end. Master Mang, don't worry, we'll definitely do a good job. Whoever dares to be lazy, we'll be the first to clean him up. Is that true, Master Mang? Do we really have a chance to play for the stars? Hey!" Chen Mang laughed and held the walkie-talkie in his hand and yelled loudly, "I, Chen Mang, have never gone back on my word. After digging up both the iron and copper mines, I'm going to go and snatch Ji Chu Chu. I'll play with it first, and then give it to you guys when I'm tired of playing with it. There's something for everyone. Even if you are slaves, you are still my Chen Mang slaves. How are my Chen Mang slaves in the same class as other people's slaves? The women that no other conductor deserves to play with. I'll let you play with them until you get tired of them. If you follow me and work hard, you can have a better time than you did before the end of days. Now, work!" The sound of the riotous DJ was once again deafening, stimulating the nerves of every slave, especially after such a beating. The energy was even greater. Chen Mang stood in front of the window of the train room and looked towards the slaves who kept swinging their pickaxes in the darkness, rubbing his somewhat dry throat before laughing softly without speaking. The popular first-line actress, Ji Chu Chu. He wants to have some fun too, and he's never played a first-tier actress before, but he preferred to bring a fully loaded level 2 train and snatch the Ji Chu Chu back than the price of 50,000 units of iron ore. The deal was to build guns, and the guns were built to rob food. What's the point of building a gun if you're going to continue to trade it after you've built it? He was idly out of ass to do when he went to so much trouble and ran into the abyss of doom to mine iron and copper again. What a wonderful sound! Chen Mang listening to the train outside the pickaxe constantly knocking on the iron or came from the crisp sound. The corner of the mouth cannot help but slightly upward. The hand holding a cup of water as if at this time also turned into a cup of red wine. His train plan will be formally departed from here. One day, his train will become the most terrifying presence in the wasteland. Among the slaves, a dusty middle-aged man. The corners of his mouth also rose at this time, constantly swinging his pickaxe to knock down the iron ore. It can be seen that the mood is quite good. Uncle Lee, a young man next to him came over with a light gasp, his eyes full of flirtation blinking. It seems that Uncle Lee is yearning for this Ji Chu Chu, smiling so happily. These days, he had learned the name of the man who was a middle-class man before the end of the world, though he preferred to call him Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee smiled and shook his head. It's the end of the day. I'm not going to hide it from you. Who wouldn't want to play with a big star when they can have a chance to play with one? But it's not because of this that I'm really happy. Rather, haven't you noticed that there are no other trains here but our stellar train? In the last night, the train was driving straight down vertically on a cliff face. No one has ever mined the resources here, and no one has ever come to take them from us. This means that the conductor has his own unique and scarce means. The point where I'm really happy is here. With so many resources plus the means of the conductor, the train is bound to grow to a very good point, and our safety will be guaranteed even more. In the end of days, survival always comes first. Who wouldn't want to be with a conductor who is strong enough? Who wouldn't want to feel a little safe? The fact that this conductor, in particular, can promise to bring out the old hen, and that Chishuro to play with us, tells us two things. The first point is that this conductor is generous enough to give concessions to the following. The second point is that this conductor doesn't particularly value these, even if Ji Chu Chu, who is extremely rare in the eyes of others, is just like that in the eyes of Master Mang, who is much more ambitious. Those are the two things that make me happy. And we are now second-level slaves. The new batch that joined are third-level slaves. With Master Mang's temperament, he will inevitably grab more slaves in the future, which means that as long as the train can develop smoothly, along with more slaves joining in, there is a great possibility for us to get out of slavery in the future. We, as the longest joined, will be the lower-level managers who manage the slaves. Shouldn't such a train, with a clear vision, a generous leader, and clear promotions, be happy that we have the honor of being part of the initial group? The young man was slightly stunned, before muttering in a bit of a trance, Uncle Lee, it's still you who thought deeply. I was just filled with Ji-choo-choo. I didn't even think about it that deeply. I just wanted to insert it deeply. Keep working. Use 5 points of force, not full force. It lasts longer. Uncle Lee, you mean digging? Or else? Uncle Lee smiled and patted the young man on the shoulder. He also had a clear goal for himself. He felt that he had previous management experience. Plus, along with the development of the train, there was a high probability that he would be able to become one of the grassroots managers in the future. Originally, he didn't have this idea because he thought there was always someone to be a slave. But, when this new batch of slaves joined him, he suddenly reacted. Yes, someone always has to be a slave, yes, but Master Mang would rob enough slaves. This young fellow was his pre-booked heartthrob. Cultivate some first, so that when the time comes, you won't be left without a heartbeat to use when you get to the top. Though he was not a conductor, he thought that the train might be extremely scrappy in its infancy, but in the end it must develop into a small social form in which everyone would show their worth in exchange for shelter from the train. Just look for an opportunity. Get Master Mangan to notice him as the train develops, and he'll stand out from the slaves. One day in the future, he might not fail to become the second deputy conductor. There can only be one conductor, but the deputy conductor, along with the growth of the train and the increase in population, can't have just one. Chapter 52. This Armageddon is not just the end of this planet. The Doomsday Abyss was about 6,000 meters deep, a depth where sunlight was already having a hard time reaching the bottom, and in the darkness, under the deafening sound of the DJ, the slaves were constantly swinging and hammering the iron ore. Chen Mang, on the other hand, walked alone to the abyss, reaching out and stroking the walls of the abyss as he pondered alone. This cliff is vertical, or vertical is somewhat standard, impartial just 90 degrees. The cross-section was extremely smooth. Whether it was rock or dirt, it was as if it had been chopped out with a knife, and it was still chopped down vertically. I don't remember this abyss before the end. Do you? Aha! The old pig accompanying on the side nodded. It's true that there was no such abyss before the end of the world, and it's not known when this abyss appeared, although it's a bit bizarre, but after the end of the world, there are too many bizarre things, and this point is not surprising enough. The abyss of doom stretched for a total of thousands of meters and was nearly 40 meters wide. It wasn't that he had never seen an abyss before, but it was true that he had never seen one with such a flush cross-section. It wasn't a product that could be formed by nature, but more like the result of an outside intervention. Perhaps. He looked up at the glimmering sunlight overhead. This abyss couldn't really be the entrance to hell, could it? Do we really have to go to hell to mine and build a hell train? 18 carriages in total. One level of hell per carriage? Soon. One day passed, and the time to test the fruits of our labor finally came. Harvested 1280 units of grade 2 iron ore today. Everyone worked extremely hard. A unit of grade 2 iron ore, equivalent to 10 units of grade 1 iron ore. That is to say, today's total harvest of 12,800 units of grade 1 iron ore. Today's one day of mining iron ore, arriving on the previous few days in the wilderness dry small half a month. This is the charm that comes with level 2 iron mines, advanced resource mines. The same labor, the same time, but for a greater output. And at this time, nightfall also descended once again. The entire bottom of the abyss was instantly shrouded in endless darkness. Only the dim lights inside the train provided a weak source of light. If there was no enemy-solving radar, in this case, it was basically very difficult for the beaters to play any vigilance role. For the entire day today, the Sojourner radar was silent, and hardly any creature could come to this location where he was. Sure, in these conditions, once the radar warns, it's on to the big stuff. Without saying a word, just drive away. Chen Mang is ready to first today's arrival of these resources first squandered when, turning his head unintentionally looked up to see the overhead that a line of the sky of the stars, suddenly slightly stunned, and then a flash of horror in the eyes staring straight up at the overhead that the sky of the stars, the wilderness. It was always a starry night once night had set in, and it had been so almost night after night for all the days he had traveled here. He had never thought deeply about it. Only that it was the result of unpolluted air after industrialization had stalled at the onset of the apocalypse, or the fact that the planet didn't have very much atmospheric pollution in the first place, and less light pollution after the cities had fallen into ruins. But at the moment, only then did he suddenly realize that if he was located at the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss, then the stars in the sky were no longer irregular, and looking overhead, there seemed to be a trace in that line of stars in the sky. Some stars shine alone, some of the stars are nearly next to each other, forming horizontal lines. There are long horizontal lines, and short horizontal lines. The stars in the sky on the wilderness are not generally dense, like the sand scintillation of the seashore. This seen if in the wilderness. No one can notice this faint unusual place in the sand scintillation, but if located in the bottom of the doomsday abyss, focusing the line of sight to the overhead that only a line of the sky in a narrow space, it will be able to more easily see that the stars in the sky in a hint of the not too eye-catching unusual place. One of the strings of stars in the long accustomed and ignored sky overhead formed Morse code. After translating into the Latin alphabet and then into Chinese, the meaning is simple. Just 2 sentences. Escape from the Nietzsche system. 5 years left. Chen Mang walked out of the train room, looked up to the top of the sky full of stars, and those seemingly harmless or constantly flashing stars. A time to feel a little unreal, since he crossed over to this world. The integration of the normal. This world also has the Chinese language. There is also English. He wasn't sure if there was any Morse code, but in his previous life, he happened to have learned Morse code. He had taught himself a lot of things that didn't work. The Nietzsche galaxy is the galaxy in which his planet is located. After seeing the Morse code made up of stars above his head, he suddenly seemed to understand the significance of the existence of this doomsday abyss, which wasn't some kind of hellgate, but just a point of information reception, or an observation window, some higher civilization that was trying to find a way to send a message to the beings of their planet. This abyss of doom exists because of this, and the reason why it shakes from time to time may also be because it wants to remind people of this place, and even the reason why there are high-level resource mines at the bottom of the abyss of doom may also be attracting people to come. Perhaps it never occurred to this higher civilization that it would be difficult for people to reach the bottom of this abyss either. Just as this higher civilization has tried as much as they can to convey information in a way that their planet can understand, but it is still difficult to truly understand this civilization of theirs. Just as a human being does not understand why an ant would keep turning around on the lines of a circle on a piece of paper. Phew, after a long time, Chen Mang lit a cigarette in the night wind and leaned against the train, retracting his sight to feel the sense of unease and silence that was enveloped by that dark night around him. It's been over a year since the end came. He didn't know if the information on this string of stars had ever changed. In other words, he didn't really know how much time was left in this 5-year period, if there were 5 more years from now, or if tomorrow would be the last day. All this information, however, is too far away. One cannot think about things that are too far away from oneself, and one can easily put oneself in the prison of insignificance. But at least he made one thing clear. That's, if the goal was truly to escape the Nai galaxy, then this train was the only hope and the only means for him and even for the entire civilization. There was no other way to do so, and all technological development of the entire civilization was forced to be suspended after the end of the day. The train is all that can be relied upon to escape the planet. Chen Mang leaned against the train, looking down at the scarlet glow that flickered on and off at his fingertips. He always felt as if he had guessed something, but it was hard to form a line when grasping it carefully. Perhaps this apocalypse is not just the end of this planet. More than that, it's the end of the entire galaxy, and the entire universe. In the midst of Armageddon, trains are the only means by which civilization continues, and whether it's the train, or the carrier parts, or the resource mines, etc., they are all products of a higher civilization. Like Noah's Ark in God's hands, the only ticket they can escape from the end of the world, only to be presented to them in an almost gamified form to make it seem more understandable, as is the string of Morse code at the head of the Abyss of Doom. Chapter 53, Carblade Level 10 Supermodel Effect. A few moments later, Chen Mang twisted out the cigarette that was about to burn out at his fingertips, and after taking a deep breath, he expelled the dullness in his chest, and finally raised his head to look at the stars in the sky overhead. Before turning around to return to the train, place the string of stars above your head in the whole wide galaxy. Extremely inconspicuous, unremarkable to the point where, without this abyss of doom, perhaps the planet would not have been able to discover the message conveyed by this string of stars by the time of its complete demise. Back to the train indoor, Chen Mang sat alone on the console. A long time before coming back to God. This matter brought him the impact is indeed a little big, even more than the cross this matter to bring him the impact to be bigger. The end came a year ago. If you start counting from when the end came, then that time limit would be 4 years. He had to build the train strong enough to even give it the ability to fly out of the Naya galaxy and travel through the Milky Way in 4 years before he could truly escape this doomsday. He looked down at the controls of the train. Could the train really be built to such a degree in 4 years? And even if the train could be capped at such a level, how many resources would that require? And was it really a thing that could be accomplished? But, gotta try. Chen Mang looked towards the 12,827 units of iron ore on the train's panel, putting these thoughts behind him for the time being and starting today's build. One of the things he did was consume 3,500 units of iron ore to upgrade the carriage blade to level 10. The resources needed to upgrade up the white accessories were still far less than the high-quality ones. After ascending to level 10, the most obvious change is that the blade has once again become lighter. coming in at 120 centimeters, while the blade is also thinner. He has experimented with the fact that the thinning of the blade does not affect its hardness. It's worth mentioning. On the console, you can see the integrity of the train's accessories. So far, all of his accessories are basically 100% undamaged, except for the car blade, which is 97% intact. Since there was a visual data display of intactness, it meant that it could be repaired. Except that the matter of how to repair it was not clear to the old pig. It was not in the beginner's guide, nor was it clear to the conductors of the bloodthirsty Berserker Bull train and the King of Electricity trains. The answer they gave was, degree of integrity drop at 20% or 30% does not affect normal use. If they are down to 60% or 70%, at that time there is no need to care about these. First save your life and then say it. And after rising to level 10, the first accessory blueprint he obtained, the white grade carrier accessory vehicle blade, also finally received its second supermodel effect. Rook blade level 10 supermodel effect. When the rook blade rotates at high speed, countless high-voltage electrical currents flow across the surface, which can inflict a large amount of damage on carbon-based creatures, but will speed up the consumption of energy stones. He was still satisfied with this supermodel effect, and was able to secure the train more effectively during its melee. The first supermodel effect is unlocked when the accessory reaches level 5, the second at level 10, and the third at level 20. So when resources aren't exactly plentiful, moving up to level 10 is the most cost-effective option. With the least amount of resources in exchange for 2 overmold effects, even the white grade parts of the vehicle, after leveling up to 10 and having 2 overmold effects, is not weaker than some blue grade vehicle, just may not have the same focus. The further you upgrade, the more resources you will consume. Sure, he can upgrade infinitely, but many accessories are actually not necessary to upgrade all the time, such as the spider feet accessory. He is now at level 13, and can already freely traverse a 90-degree cliff face. If you get to level 31 in the future, you can advance upside down on the ceiling. Further up there is no point. Can't have a 360-degree cliffhanger? Or even a 720-degree cliffhanger. After that the upgrade will only be able to unlock the supermodeling effect when it rises to the corresponding level, and the accessory enhancement is almost meaningless, so that the upgrades are much less cost-effective. But maybe there really are cliffhangers like 720 degrees in the higher dimensional world. He just couldn't even visualize it. This is no longer a being that can be imagined by human beings. After upgrading the car blade, he aimed at the moldy bread production line. In fact, he wanted to upgrade all the steel armor for carriages to level 3. After upgrading to level 3, it would be completely immune to the damage caused by level 3 monsters. At that time, even if his train stopped in place, that level 3 man-eating spider leader monster would not be able to hurt him even a little bit. But the resources consumed by upgrading the armor were too expensive. Just one carriage upgraded to level 2 would require a full 5,000 units of iron ore. These green-grade carrier accessories he was going to upgrade after a few days after tomorrow, and in the 2 days before that, he prioritized upgrading some of the white-grade accessories, upgrading them to level 10 and obtaining the corresponding 2 overmolded effects. Then save up your resources and upgrade carriage steel armor to all the way up to level 3. This would also allow him to mine at the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss with peace of mind, and even if any monsters did come to attack, with level 3 armor, as long as the monster level didn't exceed level 3, even if it was level 4, he could easily escape. Start upgrading other accessories after that. Chen Meng first tentatively upgraded the moldy sliced bread production line to level 5, and after seeing the sliced bread product that came out of the upgraded production line as well as that supermodel effect, he was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help but smile, and his guess was indeed right. Prioritizing the upgrading of this moldy sliced bread production line is really a right choice. There was no further hesitation afterwards, and in one breath, he once again raised it to level 10. A total of 400 units of iron ore were consumed. Chen Meng walked to the No. 2 cargo compartment and looked at the bread slices produced on the production line. The bread was soft and exuded milky flavor, and there was a jam sandwich in the middle, which made the appearance look particularly attractive. What does this stuff have to do with moldy bread slices? Too bad he doesn't have much of a sweet tooth. Otherwise he'll have to change his future meals to this sliced bread, which looks much better than his buns. Though, Chen Meng picked up this piece of just produced still hot jam sandwich bread slices into the mouth. The expression of satisfaction could not help but smile. In fact, the flavor is still good. Well, accessory upgrades don't change the name of the accessory, which means that the name of this accessory doesn't match the food at all anymore. This was not even the most important thing. If this was the only effect, he would not have spent so much iron ore. The most important thing is those 2 supermodel effects. Moldy bread slices production line level 5 supermodel effect. The bread it produces contains a large number of vitamins, can provide a variety of vitamins, so that the user to achieve nutritional balance. to ensure the health of the body. Moldy bread slices production line level 10 supermodel effect. Long-term use can increase the body's viral antibodies, reduce the invasion by the wind, cold, flu and other viruses, and can slightly increase the physical quality. For the stellar train, these 101 slaves were by far near his greatest asset, but anytime one of them became seriously ill and bedridden from contracting a wind chill, or was unable to work for a short period of time, he would be heartbroken for a long time. The upgraded moldy sliced bread production line can solve this problem to the greatest extent. Nearly perfect. Chapter 54, Bulk Upgrade. Chen Mang looked towards the slices of bread that had been produced once again, holding it in his hand to scrutinize it, casually sending this slice of bread into his mouth before looking towards the other accessories. Moldy sliced bread production line has reached level 10. Not only did the taste and flavor change, but also 2 more special supermodel effects. Under long-term consumption can ensure that his slaves basically do not get sick, and can also slightly enhance the physical quality. Although I do not know the specific enhancement of how much, but just look at the word slightly, it should not be much higher. Most importantly, the price hasn't changed. Still 1 unit of iron ore and 10 slices of bread. It's nice to add volume and not price. He currently had 927 units of iron ore left, and all the accessories he wanted to level up to 10, such as the binoculars, or the refrigerator and coke production line that he hadn't built yet. The latter 2 accessories, both of which are non-required build accessories for level 1 trains. At that time, the hand did not have too many resources. These accessories are not a necessity. It is temporarily shelved, and now there is a bottom in the hand. Naturally, all of these accessories to make up. To this point, all the buildable parts of the train were all built by him. 829 units of iron ore was not enough to bring a white-grade carrier accessory up to level 10. So Chen Mang simply stopped today's train building project and waited for tomorrow to acquire enough iron ore. The next day dawned. As usual, the slaves stepped down from the carriages, ready to line up for today's food and water. But today, I don't know if there was some kind of accident or not, but as usual, the sub-trainer just stood still, with no intention at all of getting ready to distribute the food. Just as the group of slaves were scratching their heads a bit and looking at each other, the train door of the No. 3 living compartment was suddenly opened. Several frames were filled with soft bread slices with jam inside, and Chen Mang also came out at the right time. Leaning on his cane and standing at the door of the train, he looked at the slaves with excitement in their eyes in front of him and the slaves behind him who were eagerly pivoting their toes and wanted to find out what was going on, and he smiled softly as he lifted his hand up. The sound of the scene quieted instantly. From now on, this will be your daily food. Delicious bread with jam inside. This is my sincerity. If you wish to have the best treatment all the time, I want to see your sincerity and reward me with resources, and I won't treat everyone badly. Now, dinner. He waved his hand. An old pig and the others went up and carried the frames full of bread down ready to start distributing them, while he walked alone to the head of the train, where he contemplated whether or not he should add another carriage. There's a little too much stuff in the train. Always let the old pig a bunch of beaters and other people in bread production line to stay in a carriage. More or less inconvenient. Here, but there is also a copper mine. He will surely have to build enough bullets as a reserve when the time comes. Then cargo compartment number 2 won't be able to keep some of the production lines and mineral resources together. Give the pickaxe production line etc. all a separate compartment. Then bullets and or resources etc. a separate compartment. And a bunch of fighters a compartment. This will be looked at in a few days. And so 3 days passed. During these 3 nights, a regular daily activity. Chen Mang would raise his head and look up at the starry sky. The stars that made up that string of words hadn't changed much in terms of their position or arrangement, and after nightfall, those stars would always resurface again. For 3 days, he saved a lot of iron ore. Basically a piece of it did not spend. All to save, plus the original accumulation. He now total 43,091 units of iron ore. It was an astronomical amount of money. This was the first time he had accumulated such a quantity of iron ore. It was almost enough to buy a G-Choo-Choo. Instead, he's aiming for carriage steel armor and wind and fire wheels. These 2 green-grade accessories were the ones he was prioritizing to build, the former determining the train's defense and the latter determining the train's speed. So far, the stellar train, plus the locomotive, has a total of 5 cars, each of which is covered with hardened level 1 carriage steel armor. 5,000 units of iron ore are required to upgrade 1 car's armor to level 2. A total of 25,000 units of iron ore were spent. All carriage steel armor has been upgraded to level 2 armor. Nighttime, Chen Mang walked down the train, gently caressing the armor outside the train that had obviously become darker, feeling the strong sense of security it brought. With this thing, the damage of level 2 monsters could basically be completely immune, and the unusual tide of corpses could no longer help him. As for level 3 armor, This will be said in a few days. Will be a level 2 carriage steel armor? Up to level 3. Need to consume 10,000 units of iron ore, adding up to 50,000 units of iron ore. Just a quarter of the choo-choo. Train defense upgrades are the most expensive. It's also the most expensive upgrade of all the green grade accessories. After getting the armor upgrades done, he cast his eyes towards the wind and fire wheel, which was not expensive to upgrade, and it required 1000 units of iron ore to go from level 1 to level 2. He consumed 10,000 units of iron ore and raised this accessory to level 5 in a single breath. He couldn't afford to raise it to level 10. There weren't enough resources. Nothing has changed specifically with the wind and fire wheels. Base speed increased. Wind and fire wheel. The advantage of this wheel is that it can maintain the fastest speed in its class on the wasteland, with the base effect adding 30 km per hour to the fastest speed. Add 20 km per hour cap speed per level. Upgrading to level 5 adds a 100 km per hour cap speed straight away. Plus after upgrading to a level 2 train, the train's base cap speed is 130 km per hour, plus the wind and fire wheels, and taking into account their own self-weight and so on. The information given by the Train Assist AI on the console is that the Stellar Train's current maximum speed is 254 km per hour. Before the upgrade it was 156 km per hour, nearly twice as fast, and this time around he certainly wouldn't be the one running at the back of the pack if he encountered any more irresistible crises. In particular, the first supermodel effect is also unlocked at level 5. Wind and Fire Wheel level 5 supermodel effect can activate the potential status, doubling the train's cap speed, which will rapidly consume energy stones as well as cause some damage to the wind and fire wheel. This supermodel effect can be a great lifesaver in a pinch. Chen Mang looked at the train data displayed on the console, silent and without speaking, looking at the accessory onboard auxiliary AI. There were accessories with supermodel effects he could actually guess. For example, the supermodeling effect of the windjammer is definitely speed related. The supermodel effect of the car blade is definitely related to the attack. But accessories like refrigerator and car assist AI, he couldn't guess what its supermodel effect was at all. Like the refrigerator, what a supermodel effect this thing can have. He suddenly wanted to try it out. Anyway, white grade carrier parts consumed much less resources to upgrade compared to green grade ones. Chapter 55. This technology is too dark, isn't it? Stellar Train. Chen Mang got 2 supermodel effects after consuming 400 units of iron ore and upgrading this refrigerator, which was placed inside his train room, to level 10. Not all accessories are upgraded with a corresponding boost. Whether it's the car blade or the wind and fire wheel, there will be corresponding enhancements and changes with each upgrade. While the level 1 refrigerator and level 10 refrigerator have almost no changes at all. It's just a refrigerator. The size hasn't gotten bigger, and the refrigeration and freezing temperatures haven't changed much either. Also, it's just a refrigerator. He's a refrigerator even if he upgrades it. And those 2 supermodel effects are: Refrigerator level 5 supermodel effect, extreme freshness. Any food will be kept extremely fresh when it is put into this refrigerator, and there will be almost no change in taste and quality when it is taken out again. Refrigerator level 10 supermodel effect, it's all inside. Chen Mang frowned slightly. The meaning of the first supermodel effect was clear, but what did the second supermodel effect mean? But soon he suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the refrigerator door. Looking inside the refrigerator slightly, it was not far from what he had guessed. Refrigerator from the outside still seems to be an ordinary refrigerator, but after opening the refrigerator door, the inside has a dry place, enough to have the size of 100 square meters of cold storage. The original refrigerator is divided into the upper and lower 2 layers, above the refrigerated, below the frozen, and after the upgrade, the top and bottom doors of the refrigerator have been merged into one, which is more like the entrance door to a freezer than a refrigerator door. Inside, this cold room is pure white with a black line in the center. The left side is the freezing area and the right side is the refrigerated area. Gusts of cold air wafting out from inside. Phew, he let out a light breath muttering. This technology is too dark, isn't it? He copied a few bottles of Coke in his hand and stuffed them into the refrigerated area of the cooler. It is worth mentioning that the brand of the bottle of Coke in his hand was Coca-Cola, which was produced by the Coke production line itself, and he has seen people selling the brand Coca-Cola at rallies. There was already a Coca-Cola brand in this world. The brand was also available in that world of his previous life. 2 possibilities. The first possibility, that the Coca-Cola company from his previous life was actually a hidden giant that took its business to other planets, an interstellar mogul. Second possibility, it wasn't an impossibility that this same planet had inadvertently given birth to the brand Coca-Cola, which happened to even have the same trademark, logo, etc. and he was more than willing to believe in the possibility that it wasn't that hard to pull the perspective wide enough to find two identical leaves in the universe. The Iron Range Wilderness. The hometown train is stopping by a mine, and now that the night is dark, the slaves have returned to the train with pickaxes, and the train is being stationed there, and inside the train room, the conductor was counting today's harvest with a furrowed brow. A total of 881 units of iron ore, which was a little less than yesterday. Recently the number of his slaves digging per day was getting less and less. There were so many pricks, always looking for a chance to be lazy every day, and when the day came to an end, they could only dig 6 or 7 units of iron ore. He had a mind to make an example of him, but now these few pricks could at least provide a few dozen units of iron ore per day. If he killed them, even these dozens of units of iron ore would be gone, and he hadn't been willing to lay down a harsh hand. It was just that the other slaves, after seeing that he didn't punish the pricks, had actually started to follow suit. This resulted in him harvesting less and less iron ore each day. This can't go on. A flash of anger and ruthlessness flashed in the man's eyes. These slaves, abetted by whoever, clearly realized the importance of being slaves to the train. Relying on the conductor to not dare to kill them at will, would not make such obvious mistakes as rioting, but would always make some small mistakes of cheating. He now only regretted letting those pricks live until now, and when the day dawned, he would immediately get those pricks killed. Not now. The slaves are sleeping now, and disturbing their sleep affects their productivity the next day. Grass. Thinking about this, the man couldn't help but slam his fist on the console. Why did he feel a bit stifled as a conductor? No, it's better not to get them dead. Wait for the next rally to sell these slaves. They can still get their blood back. It's a strange pity to kill them like this. This night, hundreds of trains were either stationed, fleeing, or searching for mines in the Iron Range wasteland, which was so large that they basically rarely met up with other trains. And there were survivors on this night who were lucky enough to get the train order to become conductors. And there were also trains that were surrounded by a wave of corpses and were wiped out. This happened over countless days and nights. Chen Meng, who was sitting in the control console of the stellar train, did not care about these things in the outside world in the slightest, but only looked towards the train auxiliary AI, and he upgraded this accessory to level 5. A green-grade accessory that consumed fewer resources to upgrade compared to other green-grade accessories. Rising to level 5 only consumed him 2,000 units of iron ore. The effect of upgrading the accessory itself is that it enhances the AI's intelligence. In other words, it understands him better and has a certain level of intelligence, and unlocking it to level 5 is a bit of a shot to him with the supermodel effect. Train auxiliary AI. Level 5 supermodel effect. Cluster thinking. Up to 20 people's consciousness can all be accessed to the train auxiliary AI, which can realize instant barrier-free communication, and will be automatically disconnected after leaving the train for 10,000 meters, and cannot be accessed for a long period of time, as it will cause excessive loss to the spirit. This supermodel effect is real nice. This meant that the next time Biaozi and the others needed to go out and search for supplies, he could completely rely on this over-modeling effect to achieve barrier-free instantaneous transportation with Biaozi and the others, so that whether he wished for the train to provide long-range firepower resources or wished for the train to go forward to pick up the train, he would be able to accurately and precisely convey the information in the first time. And for Piao and the others, when they leave the train to fight, the coordination will be much better in a cluster mindset. He finally understood why it was called the supermodel effect, because every effect is, indeed, supermodel. Just then, a mechanical tone without the slightest bit of emotion in its voice suddenly rang in his ears. The number of trains in existence exceeds 50 million. Meets the conditions for the opening of the first stage. The first phase will be officially open soon. Until then, all trains will be given a comprehensive power value evaluation through their own train level, accessory level, number of survivors, and other levels, and opens the power rankings. Depending on the value of the power, all conductors will receive a certain amount of loans, with a minimum of 1,000 units of iron ore and a maximum of 100,000 units of iron ore. After 3 months, double it. Chapter 56, Stellar Train Potential Value, Comprehensive Evaluation in Progress. Along with this prompting sound, a translucent white panel also slowly emerged in front of Chen Meng, with these words clearly written on it. And this sound was not ringing in his ears, it was ringing in the depths of his mind. Immediately after, he then saw this panel in front of him slowly pass away, while several lines scrolled across the screen next to the train's console. Stellar Train Potential Value, Comprehensive Evaluation in Progress. Now a Class 2 train with a base value of 100 points. A total of 112 survivors were taken in, plus 112 points. 2 red high-grade fittings, plus 200 points. Total accessory level 35, plus 350 points. 9 supermodel effects possessed, plus 90 points. A composite score of 852. the regional power rankings have now been turned on, and the stellar train has been detected to be in a low-level region, so only the power rankings within that region will be displayed. The loan is for 5,000 units of iron ore, with a time limit of 3 months to double the amount to be returned. Chen Mang looked at the string of information scrolling on the screen with a slightly odd expression. It was worth mentioning that one of the conditions for a level 2 train to be promoted to a level 3 train was that the sum of all the accessories in the train exceeded level 40. He totaled in level 35 and was still a little short. He'd done the math, and after moving up to a level 2 train, it was basically all green and white in the accessories that could be built, with no higher level of yellow, much less another level of blue, whereas white-grade accessories are basically capped at level 2, green-grade accessories are basically capped at level 3, and the accessories armor and heavy machine gun, no matter how many of them are built, the total sum rank is calculated based on the one with the highest rank. That is to say, if no other accessory blueprints have been obtained through encounters, level up all buildable accessories to full level, for a total of 58 levels. It is enough to fulfill one of the conditions for upgrading to a level 3 train, which is basically a standard for a full level 2 train, so upgrade all the important accessories to full level, and save some resources for less important accessories, such as the single bed, and don't go for upgrading. At the same time, the regional leaderboards also surfaced on the screen after the overall power rating was completed. Iron Range Wasteland Power Rankings. List 1, Survival Ship, Level 3 Train, Power Value 2989. List XLVII, Stellar, Class 2 Train, Power Value 852. List 77 King of Electricity, Level 2 Train, Power Value 666. List 89, Bloodthirsty Berserker, Level 2 Train, Power Value 589. Chen Mang looked at the ranking on this Iron Ridge Wasteland power value ranking in front of him, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. After the last conversation, he already knew that the train that the outgoing DJ had recklessly sailed past him in the wasteland a few days ago and still honked his horn. Was this King of Electricity train? Also known as the Midget Man's train. Now it seems as if his train has developed better than the other. The power value rating was a full 200 or so higher, but the other party didn't know who he was yet, or that they had ever met, and he didn't point it out just yet. His ranking position on the leaderboard was not bad. At 47th place, he had always thought he was a minion coming up, not realizing that his train was already well developed in the Iron Range Wasteland. The gap at the front of the charts is huge, and the gap at the back is largely small. Through this leaderboard, he also knew that there were a total of 12 Class 3 trains in the Iron Range Wasteland. One of the worst Class 3 trains has a power value of 1,679. He didn't have the idea of upgrading the level 3 train for the time being. He would first build out a full complement of level 2 trains before saying anything else. Upgrading level 3 trains consumed too many resources, and in general, people only upgraded to level 3 trains when there wasn't much upgrading in level 2 trains to look for new upgrading. It's not like these guys have the ability to upgrade their accessories infinitely like he does, so it's no surprise that such a high power value rating is basically piled up by the number of slaves, and being able to have enough slaves, side by side, is actually a reflection of strength. Except, of course, Master Quinn, the deeper you know about this world, the more you can understand how incongruous the firepower of Master Quinn's train is when put together with those 300 slaves. It's not even on the same level. As for the quota of 5,000 units of iron ore, Chen Mang skimmed his lips and didn't even bother to look at it again. The amount was too small. Even if he lent it, it didn't make any sense. He was now able to dig up an average of 10,000 units of iron ore every day. Where was the difference between these 5,000 units? What he was missing now was time. As long as he was given enough time and there were no accidents that would allow him to finish mining all of these 2 mines at the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss, he wouldn't be short of resources again in a short period of time. Go for it. Chen Mang took a deep breath and looked towards the train radio that was constantly popping up new messages. Everyone was discussing this change, especially what it meant by the first phase will open soon. What's going to be there and what will change when the first stage opens. It's all the things that everyone worries about. And he also knew that Iron Ridge Wasteland belonged to a low-level area. And the characteristics of low-level areas were that there were fewer resources, but there were also fewer monsters, and the monster levels were low, so it was possible to develop steadily in a safer manner. Like on the moors, as long as it wasn't undetected before the wave of corpses formed an encirclement, even if they encountered monsters, running would be able to get rid of them. After all, it was a train, and even with the base speed of a level 1 train, it could still get rid of quite a few monsters. It is still safer overall. As for the advanced area, the dangers are quite diverse, not only from monsters, but also from some strange encounters and the like, and even train transfer. Yes, Train transfers. Chen Mang looked at the train radio with a slightly odd expression and looked at the one train conductor who was communicating with the crowd. This was a train conductor of a level 3 train. He usually never saw this level of people chatting in a group. This change blew this person up as well, and a bunch of people flocked up hoping that the other person would spit out a bit of information that they didn't know about. And this conductor is kind-hearted and really speaks. Higher level trains could not travel to lower level areas. For example, their low-level area could only accommodate up to a level 3 train, and a level 4 train could not drive into their area. The end has been upon us for a long time, and not everyone just got their train orders in the last few months. The kind that obtained the train order just after the end of the world had fallen and happened to still be located within a social organization. There was no shortage of people. It had been developing for a full year, so one could only imagine how far it could develop. And if a train of this level came running to the uninhabited wilderness to plunder the slaves, no one would be able to stop it. In other words, the Iron Range Wasteland, which can only accommodate up to a level 3 train, is actually considered a half-novice village. Chapter 57, Train Transfers. And when the train reaches level 3, you can start transferring. There are 2 transferable directions. The first one, mechanical train. As the name suggests, it's a train with mechanical parts as a whole, just like the kind of train they have now, with high enough destructive power and such that they need to upgrade the train by mining resources. Number 2, flesh and blood train. This kind of train is more special. All the accessories of this kind of train are made of flesh and blood, such as the flesh and blood spider feet, which are no longer mechanized spider steps, but spider steps made of flesh and blood. All accessories that will be magically altered to flesh and blood series accessories in the level 3 manufacturing table. What makes this train special is that it is extremely restorative. There is no need to repair any fittings when they are damaged. They will quickly repair themselves in a short period of time, and there is no need to mine resources for upgrades to either trains or fittings. Just the flesh and blood of monsters. Need to kill monsters all the time. The whole train looked like a long worm of Cthulhu nature, with all sorts of fittings made of flesh and blood. Even the carriages were made of flesh and blood. This includes heavy machine guns, which are also magically altered into flesh and blood versions of heavy machine guns. Mechanical trains cannot carry accessories from the flesh and blood series, and flesh and blood trains cannot carry accessories from the mechanical series. This level 3 conductor chatted for a while and then stopped showing his head, leaving behind the crowd who were talking freely about the future. Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly as he absorbed the information from the train's radio, and although this big brother did not fully explain the advantages and disadvantages of the flesh and blood train and the mechanical train, he could vaguely guess a little bit. There must be more to it than just being able to recover yourself from a damaged accessory. For example, there must be flesh and blood train and mechanical train exclusive accessories. Another example is that the upgrade speed of flesh and blood train is definitely faster in the early stage, and it is estimated that meeting a wave of corpses will give a lot of upgrades to the accessories. But in the later stage, the upgrade speed will definitely be gradually slowed down. After all, the number of monsters is just that much, and although we don't know where the monsters are coming from, they are definitely not as much as the resources that will be refreshed all the time and will be born randomly. He needed high-level resource mines, and the flesh train needed high-level monsters to feed on as flesh and blood. For him, the blood and flesh train was definitely not suitable. He needed enough resources to upgrade infinitely. There weren't that many high-level monsters for him to kill. Phew. Chen Mang took a deep breath and turned off the train radio before preparing to go to sleep first. Although he didn't know what would happen when this first stage was turned on and off. But no matter what happened, there was always nothing wrong with having a strong enough train in this world. The train is now good in every way. There just aren't enough attacks. Although Car Blade was good, it was after all a melee tactic, and for a train, melee tactics were often the last resort, and he needed to hurry up and go to the copper mine after he finished mining this iron ore. Build enough heavy machine gun rounds so that you feel safe enough. When he gets up to a level 3 train and has enough firepower, he'll be able to make his way to the high-level areas. The high-level trains aren't allowed to enter the low-level areas, but the low-level trains are allowed to enter the high-level areas. Sure, overwhelmingly, no low-level train would go just that. It was no different from looking for death. In the Iron Ridge Wasteland, the level 3 man-eating spider was already a small boss, but in the high-level area, the level 3 man-eating spider might actually be a monster that could be found everywhere. Think about it. In the advanced area, the ground is full of the kind of monsters that are more than 10 meters high. Think about it all fear. It is better to finish mining all the mines in the Iron Ridge Wasteland first. In that case, it seemed that he was lucky that he happened to have traveled to a low-level area, and still had a chance to start a business. But if he traveled to a high-level area, the chance of starting a business would probably be very slim. Day 2. As soon as it was light, the slaves began to get up and get ready to go to work to the deafening sound of the DJ. Chen Mang, on the other hand, was sitting inside the console to continue to start today's train building, and he had only one task for this period of time, and that was to mine the resources, build the train, and then go out to the mountains to break into the world. The objectives are clear. But, when he subconsciously conventionally glanced at the train radio, he realized that the train radio had unexpectedly blown up again, and a group of level 2 elite monsters, goblins, had appeared in the Iron Range Wasteland, a class of humanoid creatures, green in color, with extremely pointed ears and fierce faces, wielding swords and knives, all of which are level 2 monsters. These level 2 goblins escort a level 1 goblin carrying a golden cloth pocket from the edge of the Iron Ridge Wasteland all the way across to the Desert River Hills, and killing that level 1 goblin will drop rare resources, as well as have a certain probability of dropping a yellow-grade accessory blueprint. The news has made a lot of people exuberant. It is important to know that the yellow-grade accessory blueprints can be upgraded up to level 5, which means that you can unlock an overmodel effect. The supermodel effect is basically as bad as it gets. I just don't know the exact route these goblins are advancing, only that there is more than one team. There are many. Chen Mang looked at the screen next to the train's control console with a slightly odd expression, and at the top of the screen, a line of red fonts at the top of the screen appeared at some point. Today, several groups of goblins will escort goblin merchants to the Desolation Hills. Killing goblin merchants will result in rare resources and a small chance of dropping yellow-grade accessory blueprints. And one of these goblin merchants is extremely wealthy, so killing this unknown and anonymous goblin merchant will result in higher rewards. And this incognito goblin trader would have chosen a route so much more stealthy that it would have gone almost unnoticed. Looks a bit like quest release? Chen Mang propped his chin with one hand and said thoughtfully, "This world really looks more and more like a game. Even random quests like dart robbing have come out, and where did these goblins come from? What are you doing in the desert hills?" He shook his head without thinking much about it, completely without the idea of getting involved in it, and not knowing the exact coordinates. The Iron Ridge Wasteland was so big, how long would it take to go looking for that aimlessly? Not to mention there's nothing heartwarming about it. It's just a supermodel effect and he's got 9 of them. As for what? In fact, the supermodel effect is just that, and not too strong, not so exciting, have more, get used to it. And at this point, in the depths of the wasteland underground, a short gnome was maneuvering a train carrying a drill with 3 cars, and was moving forward rapidly. The high-speed rotating drill in front of the train easily drilled a tunnel for the train to pass through quickly. Inside the train, dozens of gnomes with swords and fierce faces were sitting on the ground around a gnome wearing a golden cloak. Poof! The gnome sitting on the console, glancing at the scarlet wanted warning that kept flashing on the screen, sneered and said hideously, "I don't believe that someone can find me at this location of 6,000 meters under the ground. Oh foolish human." Chapter 58, Old Pig. Have you ever heard of a gnome train before? Chen Mang retracted his sight from the screen next to the console, not caring about this unexpected task. During this period of time, he had only one task, and that was to mine all of the 2 resource mines underneath the Armageddon abyss as fast as possible, as well as, he looked over at the station refrigerator set up in the train room in deep thought. The thing was also a big energy user. In the beginning, the generator on his train only needed to supply those few lights in the carriage, and one level 1 energy stone could be used for more than 300 days, and later when all the accessories that needed energy support, such as the car blade, stereo, radar, as well as the refrigerator now, were connected to the generator. The screen shows an energy stone predicted to last only 100 days. Rather, he didn't need to unplug the refrigerator's electricity in order to save power. After all, it only took 500 units of iron ore to manufacture an energy stone, and he wasn't currently poor in iron ore. He was just thinking about a problem. That is, after raising this refrigerator to level 10, the second supermodel effect it unlocked possessed the technology of spatial expansion. From the outside it looked like an ordinary refrigerator, but inside it had 100 square feet of small room. In other words, this thing could use a couple more builds for storage. What with all the production lines, all the mined lumber, minerals, etc. thrown in, it would save a lot of space in the wagons, and even allow the slaves to be housed as well, all in bunk beds. It's just a little more expensive to produce. Crafting this one refrigerator, upgrade plus build requires 4,500 units of iron ore. In the future, when there's more stuff in the train, you can build a couple more refrigerators and use them for storage when the power is pulled out. One more thing, currently there are gradually more and more accessories that need energy support in the train. The level 1 circuit system is no longer enough. The screen shows that the circuit system is close to overloaded and needs to be upgraded as soon as possible. The generator also needs to be upgraded to get more power support. Chen Mang looked at the train panel. There are now 1,603 units of iron ore in the train. The tens of thousands of iron ore saved a few days ago. Just the pass-through level 2 armor consumed 25,000 of his iron ore. That thing is really eating resources. this iron ore can't do anything for the time being. We still need to save up iron ore for a few more days, and then upgrade the circuit system and the generator, which are the necessary parts to ensure the operation of the train. And if these two things collapse, all the accessories that need energy support will be disconnected and completely reduced to scrap metal. Just then, boom boom boom, train interior. Chen Meng suddenly heard what seemed to be a rumbling sound faintly coming from his ears. He subconsciously looked at the source of the sound. The sound was clearly coming from the wall at the bottom of the abyss. His first look was to the Sojourner radar. As a result, up to this point, the top of the enemy radar was still quiet as before, without any reaction. Crap! He immediately changed his face slightly. The first time to turn off the sound, copied the intercom to let all the slaves first time to get on the car, ready to escape from here at the first time. There is obviously something in that wall to drill out, but not even show up on the Sojourner radar. What does that mean? It's obviously on the big stuff. What are you waiting for if you don't run it this time? After all the slaves fled for their lives and drilled into the train had also long ago replaced the spider stepfoot. Along with the roar of the engine, the stellar train began to slowly accelerate, ready to escape from this place at the first time. But, it's late, after all. Just as the train was only just getting started, a train like a long dragon came out of the cliff wall on top of the drill and slammed into the stellar train at breakneck speed. Boom! A violent crash sounded. Under the action of the spider's footsteps, although the stellar train suffered such a violent impact, it was still difficult to maintain a gentle, and did not turn over, and the ear-piercing sound was also constantly zipping and clattering. Chen Meng observed with his naked eye that the drill of that train was rotating at a high speed, as if it was going to drill a hole through his carriage. Only, it didn't really work. His carriage was in an almost undamaged state, and at this point, the information brought by Train Assist AI also surfaced on the screen. Class 2 Goblin Train detected, launching an attack on the Stellar. A Level 2 Goblin Train? Chen Meng swept the information on the screen, but at this time it was too late to pay too much attention to this. He only knew that someone had launched an attack on him. At this time the two sides of the train had crashed together. The first time he turned on the car blade, high-speed rotation and the surface of the current attached to the car blade. Almost the first time will be the front of the train drilling, cut into two halves. After that, he maneuvered the train, and after moving a body position to the right, he chose the most primitive way of attacking, constantly brushing past this goblin train, delivering devastating blows with the car blades on either side of the carriage. He could tell that the carriage armor was level 1, and had absolutely no chance of fighting back in front of his level 10 car blades, cutting through them easily. The other side also has almost no means of fighting back. There wasn't even a machine gun on top of the wagon, and the only offensive-looking accessory in the external accessories was the drill, which couldn't do any damage to his train either. In the midst of the devastation, the fight is over. Pow and the others, all armed with firearms and with their consciousnesses plugged into the cluster mind of the Train Assist AI, left the Stellar after the battle to pick up the pieces, and by picking up the pieces, they actually brought the unconscious goblins out of the derelict train, which had been knocked over several times and nearly cut to pieces. Bottom of Doomsday Abyss. Chen Meng silently squatted on the ground, looking at the gnome merchant in front of him who was in a comatose state cloaked in a golden cloak. This guy can't be the goblin merchant who made the crowd in the train radio station boil this morning, right? And it looks, should it still be the rich businessman? After all, wearing this golden cloak on his body was very eye-catching, including the route he chose was really hidden. He had thought that the position he was in were in the uninhabited wilderness was already hidden, but he didn't expect that there were still masters. You're a train that doesn't drive properly on the surface, but goes 6,000 meters underground to dig a tunnel? Can you even call this a train? He inclined his head again to look at the train in bits and pieces not far away, his brow furrowing slightly. You've heard of goblin trains before, old pig? No. Old Pig shook his head with the same complex expression. After the end of the world, the information lagged a lot. Even the train radio was only the people in this area who can contact each other, and even most of the survivors. They are completely unclear about the concept of train upgrades. They have only vaguely heard of the train order thing. The goblin train is a first for me, too. This is the first time I've seen that monsters can build trains. Humanity from the beginning of despair, to now still quite full of hope. It is the existence of the train as a lone boat, can let mankind in such as the boundless sea and the end of the remnants of a trace of security, such as if the monsters can build a train, that the human race, the pressure, it's just going to be more. Chapter 59, Oh Cunning Human. Chen Meng didn't say much about this, but simply took the Tinglong assault rifle handed over by Biaozi, pressed it against this gnome merchant's skull, and gently pulled the trigger. Chug, chug, chug. Crisp gunshots rang out at once at the bottom of the abyss of doom. This wearing a golden cloak of the goblin merchant, so fell in a pool of blood. The goblin merchant behind the pocket that has been tightly closed, but also slowly open. A few pieces of white light-emitting items just as covering the head of the beauty of the mother if hidden exudes a fatal charm. Just then, cunning human, a gnome who was severely injured and in a coma suddenly awoke, and although his body was unable to move, he still looked at Chen Mang with a fierce expression. Human, I didn't expect you to be so cunning as to set a trap at the bottom of the doomsday abyss. I thought that shuttling 6,000 meters underground was safe enough, but I didn't think I was still trapped. The goblin merchant ended up dying at your hands. So be it. This failure will be remembered for the rest of my life. Tell me your name, human, and you will be my greatest enemy for the rest of my life. I will return again. Chen Mang raised his eyebrows. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A monster that had the intelligence to communicate and also speak Mandarin? This is a rare fellow. He knew that quite a few monsters had basic intelligence, such as the Corpse King in the Corpse Tide, which could make the tide of corpses form an encirclement around the train, and that man-eating spider, but all of them only had some basic intelligence, basically driven by hunting instincts, and it was the first time that he had ever seen something like the goblins. Immediately came the interest. Rolling up his sleeves, he lifted the goblin up and carried him into the train room, ready for individual interrogation. The goblin was only about a meter in size and had a small searching body, so it wasn't too much of an effort for him to handslip it all by himself. Train interior. Chen Mang sat down on the console and looked at the heavily injured one in front of him, with greenish skin exposed and covered in fur, as well as the solid, sturdy footplates and potato-like appearance. The clothes he wore looked like children's clothes woven from burlap. Cunning human, what are you doing? The goblin seemed to have some panic in its eyes, and hissed with a scowl on its face. Kill me. The great goblins will never fear death. Only weak and stupid humans do. Sure, the goblin licked his lips. You're not like the other stupid humans. You're a cunning human or you wouldn't have been able to capture the great me. You were complimenting me? Chen Mang leaned back in his chair with interest, arms wrapped around his head as he surveyed the skinny gnome in front of him. He had already vaguely guessed something from the words of this gnome. Sure, the goblin grunted coldly. To praise your enemy is to praise yourself. Oh cunning human, don't you even understand this? Aha. Chen Mang nodded undeniably before softly saying, tell me, why do you possess the ability to be resurrected? You, how did you know? The goblin stammered with a face full of shock and disbelief. You, how did you know this information? I am a prophet of mankind and can see what is in the minds of others. Prophet? Prophet? No wonder you would wait for me in the abyss of doom, a place that no one patronizes. So all of this was plotted by you. Did you even calculate this? As if this skinny gnome had thought of something, he murmured in a trance. Once upon a time, the gnome clan also had a prophet, and his old man died at the first sign of doom, scared to death. I lived a little longer and died the year after the end came. When I came to my senses again, I was already here, and my former people had become muddled, like walking corpses, except that we had the ability to be resurrected indefinitely, and when dead we only needed to sleep for a period of time in a darkened space to be resurrected again. I tried to communicate with the clan, only they all ignored me. Their souls have been devoured by demons. A different voice in my head each time told me to escort the rich goblin merchant to a different location. The location of each quest is different. This time it's the desert hills. At first it failed often. Then after I built the goblin train, it didn't fail. I didn't expect. I fell into your hands this time. But, I'll be back for revenge, and I'm sure I'll succeed in my next mission. I already have a greater plan in mind. Chen Mang did not reply, only silently digesting the news from this gnome's mouth. It could be seen that although this goblin possessed intelligence, it didn't seem to be very high. This goblin might be from another planet. After that planet experienced the end of the world, the goblins completely perished and then became the goblin monsters on this planet. Only, it was as if there was a little bug somewhere that made this particular goblin, awakening his previous memories, different from those goblins who were muddled and had been completely reduced to monsters. Do you get any rewards for completing the escort mission? No. Then why are you obsessed with finishing the mission? The goblin froze slightly. His brain went down for a moment before he reacted. Because I want to prove the greatness of the goblin clan again. Even if I'm the only one left of the goblin clan, I want to show the stupid humans that the goblins who live under the ground are the greatest. Gnomes are certainly great. I mean, since you guys live under the ground, you must be good at mining, right? Poof. The goblin snorted coldly and raised his own chest proudly. We goblins are known as the kings of the underground. So naturally we are good at digging, and we goblins are the most diligent and united race. Well, Chen Mang stared straight at this goblin with some heartfelt interest. Do you know the coordinates of the other goblins? I mean, can you gather all the other goblins over here? And in the future, you guys won't be monsters of any kind, and will be in charge of mining in my train? You mean submissive? There was a dangerous glint in the goblin's eyes as he said, word for word, the great goblin will never. I will help you restart goblin civilization, and you will be the new goblin king. The goblin's entire person seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer in general. Frozen in place on the spot, his eyes full of blankness with a trace of almost imperceptible hopefulness looked toward Chen Mang, after a long time suddenly smiled and shook his head. Oh cunning humans, you are still so good at trading. It's just, the goblin clan is no longer just me. Even I'm no longer a true goblin. I'm lodged in this body like a ghost. I just have a little bit of my memories from before I died left. The goblin clan has completely died out. What's more, you humans are struggling to protect yourselves right now, so how can you afford to help the goblins remake their civilization? I'm not like them, where it's different. I am the cunning human. They are the stupid humans. The goblin raised his head and stared straight at Chen Mang with his eyes for a moment before hissing word by word. Cunning human, you are really cunning. I admit that you have convinced me somewhat. Although my people have been reduced to walking corpses, I must defend their rights. If they submit to you, can you guarantee that they will not work more than 18 hours a day? Can you guarantee 8 days off each year? We, the Gnome Clan, celebrate the first 8 days at the beginning of each year when all the clansmen drop what they're doing. Can you guarantee a full meal and water every day? And, in the future, if there is a chance to recast civilization, are you really willing to support me to become the king of goblins? Chen Mang grinned and helped the fallen gnome up, patting away the dust on its shoulder. I'll take you there first to heal your wounds a bit, and have something to eat on the way, and chat slowly while you eat. By the way, as an aside, what was that thing you were saying about next time you have an even bigger plan? Next time it's 8,000 meters underground. Pretty good. Chen Mang sighed lightly. You really are the smartest one in your goblin clan. Follow me. Chapter 60, Biaozi. Master Mang won't be good at this, right? Train room. Inside living compartment number 3. Chen Mang lifted the gnome and walked to the medicine chest. It was really that this gnome was a bit too heavily injured. Even walking was a bit too difficult. The simple medical kit is a white accessory that he built when the train was upgraded to level 2. And it only contains some simple bandages, anti-inflammatory sprays, suture kits and the like. So it's obvious that these things probably won't be of much help in terms of the goblin's current injuries. Cunning human. The goblin's eyes looked towards those rudimentary medical tools in that medicine chest and whispered, these things are useless. I can be resurrected after I die. In fact, you can just kill me, and these injuries on my body can be fully recovered after I am resurrected. How long do you need to stay in that dark space after you die? I don't know, just for a while. The gnome shook his head. Will return to the Iron Range wasteland again? No, it should be randomly transported to another area. Aha. Chen Mang nodded, sort of rejected the gnome this proposal, just leaned on the cane. From inside took out some bandages while this gnome from head to tail all wrapped up, so that it is alive like a mummy, and then only after that voiced out, evening and then for your all-around treatment. Now you can call your other places of the gnomes are called to? Let's simply bandage it first. He doesn't have enough iron ore right now. When today's slaves have mined enough, then he'll upgrade this Jane's medicine box to level 10. The 2 overmolded effects that are unlocked should be helpful in treating traumatic injuries. Good, the gnome answered dryly, and immediately his eyes slowly closed and then opened again a few breaths later. Well, they're on their way here. That's simple? A trace of color flashed in Chen Mang's eyes. You gnomes can rely on brainwaves to transmit information remotely? That's not true. The goblin scratched his head for a moment before composing the proper language. I am an elite monster among them. I can manipulate and command them in this area, just like the Corpse King in the Corpse Tide. Except, I have had some deviations, inheriting memories from before I died, and still retaining the wisdom that belongs to the Great Goblin Clan. Understood. Chen Mang nodded, pointing to a few slices of bread on the moldy bread slices production line to the side, and said softly, there are a few slices of bread here, so when you're hungry, go eat them yourself. Goblins have actually long noticed that exudes delicious bread, just as far as possible to control themselves to let their sight cheap there. At this time finally cannot control the eyes straight staring at those slices of sandwich bread, the knot in the throat slightly rolling, saliva almost overflowed. Thank you, Lord Human Prophet, for your gift. Biaozi, Master Mang won't be good at this, right? Outside the stellar train, Old Pig looked inside the train with a worried face. At this time, the slaves had already continued to carry their pickaxes to dig in a side mine after the battle, while they were responsible for guarding those level 2 goblin monsters that had been captured alive. It can't be, can it? Biaozi, who was originally still studying the new gadget of cluster thinking, shuddered the instant he heard this, and a hint of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. With the stellar train's current strength, it's not considered to be a difficult task to loot or purchase a few good-looking female slaves in the wasteland, is it? There's absolutely no need for Master Mang to think anything of this goblin, let alone a male goblin? Not good. Old Pig shook his head, his face somewhat complicated. I used to be a deputy train conductor. and I've seen many train conductors, and in an environment as depressing and extremely pessimistic about the future as Armageddon, all of them tend to have some extremely perverted proclivities after becoming a train conductor. This fetish is often the most effective means of venting out the mental stresses of these days. But haven't you noticed that Master Mang has almost no fetishes? Not having a fetish means not being able to release the psychological pressure. And not being able to release the psychological pressure tends to hold back a big one and have an even more perverted psychological fetish. Diaozi's face was also instantly serious, and he pondered for a long time before trying. Master Mang likes to smoke. Is this considered a fetish? What do you say? Old Pig looked at Diaozi with an expressionless inclination of his head. You know, those fetishes of the other conductors are more perverted than one another. I can't even tell you about them. Let's just say that it's very shocking to one's values. I met a conductor, and that's the only one in my life I've ever moved to kill. His fetish is for women swine. It's a shame I wasn't able to at the time. Otherwise I would have killed him. You're so righteous, Captain Piggy? The old pig shook his head after a long silence and didn't say more on this. His mother had been reduced to a human pig after the car accident. He couldn't accept that someone had this kind of fetish. It was an insult to him, and even more of a mockery. Life and doom had smoothed him out too much. That had been his only bottom line. But to his own despair, this only bottom line was also pretty much smoothed out by the end of the day. Otherwise he wouldn't have survived until now. He might have rushed up there knowing it was a death sentence, but he didn't go, which made him shake himself against his own bottom line. Seeing that the old pig had no desire to continue the conversation, Diaozi touched his nose and didn't say anything more. He actually wanted to explain a sentence. The pig train conductor. You may have a misunderstanding of the conductor. He also served as a train conductor. He didn't have any special fetishes when he was a train conductor. Just keep running the train with dedication, and then until the train is overthrown, start the escapade. There was no time or ability to think about the fetish issue from start to finish of the press. Staying alive is the biggest problem. His fetish may be staying alive, so it seems that he's followed through on that fetish quite well, with the train overthrowing so many times, and he's stayed alive until now. Trance. Pio pulled a piece of bread out of his back and quickly stuffed it into his own mouth, chewing on it with a big, sneaky bite. It tasted really good. This was the food of the slaves, and the food of their beaters was steamed bread, which was originally superior to that of the slaves. But this bread slices also don't know how Master Mang got it much better than steamed buns, causing him to always get some bread slices to eat from time to time. He didn't have this treatment when he used to be a train conductor. These days, it is still easy to follow the right person. Exhausted as a conductor figure what? Just then, Chen Mang walked out from the train with his cane, while Old Pig and Diaozi several people also instantly straightened their bodies and said in unison with serious faces, Master Mang. Aha! Chen Mang stood in place looking at the two, paused for a long time before softly saying, these goblins will follow us in the future. They are responsible for digging mines. These injured goblins are simply bandaged up. They won't resist. And study more about the cluster thinking function in your free time. There are two ways to use this function. One is to keep it on for a long time, which is equivalent to instant communication, and one is to turn it on for a short period of time, where the mind can control what information is passed on, so that you don't have to keep it on for a long period of time when you are resting in the middle of a battle. Joining a cluster mind for an extended period of time will result in brain loss. Exit promptly after the battle is over. Chapter 61, let him take the blame for this too? Strike that. Chen Mang didn't speak again, just returned to the train room alone. Only Diaozi and Old Pig, who were messed up in the wind, were left behind. And only after a long time did Diaozi look at Old Pig with a crying face. Captain Pig, my cluster thinking has just been kept on for a long time. I didn't say anything bad about Master Mang just now, did I? It seems not. The old pig was relieved. Luckily I didn't join in the cluster thinking just now. Alright, all work. In the future you try to mutter less about Master Mang behind his back. Ha! Diaozi looked at Old Pig's departing back, his eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Didn't you start this? You want him to take the blame for this? Soon, after dark, the slaves had returned to the train again carrying pickaxes and began lining up for the day's food, as well as bringing back large quantities of iron ore. With what was left over from yesterday, there are now 403 units of iron ore in the train. Inside the train room, Chen Mang looked towards the open iron ore that was obviously less, contemplating without speaking. Only the scarlet light flickered in and out of the train room. With the current speed, this iron ore would probably be mined out in nearly a month. Ore content varies from mine to mine. The ore content of this mine was clearly more than the level 1 iron mine he had met at the beginning. Of course, that's going to go a lot faster when this batch of goblins joins in. A total of 60 or so goblins who just looked stupid managed to reach the abyss of doom by daybreak today, and he maneuvered the train to the edge of the cliff next. This goblin also didn't know the exact coordinates of the rest of the goblins, just that he could contact those goblins and send out the coordinates of the Abyss of Doom, and he couldn't even pick up anyone if he wanted to. Must have gotten some kills on the way. There should still be remaining goblins still on their way. The Iron Range wasteland isn't that small. It will take some time to rush over. These goblins are transported by goblin merchants. Yes, the goblin merchant who carries a cloth bag that drops rewards when killed. According to that guy, among the goblin clan, goblin merchants are extremely special existences. These goblins are born with excellent footwork and that's why they can be merchants. These goblins are born as goblin merchants. It can have a top speed of 150 km per hour and has a long endurance and a great weight capacity. When he was silent as a dozen or so goblins rode on that goblin merchant's head like a stack of goblins, barreling towards him at a speed of 150 km per hour. And for a moment, he even considered whether the goblin merchant could take the place of a wheel. Just install 4 goblin traders directly under each car and have the goblin traders carry the train. It doesn't consume energy stones yet, just slices of bread. Ugh. Chen Mang sighed and lightly rubbed his temples, and after accepting the cultural differences between the different races, he spent 400 units of iron ore to level up his Jane's medicine box to level 10. Nothing has changed in its case, and certainly nothing has changed in its name. The contents of the case were the same stuff: bandages, spray, suture kit, but the 2 extra supermodel effects are arguably totally worth the price of admission. Jane's medical kit level 5 supermodel effect, trauma spray, heals most traumatic injuries in a short period of time. Jane's medical kit level 10 supermodel effect, suture kit, any severed limb will be intact after resewing and successful recovery. These 2 effects could go a long way toward improving the current level of medical care on the train. It's worth mentioning, the simple medical kit is a disposable accessory, which means that when that spray is used up, you will have to build another simple medical kit and level it up to level 10 again in order to get a spray with this effect again. Stitching kits can be used all the time instead. Estimated though, there's still nothing wrong with using this bottle of spray 40 or 50 times, and there won't be a need to build a second medical kit anytime soon. He tossed the 2 into the hands of Piao Zi aside. Go and treat all these goblin wounds. Understood. And at this point, outside the train, a bunch of machete-wielding level 2 goblins gathered together with lax eyes, and the goblin with intelligence at the front was staring stonily at the slaves lined up to receive food. His eyes filled with disbelief as he slowly opened his mouth wide. After a long time, it was only when he looked down at the 2 pieces of bread in his hand, which he had been slow to eat, that he felt as if his worldview had collapsed. Today the human prophet gave him 3 pieces of delicious bread, and he ate 1 piece and didn't spare the remaining 2. That flavor, full of flavor. He'd always thought it was food that only human prophets were entitled to, but it turned out, now those slaves are lining up to get their share. Each one of them, and 10 slices each? When were slaves treated so well? How can this be? He took a slow, deep breath and stared somewhat droolingly at the large number of slices of bread in that frame, shoving both slices of bread in his arms into his own mouth all at once, the wound at the corner of his mouth still causing a slight stinging sensation from chewing. But in his heart he was beginning to vaguely look forward to the digging trip after he had recovered from his injuries. And at this time, the spray-wielding Biao Zi also came over, followed the sight of this gnome, and quickly understood everything, and immediately couldn't help but say, "You can also go to claim 10 pieces per person. All people have a share." Poof. The gnome snorted coldly and swept his eyes at Piao Zi with disdain. "Oh foolish human, I didn't even dig today. How can I go and collect that reward after digging? As a senior member of the Stellar, do you even know the rules? What is the point of rules if they can be broken at will?" The smile on Biao Zi's face slowly froze, and he expressionlessly handed over the spray in his hand, his voice emotionless and raspy. "Master Mang is treating your trauma, and by the way, he's treating all of those goblin pups of yours as well. It's the clan. Well, the gnomes." Train interior. Chen Mang sat on the console, not caring about what was going on outside. These trivial matters could be handled by Old Pig and the others. While he opened the bag of the rich goblin merchant today, which was filled with several glowing items, and prepared to check the harvest this time, there were 4 other goblin traders here today, only because of the rules. A goblin merchant's bag cannot be opened until he is dead. He also did not intend to kill these few goblin merchants, mainly because the reward is not worth it for him to kill these few goblin merchants. This can be a good treasure. The highest speed can reach 150 km per hour goblin merchants. This is in the end of the world. The value can be much higher than what probability of dropping the yellow grade drawings. To put it badly, maybe he'll have to be used as a mount for the goblin merchant in the future, in case he leaves the train to go to other areas for activities. The presence of the goblin merchant can also have quite a lot of security. When he encounters danger and rides on his neck and starts to run away, with that speed, it would be difficult for many level 1 trains to catch up. The tide of corpses couldn't catch up. Don't look at the small frame, but the explosive power is still big. Chapter 62, Motocross Motorcycle Production Line. Chen Mang took the items that emitted a faint white light from the goblin-rich merchant's bag and placed them on the console. 2 items in total. 1. Blueprint for yellow-grade vehicle parts motocross production line. 2 special props Qiankuan bag. Hey! Chen Mang picked up that yellow-grade blueprint and checked it out before a hint of color flashed in his eyes. The effect is very strong. As the name suggests, this accessory can produce off-road motorcycles, expanding the train's exploration range. For example, trains can be stationed where they are, allowing hitmen to travel on motocross bikes to explore city ruins or other areas on missions, etc. It was a nice thing to have, and it was also his first yellow-grade carrier accessory at the moment, and the overmolding effect gained from subsequent grades up should drastically improve the all-around attributes of the motorcycle as well. As for the second item, it belongs to the Goblin Merchant's special weapon, and has a similar effect to a refrigerator, with an interior of roughly 27 cubic meters of square space, or 3 meters in length, height, and width. The area is not as big as a refrigerator, but the victory can go out and carry. Go out and search for supplies with this thing will be much more convenient. Cannot go out and search for supplies when the body back a refrigerator. Diaozi and others are not born with God's strength. Back a refrigerator to search for supplies, who still run. But, Chen Mang thoughtfully said, this is to wake him up. Wait for the future off-road motorcycle will be built out. Build a level 10 refrigerator strapped to the back seat, so that to search for survivors will be much more convenient. Straight to the survivors, stuffing them all in the fridge. There's oxygen in there, and it won't run out for a while. 3 more days passed. Within these 3 days, there were no accidents, and apart from some scattered goblins arriving on the second day, there were no more goblins arriving after that. And this day, all of the goblins had also recovered from their injuries and were ready to go on duty at any time. It's just getting light. A group of slaves had then gotten up and walked out of the wagon with ease, carrying pickaxes and lining up to receive today's food in preparation for the start of their work, while the goblins gathered on one side, looking up at Chen Mang, who was standing on the wagon. Most of the goblins were slack-eyed and stagnant, looking nothing like creatures possessing intelligence, and every now and then a vicious facial grimace was rather robotic and stiff. Only the goblin that stood in front of him, with eyes full of anticipation, stood straight in place waiting for the arrangement. Chen Mang looked at this crowd of goblins in front of him, a total of 121 goblins, of which 5 for the goblin merchants. This is his biggest harvest these days. In the wilderness, to put it bluntly, the most valuable is always only one thing, that is, labor. Other than that, everything else has to be lined up one row back. Even if it's a high-quality accessory, it's useless. The higher the quality of the accessory, the more resources it needs. Without enough labor, even if the conductor is personally on the battlefield, he won't be able to dig up much or in a day even if he's exhausted. Compared to that yellow-grade carrier blueprint, these 121 goblins were more valued by him. There was a long pause before he spoke softly. Welcome to the stellar train. This will be the launching pad for your dreams, and when the Goblin clan blossoms again in the future, you, as the pioneers, will be the most brilliant and glorious in the history of the Goblin clan. Now, old pig, give them pickaxes and food and get ready to start work. He did not speak too much. These goblins are not intelligent, and also do not know what he is talking about. There is only that one small goblin in here knows what he is talking about. Even if he wants to motivate it is useless. These people cannot understand at all. He didn't bother wasting that breath. Anyway, that little goblin, who seemed to be in high spirits right now, was obviously extremely excited about rebuilding the Goblin clan. He understands in his own heart, this is almost an impossible thing. The whole goblin is you alone, still in a half-dead state, to rebuild the goblin civilization that is simply impossible. Not to mention you goblins, even their human beings are now on the verge of extinction. But that's the thing about life. You can be pessimistic about the future, but you have to be optimistic when you act. Yes. The gnome took a deep breath before saying with a serious face, I will definitely not let Lord Human Prophet down. Having said that, he could not wait to go and collect the delicious bread. Just then, Chen Mang called out to the goblin, beckoning it over before walking down the escalator at the back of the carriage, circling around and walking up to the goblin. Got a name? Yes, my name is Doba. Doba, nice name. Chen Mang nodded, overlooking the diminutive goblin, and after a pause continued, Old Pig has already communicated with you. Right, that what your batch of goblins are enjoying is second-level slave treatment, which is a higher treatment in the stellar ship, and generally speaking, new slaves are treated as third-level slaves. The reason why you were given a higher rank than the newcomers in the first place. It's for your gnome clan's talent in the area of digging. Don't let me down. Don't worry, Doba's face was serious as if he was giving a military order. Goblins are the most diligent and united people. Digging mines is the most skillful for goblins. Right. Chen Mang thought of one more thing, and his brows furrowed slightly. Where did you build that goblin train of yours? Is that ability to quickly travel underground from the drill? And why can't your goblin train be captured on the Soul enemy radar? Hadn't seen much of him in total since the gnome had joined into the stellar train. His experience of entrepreneurship in his previous life had taught him that, as a boss, only need to chat with the following employees, occasionally chat about family life on the line. Work arrangements for such things to the management to do it. One is the management to do better than him, and as an employee of the work is always resentment. Even if the work of dissatisfaction, the first object of resentment is certainly management, not him. Chat with the staff. It is best to staff as a whole to chat in general. Too detailed chat is very easy for employees to produce their own bosses to value the illusion, so as to stomp on the nose to make some unthinkable behavior. So far, he had basically stayed out of the specific workflow and daily stats of the slaves and goblins, and had never spoken to any of the slaves individually. The old pig had been the one to accomplish all of that. The old pig did finish well, too, and so far, no mistakes have been made. That. Doba scratched his head. That goblin train was built in that blackened space where there is no light, and where goblins all sleep when they die, and there is a lot of ore in there. There's iron ore, there's copper ore, and there's a lot of resource mines I've never even seen. Chapter 63, finally, a small success. Every time I died and entered that dark environment, I would feel around, and once I picked up a level 1 pickaxe and also a train order, I started digging to build a train all by myself. The other goblins are asleep and can't be woken up by screaming, so I'll have to dig alone. I don't know how long I've been digging. Just build that level 2 goblin train. As for that drill, it's a level 1 goblin train's own white accessory that has the effect of opening up mountains and breaking up rocks, allowing it to travel underground. It just uses up energy a bit quickly when activated. Upgraded to level 2 after goblin train, there is also a green-grade self-buildable accessory, nano armor paint, that will cover the surface of the train with a layer of black paint, which shields the train from radar perception. I'm upgrading it to level 3 for stealth. No solid or radar below level 3 can sense my goblin train. A slight shock flashed through Chen Mang's eyes. He was aware of how difficult it was to upgrade a train to a level 2 train, but he hadn't thought about the fact that that goblin train was entirely the work of this little goblin named Doba all by himself. That's more than hard work, it's just bursting at the seams. He could even visualize the image. In an unknown space that is dead silent and does not see a single ray of light, a short little gnome, in the dark, swings a pickaxe and keeps hammering at the iron ore. And the only sound in the silent space is the clanking sound of the pickaxe hitting the iron ore, and perhaps the hooting and hollering of the goblins alone. That's all. I don't know how many days it took, but I finally crackled and struggled to build a level 2 train, and traveled through the depths of the earth with gusto, fulfilling the quests in my head, having visions of being the greatest goblin of all time, and that those stupid humans would never find themselves. And then, he inclined his head to look not far away. He had not yet gone to devour the wrecked goblin train. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and for a moment inside he suddenly felt some guilt what was going on. It felt as if he was bullying a small child. I'll help you build another goblin train later. Aha. Doba on the other hand didn't seem too upset about it and just smiled. Honorable human prophet Sama. The only remnant of the goblin ones in this world isn't that train. It's me, and if I die, the goblin ones will truly be dead. You're the most cunning human I've ever seen. Not like the stupid ones. I believe that one day, the Goblin Clan will complete its reconstruction under your leadership, and at that time, the Goblin Clan will be your most heartfelt people. We will also build you a extremely safe and luxurious palace deep underground. Let your glory, for all eternity, shine in the depths of the earth. After Doba left, Chen Mang looked toward the gnome train that was lying in disrepair in the open space not far away, and said thoughtfully, is this Doba painting him a cake? Or is he racking him first, lest he doesn't fulfill his promises in the future? From the goblins he had learned quite a bit. First, there are some differences between the initial buildable parts of the goblin train and the human train, followed by, it is that dead space where monsters return after their deaths, and is extremely rich in mineral resources. There are not only copper mines, iron mines, but also many rare and high-level resource mines. If his stellar train could drive over there, he couldn't imagine how happy he would have to be, with resource mines all over the place waiting to be mined at will. And the main thing was that there was no danger. According to Doba, all the dead monsters are asleep in that space, and Doba is the only one who can stay awake. That place, for him, simply belonged to Utopia. Wait, Chen Mang's face suddenly looked slightly odd. That place couldn't really be hell, could it? Could it be that the hell train really had a saying? If according to his experience of playing some games in his previous life, then it did make sense that there was an abundance of minerals in hell. But then he sighed softly. It was obvious that he couldn't set foot in this place. It was a place where monsters only went when they were dead. He couldn't go there even if he wanted to, and he would have to look for a new mine when these two high-resource mines in the Abyss of Doom were finished. You can never have too much of something like resources. After that, Chen Mang did not linger any longer, but turned around and returned to the train room. The iron ore accumulated last time, together with the iron ore from the previous 2 days, currently had 34,008 units of iron ore, nearly 1 quarterly choo-choo. Of course, without any surprises, the iron ore acquired today should be even more. After all, there are so many goblins joining the battlefield today, and are also already good at digging, which can greatly improve the progress of building the train. Sure, for this reason, he built 2 more carriages to house these goblins. Building 2 carriages was not expensive, adding up to just 200 units of iron ore. But, to give these 2 carriages, installing level 2 armor, this price is expensive, enough to consume him 1.2 units of iron ore. Since all have already built 2 carriages, he simply built 2 more carriages, used to give the current train within the classification a total consumption of 2.44 units of iron ore. Up to this point, the stellar train has 8 cars in addition to the locomotive. Compartment 2, where he placed all the industrial production lines, such as the pickaxe line, the axe line and the future motocross line. Carriage 3, where he stacked all the iron ore, the bullets he would build later. Copper or wood and other resources were also stacked in this carriage. Compartment 4, on the other hand, is used to put up the discarded sliced bread production line, cola production line, steamed bun production line and some other daily life production lines, which are used to stockpile food on weekdays, and the supplies searched for will also be piled up here in the future. Compartment 5. He consumed 1,000 units of iron ore to customize this compartment and make it into a hard sleeper compartment. Each bed is upper and lower, a total of 18 beds. Those fighters live here on weekdays. The old pig has a small bag that is solely his own in this section of the train, which is furnished with a single bed that was captured from the train of the Kuan Master. Compartments 6 and 7, respectively, housed those 101 human slaves. Compartments 8 and 9, on the other hand, housed 121 goblin slaves. From its humble beginnings, the stellar train has finally become a second-class train with 8 cars. Spent a little more resources today, but at this time the train line is extremely clear. The arrangement is also very clear. The circuit system has also been readjusted once again. In the future, no matter how many bullets to build or search for any material, or unintentionally encountered a bunch of survivors in the wilderness, there is no need to build a temporary carriages, can be directly digested. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about housing the slaves in a refrigerator, but after trying it, the air was a bit drafty and the oxygen source was a problem. Instead, it's no 3 stacked iron or carriages. In the future, this compartment is presumably stacked with several refrigerators, each with its door open and the space behind it stocked with a variety of minerals and bullets. After the hustle is over, Chen Mongsai stepped off the train, stood in the shadows and looked at the train, which was sleeping like a long dragon in the darkness, smiled softly without speaking, and a sense of fulfillment rose from the bottom of his heart. Finally, a small success. After mining the iron ore, and then that copper ore, and keeping a little more heavy machine gun ammo on hand, his stellar train would be, essentially, a fully loaded tier 2 train. Nope, he's super full, and what he has in mind for full is every accessory up to level 10 that has 2 overmolded effects, which isn't normally the case with full level 2 trains in the Wasteland Consensus. Chapter 64, Kill Who? Kill You? Train Radio. The group was still discussing about the goblin incident a few days ago, and so far none of them had found the rich goblin merchant who was traveling in a hidden way. On top of that, it seemed like the tide of corpses had become even more furious in the past few days. It was just, not only are they attacking trains and humans now, but they've also launched a siege on other monsters that have fallen by the wayside. Sure, these in Shen Mang have nothing too much to do with. Let the outside world clouds cover the sky. He just need to develop in this doomsday abyss at ease. This geographical location means that it is almost absolutely safe. In addition to the goblin monsters encountered a few days ago, no one has ever come here again. Chen Mang was inside the train room, looking at the rating of the stellar on the regional leaderboard, a composite score of 1,491 points. It was 46th on the leaderboard, up 1 place, with the main bonus points coming from the 100 or so goblin slaves, which, at this point, had the official status of survivor in the train panel. That was a bit unexpected. He had thought that he had found a loophole or bug, but he hadn't expected this train, which recognized the identity of this goblin slave. It was just slightly light at this time. Chen Mang took out a bottle of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator, sipped lightly, stood by the window and looked toward those goblin slaves who worked diligently in the open-air iron ore mine. And everyone worked very hard. He had actually been trying to find a lazy slave to make an example of these days, but for some reason, none of them were lazy. The whole thing always made him feel like the process wasn't finished. Can't we have an ungrateful one to make an example of him? He looked down at the refreshingly cool cola in his hand. This thing was really a good thing to replenish sugar in the end of the world. Before he placed the bottle of cola on a side table, and walked straight to the No. for Life carriage, ready to use the remaining iron ore to level up the cola production line and steamed buns production line, which were also upgraded to level 10. White grade accessories, when upgraded, consume far less resources than other grades, after consuming a total of 800 units of iron ore. Once again he gets 4 different supermodel effects. Cola production line level 5 supermodel effect, you can choose to produce either sugar-free cola or sugar cola. Cola production line level 10 supermodel effect, after taking it, it can slowly restore physical strength. Bun production line level 5 supermodel effect, choice of 2 sandwiches, meat sauce and hot sauce. Bun production line level 10 supermodel effect, taking it for a long period of time, it can slightly increase physical fitness. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. Not bad, these few effects are quite practical. It seems that the slaves will have to add another meal at noon on weekdays, recovering more stamina. They will be able to dig the mine for a longer period of time. As for that sugar-free Coke or whatever it is, it's pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's the end of days, who's picking these? It's good to have something to drink. The effect of the upgraded steamed bread production line can improve his meals. He can finally eat some food with flavor and also meat. Every day either eat steamed bread plus the spicy sauce brought back by Ji Biaozi, or eat bread. It's almost giving him vomit. Taking it for a long period of time will also increase his physical fitness. I don't know when there can be something like stir-fried vegetables, although he also quite loves steamed buns, but it is true that eating them every day is a bit unbearable. As of now, inside the stellar train, most of the white-grade carrier parts had actually reached level 10, and the next step was some of the resource hogs, such as carriage steel armor and wind and fire wheel. The former requires 10,000 units of iron ore just to raise one carriage to level 3, and he is now a full 8 carriages. Oh foolish human. On the open-air mine, Doba looked at a human slave beside him who was working by brute force, and couldn't help but snort coldly and open his mouth. Mining isn't like this. There are rules to mining. Hold the handle with both hands, one in front and one behind. Don't clutch it to the lowest end, and then don't use your whole body when you slam it down. Let the pick fall naturally with the inertia of gravity, and don't just use your arm's strength. Transfer your whole body's force down your waist to your arm, and you'll have to. Standing aside responsible for patrolling and supervising Diaozi looked at the scene in front of him, his face slightly odd, took out a cigarette and lit it to send it to his mouth without speaking. This guy digging does have a hand, but there's always a weird feeling. An elite monster that ran into the train as a slave to dig for minerals. How strange is that? In this way, 5 days passed, and within these 5 days the days had been extremely quiet. The group of goblin slaves were also getting used to life in the stellar train. Nope, to be precise, Doba was the only one who had adapted to life inside the stellar train. The other goblins were unintelligent and only knew how to bury their heads in the sand at Doba's orders, and by now it was nightfall. And in the human slave compartment number 7, Uncle Lee, a young guy, sitting in the corner of the wagon, hammered his shoulder while complaining. Ever since that batch of goblins came, our digging time has been longer. Are those goblins crazy? Digging for 16 hours a day? How can we compete with them? Don't any of them have to sleep? No one asked them to keep the same digging hours as the goblins. They were ready to get off work, but those goblin slaves were still crackling and snapping, so they couldn't help but subconsciously prolong their time off work. According to this frame, this later group of goblin slaves must have risen to level 1 slavery before they did. The deputy train conductor has already clearly defined the promotion system. As long as you dig enough 1,000 units of iron ore you can be promoted to a level 1 slave, no matter if it's a level 1 iron ore or a level 2 iron ore. Anyway, it's 1,000 units of iron ore. It's probably about 100 days, and a little bit faster, a little bit more hard work. It's about 60 or 70 days. According to this rule, this batch of goblin slaves will be promoted to level 1 slaves in 30 or 40 days. That's a hell of a job. Aha! The middle-aged man sitting on the side also sighed softly. It can't be helped. Those goblins are naturally good at mining. They belong to the professional counterparts. Even before the end of the day, it's normal for the professional counterparts to promote a little bit faster than us laymen. I mean, after a slight pause, the youngster whispered, Uncle Lee, wasn't it that after killing a slave that day, Master Mang was valued by Master Kun as a slave leader, and only later did he begin to start a family? There are currently no slave leaders within the stellar train. Why don't you follow Uncle Lee's example and kill a slave too? Uncle Lee's face froze slightly, inclined his head to look at the young man's voice. Slowly said, Kill who? Kill you? Are you crazy? At that time, Master Quin's slaves were all starving to death. Master Quin didn't even give them a full meal. The slaves had been in a situation where they would riot at any time in their starvation overload, and at this time, they really needed a slave leader to suppress the people below them on Master Quin's behalf. Chapter 65, You give me another siege to see, but it's not what it used to be. With enough bread for the big guys these days, enough hose, a coke a day to drink, and sheltered by the train from all those walkers and monsters, you'd think the slaves would be rioting at this point in time? You think Master Mang needs a head slave at this time? If you dare to kill a slave at this time, do you believe you'll have to go down and be buried with him right away? The young man scratched the back of his head, realizing he was being a bit abrupt. Rather true. I had a brain fart. Nothing else. All of them had been floating around for a year after the doomsday descent, and they could survive until now. Not to say how good their brains were, but at least their luck was still good, and the life they had led in the past few days was indeed the most leisurely period of life they had led after the doomsday descent. No starving or worrying about dying in the belly of a walker the next moment. Everyone cherishes the life they have now, and the fear that this life will soon shatter like a bubble. Many times slaves riot. In fact, relying on their own is the main property of the conductor. Sure that the conductor does not want to kill their own, so as to fight for their own rights and interests. As the saying goes, the law is not to blame. The conductor is not likely to give the riot of the slaves all killed, unless the beaters are rioting along with them. Then there is a very real possibility that the conductor's life will be in jeopardy until there is a built-in fire control system. Granted, the guns built inside the train couldn't harm the conductor, but it wasn't like killing someone was only possible with a gun. Just then, a voice resounded in the ears of all the conductors, and just like last time, only the conductor could hear the voice. Even the assistant conductor could not hear the voice. The number of trains in existence exceeds 50 million. Meets the conditions for the opening of the first stage. The first phase is officially opened, which is called Set Sail, and the number and variety of monsters will increase during this phase. Just 3 simple sentences. Inside the train room of the Stellar, Chan Mang, sitting on the console, looked at the screen and saw the lines of words floating out, pondering thoughtfully without speaking. This doomsday has been coming for a year, and it is only now that it has come to the stage of sailing. An increase in the number of monsters means an increase in the level of danger in all areas. Beyond that, there doesn't seem to be any content. He glanced at the train radio but realized that the people on the train radio were actually discussing it with great fervor and even some vague excitement, and he soon understood the excitement of these people. Having an added variety of monsters means having an added boss. New bosses are added with a first kill. The reward for taking down the first kill boss was exceptionally generous, and it was said that 6 months ago, a train on the Iron Range Wasteland had risen rapidly after getting the first kill of a certain boss until it left the Iron Range Wasteland for a higher level area. Just, how hard is it to take the first kill of a boss? You have this monster in this area. Other areas have this monster. Every area has a boss. Only the first person to kill this monster boss out of all the areas is considered to get the first kill. Not even considering the difficulty of the kills, the competition alone is with people from several regions. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat vaguely moved. Other monsters not to mention. Another level 3 boss. He could really easily cut it down, and there wouldn't be any higher level monsters in the Iron Range Wasteland. Sure, not only rely on the Car Blade. Level 10 Car Blade is able to easily break the defense of level 3 bosses, but after all, it is a melee weapon. In the face of that kind of huge boss, it is really a little bit incompetent. Or high-level heavy machine gun in the face of the boss is better to use a little bit. And he had done more than just digging up iron ore in the last 5 days. He had split the slaves into 2 groups to work. It had already brought him a total of 101, 239 units of iron ore, and 200 units of copper ore. With the addition of this batch of goblin slaves, the digging efficiency that is almost straight up. Those goblin slaves can nearly dig out 20,000 units of iron ore in a day. A day almost, except digging is digging. He was a little bit unable to see. Let the old pig go, all persuade Doba. He was worried that these goblins gave themselves to death. Fine water is the king. As a result, Doba came back with the great gnomes, never needing human pity. Since ancient times, only the gnomes who died in battle, not the tired gnomes. Gotta dig in, keep digging. Just according to this situation, he will soon have to leave the Doomsday Abyss. The bottom of the Doomsday Abyss there is only autotal of 1 level 2 iron ore, and a level 1 copper ore. At most another 10 days or so, these 2 mines will be mined cleanly. By then he'll be looking for the next mine. He hadn't found such a rich resource spot like Doomsday Abyss yet, so he can only go to the wasteland and continue to look for those scattered level 1 mines. And after getting used to digging level 2 iron ore, level 1 mines always felt a bit unpleasant to dig up. Take for example this level 1 copper mine under the Abyss of Doom. It took 5 days of digging to obtain 4,200 units of copper ore. The digging efficiency is enough. It is the mine level is not enough. Unlike the level 2 iron ore, digging 1 unit of level 2 iron ore is equivalent to 10 units of level 1 iron ore. Whether or not you can meet a boss, and whether or not you can take the first kill if you meet a boss, all of these are dependent on luck, but one must always be prepared first, lest when the opportunity came, he would miss it because he didn't prepare in advance. For example, if he didn't first raise his carriage armor to level 2 and happened to come to the Abyss of Doom, he wouldn't have met these 100 or so hardworking and willing goblins. After consuming a full 90,000 units of iron ore, all 8 carriages of the stellar train, including 1 locomotive, have been upgraded to level 3 of carriage steel armor. Chen Mang walked down the train room, stood in the open space and looked at his train. At this time the train surface armor just a glance with a thick sense of heaviness, bringing a sense of oppression naturally needless to say. Level 3 armor, nearly immune to all means of level 3 attack. Whether it's a level 3 bullet or an attack from a level 3 monster, they are all immune. If he encountered that level 3 man-eating spider again at this time, he didn't even need to go through that much trouble. He directly drove the train and disliked it. The boss couldn't break through his train's defense, but his level 10 car blade could easily break through the boss's defense, and he was directly invincible. Even if you're big, his big deal is that the train goes around you more than a few times, and it just naturally chips away at the meat. Of course, a little more time may be consumed, but if he meets the wave of corpses at this moment, it will really be a one-sided massacre. None of the monsters in the wave of corpses can break through the defense of his train, but wherever his train goes, there are all the broken limbs and flesh. The stellar train finally saw a qualitative change when the armor went up to level 3. Extreme defense and extreme attack, both of which are aces when singled out. Together, it is a king of bombs. With level 1 armor with a level 10 car blade, he was daunted by facing a level 3 man-eating spider boss. With level 3 armor with a level 10 blade, he slammed the front of the car against the cannibal spider's pussy face. Go out and try the effect. Chen Mang sat on the console and smiled as he lit a cigarette, looking out the window with a vague expectation in his eyes, and then build some heavy machine gun bullets. Then go out and try the water. Although I'm not sure if I can meet the new monsters and bosses, but he remembered that damn tide of corpses had surrounded him many times back then. He's back now. You round up another one for me and see. Chapter 66. Now, it's time for you guys to be a little bit more careful. Inside the stellar train, Chen Mang got up and walked to the No. 2 specialized carriage, consuming 1,000 units of copper ore to create the 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line and 5.56mm rifle bullet production line respectively. With these 2 lines, the heavy machine guns on top of the wagons, which almost never fired, were finally no longer just for show, but a presence that could actually come in handy. It's worth mentioning that the heavy machine gun will only increase its effective range and rate of fire after each upgrade, not its power. What really determines the power of a heavy machine gun is the grade of the bullet. The higher the bullet rating, the more powerful it is. Sure, heavy machine guns can only use bullets that are the same level as, or lower than, their own level, and cannot use bullets that are higher than their level. A Class 3 heavy machine gun, for example, can use Class 1 bullets or Class 3 bullets, but not Class 4 bullets. The tripod heavy machine gun, a green-grade accessory, is crafted from iron ore and upgraded with iron ore. After consuming 3,000 units of iron ore, he finally upgraded a heavy machine gun to level 5. Inside the stellar train, there are currently 8 cars. The first 4 cars have 1 tripod heavy machine gun mounted on the top of each of them, and the tops of the 4 newly created cars in the back are still empty. This is something that, like armor, needs to be built separately and upgraded individually. Unlike something like carriage blades, which, once you've upgraded it, comes with its own carriage blade of the same level, no matter how many carriages you subsequently build. Chen Mang sighed lightly. This thing was also a resource hog, but how? Worthy of being a green-grade offensive carrier? The first supermodel effect unlocked was really good. Tricorder heavy machine gun level 5 supermodel effect. The heavy machine gun can be linked to the train assist AI, so as long as the enemy is located within the range of the enemy solving radar, the train assist AI will start to automatically lock onto the enemy, greatly increasing the hit rate. PS, requires train assist AI, a green-grade accessory, to be upgraded to full level. He had probably already learned from experience. The higher the grade of the accessory, the better the unlocked supermodel effect. The supermodeling effect of offensive accessories is greater than that of functional accessories, which in turn is greater than that of lifestyle accessories. Like this supermodel effect, straight up mandatory headlock hangs, seconds for showing your head as long as it's in radar range. There is absolutely no need to arrange for a fighter to control the heavy machine gun. Not only is it troublesome, but the hit rate is also difficult to get a boost, and now it is directly handed over to the Train 8 AI trusteeship, which greatly improves the efficiency of the battle. Normally speaking, the upper limit of green grade accessories was only level 3, so that condition had been met by him a long time ago, and his Train Assist AI was already at level 5, and after linking the circuit system of this tricycle heavy machine gun to the console, this machine gun was officially promoted to an AI machine gun. As for the remaining 3 machine guns, you'll have to wait for separate upgrades to have this supermodel effect. After doing this, only then did Chen Mang look at the 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line in front of him, and in one breath, he had raised it to level 3, consuming 200 units of copper ore. He could not raise it to level 5. Raising it to level 5 would require 3,000 units of copper ore, and he only had a total of 4,210 units of copper ore. After you get to level 5, there's not much copper ore left to build bullets. Level 1 bullet, 1 unit of copper ore to create 1 round. Level 2 bullet, 5 units of copper ore to create 1 round. Level 3 bullet, 10 units of copper ore to create 1 round. That's expensive. Chen Mang looked to the bullet production line. That bullet price, the corner of the mouth slightly twitching. A round of level 3 bullets to 10 units of copper ore. Heavy machine gun, this kind of thing, shooting speed and fast. Blink of an eye, 200 or 300 rounds of bullets on the way out. To be all level 3 bullets, then that can be 2,000 or 3,000 units of copper ore. What kind of boss would this have to fight to earn back what it would have been? It would have to be at least at the level of a man-eater spider, but for the one he met, 200 to 300 rounds of heavy machine gun bullets would be too much to kill. He was afraid. The bullet production line has been upgraded to level 3, but it doesn't mean that you can only build level 3 bullets. You can build bullets from level 1 to level 3. He consumed 500 units of copper ore to build a total of 500 rounds of level 1 ammunition. Together with the original stockpile, there were now a total of more than 800 rounds of Class 1 heavy machine gun ammunition inside the train, something that would ensure that the built-in fire control system was already in a usable state. As long as his mind moved, machine guns reaching down from the ceiling inside each car would give the entire train a good cleaning of all the members inside. Power must be based on force. The thing might never be used, but it couldn't be done without. And the machine gun with the muzzle pointing inward represented his power and position in a sense. In the end, another 2,000 units of copper ore were consumed to create 200 rounds of Tier 3 ammo. Up to this point, the resources accumulated in the train over several days were almost squandered by him again. Only 239 units of iron ore and 510 units of copper ore remain. Chen Mang patted the heavy machine gun bullet production line that was like a gold-swallowing beast, and at this moment, he finally realized where the greatest charm of the white-grade carrier accessories was, and that was saving. All the same can break through the defense of a level 3 boss. The rook blade only consumes a few energy stones, and that heavy machine gun? Every bullet is his heart and soul. Certainly the latter's power to be greater. The attack distance is also farther, and there is even an automatic headlock, this supermodel effect, but cannot help. The resource consumption is too large, can only be used as a base card, not as a last resort. He is not willing to use this guy. It's still better to use the car blade, so if it takes a bit of time, it takes a bit of time. And anyway, his armor is already at level 3, and basically no monsters in the Iron Ridge Wasteland are breaking his defense at the moment. The Iron Range Wasteland is a low-level area. The highest level train in this area is level 3, while the highest level monster is also level 3, and his armor is likewise level 3. Departure. Chen Mang, who had re-entered the train room, sat on the console and looked at the still sufficient energy stones before retrieving the wind and fire wheels and putting down the mechanical footsteps, slowly stepping on the gas pedal, like a centipede train. As it was about to hit the canyon wall, the mechanical stepping foot easily and naturally climbed up the wall, and quickly climbed upwards along the 90-degree wall. Perspective pulled up. It could be vaguely seen. In the night, in the abyss of doom, a train was climbing rapidly up the cliff face at a not-so-slow pace. Soon, the train then pulls out of the cliffs, puts on its wind turbines, and roars off into the endless wilderness covered by the night. Objective: looking for the wave of corpses that had besieged him several times. He's back for revenge. You guys are a bunch of ING brats who disturbed him every day when he was digging, and he was scared every day when he was digging for fear that the tide of corpses would sneak up on him at some point. Now, it's time for you guys to raise a few eyebrows. Chapter 67, this guy, it's really out of this world. After he upgraded wind and fire wheel to level 5, it increased the speed of the train dramatically. At this time, the speed of the stellar train was already not slow, and it would be even faster after it was upgraded to level 10 in a few more days. This was the first time the stellar train had actually left the Abyss of Doom in all these days. The other day when he left the Abyss of Doom to pick up those goblins, he only stopped at the edge of the cliff and didn't really leave the Abyss of Doom. he was actually holding out a little bit of hope in his heart. Maybe he could really meet an added monster boss. With the strength of his current train, as long as it wasn't one of those particularly perverted level 3 bosses, he felt that he could take it down. And at most, it would just take a little longer. Even if you can't get the first kill, the rewards dropped from simply killing a boss are quite a lot. He was quite satisfied with the rewards that dropped from that level 3 man-eater spider boss he killed last time. Train interior. Chen Mang looked into the distance. Without headlights, the front was almost pitch black. He lightly stepped on the gas, did not dare to let the speed too fast. The thrill of the adrenaline rush made his arms tremble slightly. Although the train was currently a level 3 armor and there weren't many in the wasteland that could run over him, but after all, without the yellow grade accessory of gyroscope, the train would still tip over if it tilted too much. This accessory is one of the accessories that can be built when you move up to a level 3 train. It just puzzled him a little. Such a common and basic accessory as headlights is not only not included in the buildable accessories for level 1 and level 2 trains, but also not even in the buildable accessories for level 3 trains. So it can't be in the buildable accessories for level 4 trains, right? Or maybe the blueprints for this thing can only be dropped by luck in the wild? That's all. He drove for half an hour in the wilderness, and during that time the enemy solving radar and resource detecting radar had been in an extremely quiet state, without any movement. There's a big shipment tonight, but the more so, Chen Mang looked more excited. Eyes slightly narrowed up tightly looking toward the dark depths of the wilderness. According to reason, in the wilderness of such places, it is impossible to meet half an hour do not see a monster. Unless, yes, just like last time, when a boss showed up, the pressure released would cause all the monsters in the wasteland to hide. There's really big stuff on the moors tonight. Just then, drip, 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 the enemy solving radar was the first to go off, followed by the resource detection radar, which started ticking, and the radar range detected a level 1 iron mine not far away, and a level 1 train parked next to it. TSK. Chen Mang didn't know what came to his mind and suddenly laughed as the car's outboard stereo slammed into the noisy DJ and cranked up the volume to the maximum, roaring like a gust of wind as it roared past that class 1 train and honked its horn 3 times. In the blink of an eye, that train, along with the iron ore mine, was then left far behind. As for how to distinguish the level 1 train, it is really good to distinguish. Only 3 carriages, even the armor and heavy machine guns are not. At first glance, it is a level 1 train, a small munchkin. He had no intention of stopping to rob this mine, partly because he couldn't quite see past this small level 1 mine right now, and partly, he had just built the stellar train at the time, and hadn't robbed him when a level 2 train whizzed past him while he was digging in the wasteland. His original worldview and values were set in his previous life. Still, the tone of the world subconsciously influences his approach as he integrates into it. If that level 2 train robbed him then, he would surely go and rob this level 1 train now, but that train hadn't robbed him that day, so he wouldn't mind following the example of his predecessor in the past and flirting with the little munchkin. Chen Mang, who had satisfied his own bad taste, suddenly thought of something, and the smile on his face slowly stiffened. This scene is so familiar. In the old days, that level 2 train had arrogantly roared past him for a boss fight and then fled back in disarray. He was now ready to go to the boss as well. Can't he also? Quickly he shook his head, shaking these messy thoughts out of his mind. It was unlucky to think about these things in the middle of the night. Iron Range Wilderness. A small train with only 3 cars was parked next to an iron mine, and at this time, inside the train, a young boy with dyed white hair was staring straight at the direction of that train as it went away, and let out a sigh of relief before gritting his teeth slightly. This guy, it's really out of this world. Damn, why can he be so arrogant in the wilderness? Isn't he afraid that the sound of music will attract monsters? His voice was almost in his throat as he got a good look at that train in its entirety just now. Enough 8 carriages. Each carriage including the head of the train is covered with thick black armor. The top of the carriages there are also 4 large caliber heavy machine guns. This kind of train, if you want to rob him, he almost did not have any room for resistance. But whenever a train falls, everyone may live. The conductor is the one who must die. Still, the other guy seemed to be carrying good intentions. No intention of robbing him. One day, he was going to be just like this, blasting deafening music and maneuvering the train to roar arrogantly and recklessly across the wasteland. Train interior. The young boy with dyed white hair clenched his fists, made up his mind, and set his sights on the train he had only met once. Only when he looked at the 49 survivors in the train panel, his face filled with sorrow again. Before the end of the day, he was a junior in college, and after the end of the day he and his classmates had been hiding in a bomb shelter at the university, which had enough food and water and other supplies, and so they had been hiding in the bomb shelter and waiting for rescue. It's just that rescue never came as all. Some days ago, a monster broke into the air raid shelter, and after he summoned up the courage to kill it, he accidentally dropped a train order. After discussing the matter, the group decided to embrace the new era, not to continue to hide in the air raid shelter, and to build their own train, and rely on it to survive in the new century. As the squad leader and the only one who had killed the monster, and the train order was in his hands, he naturally deserved to be the train leader. Just, when he took a lot of effort to find an iron ore mine, but these students of his daily digging are grinding. A day can only dig out 2 or 3 units of iron ore. He had to personally every day. He can dig a full 10 units of iron ore or so every day. He kept placating, but the big guy's resentment grew. There's even a complete strike. He didn't know what to do about it, but he had to keep talking to everyone, letting them know that if the train couldn't upgrade to level 2 fast enough, it was going to break down in the wasteland. It had very little effect. The opinion of many was that it would be better to return to the shelter again. The food there would last for another 5 years, and by that time the world would surely have returned to peace, and by that time the rescue would be back, and there would be no need at all to risk their lives by making a break for it in the wilderness, and being so tired. If in case there were still monsters breaking in the middle of the process, it would only be necessary for him to step in and kill them. If it's you, the young boy stood within the train, looking in the direction where the train had just disappeared, and muttered in a trance, "What would you do if you were in my situation? Surely you would have a good solution since you can have such a strong train." I finished making all the sense, but they won't listen. The reasoning is obviously so simple, and it's a matter of life and death for everyone. But, why don't they listen? And the other side? Inside the train room of the Stellar, Chen Meng, who was sitting on the console, looked towards the black pressurized group of zombies that were running wild not far away, as well as the sole enemy radar that was constantly coming from the dripping sound, and froze slightly before he couldn't help but smile. It really came across to me. It's destiny. It is. Chapter 68. Things are getting a little rough. Night on. Inside the Stellar train, the radar is taking over, and in the distance there are countless zombies running wild in the night. Zip. The blades extended out from both sides of the carriage and began to rotate at high speeds. Accompanied by a gust of air-breaking wind was the electric current that constantly rumbled on the surface of the blades. How can a zombie's footing compare to a train? Blink of an eye. Chen Meng then maneuvered the train and caught up with the group of zombies. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and like a red-hot iron rod plunging into the snow, almost in the blink of an eye, countless limbs and blood were thrown into the night. A unilateral massacre. The occasional claw of some zombie could not even leave a white mark on the surface armor of the train. He withdrew his wind and fire wheels and released his spider feet, a wheel accessory that would ensure that his train wouldn't get stuck in the path of zombie corpses and that he could rampage through the tide of corpses with impunity. The width of the blade of his car had come to 120 centimeters, and wherever he passed, there was a field of limbs, and these zombies only had the option of running wildly in the face of him, unable to do a single damage to his train. Except that, in terms of speed, there weren't many creatures in the wasteland that could outrun his stellar train at the moment. These walkers are even less so. But, there are too many zombies. After all, he no longer remembered how many zombies he had killed. Just a glance around, the number of zombies did not decrease any further. And, Chen Meng's brows gradually furrowed. The tide of zombies was still running wildly in a certain direction, basically ignoring him completely. It reminded him of a message he had read on the train radio the other day. It said that recently the tide of corpses in the wasteland had somehow become much more berserk, not only launching sieges against trains, but often other monsters as well, which was something that rarely happened in the past. The anomaly in front of him quickly made him think of the news. Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly and did not stop slaughtering the zombies, as he spent 500 units of iron ore to create a green-grade accessory, Powerful Magnet, the first time he encountered the zombie tide. This accessory blueprint was dropped that day when he killed that level 3 man-eater spider. The effect is that you can collect the items dropped by all monsters killed by the train, or by members of the train, within a certain range, into the carriage. He never built that blueprint. After all, it wasn't going to be used for a while either, so it wasn't a waste of that resource. But at the moment, this accessory finally had his use, and after consuming 2,000 units of iron ore and raising this accessory to level 5 in one fell swoop, he also once again gained a corresponding overmolded effect. Powerful Magnet Level 5 Supermodel Effect. All items dropped by monsters in the area after their death are collected into the carriage, and the range has come to 500 meters from the original 100-meter radius centered on the train. The corners of Chen Meng's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at this Power Magnet Overmodel Effect, which was probably the most overmodeled effect in all of his carrier accessories so far. The original accessory simply allowed him to pick up loot quickly in the less parking-friendly environment of a corpse wave. The added supermodel effect makes it so that directly within range, whoever kills the monster, its drops will be sucked into the compartment, without any sense at all. Enough of this nonsense. He likes it. At the top of the front of the car, a U-shaped magnet consisting of several glowing lines emerged, and a few seconds later, when the lines dispersed, The dark-colored U-shaped magnet about the size of a suitcase had been embedded in the top of the car, after connecting it to the generator through the circuit system and starting it. Nighttime. The U-shaped magnet continuously emitted a wave-like light, and wherever the train went, everything that fell was sucked into the compartment. He didn't bother checking out what all the loot was. He just continued maneuvering the train to slaughter the wave of corpses. He wasn't sure if this wave was the same group that had been attacking him the other day, but what the hell? They were all zombies anyway. The trains are operated, primarily, by brain control. It is also known as the stream of consciousness, where the consciousness and the train become one, and the mind moves the car. But in addition there are some manual controls of a mechanical nature, such as throttles, levers, etc., which are not meant to be a precautionary measure. A conductor, only in death, loses the ability to maneuver the train forward with his consciousness. This type of manual control is designed to assist with some of the finer operations, but also to allow the conductor to have some driving experience and physically feel that timely feedback. About half an hour later, the zombies in front of us are no longer a tide, only the scattered hundreds of zombies. These hundreds of zombies have placed in the ruins of the city, for the survivors hiding in the ruins of the absolute disaster. But in front of the stellar train, and the ants are no different. Chen Mang, who was sitting on the console, looked at the group of zombies outside and frowned slightly. The group of zombies that had been running wildly suddenly stopped running wildly and stopped, and he chased the group of zombies all the way. Looking back, behind him was a long red road made up of countless limbs and black blood. The group of zombies, on the other hand, suddenly stopped and, like fanatical cultists, knelt on the ground and began to vomit continuously. A large amount of blood and flesh was spat out and sprayed on the ground. The whole scene looked bloody and disgusting. Even all of them completely ignored the threat posed by his train. And at this point, Chen Mang also just noticed that this wasteland in front of him was covered with a thick layer of blood-red sticky stuff, and a large number of limbs could be seen, including those of humans, zombie wolves, man-eating spiders, and even goblins. After all, that little green arm, it was still easy to tell that the owner of its body should come from the goblins. Things are getting a little rough. Although he was not clear about what had happened, Chen Mang was still a bit guilty of muttering in his heart. He still knew too little about this world. It was better to leave first, continue to go back to the doomsday abyss to develop. It was so dangerous outside. Just then, boom boom, the ground suddenly began to shake, and the group of zombies kneeling on the ground began to hiss continuously, followed by a level 2 zombie that had been standing on the blood-red sticky thing suddenly opened its bloody mouth. An intense suction power came from within its mouth. The blood-red sticky stuff covering the ground was all sucked into its mouth, like a blood-red tornado. This level 2 zombie's body size is also rapidly getting bigger, quickly growing to a full 10 meters tall. After all the blood, flesh and sticky things are sucked into its abdominal cavity. Roar! This zombie, whose size was already 10 meters, roared fiercely, his eyes full of brutality and bloodlust overlooking the stellar train, and his line of sight through the glass of the car, staring straight at Chen Mang sitting on the console. Chapter 69, It's Still Got to Be a Car Blade. Awesome! Chen Mang, who had witnessed the scene with his own eyes, gave his assessment, and on the console screen, several lines of scarlet block letters were flashing continuously. Dropping. Level 3 zombie detected. May pose a minor threat to the train. Class 5 tricorder heavy machine gun has locked onto the walker and is ready to fire at a moment's notice. On the order of the conductor. Fire. Without the slightest. The next moment, the heavy machine gun set on the top of carriage 2 instantly turned around and locked onto the huge zombie, accompanied by a flash of red light from the muzzle. Chug. He took the lead in launching the attack. The ear-piercing and dull sound of gunshots resounded violently in the night wilderness, and several bullets connected into a line, shooting straight towards the head of this level 3 zombie. This level 3 zombie reacted extremely quickly. Almost instantly, he raised both palms in front of himself, and almost all of the bullets that shot out hit the palms of this level 3 zombie, and in the blink of an eye, when the sound of the gunfire faded, the arms of this zombie with a strong sense of intimidation had already been blown apart, instantly turned into an armless zombie. That's mighty fine. Chen Mang looked at the scene in front of him and muttered, but soon after he noticed that the heavy machine gun had gone mute and was no longer attacking, he suddenly thought of something and subconsciously looked at the train panel, and as expected, the 200 rounds of level 3 bullets that he had just built had been consumed, and at this point, this level 3 zombie that had lost its hands to eat pain and its anger had run wildly towards him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. These 200 rounds of level 3 bullets had consumed 2,000 units of his copper ore, and it just ran out? At that moment, he didn't dare to stay and maneuvered the train to prepare to avoid the attack of this zombie boss first. But the train has a slower start. After all, boom, dodging in no hurry, the head of 10 meters high level 3 zombie has rushed to the train, facial hideous as the national football players, kicked the train violently. Under the collision issued a huge impact sound, as well as ear-piercing and painful hissing sound. The kick, it kicked straight into the blade of the car that was spinning at high speed. Huge bloody slits appeared on this zombie's toes. Under the pain, this zombie suddenly went crazy and kept kicking at the train again. After several consecutive kicks, this zombie's right foot was basically completely ruined, and the whole person lost his balance and fell to the ground. Inside the train room, Chen Mang, who was sitting on the console, looked towards the scene in front of him, and was relieved to learn that all the slaves reported up by Old Pig had no casualties for the time being, and that his stellar train, which had been kicked by the kicks, had panned out on the wasteland by a full few meters or so. That's really strong. Though his armor was completely resistant to the zombie's attack, the vibrations of the train were still not exempt, and the kicks were stifling his chest. At this point, the zombie had dropped to the ground and kept hissing, obviously unable to attack again anytime soon, and it was his turn to attack next. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, and immediately maneuvered the train, aiming at this zombie that had fallen to the ground, and kept crashing into it, constantly lulling this zombie king through the car blades on both sides of the carriage. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. The level 3 zombie was nearly split up like a zombie, its head and tail separated and scattered on the wasteland, much faster than the speed of killing that level 3 man-eating spider. This was mainly due to the level 3 armor, which allowed him to ram into it with impunity and not have to worry about anything, as well as the fact that this zombie was still smaller than the spider overall. Nighttime. Chen Mang walked down the train alone with a cane and stood on the wilderness. The air carries a strong smell of blood. At this time a glance, there is no longer a living thing around. Only he stood alone on the wilderness. Those hundreds of zombies, during the battle just now, were all devoured by this level 3 zombie to recover their wounds, just to no avail. It's still got to be a car blade. Chen Mang swept his eyes at the shells scattered on the ground, and sighed lightly. The heavy machine gun carrying level 3 bullets is certainly powerful, but it can't help. The power of that heavy machine gun with level 3 bullets is certainly great, but it can't hold up. The consumption is also great. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 units of copper ore will be taken in. It's still a good car blade. Consuming just a little bit of energy is basically indistinguishable from no consumption at all. Energy stones are only a few bucks, and building one is only 500 units of iron ore. He finally understood that the train with the level 3 heavy machine gun in the former train radio had to run away even though he met the level 3 man-eating spider that clearly had the ability to kill it. And how much copper ore would have to be consumed in order to kill that man-eating spider? Whether or not you can get your money back is a complete unknown. Escape when you can. The little stockpile of level 3 bullets is for saving your life at critical moments, not for killing bosses and popping rewards. In this world, the hierarchy is extremely strict. Levels are suppressed, and there's no way to break defense, let alone create much damage. Just like a level 1 car blade, for example, can't even break through the defense of a level 2 zombie. The only way to break through its defenses is if the levels are the same, or if the levels are suppressed. And what kind of power it can have after that depends on the battle effect of the accessory itself. The car blade is good though, but after all, it's a white grade accessory that only has melee means of attack, and the means of attack is also very limited. It would be nice to have a white grade offensive accessory that has a long range means of attack. White grade accessories generally consume very little energy, as well as being the same level 3 boss. The sense of oppression brought to him by this zombie king was far less than that man-eating spider. As for the reason, he naturally knew what it was. The reason why this level 2 zombie was able to be promoted to a level 3 zombie king was because of the blood and meat stored in the stomachs of those zombie tides, and he had killed almost 90% of the zombies along the way, and with so much blood and meat missing, this level 3 zombie king was naturally not at his full strength after his promotion. Level 3 zombies can recover from their injuries by devouring zombies, and in the end there were only a few hundred walkers that could run here, which was totally inadequate. By mistake, he improved his winning percentage. Luckily he had built level 3 bullets before he came. If he hadn't blown both of this zombie king's hands apart, he highly doubted that this zombie king would have just grabbed the stellar train in and kept slamming it into the ground like swinging a whip. The train was able to withstand it, but the people in the train wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of impact. There's still a lot of development to be done, and the stellar train still has a lot of deficiencies at the moment. He also knew why the tide of corpses had rioted in the wilderness in the past few days. It should be collecting blood and flesh everywhere to prepare for the promotion of the zombie king. This boss was not the first kill, and if it was the first kill, a corresponding message would have surfaced on the console screen. The night wind hit. Chen Mang, who was standing alone in the wilderness, tightened the jacket on his body and turned around to return to the train in preparation to see what this zombie king had dropped. And then it was almost time to go back to the Doomsday Abyss to continue digging. No new boss monsters were encountered this time though. but he originally did not have much hope for this. This trip out of the harvest is also enough. It is time to go back to continue mining. If only he could meet a level 2 copper mine, stocking up on tens of thousands of level 3 rounds, he could slaughter all the bosses on that Iron Range wasteland. But if level 3 bullets are so expensive, when you go to the advanced area later, then the price of level 4 bullets and level 5 bullets are expected to be even more expensive. Still have to rely on white grade offensive accessories. Next rally, see if you can pick up a couple white grade offensive accessory blueprints. Just then, Chen Mang, who was in the know, 2 compartment, looked down at the hands of this zombie king dropped accessories blueprint slightly stunned. Some incredulous murmured, "Speak of the devil." Chapter 70, being good-looking is not considered a good thing in Doomsday. Sitting inside the stellar train under the stars of the wasteland, Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at this blueprint in his hands. A blueprint for a white grade carrier accessory, repeatedly firing a bed crossbow. Obviously, this is an offensive accessory and the accessory does not fit on top of any carriage. It needs to be mounted in a separate open-air carriage with up to 8 bed crossbows in one open-air carriage. The drawbacks are obvious, and the power is certainly not as intuitive as a heavy machine gun, but the advantages are also clearer. White grade means less energy consumption, the ability to use it more frequently and less heartache. Not like a level 3 heavy machine gun, where the enemy doesn't know if it hurts or not when a shot goes down, but they do have heartache themselves. 100 or so slaves had worked hard for 2 days digging for copper, and in the blink of an eye it was all over. What's more, he could upgrade the repeating bed crossbow to a high enough level, and with a few more over-molded effects, the power could not fail to exceed that of a level 3 heavy machine gun, which was the first white accessory he had ever seen that had a means of long-range attack. Not bad. Chen Mang smiled as he stuffed this white grade accessory blueprint into his arms. He was still looking forward to this continuous bed crossbow. Just by looking at the name, he felt that the power was not too small, and that it would still be very useful in the early stages. Of course, it's basically limited to the preliminaries. Chen Mang returned to the head of the train and slapped the blueprint of this continuous bed crossbow on the console. And when it turned into a pale white point of light and merged into the console, he could build this accessory at any time. And even if this accessory was destroyed, without the blueprint, he could still build it. Sure, if this train is destroyed and he builds a new one through the train order, he won't have access to build this accessory. He didn't take a careful inventory of the rest of the dropped items, just a general comb through them. Return to Doomsday Abyss first, and then take a closer inventory when you return to Doomsday Abyss. The mines of Doomsday Abyss aren't all dug up yet, so let the slaves rest for the night tonight, and they'll have to continue digging tomorrow. After today's encounter, he also witnessed the power of a level 3 heavy machine gun with level 3 bullets. It is indeed good, with slightly more bullets. Killing a level 3 boss is as simple as killing a pig. It was just that he wasn't going to activate the thing again until he found a level 2 copper mine. It just wasn't very useful. Nighttime. The slowly accelerating stellar train began to turn around and head towards the Doomsday Abyss coordinates. Get ready to go home. The group of fighters in the know, 5 fighters compartment, who had been holding their Tinglong assault rifles tightly in their arms, ready to join the battle at any time, only let out a long sigh of relief in unison after there was no more commotion outside and the train had been traveling gently across the wasteland. Okay, Biao Zi, who was sitting by the window, looked towards the scarlet wilderness that was quickly thrown behind him, and the heart that had been hanging in the air finally fell once again. The battle is over. All relax and unwind. Don't be so tense. Afraid. Who's not afraid? He's afraid, in case the train can't hold up. Then their group of fighters is the last line of defense. They have to be on top. They had nowhere to run to even if they wanted to. In the wilderness, once the train breaks down or perishes, then they basically get to see their great-grandmother very quickly. After the last upgrade of the stellar train, their section, number 5, had been converted into a hard sleeper car, with each of the beaters having their own exclusive bed, and was also the only section of the train to have windows, all of them having just witnessed the fight with their own eyes. The zombie that was 10 meters tall brought them a sense of oppression that was nearly suffocating in existence. But okay, Master Mang holds on and gets the final takedown. Only then did Biaozi look over at Bobcat Z, who was holding a photo tightly to the side, and said with a smile, "What? A photo of your younger sibling?" During the train fight just now, Bobcat Z had been holding tightly to the one photo he had pulled out of nowhere, his face pale and obviously a little frightened. Ever since the last time he had laid down his life to save Bobcat Z, this prick, who had been the most disobedient, was extremely obedient to him. He also looked at the kid in a favorable light, keeps a small-inch head and is quite clean-cut in his work. Bobcat Z, somewhat embarrassed, will hand this big headshot carefully restuffed into his necklace sandwich, whispered, "Ex-girlfriend, break up before the end of the day." Aha! Diao Z lit a cigarette sent to his mouth. spit out a wisp of smoke before leaning back in his chair to look at Bobcat Z's neck and the neck of that necklace. The pendant is similar to the nothing card or something like a steel square. The square has a sandwich, used to put photos just right. Good looking? Hey, nice looking then. Not only nice but gentle. I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't much good before the end came, working in a container factory, but she never minded me, saying that days are slowly getting better for two people together, and that we have to live our own lives instead of envying other people's. If there's one thing in my life I regret the most, it's probably not taking her out for a steak once before we broke up. She's been wanting to go out for steak with me and said she'd treat me, and I sure as hell couldn't let her. And while that's slightly more expensive, it's not like I can't afford it. It's just that I always feel a little inferior inside, not quite daring to step into that kind of occasion. Originally thought that there would always be a chance to earn money in the future. I never thought. The usually little-spoken Bobcat suddenly seemed to have a light in his eyes at the mention of his ex-girlfriend, only to have it dim again very quickly. Diaozi was silent for a long time before he looked down at the flickering cigarette in his hand and said softly, "Being good-looking is not a good thing in the end times." Bobcat Z did not answer back, just looked out the window gently caressing the steel nothing card in his arms for a long time before making a sound. "I'm lucky to be alive." Why the breakup? She left without saying goodbye. A few months after the breakup I heard from her friend that she was married. Met her on a blind date. I saw a picture of the guy. Pretty fat, maybe rich. You don't hate her? No hate. Bobcat shook his head. Everyone has the right to choose a better life. She's been with me for a long time. I'm the one who didn't do what I promised her. And that's when. Has been sitting on the sidelines. Silent old pig cannot help but interject. Brother, I must remind you, according to what you said, you two feeling so good. This girl is not like the kind of poor love rich. This plot towards a little bit like this girl suffers from a terminal disease in order not to drag you down, only determined not to say goodbye. Bobcat Z froze slightly. It can't be that bloody, can it? It's possible, the old pig said with a serious face. You can hypothesize, in case this girl really suffers from some serious disease and needs a large sum of money to cure it. What will you do after telling you? I will die with her. Chapter 71. It's hard to get off the hook, and everything is hard to get off the hook. That's it. Old pig sighed. That girl might just be well aware of your tenacious donkey-like character, and that's why she left without saying goodbye. But if that's the case, I think that girl definitely wouldn't be too far away from you, and might have rented a house right next to you and been observing you. For one thing, I want to see more of you before I leave this world. Secondly, I'm also afraid you'll do something stupid. Think about where you lived before you left Pacific City, and that girl, if she's lucky, might still be alive and hiding in a corner somewhere. Bobcat Z froze in place, and then his eyes instantly turned red, and immediately knelt on the ground with his face toward the old pig, his voice with a hint of panic and hoarse. Pig car chief, can you let Master Mang take me to the outskirts of Taiping City to look around that factory? She might actually be there waiting for me. I can take this life, and if the train has any certain death tasks that need to be done by someone in the future, I'll be the first one to go. But, may I? You get up first. Old pig waved his hand and let Biaozi help Bobcat Z up before speaking after a few moments of silence. I'll find a chance to talk to Master Mang about this matter, but the train's most important task at the moment is digging for minerals, and you shouldn't hold too much hope for this matter. All I can say is that I will find a chance to speak to Master Mang about it. Good. Bobcat-chan got up shakily and went back to his bunk, burying his head in his chest and wondering what he was thinking, except that his body was shaking slightly. Ugh. Biaozi did not say anything after looking at the Bobcat-son. Just put the nearly burned-out cigarette between his fingers and twisted it out, and sighed in a low voice. He only has a bedridden father. Other than that there is nothing to worry about. It was just that he hadn't thought about it in a long time. When the end first came, he was thinking of saving his father. Later, then he basically mentally defaulted to the fact that his father was dead. And who here didn't have a family member? Except that in an environment like Armageddon, everyone was trying to keep such things out of their minds as much as possible. Karmic hell meets itself. Inside slave compartment number 7, Uncle Lee felt the smooth running train underneath him, and also breathed a sigh of relief, and after looking at the dim light at the top of the carriage, he looked down with some regret at the burnt-out cigarette in his hand. If I had known I wouldn't die, I wouldn't have smoked this cigarette. It's a waste, I said. Uncle Lee, the young man on the side whispered. Uncle Lee, are you that reluctant to smoke those 2 cigarettes rewarded by that Mang master? Wrong. Uncle Lee shook his head and said softly, I don't have a smoking addiction. It's just that this stuff can make me feel as if I still have that slight connection to modern society, rather than being born a slave. It reminds me of my former glory and makes me feel like a human being. You don't want to be a slave, Uncle Lee? Uncle Lee looked at the young man. This is no nonsense. Who would want to be a slave if given the choice? A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Do you want to? It's okay. The young man scratched the back of his head. I used to do outsourcing in a courier company, and honestly, I don't think it's too intense of a job now. Nothing too stressful. This life of mine can basically be summed up in 14 words. It's hard to get off the hook, and it's hard to get everything off the hook. That's not so bad right now. Uncle Lee did not speak, just retracted his eyes. He has already thought of how to get to the top and squeeze into the management these days. The plan he has already thought of, but still need a little opportunity. He needs to wait, waiting for a new batch of slaves to join the train. That's when he'll make his mark. Under the moors under a sky full of stars. The stellar train was traveling extremely smoothly across the wasteland and had been maintaining that speed for a full half hour. The trick is to just keep driving at top speed. Chen Mang looked into the rearview mirror. The too short and fierce in the night has been closely chasing the train of the rabbit. The two red-skinned rabbits have been chasing him for a full half an hour. It's extremely fast, almost as fast as the top speed of a stellar train. Dropping. Drop. Level 3 unknown monster detected. No relevant information retrieved from the information database. For the attention of the conductor, the red line kept flashing on the console screen. It's a long story. Half an hour ago, he maneuvered the train all the way towards the coordinates of the Doomsday Abyss, and the road was extremely calm without any accidents, only to suddenly thump, feeling as if the wheels had pressed against something, somewhat similar to a speed bump. He then saw in the rearview mirror that the two rabbits, which had been pressed one on top of the other, separated from each other with great difficulty, and then began to follow the train's ass with grim faces, with a look of death on their faces. No surprise there. It should be that these two rabbits were mating when he wheeled over them. In that case, a little temper is understandable. Unknown level 3 monsters. There was a high possibility that they were new monster bosses, and he was instantly moved. A possible boss first kill was just placed in front of him, but the car blade is mounted at 1 meter from the ground. These two rabbits are only 30 centimeters high, too low for the car blade to touch. He really didn't have too good a means to kill these two rabbits for a while, although he crashed once but didn't seem to have any injuries from the crash. Rather than worrying about their own safety, even if his train stopped, with the train's level 3 armor, these two rabbits wouldn't be able to break his defense. What's more, the wind and firewheel level 5 supermodel effect doubled the speed of the train at the cost of significantly consuming energy stones, so as long as he wanted to run, there was no way these two rabbits in Estrus could catch up with him. The only reason why it had been a stalemate was because he moved to kill only. He was going to lead the two rabbits to the abyss of doom, the place he had chosen for them to be buried. Hey! Just then, Chen Mang, who was sitting in the console, noticed that the two rabbits, perhaps knowing that they couldn't catch up with each other, suddenly stopped chasing, and even started mating again in the same spot. No more chasing. That's not good. Without saying a word, Chen Mang turned the car on the spot and crashed it again. Of course, with the case of defense, this time did not hit, was extremely flexible to avoid the past, but this makes the two had just subsided rabbit, once again grimace full of fangs, eye sockets with anger rushed up, closely chasing after the train ass all the way to the wild run. That's right. He nodded with satisfaction and looked at the coordinates of Doomsday Abyss. Half an hour away. The first kill should be secure. He's just done the experiment. That level 5 tripod heavy machine gun was loaded with level 1 bullets, and under the effect of the train assist AI headlock, it fired 100 rounds. But the result was that the 100 rounds were all empty. The two rabbits moved too fast, dodging, and couldn't hit them at all. There were also no new level 3 bullets to build, and there were still 510 units of copper ore in the train, which could still build 51 rounds of level 3 bullets. With the skinny size of these two rabbits, these 51 rounds of class 3 bullets would basically kill them if they managed to hit all of them. Only, he needed to find a suitable terrain where the two rabbits didn't have as much room to move around, making it possible for the heavy machine gun bullets to hit all of them, and the Abyss of Doom was a good terrain. These two level 3 added bosses should only appear in the low-level area. His heavy machine gun can't even hit when he has the headlock effect. Other low-level area trains will be even harder to kill when facing this extremely fast-moving and highly flexible boss. His train's top speed had come to 254 km per hour with the many high-level accessories, while these two rabbits were able to follow closely behind him, so one could imagine that their speed was almost a faultless leader amongst the level 3 monsters, much faster than that level 3 man-eating spider can run. Chapter 72, Congratulations, you have successfully captured the first kill of the level 3 red-eyed rabbit boss. Plenty of explosive power, but not enough endurance. Inside the interior of the stellar train, Chen Mang, who was sitting on the console, looked at the two rabbits in the rearview mirror that were already growing weak, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This monster with an appearance similar to a red-skinned rabbit's explosive power was extremely terrifying, and its peak speed was even comparable to his stellar train. It doesn't look like there's much in the way of long-range attacks. It's just that the endurance is a little bit poor. Just to maintain the peak speed for half an hour, the speed gradually weakened. and now can only maintain the peak speed of 150 km/h. Just at this time, Chen Mang noticed the dozens of red dots at the front of the enemy radar screen, which was the level 1 train he had just passed, and immediately sounded the whistle to signal the police. The 2 level 3 monsters behind him were just a little tricky for him, but for the level 1 train, it was a devastating disaster. Archive. The conductor of that train of the King of Electricity sounded the horn to him as a warning in such a situation, and he has passed on this practice today. Next moment, he then saw that the Class 1 train had begun to start quickly, fleeing off into the distance in the night, as he had done that day. Chen Mang once again looked at the 2 rabbits in the rearview mirror. He had thought that the attention of these 2 monsters might have been drawn away by that level 1 train. After all, that train was extremely slow and looked better to bully. It was just, he had perhaps somewhat underestimated the hate value that interrupting a happy hour would bring. From start to finish, the 2 rabbits didn't even look at the Class 1 train, still following the stellar train with red eyes and fierce faces. I don't remember creatures like rabbits holding such grudges, Chen Mang muttered as he looked towards this scene. Inside that Class 1 train, the young boy with a full head of white hair looked at the faraway stellar train and the 2 extremely fast red-skinned rabbits behind it. His eyes filled with fear and gratitude. He remembers this train, the one that drove past him recklessly with the DJ on, just as night fell, and at this point he was reminded to dodge the monster. While those 2 red-skinned rabbits really didn't seem like much of a threat, that speed displayed was enough to prove a lot of things. That he was a rookie conductor who didn't know much about the current changes in the world yet. A lot of the information, you're figuring out on your own. Phew, the young man grew a breath, looked at the mirror, his own head full of white hair. Are the end of the world? He naturally did not have the conditions to keep dyeing white hair. This white hair is in the end of the world soon. Communication has not yet been broken, and in the call with his parents to hear the sound of their own parents were broken into the house of zombies, not at the voice of the night after the manifestation. A teenager has to want to go gray. Someone in the family has to die. Finally, on the console, Chen Mang looked towards the near abyss of doom on the screen, and deliberately slowed down his speed so that the 2 rabbits at the back of the train were close enough to the train so that he could use this to create more blind spots in his field of vision. The next moment, under the effect of the red accessory wheel changer, the stellar train quickly lowered the spider feet and retracted the wind and fire wheel, and the process was smooth and fluid without the slightest lag, and the train speed wasn't affected too much. Immediately after, only to see that the mechanical stepping foot at the front end of the train suddenly began to change rapidly, and several existences similar to spraying nozzles surfaced on the surface of the mechanical stepping foot, violently spraying out 2 strands of thick spider silk towards the front in the night color. The spider silk was like a spiritual snake, falling on both sides of the doomsday abyss at an extremely fast speed and sticking firmly to the ground, like a heavenly ladder created out of thin air. And the train the speed is not reduced, in an extremely contrary to the physical phenomenon of the situation. Several mechanical foot quickly climbed the spider silk that spans over the doomsday abyss. Its smoothness is like a real spider climbing spider silk, extremely natural. In the blink of an eye, it arrived over the doomsday abyss, and the 2 rabbits behind them, when they saw the scene, although they were already trying their best to stop themselves, but after all, their speed was too fast, and in the end, they were still in a free fall towards the bottom of the doomsday abyss with eyes full of despair. The abyss of doom was a full 6,000 meters deep. At this height, very few carbon-based creatures could fall without dying. Not even a level 3 monster could do it. But it didn't end there, only to see that the level 5 tripod heavy machine gun on the top of the stellar train locked onto the 2 rabbits in free fall almost immediately, and after the train auxiliary AI instantly judged their falling trajectory, the muzzle of the gun began to roar, and flames splattered like fireworks in the night. Several bullets shot straight toward the 2 rabbits like a rainbow through the sun. Almost instantly, boom, boom, the moment the gunshot rang out, Chen Mang had already seen the 2 rabbits explode into a bloody mist in the air, and the items that fell were instantly sucked into the carriage by the powerful magnet. Immediately after, a few lines of scarlet lettering quickly surfaced on the screen of the stellar train's console. Congratulations, you have successfully captured the first kill of the level 3 red-eyed rabbit boss, and may choose one of the following first kill rewards. These lines of scarlet fonts crossed the screen several times in a row, but did not end there, and then saw a line of fonts wrapped in a gold frame slowly cross the top of the train screen, and there were also ceremonial flowers blooming around the screen, and at the same time, a voice also resounded in his mind, or rather, it resounded in the minds of every conductor in the Iron Range Wasteland. Countless train conductors were awakened by the sound this night. Iron Range Wasteland Regional Broadcast, congratulations to the stellar train, which has successfully captured the first kill of the level 3 red-eyed rabbit boss, and has become the first train to kill the level 3 red-eyed rabbit among all regions. Phew! Inside the train room of the stellar, Chen Mang, sitting on the console, looked at the line of words flowing at the top of the screen, took a deep breath to calm his mood, before lighting a cigarette and sending it to his mouth for a long exhale. Unable to hold back a light laugh in the lingering smoke, he was now very grateful. I'm glad I named it the Stellar that day instead of something like asterisk 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 over everything. The three words stellar, appearing inside the regional broadcast feels like a very high level of force, and it would be a shame if what appears here is a flip everything. After leveling up to 13, the second overmodel effect gained is the ability to shoot 2 spider silks up to 100 meters in front of you, which can last up to an hour, allowing the train to run smoothly on them. It was also the supermodel effect that would allow his train to span over the abyss of doom like a spider. Only 100 units of spider silk need to be consumed for each use, and that day, that gnome man happened to give him an extra 200 units of spider silk, allowing him to use this tactic at this time. Chapter 73, 40-barrel Sakura Drop Rocket Cannon. Each monster has its own characteristics. For example, the red-eyed rabbit is characterized by extreme agility and speed, and his heavy machine gun is hard to hit in the open space with autolock, and he once attempted to shoot 100 rounds of level 1 bullets, all of which were empty. However, in the free-fall state, almost all flexibility was lost, and the train's auxiliary AI easily predicted its fall trajectory, and the level 3 bullets shot out could hit almost all of them. It took him 300 rounds of level 3 bullets to blast off both arms of that level 3 zombie. However, killing the 2 level 3 red-eyed rabbits only consumed 51 rounds of level 3 ammunition. Although they were both level 3 monsters, their defenses were obviously worlds apart. And of course, size was also a crucial factor. Chen Mang maneuvered the train down from the spider's silk, and then used the spider's foot to fall down the cliff to the bottom of the valley, before looking at the harvest with a satisfied smile. This time, it can be said that the harvest is full. He had learned a lot more about the world through his regular soaking in the train radio these days. In this world, few trains take the initiative to kill bosses. A large part of the reason is that the payoff is not necessarily proportional to the gain. In order to kill a boss, you need to consume a lot of copper ore. It can be said that the train's attack basically rely on copper ore to maintain. Another reason is that the main materials needed for the development of the train are still basic mineral resources, and the blueprints and special props dropped by killing bosses can't be said to be bad. It's just that even without them, the train can develop steadily, and they belong to the additions or can increase the train's ceiling. A lot of trains, all the copper ore reserves as a critical moment will only use the important resources. Only in the critical moment will start heavy machine guns and other fire accessories. Weekdays are not going to actively provoke the boss. Meet the boss's best choice is to run away. Constantly changing positions in the wilderness to avoid monsters to mine is how many trains survive. In fact, it really is a no-brainer. He had worked hard for 5 days digging copper mines and ran out in one night. That level 3 heavy machine gun bullets were really not something that an average person could afford. He would have to occupy at least one level 2 copper mine to be able to afford it. He had 0 copper ore units in the train at this point, completely emptying it of all but 700 plus rounds of tier 1 heavy machine gun ammo. In fact, he didn't even need to fire. Letting these 2 rabbits fall to the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss Valley would be a certain death. But with this kind of death, odds were that the first kill wouldn't be counted on him, and he wouldn't be given a reward for dropping it. Next comes inventory time. Chen Mang will be twisted out of the cigarette in a can of Coke, before taking out a can of ice-cold Coke from the refrigerator again. A breath of water after drinking half a can of cool Coke instantly let the excitement of the mood calm down a large portion of the eyes full of anticipation to look at the carriages of this large batch of harvest. Cool. The Coke he was holding naturally had sugar in it, and he never drank sugar-free Coke, much less room temperature Coke. Is that sugar-free Coke humanly drinkable? And if it's room temperature again, it's not as good as Chinese medicine. The harvest from killing the necrotic tide was put aside for now. Nothing big. The biggest reward is naturally the first kill reward. Although it was a level 3 boss, which was the lowest level boss in this world, but after all, it was the first kill, which was a much more generous reward than killing a normal level 3 boss. Choose one of the following first kill rewards. 1. Level 2 copper ore, level 2 iron ore, level 2 wood farm refresh roll of your choice. 2. Rare train order. 3. Yellow grade vehicle accessory blueprint compound eye watchtower. 4. Flesh train only. Almost without much hesitation, Chen Mang chose the first reward, which was the refreshing roll of a level 2 copper mine, which belonged to a special prop with a simple effect. After using it, a level 2 copper mine could be created in any area. It's only a one-time thing. Unlike other naturally occurring mines, there is a probability that they will be generated again after a period of time. Just for how long, there is no specific standard. It can be slow or fast. With this thing, he could generate a level 2 copper mine at the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss Valley, and he wouldn't have to worry about copper for a long time to come. Makes up for his lack of firepower in a big way. These 3 rewards were all good, but he didn't have much room to choose. His stellar train was built with the rare train order, which he already had. And trains built with the rare train order would have one extra red item of carrier parts at level 1 and 2 each. Other than that, nothing too special. Most of the conductor's first trains were not built by the rare train order. So if you get this special prop by chance, you might really have to think about reopening them. As for the third option, it was an exclusive accessory for the flesh and blood train, and its effect was almost equivalent to that of the enemy soldering radar, except that it needed to use the eyes of 36 carbon-based organisms as a carrier, and it was considered an upgraded version that not only possessed all of the effects of the enemy soldering radar, but also had an additional attacking effect. Beyond that, these two level 3 red-eyed rabbit bosses, which dropped rich rewards in their own right, were a female and a male. 1. Special props, Doomsday Marriage License. 2. Blueprint for Blue-Grade Carrier Accessory. 40-barrel Sakura Drop Rocket Cannon. 3. Blueprint for White-Grade Carrier Accessory. Breeding Spray. Chen Mang looked at the rewards dropped by these two rabbits. His eyes almost instantly reddened. Looking straight at the 40-tube Sakura Drop Rocket Cannon, his breath became gradually shortened. This is a big killer. Don't even have to look at the grade. Just by looking at the name, I can tell that it is much more powerful than that three-legged cat heavy machine gun. The ability to provide suppression level fire coverage, which is simply impossible for heavy machine guns to do. Of course, the consumption of this thing certainly does not need to be said. Basically belongs to the bottom of the box of the big killers. But, the great killer thing can be used, but not useless. It's like a man past 25 who can live without sildenafil, but can't live without it in his nightstand. This accessory is the same as the repeating bed crossbow. This accessory cannot be directly mounted on the carriage. You need to occupy a separate open-air carriage. An open-air carriage can be installed for 40 tubes of Cherry Blossom Fall Rocket Launcher. A few moments later, Chen Monksai raised his head to look through the skylight to see a line of stars in the sky above the abyss of the end of the day. Couldn't help but grin. Good stuff. This can be really good stuff. This thing to build out of even if there is no ammunitions. The light is also pleasing to the eye to look at there. 4 of these things installed on a train. 1 for each train in the Iron Range Wilderness. And what train would dare to think of him? As for the remaining 2 rewards, perhaps it was because these 2 rabbits were run over while they were having fun. And the 2 special props that dropped were both related to fun. Breeding Spray, White Color Accessory. It can be mounted in a separate compartment to keep the unenlightened creatures in that compartment in estrus and to speed up reproduction and pup growth, and can be specialized to create a breeding compartment for chickens, pigs, cows, goats, and other creatures. Doomsday Marriage License. Chen Mang weighed the 2 red books in his hands for a few times, his brows slightly wrinkled. This thing, it's really a good thing. It's really not a small help for the train in the future after it's upgraded to level 3. It's just that the triggering conditions are also very difficult. You need to find a couple that truly loves each other to let them join the train and organize a wedding for them. But, finding a couple that truly loves each other in the middle of the apocalypse is not a bad deal. Speaking from the heart in the last days? That's not pure ing bull. Any more genuine feelings would have to be broken up with 3 sticks in the end times. Just as he never asked the old pig if he was really loyal to himself. It's loyalty when you can use it for yourself. If you don't use it for yourself, it's disloyal. All things are one's own as long as they can be used for one's own purposes, without having to think about whether or not they are really owned by oneself, or whether or not the other person is sincere. This is true of women and of all things. It works just fine. Chapter 74, Marriage License of Doom. The Iron Range Wasteland is a low-level area that can accommodate up to a level 3 train and will only spawn up to level 3 monsters. When the train is at full level 3 and ready to move on to level 4, you will need to travel to a higher level area and begin preparing for your transfer. There are 2 transfer directions. Mechanical train, flesh and blood train. The changes that come with each level of the train are not only the increase in the train's base speed and the availability of more buildable accessories, but also the fact that the train basically gets 1 or more new features with each level. For example, the new feature for upgrading to a level 2 train is personalization, and the new feature that comes with upgrading to a level 3 train is legacy value. Inheritance value is an existence only possessed by level 3 trains. With a high enough inheritance value, one can have more opportunities in advanced areas, such as, there might be a godless black market merchant waving his hand to stop the train, being able to buy some rare commodities in the hands of the black market merchant, or for example, being able to enter some black markets that have requirements for inheritance value, or some special fittings, which must be handed down to meet a certain number of values before they can be installed, and so on. There is only good, not bad. There are several ways to obtain legacy values. Train takes in a child under the age of 12 with a +1 legacy value. A couple in the train who signed a contract with a marriage license of doom has a legacy value of +100. The birth of a newborn between passengers in the train is worth +1 to the legacy, etc. Heritage value. as the name suggests, whether it's taking in a child or giving birth to a newborn. The presence of these passengers essentially doesn't contribute an ounce of power to the train and continues to drain the train's resources. The inheritance value is the corresponding compensation. A small kudos to the ascetics who are willing to consider the legacy of civilization in the midst of the apocalypse. The rewards aren't too thick. If the rewards are too generous, procreation becomes a business. As for the special prop marriage license of doom, if he could find a suitable couple in the train, it would increase the train's inheritance value by a full 100. He had no concept of inheritance value, but he did have a concept of the matter of taking in 100 children. 100 inheritance value is definitely not a small amount anymore. Chen Mang shook his head regretfully, and put this marriage license of doom into the drawer on the side of the console. For a while, he couldn't use this thing for the time being. There is currently no couple within the stellar train, not to mention sincerely in love. And the train hasn't been upgraded to level 3 for the time being, so he couldn't use the inheritance value for the time being either. Wait till later. After taking stock of the items dropped by the red-eyed rabbit itself and the rewards for the first kill of this boss, Chen Mang looked at the remaining rewards. That level 3 boss, the Zombie King, didn't just drop a white grade carrier accessory blueprint, repeating bed crossbow, it also dropped a bonus, handheld zombie perception shield. It's this thing again. If he hadn't given one of these shields to the other party during his last deal with the conductor of that bloodthirsty raging bull train, he would have had a full 3 of these things by now. It's something that's only useful in special circumstances. Most of the time the effect is actually very limited. After all, the monsters in the wasteland and not just one kind of zombie, but also can only shield the perception of level 1 zombies. But there is better than nothing. He threw it into a drawer along with the Doomsday marriage license. The final harvest is the one dropped by killing the tide of corpses. The number is really good. There are hundreds of pieces, 928 units of level 1 corpse meat, 23 units of level 2 corpse meat. Yes, killing zombies only dropped these things. All of them were corpse flesh, which was thought to be a special resource, similar to spider silk. Other than that, nothing was dropped. There are also no blueprints for accessories that can be used to obtain the special resource corpse flesh. The white accessory repeating crossbow he looked at, and the resource needed was not corpse meat. These are also resources he doesn't know what they are for at the moment. A brain all thrown into the corner of the refrigerator aside. The number is really a bit too much. A bit of space, and looks bloody and slimy, and a bit strange and disgusting. Put in the refrigerator just right. Not to mention the space. It's absolutely fresh and even the flavors are locked in. The flavors don't come out of the fridge and don't cascade over his chilled Coke. Pretty good. Up to this point, the harvest of this night trip was all inventoried. It can be said that the harvest is full. He is very satisfied with this. Killing monsters in this world is ultimately not a mainstream means of development, except for the flesh and blood train. If the mechanical train wanted to develop, the most important resource was actually only one, and that was the iron ore. All other resources were inferior to the iron ore. And even if his train could now slaughter indiscriminately in the face of the necrotic tide, the only thing he could obtain was more corpse meat. Slaughtering the corpse wave doesn't get you important resources like iron ore. Mining is the main way to develop. Dodging is the best way to deal with monsters. Sleep. Chen Mang got up from the console, stretched a long lazy waist and moved his body bones before walking to the bedside and fell headlong. It's already not early. It's strange and tiring. Go to sleep first and then say. The rest of the things will wait for tomorrow to get up and then say. In a daze. He's dreaming again. This time he dreamed that his train had hundreds of cars, including 100 open-air cars, each of which was fitted with 440-barrel Sakura drop rockets. The train sits in the wilderness as hundreds of thousands of monsters surround the train, roaring and charging. Black clouds covered the sky, and even the ground trembled at this, and he just sneered, and with a wave of his big hand, countless rockets carrying orange-red trailing flames then instantly covered the entire sky, and the ear-piercing air-braking sound that rang out at the same moment resounded throughout the entire sky. When countless rockets landed in the group of monsters, the sky of fire rose up in the air along with the black clouds, like the wrath of the gods sweeping over the earth. When the black cloud clears, as far as the eye could see, all was in ruins. The powerful magnet that he had set on the head of the train, which he had already leveled up to 100, was emitting a powerful white light, sucking the items dropped by monsters after their deaths into the carriage quickly. Just then, an untimely sound came faintly to his ears. Brothers, get ready. Let's dig in. Digging eats some energy. Ah, digging hard. Hi-lo. I'm going to shout a one ah, digging with all my heart. Yo hi. I'm going to yell a two ah, digging in unison ah. YOLO. I'm going to yell a three, ah, and swing my arms round. Early in the morning, Chen Mang, who had managed to be woken up, had already washed up, and stood expressionlessly at the window of the train's interior, looking out of the window at the bustling scene. At this time, the sky had already dawned. and the slaves had already begun to work. Just, today is a bit different. The gnome slave, Doba, was shouting a horn. The sound was so loud that it had even seeped into the interior of the train, waking him up who was still in a beautiful dream. Doba was seen swinging his pickaxe while shouting the horn at the top of his voice, while the rest of the goblin slaves were swinging their pickaxes to the rhythm of the horn while responding at the same top of their voices. Chapter 75. Will you see if he dares to speak loudly in my presence? The whole scene looks quite neat and harmonious. All the goblin slaves swinging their pickaxes at the same time and slamming them down at the same time to the rhythm of the trumpet is quite pleasing to the eye, with an absurd and trance-like artistic flavor. And those human slaves, perhaps also infected by the atmosphere, also gradually joined the rhythm of the horn, at the same time shouting in response. I'm going to shout an 8 digging for stability. Gong hey. Chen Mang stood expressionlessly by the window and observed for a moment before sipping a mouthful of water to moisten his mouth and sighed softly as he copied the intercom on the console. When lunch is served, give Doba a little kickstart. He was really worried. If he shouts for a day like this, these slaves mustn't have dry mouths. Drink more water. Doba, this guy Doba, he's got a lot of work in his eyes. The whole thing made him a little embarrassed. Doba is really counting on him to help him rebuild goblin civilization. And it's clear that Doba is really taking this seriously and really believes he can do it. But, only he knows. That's just what he used to fool around with bull ***** at the time. Human civilization is impossible to rebuild. Where to rebuild what goblin civilization to go? And now Doba this work attitude hole he also have to think about how to complete his promise at the time. He's fooled a lot of people in his life. But the only thing that didn't fool the cutie. It always feels like lying to the little cutie. There can be very strong feelings of guilt and insecurity. The moral quality is still too high. Chen Mang smacked his tongue and secretly admired his moral quality before turning his head to sit beside the train console again, and scanned yesterday's harvest. A lot of drawings need iron ore to build. Have to wait for today's mine to finish digging before saying. He doesn't have much to do right now. He could only open the train radio and continue to dive. He hadn't spoken within the train radio since the last transaction was completed, but he had been diving to watch others chat. Today's train radio seems different from the usual. 12 volumes of military books, volumes with the name of the master. The words stellar train have appeared a little too often on the public screen, and nearly everyone who has spoken is discussing him, and have been doing so since last night, and have been discussing him for thousands of posts. Nice guy. Chen Mang looked at the scene in front of him, and muttered in a bit of a trance. Took a boss first kill only. Not so much? There is a need to discuss thousands of articles. These people are idle and have nothing to do? Can we have some business? Phew. He took a deep breath, lit a cigarette, and pulled a cold Coke out of the fridge before flipping the chats back to last night, ready to start reading them slowly, one by one, to see what people were saying about him. There are the surprised, the shocked, the jealous, and the analysts. Soda Train, that Stellar is just a tier 2 train, to win the first kill of a tier 3 boss. Do you guys think the chances are high? The odds are that it's just riding on someone's coattails and picking up the slack, such as if there just happens to be a tier 3 train fighting that boss until it's a toss-up and the Stellar goes over to pick up the slack. Pure luck. Chen Mang casually looked at this train radio message, and did not get angry. A man if because of other people's an unfriendly speech will be angry. That is childish and immature performance. Just from a side drawer took out a small notebook. Will be the Soda Train this few words remembered. There is a parenthesis drawn after it, and inside the parenthesis it is labeled, malicious speculation. He even saw the conductors of the bloodthirsty Raging Bull train and the King of Electricity train come out to speak. These two conductors are interesting. The conductor of that bloodthirsty Raging Bull train was extremely excited, and didn't know what to be excited about, and kept saying that he had seen the conductor of the Stellar train with his own eyes, and had also made a deal with him, and kept praising him, saying that for the first time he had felt that he was not an ordinary character, and that he had the temperament of a lord in his body. I can see that this big brother is not well educated, and he has used all the words of compliments in his life, and has used them back and forth several times. He was feeling a little vaguely embarrassed by what he was watching. He had only captured a first kill. It wasn't like he was directly invincible. He really didn't need to be so complimented. But, perhaps this big brother was exaggerating too much, thus causing a level 3 train conductor to be upset. Purple Cloud Train, okay. The traitor transported to take a level 3 boss first kill forced lie for a night without end. Cannot you let him drive the train over and I touch a touch? To see if you can touch me not. You look at him in front of my face, dare to speak loudly not? Chen Mang stubbed out his cigarette in the can of Coke and once again, with a calm face, he began to record on the small notebook. The Purple Cloud Train, in an arrogant tone, wanted to drive the train and touch me, and asked me if I dared to speak loudly in his presence. There's a chance. Before heading to the advanced area, he would definitely drive the train to find this Purple Cloud Train to touch. And if he didn't touch your car to scrap metal, he would take your last name. Pussy's pretty hard. As for the midget man conductor of the king of electricity conductor, it's even more bizarre. Kept chanting on the train radio that he were in the same boat. Who the is in the same boat as you? The woman who gave it to you. He didn't even use it, okay? He took it from the bloodthirsty mad bull and gave it to you without even touching it. What the kind of psycho is this? Even if you really are a fellow traveler, is this something you should be bragging about all the time? Do you want to make a plaque with these words and hang it on the front of your car? Ward off evil spirits and also pray for blessings. Is there a normal conductor in this wasteland? Are all these people being driven crazy in a doomsday high-pressure environment? After going through all the chats one by one, Chen Mang put the small book back into the drawer, only memorizing the names of these two trains. Most of them were still friendly. Also, there's no point in offending people for no reason with a few cheap shots, so why make a spectacle of that? But some people just can't keep their mouths shut, especially that purple cloud train. Have to say, these people are really boring. A small level 3 boss first kill is just something that he doesn't care that much about. These people can discuss thousands of articles, also really idle enough. In the blink of an eye, it was then dark, and the group of slaves began to line up one by one carrying pickaxes to receive food for today's dinner. Inside the train room, standing in front of the window, Chen Mang looked into the eyes of this scene, secretly thinking, it is also time to put the train rules on the agenda. These days the train has been in the process of barbaric development. A lot of things have been selectively ignored. A socialized group must have rules to make it easier to manage. At that time, by the way, give the designations all a formal change. It can't always be a straw man, or at least look less straw on the surface. When these two mines in the abyss of doom, as well as that newly acquired level 2 copper mine of his, were finished, he'd give both of them a go together. And by then it would almost be a fully loaded level 2 train as well. Chapter 76, Good Value for Money. Only when the slaves had moved all the iron and copper ores that had been mined today to the no. 3 carriage did Chen Mang look at the train panel. 739 units of iron ore in 120 units of copper. The originally empty cargo compartment finally became slightly richer again. He didn't use that level 2 copper mine refresh roll for the time being. He would first use this roll after mining this level 1 copper mine at the bottom of the abyss of doom. This copper mine is a small level 1 mine. Before the iron ore is finished, this copper mine has to be finished first. With resources, the first time he consumed 500 units of iron ore. He created an open-air carriage, which looked a bit like the kind of tin carriages used to haul coal trains in the previous world, and was a bit more expensive than normal carriages due to being personalized and custom-made. Open-air carriages can also carry armor, except that they only have 3 sides and consume no less resources. Up to this point, his train, the Stellar, had a 9th car, an open-air car. Immediately after, Chen Mang took out the white grade carrier accessory blueprint continuous bed crossbow from the drawer, and placed it close to the console, and when it transformed into a white point of light and merged into the console, the train also possessed the authority to build this accessory. Extremely inexpensive to build. A repeating bed crossbow only costs 100 units of iron ore. Have to say, still the white grade accessories know what it means to be thrifty, and an open-air carriage holds up to 8 repeating bed crossbows. Immediately 800 units of iron ore were expended to pile up this wagon. He then consumed another 400 units of iron ore to raise one of the repeating bed crossbows to level 10 in a single breath, and the corresponding 2 over-molded effects quickly surfaced. Phew! Standing in the train room, Chen Mang long exhaled a breath. Before lighting a cigarette, looked up to the stars in a somewhat trance-like mood stayed in place. Really, it is true that the white grade accessories are more suitable for him. The base attribute of the repeating bed crossbow is that it can fire 1 crossbow shot a minute. Each crossbow arrow was about as thick as a baby's arm and was 50 centimeters long. The body was made of steel, and the angular arrows exuded a bloodthirsty atmosphere. You can call them arrows, or you can call them siege weapons. After ascending to level 10, can fire 10 rounds per minute, and the overall image has also come a big change. Become more exciting. The crossbow has become wider. From the original baby arm has mutated to adult arm thick. The length also came to 80 centimeters. This thing, if you're actually aiming at a human to shoot, the other person shouldn't feel much pain, especially with the 2 supermodel effects that the upgrades bring. Level 5 overmodel effect of the crossbow can be linked to the Train 8 AI, which will start to automatically lock onto the enemy as long as it is within the range of the enemy's radar, greatly increasing the hit rate, and requires that the Train 8 AI is upgraded to the full level of this green accessory. Recurring bed crossbow level 10 overmodel effect halves the resource consumption of each crossbow bolt. This was the second time he had met the exact same overmold effect. The overmold effect of the level 5 heavy machine gun was also linkable to the Train Assist AI having an auto-locking effect, which would greatly reduce the manpower consumption within the train. Otherwise it would take at least a dozen people to simply control these 8 repeating bed crossbows, and it greatly improved the aim, and his control of the train, and most importantly, but crossbow arrows required for this accessory do not need a corresponding production line, but only need to consume a certain amount of iron ore when operating the repeating bed crossbow, and a corresponding number of crossbow arrows will be automatically generated. Yes, iron ore. Copper ore is not needed. It is iron ore that is consumed. It is also extremely inexpensive. Level 1 crossbow arrow, 1 unit of iron ore to create 1. Level 2 crossbow arrow, 5 units of iron ore to create 1. Level 3 crossbow arrow, 10 units of iron ore to create 1. Even cheaper with the consumption of the supermodel effect cut in half. Pretty good. Chen Mang smiled contentedly and walked out of the train room. Standing in the wilderness looking toward the last open-air carriage of the train, the bed crossbow that was slightly above the carriage was quietly perched in the night, patiently waiting for the war to come. For the next long time, this would be his most common long-range attack. True, the rate of fire is a bit slower, 10 rounds a minute, far less than a heavy machine gun, but can't help that the power of a single crossbow shot is higher than a single heavy machine gun bullet. Coupled with the good value for money, it is more suitable for him than a heavy machine gun right now. After doing this, Chen Mang once again created an open-air carriage and placed 4 40-barrel Sakura drop rockets in this open-air carriage. This is a blue-grade accessory. 1 would require 1,000 units of iron ore, and 4 would require 4,000 units of iron ore. He looked at the resources consumed to upgrade to level 2. 1,000 units of iron ore were needed just to upgrade to level 2. The rate of fire was quite fast. One shuttle was 40 rockets, and in 1 second's work all 40 rockets were finished. There is also no need for a bazooka counterpart to the production line. Just consume the resources directly. It's just that it's a lot more expensive than heavy machine gun ammo. Level 1 rocket launcher, 10 units of copper ore to create 1 round. Level 2 rocket launcher, 50 units of copper ore to create 1 round. Level 3 rocket launcher, 100 units of copper ore to create 1 round. A full 10 times more expensive. If all 4 Sakura Fall rocket cannons were equipped with level 3 rockets, and all of them open fire for 1 round, it would take 16,000 units of copper ore for 1 round, and 1 round would be able to knock out a level 1 copper ore. Such a contrast. It's better to have a repeating bed crossbow. 5 days later, it's slightly light. The level 2 iron mine at the bottom of the Abyss of Doom has been mined for almost a week now, and the level 1 copper mine has been mined today. Just next to it was a brand new piece of level 2 copper ore that Chen Mang had created with the level 2 copper ore refresh roll, and it's been a few days. No accidents happened. Everything went smoothly, and Chen Mang had saved up enough resources. Iron ore 80,000 units now, copper 600 units. At the dawn of the day, the slaves were already all skillfully lining up to receive today's breakfast under the command of Old Pig and the others, while Chen Mang was sitting alone inside the train room, preparing to squander the resources he had accumulated over the past few days in one go. In the past, some of the fittings were only upgraded to level 5 due to lack of resources, and he's got that tiny bit of OCD. Those level 5 accessories always look a bit obtrusive. Gotta get all the way up to level 10 to look good. First up is the wind turbine. To go from level 5 to level 10, you need to consume 35,000 units of iron ore. Aha! Chen Mang nodded, looked at the resources that needed to be consumed for the upgrade in the translucent panel in front of him, and silently chose to give up. But 35,000 units of iron ore is enough to buy him life. He suddenly realized that his OCD seemed to have been cured, and this level 5 wind and fire will look quite smooth. Chapter 77, bringing back some more survivors. Within the level 2 train's buildable accessories, armor and wind and fire wheel are arguably the most expensive, with the wind and fire wheel being quite good, consuming 1,000 units of iron ore to upgrade from level 1 to 2, and 1,000 units of iron ore more for each upgrade thereafter. He didn't even bother to mention the armor pussy thing. It takes 5,000 units of iron ore to go from level 1 to level 2, and 10,000 units of iron ore to go from level 2 to level 3. He hadn't even thought about the whole level 10 armor thing until he found the level 4 iron ore. Level 5 wind flame is also enough. He was fast enough now, and there was no need for him to go any faster. After skimming his eyes from the wind and fire wheel accessory, Chen Mang looked at the other accessories. Many accessories don't really need to be upgraded for a while, such as single bed and pure water filter, so get your defense and attack up first. After thinking for a while, consumed 400 units of copper ore to raise generator to level 10. Another 540 units of copper ore were consumed to raise the circuit system to level 10. These two fittings were built with copper ore, so naturally, they should be upgraded with copper ore as well. The Train 8 AI had long ago suggested that along with the increase in the number of energy-consuming fittings on the train, The circuitry system was in an overloaded state, and these two fittings, which were important fittings that had the ability to keep the train running, were long overdue for upgrading. A breath of fresh air to level 10, and no need to think about these two accessories for a long time. Also, once again, there are 4 more supermodel effects. Circuit system level 5 supermodel effect. No manual adjustment is required. The circuit system will be completely integrated into the cabin and can be freely adjusted on the console screen. Circuit system level 10 overmode effect. Can be overloaded to a certain extent. Generator level 5 supermodel effect. Silent power generation. No noise. Generator level 10 supermodel effect. It will continue to run for 24 hours after running out of energy stones, and the use of this feature drastically reduces the intactness of the fittings. Chen Mang looked at the 4 overmold effects, skimmed his lips and didn't say much. Basically, they were not useful. The only thing that might be the most useful is the level 5 overmold effect of the circuit system. He doesn't need to manually adjust the circuit system every time he adds new accessories. It saves him some effort, but it doesn't matter. He would have needed the original effect of these two accessories after upgrading, and would have had little expectation of its supermodel effect, and it would have been difficult for this accessory to have a supermodel effect that would have been of any great use. He then consumed 800 units of iron ore and raised all the remaining 7 repeating bed crossbows to level 10, consuming another 44,000 units of iron ore. He upgraded the solitary enemy radar to level 10 in one fell swoop, bringing its detection range to a radius of 10,000 meters. This range, it was no exaggeration to say that it would be hard for any monster to touch him without his knowledge, and things like the last time that Goblin-trained Doba had managed to avoid his radar and appear in front of him were unlikely to happen. His Sojourner radar is at level 10. Even if there was an accessory that could evade radar that wasn't as high graded as he was, it was useless, and he didn't believe that any train could have an accessory that was so high graded in this low level area. Also, 2 more supermodel effects. Solitary enemy radar level 5 supermodel effect. If a boss appears within range, the skills possessed by that boss will be clearly displayed on the console screen. Solitary enemy radar level 10 supermodel effect. If a train appears within range, it will clearly display the accessories the train has and its level on the console screen. Aha! Chen Mang lightly raised his eyebrows. These 2 supermodels had a very good effect. These 40,000 plus units of iron ore were not spent in vain, and had returned to the capital. He looked again at the remaining accessories. Basically, all the important accessories are already level 10, so once the 2 mines at Doomsday Abyss are done, start working on getting ready to upgrade to level 3 trains. But the next moment, he slightly froze in place, a trace of shock flashed under his eyes. What was the situation? He had thought that the Doomsday Abyss should be the safest area in the Iron Range wasteland. Hardly any monsters could set foot here. In fact, he had stayed at the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss for so long, and aside from the emergence of a rash Doba, he really hadn't encountered any danger. If you don't need to travel to advanced areas, he was kind of planning on settling here. However, after the enemy detection radar was upgraded to level 10 and the detection range came to 10,000 meters, the console screen was full of densely packed red dots, and the alarm sound almost never stopped, and the hundreds of red dots were so dense that he was close to committing agoraphobia. That's an underground river? 6,000 meters further down in the Abyss of Doom, hundreds of red dots were slowly moving underground. The very same fish monsters that were swarming in the underground river, of which there were 5 level 3 monsters alone. The name is Piranha. The radar has been upgraded and more information has been obtained. Chen Mang looked at this scene with a slightly odd expression and did not take it to heart. He was just a little surprised. He did not expect that there were monsters in the underground river, but did not have any other thoughts. After all, these piranhas could not threaten him. The iron ore that had been saved up for a few days was almost used up again in a brainstorm. It's really true that you don't realize how costly this home is until you're in it. The meal package he was now giving his slaves every day was basically an existence that was beyond the reach of other trains. Mainly, those resources consumed just for meals aren't even enough to upgrade a fraction of a random accessory. That bread slices and buns can improve the body quality when taken for a long period of time, and he didn't feel any changes in his body after these days passed. Out of the blue, planning to go to another rally, should have gotten those gym machines for then. Not that the slaves could use them, but he could. He doesn't have much to do on weekdays. It would be good to place the fitness equipment inside the train, and he would be able to work out daily during the day when he had nothing to do. Oh yeah, and that this rally is going to have to go again. Chen Mang looked towards the train radio. The next rally was in 7 days. One had just been held yesterday, so it would be 7 days later. By then this iron mine in the Abyss of Doom was almost just about finished. Next it's time to think about where to find another advanced resource mine. He was used to digging level 2 iron ore, and he really didn't want to look at level 1 iron ore. The iron ore he dug up in the latter days was just enough to upgrade the resource detection radar to level 10 as well, giving it a larger detection range so that it would be more convenient for him to look for high-level resource mines. Chen Meng's eyes slightly narrowed, planning the trip after, but also have to go to Taiping City again. A few days ago he let the old pig to go to the slaves to see if there is any love affair can be set up, so that he gave the end of the day marriage license used. The old pig gave him a candidate, Bobcat, one of the beaters. His girlfriend may be hiding in the outskirts of Taiping City. If he can find this woman, he should fulfill the condition of using the marriage license of Doomsday, but I don't know if she's still alive. The upgraded enemy-solving radar could clearly see the specific information of each red dot, including gender, appearance and the like, so it was not a big deal to find an individual as long as he was willing to do so. And by the way, take back some more survivors. Chapter 78, List 3, Stellar Train. Another 7 days passed. That level 2 iron mine at the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss had been completely mined overtime, in exchange for a total of 110,000 units of iron ore. All the slaves are now mining that Class 2 copper mine. After mining this copper mine as well, it would be time to officially leave the Abyss of Doom as well. According to the original plan, he was going to go to the rally today, but there's been an unforeseen circumstance and today's rally has been temporarily cancelled. Since last night, dozens of tornadoes have been roaring through the wilderness with impunity, and all trains and monsters caught in them have been thrown high into the air and then freefall. The wilderness. At this moment, many trains are racing with death to avoid the attack of that tornado, including a group of monsters are also running wild. The Doomsday Abyss is safe. The tornado cannot affect him. Just as well. Chen Meng shook his head and did not think much about it. This rally cannot participate in. Wait for the next rally is. There is no hurry so few days. Just these days mining a lot of iron ore. Will be the rest of the accessories are also upgraded a bit. He got up and looked around the train room, finally focusing his eyes on the single bed, an accessory he'd snagged from Master Quinn. A mediocre white pint-sized accessory. Now that I have more resources to try it out. I also wonder what the supermodel effect would be if I upgraded the single bed to level 10. Just say dry. After consuming 400 units of iron ore, he had a level 10 single bed. The upgraded effect is increased comfort, from the original hardboard bed to a fluffy mattress, and the fluffiness is self-adjusting. As for the supermodel effect, single bed level 5 supermodel effect, pillows and 3-piece sets can be chosen at will, such as buckwheat pillows, silicone pillows, jade pillows, and so on. Single bed level 10 supermodel effect, get a higher quality of sleep and live longer. Chen Meng looked towards the level 10 supermodel effect of the single bed. His body slightly froze in place. Prolonging life? Wasn't it a bit too much as a white-grade accessory? Life-extending single beds he'd heard of more than once, and a number of shady dealers in his previous life had been selling them, but it was the first time he had met one that really worked. But soon he calmed down. In the Doomsday, prolonged life is a pseudo-proposition of, there is who died in the Doomsday because the life expectancy is reached and died, but even so, he was still satisfied that something was better than nothing. And the single bed was only level 10. He could continue to upgrade it infinitely. At level 20 he could obtain the third supermodel effect. If he had enough resources later, he could upgrade this accessory to level 100, or even 1000 levels? Is it possible to get the longevity effect? The way to eternal life is in this bed. Pretty good. Chen Meng smiled with satisfaction and looked towards the next accessory. Pure water filter. It was said to be a pure water filter, but the accessory no longer needed to be filtered after being upgraded to level 2 by him. A bottle of mineral water can be made from a slice of bread. After consuming 300 units of iron ore to level up his supply parts to 10, he gained a new supermodel effect. The accessory is not enhanced in any way with each upgrade. It remains the same as the original, and the changes brought about are simply the upgraded supermodel effect. Pure water filter grade 5 supermodel effect. Long-term consumption can effectively remove kidney stones from the body. Pure water filter grade 10 supermodeling effect. It can slightly increase physical fitness when taken for a long period of time. Chen Meng raised his eyebrows lightly. Not bad at all. Under the pairing with the bread slices, taking it for a few months in a row, together with the high-intensity work, it should still be able to greatly improve the physical quality of his slaves. He then spent another 500 units of iron ore to raise the crafting table to level 2. Can build level 2 energy stones, 5,000 iron ore apiece. The effect is 10 times more effective than the original. In fact, it is equivalent to 10 level 1 energy stones, only less replacement of this process. The train accessories gradually more and more. Energy consumption has become more. This thing is more practical and durable a little. This accessory level 2 is enough. For a long time he can't use higher level energy stones. Even the level 2 energy stones are absolutely overflowing. Normally speaking, there is no level 2 train that will use level 2 energy stones. Where are all the energy-consuming accessories for you to use? Another 9,000 units of iron ore were consumed to raise all 3 remaining heavy machine guns to level 5. Another 32,000 units of iron ore were consumed to upgrade all 2 of the additional open-air carriages to level 3 armor. Up to this point, an overfilled Class 2 train that's basically finished. At this time the day has dawned. A group of slaves have already carried a pickaxe in the side of the copper mine to start today's work, and Chen Mang is out of the train to the side of the train not far away, looking at the train in front of them. The mood was quite pleasant. There are 10 carriages in total. The first 3 carriages were loaded with production lines, resources, generators and some other heavy machinery products. The 5 middle cars were the residential cars for the slaves and thugs. The rear 2 cars were additional fire cars, with 8 continuous bed crossbows mounted in the 9th carriage, and 4 40-barrel Sakura drop rockets mounted in the 10th carriage. These 2 carriages will provide ample firepower support. Only the stellar train was seen lying there quietly, like a giant dragon that was sleeping. Chen Mang gently raised his cane. Only, the next moment, all the bed crossbows, heavy machine guns, and rocket launchers were turned in unison and aimed into the distance. He had absolute control over this train, like his 5th limb, and there was no rustiness in its use. And at this point, on the regional leaderboards, the Stellar has seen an extremely large increase in rating and ranking. Chen Mang was inside the train room, looking at the rating of the Stellar on the regional leaderboard. Iron Range Wasteland Power Rankings. List 1, Survival Ship, Level 3 Train, Power Value 3010. List 2, Purple Cloud, a Class 3 train with a power value of 2,689. List 3, Stellar, a Class 2 train with a power value of 2,414. List 4, Gen 2, a Class 3 train with a power value of 2,312. Top 5 : Yes, after a few days of development, the Stellar train had managed to come to 3rd place in the regional rankings, looking quite solidly sandwiched in the middle by a bunch of Tier 3 trains. The main thing was that all of his accessory levels now added up to a full 169 levels, and every one level was 10 points, giving him 1690 points from accessory levels alone. Normally speaking, a fully loaded level 2 train has all the accessory levels roughly in the early 40s. After all, one of the conditions for moving up to a level 3 train is that the sum of all the accessory levels add up to more than level 40. And he, direct 169 level, it had long since far exceeded that standard. He had a random refrigerator that was level 10, and the requirements for this 40 level total were the same as playing house to him. Chapter 79, Pangolin? Actually, currently, only one of these top-ranked people on the regional leaderboard has his power value piled up entirely by accessory level, while most of the others are relying on the number of slaves and the base power value of a level 3 train. Another 7 days passed. That level 2 copper mine was also completely mined, and with over 200 slaves working overtime, a total of 140,000 units of copper were exchanged. All of this copper ore was stockpiled in a separately built level 5 refrigerator that he had built, sort of a strategic reserve resource. With this batch of copper ore, he could rely on rocket cannon and heavy machine gun to wash the ground even if it was an existence that bed crossbow and cartblade couldn't deal with. But this situation is basically hard to meet. In the area of Iron Range Wasteland, there should be no existence that could pose a threat to him at the moment. There are currently 60,000 units of iron ore, and 140,000 units of copper ore in the train. Chen Mang went out and took out another 45,000 units of iron ore, raising the resource detection radar to level 10 in one fell swoop, bringing its detection range to 10,000 meters, and at the same time reaping the benefits of 2 supermodel effects. Resource detection radar level 5 overmode effect estimates the number of mines that can be mined in a detected mine. Resource detection radar level 10 supermodel effect, gain access to mines that have been mined out and the next refresh time. Haven't had a chance to check out these 2 supermodel effects closely enough. Drip, drop, drop. On the console, the screen began to drip and slam. Asterisk. Chen Mang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, only to see that on the resource detection radar, it showed that there were 2 level 2 iron ore mines next to that underground river cavern 2 kilometers below the ground. Estimated mineable quantity, 380,000 units of grade 1 iron ore. He's genuinely moving, and it's not just at a depth of 2,000 meters, but 5,000 meters deeper. There's also a level 3 hematite mine, with an estimated 1,800 units of level 3 hematite that can be mined. Red heart rock was something he still had some of within his train right now. It was dropped by killing that man-eating spider in the past, only that he never found a use for it, and it was a rare and advanced resource. How come this high-level resource mines are all refreshed underground? It can only be seen, but not owned. and his stellar train doesn't have the ability to travel underground. Rather, he looked out the window at the abandoned goblin train, which did have the ability to travel underground, only it was abandoned and completely unusable, and there was nothing that could be done to repair it. It was completely scrapped. How about sending Doba back to that darkened space to build another goblin train out of it? Forget it. He quickly discarded the idea. It was unrealistic, not to mention how much time it would take. Even if it did come out, it wasn't in his area anymore. Hell knows to which area Doba would be teleported. Should we just watch the wealth in front of us and not be able to access it? Meet and brainstorm. Soon, the train room was full. Old Pig looked towards the two level 2 iron mines that were 2 kilometers deep in the ground shown on the resource detection radar screen, and after hesitating for a long time, he was the first to comment. 2 kilometers under the Doomsday Abyss, which is 8 kilometers from the ground. These 2 iron mines are in an underground river, and if we can find the source of this underground river, perhaps we don't need the train to have the means to advance underground, and can follow the river all the way to the mines. Cough. Diaozi lightly coughed. This is a bit unrealistic. The underground river is extremely complicated. Some places are as wide as the mouth of a lake, and some places are only as thick as a bucket. It's impossible for a train to enter the underground river. It's supposed to be a pie-in-the-sky thing. Even if this underground river is extremely flat, the train doesn't have the ability to move through the water. Chen Meng swept his eyes over the crowd, and seeing that there wasn't a single useful idea after half a day's deliberation, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Get me Doba." Drill? The green-skinned Doba stood inside the train's head. His brow furrowed as he stood on his tiptoes to look out the window at the abandoned goblin train. My original goblin train would have been fine. But, the drill, a white-grade accessory, is a buildable accessory that comes with the goblin train, and I don't really know of any place to obtain this accessory. And, wait, I remembered. There is a probability of obtaining this accessory blueprint by killing a monster called the mountain-piercing armor, but this kind of monster usually lives in groups in big mountains, and it seems like we don't see any mountains. Old Pig and Biaozi and the others looked at each other for a few moments, all seeing the anxiety in each other's eyes. This was the first time that Master Mang had called a meeting of all the managers to discuss a matter, and they were all eager to give a workable suggestion to prove their talents. It's a little too tricky to come up with a solution, especially the Old Pig. At this time has been almost crazy. He has always prided himself as internal management talent. Taozi cannot think of excuses, but he cannot think of a little talent does not work. Pangolin? Chen Mang leaned back in his seat, his eyes slightly narrowed in thought, his knuckles knocking regularly on the table. He really knew where there were mountains. In the westernmost part of the Iron Ridge wasteland was the Kunlun mountain area. That area, full of extended mountains, should be able to find the pangolin. It was an advanced area. Low-level trains are allowed to enter high-level areas, as long as they're not afraid to die, and that danger factor is skyrocketing. His stellar train could basically go unhindered in the Iron Ridge wasteland, but when he went to the Kunlun mountain range, those level 3 monsters were probably everywhere, and higher-level monsters were there as well, so the danger could be glimpsed. However, he possessed the accessory spider feet, so if he went to the Kunlun mountains, he wouldn't have too much inconvenience in his movements. He didn't make up his mind the first time. It just dissolved the meeting and sent everyone back to their positions in the wagons to put the matter aside and go to the ruins of Pacific City and get some slaves first. With the sole enemy radar, those survivors hiding in the ruins could easily be found by him. The 2 mines at the bottom of the Abyss of Doom had been completely mined out, and through the resource detection radar's overmodeling effect, the next refreshment time for both mines would be in 62 days. So in a short period of time, they wouldn't be returning to this place. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded, and the stellar train, which had been sleeping for a long time at the bottom of the valley of the Abyss of Doom, accompanied by the outstretched mechanical step feet, quickly climbed up the cliff face, and began to climb up quickly on the steep wall. When the sun finally shone on the carriage after a long time, the stellar train also appeared on the ground once more, switching back to its wind and fire wheels as it sped and roared off in the direction of the ruins of Taiping City. 1 hour later, Chen Mang took a deep breath, his eyes staring straight at the distant wilderness. Inwardly he had already made up his mind that he had to make a trip to the Kunlun Mountains. The resource detection radar had gone off 3 times within this hour. A large number of iron and copper ores were buried deep underground in the Iron Range wasteland. The entire Iron Ridge wasteland was simply a large resource mining area. Only that many of the high-level resource mines were deep underground. There was no way he could just, like that, watch these resources stay buried in the ground. When they formally traveled to the advanced region in the future, even if they wanted to return to the Iron Ridge wasteland, they wouldn't be able to do so. The Kunlun Mountains. One must make a break for it. Chapter 80, Search and Rescue of Survivors. The Iron Range Wilderness. The stellar train roared as it sped all the way toward Taiping City. About 3 hours later, finally, the skyline of the ruins of Taiping City could be seen faintly in the wilderness, and only 2 trains were encountered along the way. Only that those 2 trains fled in the opposite direction at extreme speeds almost as soon as they saw the Stellar. As if they had seen some unspeakable monster, the Stellar slowly reduced its speed, bringing the train to a steady stop next to the containerized factory on the edge of the ruins of Taiping City. At the same time, the SO enemy radar, which was always in operation, quickly projected the information of all the creatures within 10,000 meters in detail on the console screen. Chen Mang frowned slightly and looked at the scattered red dots on the screen. The survivors in the ruins of Taiping City were less than he had imagined. The screen showed that there were only 100 or so, and they were also distributed in 2 areas. Is it because it's in the suburbs? Or maybe it's been ransacked by a lot of conductors already? He didn't think much about it. He just took out the off-road motorcycle production line parts blueprint from the drawer. This blueprint was obtained when he killed the goblin rich merchant at that time. And at this time, it finally had a use. It takes 1,000 units of iron ore to build this accessory. Inside the No. 2 production line compartment, a larger lathe was soon added, occupying a position against the edge, and 500 units of iron ore were consumed to produce a single off-road motorcycle. Motocross bikes can reach a maximum speed of 180 kilometers per hour, a speed that even exceeds some Class 1 trains. Not too slow. Only each off-road motorcycle needs to be inlaid with a level 1 energy stone. Fortunately, the price of energy stones is not too expensive. The price of level 1 energy stone is only 500 units of iron ore, but it can be used continuously for more than 100 days. Basically, the motorcycle is scrapped, and the inlaid one has not yet been exhausted. In one fell swoop, he crafted 10 motocross bikes and another 10 energy stones, costing him a total of 11,000 units of iron ore. The Train Assist AI has a level 5 supermodel effect, cluster thinking, which can link all the minds of up to 20 people to the console for seamless real-time communication, with a maximum range of 10,000 meters. It just happened to coincide with the range of the Sojourner radar. He can sit in the train and command in real time by staring at the information on the Sojourner's radar in real time. Soon, when the iron on one side of the Line 2 carriages hit the ground hard, boom! 10 hitmen carrying tongue-long assault rifles, riding off-road motorcycles from the train with a twist of the throttle violently leaped out before shooting towards the depths of the city. The roads within the city ruins were basically piled up by all kinds of abandoned vehicles that had already grown over the weeds, and in this kind of environment only the off-road motorcycles were able to see the seams of a needle and barely move forward, and were able to speed up the progress of the search. Turn right at the intersection ahead, go through the short red house that fell down and go to the other street. There are 3 level 1 zombie wolves in the house. Diaozi maneuvered the off-road motorcycle underneath him, constantly avoiding one roadblock after another in the surroundings. Listening to Chen Mang's commanding voice inside his head, his attention was highly focused, only that his mind couldn't control his rambling thoughts. These days, Master Mang shook him more and more. He had been a train conductor a few times, and he basically knew what kind of configuration a level 1 or 2 train could have. But Master Mang's level 2 train had been completely beyond his imagination, as if Master Mang's train order was completely different from the one he had obtained in the first place. Nothing else. A 10,000 meter range solid radar is something he's never seen before. According to Reason, SWAT enemy radar can only be upgraded to level 3 at the most, and the range of SWAT enemy radar should be 3,000 meters at the most, and the abnormality of all kinds of accessories in these days always made him feel inside that Master Mang's secret was a little too much. This was his second field assignment. The mission was to search for survivors. The next moment, here we are. 38 survivors are hiding in this container factory in front of us. Back to Biaozi looked at this container factory in front of him. The open space was piled up with hundreds of stacked containers. It looked like a carriage-like. This was indeed a good place to hide. Just hide in the centermost container. Then all the surrounding containers were closed from the inside by closing the gates, which amounted to nearly 100 more gates. And the odor was hard to leak out, making it really less likely to be found by the zombies or zombie wolves that roamed the ruins of the city. Do it! Diaozi jumped down from the off-road motorcycle and removed the pickaxe strapped to the back of the motorcycle, weighing it in his hand before walking straight to the first container and slamming it hard towards the latch. Several strokes of brute force later, this container iron buckle was successfully smashed. A kick to open the iron door. There is not a single survivor inside, only covered with footprints full of dust, and at the end of the container is another container. That's it. 3 of them were armed and vigilant, while the other 7 were swinging pickaxes and started to break into the door continuously, taking the shortest route that led straight to the container in the center where the survivors were hidden. Boo! When the last container door was also kicked in, Diaozi drew back almost immediately. In the darkness and without a flashlight, Master Mang's command was his only source of information. there was no hesitation immediately afterward. He quickly backhanded the Tenglong assault rifle that had been straddling his back, turned on the safety and loaded it, instantly aiming to pull the trigger on a few of the dark shadows that had lunged towards him in the darkness. Chug, chug, chug. Muffled gunshots rang out in the darkness. The sound of bullets shooting into flesh was almost completely drowned out in a crowd of screams, and in this section of the container a beam of light from a flashlight shone directly on Diao Zi's bloodstained and angular face. Through the trembling beam of light, it could be seen that the owner of this flashlight was not in a calm mood at the moment. Piao Zi, expressionless, aimed his gun at the source of this beam. Throw the flashlight over here in 3, 2, before he could count to 1. The flashlight was then thrown out into the darkness, and Piao picked it up and shone it at the 2 survivors at his feet carrying the fire axe that had just launched an attack at him from behind the door, before shining it inside the section of containers. There are about 3 dozen survivors, men and women. Only at this moment, everyone was huddled in the corner with fear on their faces, looking at them with helpless eyes. The container floor was covered with discarded clothes and blankets, and the whole space smelled filled with all kinds of rotten odors, extremely pungent. All rise now at once. Follow me. Diao Zi swept his eyes at everyone present before shaking the Tenglong assault rifle in his hand and said sullenly, "Don't make me say it a second time. There were no other dangerous targets besides those 2, and if there were, Master Mang would have told him." Chapter 81, Then how come they don't seem to be afraid of me? Diao Zi's words fell, only to see the container crowd a disheveled woman that originally has been lightless eyes suddenly flooded with a trace of hope. Trembling stood up and pointed to the crowd of that full-faced man. Those 2 men just now were his thugs. They've been abusing us women since the end of time. Can you guys kill him? You guys don't realize that we these days. Shut up. Diao Zi's face was a bit impatient as he looked at the disheveled woman. Now all of you get up and walk out of the container with me immediately. Any more nonsense and you'll be the first to die. The woman's body froze in place, the hard-born hope in her eyes blinking out again before she lowered her head a long time later and murmured, "I thought you were here to save us." Diao Zi didn't bother to say anything more. He just waved his hand, and under the cold eyes of a group of thugs, all the survivors came out of the corner trembling, and walked all the way along the container towards the outside side of the bobcat. From all the women's faces swept through one by one. See no which familiar figure, face slightly anxious, couldn't help but just want to say something. Then a large rough hand pressed down on his shoulder. Puma patted Bobcat-chan on the shoulder and didn't speak. Just a slight quirk of his lips and a shake of his head. Bobcat Z was slightly stunned and quickly realized it, and instantly could only allow himself to calm down as much as possible. Soon, a group of survivors were escorted by Diao Zi and others with guns, leaving the container to the open space, and the survivors, who had not seen the sun for a long time, closed their eyes tightly and leaned on each other at the first moment they stepped out of the open space, not knowing where they would go next. Gentlemen, and that at first holding a flashlight full of cross-faced strong man, is kneeling on the ground, eyes tightly closed, voice full of fear, high roar. Don't listen to that stinking blindly. These days, are our brothers. A few go out to search for supplies, the canned food they ate, the blankets they slept on, and the water they drank. We brothers risked our lives to go out and get it. Several brothers were lost for this. Shouldn't I sleep with them? Not to mention that I didn't force them. They came up here for food on their own. At this time, another woman's voice was a little heartbreaking with a sobbing voice trembled. We do not give you sleep. You do not give us food. Is it that we are willing to be slept with by you? Asterisk 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 your willingness. The man with the cross-faced face roared in some exasperation. Is it possible that the old man is willingly expecting the end to come? Then why don't you guys go out and find food yourselves? I'm stopping you? If you're willing to part with my food without any conditions, that's what's called goodness, and that's what makes it worth taking out and saying, "All you good?" Diao Zi did not speak, even pressed lazy to pay attention to this farce. He had always held the view that those who could survive the end of the day were no good. The good guys had finished dying long ago in the first place. Everyone's a bunch of suckers. Just don't compare who sucks more. Just lighting a cigarette down, looking up at those harsh suns and waiting patiently. Soon, the roar of the sound of the engine slowly rang in the ears of the crowd from far away to near, only to see a train covered in black with heavy armor, being supported by dozens of mechanical feet, all the way through the ruins of the city, and finally slowly stopped in the open space of the container factory. Immediately after, a young man with a cane walked slowly down the escalator that had been lowered in the head of the train, and with each step the man took, the muzzles of those heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and other fire accessories on the top of the car turned a little. By the time the men reached the ground, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and a host of other accessory guns were fully aimed at the survivors. The scene was silent and extremely quiet for a while. Just now was also confronting each other accusations of that pair of men and women. At this time also mouth subconsciously slowly open wide, hard to open their eyes, some incredulous look at this scene, eyes full of incredibly horrified At this point, Chen Meng's voice also came out along with the train's external audio. All hands, proceed to the last slave compartment. The 11 carriages were improvised by him, 100 units of iron ore apiece. For the temporary collection of these survivors, Chen Meng stood in the open space looking at the group of ragged survivors in front of him, his eyes full of smiles. With the soul enemy radar, the matter of finding slaves became much easier. Even if they were hidden deeper, they could be found. He needs more slaves. That way he can have a higher production rate when he finds the next mine. No one can afford to have more slaves than he can afford. Although he seemed a bit weak, but it was not too much of a problem if he made up for it after returning to the train. This group of survivors still did not have any old people or children. In the apocalypse, old people and children were scarce, especially since the apocalypse had already fallen for a year. It was not easy to survive until now. Only then did he go back into the head of the train again. This time his goal was to search and rescue 1,000 survivors. With the 3 conditions of Sojourner Radar, Cluster Think, and Biaozi's band of buggy-riding thugs all in one, searching for survivors turned out to be an extremely simple task. Subsequently, he then went back into the head of the train again. He wasn't going to make any speeches. He would wait until all the survivors had been searched before he made any speeches. The reason for making the trip down was purely to admire the first of his trophies. Just now, the woman who was originally accusing the man of countless crimes. At this time, after seeing Chen Meng, her mouth slightly opened and closed. A sentence could not be said. Somehow, the man with the gun just now dared to open her mouth and cry even though he had killed 2 people in front of them and looked like he had a very cold look on his face. But the young man who had just stepped down from the head of the train clearly had a smile on his face. But yet she didn't dare to open her mouth at all. One time, the group of survivors had not said a word, but just quietly walked towards the last carriage under the guidance of Biaozi and the others, appearing to be quite well behaved. TSK. Biaozi could not help but touch the back of his head when he saw this, smacking his lips. This group of people's eyes are really good. How come they didn't yell a few words when Master Mang came down? Do I look so good to be bullied? He pulled the shards of the car blade out of his arms and looked at his stubbled face in the shards, squeezing out a menacing expression before looking at Black Consumption beside him with some confusion. Am I not mean? Fierce? Pio? Then how come they don't seem to be afraid of me? Maybe they thought at first that you were here to save them, that you were the good guy. What about Master Mang? Master Mang doesn't look like a good person. Not like that? Like, oh Black Consumption, let me remind you that your cluster mind is still disconnected. Like, I just mouth breathed. Master Mang looks all righteous, especially with those 440 barrel rockets. And just then, inside the head of the train, Chen Mang looked towards the survivor hideouts in another area on the Soul Enemy radar, zooming in on each survivor's information before he froze slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. There's an old acquaintance. One of the women in this group of survivors was clearly none other than Ji Chu-Chu. Isn't Ji Chu-Chu a slave of another train? How come she's here? Top shelf testimonials. It hits the shelves tomorrow at 12:05 p.m. There will be 5 chapters of 20,000 words on the shelf. After that, every day at 23:59 regular punctual update, such as not in advance leave and no update on that day, either natural disasters or man-made disasters. The first month after it hit the shelves, it was 20,000 a day. In a month's time 7,000 to 10,000 a day until it's finished. The last book, I'm in the chaos of the word cultivation of immortality, full 207 million words. From the opening to the end of the book took 6 months. The average daily update of 11,000 words. A total of 6 days of leave. No one day without a reason to cut off more. Battle records are available and character is guaranteed. Thank you all for your support along the way, and we'll all be better in the new year. Ask for a first booking and a monthly pass. Chapter 82. Isn't this death rate a bit too high? The screen of the Sojourner radar shows this group of survivors hiding in a train. Chen Meng's face became slightly odd. Said it was a train, but in fact, there was only one carriage and a train head. The external armor was already tattered and torn, and he was able to obtain information about other trains within range on his enemy-solving radar. According to the information he got, the train is basically on the verge of being scrapped. It can no longer be started properly, and the integrity of the various fittings installed has basically been reduced to less than 10%, which is already an unusable state. And this train is stuck in a pond at this point. Normally speaking, deep in the ruins of Taiping City, a normal train can't come in. Everyone can only drive the train to the outskirts of Taiping City and then let the fighters go in to search for survivors. This train can appear here. Unsurprisingly, it's probably the same one that fell here a few days ago after being swept high into the air by a tornado in the wilderness, after conveying the order to Biaozi and the others. Boom! Accompanied by the tyrannical engine roar of the off-road motorcycle, Biaozi and the others formed a long serpentine formation and ran straight towards the depths of the city ruins. Deep in a pond in the ruins of the city, a train is stuck headfirst to the bottom of the pond. The head of the train has been completely submerged in the pond. Only half of the remaining carriages are exposed. This is a man-made pond. A year after the apocalypse, it had been left unmaintained, and while it hadn't dried up completely, the water line did lower a bit. Several corpses that had completely decayed floated on the water, emitting an extremely foul odor, and the black pool water was even more difficult to approach. Inside the train, a man is quite angry whispered angrily, how he was so unlucky these days. Originally Ji Choo Choo has been sold out is enough to make his heart. The result of the other day had a big bad luck, was blown directly by the tornado straight high in the air. Dazed, he fainted on the spot. When awakened again, the train is down to one car, and has been located deep in a muddy pond in the ruins of Taiping City, where the train can be said to be nearly completely scrapped and completely unable to start up again. You know what he's going to do without the protection of the train to face those vicious monsters? He didn't dare to leave the pond and head to other places in the ruins of Taiping City. Here at least it was a safe location. After the past few days of observation, he realized that the zombies and zombie wolves didn't dare to go into the water, and this was barely a safe place. It was just that the train's stockpile of food had been all but eaten, and the compartments containing the accessories for producing food had long since been swept away to who knows where, with only slave compartment number 2 still standing. Only there weren't many slaves left. Many of them had died in the violent shaking, and the ones that were left alive were basically badly injured. Everyone is in a half-dead state. No! The man's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness as he popped his head out of the compartment and surveyed his surroundings. He was sure to die at this rate. He had to find a way to get some food. Just then, the man suddenly flinched in place, as he seemed to vaguely see several motorcycles raising a cloud of dust behind them at the edge of the pond, continually crossing the barrier and approaching him. Are these people crazy? Dare to act like this in the ruins of Taiping City? And where did you guys get the motocross bikes? He looked towards the scene for a moment a little cloudy. If it was an ordinary survivor surely would not dare to be so arrogant. These people 80% is some kind of class 3 train sent out to search for the survivors of the thugs. It is very likely that the other party is here to investigate his train which is stuck in the pond. If he waved his hand, the other party would surely save him, only to be reduced to slavery in the future. He had once been a conductor managing over 100 people, so naturally he didn't want to be left to the mercy of others, but there was no food left if he had to hide and not show up, and if he was trapped like this, he would have to die sooner or later. After a brief hesitation, the man took a deep breath, made a quick decision, took off his own jacket and held it over his head, and with his whole body burrowed out of the compartment, hissing with almost all his strength, "Help! Help! Life first! Just take your time to find an opportunity after that." The next moment, roar! Perhaps the sound was too loud, only to see the ruins of the building in the distance. 7 or 8 sleeping level 2 zombie wolves hissed and drilled out, red eyes staring straight at the off-road motorcycle just parked Biaozi's group. Drool dripped from his fangs, ticking the ground in a halo of death. Step by step, the big battle is imminent. Biaozi rode on the off-road motorcycle, one foot propped up on the ground, his face alertly looking towards the group of approaching zombie wolves not far away. The pieces of the car blade were tightly gripped in his hand, a little bit tense, but still under control. At the same time his brow furrowed as he scanned the train in the pond, and the corpse floating on the surface of the pond water that had swelled several times over emitting a putrid odor, and his nose couldn't help but twitch. This flavor, strong enough. This pool of water is probably becoming a virus incubator, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge to figure out how to bring out this group of people in the train. Just then, roar! The group of zombie wolves finally let out a low growl that was somewhat uncontrollable. Their bodies crouched on the ground, their limbs tensed and ready to attack at any time. But then, shoo, 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 several air-breaking sounds sounded abruptly beside the ears of Biaozi and the others, only to see 8 crossbow arrows shooting from afar, and with the momentum of a swift thunderbolt, the several zombie wolves were heavily nailed to the ground. 5 zombie wolves were killed on the spot without even a single scream, and the remaining 3 zombie wolves also quickly lost their movement after struggling for several breaths. Biaozi turned back to look at the stellar train that had climbed up to the rooftop of a 36-story building not far away at some point, and froze slightly before smiling. This long-range fire support was really full of security. He's worked as a punching bag on other trains before, but no field trip has ever felt as secure as it does now. There are motorcycle buggies for transportation, Tanglong assault rifles with blade fragments as weapons, enemy solving radar and cluster thinking to provide detailed and comprehensive information directly to the enemy, and trains to provide long-range fire support. Compared to the treatment of his former fighters, it was completely one in the sky and one on the ground, pure descending blow. The stellar train currently had 11 cars, and the rooftop of that tall building didn't quite accommodate all 11, so 3 of the cars were hanging in mid-air. perpendicular to the ground like that, climbing up the walls. It looks backwards with an indescribable sense of wasteland aesthetics. Only then did he look over at the carriage in the center of the pond, exposed on the surface of the water, and began to think about how to bring the group back. It doesn't matter if you suffer a little trauma. The stellar train now has a very good means of treating trauma, and can even do limb regeneration. But this black pool of water, but any wound that touches a little bit is basically bound to be seriously infected. And then whether or not you can live depends on the fate of God. Diaozi swept his eyes around and quickly thought of a method. 10 minutes later, 2 tree trunks at the edge of the pond had been sawed off with pieces of a car blade and pushed into the pond by Pao and the others to make a slightly rudimentary wooden bridge. These 2 trunks connect the pond side to the train that is exposed on the surface of the carriages. Soon, a number of the survivors got out of the train and climbed on the trunks of the trees, crouching with their whole bodies, writhing slowly and with great difficulty. When all the survivors have come ashore, the stellar train had also traveled to the shore at some point. Sitting in front of the console, Chan Mang noticed Ji Chuchu in the crowd at a glance. Although the makeup on her cloaked face has long been spent, but the bottom is still good. On top of that, there are several women of good quality. All the little stars of this world. It's just that Ji Chuchu is a little bit more famous and a little bit hotter. Pretty good. Chen Mang lightly nodded his head. These were scarce resources. Immediately after that, the old pig walked out of the train all the way to Biaozi's side and said in a deep voice, "I'll take these stars away. Master Mang asked me to bring them to the beater's compartment and find someone to clean them up, and the rest of you all bring them to the last compartment on the line." Understood. Right. The old pig pointed aside to the man who was casually piling on an ingratiating smile. "You're the conductor of this train, correct?" "Yes." "Kill." "Ha!" The man's body froze in place. Fear suddenly filled his nerves. Just ready to get up and flee, he felt a sudden blackness in front of his eyes. Sticky blood slipped into his eyes, along with his consciousness gradually blurring. His body could no longer stand steadily, and he fell headlong to the ground. The last thought before dying was, "We met at the rally last time, remember? It's a bit of a friendship." Diaozi, who had finished his shooting mission, took a deep breath and calmed himself down as much as he could, only his index finger still trembling slightly. "What's wrong with you?" The old pig, who was already ready to leave, noticed that Biaozi's scene was somewhat slightly puzzled. "You suddenly changed your belief in Buddhism? Killing people with psychological cleanliness? This man is the conductor. Surely Master Mang wouldn't allow someone who was once a conductor to become a slave of the stellar. A person who has served as a conductor will not be willing to settle for a lower position, and will surely make small moves in the future. In the wilderness, is it not already a matter of convention that the conductor of all trains, whether captured or annexed, is a certain death, and that whichever slave is found to have been a conductor is also a certain death?" The corner of Biaozi's mouth squeezed out a somewhat ugly smile, bitterly shook his head and said, "Alas, of course I know this. He is Ji Chuchu's agent. My mother was still alive when she especially liked this little guy. It felt like killing her own mother's idol. More or less a little bit of feeling. Like this? Is it surprising that anyone would like an agent?" The old pig didn't think much of it, just waved his hand carelessly. "Next time there's a situation like this, just let your men do it. Doomsday, even if he's an asshole, he can't force someone to kill his own mother's idol, can he? But that's fine. Since your mother likes this boy, it's just as well to send this boy down to keep your mother company, so that auntie won't be alone then. Deal with your emotions. You have a mission to perform later. Don't delay the progress. Don't worry, Pigmaster. Nothing will go wrong." Phew. Looking towards the old pigs departing back, Diaozi took a deep breath and looked down at the body that fell in a pool of blood. He had served as a train conductor several times. This was his biggest secret within the stellar train, and this secret must not be discovered. He used to hold on to his luck, thinking that even if this secret leaked out, Master Mang couldn't kill him if he saw how loyal he was, right? It seems that the secret still couldn't be exposed. No one in the wilderness could tolerate someone below them being a conductor, and it was pretty much a ticking time bomb that could go off at any time, and he couldn't prove to himself that he would never explode. Self-documentation has been difficult since the beginning of time. The best thing to do is to hide this bomb so that no one knows it exists. He subconsciously glanced at Black Consumption beside him and another brother who had been following him. This secret was only known to his 2 brothers. No one else knew about it. "Big brother." Black Consumption instantly read the meaning in Biaozi's eyes and the corner of his mouth twitched. "You can't, can you?" "Ahem." Biaozi coughed lightly in an attempt to hide his embarrassment and patted Black Consumption's shoulder. "What nonsense are you thinking about? You're lost in thought, aren't you? Quickly bring all these survivors to the carriage. We have to go to the next area to continue searching for survivors. Don't get any ideas, huh? We'll always be brothers." With the Sojourner radar backing it up, and the stellar train having spider feet, it was possible to travel almost anywhere in the ruins of Taiping City. As darkness falls, this search for survivors has come to an end. Different survivors reacted with different emotions when they were found, but no one cared. No one at all cares what these survivors think. It's all crammed into the wagon. As of darkness, they had finished searching the ruins of the western suburb of Taiping City, and most of the survivors in hiding had been rescued, except for some of the locations that were really inaccessible. The survivors who were able to hide until now were still alive, and basically their hiding positions were extremely hidden, like those hiding in the bomb shelter. The inside does not open the door. That steel door they really also from the outside is difficult to break open. The other side does not want to come out. They also left, and over the course of the day, 289 survivors were found. At this point in time, it was already dark, and the stellar train was parked in the wilderness outside the ruins of Taiping City for repairs, while Chen Mang was counting today's harvest with his brows slightly furrowed inside the train's head. Nearly 300 more slaves. That's a great haul, and productivity will increase dramatically. But, it's a city, after all. He searched a suburb, and that's all he found? Everyone else is dead? Isn't that a little too high a death rate? He also maneuvered the train for a trip to the library, scavenging a lot of paperwork and giving him a little more understanding of the world. A city that, not counting mobility, had a resident population in the millions alone. And it turns out that Doomsday has basically died out after only 1 year of being here? Chapter 83, a fixed consumption of 460 units of iron ore as soon as you open your eyes. Just then, outside the train room came knocking on the door. Soon, the old pig pushed the door into the whispered report. Mang Master has taken the Bobcat. Will today's search and rescue to the survivors one by one inventory, which does not have his girlfriend. Aha! Chen Mang originally did not hold much hope for this. On this death rate, the probability that the girlfriend of the Bobcat son can live is not great. Just softly instructed, tonight to this batch of new survivors first simply feed a little. By the way, go and ask if there is a couple among them. Bring a couple to see me if you have one. There are troublemaking pricks. Kill them. Understood. After the old pig hesitated for a moment, once again whispered, Mang Master, you commanded Ji Chu Chu and those several small stars. I specifically find the female slaves for its wash. Now has been washed and stayed in the batter's wagon. At any time you can come. Tell Ji Chu to come here. Yes. Don't look. Beater carriage. The old pig, white eyes black consumption, did not have the good sense to say, do not look at it. Mang Master want Ji Chu Chu past. Do not wait for Ji Chu Chu on the throne to give you a mark. By then your small life will be difficult to protect it. May. Black consumption looked toward Ji Chu Chu's front and back, departing back. The knot in his throat rolled slightly, whispering, didn't Master Mang say at that time that the brothers would do a good job, and when the Doomsday Abyss was done, he would snatch Ji Chu Chu for the brothers to play with? Pop. Before the old pig could speak, Diaozi slapped onto Black Consumption's head. Why do you talk so much? A woman is so mesmerizing to you? That's not just any woman. That's a star. It's the stars that kill you. Since ancient times redheads have been a scourge. Talk less. Don't bring my old man along if you want to die. I know what you're thinking. Old Pig's face was cold as he said word for word. I need to remind you that there is only one voice on this train. The voice of Master Mang. The control of all fire weapons is in Master Mang's hands. Not to mention the small matter of withdrawing the promise. Even if Master Mang has more problems, anyone who raises a complaint will only end up with death. The promise of a superior can only be brought up by the superior on his own initiative. And anyone who brings up this promise when the superior hasn't is forcing the issue. Does this make any sense? Nature understands, Diaozi said with a serious face. Don't worry about the pig car chief. We definitely understand this reasoning. Black consumption. He is a momentary brain fouling. Train interior. Ji Chu Chu pushed the door in, with a hint of panic and good behavior on her face, wearing a halter dress, kneeling on the blanket, not daring to raise her head at all to look at the mysterious man sitting in front of her, burying her head nearly in her chest. It's just in my ear. Instead, a familiar voice came. She couldn't help but look up at the screen in the train room to the side, which was showing the very variety show she used to record, and soon she lowered her head again, her eyes filled with unease. I don't know how much time has passed. TSK. Sitting at the console, crossing his feet on the table and swallowing clouds and fog, Chen Mang looked at the variety show. Ji Chu Chu couldn't help but smack his lips and lamented. Indeed, the acting skills are average. He inclined his head to look at Ji Chu Chu, who was kneeling obediently on the blanket to the side, and reached out his cane to lift his chin and look at his poor and pink cheeks, looking up and down for a few moments before casually saying, it's going to look a little better in person. Ever been ad after the end of days? Kneeling on the ground, Ji Chu Chu sniffed, her eyelashes slightly trembling, her voice like a mosquito fly, on the past. How many? A dozen or so. That much? I'm good looking and a lot of people want me. And indeed, what about before the end? Be more. Like what? Ji Chu Chu somewhat uneasily raised her hand to point to the variety program on the screen. For example, the investor of this variety program, Is the entertainment industry all this messed up? That's not all so messed up, but I've got to give something when I can take the main C spot despite being such a bad actor. Makes sense. Chen Meng, quite recognized, nodded. After that did not take care of Ji Chu Chu, but continued to look at the screen in the variety show. After a long time or once again could not help but lament, acting a variety show, how can act so bad? I shouldn't look like a philanthropist. Everyone in this train has to show their worth to be sheltered by the train. Do you have worth? Yes. Ji Chu Chu was relieved, a long sigh of relief, raised his head, eyes full of winks looking at Chen Meng. The uneasiness in his eyes faded a lot, and even with a hint of a smile, professional counterparts. My acting skills on the stage in general. Offstage acting is still very good. Like what? For example, kneeling on the ground. Ji Chu Chu slowly drilled down to the lower part of the control table and placed her hand on the waistband of Chen Meng's pants, her fingertips wrapping around like snakes from top to bottom, like this. Chen Meng looked toward Ji Chu Chu, who once again knelt obediently on one side. The other party's face at this time has not so much uneasiness. Slowly lit a cigarette. Long exhaled a mouthful of it before putting his legs on Ji Chu Chu's tender shoulders and laughed softly. Not bad indeed. It's good that you like it, Master Meng. Only then did he use his walkie-talkie to summon the old pig. Soon, the old pig then pushed the door and without slanting his eyes, didn't even look at Ji Chu Chu next to him, and said with a respectful and hoarse face, Master Meng, you're looking for me. Aha. Chen Meng nodded, thinking for a long time before speaking. She will enjoy first-class slave treatment within the Stellarno train. Weekdays reside in the beater car. These days the number of slaves digging in the doomsday abyss, you should have statistics there, ranked in the top, as well as you and Biaozi. The rest of those ranked in the bottom is not also a group of starlets. You look at the arrangement on the line. Alright, bring it down. Understood. The old pig nodded, while Ji Chu Chu, who was kneeling on the ground next to her, let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that living should not be much of a problem. Being a star in the apocalypse is also an advantage. No matter who she is captured by, basically her life is guaranteed. Stellar. Inside the batter's compartment, Biaozi, complexion looked toward, has eaten 16 slices of bread and still eating. Ji Chu Chu cannot help but lament, is really able to eat before estimated to give hungry enough. Finally, when the 17th slice of bread went down, Ji Chu Chu contentedly patted her stomach and burped, licking the bread stains at the corner of her mouth as if she was still reminiscing. She looked up at old pig and Biaozi and raised an eyebrow. Which one of you goes first? Or come together? Biaozi for a time was asked by this, after a long time only to look at the old pig. Snappy, pig captain, this professional is not the same Kuan master of the two women, at that time, or forced to squeeze out a smile, cannot have this professionalism. It's true. Later, when you've finished digesting it, I'm afraid you'll squirt before I'm out. 4 days later, they searched all the suburbs of Taiping City, and almost all the survivors that could be brought out had been searched and rescued, totaling 801 people. The deeper you go, the fewer survivors there are. Together with the train's original slaves, the train now has a total of 1,000 or so slaves. As for the downtown area of Taiping City, the high-rise buildings had collapsed too severely, and the terrain environment was too harsh for even the stellar train to penetrate deeply, not mention anything else. The stellar train has now come to the top of the list on the regional ranking, with a full power value of nearly 4,000, completely crushing the second place on the list, and still topping the list with a level 2 train, which has been blowing up on the train's radio in the past few days. And Chen Meng had probably guessed where all the survivors of Taiping City had gone in the past few days based on projections. The data doesn't lie. Even if the power values of all the trains on the regional ranking are scored in terms of survivors, they only add up to just over 100,000 people. So after excluding the possibility of an extremely high death rate, the probability is, most of the survivors in Pacific City were subjected to random teleportation after the apocalypse, transmission to other regions. This ensures that some sparsely populated areas also have initial survivors available for the train to take in, lest the conductor skulk around for half a day without finding a single survivor in those sparsely populated areas. A train without survivors is like a train without energy stones. Sooner or later it has to break down. That would explain why there are only a few survivors in Taiping. At this point, it was just getting light. Chen Meng maneuvered the stellar train as it raced through the wasteland, the resource detection radar constantly exploring the resource points within the vicinity, and he had newly built 8 ordinary carriages for riding these slaves. But this is clearly not a permanent solution. There was no way he was going to fit all 8 cars with level 3 armor. It would be a bit too costly. His current resources didn't support such an extravagance, and there were a bit too many pitfalls with 8 slave cars, greatly affecting the flexibility of the train. He was going to stuff all of this new batch of slaves into the refrigerator. However, building a level 10 refrigerator with the contained within effect requires 4,500 units of iron ore. With that many slaves, you'd need at least 4 more refrigerators to fit, or 18,000 units of iron ore, and he's only got 1,000 units of iron ore now. There are too many of these slaves. Not only are there more food to eat, but it's also a problem to place them, and the beaters will have to be recruited a few more times, or else the 10 beaters so far will have a hard time keeping order. And more than 1,000 is not a small number. Stacked in the square, it's the amount that would fill the square. Finally, drip, 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 accompanied by the resource detection radar ticking, he finally found a level 1 iron ore in the wasteland. Although he was now a little bit unable to look at the level 1 iron ore, but a mosquito is meat even if it's small. Not to mention that he needs this bit of mosquito meat right now. Soon, train originally the 200 old slaves, then began to walk down the train in turn, carrying pickaxe drilling into the mine. Began a new day of digging. These days are not digging. For these slaves, is also a long time to rest. At this time all the body is full of energy. As for why they don't let new slaves do it, the train doesn't have any extra iron ore to build new level 2 pickaxes at the moment. It takes 10 units of iron ore to make a level 2 pickaxe, and to put a pickaxe on each of these 800 new slaves would all take 8,000 units of iron ore. After dark, when the old train slave drilled out of the mine carrying a pickaxe, he brought back 2,400 units of iron ore. This amount of iron ore wasn't even enough to build pickaxes for the new slaves. It wasn't that the slaves were lazy, but this level 1 iron ore was just like that. Unlike level 2 iron ore, where 1 unit of level 2 iron ore was equal to 10 units of level 1 iron ore, efficiency remains the same and output is 10 times higher. The next day, just after dawn, Chen Mang then used yesterday's 400 units of iron ore to build 240 pickaxes, distributing them to 240 new slaves, allowing some of the new slaves to work in the mines along with the old slaves, bringing out 4,000 units of iron ore this day. The new slaves are obviously much less productive. There are multiple factors. There are mindset issues, physical fitness issues, etc. But these are fine. They will be slowly conditioned later. Day 3. The 4,000 units of iron ore that were brought out yesterday were once again turned into 400 pickaxes to be distributed to the 400 new slaves. This day, brought out 7,000 units of iron ore, although it is a level 1 iron mine. But at this time the output of the iron mine has to be faster than the daily output of the level 2 iron mine in the past in the bottom of the Doomsday Abyss. The daily output of the level 2 iron mine in the Goblins didn't come before. It is the daily mining of 10,000 units of iron ore. Day 4. Chen Mang took out more than 1,000 units of iron ore and once again built more than 100 pickaxes to distribute. So far all the slaves had their own pickaxes, and the digging progress became faster. This day brought out 8,000 units of iron ore. Day 5. There is no 5th day. At the end of the 4th day, this mine was emptied. The yield of a level 1 iron ore mine is variable, but it's basically in the upper and lower range of being able to mine 20,000 units of iron ore, counting the consumption of food, water, etc. Over the past few days, there are currently 9,000 units of iron ore in the train, which is still not enough to build 4 level 10 refrigerators, and you need to keep going for level 1 iron ore. The wilderness. The stellar train was speeding toward an unknown destination, and the resource detection radar was in constant operation. Old Pig, on the other hand, walked into the carriage and began to report the daily consumption breakdown with Chen Mang. Master Mang, all of our level 1 and 2 slaves are now eating 2 meals a day, just 20 slices of bread per person a day, plus 4 bottles of mineral water, and it's easy to get dehydrated when you sweat a lot doing hard labor. 10 slices of bread are 1 unit of iron ore, and it takes 10 slices of bread, or 1 unit of iron ore, to make 10 bottles of mineral water. The equivalent daily consumption per slave is 4 units of iron ore. Over 200 slaves, counting beaters and such, is 500 units of iron ore overhead per day. Now there are more batches of new slaves. They are treated as level 3 slaves. 10 slices of bread plus 2 bottles of mineral water per day. The daily consumption is 2 units of iron ore, a total of 800 people. That's 960 units of iron ore consumption per day. Your instructions at the beginning, Master Mang, were that the meals would be fixed whether there was mining today or not, and that they would not be reduced on any day just because there was no mining on that day. That is to say, basically every day even if the stellar train does nothing. As soon as it opens its eyes it's a fixed consumption of 460 units of iron ore. If there's no ore to be mined today, it's pure consumption. In the past, it was fine if there were fewer slaves, but now that there are more slaves, if we don't stockpile at least 10,000 units of iron ore within the train, in case we can't find any for a few days in a row, this group of slaves will have to starve to death. Chapter 84. The area ahead is a green area. The Kunlun Mountains. Phew. Chen Mang took a deep breath and sat on the console. lightly rubbing his temples did not say much, just feel some slightly tired. He also said the other day just how much iron ore can be consumed by slaves eating. The result was these 800 extra slaves, also all enjoying just the lowest level 3 slave treatment. This daily food expense had plummeted to 1,460 units of iron ore, which was not a normal amount of pressure. And he kind of knew why he had never seen any train with more than 1,000 slaves. Who the can afford this? Every day you open your eyes is nearly 2,000 units of iron ore consumption. It gives you a headache just thinking about it. This is not to build an accessory to consume how much. Once and for all, this is the daily open eyes is this consumption. Which day there is no mine to dig, which day will be pure loss. There is not enough iron ore reserves. Cannot find the mine, this batch of slaves have to be all starved to death. Master Mang, should we lower the slave treatment? 2 slices of bread a day per person when there's no ore to mine? Like Master Quinn used to do? No. Chen Mang shook his head to negate this proposal almost without thinking. The reason why the slaves of our current stellar train are far more efficient at digging than the slaves of the other trains, aside from the fact that we have done a good job of incentivizing the means, a big factor is that we manage to get enough. How can slaves work if they don't get enough to eat? What's more, the 1-2-3 slave treatment, this is something we've settled on a long time ago, so what's the point of making random changes? That's all for now. Let's see if we can find another level 1 iron mine. As long as we go to the Kunlun Mountains to find the mountain-piercing armor and drop the drill drawing, when we return to the Iron Ridge wasteland again, the iron mines in the depths of the earth will be ours, so we won't worry about not having enough iron mines at that time. Understood. The old pig slowly exited the train room, gently closed the door, before the unnoticeable sigh. This train conductor is really not good when every day when you open your eyes have to manage so many mouths. This is to be placed before the end. A company with 1,000 employees is a big taxpayer in the area that preserves jobs. It's better to be a subtrainer. Whoever is missing a mouthful of food is not missing his mouthful. He just needs to manage the people below him. Finally, after 3 hours, Chen Mang finally found a level 1 iron mine in the wasteland again. Only this time, the level 1 iron mine had an owner, and a train was parked right next to it. The reason why he could find the iron ore so quickly was thanks to the resource detection radar, which had a range of 10,000 meters. In the past, when the range was only 1,000 meters, the iron ore was much more difficult to find than it is now. As the stellar train slowed to a stop beside that train, the contrast between the two sides looks like an adult bullying a child. Don't be in a hurry to run. Wait until your slaves come back from the mines. Just as that level 1 train had begun to accelerate in preparation for a quick departure, Chen Mang's voice came out from the train's external onboard stereo. Soon, a bald middle-aged man's head poked out from the train's head skylight, full of gratitude and hands together constantly thanked. The train really stopped. 10 minutes later, about 60 to 70 slaves ran out from the mine. A smoke drilled into the train, followed by the train will whistle and quickly go away. When this train is far away, it took more than 1,000 pickaxe-wielding slaves to get out of the train, lining up one by one to enter the mine, while Biaozi and the others maintained order with their Tinglong assault rifles, and all the fire accessories on the train turned their guns to aim at the slaves in a vaguely threatening manner. Perhaps it was indeed intimidated. It had been a few days since these new slaves had joined the train, and except for a few troublemaking pricks who had been shot on the first day, no more pricks had sprung up since then. It was just that this was a poorly efficient job. It's a half-mined class 1 iron mine. When darkness fell, the iron ore was completely mined. Over 8,000 units of iron ore in, or 6,500 units of iron ore in if you count today's food consumption. The train now has 155W units of iron ore, and it takes 8W units of iron ore to make 4 level 10 refrigerators, which still isn't enough, so we still have to keep looking for ore. It's late at night. All the slaves had already gone to sleep, and Chen Mang was still sitting on the console driving the train continuously through the wasteland in search of new iron ore. I missed the Abyss of Doom. He looked at the stars in the sky in a bit of a trance. When he was in the Abyss of Doom he never worried about not having any mines to dig. He only felt that the slaves were too few and not enough. Now the slaves were enough but there were no more mines to be dug, and raising slaves on a daily basis was a big expense. Finally, when he, Chen Mang, stayed up with dark circles under his eyes until 4 a.m., he finally found an unowned level 1 iron ore mine once again, and immediately couldn't care less about letting the slaves continue to rest. All of them immediately got up and dug for minerals all night long. ********. Chen Mang swept his eyes at the noisy and bustling scene outside, and climbed into bed somewhat tiredly. It was time for him to sleep. 3 days later, working overtime and overtime again, this level 1 unclaimed iron mine was finally completely mined, arriving at 30,000 units of iron ore. This iron ore is quite plentiful. Together with his original iron ore, He currently had 4W units of iron ore within the train, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately built 4 level 10 refrigerators and placed them in the No. 10 gnome slave carriage. Gnome slaves are small and take up relatively little space, and there's still more than enough room for 4 refrigerators. It's just that oxygen may be a little more or less tight. Leave the refrigerator door open and suck up as much as you can, as long as it won't kill you for a while. The 8 carriages that were temporarily built were all devoured by him with the heart of the earth melting furnace, returning 400 units of iron ore to his blood. He was about to enter the advanced area. There was no way he would let the train have an unarmored carriage. That would be the weak point of the train, and an attack from a random monster in the advanced area might cause the scrapping of this unarmored carriage. The remaining 22,000 units of iron ore should be sufficient as a food energy reserve. It'll last at least 10 days. If he couldn't find a monster like the pangolin armor within these 10 days, then he would have to go to the rally and sell some slaves. After all, in the Iron Range wasteland, it was impossible to guarantee that there would be mines dug every day, and even if there were mines, they were basically all level 1 iron ores, which were too much to be consumed daily and couldn't afford to feed them. The night was late by now, but Chen Meng simply do not want to continue to stay more rest for the night. Immediately a foot throttle pedal to go, such as a long dragon train will be in the night in the stars and moon towards the Iron Range wasteland, the westernmost side of the speeding and go. Objective: Kunlun Mountain. In the wilderness, on a good day it is possible to see mountains to the west, but as the saying goes, look to the hills. Driving at extreme speed for one night in a row, finally after 5 hours of impending dawn, the mountain range was finally close at hand. The train slowly came to a stop. Chen Meng, who was sitting in front of the console, looked at the scene in front of him, and a slight shock flashed through his eyes, and it was only after approaching the Kunlun Mountains that he was able to see that there was a huge curtain of light separating the Kunlun Mountains from the Iron Range wilderness. The curtain of light was a translucent pale green. There were also 3 huge words embedded above the light screen. Kunlun Mountain. In the meantime, the screen next to the console was also flashing red rapidly, a line of red letters slowly sliding across the top of the screen. The area ahead is green. The Kunlun Mountains. Up to level 6 monsters can exist. The current train level is level 2. The danger factor is high. It is recommended to go far away immediately. Level 6 monsters. Chen Meng looked at the line of words on the screen, took a deep breath, and took out a bottle of ice-cold cola from a refrigerator to refresh himself before slightly gritting his teeth and crashing his foot on the gas straight into the light screen in front of the roadblock. This Kunlun Mountain. He must go and break in. As long as he could find the mountain-piercing armor and drop drawings like the drill. When he returned to the Iron Range wasteland again, there would be unlimited resources waiting to be mined, and the train would then experience an exponential explosion of growth. Otherwise he couldn't even afford to keep the slaves, unless he was willing to sell the slaves. He knew from Doba's mouth the general information of such monsters as the mountain-piercing armor. The level is not too high. The general level 2. Elite monsters are level 3. Boss is level 4. Only to act more cautiously. Weekdays mainly gnawing on rocks for a living, often hiding in large mountain ditches. Difficult to meet. When the train rushed straight through the light screen in front of him, it officially arrived at the Kunlun Mountain area. Chen Meng looked back behind him. As expected, the light screen behind him turned white and translucent, and the words on it changed to Iron Range Wasteland. Almost from the moment we entered the Kunlun Mountain area, the terrain was no longer flat, and the road in front of us was already uneven, making it impossible for a normal train to travel on this kind of terrain, and there were mountains everywhere as far as the eye could see. Nearly no level ground, one mountain next to another. Chen Meng retrieved the wind and fire wheel and released the spider feet at the first time. If there was no spider feet as an accessory, he wouldn't have had the heart to come to Kunlun Mountain at all. The maximum cap speed of the Spiderfoot at level 1 is fixed at 50 km per hour, fixed at 170 km per hour after ascending to level 13. It's still not as fast as the Wind and Fire Wheel, but this speed is already faster than quite a few level 1 trains. Especially in this mountainous terrain, it's already pretty good. Phew! Chen Meng let out a light breath with some nervousness, his hands gripping the operating lever tightly, and the enemy-solving radar next to him had already begun to drip madly. The radar range showed a full 7 level 3 monsters and even a level 4 monster. It had only just entered the Kunlun Mountains, and the situation was already so treacherous. His train was now going to have a hard time blocking 7 level 3 monsters and 1 level 4 monster from launching attacks at him at the same time. It was a good thing that his solitary radar was able to clearly display the information of all the creatures within range on the screen, allowing him to find monsters like the pangolin armor in a crowd of monsters with relative ease. It was too late to think too much at this point. Chen Meng's face changed slightly. The level 4 monster, Tyrannosaurus Rex, that was 3,000 meters to the left, had already run wildly towards him in a roar, fully 7 or 8 meters tall. The ground was even trembling vaguely. Nuts! He cursed angrily in his mind as he maneuvered the train toward the nearest mountain, which was as close to a 90-degree cliff face as if it had been cut down the middle by a sword blade. How is there such a thing as a dinosaur? And at a distance of 3,000 meters, with so many big trees and bushes in between, and even a hill blocking the view. How did your old man see him? Your old man has enemy radar. 2. It was too late. The moment this level 4 monster Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to catch up with the train that had transformed into a giant centipede had already run away in a puff of smoke to the halfway point of that near 90-degree cliff face. That Tyrannosaurus Rex could only raise its head in impotent fury at the sight of the situation, slobbering and haranguing, leaving a trail of saliva, but there was nothing it could do. Phew! Chen Mang took a breath of relief. Fortunately he had spider feet. You have the ability to fly. However, the next moment, *******Q, only to see not far away in mid-air, an eagle with a 3-meter spreading wings was chirping as it flew towards his train at a rapid speed, and within the enemy radar. This eagle was a level 3 monster, the falconer eagle. Awesome! This was the first time he'd seen a flying monster, and how much pain the other conductors in this high-level area lived in every day, all of them living in dire straits. Clank, clank, clank. This level 3 monster falcon of heaven landed on the carriage and began to peck at the carriage with its own terrifying beak, making a sound like metal clashing. But the good thing is that it's only a level 3 monster. No threat to the stellar train's level 3 armor for now. Chen Mang ignored the eagle and quickly swept his eyes at the monsters within the range of the enemy, and after determining that there were no monsters like the mountain-piercing armor, he maneuvered the train to climb along the cliff face towards the other side, at least to avoid the Tyrannosaurus Rex waiting for its meal below first. 3 hours later, Chen Mang, whose nerves had been highly tense, finally found a place that was barely considered safe, an extremely high mountain surrounded by cliffs, with the highest point being only about 100 square feet, which could be considered a natural barrier. Other than those flying monsters like the Tyrannosaurus Rex definitely couldn't chase him, and during these 3 hours, he had been in a state of being chased by monsters almost all the time, and had completely run out of time to take the time to check the full information within the Soul enemy radar. Luckily, there was the existence of the Train Assist AI, which would alert him when the figure of a mountain-piercing monster appeared within the Soul enemy radar. Mother *********, hardly safe down. Chen Mang body or some trembling raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. He is cut to the ground to feel what is called the death of the wild. Even if ascending to the level 4 train, in this kind of place is also very difficult to live down, mostly because the terrain here is so complicated. It was so hard for him to have spider feet, and he didn't know how the other trains were surviving. So far he hadn't seen a single one. Just then, without giving him much time to react, he only felt that the mountain below the train seemed to be shaking violently, and the enemy radar suggested that a level 4 monster, the rock serpent, was rapidly traveling within the mountain, aiming straight for him. Grass! He didn't even have time to curse a complete expletive, so he could only maneuver the train to escape from this place again as if running for his life, and ran wildly along the cliff face towards the other side of the mountain range. But just then, he suddenly saw a scene that shocked him extremely. Not far away, a train was actually flying in the air, soaring between heaven and earth like a celestial train. End of chapter. Chapter 85, it was worth it. Ha! Chen Mang looked out the window at the scene, the shock in his eyes for a long time difficult to pass away. He finally knew how the other trains are living in this area. You guys will fly out? The distance was too great for radar to pick up specific information about that train, but he saw that the train had no wheels, and under the train were clouds, overlooking the earth as if on a cloud. Is there such a big difference between the white zone and the green zone? The white zone is still running on the ground and your green zone train is flying in the air? Ha! Inside a train flying in the air in the green area Kunlun Mountain, a bald man was looking at the train that was walking on the cliffs like it was flat with a face full of shock, and his eyes were full of incredulity. What's the situation? How is it that this man's train can travel freely over a 90-degree cliff? Not only, but also, he looked over to the other train's rating displayed on the console screen. Class 2 train. Are you kidding me? How dare a Class 2 train come to the Kunlun Mountains, knowing that the same green area? The difficulty of the Kunlun Mountains is one of the most difficult in the green area, and it's extremely dangerous for an ordinary level 4 or 5 train to come here. How dare you? A level 2 train, run to the Kunlun Mountains? He knew that mechanical foot accessory, called Spider Foot, but if he remembered correctly, this accessory was green grade, right? Even at full level, it could only travel freely on a 45-degree slope. Can it be possible that? The man's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that this person had smashed a large amount of Murphy stones on the Spider Foot as an accessory, in exchange for breaking through the level cap? But a level 2 train shouldn't have a channel to obtain Murphy stone, unless this is some bigot's relative. Thinking of this, The man's brows stretched out, confirming his inner thoughts. The Murphy stone was a special prop, the effect of which was that it could cause a certain accessory to be upgraded one more time in defiance of the level cap, and it was often used to break through the limits to obtain a supermodel effect. Special props that can only be obtained in advanced areas. It looks like a lot of big shots have come to Kunlun Mountain. The man whispered to himself thoughtfully. Yesterday the Green Dragon boss was born in the Kunlun Mountain area. After killing this level 5 boss it will drop the blue grade accessory Deep Sea Shield. The grade is not too high but extremely rare. Only killing this boss will drop this accessory. In turn, this boss is often randomly refreshed in various green areas, making it hard to find. This accessory was mostly useless. It only worked when the train wanted to sneak underwater. But there were very few areas that had lakes where this accessory would be of much use. And as for the areas that had the sea, they were all at least the level of a blue area, which he was afraid to go to. In his own green area, there is an underwater labyrinth encounter in the lake, and he wants to get the Deep Sea Shield accessory to go and find out what's going on. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to the Kunlun Mountain area. The death rate of this area was too high. The monsters were too dense. This was a pure monster area. There wasn't a single mine. Who in their right mind would come here? No one likes this area except the blood train crazies. Normal people will choose to stay in the surrounding several such as Sand River Plains. Return of the river basin of the green area. The danger factor will be substantially reduced. There are many high-level resource mines, and different regions of the terrain and crisis are not quite the same. Often in the region for a long time to live in the train will have the corresponding means to go to the other regions will inevitably be incompatible with the water. Oh, there are also a lot of trains that come here to hunt and kill pangolins to get drill accessories to go back to their own area to dig for minerals. Other than these people, no one would really come to this area of the Kunlun Mountains. It had been thought that there was little competition. It seems that, just as well. The man let out a long sigh and looked in the rearview mirror. The train that was climbing fast like a centipede on the cliff face was gone. Try it. If you really can't grab it, forget it. Chen Meng, who had once again avoided a robbery, saw that the figure of the rock snake was no longer in the enemy's radar, and only then did his nerves slightly loosen up, only to have his teeth clenched tightly. Just let him find the pangolin. He would never set foot in the green zone again without upgrading his armor to level 6. Is this really a place where people can live? Merely, at this time, after a little safety, he looked at the resource detection radar. Eyes flashed a trace of doubt. He entered the Kunlun Mountains has been several hours past. Resource detection radar has never sounded. I haven't seen a single mine along the way, neither underground nor on the surface. Not to mention the level 3 iron mines he had imagined in his mind. There wasn't even a single level 1 iron mine. Didn't they say that all high-level areas have high-level resource mines? Where did all the mines go? Just then, the stereo in the train room suddenly emitted a piercing beep, followed by the mechanized voice of the train assist AI. Enemy radar has detected the presence of pangolin monsters. 12 level 2s and 1 level 3. Finally, Chen Meng's eyes lit up. What was he risking his life to enter the Kunlun Mountains for? Wasn't it this damned mountain-piercing armor? After being chased for several hours, it finally allowed him to find this damned mountain-piercing armor. Just a short distance up the hill, a group of monsters resembling hedgehogs and the size of jackals were running desperately up the hill, while behind them a level 4 rock snake was rapidly chasing after them on the grass. Hang on, don't die, I'm coming. Chen Meng's teeth clenched as he quickly climbed towards that hill, pointing straight at the group of mountain-piercing armor's path. As the two sides were about to meet, the 4 heavy machine guns on top of the carriage slowly turned their muzzles when the sound of a successful AI lock came from inside the train. Chug chug chug. The dull sound of gunfire pierced through the mountains. He didn't use a crossbow, and he used all grade 3 ammo. It was hard to find the pierce armor. This is not the time when you should be heartbroken about the copper ore. The rate of fire of the crossbow is too slow. In this case it has to be the heavy machine gun that is more stable. Hundreds of heavy machine gun rounds enveloped the dozen or so mountain-piercing armor like a heavy rain. Almost instantly, these pangolins then turned into blood mist and exploded in the air. While Chen Meng also maneuvered the train to almost stick to the side of that level 4 rock snake and used the powerful magnet to suck away the fallen props. But the distance was a bit too close and the speed of that rock snake was a bit too fast. Pop! Only to see the prey was robbed of that rock snake. Some anger-flinging snake tail heavily smashed on the train. The huge force transmitted in the train. Actually Hera will train on the spot, whip flying. One of the carriages visible to the naked eye instantly dented. This was the first time a level 3 armor had been so wretched. The train that was jerked in the air was completely difficult to stabilize itself. The cliff was 1,000 meters high, and free-falling from a height of 1,000 meters to the bottom of the valley was almost a certain death. But, the more the moment of crisis, Chen Meng's breathing, however, became smoother and smoother, letting the train keep rolling in the air, his back pressed tightly against the seat, his eyes staring straight at the cliffs not far away. Right now, The next moment, two spider silk like an arrow from the feet of the spider shot out. The target is in front of the cliff. These two spider silk in the cliff after hitting the cliff firmly adhered to the cliff. And originally in the falling trend of the train is also in the air to stabilize the shape. And in the inertia, such as swinging like a swing, by the spider silk led by the other side of the cliffs on the wall. Boom! When the train and the cliff face heavily impacted together, Chen Mang's chest came a dull impact feeling. But the good thing is that the crisis of falling to the bottom of the valley was spared, and did not dare to have the slightest delay. The spider foot quickly and furiously ran up again on the cliff face, and the screen on the console next to it was flashing red at the moment. Warning, warning, living compartment no. For was hit so hard that its external armor integrity was reduced to 62%. Cope line parts integrity is down to 78%. Bun line parts intact down to 81%. Arachnid foot fittings are down to 71% intact. Chen Mang casually scanned these warnings on the screen and quickly copied the dropped items that were sucked back by the powerful magnet on the side. And at a glance, he saw the white grade accessory blueprint drill bit and couldn't help but grin. Picked this drawing up and kissed it vigorously, before tucking it into a side drawer. Damn it, for you pussy. My old man's more than 1,000 men were almost all accounted for here. Go home. I won't take another step into the advanced area until I build level 6 armor and die. Arachnid Foot's original limit fixed speed of 170 km per hour was damaged to a maximum speed of only 120 km per hour. But the mission had been perfectly accomplished, and at this point, all he had to do was to escape from the Kunlun Mountains as much as possible. He then looked in the rearview mirror at the rock serpent that was more than 10 meters long on the hill. Slightly clenched teeth. When he returns to the Kunlun Mountains again, if he doesn't give the rock snakes a chance to kill him to the point of extermination, count your ING ability to live. Mommy yeah. At this time, inside the No. 5 Hitman carriage, Diaozi is full of fear and deathly grasping the iron railing on his bed, looking out the window at the lightning-like flashes of images, his voice even trembling. How I wish there was no such thing as a window in a batter's wagon. If there are no windows, I might be a little more at ease. This is the first time he has seen the whole body of the snake composed of rock. Just now that huge snake tail almost smashed into his No. 5 Hitman carriage. If it smashed into their section of the carriage, the huge impact, they are sure to die if you point back. At first, when Master Mang planned to come to the advanced area, he was in favor of it with both hands. After all, he felt that with the current strength of the train, even if it went to the advanced area, as long as it was a little more secure, it wouldn't be in too much danger to do so. But when you actually come, you realize what it means to dance on the tip of a knife. It turned out that what he experienced on the Iron Ridge Wasteland was not the end of the world at all. It was a ING novice guide, and it was only when he came to the advanced area that he could feel what the real end of the world was, and what the real despair was. Can any train really survive in this environment? Does the conductor dare to sleep with his eyes closed at night? Aren't you afraid you'll open your eyes again and see yourself too basking? Hallelujah. The old pig on the side was full of piety with his hands clasped together in prayer. Only the trembling body clearly proved that his mood was not very calm either. Captain Hogwagon, will this sudden ad hoc faith of yours work? That's why I didn't temporarily believe in Buddhism. At this moment, the train was climbing rapidly at 90 degrees perpendicular to the ground. An old pig's entire body was leaning against the wall. He held the railing of the bed in a death grip and squeezed out a somewhat bitter smile. I vaguely seem to have heard my Amma's voice. Her old man seems to miss me. At this moment, Black Consumption on the side came up and whispered, Brother Biao, I have a bit of a stomach ache. Now, I shouldn't be able to go to the toilet, right? Their section of the hard sleeper car had its own bathroom. What do you say? Don't you have any fear at all? Aha. Black Consumption scratched his head. Master Mang is a lot stronger than me. I don't have to be afraid if he's not afraid. He's afraid, then I'm afraid of nothing. What am I afraid of? Old Pig and Biaozi looked at each other, and after a long silence with each other, they both suddenly relaxed. Makes sense. Taller ones aren't afraid. What are we afraid of? Kunlun Mountains. Although the train was traumatized, the journey back was much safer than when they came. After all, they already knew where there were powerful monsters when they came, and they avoided them if they could when they went back. Finally, a few hours later, when the stellar train finally rushed smoothly towards the white curtain of light in front of it, it once again returned to the Iron Range Wasteland. Nerves have been highly taut. Chen Mang, body suddenly as soft, completely paralyzed on the console, only to feel the long-lost sense of security once again surged up to the heart, or the Iron Range Wilderness. Good ah. A trip to the Kunlun Mountains had left him more or less in the dark about advanced areas. It was impossible for him to take a step into the advanced area until he had level 6 armor. And even with level 6 armor, it doesn't work. The people inside the train will still get hurt under too violent impact. We have to find a way to get some accessories about shock absorption. Chen Mang sat in front of the control panel, The entire back of the person's clothes have been soaked wet with sweat. Did not continue to manipulate the train, but so paralyzed in the chair, lit a cigarette. I somewhat likes to look at the dazzling in the ceiling that long refused to disperse smoke. It's safe. In the Iron Ridge wasteland, he could still maintain his absolute dominance. There are basically no trains or monsters that can damage him. He did not want to think about anything at this time, did not want to do anything, just want to sit here quietly and finish the cigarette in his hand, to calm down the excitement brought by that dangerous journey just now. The crippled stellar train just rested peacefully at the junction of the Iron Range wasteland and the Kunlun Mountains, like a wounded veteran sent to the rear, looking at the injuries on his body in a trance. After a long time, Chen Meng's emotions gradually smoothed out, and the cigarette at his fingertips had burned out. He took out the white-grade accessory blueprint drill from the drawer, and held it in his hand for half a day of careful observation before he couldn't help but grin and spit out 4 words. It was worth it. Chapter 86. Is this the way movies are made in this world? After bringing the emotions back, Chen Meng just slowly took a long breath. After getting up and moving his muscles, he only felt a burst of sleepiness surging to his heart. At this time, it was already near dusk, and he didn't have the strength to do anything else. Stop the train where it is at once. Just lay in bed and drift off to sleep. The next day, early morning, wash up again to restore the spirit of full state of Chen Meng. Satisfied stretched a lazy waist, and at this time the old pig has long been all the slaves will be summoned up to gather in the open space waiting for him to speak. This is the first time he is on these new slaves of the official speech. After this speech, it's time to start preparing to go down the mine. Chen Meng hands on the cane standing on the top of the train, overlooking the front of the magnificent batch of people, enough thousands of people. His last speech in front of so many people, or in the school under the national flag to read the repentance of the time. The scene was still a bit noisy at first, but after seeing Chen Meng, the scene gradually quieted down. Diao Zi and a bunch of other thugs were holding Tinglong assault rifles with ice-cold faces as they stood guard and maintained order. A few moments later, to introduce myself, my name is Chen Meng. His voice, through the train's external stereo, reached the ears of every slave present. I'm a person who always treats my slaves well. This is something that you, the 800 new slaves who have joined the stellar train, should be able to feel as well. What you are enjoying now is just the lowest level 3 slave treatment. You'll be able to have 10 slices of flavorful, crispy soft bread with filling and 2 bottles of pure mineral water every day. This treatment, compared to your previous existence, you should all know in your own hearts. See that Jichu Choo Choo? You know all the big popular stars before the end of the day, right? I had promised the old slaves that if they worked well, I would snatch Ji Choo Choo for them to play with. And I did. And as a slave in my place, you can even enjoy treatment that no other conductor can enjoy. Standing on the side of the Ji Choo Choo face, heaps of smiles looking toward the slaves are not at all timid, waved their hands, and even turned around and twisted the waist twice. The face does not bring a trace of flirtatiousness, and even lightly biting the tongue that a little bit with a hint of a sense of playfulness, but gives a person an indescribable sense of charm. It's a natural. And, Chen Meng continued after a calm pause, the stellar train is currently the strongest train in the Iron Ridge wasteland. So as long as you stay in the train, you will all be able to take refuge in the train, and you will never have to worry about safety thereafter. Food, water, women, shelter, these are from me. I just need you to give back a little. Use all your strength to dig. Everyone will get a tally of their daily digs, and I won't shortchange anyone who works hard. Now, all women out. The words fell. The women in the group of slaves looked at each other somewhat uneasily, but stepped forward. Aha! Chen Meng swept his eyes. There are probably more than 100 women, accounting for a relatively small number. Paused for a moment before speaking. In the stellar train, everyone needs to play their own value. Those who want to go digging like other men stand on the left. Those who want to use their bodies for food and shelter stand on the right. Soon, in all, more than 60 women ran to the left. The remaining 40 or so women went to the right. Chen Meng frowned slightly, looking at a woman standing on the right, a full 1.8 meters tall, covered in tendon meat. Shoe size must be at least 45. The face is even horizontal meat. Couldn't help but open his mouth and said, I said the one who wants to mine stands on the left. I don't dig. This cranberry woman hurriedly squeezed out a smile that she thought was flirtatious and said sharply, I sell meat. I sell meat. Chen Meng took a deep breath before waving his hand. Gaozi, bring her to the left. This physique does not go to digging. What meat to sell? Professionals should do professional things. After dealing with this little episode, only then did he look at the crowd again. When the number of mined minerals reaches a stage, you can be promoted to a level 2 slave, or even a level 1 slave, and every day for the rest of your lives you will not worry about running out of minerals to mine. When you rise to level 2 slave, you have the right to buy meat. Oh yeah, there's male meat available too. See a couple of fresh meat over there. There's all the male meat too if you work hard. The woman who was forced to drive to the left of the height of 1 meter 8. The face was originally still a little lost. After hearing this along the line of sight to look at the not far away from a few oily head of the male group of fresh meat, the eyes suddenly brightened up, exuding light, grinning towards their palms spit a mouthful of spit rubbing, and the original smile on the faces of the few fresh meat standing at the side instantly froze in place when they felt the woman's gaze. He had thought a couple of them were pretty lucky. It wasn't like they were losing out by doing it with a woman anyway, and they didn't have to dig for shelter. So how nice. It just seemed like it would be a bit of a challenge now. Wait, shouldn't be able to have a man by their meat, right? The word is out. Chen Mang also walked down the carriage, and by the way, he asked the old pig to bring the couples from the slaves in the past few days. 2 couples in total. The first pair was a middle-aged couple. On the other side of the train, Chen Mang stood on his cane and looked at the middle-aged couple in front of him in the wilderness, feeling basically stable, able to be in the end of the day is still not away from the middle-aged couples. There should be a real relationship. He took out the doomsday marriage license and handed it to each of the middle-aged couple. After waiting patiently for a few seconds, not a single reaction, Chen Mang waved his hand and did not lose his head, only signaling that these two could go down. Soon a second young couple was brought up, also ending in failure. Ugh, he sighed softly and put the doomsday marriage license back away. It seemed that it would be hard to use this thing out in a short period of time. The condition of finding a couple that truly loved each other in the doomsday was a bit too difficult. And that's when, off to the side, the old pig handed over a note. Master Mang, here are the rules of the train drawn up according to your instructions. Take a look. Aha. Chen Mang casually took this note and looked at it for a few moments before stuffing it back into his pocket. There are a few rules that still need to be modified. The train still needs to have clear rules before it can be done. And the most important thing right now is that, go back and build the drill bit as an accessory first. Train interior. Chen Mang took out that white grade carrier accessory blueprint drill from the drawer and instantly slapped it on the console. When this blueprint turned into a white point of light, after consuming another 100 units of iron ore, the next moment, a huge drill, appearing on the front section of the train head, can be freely extended and retracted, without the slightest stop. In one breath, he consumed 400 units of iron ore and raised the white accessory drill straight to level 10. What a bargain! Chen Mang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. 4,400 units of iron ore was just enough for his batch of slaves to eat for 3 days, even though it felt expensive when feeding them. When waiting for him to arrive at that high-level resource mine deep in the ground, this batch of slaves would explode with incredible productivity. Sessions. There will be more iron ore in his train than he can use. Among all the trains in the Iron Range wasteland, he should be the only one who owns the drill accessory, which means that he's the only one who can mine the high-level resource mines underneath the ground, and there's no one who can grab them from him. Unless the other trains also have the ability to go to the Kunlun Mountains to find the pangolin and then get the blueprints for the drill parts. When all the resource mines deep underground in the Iron Ridge wasteland had been dug up, by then, even if his train went to a high-level area, it wouldn't be in such a sorry state as it was now. Drill accessories are upgraded in 2 main ways. One is the hardness of the drill bit. The second is the speed of the drill. The former ensures that as long as the drill bit is of a high enough grade, there will be basically no rocks under the ground that can block the train's path. But if the drill bit is of a lower grade, you will have to choose to go around when you meet some harder rocks. The latter ensures the efficiency of drilling holes. In other words, it ensures the speed of the train as it travels through the ground. Weaving through the ground is definitely not as fast as at the surface, and the higher the drill rating, the faster the RPMs, the faster you can have in the ground. Depart. Chen Mang didn't stay too long and gathered all the slaves onto the train before maneuvering the train all the way towards the coordinates of the Doomsday Abyss. A few hours later, the stellar train, which has successfully reached the Abyss of Doom, switches back to spider feet and travels along the cliff face all the way to the depths of the valley, and when it is about to reach the bottom of the valley, the drill head extends out and begins to rotate at high speed. The whole train was just as watery as a hot knife cutting butter, quickly disappearing into the ground and disappearing. The ground is completely black. There wasn't any light. He could only rely on the resource detection radar to slowly head towards the 2 level 2 iron mines next to the 2,000-meter deep underground river below the Doomsday Abyss, and he looked at the train data on the console panel, currently traveling at 170 kilometers per hour. It's okay. It's pretty fast. The train drill creates a tunnel for the train to pass through, and the soil is squeezed on both sides of the train, and when the train passes through, the soil on both sides is slowly pushed back behind it and returns to its place, which is the equivalent of a short-lived underground tunnel that cannot be used for a long period of time. It's worth mentioning, this time, he didn't need to dig in the dark, and although he still hadn't acquired a lighting accessory such as a headlight, he had also searched for a lot of supplies while going to search for survivors in the ruins of Taiping City. There are canned goods, cigarettes, liquor, etc. It also includes some measures of entertainment. such as paperback books and videotapes of some movies and television, as well as some industrial flashlights with batteries, which are not much, but barely enough. Soon, Chen Meng, who was sitting in the control room, had already heard the sound of water flowing in his ears, and the stellar train had finally managed to reach the underground river. Chen Meng was the first to jump off the train and surveyed their surroundings with his flashlight. The beam of light swept over every corner. They were now in a giant cave. The air was quite humid, while in the darkness, the clattering sound of the underground river hitting on the rocks kept coming from the side. The river is not too wide, occupying roughly a quarter of the width of the cavern. The level is lower than that of this open space next to it, and in the event of a sudden rainstorm, the water level could rise to fill the entire cavern. There's still plenty of oxygen. At least he didn't feel any discomfort when he breathed alone, but there were so many people. This oxygen is not sure if it is enough. First dig and see. If it is not enough, go to the train radio to ask which train conductor has a hand on the manufacture of oxygen accessories. Buy one back. In the three-quarter clearing next to the cave, the two watery grade 2 iron mines were sitting there like that, as if they were the head of a flower house, tantalizing the mind. And at this moment, a group of slaves had already lined up to receive their pickaxes and today's food under the guidance of Old Pig and the others, and began to walk into the mine in batches to start swinging their pickaxes and digging up the ore. Finally, this pleasant and crisp clanking sound once again frequently resounded in Chen Mang's ears. What a wonderful sound in the world! Chen Mang looked satisfied and smiled. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort, close to 9 deaths to go to the Kunlun mountain to break through a trip. This feedback he was still very satisfied. Next, it was time for him to reap the rewards. Train interior. While the other slaves were already busy working, Chen Mang was sitting alone in the train room, resting his feet on the table, lighting a cigarette and sending it to his mouth, enjoying the movie of this world in a rather relaxed and cozy manner. Don't tell me, it's pretty good looking, oddly fresh. It's a post-apocalyptic movie that seems quite immersive, and it would be even more immersive if the train wasn't located underneath a cave at this point, but in the middle of a wave of corpses. When the slaves were busy, he had little to do. If the slave was idle, then he had to be busy. Such are the rules of train operation. The conductor decides on the general direction, and those below him perform the subdivided tasks, one without the other. Chen Mang looked at the 2 supermodel effects of the drill accessory after it was raised to level 10. Drill bit level 5 supermodel effect, extremely hard, speeds up the rotation speed. Drill level 10 supermodel effect, harder and faster rotation speed. Honestly, this was the first time he had seen such a pure supermodel effect, without any mechanism, a simple and purely numerical beauty. The original effect of the drill upgrade was to increase the hardness and speed of the drill. The result is 2 supermodel effects, again specifically enhancing that effect. Predictable. With this grade of drill accessory, even if other trains also had drills, the speed of traveling underground would be far inferior to his, as well as, Chen Meng pondered, since this drill is hard and fast rotating speed, it should not only be used to weave through the ground, it can completely manipulate the train to crash into other trains. It feels that if the armor level is not high enough, it will be difficult to block soon. He then pushed the thoughts of those years out of his mind. He was tired for days. He didn't want to think about that for now. It was his time to relax. Then once again, he eyed the piece of movie Doom next to him. At this point in the movie, the male protagonist had been surrounded by zombies and was in deep trouble. And just as Chen Mang was fully engaged in it and wanted to see how the male protagonist was going to break free, he only saw a semi-transparent panel suddenly pop up in front of the male protagonist. There is a small line on the panel. Ding! You have unlocked the Get Stronger by Killing Zombies system. Grass. Seeing this scene, Chen Mang, slightly stunned and then couldn't help but curse. Is this world's movie all ing shot like this? Chapter 87, Train Radio Level 10 Supermodel Effect. The Doomsday Abyss is 2,000 meters deep in the ground. Inside the cave, Diao Zi is holding a gun looking toward the group of working slaves constantly patrolling back and forth. Do not dare to slacken off at all. Now there are more slaves. Not like in the past. The slightest mistake. He is dereliction of duty. Not that he was worried about a successful slave riot. After all, there was Master Mang. But some slaves have to die to put down a riot, and 80% of the blame for that lies with him, the head of the beaters. Just then, Pio, a side of the black consumption, sneaked over and whispered, "There are still cigarettes or not?" A day did not smoke, mouth a little greedy. Pio couldn't help but frown at the sight. "Didn't I plan the patrol route for you? Who told you to run blindly? In case something goes wrong you take the responsibility? I'm out of cigarettes too. Hurry back. Hey." After black consumption snapped and laughed, he lowered his voice. "A few days ago in Taiping City ruins we are not scavenging a lot of cigarettes. I was letting Brother Biao keep a few packs. The result is that you turned it all in and said that Master Mang will definitely give us a share. And now there is also no share. Why don't you go talk to Master Mang about it? Diaozi looked at Black Consumption with an expressionless face, and was silent for a long time before he softly said, Black Consumption, the end has not yet come. I am your foreman. You followed me all the way to the construction site, and I was the one who brought you out of the village. I've taken you with me wherever I've gone since the end came, and I've saved you a few times. You haven't forgotten these 2 favors, have you? Didn't forget. Why? Then in the future, don't say these words that make it difficult for me. Diaozi patted Black Consumption's shoulder and said softly, a few days ago, you said in the carriage that you could play with Ji Chu Chu, saying that it was something that Master Mang had promised to do well, and at that time, the pig carriage chief's face went black. Is that something you can say? Everyone knows you're positioned in the train as my confidant, the one who's been following me from the start. And where are you putting me when you keep mouthing off like this? Let me ask Master Mang for cigarettes? Do you think I have the face for it? Or do you? If I were to turn you down, is it possible that you might still grumble at me for it? Thinking that I'm not even willing to look out for your feelings as an old buddy now that I'm doing so well? I'm not telling you this much. I'm not lecturing you. I'm hoping you'll try not to talk out of your ass in the future. I'm not that high up in the train. I'm the head punching bag to put it nicely. But to put it poorly, Master Mang just needs such a position and doesn't really care who sits in that position. Can you understand? Look at Erdnase. He basically doesn't say a word during the week, and now he's patrolling the route I've planned. Learn more from him. Don't think about anything else while you're working. Go on. 2 eggs and Black Consumption. Both had been with him since before the end of the day, both from the same village. This is the case with many guerrilla contracting teams, where the workers are all from their own villages and are united when they go out. Brother Bill, but I remember you still have a pre-mortem cigarette in your pocket? Why don't you give me that one first? Diaozi looked at the suddenly somewhat unfamiliar Black Consumption in front of him for some reason, and after a long period of silence, he took out the cigarette case from his jacket pocket, took out that last remaining cigarette, and handed it to Black Consumption. He looked toward Black Consumption's departing back for a long time without speaking. Only a hint of gloom gradually surfaced in his eyes. It's his pre-mortem cigarette. Although it was going well now, no one knew when he would die in the apocalypse. So he always kept a cigarette in his pocket and called it the pre-mortem cigarette, which was smoked on the verge of death and was equivalent to a not-so-perfect ending to his life. This is something Black Consumption is aware of, but he didn't expect Black Consumption to ask him for this cigarette. Black Call had been drifted a bit, especially with so many new slaves joining in, and every slave seeing him with respect, making Black Consumption really think that he was in a high position within the train, without even realizing who gave him his current position. When Old Peg knocked Black Consumption today, he was actually knocking him, and although he was a bit embarrassed at that time, he still took over the conversation for Black Consumption. Now, it seemed that if he didn't completely change Black Consumption's character, in the future, Black Consumption would even bring him the danger of extinction. He knew that Black Consumption enjoyed the feeling of being on top. He himself had just joined Master Mang at that time, and when he first went out on field duty, Black Consumption had suggested that he had hidden the train order he had picked up for himself, and that he should find a chance to set up his own business in the future. And he could actually understand this kind of thinking. It was just that this kind of off and out of timely thinking was extremely fatal in the stellar train. Diaozi sighed lightly and looked down at the Tinglong assault rifle in his hand. He and Black Consumption after all have been together for so long, surely not to do away with Black Consumption for this small matter. He admitted that he is not a good person, but to do this to his own brother, he still a little bit can't do it. Wait for a chance to talk to Black Consumption tonight. Something's bound to happen if it keeps going like this. Black Consumption's mind is on a very dangerous edge. Stellar train room. Chen Mang was resting his feet on the table, holding a bag of potato chips in his arms and enjoying the apocalyptic movie of this world on the screen. Although the plot advancement was a bit dogmatic, but the whole thing was still very good. You can actually see the culture of the world in the movie. It's kind of nice to have that kind of insight into a world. He hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. There aren't many moments in the apocalypse where you can be this relaxed. He glanced at the train radio again. He had asked in the train station a few minutes ago who had the parts that could make oxygen and the headlights in their hands. He had just sent the message and it had instantly blown up on the train radio. A lot of people were excited, talking about worshipping the big man, asking about his experience, etc. But, until now no one has chatted with him privately that they have the relevant parts in hand. Aha! Chen Mang suddenly thought of something, put the chips aside and took out a bottle of ice-cold cola and drank half of it before sitting up straight on the console and looking at the green-grade accessory train radio in front of him. This accessory is level 1. Of course, he had never thought of upgrading this accessory before. After all, according to the information he had gotten, this accessory did not have any effect bonus after upgrading. Upgrading and not upgrading had no effect. But he suddenly wanted to see just now what supermodel effect this accessory would have if it was raised to level 10. say it and do it. After consuming 9,000 units of iron ore, train radio, the most commonly used and most easily overlooked accessory, was successfully upgraded to level 10 by him and gained 2 corresponding overmolded effects. Train radio level 5 supermodel effect. You can place your speech at the top of the screen, consuming 10 units of iron ore each time. Train radio level 10 supermodel effect. You can trade with other train captains through the train radio. Ha! Chen Mang froze in place slightly, a hint of shock flashing through his eyes. He had only playfully raised his train radio to level 10 because he was sitting on 2 level 2 iron mines and wouldn't have to worry about iron ore for a short period of time. But I didn't realize the supermodel effect was so sick. Level 5 supermodeling effect, equivalent to a controllable ad space. It goes without saying that the level 10 supermodel effect simply saves his time dramatically, and he doesn't have to go to the rally to trade with others in the future. Just trade directly remotely across the sky. It was far more than he expected. He had thought that the supermodel effect would, perhaps, be the ability to join other areas of the chat room to come. Yesterday when he went to the Kunlun mountain, then busy he still looked at the train radio, and found that the train radio was blank at that time, and did not join the Kunlun mountain area of the chat room. It should be because he was just a passerby, and did not formally enter the green area of the reason. The permission is not enough. Good stuff. Chen Mang looked at the other usually inconspicuous white accessories inside the train room, such as that telescope, and decided to upgrade all the accessories that could be upgraded after this batch of iron ore was excavated to see the supermodel effect. Maybe any unassuming accessory has a 6 supermodel effect. Before he upgraded train radio, he didn't know that the effect of this accessory would be so perverse. Immediately, no stops were made. A direct message was sent, topping the top of the list within the train radio. Stellar train, we are looking for blueprints of oxygen-producing parts, headlights, and other parts, etc. Anyone who has blueprints of parts of any grade can send them to me privately to discuss the price. The words were wrapped in a gold frame that took up 1/7 of the screen and stayed suspended at the top of the train's radio chat room, looking extremely solid. The crowd on the train radio who happened to be following the train radio, on the other hand, snapped out question marks. Iron Tree Train? Please let me live. Train? The maggot train in the sea of? Tonsils never speak train, brother. How did you get this golden box on top of your speech? Protagonist train, wait. Brother, you've got this plot I've read about in. Did you know ahead of time that Doomsday was coming? And then you just happened to be able to kryptonize. And then you kryptonize tens of millions of dollars before Doomsday? Hong Chi Gong train, I've given my AI all kinds of crap, and he still won't answer how exactly I can get to the top of the gold frame. Chen Mang swept through the train radio, quickly filtering out the useless nonsense, and didn't find the news he wanted to see. And right at that moment, his train radio suddenly rang with the ticking sound of a private chat. The visitor was none other than that protagonist train. Honestly, he didn't know what kind of person would name their train that. But it's okay when you think about it. Everyone is a protagonist in their own story, and he's a protagonist in his own life. And the message from the other side was brief. I have accessories that make oxygen. What do you want? Make an offer. No price. Brother, I'll give it to you. At the sight of this line of words, Chen Mang even doubt that he is not wrong. Big brother, here is in the Doomsday. Hey, you an accessory blueprints for nothing. You do charity? It's taking a life for charity. Here's some iron ore for you. Take it and upgrade your own train. Wouldn't it be nice to keep yourself alive in the apocalypse? What? Brother, I've noticed you since you first appeared on the Iron Range Wasteland regional rankings, and then you quickly rose to dominate the top of the charts. I think you have the look of a protagonist. According to my experience, before the protagonist has really risen to the top of the charts, you'll definitely have a big blessing in the future. He said, it's not like I can use this oxygen-making accessory, so even if I give it to my brother I won't lose anything. I only pray that when you truly rise to power in the future, brother, you will give my brother some margin to live for a few more days. Brother, send me the coordinates and I'll send them to you. Chen Mang expressionless look at the private chat skybox. These lines, can see, this buddy should be no less read. On the protagonist theory extremely firm, this kind of people once selected their own heart. Think of the protagonist, that will make their own efforts to embrace the protagonist's thighs. Can't say it's good, can't say it's bad. It just feels weird because he's always been more of a firm believer in the benefit theory, that he himself might die someday. What with the protagonist theory and all, and he's never believed in that. No, you send me your coordinates and I'll trade across the room. I'll try. On the other side of the Iron Range Wasteland, inside a Class 2 train, a young guy sitting at the console tentatively typed his coordinates into the chat box before he had time to react and saw the top of the train radio next to him. A golden balance scale slowly emerges. The left end of this balance scale was illusory and the right was physical, and he tentatively placed the green grade accessory blueprint in his hand on the right side. The next moment, it was accompanied by a flash of white light. the accessory blueprint had disappeared. Holy! The young guy couldn't help but jump up from the console, looking incredulously at the scene, his whole body frozen in place. So high-tech? As far as he knew, even a level 3 train didn't have the feature that allowed for remote trading. How did this stellar train do it? The reason why he noticed the stellar train was because when the regional ranking first came out, he happened to be ranked one place lower than the stellar train, and subconsciously tried to catch up with the stellar train. In the end, chase after chase, the stellar train popped list 1 went. He was the one who had witnessed the entire exponential and perverse development of that stellar train, forcing his way to the top of the list with a level 2 train and suppressing a bunch of level 3 trains. Immediately after that, before he could react, the original illusory left side of the balance scale also passed a whole bunch of stuff that crackled and fell all over the console. There were 2 cigarettes, 1,000 units of iron ore, 10 hot meat loaves, and even a pornographic magazine. This brother, the young guy looked at this pile of things, and finally picked up the pornographic magazine with a somewhat dazed look and muttered, "The work is enough to speak." This brother did not forget that I am also a conductor. There is no shortage of women. However, he quickly lost some of his face again. Brother is rejecting his gesture of goodwill. Just then, his train radio ticked again. Good intentions are appreciated. Don't give away favors so easily with your underpinnings at the slightest moment. These are life-saving things. A little gift. Take it. Chapter 88. It's the end of days. What do you think it is? Playing house? The young guy looked at the message sent by the stellar train and froze slightly. Then he still couldn't help but smile. Brother still claimed his favor. Wait for the stellar train to rise completely later. In case one day he was in a crisis of certain death, maybe this love could save his life. Not only, but also, still good. He looked at the pornographic magazine in his hand and kept flipping through it. Not to mention that, although he had no shortage of women, this magazine gave him a different feeling, a feeling that he was still in a civilized society. Just then, son, the door to the train room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man, full of bitterness, whispered, "You're a conductor now, and I'm at least your father, so I can't enjoy my happiness? Enjoy the blessing?" The young guy frowned and said with a serious face, "What blessing is this? It's the end of days. What do you think it is? Playing house? One less person digging. The train develops a little slower. Today you enjoy your happiness, tomorrow I enjoy my happiness. And another day we all go to hell to enjoy our happiness slowly. Don't you understand this truth? Okay." The young guy will be 5 meat buns and a cigarette as well as the pornographic magazine sneaked into the father's arms, whispered, "Take it to hide. To give you a little stove. You certainly cannot rest. You want to rest. My 2 uncles and 3 aunts and so on, they certainly have to strike. I'm having a hard time controlling the situation. Don't spoil it for me, haha." Alas, the middle-aged man sighed lightly, and looked down at this pornographic magazine in his hand. "I understand the reasoning, and it's okay to mine every day, but you play so flowery every day. Can't you let me also follow to enjoy the blessings? Your mom left too early, and I have not married for life. Don't think about all this sorry mom stuff. I'm telling you, old immodest, but when you play that fancy, you do right by your mom? That's your wife, not mine. I don't have a wife. It's none of my business." Also, green grade vehicle accessory blueprint oxygen concentrator. Chen Mang looked at the blueprints of the fittings in his hand, a moment of some emotion, although he did not quite recognize the youngster's approach, but he had to say that the youngster had helped him a lot. With this thing he did not need to worry about the problem of oxygen. Not only do you not need to worry about whether there is enough oxygen in the cave when you are digging, even the 4 refrigerators stuffed with slaves had a sufficient supply of oxygen, and in the future there would be no need to build slave carriages. All the slaves were stuffed into the refrigerators, and the 4 slave carriages that were originally built would be treated as high-level slave carriages, which could only be enjoyed by level 1 slaves. Crafting this accessory requires 500 units of iron ore. Not too expensive. Immediately, he spent 500 units of iron ore to create an oxygen generator in the known slave carriage number 10 and spent another 9,000 units of iron ore to level it up to 10. With each upgrade, the amount of oxygen produced increases, and of course the energy consumption can also increase. A level 10 oxygen generator is fully sufficient to create oxygen for 1,000 people to breathe in an oxygen-free space, and the accessory circuit system is connected to a generator, which is considered to be a major energy consumer when activated. A 100% Class 1 energy stone will allow a Class 1 train to travel for 100 hours, which will allow the current stellar train to travel normally for 60 hours. Available for Class 1 off-road motorcycles for 100 days of continuous driving. There were currently quite a few energy-consuming accessories inside the train, most of which of course didn't need to be turned on at all times, and the energy stone that had been stuffed into the generator the last time still had 37% of its capacity. The oxygen generator also gains 2 supermodel effects after leveling it to 10. Oxygen Concentrator Level 5 Supermodel Effect. Oxygen Concentrator can be linked to the Train 8 AI, which will automatically control the amount of oxygen dispensed from the oxygen concentrator according to the level of oxygen deficiency in the space, and requires the Train 8 AI, which is a green grade accessory, to be raised to full level. Oxygen Concentrator Level 10 Supermodel Effect. It will analyze the air quality of the surrounding environment in real time and synchronize the report to the Train Assist AI. Aha! Chen Mang lightly raised his eyebrows. This effect was not bad. Both of these effects were quite useful. He left the train room and made his way through the cars, eventually arriving at gnome car number 10 and looked over at the oxygen machine sitting in the corner. It looked a bit like one of those large bubble machines that wedding companies use with a large air jet. When it starts to run, a large amount of oxygen will be spit out of this vent. At this time, it is already running. With the current concentration of oxygen production, continuous operation for 24 hours, it will probably make the level 1 energy stone drop about 50%, equivalent to using a day to spend 250 units of iron ore. Compared to the other accessories, energy consumption is considered awesome, but it saves a lot of money compared to the slave's mouth. Buzz off. With a humming sound, the oxygen generator had begun to work and large amounts of oxygen began to pour into the cavern. Pretty good. It's kind of cardio too. Chen Mang couldn't help but be amused by himself. Reviewing the surrounding would have wanted to find someone to explain his laugh, but saw that the people around him were busy. Only the old pig noticed him. Only that face full of serious and respectful look. Let him skimmed his mouth and waved his hand to indicate that the old pig didn't need to come over, and then walked back to the train room alone. Better finish that unfinished movie you just watched. Phew. Among the slaves, a young boy came up next to Uncle Lee and carefully scanned the surrounding area before whispering, "Uncle Lee, didn't you say that you have a plan to move up a step when a new slave joins the train? How is the progress now? Wait a little longer." Uncle Lee swung the pickaxe in his hand and slammed it heavily on the iron ore in front of him, shaking his head. "We haven't found anyone who isn't long for the world yet." His plan was actually quite simple. Find the ungrateful among the new slaves, preferably the kind that wanted to incite the slaves to start a riot, and then when the riot had just begun, he and this young fellow beside him would put a stop to it straight away, thus showing his talent to bring himself to the attention of Master Mang. But the new slaves are coming quite a lot, just that none of them seem to have the idea of inciting the slaves to start a riot, making him a little embarrassed for a moment. He used to be in other compartments, but there were riots from time to time. How is it that here, there is not the slightest hint of a riot? How is he going to get ahead without a riot? Talent is something like, you have to come out of your ass for people to see you clearly. Oh, so you have talent. Otherwise people can't see it even if you have a belly full of, especially in the end of this environment. Out of the head is a difficult thing, but also to master a degree. Strong head is even more dangerous. Oh, the young boy scratched his head. There wasn't much he could do. His solution was to follow Uncle Lee. He had a simple mind, so his solution to problems had always been to follow a smart person. Let the other person solve the problem, and he'd just follow behind and eat the leftovers. Mining is a physical job. Small talk passes a lot of time. Uncle Lee, have you ever been a virgin? Uncle Lee blankly eyed the young boy with an expressionless face and didn't reply, just continued to swing his pickaxe to work. The young boy didn't care. He just swung his pickaxe while muttering to himself, I actually had a strong virginity complex before the end came, and every time I went on a blind date, I would ask the other person if they were a virgin, but every time I would be called a pervert. As if that's an offensive question. It's not like I'm discriminating against non-virgins. Can't I just screen them in advance? And aren't they also screening in advance when they ask me if I have a car or a house? I'll be darned. I've just always wanted an absolutely clean relationship, and I haven't found one until the end of time has come and gone. When the end comes, it will be even more impossible to find a virgin. Uncle Lee, you're saying it's impossible for me to find a virgin in my life, right? Ugh. Uncle Lee sighed softly before he said somewhat wearily, you're not being offensive or not, but you don't have the emotional intelligence. Just like when you were a kid and did poorly in your exams and your relatives asked you how many points you scored in your exams. Can you be in a good mood? And, as a middle-aged man, I give you advice. The emotion thing isn't supposed to be clean. A clean thing slightly dusty is extremely harsh, but an unclean thing even slightly stained is not too eye-catching. And who can guarantee that they will be clean for the rest of their lives? Why don't we just find someone who's not doing it? And even if something does happen in the end, it won't be so painful. As for the virginity thing, I haven't had one since I was 16. There was a flash of doubt in the young man's eyes. Is there a trick to it? No. Uncle Lee shook his head. It's something I accepted from the time I realized that none of the girls I liked were virgins. And these days, where there are virgins, that's a rarity. If you can't change the world, you can only change yourself. Just then, I am. Only to see behind the two. A woman carrying a pickaxe foot 1 meter 8 body tendon meat will head into the middle of the two people with a face full of excitement and reddish blush shyly said, "You two have given me to say excited. I am the virgin. That, little brother, why don't I give you this virginity?" The young boy looked somewhat confused at the bespectacled woman next to him and muttered in a trance, "A nice strong woman. Sister, I have a pickaxe here. Why don't I lend it to you? I'm still young. My mom says I'm not old enough to be in a relationship. Will you leave me alone?" Oh. The middle-aged man swept an expressionless glance at this woman behind him. If it's her like this, then it's not surprising. The words just fell. This just now also full of shy woman face instantly gloomy up. Immediately got up and stretched out his right hand such as carrying a small chicken general. The middle-aged man high in the air one word, explain. What is called ing also not surprising. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed a trace of panic. Limbs helplessly in the air constantly fluttering. Have the heart to say something, but by the collar of the clothes strangling the neck cannot say a word. "You, what do you want?" Next to the young man saw the face slightly changed. Immediately got up and yanked to the woman's right hand. Want to pull the woman's right hand down from the air, but tried a few times but found that it simply cannot be yanked down. Directly clasped his hands tightly, feet up in the air. In an attempt to use the weight of the body will be the woman's right hand pressure down. However, it still doesn't work. After a few fruitless attempts, the young man simply used the woman's thick right arm as leverage and did 3 pull-ups in place before standing on the ground and patting the dust on his body and letting out a long sigh. "Uncle Lee, I tried my best." And that's when Gao Zi, who was patrolling on the side, noticed this scene, and immediately with a gloomy face directly loaded the Tinglong assault rifle in his hand and aimed it at the woman's head hoarsely saying, "Let go." The woman didn't dare to ignore Gao Zi's warning, and immediately let go of her hand and placed Uncle Lee on the ground before she whispered in a somewhat aggravated voice, "He said I'm not wanted." Gao Zi pressed and didn't bother to pay attention to the conflicts between these slaves, just coldly sweeping his eyes over the women. "Next time, pick a comfortable death for yourself." Afterwards, he took a big step, but when he turned around, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Is this woman's strength too damn exaggerated? In the era of peace, it felt like there was no problem in beating 3 adult males. Oof. The woman was a little upset, skimmed Uncle Lee, before carrying a pickaxe to the side to continue digging to go. Digging extremely hard. That efficiency is even higher than many men. While digging while the mouth also muttered, 1 fresh meat, 2 fresh meat, 3 fresh meat. Inside the stellar train, Chen Mang, who was lying on the seat and looking intently at the screen to enjoy the movie, suddenly heard a knock on the door in his ear, and frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Enter, Master Mang." Old Pig pushed the door in, his face full of respect and whispered, "Black consumption, and I said something. I think it is necessary to report to you in time. Master Mang, you see how to deal with it." "Black consumption, tell Master Mang about it." "Good, Black consumption." Who came in behind Old Pig, first laughed dryly with a respectful face full of smiles for a few moments before hastily opening his mouth. "Master Mang, you don't know that Biaozi has actually been a train conductor for several times, and the highest time was even the conductor of a level 2 train. The reason he handed over that train order the first time he went out into the field was simply to intentionally make Master Mang think that he didn't have the heart to set up his own business. These days, I have a deep affection for the Stellar's trains. Biaozi will definitely rebel later. Master Mang, after all, he's been a conductor several times, so he's definitely not willing to stay under someone." The words fell. Black Consumption hands clenched his own corner of the coat only to feel his palms or sweat his own rather rapid breathing sound, and that rapid heart-beating thumping sound, in his ears violently ringing. For a while, no one spoke. I don't know how much time has passed. Yes, lying on the seat of Chen Mang suddenly satisfied with a high roar, looking at the screen to play the movie, leaning on the back of the chair in a good mood to smile and light a cigarette into the mouth. Cool enough. Zombies have to be so addictive to kill only painfully well. I've got itchy hands from watching, so I'll go kill some walkers in a few days. It was then that Chen Mang swept his eyes at the 2 old pigs standing aside and casually waved his hand. "Have Biaozi come over to see me." The old pig lowered his head and was just about to open his mouth when he heard Black Consumption beside him already answering with an agitated expression. Immediately his brows furrowed darkly, but he didn't say anything. He just answered once again and guided Black Consumption out of the train room. Chapter 89, You Can't Sit on the C-Seat Without Being Ruthless. Sure enough, Black Consumption, who had just stepped out of the train room, couldn't help but smile, and inclined his head to look at the old pig on the side. "Thanks for informing Captain Pig. You'll have to take care of me in the future." The old pig paused for a moment before smiling rather naturally and kindly. Good talk, good talk. Master Mang should kill Piao. After all, Piao hid the fact that he was once a conductor. Normally speaking, it's supposed to be killed according to the customs of the wilderness. That's steady. And that's when Biaozi has already received the letter. Just walked to the no. 2 carriages and then met with the old pig Black Consumption and others. P.O. Black Consumption, hands in pockets, looking at the oncoming Diaozi, smiled and said, "Thanks for telling me. Mang Master just need this position, and do not care who is sitting in this position. This position you can sit, and how can I not sit? I have denounced you to Master Mang." Nervous? People, once they have something to lose, just like you are now. You look at your face and it's white. Originally do not know why the Mang Master called his own past Diaozi. In hearing the Black Consumption of this, such as the thunderbolt-like face instantly white, full of incredulous eyes staring at the Black Consumption of that smile on the face. At this point, Black Consumption looked extremely strange. He didn't expect Black Consumption to turn him in. His body was trembling because he could not stand steadily. His eyes were red and he clenched his teeth and said, "Black Consumption, I have treated you well. Not thin?" Black Consumption face instantly ugly down. "We just with Mang Master. The first night vigil, why you want to let me go? So many people do not use. You use me?" Diaozi took a deep breath, also disregarded the old pig is next to the sobriety directly to pick up the words. "At that time, everyone disobeyed me. Only you and Erden were the ones who had been following me all along, considered my close friends. So who would I let go if I didn't let you go on night watch? And you even fell asleep during the night watch that night, causing the train to be surrounded by zombie wolves. Afterwards, Master Mang's accountability is the old man to bear down for you. Did you forget?" Ha! Black Consumption sneered and didn't bother to say anything more, just inclined his head to look at the old pig. "Pig car chief, still have cigarettes? Borrow a cigarette." Yes, there was no extra expression on the old pig's face, just peacefully pulling a cigarette out of his pocket and handing it over. Black Consumption took the cigarette and walked to the front of Diaozi, stuffed the cigarette into Diaozi's mouth and lit it for him before patting his cheeks. "It's okay, brother knows that you have the habit of liking to smoke dying cigarettes. Didn't he take away your dying cigarettes just now? Now fill you in. Smoke it so you can go on your way in peace." Diaozi cheeks bloodless, eye sockets red. Will this just lit cigarette spit in the face of the Black Consumption? And then only across the Black Consumption looked aside the old pig, voice trembling from fear and forced calm to open. "Pig car captain. Mang Master, what state? Can leak a wind not?" The old pig shook his head. No extra expression on his face. "I don't know. How many % do you think I have?" "I don't know. Not 1%? The old pig shook his head again. "Not sure." As a subordinate, it was not a good habit to randomly speculate on the mental activities of the superior. He had been a subordinate for too long. He might not be very good at how to get things done, but he still knew how to live longer. After all, in fact, to put it bluntly, in addition to those particularly specialized things, a lot of times actually who do the same. Even if someone else were to do it, it wouldn't be nearly as bad. After not prying a single word out of the old pig's mouth, Diaozi took a deep breath, forcibly stabilized his body, and straightened out the wrinkles on his clothes before turning around and picking up the freshly lit cigarette from Black Consumption's feet, ignoring Black Consumption's sneer, and holding it in his mouth. Standing in the doorway of the train room, he took 2 deep drags before sort of finishing his dying cigarette for himself. Only then did he extinguish the cigarette in the palm of his hand. As if his heart was dead, he slowly pushed open the door of the train room in front of him, and what came into his eyes was Master Mang, who was watching a movie with his feet resting on the table. He didn't dare to speak either. After just gently closing the train room door, he stood extremely quietly and waited patiently. The only sound in the room was the narration of the movie characters' conversations, which was like white noise, and made his body a little uncontrollably weak. I don't know how much time has passed. When the sound of the movie's credits kicked in, Chen Mang, only somewhat uninterested in switching to the next movie, and pulled out 2 cigarettes from the cigarette box, casually tossing one to Diaozi, and lighting one for himself before carelessly saying, "Anything you want to say?" The words fell. Diaozi immediately body can no longer control the soft down, fell to his knees on the ground, red eyes, hoarse trembling voice, "Mang Master? I have been hiding, did not tell you. Mang Master is worried about Mang Master. You think that I once served as a train conductor, unwilling to live under the people. But, in fact, it was when I served as a conductor and failed several times, even coming close to being buried on the moors, that I learned how hard it is to become a conductor. I've watched the development of the stellar train these days, and I don't know how many times better it is than I was then. Master Mang, in my heart of hearts I really do look upon the stellar as my own home, and whenever it's late at night I can't sleep with pride remembering that I'm a member of the stellar. Since following you, Master Mang, I, Diaozi, have a clear conscience and have not done a single thing to apologize to you, to apologize to the stellar train, and these days I have been conscientious not to dare to have any slackness. There is a saying in our village, bitches come ashore, most exclusively. The same goes for me, Diaozi, and it is because I have seen the crises in the wilderness that I know more clearly how much of an honor it is to have the privilege of following you. Master Mang, if you can give me another chance, In the future, you will see my performance, but where I have a trace of your dissatisfaction, without the need for you to do it. Master Mang, you have a word. I will die myself. Strike that. Diaozi then buried his head in the floor. His body couldn't help but tremble as he waited for the final judgment. He had always been worried that this mine would blow up, but never thought that it would actually blow up one day. After a long time, Chan Mengtsai, who was reclining on the chair, casually inserted the burned-out cigarette into the coke on the side and whispered in a calm tone. This man you're holding, his name is Black Consumption, isn't it? I don't like it much. You see to it that it's taken care of. Diao's sun body violently stiff, and then heavily kowtowed 3 ringing head before the red eyes from the ground straight up body face when I do not know when has long been piled up with tear stains hoarsely said, Mang Master, later to see my performance. With that, he slowly exited the train room. Outside the train, was controlled by 2 thugs kneeling on the ground. Black Consumption, looking at the black hole in front of the muzzle, eyes full of fear struggling violently looking at the old pig tearing his heart and lungs high roar, mistake, you guys must be wrong, is to kill Biaozi, not to kill me. I get credit for reporting. After you kill me, who will dare to report it in the future? Can't kill me, can't kill me. The old pig looked at the violently struggling Black Consumption and sighed lightly. He had already knocked Black Consumption a few days ago, but it looked like Black Consumption didn't listen to him. Instead he gave himself to a desperate path. Black Consumption believes in the rules a little too much. By common sense, it really should have been Biao who died. Black Consumption until now has not understood. Although there is a set of unspoken rules in the wilderness, but each train is still the real clabbered conductor. The conductor said what is what. This is not the end of the day. Everything is in accordance with the rules and regulations to do things. If you ask for death yourself, no one can blame you. Black Consumption. Diaozi's eyes reddened as he carried the Tenglong assault rifle and walked to Black Consumption, putting the muzzle of the rifle on Black Consumption's head and said word for word, or Black Hua, which was your nickname in the village at that time. And then after everyone came out, you got the nickname Black Consumption due to your frequent fondness for stealing chickens and dogs. I've treated you well all these years, and in the end, you and I, brothers, ended up in such a situation, and it's also your own fault. Biao. Oh no. Biao. Biao. See absolutely no one to help themselves to speak of the Black Consumption. Eyes flashed a hint of despair voice with a sobbing voice, give a chance, leave me alive. Okay, in the future I am sure to listen to you. Never dare again. I really never dare again. Erden. We all came out of the village together. Say something for me. Can't say. The ill-spoken Erden shook his head and said in an urn with an ugly face, you even denounced your own people. If this were in the village, your family's reputation would have to stink to the point that you would be poked in the back every day. Diaozi squatted down, took out a cigarette from his arms and handed it into his own mouth to light it and inhaled deeply before stuffing the cigarette into Black Consumption's mouth and patting its cheeks softly. It's called dying smoke. Smoke the dying cigarette and get back on the road. That's the process. You and I are 2 brothers, so let me personally send you on your way. The next moment, not waiting for Black Consumption to say anything else, chugging, the piercing sound of gunfire slammed into the air, not noticeable in the crowd of clanking diggers who were on the other side of the train, slaves who didn't even know what was happening on this side of the train. TSK, standing on the side of the old pig, looking at the Black Consumption collapsed in a pool of blood smacked his lips. Some days ago when killing his own mother idle hands are shaking, now kill their former brothers. This hand how so steady it? The pig wagon master. Diaozi squeezed out a smile with some bitterness. Don't be sarcastic. I was talking nonsense that day. I was just simply frightened, worrying that in case I ended up like that after the thunderstorm. Well. Old pig couldn't help but smile and patted Biaozi's back. Go adjust your mood. I know you're not in a good mood right now. How can I say that it was once a brotherhood? But you've been blessed by a disaster this time. I'm going to find a place to bury him. Good. Inside the train's No. 5 compartment, Ji Chuchu sat by the window and clearly witnessed the scene, only that her face didn't have much expression. She just hummed softly as she straightened her hair with a comb. Since the end came, she had seen too much of this kind of thing. It's almost habitual. Chuchu-chan. A girl beside her with a gossipy face came up and said in a small winged voice, did Master Mang touch you after he let you go in alone that day? A few of the little girls next to him also immediately pricked up their ears. Although Ji Chuchu was treated as a first-class slave, she could reside in the beater wagon. And these girls beside her were all small stars, just not as red as her. Although they couldn't reside in the beater wagon, but it was still possible to come over and string them out occasionally. Touché. Ji Chuchu spat out her tongue and smiled. Master Mang is quite satisfied. Ha? This gossip asked the girl slightly stunned, a little puzzled. Since they have touched you, why not accept you? That way you are the second in command of this train. We can also follow you to enjoy some happiness. This train can be much stronger than our original one. Master Mang asked me how many people I've been ed by, and I told him truthfully, I think it's because I've been ed too many times. Ji Chuchu was not shy about it, and used extremely blunt words. You're stupid, the little girl said with some hatred. If you say you're a virgin, Master Mang might just take you in. Division? Ji Chuchu copied the mirror next to her and looked at her own face in the mirror, admiring it for a long time before she inclined her head and laughed. On my face, even if I was innocent before the end of the day. After staying in the end of the day for a year, what do you think the probability of me being a virgin is? I dare say that's only if Master Mang dares to believe it. And, even if I really was taken in at the beginning, my first time would definitely be to stay away from you guys and clear my relationship with you. Harem interference is a big no-no. By then I would definitely stay in the train room every day to focus on serving Master Mang. Where would I find the time to take care of you guys? Sister Chu Chu. A few little girls beside her pretended to look sad and wiped their tears. You're so cruel. You can't sit in the C-seat without being ruthless. Ji Chuchu looked out the window at the men who threw the bodies into the underground river. Her eyes narrowed and smiled without speaking. She did fantasize about this scene at the beginning, and then after seeing that Master Mang didn't have any ideas in this regard, she planned to change her mind. Men are more ruthless. It also needs a touch of gentle comfort. She could live well in the train with only the responsibility of providing that comfort. It was the capital that her looks brought her, and she had never actually understood why some beautiful women resisted living off their faces. Good-looking women don't need a face to eat. It's the same as a rich kid having to start his own business from nothing. Overdoing it to prove yourself to others only wastes the capital you should have. Train interior. Chen Mang didn't care too much about this little episode. He just watched a movie in its entirety once again before leaning back in his chair contentedly, and this time no one bothered him to watch the movie. It's not easy to have such a relaxing time in the middle of the apocalypse. Satisfaction. Just then, the train radio suddenly ticked. Someone had chatted with him privately, and after receiving the oxygen machine, he removed the need for the oxygen machine in that passage, and kept it on the top of the list for a long time and continued to hang on. Topping will probably last about 10 minutes at a time. He had the train assist AI keep helping him top new statements at regular intervals. And finally, after watching 2 movies, he was privately chatted with again. Chapter 90. What price do you want? I've got the blueprints for the headlight kit. What can you offer? Plain and simple sentence. What's your price? 5,000 units of iron ore. It's high, and the blueprints for the white accessories aren't worth the price. You're at the top of the wasteland train leaderboard now. Surely you're not that far behind in iron ore. As well, send me the coordinates of your train and I'll send them to you. Inside the train, Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as he played with the handle in his hand, a sharpened branch with brown bloodstains. It was a simple tool he had made for self-preservation when he had just crossed over to this world on the 3rd day. Once with this branch, he killed a man who came to provoke him. Although with the train's current power, he could no longer use the branch at all. It had a different sentiment for him, in those days when he could be buried in the wasteland at any time without the slightest sense of security. The flat, unassuming branch gave him his weak and only sense of security. He didn't mind making a trip to this man, and scavenging a bit more survivors from this man train in the process. He wasn't worried about the matter of not being able to afford slaves now. The iron mines deep underground in the Iron Ridge wastelands were his, and he was only worried that he didn't have enough slaves. Only, the opposite side didn't reply to the message at first, but after a long time, it replied again. 1,000 units of iron ore. Okay? Success. Chen Mang suddenly laughed. It seems that this person seems to have suddenly figured it out. Next to it, there will not be a high person to point it out. After placing 1,000 units of iron ore on one end of the scale through remote trading, the transaction was quickly completed and saved him a trip out of the house. After getting the blueprint of the accessory, the first thing he did was to slap it on the console, and when the blueprint transformed into a white point of light and merged into the console, the train soon possessed the permission to build this accessory. He actually always suspected one thing. Is it true that all trains, in fact, have the ability to build all the accessories? And the blueprints are merely a key to unlocking those permissions. And it wasn't the blueprints themselves that gave the train the tech to make this accessory, though that's as pointless as thinking about it as whether the chicken or the egg came first. But it's always hard to stop thinking about it. Headlights. A white accessory. He saw several trains with it. Not too rare an accessory, but for some reason he didn't have it. Not only can they be placed in the front of the car, it can also be placed in various areas outside the compartment. He built 3, placing them at the front of the car, in the center of the body, and in the last car, and consumed 400 units of iron ore to upgrade the headlights placed on the front of the vehicle to level 10. This accessory upgrade does not increase the brightness of the headlights, it will just reduce the energy consumption. The accessory itself can be far lit and diffused. The effect itself is still quite strong, and get 2 supermodel effects. Headlight level 5 supermodel effect. consuming one energy stone can instantly burst out an extremely blinding glare. The glare effect depends on the level of the energy stone consumed. Headlight level 10 supermodel effect, none. Chen Mang looked at the two supermodel effects and raised his eyebrows lightly. The first effect had nothing to say. It was a flash effect, belonging to the auxiliary effect, within his expectations, but I didn't expect the second supermodel effect to be nil. This was the first time he had seen a supermodel effect where the introduction was none. This means that not every accessory has an overmold effect at the corresponding level, and some accessories do not have a corresponding overmold effect when they reach a certain level. Pretty good. It seems that you don't need to consider upgrading the headlights accessory in the future. Level 1 is basically enough, and the effect of blinding glare can't be used most of the time. It's a soft control skill, right? At least he couldn't think of anywhere to use the effect so far, but when the three headlights were all connected to the engine through a circuit system, the cave, which originally had only some weak light sources, suddenly became extremely bright, and the strong light dispersed all the shadows. Consumption is not too much, far less than that of an oxygen generator. Along with the cave becoming extremely bright, Chen Mang was also the first to clearly see all the slaves who were working, and also saw the dozen or so slaves who were ting themselves in the far corners. In fact, there were times when it was not necessary to see so clearly. The number of people got to that four-figure level. Pooping and peeing is a big deal. It didn't even matter in the wilderness. Hold it in the train. Just pee and poop anywhere while the train was being repaired. But you can't pee and poop anywhere in a cave. So the old pig arranged for them to have a circle of area dedicated to toilets. Only, after all, it is more than 1,000 people. People have 3 emergencies. Not everyone can hold back. He used to be in the train of Master Cohen. Those slaves pulling in the carriages are commonplace. In case the train is in the state of sprinting, it cannot be for the sake of a person's 3 emergencies in situ to repair. The train is in dire need of restrooms, but he has not seen the blueprint of the accessory toilet. It is not possible to build 2 more refrigerators for use as toilets, so large enough to use, and then arrange for people to go in every day to clean up on the line. It's a little sketchy, but not impossible. Have to say, the refrigerator is really a great accessory. It's a large cold storage facility when the power is on. It can be used for storage when the power is off. It can be used as a dormitory. It can be used as a toilet now, and it can be used for soap when the mood strikes you one day later. Simply everything. It reminded him that the train was currently crowded and needed positions other than beaters and slaves, such as a cleaning crew, someone to clean the carriages on a regular basis. He was so dirty he didn't want to get off his feet when he went to check out the oxygen machine in Nome Car 10 today. Immediately copied the walkie-talkie. Old pig. Didn't more than 60 female slaves choose to dig yesterday? Women still can't compare to men in this aspect of digging. Go pick out 10 capable ones to specialize in cleaning the train. Pick another one who is young and good looking, with a flexible brain, not twisted in one direction, and specialize in cleaning my train room. Treatment continues to go at level 3 slave, with promotion based on days worked. Understood. After setting the matter in motion, it was only then that Chen Mang looked at the train panel. Inside the train there are now over 1,000 units of iron ore, and over 130,000 units of copper ore. Originally 140,000 copper ore. In the Kunlun Mountains when the consumption of a few thousand units of copper ore to kill the dozen or so through the mountain armor. In fact, with the car crossbow can also be completely killed, but the heavy machine gun damage to come a little faster, and the attack speed is faster and more stable. Any slower and the Pandolin would have gone into the belly of the rock snake. Copper mines are dug to be used. It would be foolish to be stingy and not use it, thus leading to missed opportunities. The iron ore is basically almost at the bottom, but it doesn't matter. When this group of slaves finish their work today, there will be a large amount of iron ore coming in. Go cut down some wood in a while. There aren't many accessories in the train that can use wood, but that clothing customization line is going to need wood to make clothes, and he's been wearing these clothes for a long time. It took a few washes, but it was always a bit inconvenient. When the time came, he would build him a well-fitting outfit, and in the meantime, he would build a new set of clothes for all the slave beaters as well. Think about it. Chen Mang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He had almost forgotten that this outfit was from his previous life. From the beginning it was hard to accept to now he had gradually integrated into this world. The memories of his previous life had also become gradually blurred. In one way, the world is a little freer. Whatever was in his mind, he could convert it into reality, as long as he possessed enough power and means. Soon, the day was over, when thousands of slaves lined up to receive bread. It almost didn't give the old pig a chance to die of exhaustion there. Before, when there were only 200 slaves, the old pig had no problem distributing the food by himself, but now he couldn't distribute it at all. On the advice of the old pig, from the group of women who were digging, 10 more were selected to take care of some of the chores. Along with a larger train population comes a lot more chores. Chen Mang did not have an opinion on this. The stellar train from the beginning of only slaves, beaters outside of these two identities, is gradually more other positions, which also means that the train as a whole is subconsciously towards the formal route. There's always a day. Inside the Stellaris train, a small society will form, and Chen Mang finally got his haul for the day. A full 110,000 units of iron ore. The resource detection radar estimated that these two level 2 iron mines could be mined at 380,000 units of iron ore. According to this progress, the 2 iron mines could be mined in 4 days at the most, which was not a little bit more efficient than in the Armageddon Abyss. That new group of slaves, although still not as efficient as the old slaves under conditioning, were already a lot stronger overall than before. Sure enough, it hurt to feed the slaves, but when the harvest began to be reaped, it was all worth it. It's all worth it. Chen Mang specialized in walking to the third cargo compartment, looking at the refrigerator that was stuffed with level 2 iron ore. His eyes were full of emotion and relief. He had spent so much effort in the past few days, going to Taiping City to search and rescue the survivors, and going to the Kunlun Mountains to risk his life to look for the pangolin armor for what? For the sake of not now. After seeing these things, all the hard work he had done all these days was worth it. In that case, he smiled, and the next moment came to start swinging for the fences. The first thing was the wind and fire wheel. The original level of the wind and fire wheel was level 5, and it required 5W units of iron ore to go from level 5 to level 10. He didn't bother upgrading it at that time, but now that he wasn't short of iron ore anymore, he naturally upgraded the wind and fire wheel's level at the first opportunity. In the wilderness, speed often means safety, and in some cases even works better than armor. Theoretically, it doesn't matter if you have a lower armor rating as long as you run fast enough. Each level of the wind fire will increases the cap speed by 20 km per hour. After leveling up to 10, the base speed went from 130 km per hour to 230 km per hour. And that's just the upper speed limit added by the wind fire wheel accessory. Plus the base speed of a class 2 train is 130 km per hour. The train's ceiling speed came directly to 360 km per hour. Of course, this is theoretical data. Because of the train's self-weight to be taken into account, the information given by the train auxiliary AI on the console is that the stellar train's current upper limit of the train's speed with the wind and fire wheels on board is 322 km per hour. This speed can basically win nearly all the monsters in the wasteland. In fact, this speed even in the Kunlun Mountains, there is basically no monster can catch up with him, except that the Kunlun Mountains the terrain cannot be used with the wind fire wheel, can only be used with the spider feet, and the spider feet have a fixed upper limit of speed. Chen Mang noticed at the first moment that in the three-dimensional train diorama on the console, the wheels composed of white dotted lines were constantly flashing. At that moment, he walked out of the train room and looked at the wind and fire wheel underneath the stellar train, raising his eyebrows lightly. So handsome? The originally pitch-black wind and fire wheel had turned a deep red color by now. It goes quite well with the all-black train. Black with red has been a classic color scheme since the beginning of time, and the wheels have become slightly larger and the hubs seem to be more aesthetically pleasing. In the meantime, he looked to the supermodel effect of the wind and fire wheels after he had risen to level 10. Wind and fire wheel level 10 supermodel effect. When speeding downwind in gusty weather, the wind and fire wheel is ignited and speed is greatly increased. Ignite? Chen Mang looked at this supermodel effect. Frankly speaking, a moment of a little bewildered. In the wilderness is okay. Our dry cracked soil, this if any day to go to the grassland. It just so happens that the season of the day are all dead grass. That's if the wind turbine is lit. Direct incarnation of wildfire. The ashes are all reduced to fertilizer. The effect, somewhat handsome, Chen Mang said thoughtfully with one hand propped up on his chin. In the wilderness he had only seen gusty weather once. That was when the tornado broke out a few days ago. The wind was quite strong that day, and even though he wasn't affected by the tornado in the Doomsday Abyss, he felt that the wind was indeed not small. Going to try it next time there's another gusty day on the moors. Let's see what kind of effect this wind and fire wheel is after being ignited. This supermodel effect is actually in his expectation. What type of accessories upgraded supermodel effect is basically what type. For example, the supermodel effect is a lifestyle accessory. Speed class accessories. Supermodel effects are speed class. There is no such thing as a lifestyle accessory. Say a refrigerator. Upgraded with a supermodel effect that suddenly turns into a bomb that blows up wherever it's thrown. That's the underlying rule of the world, and it's basically not going to be biased. Of course, can't help that some unique accessories will give birth to some messy supermodel effects. This one works pretty well. He's quite satisfied. In special weather, you can dramatically increase the train's movement speed, which is much better for both escaping and catching up. He then set his eyes on the Train Assist AI accessory. This accessory is arguably the core functional accessory of the train at the moment. Many of the accessories are connected to the Train Assist AI accessories. It costs 7,000 units of iron ore to go from level 5 to level 10. From level 1 to level 5 only cost 2,000 units of iron ore. From level 5 to level 10 this consumption of resources directly tripled more than. Chapter 91, What a Family. So made. Most white grade accessories only consume 100 units of iron ore to build. Then 100 units of iron ore to go from level 1 to level 2, and 200 units of iron ore to go from level 2 to level 3, and so on, adding 100 more units of iron ore for each level. Most green grade accessories, on the other hand, only require 500 units of iron ore to build, then 200 units of iron ore to go from level 1 to level 2, and 400 units of iron ore to go from level 2 to level 3. Each level up adds 200 units of iron ore. Not absolutely, of course. Some special accessories, such as carriage steel armor and wind and fire wheel, consumed a bit more iron ore to build and upgrade, especially armor, which was the most consumed accessory for upgrading that he had ever seen. So far, he hadn't even seen the supermodel effect of the accessory, and he didn't know when he'd be lucky enough to see it. What a ing drain on resources. The level 5 supermodel effect of a Train Assist AI is clusterthink. With each upgrade, the AI becomes more intelligent, can communicate more quickly with the conductor, and has enhanced arithmetic and ability to process information. The performance is on the train. The ability to control more accessories at the same time, such as controlling the speed of oxygen production while mobilizing the enemy radar and locking onto enemies within radar range with heavy machine guns. The current trend in trains is that most of the accessories at the back are basically mobilized by the Train Assist AI, so it is extremely important to level up the Train Assist AI, and after leveling it up to 10, he gains a brand new supermodel effect as well. Train Auxiliary AI Level 10 Supermodel Effect, can network intrusion, can decrypt, can break most of the network protection wall. Network intrusion? Chen Meng frowned slightly. This world is the internet, but all the ing end of the world, where there are operators responsible for maintaining the network has long since collapsed. This supermodel effect feels supermodel lonely. Only. Soon he pondered again thoughtfully. There was no more internet in the wasteland, but maybe there were still some connected places in the advanced areas, so he might be able to use it later. Anyway, something is better than nothing. Skill is not enough. It's the equivalent of most people learning to swim, who may not actually have a moment in their lives where they fall in the water, but in the event that they do, this skill becomes the last straw. After upgrading the Train Assist AI accessory, he looked at the Assist Gimbal accessory. This is a special accessory. It was not among the 12 accessories that could be built for a level 2 train, but he remembered this accessory vividly. When he was still a slave on Master Quinn's train, it was because at that time Master Quinn didn't want to build the accessory of the auxiliary gimbal. The result is that the train is not as nimble and thus has to leave all the cars behind and flee alone when it is about to be surrounded in the middle by a wave of corpses. The effect of this accessory is simple. It can significantly increase the flexibility of the train, so that the train does not need to make too big a detour when turning, and the turning arc is smaller. Building a gimbal is expensive. To build such an accessory requires 5,000 units of iron ore. It is no wonder that in the past, Master Cohen did not want to build it. It is true that the price is quite expensive, but there is no subsequent upgrades consumed by the iron ore. It is considered a one-time consumption. This accessory cannot be upgraded. The grade is automatically aligned to the train class. E.g., a Class 2 train would have a gimbal grade of Class 2. He tried. Even if he had level 0 access to unlimited upgrades, he couldn't do anything to upgrade this accessory, which just didn't have the option to upgrade at all. Accompanying higher grades will cause the train to turn in a smaller arc. After the build, underneath the bottom center of each car, 3 rollers similar to an airplane landing gear appear to aid in cornering. In addition this, Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, placing his sights on those other accessories that he had never upgraded before. Ever since he had experimentally upgraded the train radio, a mediocre and non-existent accessory, to level 10, obtaining the overmodeled effect of remote trading, he'd come to expect nothing less from these mediocre accessories. It doesn't matter if all 9 supermodel effects are crap. As long as there's a supermodel effect like remote trading, that's all earned. Nothing else. At least he thought that there should be no one else on Iron Ridge Wasteland other than him who would upgrade the train radio accessory. After all, this accessory had no effect after upgrading. After sweeping his eyes around the train room, he rested his eyes on the telescope. It was still a white accessory out of those 17 buildable accessories he had when he was in the level 1 train. A single product like the single bed, not a production line, and it only took 10 units of iron ore to build such a telescope. It can be a good price. In the absence of the solitary radar, binoculars were almost the only means he had to scout the distance. He hadn't used the binoculars in a long time after he had the Sojourner radar, and only remembered the accessory when he looked around the train room just now. All require only 10 units of iron ore to build, and consume even less to upgrade. Rise to level 10 with only 550 units of iron ore. After the upgrade, the visual distance is farther and clearer, but of course it is not comparable to the enemy radar, which can even see the faces of creatures and information about monsters, which is hidden information that telescopes can't do. Not to mention that even the enemies in the depths of the ground and the walls are clearly visible on the radar. After ascending to level 10, he also got 2 supermodel effects for it. Telescope level 5 supermodel effect displays the level of the monster that appears in the lens. Telescope level 10 supermodel effect, thermal imaging is possible. The 2 supermodel effects are quite general, basically a simplified version of the solitary enemy radar. After all, it is 10 units of iron ore to build, cannot ask for too much. And rise to level 10 only consumed 550 units of iron ore. The price also want what bicycle? Only. This is something that would be quite suitable for a novice conductor. Chen Meng, who had originally put the binoculars aside casually, was ready to continue his rounds to see what other unbuilt fittings were in the train, and when he just put his sight on the stereo, he suddenly thought of something and took the binoculars in his hands again. The first supermodel effect is at level 5 of the accessory. The second supermodel effect is at level 10 of the accessory, and after rising to level 20, a third supermodel effect is unlocked. Currently, there were no accessories within his train that had been raised to level 20, nor did any of them have the third supermodel effect, and an idea suddenly popped into his head just now as to what the third supermodel effect would be if he raised this accessory to level 20. Of course, the probability may be none. Like the train headlights, there is no level 10 supermodel effect, and some of the more basic accessories don't have much of a supermodel effect. But anyway, the resources needed to consume the telescope accessory are really small, so there's no harm in using it for experimentation. After consuming 550 units of iron ore, this white accessory telescope in his hand was raised to level 20 by him. It also resulted in a third supermodel effect. Telescope level 20 supermodel effect, can see through illusions. Vain? Chen Meng eyes flashed a trace of doubt. Doomsday out of a word of Buddhism looks really against the grain and completely unable to see what it means. What is called can see through the illusion? Instantly, he picked up his binoculars and looked out at the group of slaves who were sitting on the floor in the cave to eat. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. This looks silenced him straight away. It's really seeing through the illusion. In the telescope, at this point, all the slaves were naked. Naked on the floor, and all vanity was gone. Merely, he looked down at this telescope in his hand. If it was in a modern civilized society, this thing would surely be sought after by many people. Not that everyone was a pervert, but any human being must have an extremely strong voyeuristic desire inside. Especially the feeling that comes from sneaking around and observing others is too uptight. It's not just limited to peeping at other people's naked bodies. For example, peep into someone's diary, peep into someone's circle of friends, peep into someone's life, and more. But in Armageddon, this thing's existence is pretty low. After all, he is the conductor of the stellar ship. If he really has this idea, he will directly start to choose a concubine, where there is still the need for what telescope. I'll give him a clean line up and stand in line. He choose one by one. The words are true. But, aha! Chen Meng once again picked up the binoculars and looked at the group of slaves outside the window. This feeling is still quite novel. Is this the charm brought by black technology? This is also too black point. A few moments later, only then did he weigh the telescope in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle as he tossed it aside. He was holding a level 20 telescope, and it was expected that no one would believe that he had actually raised a telescope to level 20. He could actually take the telescope to level 10 and sell it at all. Quite a few newbie conductors are quite good at this stuff, but it's not necessary. A level 10 telescope costs 560 units of iron ore alone. How much is the right amount to sell when newbie conductors are poor? He can't earn much less, and those newbie conductors can't afford more. And the newbie conductors don't even have a train radio, so they can't even contact the newbie conductors if they want to sell them something. And they don't even have a sales channel. He couldn't just run around blindly in the wasteland all day looking for the rookie conductor. He might as well mine a little longer if he had that kind of time. Not only, but also, he also didn't really want to let his secret of infinite upgrades be exposed. People still need to be a little mysterious. It's not good to be too transparent. Finally, only then did Chen Meng rest his eyes on the car audio and built-in fire control system. These two accessories were the only two he hadn't upgraded yet, especially the former. He was curious about what the supermodel effect of the former's upgrades would be. Oh yeah, and there's an accessory that hasn't been upgraded. Production line for 5.56mm rifle cartridges. It was used to produce the bullets loaded for the Tinglong assault rifle. And the bullet production line he upgraded last time was for the heavy machine gun. And after upgrading all 3 of these accessories, most of the accessories within the stellar train were already all level 10, except for a few that were just too expensive, such as plating armor or something like that. Then upgrade the heavy machine gun bullet production line and rifle bullet production line to level 5. Maybe you can attach a little special effect to the bullets, such as armor-piercing bullets or something like that, and get the corresponding supermodel effect after that. The Stellar is just a really super full Class 2 train. There were more than a dozen level 3 trains in the Iron Range Wasteland, but none of these level 3 trains could compare to the Stellar train, which was still a level 2 train. On the bottom line, he even felt that even a level 4 train in an advanced area, also, well, that felt a bit big. But the level 3 trains in the Iron Range Wasteland definitely weren't as deep as him as all. It's not easy. After doing the next plan, Chen Mang only feel a body light, looking to the train panel that enough to have a sense of security in the number of iron ore, leaning on the back of the chair rather satisfied smile, will be feet on the table, lit a cigarette, let the dazzling smoke floating to the ceiling and along the skylight floated out. It's been so many days since I crossed into this world. It is only to this day that he has officially established himself in this world. When he finished digging up all the iron ores in the Iron Ridge Wasteland, there was no possibility for the monsters in that Kunlun mountain region to chase him away like they did last time. It's a good thing that you're not a soldier. Merely, Chen Mang looked at the screen of the console and saw that the integrity of the No. for living car and the coke production line and other accessories had been damaged to 70%, which was reasonable to say that the train would have been damaged frequently. There must be a way to fix the reduced intactness. After all, reduced intactness affects the functionality of the accessory. For example, the fixed cap speed is reduced quite a bit when the spider feet intactness is reduced. You can't just replace a damaged part with a new one, can you? What kind of family is that? So built? He asked around on a train radio and no one gave him an answer, except for the train of the bloodthirsty raging bull who chatted with him privately, saying that he'd seen a level 3 conductor talk about this on the radio once, saying that there was a way to repair damaged fittings once the train body was upgraded to level 3. Until you get to level 3, damaged accessories will have to make do with what you have, and you'll get new ones when you can't use them anymore. Chen Mang naturally know why there is not a level 3 train conductor out to answer. One is not this obligation. The other reason is that it is not very much want to tell him. It is estimated to see him a level 2 train firmly occupy the list of the first, more or less a little bit upset. Although I'm not afraid to show it anymore. It's always okay to ignore you, right? His answer to that was no. Before leaving the Iron Ridge Wasteland, he would visit each of his doors, especially the purple cloud that said he would touch base with him. I also don't know how that purple cloud that said it would touch base with him a few days ago felt after seeing his stellar train rapidly climbing up the Iron Range Wasteland power value area ranking and firmly occupying the top spot, and more or less should have a little bit of regret, probably still praying in my mind that he's not a vindictive person. Merely, not coincidentally, that's really what he is. You don't even know how to write Chen Mang's Mang until you touch it. Chen Mang looked down at the Mang birthmark on the back of his hand before he lightly smiled and shook his head. When people are in a springtime mood, they are in a good mood for anything. If only life could be springy all the time. Chapter 92, is this a hidden supermodel effect? Chen Mang looked at the iron ore units on the train panel, and now there were 61,000 units of iron ore. Those 110,000 units of iron ore are still pretty durable. Without much hesitation, he immediately consumed 400 units of iron ore to level up the car stereo accessory to level 10 as well, and gained 2 corresponding supermodel effects. This is a white grade accessory, which still consumes relatively few resources to upgrade. In-car audio level 5 supermodel effect. If the train is equipped with headlight and train assist AI accessories, the headlight will automatically change its light and color when music is playing, creating a stage light show that caters to the rhythm of the song through the visual effect of light. Car audio level 10 ultra modal effect. It can emit ultrasonic noise above 20,000 Hz, and if the grade of the energy stone consumed is high enough, it can create ultrasonic noise of even higher hertz. The first supermodel effect goes without saying. Normal human beings can hear the sound frequency of about 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, which is naturally formed in the evolution of human beings. If you can hear the sound of hertz lower, and even all hear the sound of organs writhing in their own bodies, the whole day will be living in the cacophony, and sounds over 20,000 Hz are already inaudible to the human ear. Aha! Chen Mang pondered for a long time, but also did not think that this supermodel effect has any application scenarios, unless there are some monsters that can hear extremely high hertz sound, and then use this audio can cause noise attacks on them? Forget it. Something is better than nothing. He then looked at the built-in fire control system accessory, which was currently the only muzzle to inward-facing accessory within the stellar train, and it was expensive to build, requiring a full 000 units of iron ore, which was already considered to be pricey among the green-grade carrier accessories. Upgrades are pretty expensive too. He hadn't bothered to upgrade before, but now that he had more iron ore, he naturally had to upgrade all the ones he hadn't bothered to upgrade before. It's actually quite unnecessary to upgrade this accessory. After all, this accessory is muzzle inward. Humans are not monsters. For humans, whether a heavy machine gun carrying a level 1 heavy machine gun bullet, or carrying a level 10 heavy machine gun bullet to hit the body, basically a shot to death. The accessory, a combination accessory consisting of several pocket-sized heavy machine guns, a scaled-down version of which is set into the ceiling at the end of each carriage. The accessory is the same as the heavy machine gun. Upgrades do not increase power. It will just boost effects like rate of fire, range, etc. And what the power of the shot actually is depends on what grade of bullet is loaded. You can't use high-level bullets with low-level heavy machine guns, and you have to level up your heavy machine gun by 3 to use level 3 bullets. So it stands to reason that this accessory is actually perfectly adequate at level 1. The reason for bumping it up to level 10 is purely to see the supermodel effects, so you don't miss out on some sick supermodel effects. After consuming 45,000 units of iron ore, built-in fire control system, a green-grade accessory, was also upgraded to level 10 by him, and 2 brand new supermodel effects jumped out of the water. Built-in fire control system level 5 supermodel effect, can fire blanks, consuming 1 unit of iron ore for every 10 blanks. Built-in fire control system level 10 supermodel effect, can fire a nerve bullet which is not lethal, but causes lethal pain. Ha! A trace of trance flashed in Chen Mang's eyes. Not that the effect of these 2 supermodels was too strong, but he originally thought that the upgrade of the built-in fire control system and the TriCat heavy machine gun would only increase the rate of fire, but he didn't realize that the upgrade of the built-in fire control system would also increase the number of heavy machine guns on the top of the ceiling of each compartment. The original stellar train had 10 cars, and a locomotive. 1 heavy machine gun was mounted on the ceiling of each carriage and the head of the train, with the result that there were now a full 10 heavy machine guns on the ceiling of each carriage. Inside the train room, sitting in front of the console, Chen Mang looked toward the train head ceiling that inlaid with 10 heavy machine guns, the black hole of the muzzle aimed directly at the train room door, which brings a sense of intimidation. Directly pull full. A riot? Now there's no need to worry about any riots anymore. What a joke. The stellar train currently has no more than 4 tripod heavy machine guns mounted on the carriages with their muzzles facing outward, while the pocket-sized heavy machine guns mounted upside down on the ceiling with their muzzles facing inward are 110 in number. These 110 heavy machine guns will easily slaughter 1,000 slaves, not to mention a riot, if they were doubled. The main one is efficient. Nuts. Outside the train. Uncle Lee, you have an idea? The young man sneakily approached Uncle Lee and whispered inquiringly. Aha! Uncle Lee's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at a middle-aged man not far away. He had already found a suitable target today under his observation. Although this man showed great effort when digging, he noticed that this man had been surveying the train's external accessories. Not sure what was being contemplated though, but this man was obviously dangerous and definitely had something inside him. Just then, only to see that middle-aged man suddenly break away from the crowd, quickly finish eating the bread in his hand to sneak towards the No. 10 goblin carriage in big strides, obviously preparing to do something unseemly. Here's your chance. Uncle Lee's eyes lit up, and he immediately got up and followed right behind, similarly heading towards the goblin carriage number 10, finally waiting for this opportunity to make his mark. As long as he could take down this middle-aged man at the first time when he was about to make a small move, he would succeed in getting the appreciation of Master Mang, and from then on, an increase in rank and glory would still be just around the corner. Come on, keep up. Good. The young man was not at all abrasive, and immediately copied a stone from the ground and stuffed it into his arms to stride after Uncle Lee. At the end of a day's digging, the pickaxes were to be turned in and handed out the next day. Just a dozen seconds after that middle-aged man sneaked into the No. 10 gnome carriage alone, Uncle Lee had already arrived with his intended beloved followers. Just as Uncle Lee swept into the interior of the carriage with an agitated expression, ready to find that middle-aged man who didn't know where in the piece he was wreaking havoc, looked around but didn't find anyone in the train. Looking closely again, he realized that the middle-aged man had already gotten into his refrigerator and found a spot against the door to lie down on the floor and prepare to fall asleep. Ha! Uncle Lee looked to the scene in front of him slightly stunned. What is the situation? Your sneaky look intends to do small actions of people. Alone slipped back to the carriages to sleep? In a trance, he seemed to see his dream of glory and prosperity shattered, and even somewhat out of character, he subconsciously murmured, "You're not here to wreak havoc? Sabotage?" The middle-aged man lying at the inner entrance of the refrigerator heard the sound, raised his body to look back at Uncle Lee and the two of them, and once again found a comfortable position to lie down, his voice full of fatigue. Don't take me with you if you're going to screw up on your own. From the first moment I saw Master Mang, the word loyalty came to my mind. I can't possibly do anything in my life that would be detrimental to Master Mang to the Stellar. I was born a Master Mang person, and I will die a Master Mang ghost. If you guys want to get into trouble, stay away from me. I won't get involved in anything. I just want to dig for minerals. Uncle Lee frowned. Talk there. Right, your sneaky look is not a good person, and now talk to him full of loyalty? Just then, the young man standing on the sidelines, extended his finger to carefully poke Uncle Lee, and looked up at the ceiling of Goblin Slave Carriage No. 10 weakly. Uncle Lee, why don't you look up? Although Uncle Lee didn't know what was happening, he still subconsciously looked up, and then remained expressionless and silent in his place. After a long time, he went to the 7th, 8th, and 9th compartments to look at them again, and then said nothing, but just jumped out of the compartment and walked to the side of the underground river, looking at the rolling river with despair in his eyes. 10. A full 10 heavy machine guns, mounted upside down on the ceiling of each slave wagon, covering every corner without any blind spots for firing, would completely empty a wagon full of slaves in just 10 seconds. It's easier than killing a chicken. He clearly remembered that there had only been one heavy machine gun on the ceiling of each carriage before this morning's digging, so how did he come back with 10? He understands, after all, the number of slaves has increased. There must be an increase in the number of fire weapons for internal deterrence to ensure the position of the Mang Master. If it were him, he would certainly do the same. But the Mang Master, are you not overly cautious? Are 10 inward-facing heavy machine guns per carriage really a deterrent? Is it really not about just restarting in 10 seconds and then changing the batch of slaves one day when the mood strikes? The young man cautiously came to one side and somewhat awkwardly whispered, Uncle Lee, so is that plan of ours still going to continue? Uncle Lee was silent for even longer this time, and only after a long time could he not help but crack. Plan the up. As far as that goes, who the dares to up? 104. The young man nodded rather approvingly. I think so. So what's the plan for a change? Uncle Lee, what's the plan? There's no plan. Uncle Lee turned to look at the young man with some irritation, asking me every day what my plans are. What do you take me for? External brain. You. Uncle Lee took a deep breath and once again turned his head to look at the river that kept crashing on the rocks, calming his mood down before saying one word at a time. Don't worry, give me some time. I'm sure I can come up with a new plan. The plan to take out the unopposed rioters is not going to work. Let me think again. Uncle Lee, I actually have a plan. You say? I think so. The Stellar Train is also short of management staff right now. After all, there are too many slaves. So how about you go directly to Master Mang and say that you are very talented and have management experience? Uncle Lee stared at the younger man with an expressionless inclination of his head. What do you think? If the world were so simple, everyone would be successful. Wait for my new plan. Stellar Train. Inside beater car number 5. Gao Zi, who was eating dinner, was casually surveying the slaves outside the window while chatting with the old pig, but immediately afterward, he seemed to notice something out of the corner of his eye, and his body stiffened slightly. Seeing Gao Zi's dissimilarity, old pig also followed Gao Zi's line of sight, and after seeing the additional 9 heavy machine guns on the ceiling of the beater compartment, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched before he lowered his head and chewed on the steamed bun in his mouth. Yummy. Love to eat. Hopefully I'll still have it tomorrow. Okay. Gao Zi suddenly let out a long sigh of relief, inclined his head to look at the end of the batter's carriage that was eating. Ji Chu Chu whispered. Mang Master touched her last time. Then the problem should not be too big. Indeed. The old pig nodded deeply at this, which at least showed that Master Mang had a normal sexual orientation, just a bit of a bad mouth. Otherwise, Master Mang doesn't play with women and doesn't have any fetishes, so it's really easy to worry if there's some kind of psychological problem. And for just one person with mental problems, it's not out of the question to just butcher everyone in your train one day when the mood strikes. It's time to sleep. Inside the train room of the Stellar, Chen Mang looked at the remaining 12,000 units of iron ore in the train panel, which was not quite enough, and prepared to go to sleep first, and then upgrade all the remaining accessories after the mining was finished tomorrow. After that it's almost time to move up to a level 3 train. This night, he slept soundly and dreamed a lot more. Merely, the thugs and slaves inside the Stellar Train slept more or less uneasily this night, partly because of the extra 9 heavy machine guns overhead, and partly because they were a bit guessing as to what Master Mang was thinking of. More or less terrified, Old Pig and Biaozi, in particular, were almost sleepless all night. Soon, the time then came to the second night. Chen Mang looked at the 134,000 units of iron ore in the train panel. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Today the slaves dug back a full 120,000 units of iron ore, an increase of 10 000 units of iron ore from yesterday. It's only been a day. And those new slaves became so efficient at digging? Must not. He looked with an odd expression at the 100 or so inward-facing heavy machine guns on the three-dimensional diorama of the train on the console screen. It couldn't be the effect of this thing, could it? Looks like the iron ore spent yesterday upgrading the built-in fire control system wasn't wasted. Is this a hidden supermodel effect? Only then did he look at the few remaining accessories, such as the crafting table. The crafting table was last upgraded to level 2, allowing him to create level 2 energy stones, and the price for creating a level 2 energy stone was 5,000 units of iron ore. It didn't continue to be upgraded at that time. After all, level 2 energy stones had completely satisfied his needs at this stage, and he couldn't use any higher grade energy stones. But you can go up to level 10 first to see the supermodel effect. There is enough iron ore for now. After consuming 6,000 units of iron ore, the accessory crafting table has also been upgraded to level 5 by him. Crafting station level 5 supermodel effect, none. Chapter 93, your train is upgraded to level 3. The supermodel effect is none. Chen Mang thoughtfully looked at this level 5 supermodel effect. He is now upgrading accessories are first upgraded to level 5. Is worried about this situation. If the level 5 supermodel effect is nothing, then the level 10 supermodel effect must also be nothing. But it also solved a question that had been in his mind for a long time. He is the one who has the level 0 permission of unlimited upgrade. That's why he can keep upgrading his accessories. And he can keep upgrading his armor, pickaxe production line, and such accessories to level 5, or even level 10. But the other conductors don't have that tactic. What should the other conductors do? When the train is upgraded to level 4, how can you face level 4 monsters without level 4 armor? And how can you mine higher level resource mines without a level 4 pickaxe? Now it seems that he has the answer in mind. That is, when the train is upgraded to level 4, there should be higher grade accessories for replacing the lower grade accessories within the current train. So it seems normal that the crafting table accessory level 5 doesn't have an overmolded effect. After all, the only effect of the crafting table upgrades is the ability to create higher grade energy stones. Chen Mang retracted his eyes from the production table and looked at the 2 bullet production lines. 5. 56mm rifle cartridge production line and 12. 7mm heavy machine gun cartridge production line. After spending almost 20,000 copper ore, all of these 2 accessories were upgraded to level 10. Get 4 separate supermodel effects. 5. 56mm rifle bullet production line level 5 supermodel effect. When producing bullets, it can make the bullets with flames attached, which will work wonders against some wood attribute monsters. The price remains unchanged. 5. 56mm rifle bullet production line level 10 supermodel effect. When producing bullets, it can make the bullets attached with cold ice, which is miraculous against some fire attribute monsters, and the price remains unchanged. 12. 7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line level 5 supermodel effect. When producing bullets, it is possible to produce split bullets, which will split into 3 in the air and remain the same power and price. 12. 7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line level 10 supermodel effect. When producing bullets, you can produce armor-piercing bullets, which are miraculously effective against heavily armored monsters, at the same price. Phew. Chen Mang, who was sitting in front of the console, took a deep breath. All of these supermodel effects were naturally strong, and would allow his fire weapons to have even more violent damage while keeping the price the same. To this point, basically, all the accessories in the stellar train have been upgraded, and all of them have their own supermodel effects. So it's time to start upgrading the train. He looked to the conditions that needed to be met to move up to a level 3 train. Upgrade requirements: have 10 cars, have all 6 required vehicle parts built, consume 5,000 units of level 2 iron ore, and all parts in the vehicle must be over level 40. The conditions are all met and have overflowed, nor would I want to delay it any longer. The next moment, when 50,000 units of iron ore were missing from the train, a white light was seen flashing from the console, and a translucent panel surfaced in front of it. Your train is upgraded to level 3. More buildable accessories will be unlocked, as well as having more personalization and useful features. Chen Meng's eyes were filled with vague anticipation as he looked towards the train panel. Train name, Stellar. Train level, 3. Train accessories, level 10 blade, level 13 spider feet, level 10 car audio, level 10. Number of carriages, 10. Or units, 7. 8W units of iron ore, 0 units of wood, 11. 2W units of copper ore. Inheritance value, 0. Upgrade requirements, 18 carriages, all 4 mandatory vehicle parts must be built. 1W units of grade 2 iron ore must be consumed, and all parts in the vehicle must be over level 80. PS, before leveling up to a level 4 train, you need to complete a transfer. and you can choose from the mechanical train and the flesh train, both of which have their own corresponding quests, which can be successfully completed after you have completed them. Finally level 3 train. The appearance of the stellar train is unchanged, and train upgrades don't give the train any increase in combat power. They only increase the train's base speed, as well as having more buildable accessories, and unlocking more features. For example, the base speed of a level 2 train is 130 km per hour, and after moving up to a level 3 train, the base speed comes to 160 km per hour. This is basically an enhancement that is better than nothing. On top of that, there are 9 more buildable accessories. 4 of the carrier fittings are mandatory to build, and in order to move up to a level 4 train you must first build all 4 fittings, leaving the remaining 5 buildable fittings as optional. Of course, for most people, what is called optional is also mandatory. After all, you won't be able to put together the total level of accessories needed for train upgrades without building these optional accessories, unless you have another source for accessory blueprints. Beyond that, the most obvious change is that there is an additional inheritance value on the train's panel. His inheritance value is 0. After having a high enough inheritance value, you can have a chance to trigger more encounters in advanced areas. There are just a few sources for getting legacy values. For example, taking in children under the age of 12 in the train, or using a doomsday marriage license to give a doomsday wedding to the survivors in the train. The former proves that even in the end times, there are people willing to think about human heritage. The latter proves that true love still exists even at the end of time, in a world where rites and rituals are in tatters. However, so far, he had never seen even one child, not to mention those under 12 years old, not even 15 or 16 years old. Pessimistically speaking, under the cruel environment of Armageddon, it should be difficult for this group of people to survive until 1 year after Armageddon. As for that marriage license of doom, he hadn't found a user for a while either. However, there was no hurry for the time being. Even with the inheritance value, it would only have an effect if he went to a high-level area, and he didn't intend to travel to a high-level area in the short term. And in looking at the 9 buildable carrier parts, he finally figured out how to fix the damaged train parts. Mechanical nano spider, yellow grade accessory, 1000 units of iron ore required to build. Combat training virtual space, yellow grade accessory, 1000 units of iron ore required to build. Built-in space stabilizer, yellow grade accessory, requires 1000 units of iron ore to build. Single skeletal armor production line, a yellow grade accessory that requires 1000 units of iron ore to build. These 4 fittings are mandatory fittings that need to be built and are required to get the train up to level 4. A trace of dissimilarity flashed in Chen Mang's eyes. These 4 buildable accessories are all very strong. The first nano spider is used to repair damaged accessories. Before this accessory, all the accessories are damaged. After the damage cannot be repaired, can only be just make do with the use, really cannot be used to rebuild another. Appeared a bit late. The accessory was only available for level 3 trains, but it's normal when you think about it. After all, for most of the first and second level trains, the parts they have are not much expensive. It doesn't matter if they can't really build another one. Unlike him, each part is extremely high grade, and if they are damaged, they will replace it, and then they will have to go bankrupt even if they have any leftover food. The second accessory and the fourth accessory, it's all used to improve the ability to fight alone. The former is responsible for improving combat literacy, while the latter is a single skeletal armor that further enhances the ability of a single soldier to fight. He read the latter's introduction. It wasn't some heavy armor, much less a mech. Similar to an abbreviated version of a steel skeleton affixed to the surface of the human body, it can increase a single soldier's overall physical fitness in many ways, and has no defense features, and is not hardened against bullets or monsters. Wear it inside your clothes and it doesn't look any different from the outside. Only, Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, he had always felt that upgrading the single combat capability was a pseudo-need. After all, the vast majority of the time the train took on all the combat capabilities, but after ascending to a level 3 train, 2 accessories that enhance the ability to fight alone appear at once, and it's all in buildable accessories. As the saying goes, first there was Pango, then there was heaven, and with the hookah there was pussy. If Pango did not open the sky and the ladder did not make a hole, then neither would have any point of existence. It's a law of nature. That is to say, in the process of upgrading a level 3 train to a level 4 train, there must be a place where the train's ability to fight alone is extremely tested, and this test place is most likely to be the transfer quests or other places before upgrading to level 4. Otherwise the appearance of these 2 accessories that enhance the single soldier is completely pointless. As for the last accessory that must be built-in space stabilizer. This is an accessory that his slaves should enjoy. This accessory ensures that no matter how the train moves, whether it's climbing perpendicular to the walls, or leaping through the air, or even spiraling vertically to take off, the space inside the train is horizontal and stable. No longer would his train be climbing the walls with slave carriages barricaded like sardine cans. Pretty good. All 4 of these accessories helped boost the train considerably, and he looked to the other 5 accessories that were not mandatory to build. Central air conditioner, yellow-colored accessory, requires 1000 units of iron ore to build. Storage chest, a green-grade accessory that requires 500 units of wood to build. Shock absorber, yellow color, requires 1000 units of iron ore to build. Medical warehouse, a yellow-colored accessory that requires 1000 units of iron ore to build. Unknown accessory, an unknown grade accessory that requires 1 unit of iron ore to build, and is automated to become a heavy firepower external accessory for that transfer path when the train completes the transfer. The effect of the first accessory is instantly recognizable. It is almost winter, and with this accessory the base temperature inside the train can be maintained so that his slaves do not freeze to death, and it also has a fresh air effect, which can dramatically improve the air quality inside the train. A second accessory storage box that can store up to 1,000 units of the same resource. For example, 1000 units of iron ore. Either level 1 or level 2 iron ore would be fine to free up a lot of space, but he still felt that a level 10 refrigerator would be a bit better to use. The third accessory, Forever Shock, is a defensive accessory. When the train's external defense accessories, such as armor, are not damaged, it is effectively immune to the impact of monster ramming. The fourth accessory, the medical bin, heals most traumatic injuries when you lie down in it, and he has a level 10 Jane's medical kit as an alternative, and it's much more effective. Fifth accessory. It was the cheapest accessory he had ever seen, requiring only 1 unit of iron ore to build, but he couldn't build it at the moment. He would have to wait until the train had completed its transfer. Switching to mechanical train gives you a heavy firepower external accessory for that series. The same goes for the transfer to flesh and blood train. The 9 buildable accessories above are the most noticeable changes to the stellar train when Itis upgraded to level 3. It's worth mentioning, from level 1 trains with 17 buildable accessories, to level 2 trains with 12 buildable accessories, to level 3 trains with 9 buildable accessories, the number of buildable accessories decreases along with the train upgrades. There are many fewer basic accessories, such as binoculars and the like. The rest of the subtle changes were hidden in the console and train panels, and unlike the panels, they were not shown visually, requiring him to figure them out on his own. For example, a new feature, Personalize Your Carriage, has been added to level 2 trains. The original carriage carrying the 40-barrel Sakura drop rocket cannon was an open-air carriage, surrounded on all sides, with an open overhead, and the disadvantage of this was that the fittings were extremely easy to damage. After all, there was no external armor to protect them, and when you go up to level 3, you can build a higher level of open-air carriages. The open-air compartments became of the type that surrounded them on all sides, with the rocket launchers hidden in the compartments, and the overhead armor would be taken into the compartments whenever the need arose, and immediately afterward the elevators would bring out the fire units in the compartments and begin to roar in fire in the flames. Extremely useful feature. The price is not expensive. An open-air carriage upgraded to the advanced version of the open-air carriage only needs 1000 units of iron ore on the line. He has 2 carriages, all upgraded up to only 2000 units of iron ore. As for the extra armor on top of the open-air carriages, there is no need to replenish the iron ore. It was already consumed when the armor was originally upgraded. Beyond that, there are also 3 additional buttons on the train console, which are Planned Parenthood, Immediate Self-Destruction, Immediate Ejection. The first button pressed releases a spray inside the compartment, and all members are not impregnated, except for the creatures in the breeding compartment. He pressed the button at once. So far, he doesn't want anyone in the train to get pregnant. The second button was also crude, and when pressed the train instantly self-destructed, erupting with great power. Chen Mang looked at this button and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. In case he accidentally touched this button by mistake one day, he would directly ascend to the heavens in place. But in the next moment, a transparent plastic shell surfaced around the button to envelop the button in. This plastic case also comes with fingerprint recognition. Only he can open this plastic shell. If anyone else tries to force it open, under the operation of the Train Assist AI, the built-in fire control system will instantly lock onto the enemy and open fire instantly. And even after pressing the button again, you need to click OK on the console screen to start the self-destruct program. It's basically safe now. When all is said and done, there's no way someone could have accidentally opened the plastic case and accidentally pressed this button and accidentally just happened to tap OK on the screen. It's all so careless. That Yanwang accidentally handshaking in the Book of Life and Death to your name accidentally crossed out is also very normal. Chapter 94, The Lesser of Two Evils. Above. It is all the changes and added features of the Stellar Train after it was upgraded to level 3. As for that Eject Now Addition button, that's easy too. When the train encounters an irresistible crisis, press the button. The seat in front of the console will eject the conductor into the air. As for whether there is a parachute in the air, even if there is a parachute without the train to deal with the end of the day and so on these questions, it does not come under the control of this button. This button only ejects. The rest is not in its consideration. Upon completion of ejection, the train will automatically initiate an irreversible 10-second countdown explosion program. Before dying to enjoy the next cordless bungee jumping is actually quite interesting. After all, he believes that 90% of the people in this world should not have experienced this project. Is a relatively niche extreme sports it? Experience some of this life is not in vain. Phew. Chen Mang let out a long breath and leaned back on the recliner with some slight fatigue. Although he hadn't done any hard work, but checking the information of each accessory one by one and thinking about the scenarios of how they could be used, as well as checking the console one by one to see what subtle changes were there. It's also a tiring job. It's not exhausting, but tired brain. He lit a cigarette and held it to his mouth, leaned back in his chair and contemplated for a few moments before deciding that he had to relax, and instantly copied the walkie-talkie. Tell Ji Choo-choo to come here. Soon. Master Mang. The train room door was slowly pushed open, and the churlish Ji Choo-choo walked in rather nicely, skillfully kneeling on the ground once again, waiting for orders. Chen Mang swept the eyes of Ji Choo-choo, brow slightly wrinkled. He remembered the last time Ji Choo-choo wore is not this dress today changed into a white halter dress, low neck, vacuum, looks quite pure, as if blasphemy fairy general. It was a stark contrast to its well-behaved appearance on its knees. Where did you change from? He's been wearing this shirt for so many days without changing it. And you, a slave, have changed your clothes? You're better off than him? When I learned that Master Mang was looking for me, I temporarily borrowed a set from my little sister. Why? I'm worried that you're tired of playing with Master Mang, so a change of clothes might be fresher. Chen Mang didn't speak again, just nodded silently, reasonable and intentional. He looked up and down at Ji Choo-choo, who was kneeling on the ground, and beckoned. Come here. Ji Choo-choo behaved extremely well, walking to Chen Mang and kneeling down again before resting her arms on her legs and waiting patiently. Aha! Chen Mang stretched out his leg and hooked Ji Choo-choo under the maneuvering table, reclined on the chair, and patted its head. Let's begin. 3 minutes later, Chen Mang, brow wrinkled, reopened his eyes, less feeling and only then on the side of the console screen to choose half a day, to find Ji Choo-choo once acted in that variety show. After clicking play, only then did he nod in satisfaction and lean back in his chair. This feels right now. In the variety show, Ji Choo-choo acted quite a goddess, covering her mouth and smiling with her eyes glowing, looking truly inviolable. While maneuvering the stage, Ji Choo-choo showed a different style. That contrast was what he liked. In his previous life, he had played too much, causing his threshold to be too high, and the general bland process could no longer make waves in his heart, and he preferred this kind of experience on a spiritual level. 15 minutes later, Chen Mang put his feet on the shoulders of Ji Choo-choo, who knelt on the side of a good boy, lit a cigarette, all relaxed, and leaned on the back of the chair, and laughed softly. Say it, what do you want to reward? Master Mang, kneeling on the ground. Ji Choo-choo kneaded Chen Mang's calf with her slender jade hand while saying in a voice like a mosquito fly, Choo-choo is now being treated as a first-class slave, and she doesn't have to work during the weekdays. And Master Mang is the strongest and most charismatic of all the conductors I've ever met. And there's never been a day since the end of the world that Choo has felt so secure as when she's been in a train. Choo-choo has been very content. If I may, Choo-choo has a best friend, also an actress, named Yen Yao. She's even a little better looking than I am, and she's still a virgin. I just lost contact with her not long after the end came, and the last time I had contact with her she said she was hiding out in a safe house in her own villa in Sandy River City in the Sandy River Plains, and that her stockpile of food and water shouldn't be too much longer now. Master Mang would have loved her if he had seen her. The smile on Chen Mang's face gradually withdrew. His face calmly looked at Ji Choo-choo. Only after a long time did he spit a thin and light blue smoke on Ji Choo-choo's face, and softly said, You want me to run so far to save people? Sandy River Plains, that's the green zone. It also intersects with the Iron Range Wilderness, but it's at the northernmost part of the Iron Range Wilderness, and about an hour north of the Doomsday Abyss is the Sand River Plain. Ji Choo-choo did not dare to look directly into Master Mang's eyes, just lowered her head and removed Chen Mang's shoes and socks, gently kneading her calves. Chen Mang didn't say anything else. Only a few moments later he said carelessly, There are still such clean ones in show business? Every time an investor came to her, I carried it for her. You're so great? She's from a good family. I'm from a bad family. She's helped me a lot in the past, and there's no difference between one more drop of ink on a piece of paper and one more piece of ink. So not as much as you would? I'll teach her. How do you teach? Ji Choo-choo raised her head to meet Chen Mang's eyes, slowly put Master Mang's toes into her mouth, and whispered in a somewhat muffled voice, It's okay to teach like this. Has she ever been in a variety show? Acted. Aha. Chen Mang nodded and reclined on the back of his chair, waving his hands somewhat tiredly. Go down first. I will consider making a trip to Shake City when I have the opportunity to go to Shake Plains in the future. Inside the number 5 hitter's compartment, the old pig who was whispering with Biaozi, after seeing Ji Chu Chu return, immediately coughed lightly and looked out the window pretending to talk about business. After Ji Chu walked to the back end of the compartment to the hard sleeper, it was only then that the two looked at each other again, their eyes filled with worry. How to get this? Biaozi looked at old pig with a complicated expression. Master Mang has called Ji Chu Chu over again. This is the second time. How will this Ji Chu Chu be handled? Don't you pride yourself on being the best at solving these problems? You think of a law. He was all set to go on last time, but at that time, Ji Chu Chu was too full to eat, so he didn't get on. And nothing happened with Ji Chu Chu until any of the people in the stellar train. Phew. Old pig took a deep breath, his brows furrowed into a ball, and his voice rasped. Let's freshen up. Master Mang has already let Ji Chu Chu in twice, and it's obvious that Ji Chu Chu's service is very satisfactory to Master Mang. At this time, you and I definitely cannot touch Ji Chu Chu. It's a big no-no to be a fellow traveler with a higher power, even on the periphery, and it would be just as well if it was Master Mang who stopped playing, but Master Mang ordered it again, so that's not appropriate. But Master Mang promised slaves again. It's very likely that Master Mang is just being racked right now, and likes Ji Chu Chu's service, but has promised everyone that it's impossible to break the promise in public so that Master Mang can't hang on to his face. But since Master Mang likes it, it's not like he's going to let Ji Chu Chu give the following slaves a touch. So tell me instead, Biao said with some anxiety, where's the solution? I don't know. Old pig scratched his ears a bit and said urgently, the main thing is that I can't guess what Master Mang really thinks. Maybe Master Mang doesn't care about this at all. It's the two of us who are screwing around here. So we'll ask? Crazy. Ask Master Mang. Would Master Mang admit to being framed even if he was really framed? This way. Old pig took a deep breath before thinking of a solution and said seriously, if we put Ji Chu Chu down and don't realize what Master Mang meant, Master Mang might get angry. But if Master Mang pressed for such an idea and we trespassed, Master Mang would be angry when he found out. The lesser of two evils. Obviously the latter is a little less reprimanded. So let's just go with the second hypothesis for now. And Ji Chu Chu definitely can't be put down. And in fact can't be put down at all. Master Mang means the one who digs the most number of mines can have Ji Chu Chu. But the number of digging top 100 are that group of goblins. That group of goblins do not play with women at all. Only know that they are digging. Press not even look at Ji Chu Chu a glance. Fortunately just right. The best of both worlds. That's the best solution I can think of. What do you think? Biaozi spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. Captain Pig, I'm a martial artist. You're the deputy conductor. Of course you'll take the lead in this kind of thing. Gotta. The old pig's heart crossed, his teeth slightly clenched. I'll carry this matter. When the time comes, I'll bear the accountability of Master Mang, so go ahead and do it. The old pig then looked towards Biaozi's departing back before letting out a long breath, wiping away the dense cold sweat on his forehead. His body slumped in his seat with a long sigh. It's not a good job to be a deputy conductor. In particular, he simply couldn't guess what Master Mang's thoughts were, although he wouldn't speculate on the meaning of the higher-ups, but generally speaking he could see a 7 or 8. Only Master Mang. He really couldn't see through. He was really not sure what Master Mang thought. As a second-in-command, very often the biggest task is to detect the words and do the things that the higher-ups are not good enough to say themselves. In the second-in-command this position to sit for a long time is not an easy thing. A lot of times once the explosion of thunder, often that thunder is in the second-in-command head to blow up. Soon, it was time again for the slaves to call it a night. The stellar train was extremely busy, and a group of slaves had already surrendered their pickaxes and begun lining up for today's dinner. Chen Mang, on the other hand, was sitting inside the train room, looking at that train panel. Trains need to complete a transfer quest before upgrading to a level 4 train and determine the direction of the transfer before upgrading to a level 4 train, and can only be completed in the green area. After successfully completing the transfer quest and upgrading, you will not be able to return to a lower level area again. He definitely wouldn't head to the high level area until he had finished digging up all the resource mines underneath that Iron Ridge wasteland. Only, it didn't stop him from looking ahead at the transfer quest. There are a total of 5 transfer quests available for the flesh train transfer direction, and you can pass the transfer after completing any one of them. Flesh and Blood Train Transfer Quest. S-rank difficulty, kill 3 level 6 monsters. Level A difficulty, kill 3 level 5 monsters. Level B difficulty, kill a level 5 monster. Level C difficulty, kill a level 4 monster. Level D difficulty, kill a level 3 monster. That S-rank transfer quest was simply outrageous. Killing 3 level 6 monsters with a level 3 train. He honestly didn't know who could do it, and he was probably the only one who could do it. As long as there were enough resource mines in the Iron Ridge wasteland, it was enough for him to upgrade his armor to level 6. Leveling up the fire accessories again is something he can do. As for the other trains, he was unable to think of how to complete this mission without the level 0 permission of unlimited upgrade, which could be upgraded to a maximum of level 3 for green grade carrier parts and up to level 5 for yellow grade carrier parts. Without a blue grade fire accessory, the level is suppressed to the point where it can't even break the defense. Even with blue grade fire accessories, without sufficiently graded armor, it's easy for level 6 monsters to come up on top of the firepower and give the train a big break. This S-rank difficulty transfer quest was almost impossible to complete. On the contrary, that D-level difficulty transfer quest is still quite simple. Basically a normal development. Not the kind of extreme upgrading level 3 train. Kill a level 3 monster is still quite simple, but the transfer quest can only be done in the green area. And killing a level 3 monster in the green area is not a simple task. You don't mess with those high-level monsters, but those high-level monsters are the ones that will come over and run after you, depending on the difficulty level of the completed transfer quest. After the transfer is complete, the grade of that unknown large firepower accessory obtained is also different. D difficulty is green, C difficulty is yellow, B difficulty is blue, A difficulty is purple, and S difficulty is red. And also, different potential levels will be shown on the train panel based on completing different levels of transfer quests. Higher potential can lead to many wonders later in life. And on the leaderboards in the advanced areas, the train's transfer direction and potential level will also be added before the train's name. This also explained why the dozen or so level 3 trains in the Iron Range Wasteland were hesitant to leave the Iron Range Wasteland for the green area. One reason was that the Iron Ridge Wasteland was safer, and the danger factor was too high when one went to the green region, so one would travel to the green region after having enough reserves. The second is that you want to complete a higher level of transfer quests so that you can obtain a higher grade of unknown large firepower accessory. After moving up to a level 3 train, none of those 9 buildable accessories are fire external accessories. There is basically only one firepower accessory out of all the buildable accessories from Tier 1 to Tier 3 trains, and that is the tricycle heavy machine gun. Even in a level 3 train, the 3-legged heavy machine gun is still one of the main means of attack. That is to say, this unknown large firepower accessory is the only firepower accessory for level 3 trains, and it's a heavy one. So it's likely that it's also the biggest support for level 3 trains traveling to the green zone. Definitely the higher the grade the better. Chapter 95, Mechanical Train Transfer Quest. Red grade unknown large firepower accessory. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. His transfer direction was definitely the mechanical train. If he could, he would definitely want to have the red grade unknown large firepower accessory. Unfortunately, the transfer quests for the mechanical train and the flesh and blood train were not the same. If Mechanical Train's S-rank difficulty transfer quest was also about killing 3 level 6 monsters, that would be much easier for him. Directly after developing to the extreme in the Iron Range Wasteland, head to the green area and kill 3 level 6 monsters to complete the quest directly. The Mechanical Train's transfer quest is much more complicated. The main thing is, there are only 2 chances to receive the transfer task, and the task will be completed within 24 hours after receiving the task. If the task is completed without receiving the transfer task, it will be regarded as invalid. For example, if the Flesh and Blood Train's transfer quest is not taken on without taking on a S-rank difficulty transfer quest, even if the train luckily kills 3 level 6 monsters, it will not be counted as a quest. You must take the mission and then complete it. If both times you take a transfer quest end in failure, you will not be able to transfer and will remain a level 3 train, never being able to upgrade to a level 4 train. Mechanical Train Transfer Quest. Level S difficulty. You need to set up a static maze with a starting point and an end point inside the train. After receiving the mission, an intelligent robot will descend on your designated starting point location. If the robot is not cleared within half an hour, the mission will be completed. P.S. The robot has advanced thinking ability and the speed of a normal male, and the train has a maximum of 18 cars when completing the mission, and the robot cannot be attacked, and the maze must be laid out in such a way that the starting point and the ending point are connected. Level A difficulty. You need to trigger the hidden quest Human Machine Love through verbal tutoring, give birth to human emotions in your Train 8 AI, and spend 100,000 units of iron ore to build a body for it, and after coitus with it once, you can complete the mission. P.S. The Train Assist AI that you have trained and completed the hidden mission will have real human emotions. Try not to get too close to other women in the train, lest the AI presses the self-destruct now button. The character of the AI after completing the hidden mission is different, and the character of the AI will be affected by the train conductor during the formation of intelligence. Level B difficulty. You need to obtain enough Murphy stones to level up the simple medical kit or medical warehouse and the single skeleton armor production line to level 10. and utilize the level 10 overmolding effect of both to convert all of the limb skeletons in your body into mechanical skeletons, in order to complete the quest. P.S. After the bones in your body are damaged, you can let the nanomachine spiders drill down your mouth and nose to start repairing them, so there's no need to worry. Level C difficulty, you need to transfer the conductor's authority to any member of the train. If the other party, within 24H, retransfer the conductor's authority to you, the mission is completed. P.S. Train members who are related by blood are also allowed. Level D difficulty, you need to build 18 tripod heavy machine guns and upgrade them all to level 3. P.S. And the 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line also needs to be upgraded to level 3. Chen Mang looked at the mechanical train transfer quest with hundreds of words, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he finally realized why he had once seen two level 3 train conductors cursing at each other not long after he had just joined the train radio station. One of the level 3 conductors spoke up. "What's there to say to you, you brainless piece of who's getting ready to switch to the flesh and blood train?" He thought at the time that it was simply verbal abuse. Now he knows. It wasn't just mere insults. The blood and flesh train's transfer quest was indeed much simpler. No, I can't say it was simpler. After all, killing those high-level monsters was also quite difficult. It should be the quest description that was simple. Just kill. The higher the level of the monsters you kill, the greater the rewards you will receive after transferring. Extremely simple, colloquial and easy to understand. Unlike the mechanical train transfer quest, which is indeed many times more complicated. The conductor who really doesn't have much literacy level, to put it mildly, can't even read the transfer quest, and the ability to read is an ability that seems to be present in everyone, but in fact is absent in a lot of people. Chen Mang took a closer look at the several transfer tasks, and first of all, the one with a rank difficulty was the first to be ruled out by him. He didn't want to trigger any bull **** hidden mission human machine love, an AI to talk about a sensational love, that AI unhappy, make a quarrel, directly press the button immediately self-detonation. Who can he find to say reason to go? Even if this quest was highly ranked, he didn't have a single thought about it. Nothing else. Just this whole data that train assistance AI verbal conditioning, attempting to be able to trigger the hidden mission this behavior. He is a bit of psychological cleanliness, not very tolerant of himself to do such a stupid thing, just as he couldn't help but frown when he saw those anime in his previous life where he romanced gun girls and machine girls every day. As for that B-rank difficulty transfer quest, Murphy's Rock. After this quest appeared on the transfer panel, there was also information about this item in the Train 8 AI. It was a special item that could only be obtained in high-level areas that were green and above. It was quite rare. The effect is that you can make a certain accessory, ignoring the level cap, go up another level, kind of similar to his infinite upgrades. It was only a one-time thing and only one level up. This quest was honestly actually very suitable for him because normally speaking, to play this B-rank difficulty transfer quest was to need at least a dozen Murphy stones, which wasn't that easy to obtain. But for him, he had unlimited upgrades and could do it easily. Merely, he wasn't exactly keen on converting himself into a robot. Either, he wasn't willing to voluntarily choose to become a cyborg unless it was a situation where he was seriously injured where the med bay didn't work and he had to use his mechanical skeleton to get himself back on his feet. Also not very receptive to that nanospider burrowing into his nose and running around his body. It reminded him of a movie he had seen in his previous life about an Egyptian pharaoh. C-level difficulty transfer quests are also excluded. He actually kinda trusted old pig in Biao right now, but if he was told to turn his conductor privileges out, then forget it. The moment the conductor's authority was transferred out, the opponent had full access to the train, and trying to kill him was almost a matter of thought. With a sharp blade in hand, the killing mind is self-evident. Even if the other party never had any thoughts of betrayal, it would be hard for the other party not to rise up against the idea of handing over the conductor's authority of the stellar train on their own initiative. After all, they already had an absolute advantage the moment they got the conductor's authority. How can the human heart withstand such a trial? Don't talk about the old pig. Even if his father, whom he hadn't seen since he was a kid, popped up right now, he wouldn't hand over his conductor's authority, and he'd even say off, "Where'd you get a wild father from?" He's really kind of curious. Has anyone ever accomplished this? What kind of relationship will be able to withstand such a test in the end times? After these 3 quests were ruled out, there were only S-rank difficulty transfer quests and D-rank difficulty transfer quests left for him to choose from. Ugh. Chen Mang sighed lightly with some fatigue. The D-level difficulty transfer mission was very simple and could be completed easily, but he was a bit unwilling to do so. If he had gone to the flesh and blood train side he would have been able to complete the S-level transfer mission, but as a result in the mechanical train side, he was only able to complete a D-level mission. It's still flesh and blood train. All strength comes first. You can kill, you get rewarded. simple and brutal but efficient. Unlike this side of the mechanical train, you always have to be made to pay something for it. Like a cult ritual, you have to show that you're a faithful follower who believes in the mechanical god cult by falling in love with the AI, or by remodeling yourself to be a cyborg, before it'll allow you to make a successful transition. If it wasn't for the fact that the way the flesh train upgraded its subsequent accessories really didn't go well with his infinite upgrades and he didn't really like the flesh train situation, he would have really wanted to just go over to the flesh train and forget about it. As for that S-rank difficulty mission for the mechanical train, it's just pure bull asterisk. The train is only a little bit of fart space in total. So how can you possibly do it by setting up a maze in the train that can stop a smart robot and requiring the train to only have a maximum of 18 cars at the time it takes on that task? It would be so much easier if there wasn't this limit on the number of carriages. Anyway, building a normal carriage was only 100 units of iron ore, and it only cost him 500,000 units of iron ore to build 5,000 carriages. He started directly at the last car and ended at the head of the train without any maze. You just run. At the speed of a full-grown male, you run me 5,000 carriages in half an hour and I'll see. This could easily be accomplished by then. Unfortunately, the path was blocked to death, and he couldn't attack the robot. Otherwise his built-in fire control system would have come in handy. With more than 100 muzzle-loading heavy machine guns pointed inwards, he'd like to see how tough this robot was. The train's a piece of, and so on. Chen Meng, who was originally lying on a chair and was sighing with fatigue, suddenly had a flash of light in his mind and straightened up, his eyes looking straight towards the S-rank transfer mission in the mechanical train, as if it doesn't seem to be completely out of the question. There's not enough space inside the train, but he's got a Class 10 fridge, and a Class 10 fridge is 100 square feet of space inside, and there's totally room for more fridges in the fridge. He built 100 refrigerators straight away. Create a large maze by stuffing all 100 of these refrigerators into one fridge. Hey, seems feasible. The android with the ability to think like an inhuman, after pushing open a refrigerator door, realized that outside was an open space, and 2 doors. Push open the door on the left and look back at the refrigerator door. Go back the way you came and push open that door on the right again. Then look back. Hey, it's still the refrigerator door. Chen Meng's eyes flashed with brilliance as he sat up straight in front of the console, picking up a pen and grabbing the flash of inspiration in his mind on a piece of paper as he kept drawing the labyrinth sketches. A level 10 refrigerator, plus building and upgrading consumes 4,500 units of iron ore. 100 level 10 refrigerators is 450,000 units of iron ore. Not much. The Iron Ridge Wasteland could afford for him to complete this S-rank difficulty transfer quest, trading 450,000 units of iron ore for a red-grade unknown large firepower accessory. An S-rank potential was extremely cost-effective. This one is a no-brainer. The only thing he needed to think about now was how to utilize the 100 refrigerators to create an incredibly difficult maze. And while he had the inspiration, he only had rather sketchy ideas on how to design a maze, a passable maze. To ensure that that route to get through the gate would have to be extremely hidden and have a lot of forks in the road used for delays, as well as a myriad of forks in the road filled with extremely misleading information. It's a technical job. He's not very good at it. But, when he did business in his previous life, he always believed in the saying that professional things should be left to professionals. The boss does not need to be proficient in everything. The boss only needs to decide on the direction and take risks. Immediately copied the walkie-talkie. Old pig, go ask the slaves and see if any of them have experience in designing mazes. I need to find someone to help me design a maze as complicated as it can be. Good, the old pig answered quickly. It was just as the slaves were just winding down and all the slaves were eating. Only after arranging this matter down, Chen Meng continued to draw the labyrinth sketch on the paper, spending about half an hour before drawing a 2D version of the rectangular planar labyrinth. Aha! Chen Meng leaned back in his chair, holding this piece of paper on his face and admiring it with slight satisfaction. Not bad. On this difficulty, not to spend 5 or 6 minutes, who can go from the starting point to the end? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Enter, only to see old pig lead a rather young-looking boy in. Master Meng, this slave says he was a game designer before the end of time and is a maze controller. Someone who knows a lot about how to create a complex maze. Oh, Chen Meng looked up and down at this young boy who looked only about 24 or 25, and handed over this freshly painted labyrinth in his hand. Come and try this labyrinth. Can you get through it in 1 minute? I'll try. With a somewhat nervous face, the young boy stepped forward and took the pen and paper, lying down on the table and quickly deducing. Chen Meng is also very patient. Unhurriedly lit a cigarette, leaning on the back of the chair, quite relaxed, long exhaled a mouthful of smoke, casually said, "Don't have pressure, just look at your level. Wait a while." The words were not yet spoken. Okay. Only with some apprehension did the young boy hand over the piece of paper. on which the correct path had been well drawn with a pen. Chen Mang looked down to the paper that has been successfully cracked the maze, and looked at their own take just lit cigarettes. Expressionless look up at this young boy silent for a long time. Suddenly it feels like a lot of frustration. He'd been working hard on his drawing for half an hour, and thought he'd made it completely seamless, and he ended up cracking it just by lighting a cigarette? Are you kidding me? Rate how difficult this maze is. He spoke with an expressionless face. Chapter 96. What are you going to do? Sue the royal court? Ahem. As soon as Chen Mang's words fell, Old Pig, who was standing at the side, lightly coughed inadvertently with one hand clenched in a fist. Cough, 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 cough your mom's head off. Chen Mang turned his head to look at the old pig without a good mood and opened his mouth to scold. I want to listen to the real evaluation, not to listen to any ass-kissing bird talk. Don't blindly imply a few times when you shouldn't imply. And next time, even if you're going to hint, can you not do it in such an old-fashioned way? You think I'm deaf? The old pig's eyes fluttered in some embarrassment, not daring to look directly into Master Mang's eyes. Come on. Chen Mang once again was turning his head to look at the young boy, frowning. Tell me how you did it. I clearly designed many complicated forks in the road. Aha. The young boy took a deep breath before summoning up the courage to speak. This is a relatively simple maze topology, a rectangular maze that appears to have a winding path, but is actually essentially a straight line. The beginning and the end are the two ends of this straight line, and those forks in the road are just some of the branches of that straight line. So, the young boy pulled a sharp stone from his pocket and carefully followed the route of the labyrinth, stripping the entire labyrinth from the paper after carving all the routes. Then both hands cupped this labyrinth that had been stripped from the paper, holding the ends and pulling slightly, only to see that labyrinth that had looked extremely complicated just a moment ago. Immediately, it vaguely became a straight line, while the forks he had designed grew like branches on the main trunk of the great tree. Just stretch this maze infinitely to get the right route quickly. You didn't just do that. I'm a little more spatially aware, and I've done a quick simulation in my head, and the way it's presented is to be a little more accessible. Chen Mang was expressionless and silent for a long time before speaking. Being a slave, you still hide such sharp stones with you? Ha! The young boy froze slightly and immediately turned pale before reacting to the fact that he seemed to have exposed something by getting too involved. His voice trembling uncontrollably. I don't want to be robbed again. There's a slave who takes 1 unit of iron ore from me every day and then takes it himself and turns it in at settlement time. He's a level 1 slave and I don't dare say anything. I don't want to be robbed anymore. How much iron ore I dig daily determines how soon I can advance. I want to get to level 2 slave sooner. Just have this thing ready to go. Planning to fish out of water the next time you rob me. Upon hearing this, Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly as he inclined his head to look at the old pig on the side. Standing on the side of the old pig, at this time the heart of the inner cursing all have. So big a thing you cannot talk to him privately. What are you going to do? Sue the imperial complaint. Malagobi, did you take it out by accident or did you take it out on purpose? Looks young. How come you're still a heartthrob? Although his heart was cursing, his face was uneasy and terrified as he bowed down hastily. Master Mang, this is an oversight in my work. I'll take care of this matter first thing later. Aha. Chen Mang nodded and casually said, just fight, don't waste a slave. By the way, that drawer has the rules of the train that I have drafted. You take it and announce it tomorrow morning before the start of the work, and in the future, you will go through the process according to this rule. After dealing with this little episode, it was only then that he closed his eyes again and leaned back in his chair, experimentally stretching that maze he just had in his mind indefinitely, and after a minute he opened his eyes and pulled out a cigarette and tossed it over. I need to design a maze that's complex enough, a maze that can trap at least one robot. That robot has the intelligence of a different person, and the footwork of an adult male. So if you were to design it, what are your thoughts? Static maze or dynamic maze? Static. The young boy hastily and respectfully took the cigarette, and there was no fire to light it, so he held it in his hand, and after a few seconds of thought spoke at once. In general, setting up a sufficiently complex maze requires utilizing some randomized algorithmic software to allow for the generation of irregular paths, but the conditions are not there right now. But we can start with 6 steps. In the first step, divide the maze area into different zones, say into 10 zones, each a separate maze, with that correct line running through each zone of the maze. In the second step, each node needs at least 3 directions to get a 60 to 70% share of dead-end paths, preferably set up with 7 levels of path nesting if possible. The third step, if it is a 3D 3-dimensional structured maze, needs to be set up with at least 3 layers of vertical connections. In the fourth step, visual deceptions can be made using acoustic and optical effects such as mirrors, sound, light and shadow, and misleading guide lights to bring the mirror area to about 15%. The fifth step is to make the mazes in these 10 areas repeat at a rate of 40%. the higher rate of repetition causing people to confuse their minds as they try the route and begin to wonder if they've been down this path, commonly known as ghosting. Step 6. Create progressively scaled path proportions to create the illusion of distance. This comes down to the fact that the number of path backtracks is essentially guaranteed to be at greater than 30% of the total number of steps, and that the mandatory nodes can account for. Okay. Chen Meng interrupted the young man's statement and sat up from his chair, personally lighting a cigarette for him before patting his shoulder and sighing. A talent, professional enough, old pig. From now on, this kid enjoys Class 1 slave treatment in the stellar train. Rob the boy's slaves when you find them. Let the boy fight himself back. Name it. Me. At this time, the young boy completely did not just gushing to expound their ideas like, just some fearful will be the cigarette in the mouth. Mang master. I called Lee Timing. Good name. Chen Mang let out a long sigh of relief. Each of those refrigerators on the train has 100 square meters of space inside. I want you to take 100 of them and create a maze that is complex enough that it has to satisfy what I just said, so that robot won't be able to get through it without any problems for half an hour. Whatever support you need, just ask. The number of refrigerators can be added to, but it's basically around 130 at the most, so go back and think about it tonight, and come back to me first thing in the morning and report back, and we'll communicate then. This thing if done beautifully, great reward. Thank you, Master Mang. Thank you, Master Mang. A trace of excitement and thrill flashed in Lee Timing's eyes, and he hurriedly kept bowing to thank him. At this point, outside the train, in the cavern, all the slaves had finished their supper, but instead of returning to their places in the train to sleep first thing today, they gathered around to watch the action. Middle of the crowd, there was a slave kneeling on the floor full of fear, not bound in any way, but physically afraid to struggle at all. A crowd of gun-toting fighters surrounded the inner circle to maintain order, and behind this slave, Lee Timing then weighed the baton in his hand before he leaned down and whispered his head next to the ear of this kneeling slave. Am I comfortable holding my iron ore? It's not that we don't report it, it's that the time hasn't come yet. Remember, my name is Lee Timing. The next moment, only to see Lee Timing eyes full of anger will use out more force than digging will arm swing round. Heavy a baton smashed on the back of this slave kneeling on the ground, did not swear a swear word, just clenched his teeth. Like a storm, it didn't stop at all. Stick after stick. It doesn't come with a hand at all. It looks like the kind of thing you run to smash to death. Uncle Lee. Among the crowd of watching slaves, the young boy looked at the scene and came over to Uncle Lee's ear and whispered, look at the others. It's so easy to get ahead. He's still a level 3 slave who just joined the train. Your old man was in the train early in the morning, so you're considered an old man, and you're being treated like a level 1 slave. How come it hasn't come out until now? Come up with a new plan? Will you shut the up? Uncle Lee, some annoyed, inclined his head to look at the side of this young boy. You stress monster can not be every day to pressure me? I am also under a lot of pressure, okay? Aren't you looking to me a little too much? That can't be looking to myself. I obviously can't be relied on. Shut up. I'll think of something. Of course, I've always been a firm believer in that. Uncle Lee. Inside the crowd, arms wrapped around his chest, Diao Zi's mouth dangled a cigarette. Looking at this scene with a smile at the corner of his mouth, Pig Car Chief, I'll give you a guarantee. This kid is definitely intentionally suing the Imperial Court. Crap. Old Pig's face was a bit ugly as he said, use your words, can I see it? This kid is a thief and I don't like it. Master Mang seems to like it. Of course Master Mang likes it, although I don't like this kid as a person. He does have talent. Speaking here, the old pig paused for a moment, hesitantly said, this kid can pull an extremely complex rectangular maze into a straight line infinitely in his mind. Can you do it? I just tried half a day ago. My head is almost fried. It feels like countless lines are floating in front of my eyes when I close them. It's almost phantom vision, and I haven't tried. I'm a martial artist. Captain Hogwagon, if I had the means, would I have gone to be a gorilla packer before? That's all the brains you've got for a bagman. You'll be stupid if you can't get the bill. I'm Takeshi. The pig wagon master. What's wrong with Wolf? Diao Zi squeezed his eyebrows and smiled. The martial arts man wants accounts. Professional counterpart. There is no account that I want not to come back. Otherwise you think why I used to be able to be the chief. The old pig snorted disdainfully. Come on, you almost got yourself killed by black consumption, so don't fool around. By the way, you've been a level 2 conductor before. Do you know of any situation that would require a giant maze that could trap a robot? I don't know. Diao Zi shook his head and said with a serious face, is that what Master Mang is looking for this kid to do? Don't look at me. I really don't know. It's not that I won't tell you. It's just that my old train and Master Mang's train are not the same thing at all. And to say that they are worlds apart is to give the sky a low opinion. But, I'll have to advise you, Master Mang didn't ask you to beat anyone to death. That boy didn't hit him lightly. The slave looked like he was about to break. And don't get annoyed with this little guy. Master Mang is using him just to build a labyrinth. He won't be useful in the future. The second in command in the train is still you, Pig Master. So don't make a mess of it. You're definitely losing out. That I know naturally. The old pig sighed lightly. I'm sure I won't be stupid enough to get annoyed with him. It's just that the first time the defendant was accused of a royal complaint he was a bit pissed off. He didn't talk to me but went to talk to Master Mang. Master Mang didn't know what he would think, saying that I wasn't oppressing the slaves all day long. And the whole slaves didn't dare to talk to me about anything. It's okay, this is really your work is negligent. Exposure of the problem in order to solve the problem. Relax. The old pig didn't say anything else, just stepped forward and said in a deep voice, enough. Only then did he look over at the half-dead slave lying on the ground, take it to the train to heal. The pig wagon master, seeing the old pig coming, Li Timing immediately handed over the baton in his hand and whispered, aha. Old pig received the baton with an expressionless face before looking at the surrounding slaves who had gathered around, pointing to the iron ore area not far away. All of you, get your ass back to the train and go to sleep. Those who don't feel sleepy can go over there and continue digging with Doba. The crowd of slaves subconsciously turned to look at the more than 100 goblin slaves who were still digging in the iron ore area not far away, and they instantly winced and ran towards the wagon in a swarm. The goblins. It's just, simply insane. These days they have seen the madness of this group of goblins. They all fell asleep. This group of goblins are still digging. They also just got up. The goblins are still digging, as if they don't need to rest at all. It's like a cold-blooded machine working 24/7, especially that Dopa. It's been on the top of the list for the most number of daily digs for many days now, and no one has ever surpassed it. It's simply unbeatable. Originally they were looking forward to the daily dig list rankings. Then every day as the group of goblins dominate the top 100 after. They are a little lazy to pay attention to the daily digging ranking. Too rolled they are afraid. Simply a group of Superman. At first, many people were seeing goblins for the first time and found it a novelty, and would go up to say a tentative hello when they were free from digging. But, after being scolded several times for being stupid humans and not bothering the great goblin digging, no one was inconspicuous enough to come along. It's like this Doba has been proving his greatness all his life. As the slaves swarmed towards the carriage, the old pig standing in place only looked towards the not so far away Doba who was full of determined digging face sighing with emotion. In all fairness, this guy's physical strength is really strong. Well, it's pretty strong. Diao Zi nodded, before looking at the giantess who was in the middle of a group of short goblins with an odd expression on her face. But that woman is quite strong as well. It looks as if she's locked in a fight with this group of goblins, and has to divide them. I remember today this giantess went to strike up a conversation with Doba and got yelled at. It seems like there's a lot of anger, and then it just has to be split up to see who can dig better. P.S. Thank you for your support. The first order of 3,000. On the shelves that is fine. Quite good. By the way, let's ask for some more monthly votes. Errors are posted first and then corrected. Chapter 97, this is my great chance. Green zone. Within the Kunlun Mountains. Phew. Inside a train whose wheels were clouds floating low in the sky. A bald man looked at the blueprints in his hands with emotion on his face. This is dropped after killing the green dragon boss. The green dragon often randomly refreshes in various green areas. The trail is difficult to capture. After spending several days, finally he caught this green dragon. Under the fire. In order to drop this blue-grade carrier accessories in his hand. Deep sea shroud. With this accessory, the train can be submerged underwater. Sure, the ability to move forward in the water requires some special wheel accessories, such as the special wheels like the rabbit cloud that his train is now using. He could also finally go back to his sandy river plain and go to the lake to find out what that underwater labyrinth encounter was all about. The other day, he needs an extremely special Class 2 train. That level 2 train was climbing up the nearly 90-degree cliff face unhindered by virtue of the spider feet accessory. That scene brought him a great shock. He had thought that there were a lot of bigwigs coming to this area, and that there would be a lot of people who would join him in grabbing the boss of the Green Dragon. But in the past few days, I've realized that not too many people seem to know about this news. He said. He spent a large price to obtain the information. How to feel changed in cabbage-like. Everyone knows. And I haven't seen that level 2 train since. Just a couple of flesh and blood trains and a bunch of crazies. Kunlun Mountain. A green area without any mineral resources. Apart from monsters being monsters, there are high-level monsters all over the place. And the threat area is far beyond that. None of the trains like to enter this area. Except for the flesh train, which relies on collecting monster flesh and blood to upgrade its parts. The man shook his head without giving it much thought, just picking up a razor on the side. He carefully shaved off the freshly grown stubble on the top of his head, which was a habit before the end of the day, before entering the coordinates of Sand River Plains into the console, and accompanied by the roar of the engine. The train hovering in the low altitude shot off towards the clouds in the distance. The train that travels the world. A few hours later, the bald man had managed to reach the sandy river plain and drove the train to the side of the lake. Immediately afterward, along with the sound of gears turning came, the cloud wheels of the train stationed at the lake began to be slowly stowed into the carriages, followed by several mechanical arms reaching out from the sides of the carriages, twisting and tapping rapidly at the bottom of the carriages, and soon several propellers were sticking out from the bottom of the carriages. It was accompanied by a crisp clank. The wheels were replaced without incident. The whole process took a minute. How convenient. The bald man sitting in the head of the train looked at the hint on the console screen that the replacement had been completed, and couldn't help but smile contentedly. This was the charm brought about by the yellow-grade accessory mechanical arm. This accessory can perform some difficult maneuvers by pairing it with Train Assist AI. For example, replace the wheels. Before this accessory was available, each time a train wheel was changed it had to be stationed in place, and then the accompanying mechanic would get out and start going to the individual cars and wheel joints to change them. The more cars the longer it took. It takes about 10 minutes each time. With this robotic arm yellow accessory, he can complete the whole process in just 1 minute. Being the same level 5 train, he has a lot more rare accessories than the other trains. Almost most level 5 conductors, whose subjective intent is to mine and develop, spend almost most of their time mining, leveling up their fittings and trains as fast as they can, and not messing with the bosses if they can. And he'd always felt that sharpening the knife was a good idea. He likes to look for those bosses when the train has enough ammunition, or to actively look for some strange encounters, to obtain more rare accessories blueprints, so as to let the train develop in many ways. The train level rises so high, what's the use of it? The bottom line is not good. As usual, a touch on the broken. Take for example this underwater labyrinth encounter in the lake in front of you. It was the goal that he had been planning for a full month, and it was finally all ready. Let's get started. Then, the bald man sat inside the train room, looking expectantly at the calm lake in front of him, and slowly pushed the lever, and the level 5 auxiliary gimbal underneath the carriage began to roll slowly. It's an auxiliary wheel that doesn't bring much power to the train, mainly responsible for assisting in cornering. Using this wheel as a power source is equivalent to a small horse-drawn vehicle, but in this case, it's still good as an aid to powering the train into the water. After all, he can't rely on the propeller wheels to get the train into the lake. The next moment, boo! The train slowly plunged headfirst into the lake, and the moment it touched the water, a light blue curtain of light wrapped the entire train in. This is the effect of the deep sea shield, which helps the train withstand water pressure as well as prevent water ingress. In the meantime, several propellers underneath the car began to rotate frantically, and the blinding headlights formed 2 ultra-long beams that illuminated the front, as the train began to dive all the way down, aiming for the coordinates on the console screen that blinked with a. On the console screen, 20 minutes later, the train finally reaches the bottom of the lake and sees a magnificent golden palace sitting in the middle of the lake bottom, with a long roadway at the entrance to the palace and a circular arch at the end of the roadway. There are also wayfinding signs on the road surface. There were also several huge white letters of light floating above the entrance to the palace. Undersea labyrinth. The train slowly landed on the road and drove all the way down the road into the palace, which, miraculously, was built on water. But there was not a trace of water visible inside the palace, and there was plenty of oxygen. Immediately after, on the train console screen, a line surfaced. Ask the conductor to get out of the car and choose the difficulty of his maze. It's amazing. Bald man eyes flashed a trace of shock. This is the first time he met this kind of strange encounter located in the water. Immediately did not dare to delay. Out of the train room to stand in the seat of the height of a full dozen meters of the palace. Empty and huge palace. Behind him this train, which was otherwise huge, looked all a bit unremarkable. Next moment, in the air of the palace, 5 huge curtains of light emerged. And on top of these 5 curtains of light there was another curtain of light. Welcome the conductor of the Cthulhu train as the first explorer of the wonders of the underwater labyrinth. Perhaps one day mankind will be scattered as stars, taking root in the corners of the Milky Way, but no matter how far they go, those adventurers with the spirit of discovery, their spirit will be forever etched on the monuments of civilization. Set out into the unknown, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. True faith is not the belief in inevitable success, but the willingness to give everything to a 1 in a billion miracle, knowing that it may fail. As the first explorer, whether or not you make it through the labyrinth, you will receive a consolation prize, and if you make it through, you will make an area broadcast to gain reputation points and reap additional rewards. Please select your maze difficulty. Once a choice has been made, it cannot be changed. Air. The bald man was a little embarrassed to look at that huge light screen on the several lines of words. The original him so great it, to him to praise still a little shy it. Before looking at the next 5 light screen on the difficulty of the maze, S-rank difficulty maze, your consciousness will descend into a robot and appear on a random train, and the conductor of that train will carefully lay out a static maze for you. If you reach the end of the maze within half an hour, you will have successfully cleared the level. P.S. None of the accessories or armed personnel on that train will be able to attack you. You will not be able to attack any of the accessories or personnel on that armed train. The train auxiliary AI on your train will possess that robot, giving you an alien mind and the robot the running speed of an adult male, and the train is limited to a maximum of 18 cars. Reward, 30 Murphy Stones. Level a difficulty labyrinth. Next you will fall into a deep sleep and be caught up in 99 layers of dreams, which are cleared successfully when you come back to consciousness within 24 hours. P.S. If you are not awake within the stipulated time, you will be forced to wake up. Reward, 20 Murphy Stones. The difficulty maze. You will enter that underwater maze with 999 nodes at the back of the palace after being shielded from the 4 senses, and if you reach the end within 6 hours, it will be a successful pass. P.S. The 4 lost senses are form, sound, smell, and taste, retaining 1 sense, touch. Reward, 10 Murphy Stones. See difficulty maze. Your consciousness will possess a goblin monster and enter an extremely dark area where you will need to fumble around in the darkness to find a pickaxe and a mine and dig up 12 units of iron ore in 24 hours. P.S. If the beep search fails, the mission difficulty is now unselectable. Reward, 5 Murphy Stones. Level D difficulty maze. You will enter that underwater maze with 999 nodes at the back of the palace with all 5 senses preserved, and if you reach the end within 24 hours, you will have successfully cleared the maze. P.S. A smartwatch is recommended. This maze will take your exercise steps to a new high today. Reward, 2 Murphy Stones. Hoo. The bald man standing beside that Sanglong train, looking at the difficulty of the mazes with different rewards displayed on these 5 light screens above his head. His attention was attracted by the generous rewards at the first moment, his chest rising and falling, his breathing subconsciously shortened, and his eyes were filled with the color of greed. This time it's a big profit. He had been to so many train encounters and had always heard that there would be many special props as rewards in personal encounters, but had never encountered any, and he never thought that he would meet one today. A personal encounter, and the reward turned out to be the precious Murphy Stone. If he could complete the S-ranked maze difficulty mission, then he would be able to harvest a full 30 Murphy Stones. He simply couldn't dare to imagine. If these 30 Murphy Stones were to be used on the Tsanlong train, the Tsanlong train would have to be upgraded with how many top-quality accessories with over-modeling effects. Even the lowest difficulty level has 2 Murphy Stones. Not only that, he was also the first conductor to explore this area, which meant that if he managed to complete the mission successfully, he would also be able to gain reputation value as well as additional rewards through the area broadcast. This time it's really earned it. The bald man looked carefully at this 5 difficulties. The first S-rank difficulty was familiar to him. The S-rank task of the machine train transfer quest was to lay a labyrinth. Dare I say that the consciousness inside that robot was a real person? So are all the other trains doing this S-rank transfer quest with real human consciousness in the bots? And are there any other secret areas that have the same S-rank labyrinth quests as this one? This one. It's an S-ranked mission, but it seems to be the easiest. Regarding the mechanical train S-rank transfer quest, he knew that several trains had attempted it, but none of them had succeeded, and he had never seen a mechanical train with S-rank potential on the leaderboards. He loved exploring and had gone to so many green areas, and he had seen a few flesh and blood trains with S-rank potential on the leaderboards, but not a single mechanical train with S-rank potential that was seen. In other words, what a success for him when these conductors fail. Grandmas. The bald man's eyes were red, the rich greed flowing inside. He said that last time, the train that had been inferior to him in the number of supermodel effects ranking, how did he suddenly have 4 or 5 more supermodel effects in an instant? It couldn't just be that he got lucky and went to an encounter similar to the Undersea Labyrinth and then completed this S-rank difficulty labyrinth quest and took away 30 Murphy Stones, could it? The more he thought about it, the more he felt so. The few remaining difficult quests he didn't even want to press too much attention to, and those remaining quests were also really hard. Unlike this S-rank difficulty quest, it was easy and rewarding. Without the slightest hesitation, immediately, with a firm and resolute face, he chose the S-rank difficulty maze quest. It was only then that he couldn't help his thoughts drifting off into the distance, his eyes lax and giggling. 30 Murphy Stones, area broadcasts, reputation points, extra rewards. This strange encounter has come to the right place. It was not in vain that he had been planning for a month for the underwater labyrinth encounter. It's worth it. It's all worth it. After he made his choice, the several light curtains in the air inside the palace slowly dissipated and finally fused into a single light curtain. Conductor of the Cthulhu has successfully selected the S-rank difficulty labyrinth. The search for the corresponding train has failed and there is no coming train. Issue a one-time special prop consciousness transmitter. When the train is found, the consciousness transmitter will emit an ear-splitting alarm and flash red. Pressing the button on the consciousness transmitter within 1 hour will send your consciousness to the robot wherever you are and officially open the S-rank difficulty labyrinth. Immediately afterward, several rays of light surfaced in the air and slowly coalesced into a solid body, and a walkie-talkie-like device fell out of the air and onto the ground. What the? Seeing the situation, the bald man hurriedly rushed up in an arrow step and quickly picked up the consciousness transmitter that had fallen on the ground, checking it several times with a face full of anxiety before muttering after making sure it hadn't been damaged. Be gentle. Don't break it for me. This is my big chance. Chapter 98, 10 Rules for Stellar Trains. Then the bald man, holding the walkie-talkie like a baby, returned to his train room, sat down in front of the console and played with it lovingly for several times before carefully placing the walkie-talkie on the side of the console and speaking. Mom, when this intercom goes off and glows red, turn the train's stereo sound up to maximum. Whatever I'm doing at the time, sleeping or pooping, wake me up. The next moment, a mechanized, pleasant voice then sounded in the train room. Copy that. Each conductor can name his train assist AI so that it is easy for the AI to better receive the conductor's orders, and the name he gave to the AI was Mom, whose mother had left the earth before the end of the day after suffering from cancer after several unsuccessful chemotherapy treatments. After doing this, it was only then that the bald man completely relaxed and leaned back in his chair, happily looking with anticipation at the intercom on the table, hoping that the next moment this intercom would begin to emit a piercing sound, so that he could hurry up and get his hands on this reward that he had picked up for almost nothing. As for searching for a descendable train, that's all too normal. That mechanical train S-rank difficulty transfer quest is simply outrageous. It's simply not something that people can accomplish. As long as they're not headstrong cuties, I wouldn't even bother choosing this quest, even though I have 2 chances to choose the transfer quest. However, in order to complete the S-rank difficulty transfer quest, you definitely have to pay a lot of time, energy and resources for it. No one would do anything so stupid as to give so much to attempt an almost impossible task in the middle of the apocalypse. But he wasn't worried. After all, there weren't many of anything in this world, just a lot of people with head irons, and he was sure that before long, there would be a train conductor with a head iron who would choose that S-rank transfer mission, and he would smile sarcastically as he dealt his train conductor a painful and despairing blow. Let it recognize what is reality. 30 Murphy stones. The bald man looked at the 3-dimensional diorama of the train on the console screen, his brow furrowed as he chewed on his fingers. What should I spend it on? Give 2 to the 3-legged heavy machine gun. Murphy stones are the most cost-effective to use on green-grade carrier accessories. Just 2 Murphy stones can be exchanged for an over-molded effect. No, it's useless to have just 1 level 5 tripod heavy machine gun, and then the heavy machine gun bullet production line would have to use 2 more. What a headache. Never fought a battle so rich, so torn. Mom, do you have any suggestions? I suggest waiting for the 30 Murphy stones to arrive before thinking about this. Inside the train, the voice of the train assist AI came through the stereo. Okay, no more for you, Mom. Go play. The next day, Chen Mang woke up from his sleep and stretched a long lazy waist before looking out of the window at the slaves who had already gathered together and smiled with satisfaction. He had slept soundly yesterday. The train was successfully upgraded to Class 3, and also found a way to complete the S-rank difficulty transfer quest. It put him in a rather pleasant mood. He scanned the train panel, adding in the iron ore brought back by the slaves in yesterday. Currently 19.6W units of iron ore in the train. Today, his task was to build those parts of the level 3 train that should be built, and upgrade those that should be upgraded. Just 2 words. Splurge. These 2 iron mines are almost finished, and the resource detection radar shows that there are still more than 30,000 mineable iron ores, so it's almost time to pull out at noon. The resource detection radar shows that there is another high-grade rare resource mine 5,000 meters deeper. Level 3 red heart rock mine. It is expected that 1,800 units of Class 3 hematite can be mined, although he couldn't use this resource for the time being, and he didn't know which accessory he could use to build. He was still prepared to mine this red heart rock once he finished digging these 2 iron mines. Mainly, the number is too small. It's only 1,800 units. He had so many slaves, he finished digging in an hour or 2. And dug them out in passing, then went to other iron mines in the afternoon. There were a lot of iron mines under the Iron Ridge wasteland, enough for him to dig slowly. Only after doing so did he withdraw his eyes from the window and look toward the door and casually say, "Come in." Soon, a young woman carrying a tray carefully pushed the door in, then placed the tray on the console and whispered, "Master Mang, this is the breakfast that Deputy Captain Pig asked me to prepare for you. From now on, Master Mang, your breakfast, lunch, and dinner will all be delivered by me." Aha! Chen Mang inclined his head to survey the woman and casually said, "Go down." A few days ago, he asked the old pig to select 10 women to be responsible for cleaning the train hygiene. and specially select another woman to be responsible for cleaning her train room. This woman was selected by the old pig for her, and was responsible for his food, clothing, and living as well as tidying up the train room at regular intervals every day. The face is not bad, the skin is very tender, even though it is veiled. That outfit, although it had been washed many times, still looked old, and the senses weren't very good. He did try to trade iron ore for lumber on train radio yesterday, but there are only two ways to mine timber in the Iron Range wilderness. The first is to go to the Desolation Hills to cut down trees, where there are a large number of wood yards, and this area belongs to the Iron Range wilderness and is not any other area. It's just the name of a place, but that area is too undulating for trains to access, making it difficult and costly to mine. The second way is that in the Iron Range wilderness, you can occasionally see a few trees, alone or growing together, that you can cut down to get 100 or 200 in lumber. It's not much, but it's enough. After all, there wasn't much need for wood in the first and second level trains, and as for those small wood needs, cutting down a few trees in the Iron Range wilderness was almost enough. He's more in demand, after all. But clothing customization line was still a bit wood intensive to produce 2 sets of clothes for over 1,000 people, and his idea was to create 2 sets of clothes for every slave and fighter. Then the clothes of level 1 slaves, level 2 slaves, etc. are different colors. This would make the class clear, and then make an armband of the stellar train on the shirt, so it's a little more uniform and formal. There's no such thing as a lot of lumber on the train radio side. Later on, we'll drive towards the Desolation Hills, digging up underground iron ore on the way, and then driving all the way to the Desolation Hills. After eating breakfast, Chen Mang has long been waiting at the door of the Li Timing to come in, lying in a chair to light a cigarette, frowning at the Li Timing to look at this drawing. Honestly, he wasn't nearsighted, but looking at this drawing he felt as if he had some astigmatism. The drawing consisted only of a huge square outline with dashed and solid lines, and then several markings like 1, 2, and 3 were marked in that square, and then there were tons of dashed lines. There is also a corresponding note in the lower right corner of the drawing. 1. Refrigerator. 2. Mirror. 3. Audio. 4. Expletive. 1 minute later, he put down this drawing in his hand and looked at Li Timing, who stood in front of him showing some apprehension. Relax. I can understand all the refrigerators and mirrors and such marked on this drawing of yours. What is the meaning of this expletive? Master Mang, it's like this. Li Timing took a deep breath before speaking. Doesn't the robot that's going to break through the barrier possess a higher than normal intelligence? Since it possesses an intelligence that's different from that of a normal human, it must have a little bit of human emotion to a greater or lesser extent, and there are a lot of negative human emotions to call upon, such as doubt. When this robot is facing a fork in the road that has 3 nodes, we can mark on the wall that this one on the left is a dead end, and then literally make this refrigerator on the left a dead end, and that one on the left doesn't have any fridges in it, an instantly recognizable dead end. After a few more visits, this robot should start doubting itself at the sight of these signs. And taunt. We can also write some mocking type slogans on the wall, such as "I made a maze with my feet. How come it's as hard for you as it is for a carp to jump over the dragon gate?" Use it to influence that robot's mind. People tend to lose their rational judgment when they're annoyed, and if that robot possesses human emotions, he'll definitely be affected by it. Even if that robot doesn't have any human emotions, that's just a few more lines of useless writing on the wall. It doesn't hurt anything, 100%. Chen Mang was silent as he once again looked down at this labyrinth sketch in his hands, and he suddenly wondered if it wasn't a bit outrageous. At first, he thought that the S-rank transfer quest of a mechanical train was almost impossible to accomplish, but when he remembered that he still had a level 10 refrigerator, it suddenly felt like it wasn't unfinishable. After hearing Li's timing idea today, he suddenly wondered again if that half-hour limit was not a bit too short. A few moments later, only then did he raise his head again to look at Li Timing. "I'll be building you a new carriage and 100 refrigerators in a few days. You'll need to completely build the maze on this sketch and that carriage. Any ideas you have in the next few days can be added back in as well." "No problem, Master Mang." Chen Mang looked at Li Timing's departing back, his eyes narrowed slightly, although he felt that this labyrinth sketch was already perfect, but after all, it was only a theory on paper. When the labyrinth is built, find a few slaves to try it out and see how long it will take to come out. Only then did he shake his head, looking to the train panel, ready to start building those accessories that can be built after moving up to a level 3 train. At this time, outside the train, a group of slaves were gathering. The old pig was standing under the wagon, manuscript paper in hand, looking up at Master Mang's handwriting on it, looking up at the group of slaves, his voice coming out along the car stereo. "The following 10 rules are mandatory for all members within the stellar train, and violators are penalized. 1. Rape, molestation of any female or male as well as goblins and other creatures joining the train at a later date. Death, 2. Robbing others of iron ore, food, etc. 10 strokes of the cane and a reduction in treatment by 1 level. 3. In the event of a fight, the first one to start the fight shall be beaten with the cane 10 times and his treatment shall be reduced by 1 grade. 4. Those who cause trouble or incite rebellion, die. 5. Whoever takes another person's life in private, dies. 6. Privatization of resources such as iron and copper ores, 10 strokes of the cane, and a reduction in treatment by 1 level. 7. Possession of weapons, train orders, and other props while on field duty, death. 8. Leak any classified information about the train to the outside world, die. 9. Unauthorized escape, death. 10. Strictly observe and carry out any word spoken by the conductor, Master Mang, and death to those who refuse. After reading the 10 rules of the stellar train promulgated by Master Mang, it was only then that the old pig collected the straw paper in his hand and looked at all the slaves without any extra expression on his face. With the rules memorized, let's start digging. Only then did he hand the straw paper into the hands of a woman beside him. Make 4 copies and post one in each slave wagon. Understood. With these 10 rules or edicts, the stellar train finally became a little more formalized, and in the lawless and chaotic world of Armageddon, having that extra bit of rules was more of a sense of security than restraint. That's nice. Diaozi joyfully looked at all this, his eyes full of satisfaction. He was really watching with his own eyes. The stellar train had grown from just 1 carriage in the beginning to the present size of having 11 carriages and thousands of slaves. And the stellar train is already a class 3 train. Right. Old Pig stopped Diaozi, who was about to go on patrol. Master Mang recently prepared to give a big change reform within the train, and I have said, when the time comes, we still need 2 teams of fighters. You are a team of 1, and then another team of 2. 3. 10 men per team plus the captain. You're also a bit understaffed right now. After all, with thousands of slaves, there's no shortage of things to do every day. Master Mang asked you to pick some candidates from the slaves. Aha. Diaozi frowned and then pondered for a long time before looking at the tendon-covered woman among the slaves in the distance and hesitantly said, "Is it okay to have a female fighter? You mean that guy? It's not like she can't do it. Let's find a few more alternatives. And then if Master Mang says no, there will be someone to fill in." Okay. Uncle Lee, would anyone really rape a gnome? The young man in the crowd of slaves heading towards the mine walked beside Uncle Lee. Slanya screwed up head across his shoulders and looked over at the goblins not far away, also heading towards the iron mines, and shrugged. But it was rather emotional. I didn't realize that the first time in my lifetime that I would see a decree against raping males would be in the apocalypse. It feels more or less absurd. Uncle Lee's eyes narrowed slightly without speaking. He seemed to have thought of a new plan. The most important message in the 10 rules this time was, drop treatment. There are currently only 3 treats within the train. Treatment of slaves in the 1st degree, treatment of slaves in the 2nd degree, and treatment of slaves in the 3rd degree. There is no distinction in treatment for hitters. Badly timing by expertise out of the way to take is also a level of slave treatment. Mang Master cannot let a level of slave treatment is capped, also cannot not distinguish between the treatment of the hitman. From what was revealed, he vaguely guessed that Master Mang was likely to make a major change to the train, and the central point of the change would be a treatment zone that would clarify the treatment enjoyed by all at one level. It also means that he can move up in this alteration if he looks for the right opportunity. Chapter 99, Assassin's Creed. Uncle Lee, what are you walking around thinking about? Seeing that Uncle Lee didn't reply to him, the young boy was a bit curious and put his head in front of Uncle Lee. Wondering, Uncle Lee swept the young man beside him with an expressionless face, and said in a good-natured manner, "I've already thought of a new plan. Just be patient." The reason he was willing to talk more at first when this young man approached him for a chat. It is the young man who has taken a liking to him and is prepared to make him his confidant when he comes to power in the future. Now it seems, he often wondered if he had picked the wrong person to annoy at the time. That's nice. The young boy nodded with a satisfied look and gave a thumbs up. Come on, Uncle Lee, I knew you were the best. Inside the stellar train, Chen Mang, who had already dealt with all the trivial matters, sat alone in the train room, swept his eyes over the 19.6W units of iron ore, and immediately began to build it up in a big way. First up are 4 must-build accessories: mechanical nano spider, combat training virtual space, built-in space stabilizer, and single skeletal armor production line. Consume 4,000 units of iron ore to build them all. One of them, the mechanical nano spider, is shaped like a female spider roughly the size of a fist, occupies a very small space, and the whole thing is made of steel, looking just like a beautifully crafted hand puppet. It is connected to Train Assist AI. The AI will detect the extent of damage to the fittings, and will then control the mechanical nanospider to produce a sufficient number of repaired nanomechanical spiders. Consume 4.5W units of iron ore to level it directly to 10. Yellow-grade fittings consume a little more to upgrade, with each level requiring an additional 1,000 units of iron ore. Upgrade effect of this accessory. It is a higher level accessory that can be repaired with each upgrade. For example, a level 3 mechanical nano spider produces small spiders that can only repair level 3 damaged fittings, while a level 10 mechanical nano spider can repair level 10 damaged fittings. In the meantime, he also gets 2 supermodel effects. Mechanical nanospider level 5 supermodel effect speeds up repair. Mechanical nanospider level 10 supermodel effect allows for the production of a greater number of nanospiders at the same time. Both supermodel effects are quite practical. The former reduces time and the latter allows for more damaged parts to be repaired at the same time. These 2 supermodel effects are not very noticeable most of the time, and if they are in a state of repair, it doesn't matter if they are a little slow, but during a battle, these 2 supermodel effects play a big role. Producing nanospiders consumes iron ore. Chen Mang looked toward the 62% intact No. for living car on the console screen, as well as the 78% intact coke production line fittings, etc. Repair all damaged fittings in the train to 100% intact. Okay. The mechanical and crisp voice of the AI soon came from inside the train room. A total of 800 units of iron ore need to be consumed. Will the repair continue? Go on. The next moment, only to see the spider made of steel that he had placed on the console lift its hips slightly, and immediately afterward, countless extremely tiny nanomachine spiders crawled out from the birth canal, and the blackened group drilled out along the gap of the train room door. Normal spider pups would have been small enough to look pocket-sized and even a little cute, and these nanomachine spiders were roughly 1/20th the size of that normal spider hatchling. After about 3 minutes, Chen Mang then looked at the screen above the console, which already showed that all the accessories of his train had been repaired to an intact state. Before he lightly raised his eyebrows, this accessory was quite useful. Most of all, save money. It would take tens of thousands of iron ore to replace those damaged fittings all over again. Repairing them would only take 800 units of iron ore. The number of nano spiders to be produced and the amount of iron ore consumed varies depending on the grade, level, and degree of damage to the damaged fittings. This accessory is tiny. He simply placed the accessory directly on the table next to the console as an ornament now. It only looked quite nice. A low head will see the console that immediately self-destruct and immediately ejected these 2 buttons. Immediately self-destruct, this button is with a plastic shell to protect against accidental contact, and immediately ejected, this originally nothing button. At this time the outside of the more a plastic shell. This is what he found in the new options added to personalization once the train was upgraded to level 3. A plastic case with a fingerprint lock can be added to one of the buttons on the console for 100 units of iron ore. There's no reason not to load it, except that unlike self-destruct immediately, there's no process of tapping OK on the screen. Afterwards, Chen Mang looked at the combat training virtual space accessory, which was placed in the No. 5 batter's compartment, and immediately got up and walked out of the train room, and came all the way to the No. 5 batter's compartment, ready to feel it for himself. Diao and the others were out on patrol supervising the slaves' work and were not in the wagon. Only Ji Choo Choo and a few small stars in the carriages jostling each other chatting. At the sight of Chen Mang walked into the carriages, the smile quickly put away some fear of standing in a row. Whispered, "Mang master." "Aha." Chen Mang nodded, not looking at these people. Only his eyes narrowed slightly, resting his sight on this machine in front of him, a device similar to a spa cabin with a leather couch inside and a glass cover on top. When a person lies down in it, there are several wires with suction cups close to the user's scalp, projecting the user's consciousness in another virtual space altogether, and will be filled with nutrient solution. Ensure the health of the user. After studying for a long time, he removed his clothes and let his entire body lie in a state of nudity in front of him in the combat training virtual space, and when the nutrient solution was watched until it was full, Chen Meng's consciousness was also projected to another space, an absolutely white space, about 10 square meters or so. It would be hard to even tell the size of the space without those well-defined margin lines. Chen Mang looked down at his arm and raised his hand to shake it a few times. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. This could no longer be said to be very real. He even felt that this was reality. His every move was exactly as it was in reality. The texture of the bare skin was the same, and he patted his left arm, still vaguely aching. Not naked though. Instead, he wore a simple white suit. Nice guy. Chen Mang, quite satisfied in the air, swung a few fists. Before not crossing to this world, he actually has always wanted to have the opportunity to be able to go to that kind of virtual online game to experience some, but did not expect, in the last world did not experience things, crossing to this world after feeling, and there are several panel pop-ups in front of it. This space is a virtual space for combat training, and any injuries or even deaths sustained in this space will not affect the outside body, and the pain value is unadjustable, 100%, and consistent with the outside world. There are 2 modes of training, standalone training and online training. The following training programs are available for standalone training: climbing training, dagger training, punching and kicking training. There is also a mission training mode. You can check off the number of enemies, switch maps, weapons you hold, mission forms, etc. Online training. You can fight online against other users in the combat training virtual space, or team up for mission training. After leveling up to 5, you can also play online qualifying matches with other users of the train, ranking them according to their level. And if you get a higher ranking, you can increase the prestige value of the train. Aha! Chen Mang lightly raised his eyebrows, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes, took a deep breath. The whole person's nerves gradually tightened up, and chose the single training mission mode. A map of urban ruins was picked, with enemies numbering 10 and all armed with firearms. The mission objective is that he needs to kill these 10 enemies with a dagger in hand. The modern city is in ruins and a violent storm is sweeping through the city. It was late at night. In a collapsed 3-story flat building, Chen Mang was lying extremely quietly on the rooftop, his eyes staring straight down at the 10 enemies patrolling with guns in front of an office building not far below. Holding the dagger tightly in his hand, he bided his time. Just then, a bolt of lightning slammed across the sky, illuminating half the sky. Chen Mang has been waiting for a long time. Like a rattlesnake, violently jumped up in the air, grabbed the steel rope of the hoist in front of him and prepared to swing like an ape behind the 10 enemies and then began to launch the assassination. However, he had only just jumped when he saw that the 10 enemy guns had been aimed at him at some point. Chug chug chug. The piercing and dull sound of gunfire rang out steeply through the rainy night. Hiss! Chen Mang, who had re-entered the white space, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, looking down at his abdomen. Those bullet holes just now were like a hallucination. His body was intact. It was just that the tingling sensation was still lingering in his mind now. It was the first time he had ever felt what it was like to have a bullet shot into his body. It hurts. That feeling of desperation before death is extremely real. The mission naturally failed. Chen Mang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. If it was reality, he definitely wouldn't have chosen this way to assassinate, but now that he knew it was virtual space, he couldn't help but want to follow the example of those assassins in the previous life's Assassin's Creed. The idea is good. It would still be an extremely cool scene if he actually did the moves he had in his head. Rainy night, city ruins. The moment lightning streaked across the sky, a black shadow landed behind the 10 enemies like a ghost and began to kill. By the time the thunder sounded, the enemy had fallen to a pool of blood. All that could be seen was the back of a man carrying a dagger in his hand, walking at a slow and steady pace towards the far side of the street. Beads of blood blending into the rainwater ticking and falling at the man's feet. It's so handsome. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as an excellent possibility once again surfaced in his mind. The modern city is in ruins and a violent storm is sweeping through the city. Not a neon sign in sight. The hidden curved moon under the dark clouds was the only source of light. This time his chosen birthplace was on the rooftop of an office building. Standing on the rooftop at the edge of the office building, Chen Mang poked his body out to look at the 10 enemies surrounding the entrance of the office building, letting the rain hammer on himself, and muttered, "This is going to have to hurt a bit, I'm afraid." It was 36 stories high, but who can resist an immortal leap of faith? Phew! Chen Mang took a deep breath, slowly stood by the rooftop, brought the hood to his head. The clothes in the combat virtual space can be chosen at will by himself. Turned his back to the darkness in the night like a ghost and slowly opened his arms. His body fell straight backward. A few seconds later, boo! A slightly dull crash like a smash on a meatloaf sounded steeply in the night. Chen Mang, who had once again returned to the white space, grimaced as he moved his body and bones, but he still couldn't help but smile with satisfaction when he saw the mission settlement panel. It's okay. Killed an enemy. In front of the leap of faith, even an enemy wielding a fire weapon could not stop his thrusts. He had a new insight into the ways of assassination. Immediately after, he tried a variety of map play. A time to play some fun. Do not say, this thing is quite addictive. But he also wanted to try online play. Biao. Master Mang wants you to go to Beater's car number 5. Did it say what to do? Said I'd cut you a deal. Ha! Biao Zi, who was on patrol, looked toward the old pig coming toward him, and the whole person froze in place, with a flash of bewilderment in his eyes, muttering, "Which kind of cut is the kind of cut where Master Mang is holding a Tinglong assault rifle, and I'm barehanded and empty-fisted? I think I see my Tama waving at me." Don't get carried away. The old pig couldn't help but laugh. It's not that serious. From the tone of voice, Master Mang is quite happy. Go ahead. It should be good. Still a little uneasy, Biaozi walked into the No. 5-beater car, looked around. Originally resting in the carriage's Ji Choo-choo also do not know where to go. The carriage is only Mang Master a person. He looked to stand aside Mang Master. Whispered, "Mang Master, you look for me?" "Aha." Chen Mang beckoned, pointing to the 2 combat training virtual spaces on the ground, and said with a smile, "Come on, just got out the good stuff. Similar to a virtual game. it can be fought online, and casualties inflicted within it do not carry over into reality. It's no fun playing alone. Let's practice. What? Snappy. Soon, on a ring in the white space, the dagger-wielding Biaozi looked towards Master Mang, who was standing in front of him also holding a dagger, and said with some trepidation, "That, Master Mang, I'm going to make a move? Serious fight." Chen Mang's body slightly arched, his eyes staring straight at the dagger in Biaozi's hand. "Win the fight and I'll let you be the captain of the first team. Lose the fight and get the hell out to the second team later." Originally, there was still some dare not start. Biaozi heard this, immediately faced serious eyes flashed a trace of viciousness. "Then I'm sorry, Master Mang." The next moment, a 3-second countdown rings out over the ring. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown disappeared, both of them regained control of their bodies and charged towards each other almost at the same time. Chapter 100, Can you bless me with a level 3 iron mine? Next moment, the two of them then collided together. Without any rules and regulations, unable to see any hint of martial arts, only the pure desire to fight and kill. You stab me, I stab you. Extremely pure. 30 seconds later, Chen Mang, who was covered in wounds, pulled his sticky bloodstained fingers from Biaozi's eye sockets and staggered up to his feet before grinning hard with a throbbing grin at the corner of his mouth. No way. Immediately after, a white light flashed. Chen Mang injury body all recovered and disappeared in the ring. Once again appeared in that white space, only this time Biaozi also on the side. Master Mang, it hurts. Biaozi's eyes are full of helplessness. I almost won. I want to try again. I didn't stab the vitals. You just snapped my eyes. This time I can snap Master Mang your eyes. No. I just didn't dare to do it. Yes, come on. In the ring, the moment the countdown ends, the two rushed together again. Heartbreaking screams resounded in the ring. The only thing that ensued was a collapsed Biaozi on the ground holding a dagger and quickly stabbing madly towards his neck for a few seconds before disappearing into the ring as a white light. White space. Pio looked at the panel that popped up in front of him, detecting that you are on the verge of a mental breakdown. Does it remove the pain and phantom pain so as not to leave side effects? Confirmed. Seconds later, gradually calmed down Biaozi, only a long sigh of relief, inclined his head to look aside. Chen Mangru eyes full of shadows and fear trembled. Mang master. Egg fried very painful. No more competitions, okay? Ugh. Chen Meng somewhat unfulfilled patted Biaozi's shoulder. Then it's like this first. You've never been in a fight before. When you're in a fight, of course you first prioritize attacking the weak position. We don't usually do fights without pinching eggs or pulling out eyes. This is a little over the top. Okay. Chen Meng waved his hand before ordering. The captain of the first team is still yours. Pick me another 20 beaters these days. I will create another 8 combat training virtual spaces later. In the future, 2 teams of beaters will patrol and supervise every day, and the other team will stay in the compartment for training. Understood. Chen Meng, who had left the virtual space, swept his eyes at the surroundings of the No. 5 beater carriage. After consuming 500 units of iron ore and creating a level 10 refrigerator, and loading these 2 combat training virtual spaces into the refrigerator, another 8 combat training virtual spaces were created and placed in the refrigerator. Although you can't increase physical fitness in this virtual space, but it increases real-world combat experience, as well as pain tolerance level, combat experience in different terrains, teamwork, etc. Quite a useful accessory. And Chen Mang also consumed 5W units of iron ore to upgrade one of them to level 10. The upgrading effect of this accessory is that it can increase the level of the nutrient solution and extend the usage time at the same time. Level 1 combat training virtual space can last roughly 5 hours, level 5 can last 9 hours, and level 10 can last 14 hours, and it also gets 2 supermodel effects. Combat training virtual space level 5 supermodel effect, you can fight against other trains online and participate in qualifying matches to get a ranking on the leaderboard, and you can only fight online with users of the same level of train. Combat training virtual space level 10 supermodel effect, training in a virtual space enhances physical abilities in reality. Chen Mang looked at these 2 supermodel effects and smiled. These 2 supermodel effects are both very strong. The first supermodel effect. It was possible to fight against other train users online. This he had just seen on the panel in the white space. For example, if he entered this space now, he could fight against all the users of the level 3 trained combat training virtual space in this world in a qualifying match. Fair ring game. Increasing the segment rank will result in getting on the list, which will increase the prestige value for the train it belongs to. He had just learned about the existence of reputation values from the Train Assist AI. Whether it was a regional broadcast or being on a list of such, it would increase the reputation value, and he had been regionally briefed once when he had gotten the first kill of those 2 rabbit bosses. It didn't show up that time though. Prestige is something that only becomes visible in level 4 trains, and all prestige earned before that is hidden. and only becomes visible when the train is raised to a level 4 train, and has its corresponding effect. The second supermodel effect simply belongs to the perverted level of supermodel effects that are really supermodels. Originally, he thought that this stuff could only enhance combat experience, but now it seemed that it could also increase physical fitness, which would drastically increase the fighter's ability to fight alone. Pretty good. He likes it. Yellow-grade accessories could only have been leveled up to a maximum of 5. So the first overmold effect was available to all, but the second overmold effect, which wasn't so easy to obtain, required Murphy's stone. Bottom line is this: Chen Mang's face gradually became odd. Not all accessories had a supermodel effect, and not all accessories' supermodel effects were strong. He could even imagine what would happen if a person slammed 2 Murphy stones on the green accessory of crafting table, looked blearily at the level 5 supermodel effect, and then realized that nothing was displayed behind it. What a mood! Probably had to smash this production table on the spot. Who could be angry about this? He looked at the train panel and still had 2W units of iron ore, and immediately consumed another 5W units of iron ore to raise the built-in space stabilizer accessory to level 10. This accessory will have one in every car including the outside of the train room, an extremely pocket-sized contraption similar to a level. The effect is that when the train is in an abnormal state such as non-horizontal, it can keep the carriages in a horizontal static state, a kind of black technology. This accessory upgrade has no effect. Even at level 1, it is possible to keep the train internally smooth in a 360-degree rotational state. After rising to level 10, you gain 2 special supermodel effects. Built-in space stabilizing instrument level 5 supermodel effect. It can keep train members unaffected during extreme climbs or extreme falls. Built-in space stabilizing instrument level 10 supermodel effect. When the train is in a vacuum, all items and members inside the train remain unaffected. 2 very buggy supermodel effects. But he will definitely not be able to use it in a short time. Extreme climb. This word is still a bit strange to put on the train. He does not even know when his train will fly. As for the second supermodel effect, vacuum. Come on, you old man, take a rest first. Chen Mang looked at the remaining 4W units of iron ore. It was almost used up again. This point was first left and used to deal with unforeseen circumstances. It's time to pull out when these 2 iron mines are finished. 2 hours later the group of slaves began to return to their carriages in an orderly fashion, bringing back 30,000 units of iron ore. The 2 level 2 iron mines had been fully mined. Immediately after, ooh-hoo, accompanied by the roar of the engine, the stellar train once again drilled deeper into the earth, heading straight for that level 3 red heart rock mine. Another 2 hours later, the hematite mine was also emptied, bringing back 800 units of level 3 hematite ore. 1 unit of level 3 hematite ore is equivalent to 100 units of level 1 hematite ore. That is, although it took a very small amount of time, 180,000 units of hematite ore were obtained. Inside the stellar train that had already drilled out of the ground and switched out the wind and fire wheels to speed toward the desert river hills, Chen Mang looked toward the 180,000 units of red heart rock ore on the train's panel, and his face was filled with emotion. This level 3 mine is a real treat. That's too high a return. It would be nice to meet a level 3 iron mine. 20 minutes. Chen Mang frowned slightly and looked at the resource detection radar, which has not been ticking. But it can't be said that it hasn't been ringing, just that it hasn't detected any high-level resource mines. And on the way there, it met a level 1 iron ore mine that was 800 meters deep in the ground. Only, he was too lazy to stop the train, wasting his time. With that time spent mining level 1 iron ore, he could have found multiple level 2 iron ores, and parked the stellar train in the wilderness, leaving the train room alone and walking to the side, light 3 cigarettes and stick them in the ground, patiently waiting for it to burn out before looking up at the cloudless sky overhead murmured, Jesus, can you bless me with a level 3 iron mine? By all accounts, the Iron Ridge Wasteland was capable of giving birth to a level 3 iron ore. After all, even that level 3 hematite ore had come out, so a level 3 iron ore was also normal, only he had never seen it before. After doing this, it was only then that he returned to the train room again, and proceeded to maneuver the stellar train as it roared off into the distance. Aha! Is not forgotten to give Master Koan also on the column of incense to come? Although he and Master Koan life some grudges, but after the death of the Master Koan still helped him a lot, and send slaves and send drawings also send start resources, is really a nobleman. Without Master Quinn, it must have been a little harder for him to get started. He's a man who remembers favors. Master Quinn should be on this incense. Let's forget about it this time and get back on it sometime. Half an hour later, the resource detection radar started ticking, and there was a level 2 iron ore mine in a cave 300 meters deep underground, with an estimated 150,000 units of iron ore that could be mined. A level 2 iron ore. That's okay too. the drill in front of the front end of the stellar train immediately began to rotate at high speed. Accompanied by a buzzing noise, the train ran straight towards the depths of the earth, and soon arrived at the cavern that was 300 meters deep in the ground. As the train comes to a stop, the oxygen generator begins to work. A group of slaves also left the wagon at the urging of the beaters and headed to the adjacent mine to pick up pickaxes and continue to start working. The pleasant sound of a pickaxe striking iron ore once again resounded within the cavern. Train interior. Chen Meng then looked towards the last accessory that had to be built, the single skeleton armor production line. With the batch of 30,000 units of iron ore that was replenished just now, the iron ore came to 7,3W, which wasn't that tight. Once again, 45,000 units of iron ore were consumed to raise it to level 10, and he placed this production line in compartment 2, which was his special place for production lines, such as the pickaxe production line and other existences that he placed in this compartment. The effect of upgrading the warfighter skeletal armor production line is to create a higher level of skeletal armor. A level 1 skeletal armor is equivalent to being able to do a 1x increase in overall body quality. The level 10, on the other hand, can do increases up to 2.0x, equivalent to doubling. This is already an extremely exaggerated figure, but it still depends on one's own physical quality. Those who originally have good physical ability will become stronger when fitted with the skeletal armor. If they were originally weaklings who are thin and unmanageable, even if they are enhanced by 2 times through the skeletal armor, they will still be weak and will not change much. And level 1 skeletal armor is exactly the same price as level 10 skeletal armor. All 40,000 units of iron ore in one set. Upgrading to level 10 also brings 2 supermodel effects. Single skeletal armor production line level 5 supermodel effect, automatically repairs itself slowly when damaged. Warfighter skeletal armor production line level 10 supermodel effect, crafting resource consumption is halved. The supermodel effect is mediocre. The former is only somewhat useful in wartime, and is usually repaired with nanomachine spider, or possibly waiting for it to be repaired slowly if there's no rush. As for the latter, the effect is definitely average. The original price would be expensive, a full 40,000 units of iron ore. Even if the consumed resources were halved, it would still be 20,000 units of iron ore. Only, this thing could not only be used for beaters, but also for slaves, and if a set was given to each slave, it would be equivalent to a direct doubling of work efficiency. It's just that it's so expensive. At 20,000 a set, 1,000 slaves is 20 million units of iron ore. Gotta. He had so much iron ore, still need to think about these things. He directly ran to the Kunlun Mountain Chaotic Kill. To that area of the monsters are slaughtered, and he realized that actually the number of his slaves and the efficiency of his work was already very high. 1,000 slaves were completely enough. After all, after going to the advanced area, he would definitely be able to meet a level 3 iron mine. The level 3 iron ore, which he, 1,000 slaves, had dug up in a day or two of work, was harvested several times as much as the level 2 iron ore. 1,000 slaves is a sufficient number. The latter difficulty is how to find higher grade iron ore and mine it successfully. He walked to the front of the production line. A probe reached out and aimed at him and quickly swept up and down a few times before entering all of his body information into it. And after consuming 20,000 units of iron ore, a set of one-man skeletal armor that perfectly fit his stature was created. The whole thing is like the skeleton of a large body of teachers in medical school. Only the body is black and made of steel. Like wearing clothes, the entire single soldier skeletal armor was placed close to the surface of one's skin, light and without any thickness, and nearly integrated with the body, like an extra bone augmentation. Boom! Chen Meng exploratory blast of fist, hidden sonic boom sound, eyes flashed a trace of surprise. This thing effect can be The most important thing is that there is absolutely no mech that kind of heavy feeling. It does not affect one's movements at all. Sleeve in the clothes from the outside, even from the outside, cannot be seen at all, and do not need to set any energy stone. Only with a single soldier bone armor can play the effect of increasing physical quality. P.S. Chapter 5 won't post, ran into an unknown keyword, found and deleted it and posted it. Chapter 101, why another ing treadmill? Still, there are some drawbacks to exoskeleton armor over mechs. For example, if it was a mech, it might have a heavy fire weapon configuration like a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher holding a Gatling, but those weren't a big deal, and it wasn't like his train was a meal if it needed that level of firepower. To this point, the 4 buildable accessories that came with upgrading to a level 3 train have all been upgraded to level 10 by him. No food in hand. Chen Meng leaned back in his chair and inclined his head to look out the window at the slaves who were working. To finish this half day today, and tomorrow to do another day of this iron ore will be just finished digging, so you can go looking for the next iron ore again. Not only, but also, he looked up at the map of where the underground river went in that Iron Range wasteland on the console screen and laughed softly. There was no way he could maneuver the stellar train to measure every bit of land in the Iron Range wasteland, which was quite large, and how much time would be wasted. And he'd gone to the library to scour it when he'd last been in the ruins of Taiping City. These include several underground river walks in the Iron Range wilderness. This iron ore mine he was currently in was also in an underground river cave. After these few times of digging underground, he realized that underground iron ore mines basically only appeared in caves. With this map, he wouldn't need to go searching aimlessly like a headless fly in the Iron Range wasteland. Going to search all the way along the underground river's path, one would basically be able to find 70% of the mines deep underground in the Iron Ridge wasteland. As for the remaining 30%, one can't be that greedy. It's kinda fun to build a combat training virtual space to put in the train room when the night is over. Of course, what interested him most wasn't confronting others. It felt less interesting. And that what with the online qualifying matches with other trains he wasn't too interested in. He was more interested in those mission modes of the standalone training. It's possible to have an assassin's addiction. He had already successfully assassinated an enemy on only the second time, and used a high-end assassination method like Leap of Faith. So when he played a few more times, he would definitely be able to achieve a perfect and injury-free pass. Name it. Biaozi found the woman who was digging who was as strong as a man and said icily, "Me." Seeing that Biaozi had found herself, the woman was a bit rushed and said, "My name is Zhang San." Zhang San? Biaozi's brow furrowed. "Do you have another brother named Li Si? I'm asking for your real name." "The real name is Zhang San," the woman hastened to explain. "I have two other brothers. The eldest is called Zhang Yi, and the second is called Zhang Er. It's just that even though we were all in Taiping City, we didn't have a chance to meet up after the end came, and we got separated, and we should be dead by now. And these two brothers of mine are very powerful." "As big as you?" "That's bigger than me." The woman thought deeply for a moment before giving an example. They both used to lift the treadmill in the gym and ran a few laps with it on their backs. Very impressive. Just a bit of a one-track mind. Did I do something wrong? Master Mang needs new recruits to fight, and I've got my eye on you. A hitter? The woman froze slightly before cautiously testing. "Brother Piao, I know that slaves can buy male flesh through mining quantities. By what means do beaters buy male flesh? By working hours and contribution value. Master Mang will reward you if you are meritorious. Come with me first and try your hand at it. It's not enough to be strong. Fighters are the ones who are going to go out into the field and fight monsters, and they need to have enough heart and the means to fight." Diao didn't say anything more. It just turned around and headed straight for the batter's compartment number 5, while Zhang San followed rather quietly. I have to say that the combat training virtual space is really a good thing. With this thing, one can let go of the life and death competition, so that one can more intuitively see a person's fighting strength and potential between life and death. Though the woman was certainly fit and strong, but being able to be a fighter isn't just about being strong, and if you're too intimidated to move at the sight of blood, it's definitely not appropriate. White space. In the ring, Diaozi stood in the ring with an icy cold face holding a dagger, looking across at Zhang San who was like a mountain. The moment the countdown ends, the battle begins, and when one person dies then the battle ends. Injuries sustained here will not be brought out into the outside world. Use your strongest attack. Remember, I'm not going to let you get away with this just because you're a woman, and I hope you don't let me get away with this just because I'm a fighter. Going soft on me will only get you killed yourself faster. Next moment, the countdown is over. Both of them shot towards each other at almost the same time. No, it was a crash. 30 seconds later, I lost. Zhang San, who was back in the white space, looked at Biaozi with shock in his eyes. "Brother Biao Biao, you're the strongest man I've ever seen. Your eggs were pinched and burst by me, and you were even able to forcefully endure the pain and stick the dagger into my neck. I obey you." This 1 meter 8 body full of tendon neat woman, at this time looked at Biaozi's eyes even flash. She was afraid of Biaozi at first because she was afraid of Biaozi's status. After all, Biaozi's status was that of a fighter, while her status was that of a slave, and she was surely not in a temper nor did she dare to be reckless in front of Biaozi, but it was Piao's strength that she now admired. This man, awesome. Biaozi did not speak, just stood in place expressionless silence looking down at his crotch. "The second time today, right, brother? You've suffered for following my brother's fault." But one had to admit that this virtual training space could indeed train one's tolerance for pain. The first time he was pinched by Master Mang, he felt like his entire body was about to go crazy, but the second time, surprisingly, he was still able to plunge the dagger into this woman's neck before dying of pain. He suddenly admired himself a little. This was progressing pretty fast. Is he really a genius? It took a moment before he sighed softly. "You continue to go digging in the next few days. I've memorized the name. When it's time to expand the members of the beaters, I'll pass on the information of your name. Master Fong, Master Fong, Master Fong. Don't ing call me Master Fong. You guys are the masters." Can I call you masters? The Iron Range Wilderness. In a speeding train, the man was standing inside the train looking at the two burly men in front of him with their faces full of angry curses, spittle spraying all over the place. Last time I let you guys go to Typing City to search for supplies, and you guys ran to the gym and emptied it of fitness equipment. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr now. It's been unsold. Sold to whoever you tell me. There's no one who's going to buy this stuff in Doomsday. Ha! You guys want to grab some more protein powder back? Master Fong, the burly guy standing on the left, buzzed out. We looked. There was no protein powder in that gym at the time. It was all taken. Me, your mom. The man almost took a breath for a moment. Half a moment before taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down. Okay, let's not talk about the protein powder thing for a while. Okay, let the damn gyms pass beforehand. Let's talk about the present. This time I asked you to search for supplies in the city of Taiping, and what I said when I sent you two old men out. Repeat it for me. The strong man on the left spoke without thinking. Search only for survivors. Food, tobacco and alcohol. Yes. The man heaved his head before pointing at the treadmill next to the train room in a near snarl of rage. So what did you guys bring back for me? Aha! Why another treadmill? Don't you guys remember? I'm talking about survivors, food, and cigarettes and alcohol. That, Master Fong. At this point, the strong man standing on the right weakly raised his hand, somewhat aggravated, said yes, but we did not find survivors, food and tobacco and alcohol. So you guys just brought back another treadmill? Only saw this. Thought a thief can't go empty, so I brought it back. Meh. Master Fong sat on his chair with his butt and couldn't help but laugh in anger. People really do laugh when they are extremely angry. He didn't even know what to say. These two brothers are really wrong in the head, but extremely obedient to him. So even if he was angry, he could only curse a few times, and he certainly couldn't do anything with this baby bump. And aside from the fact that they hadn't ever satisfied him in the area of searching for supplies, there really wasn't anything wrong with the two brothers in other areas. He took a deep breath before calming himself down as much as he could for a long time before speaking calmly. This way. Promise me you won't move the treadmill next time. Will you? Let's get something else. Could be. After the two brothers glanced at each other, they nodded heavily with serious faces in unison before inquiring in a small and tentative voice. That, Master Fong, can we start dinner? Open. The man nodded with an expressionless face. This will open. How can I let the two masters starve? Make amends to the two of you, okay? Soon. Into the night. Inside the stellar train, Chen Mang looked at the train panel. With the iron ore dug this afternoon, there was a total of 8 units of iron ore, and with one more day of digging tomorrow, this level 2 iron ore would be finished. He looked over to the 5 optional build accessories that were left unbuilt. Central air conditioning, storage containers, permanent shocks, medical bins, unknown parts. Immediately consumed 3,000 units of iron ore. The central air conditioning as well as the permanent shock absorber and the medical warehouse were created. All 3 are yellow-grade carrier accessories. Just built it, but not upgraded it. Not enough iron ore. He can't build a storage box for now. It requires wood, and he doesn't have any at the moment. Each of these 3 accessories needed 5 units of iron ore to upgrade to level 10. He just had that amount left over. He would have to use it to arrange meals for the slaves tonight and tomorrow morning. He would upgrade again tomorrow when he had the iron ore. He consumed another 1,000 units of iron ore and built himself a combat training virtual space to place inside the train room. Only then did he shed his clothes again and dug in. Actually, wearing clothes would be fine, except that it would get them wet, and then they would have to be dried at the end of the day, which would be a pain in the ass. The nutrient solution in the combat training virtual space looked sticky, but there was not a trace of stickiness on the surface of the skin. It was just like clear water, and the skin of the body looked a lot cleaner after drilling out from the nutrient solution. Just like finding a bath master who rubbed it all over with salt. Once again, I came to that familiar white space, and once again, standing on the rooftop of the office building with a dagger in hand, looking out at the enemies patrolling the entrance to the office building, it was indeed quite fun to play Leap of Faith for a little while longer before nightfall. Time passes slowly. By the time the time came to the next night, this iron mine had been completely dug out, bringing the iron ore units in the train to 14.7W. The wilderness, on a sky full of stars. The stellar train, which had been reswitched to wind turbines, began to speed off across the wasteland along the underground river vein, continuing to search for the mines beneath the Iron Range wasteland until an hour later. The radar finally went off again when we were about half an hour away from the desert hills, and it's still a big shipment. Loaded. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed as he looked at the resource detection radar, which showed that in the underground river cavern 8,000 meters below the ground, There were 3 grade 2 iron mines close together, and a grade 2 copper mine. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Now that's really on the big stuff. At that moment, the train repaired at the same place. This night will not go down. Tomorrow will go down again. Although in the ground through the oxygen machine can also have enough oxygen, but it is always not as comfortable as breathing in the wilderness of the flow of air to more comfortable. There's a sense of freedom. Although he had gone to the Kunlun Mountains and was being chased around, no one could mess with him in the Iron Range wasteland. And if there really was a level 3 boss that attacked him at night, it would be sending him drawings. If a class 3 train comes to attack him at night, he was really looking forward to seeing it. So far he had only seen class 3 trains on the train radio. He had yet to see another class 3 train in person, and he wondered how it compared to his class 3 train. As the sun rises over the Iron Range wilderness, the stellar train had already disappeared from the surface and appeared in a cave next to that underground river 8,000 meters deep underground, and a group of slaves had long since begun lining up to receive food in preparation for their work. The headlights and oxygen generator are working. That's nice. Chen Mang, who was standing inside the car window, looked towards the 3 connected level 2 iron mines in the distance and smiled. With this batch of iron ore, basically all the remaining parts of the train that had been upgraded to level 3 could be upgraded, and then the armor could be upgraded to level 6. Another 100 refrigerators could be made, and finally the mines deep underground in the Iron Ridge wasteland could be finished, and it was almost time to leave the Iron Ridge wasteland, getting ready to go to the green zone to complete the transfer quest and then move up to level 4 train. Everything is going in the right direction. Once you're done mining this batch, go to the Desolation Hills and find a couple of level 2 lumber yards, and then you'll have everything in the train with nothing missing. Then, go to the Kunlun Mountain area again and slaughter all the monsters in that area. C1 slaughtered. End of chapter. Chapter 102. Has time passed so quickly? In a cave next to an underground river, the heavy stellar train is parked on one side, with several headlights illuminating the entire cavern, and a humming oxygen generator is constantly consuming energy to keep the cavern oxygenated. After washing up, has eaten breakfast. Chen Mang has been lying in the train room, that combat training virtual space, to start today's single mission training. This is his new toy. Quite good. He had just spent 5W units to have upgraded this combat training virtual space belonging to him to level 10, thus obtaining 2 corresponding special supermodel effects. The effect of a level 10 supermodel is that his training in virtual space directly increases his physical abilities in reality. Sure, the physical potential of human beings is still limited, and it is not possible to expect to train oneself to become a superhuman through the combat training virtual space, but after systematic training, it is not difficult to achieve the goals of parkour masters and dagger proficiency. 3 hours later, Chen Mang, who was a bit tired of playing, retreated from the combat training virtual space and stretched his back before heading towards the No.2 compartment, which was used to pile up production lines, including the pickaxe production line. Before digging that red hard rock, he upgraded the pickaxe production line to level 3, thus ensuring that he could produce pickaxes capable of digging level 3 minerals. The price of making a level 1 pickaxe is 1 iron ore unit. A level 2 pickaxe is 10 iron ore units. A level 3 pickaxe is 100 iron ore units. Instead, he now consumed another 4,100 units of iron ore to build this pickaxe production line directly to level 10, at which point the production line already possessed the ability to rise to a level 10 pickaxe. The price of a level 10 pickaxe is 1 billion iron ore units. Gotta. This number made him more or less lose his temper. A level 10 pickaxe was used to dig level 10 mines. Also 2 more supermodel effects. Pickaxe production line level 5 supermodel effect, none. Pickaxe production line level 10 supermodel effect, none. He had once tried to use the drill to mine, and with the diamond of the drill, he could easily drill the iron ore to powder. And in fact, the experiment did succeed, and the raised cauliflower-like iron ore on the ground was indeed drilled into powder, but did not drop even 1 unit of iron ore. He also tried to build a rudimentary version of an automated mining machine by strapping a pickaxe to a wheel. It still ended in failure. Pickaxe. It is the underlying rule of this world that you can only have the effect of mining when it is held in the hands of a slave. Chen Mang swept through the various production lines placed in the carriages one by one, and inwardly began to ponder over the fact that he had already begun to prepare for this matter of upgrading to a level 4 train. Soon, 10 days later, next to the cave, those 3 grade 2 iron ores including a grade 2 copper ore were all mined. There are now 684,000 units of iron ore, and 231,000 units of copper in the train panel. Not enough. Go on. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the iron ore on the panel. He still needed more iron ore. Under his control, the stellar train immediately left the cavern and headed straight down the underground river toward the Desolation Hills. Half an hour later, successful arrival. Chen Mang in the train room looked out the window, only to see the distant road like the sea waves undulating. only fixed. This kind of road condition, if there is no special wheels, the train is almost impossible to go to. But to him cannot create anything too much influence. After switching to the spider foot wheel and consuming 400 units of iron ore, that axe production line was also raised to level 10, and could produce axes of up to level 10. But the price was still 1 billion units of iron ore. The two corresponding supermodel effects are equally nil. After consuming 10,000 units of iron ore to produce 1,000 axes, the resource detection radar also managed to locate two wood yards next to each other deep in the Desolation Hills. It's a nice setting. Chen Mang looked out of the window. There were green trees everywhere. It looked much more alive than the wasteland. And the slaves had already begun to carry their axes into the forest and started chopping it down. Another 2 days later, the two wood yards, which he had also cut down, were not too large, and enough to replace 230,000 units of lumber. That's enough. There was nothing in the train that needed wood at the moment, and this was enough wood to last him a long time. Immediately, he departed to once again head toward maneuvering the stellar train along the underground river through the wasteland. Tick-tack, detecting a level 2 resource mine at 2,000 meters deep. Excavation. Tick-tack, 2 level 3 resource mines detected at 1,000 meters deep. Excavation. Has time passed so quickly? Inside the stellar train, Chen Mang sat on the chair, was using a manual razor to clean up his stubble, half cleaned up before putting the razor aside. A sight of the girl with a basin of clear water also knowingly came. After wiping off any remaining beard with water, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his refreshed self in the mirror, quite satisfied that 37 days had passed since he left the desert river wilderness. In those 37 days, he did only one thing. Along the underground river vein drove all over the entire Iron Range wasteland. There was mining every day. The slaves never rested for a day throughout the whole process. It is no exaggeration to say that he almost dug all the mines under the entire Iron Range wasteland. Perhaps there are mines deep underground elsewhere than the underground river vein, or perhaps there are mines more than 10,000 meters underground. But he wasn't ready to search any further. The price/performance ratio is not good enough anymore. There was also no way he could maneuver the train through the ground. That would certainly give the resource detection radar a little more range and detect deeper mines, but it would be a lot slower than on the surface. Together with the iron ore accumulated in the previous days, the resource units within the train are now at a near astronomical level. 654 million units of iron ore, 710,000 units of copper, 230,000 units of wood. Got a name? Chen Mang looked to the girl standing quietly behind him in the mirror and casually inquired. This woman was one of the slaves that the old pig had picked out for him from the slaves that was specifically responsible for the hygiene of his train room and his food, clothing and shelter, and her performance was not bad these days. Few words, no unnecessary thoughts, and a quick worker. Phone. What did you do before the end? Elementary school teacher. He swept back at the girl behind him and nodded casually. Quite good. I like cultured people. Go down. There's nothing more for you to do. Yes, Master Mang. After the woman left, Chen Mongsai was quite satisfied with this new body of clothes on his body. Looking at himself in the mirror, leaning on his cane with one hand, he smiled quite satisfactorily. After consuming 400 units of wood, the clothing customization production line was raised to level 10. There were two more supermodel effects. Clothing customization line level 5 supermodel effect. The clothes created have a good temperature locking effect. Clothing customization production line level 10 supermodel effect allows for the creation of highly refined clothing, which creates clothing that empowers the user's temperament in a stronger way, and consumes 500 times the amount of crafting materials. Manufacturing a suit costs 1 unit of wood. Extremely cheap, and it's still customized, compared to the price of 40,000 units of a set of single skeleton armor. It's almost the equivalent of charity. Even if the high-precision clothes, which required 500 times the amount of crafting materials to be consumed, were just 500 units of wood. The clothing customization line accessory upgrade has no special effects, and only has 2 special supermodel effects when upgraded to the corresponding level. Tomorrow is a big day. Tomorrow would be the day when the train would be officially on track. All kinds of processes and so on would be formalized, and the name slave would be officially changed at that time. And he had specially built himself a set of high-precision clothes for his official debut at the opening of tomorrow's show. As the conductor, his dressing actually affects the people below him. The conductor is scantily clad, and the people below look reassured. If the conductor himself looks dirty, the people working under him are afraid that the train will be attacked by monsters one day. The train is out of mines for the day and has stopped on the moor to rest. All slaves are on vacation today and are free to go and rest in the carriages or near the train. Not bad at all. Chen Mang looked at himself in the full body mirror to the side and smiled rather satisfied. He'd built himself a black suit, Something like a suit that once it's a personalized and completely figure-flattering sort of thing. Looks classy on you, and at a slightly lower price. Looks like an estate sale in it. Combined with the lined white vest and black shirt, the layering is nothing to sneeze at, especially the hell cane, which is a total nod to that. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside the train room. Come in, only to see Lee Timing stride in holding a bunch of drawings. Master Mang, you asked me to prepare the armband logo for the stellar train the other day. I drafted a few copies, so take a look through them. Aha! Chen Mang sat on a chair and took over the copies of the drawings handed up in the hands of Lee Timing to check them one by one. Finally a drawing was laid on the table and tapped. That's it. I will build out a regular carriage later and have 100 refrigerators ready for you as well. So go get some manpower from the old pig and find someone to assist you in building this maze. Try to finish before dawn tomorrow. No problem. Lee Timing answered with a serious face before saying with some hesitation. Master Mang, can you build a little more ordinary refrigerator? Here's what I'm thinking. After a few minutes of poking around the maze, that robot must have realized something unique about this refrigerator. At this time, if we put a regular refrigerator in the deepest part of a premium refrigerator, he will also waste a lot of time running back and forth like this. And after letting him know about this setting, we can also put 5 regular refrigerators and a premium refrigerator all. Alright, no need to talk about it. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly looking at Lee Timing and smiled waving his hand. Build you another 200 normal refrigerators. Take them. He had heard what was going on. Falsehoods and falsehoods. Enough to be quite torturous. One ordinary refrigerator was not expensive. It only required 100 units of iron ore, and 200 ordinary refrigerators were only 20,000 units of iron ore. The two things, clothing armband and S-class transfer mission, have basically been finalized. Trains are being repaired today and slaves are on vacation. His task today was to consume all of the 654,000 units of iron ore, which he had dug up in the Iron Range wilderness for more than 30 days. First consume 480,000 units of iron ore, built a normal carriage, and 300 refrigerators, and upgraded 100 of them all to level 10. Noteworthy, whether it's a refrigerator or an accessory like a single bed, binoculars, or a tricycle heavy machine gun. The rating is calculated on the Iron Range Wasteland area rankings by using the highest one individual object to calculate the rating. It's not going to be a straightforward matter of building 100 level 10 refrigerators and counting them all in the rating. The stellar train currently has 11 cars, not counting the one that was temporarily built to house the maze. As he planned, a few more cars needed to be built. The appearance of Lee's Timing told him that maybe any one of the slaves in this batch was not unknown before the end of the day and was extremely good at a certain line of work. And this kind of talent did not know that it could help him on any given day. So he built 2 extra hard sleeper cars, both of which were premium staffed cars. 1 compartment for men, 1 for women. Talented people who enjoy high-level treatment live in these 2 compartments on weekdays. Each hard sleeper compartment has bunk beds, with a total of 18 beds, and insert these 2 cars between cars 4 and 5. The current pattern in the train is, at the head of the train, he was alone. Compartment 2 stores all his industrial production lines and such as the pickaxe production line, heavy machine gun ammunition production line, and the motocross motorcycle production line. Compartment 3, all the stockpiled bullets and resources such as copper, ore and timber were also piled up in this compartment, which at this point was stacked with several level 10 refrigerators for bulk storage of minerals. Compartment 4, on the other hand, was used to place some life-type production lines such as the moldy bread slice production line, the cola production line, the steamed bun production line and so on. And on weekdays Old Pig and the others would go to this compartment when they were making slave food. Compartment 5, hard sleeper compartment for female executives. Compartment 6, hard sleeper compartment for male executives. Compartment 7, the hard sleeper compartment for fighters, had 2 Class 10 refrigerators stacked in the corner, one with 10 combat training virtual spaces as a training ground, and the other with a number of single beds to house the newly recruited fighters. Carriages 8 and 9, for the accommodation of 101 human slaves, and the floors have been covered with blankets, etc. Compartments 10 and 11 housed those 121 goblin slaves, and 4 Class 10 refrigerators housed those 800 plus new slaves that had joined the train. Compartments 12 and 13 are firepower compartments, providing long-range firepower support with the 40-barrel Sakura drop rocket cannon and the repeating bed crossbow. Chapter 103, watching a zombie movie in the apocalypse is really immersive. For a long time, the structure of the stellar train was essentially unchanged, unless there is new population growth. After consuming 32,000 units of iron were to build level 3 armor for all of the 2 additional carriages. Chen Mang looked towards the cost required to upgrade level 3 armor to level 4 armor. It takes 30,000 units of iron ore to go from level 3 to level 4 armor. The stellar train is currently 13 cars, plus a locomotive, or 14, to raise them all to level 4, 420,000 units of iron ore are consumed. Chen Mang saw this number. The corners of his mouth slightly twitched, although he had already known this price, but really when it came to upgrading, it was still hard not to help but feel heartbroken for a moment. The price was a little too expensive, but this iron ore had to be spent. Soon, the stellar train had 13 cars with the train head, the armor was all upgraded to level 4, and the price of upgrading from level 4 to level 5 armor required 50,000 units of iron ore, or 700,000 units of iron ore. When 700,000 units of iron ore were slammed down again, the train armor also managed to come to level 5, and the iron ore units in the train panel that had been astronomical just a moment ago shrunk almost instantly, from 365 units of iron ore, directly to 652,000 units of iron ore. But, it's not over yet. He had once said that he wouldn't even take another step to the Kunlun Mountains without raising his armor to level 6. Without level 6 armor to go to the green area it really didn't feel safe at all. Whereas from a carriage of level 5 armor to level 6 armor it would require a full 100,000 units of iron ore. After 4 million units of iron ore were slammed down, the balance would be only 252,000 units of iron ore. Almost overnight poverty. Chen Mang walked out of the train room and stood on the side of the wilderness with his hands on his cane, looking at the train in front of him that was covered by heavy armor, his eyes filled with pride. Level 6 armor provides a sense of security that no other accessory can match. With this thing, even if he went to the green area, he could continue to go unhindered. Not a single monster could stop him. What did he spend so many days in the Iron Ridge wasteland to figure out? Wasn't it just this? And, after moving up to level 6 armor, this most costly green grade accessory, Carriage Steel Armor, finally has its first level 5 supermodel effect. Carriage Steel Armor level 5 supermodel effect, immunity to corrosion from liquids, mist, and swamps. That worked out pretty well. When I first met that level 3 spider boss, it was during the battle that I accidentally came into contact with some venom, causing the train to leak a little bit of energy. Although it wasn't much and it wasn't a big deal, it still took quite a bit of time and effort at the time to troubleshoot the problem. With this supermodel effect, you won't be corrupted when you meet a monster that can spray in the future. Pretty good. Phew. Chen Mang let out a long breath and looked at the remaining 252,000 units of iron ore. He had not yet upgraded those buildable accessories after upgrading to a level 3 train, including the fact that upgrading to a level 4 train would still require the consumption of 1W units of level 2 iron ore, or 100,000 units of iron ore. This remaining bit of iron ore is simply not enough. But, and it doesn't matter, level 6 armor might sound grounded, but those 4 words meant that he could go to the green area and mine with impunity. What was the point of staying in the Iron Ridge wasteland when the green area had more high-grade mines? Waiting to go to the green area and then look for the mine is. These 2 days also dug a lot of copper ore, enough to let the train reserve 710,000 units of copper ore. His 40 tubes of cherry blossom fall rocket cannon built out has not yet fired. Wait to go to the green area. Should find a boss to try their hands. His rocket launcher is currently still level 1. On the contrary, those 4 3-legged heavy machine guns had long been upgraded to level 5 by him. Only then did he look at the regional rankings. Iron Range Wasteland Power Rankings. List 1, Stellar, a Class 3 train with a power value of 5,412. List 2, Survival Ship, Level 3 train, power value 2789. List 3, Shen Turtle, Class 3 train, power value 2,621. List 4, Purple Cloud, a Class 3 train with a power value of 2,212. List V, 500 points are added to the base value of a level 3 train. The train adds 1 point for each survivor he takes in, and his survivors increase their rating by 1,012 ratings. His accessory rating totaled 313 plus 3,130 points. 2 red high-grade accessories, plus 200 points. The total number of supermodel effects owned is 57, plus 570 points. He is mainly the accessory level total plus rating plus more. His accessory total is 313 levels. You know that the condition for accessory level total for upgrading to level 4 train is only 80 levels. He directly overflows with 313 significantly. That's what brought us to a score that should be impossible for a level 3 train to achieve by all rights. Exceeds the top 2 by fully twice the rating score. There is a lot of buzz about this on train radio. Bastard train, not brothers, I'll do the math. The algorithm for train ratings is transparent, right? There is no such thing as inexplicably going up a few hundred points or a few thousand copies, and since the ratings can go up, either there are more slaves, or the fittings are higher in grade, or there are more supermodel effects. But stellar that 5412 evaluation score is completely unreasonable. Accessories level basically limit are 3. Hold up, you get a yellow grade accessories, the whole 5. But there are only so many buildable yellow fittings for upgrading to a level 3 train, and even if all of them are built only for how many levels, he can't have blueprints for a large number of yellow grade fittings in his hands on the stellar, can he? Well, even so, counting his 20, how many levels does it take to level all the way up to full level? 60. That's 600 points. Where the hell did he get 5,000 points from? Train to infinity. Well, is it possible that the slaves added the points? Asshole train, you're awesome. You stuff 5,000 slaves in the train. You're really awesome. See if these slaves can feed you. Bankruptcy is over. See if you can afford to feed so many slaves. Can you make sure that you have mines to dig every day? And there are survivors in the ruins of the city of Taiping. How hard it is to find you, and I know that. Finding 5,000 survivors is just a nightmare. Purple Cloud Train, alright, no need to argue. I do think that although this stellar train conductor has never met, but I think it must be a person with courage and tactics of incomparable means, and it's only normal that he develops a little faster than the big guys. Bloodthirsty Raging Bull Train, upstairs. I remember you. You said some time ago that you were looking for the stellar train to touch a com and said that you would let him come to you to see if he dared to speak up. The Purple Cloud Train, : You're remembering the wrong person. Yes? Chen Mang looked at the chat log on the train radio, took out the small notebook from the drawer, and looked at the line jotted on it. The Purple Cloud Train, in an arrogant tone, wanted to drive the train and touch me, and asked me if I dared to speak loudly in his presence. No mistake, he clearly remembered it here. It had only been over a month. This guy's temper looked a lot better, not even as dejected as before. Sure enough, people just grow fast under the end times. Even their hearts grow extremely fast. He shook his head and laughed without speaking much, simply tucking the book into a side drawer and slumping back in his chair to rest his legs on the console tabletop, lighting a cigarette rather leisurely and picking up the remote control in preparation for searching for another zombie movie to watch. Watching a zombie movie in the middle of the apocalypse is really immersive. And so on. He scanned the screen of the solitary enemy radar, which showed that a small wave of corpses was just passing by 7 kilometers to the left. Came just in time, copying the walkie-talkie. Gaozi, take someone on an off-road motorcycle and go catch some walkers for them. Good. Half an hour later, Gaozi had already made a triumphant return on his off-road motorcycle. While strapped to the back of the motorcycle's ass was a level 10 refrigerator with 4 or 5 level 1 zombies stuffed inside. Then it was by order of Master Mang. The 4 or 5 flesh and blood zombies with white eyeballs constantly hissing were all secured to the window of the train's head. But because there are no chains or other easy fixes, so Pao and the others got on themselves, letting the walker step on their shoulders and holding onto the walker's legs so that the walker's upper body appeared just around the window of the train's head and kept hissing and slapping the glass. When arresting the zombies, he used the handheld zombie perception shield issued by Master Mang, so he didn't cause too much noise in the tide of zombies, and caught a few zombies without realizing it. Train interior. It was mid-morning, and the sunlight seeped into the train interior, looking extremely peaceful in the afternoon and bringing a rather warm feeling. But just then, roar! An ear-piercing hiss steeply broke this atmosphere, only to see a bloody and extremely horrible cheeks appeared outside the car window at an unknown time. The iron-green cheeks looked bloodless, and the whitish eyes stared straight at Chen Mang, who was sitting inside the train room, full of bloodlust, and kept banging on the glass with both hands. Bloody slap marks remain on the car window. The original warmth of the train room was gone, and the killing machine was up. Even the original warm sunshine had turned into a symbol of death near dusk. Sitting on the console, Chen Mang's face changed drastically, a strong sense of fear and despair instantly surging into his heart before his entire body curled up in the chair, picking up the blanket on the side to cover himself. Only then did he shakily pick up the remote and play a zombie movie on the screen. Roar! The realistic viewing experience of a zombie hissing in the movie, and outside the window at nearly the same time, is quite unique. That's what it feels like. This is the only way to feel immersed, and watching a zombie movie in this state is the only way to feel the unique charm that belongs to a zombie movie. An hour and a half later, standing outside the train, Biaozi, at this time legs shaking as if sifting chaff, looking up to stand on their shoulders, zombie eyes full of confusion. So heavy. Finally, he waited until Master Mang's order to end it, and his body went limp, and he had just pulled the pieces of the car blade out of his arms in preparation to kill the zombie that had lunged at him, when he once again received an order from Master Mang. Master Mang told him to keep the walkers and stuff them in the fridge so they don't starve to death. Use it next time. Can zombies eat sliced bread? Biaozi looked at the zombie and fell into a deep thought. What if he didn't eat the sliced bread? What should he do? Use the corpse of other monsters? It wasn't impossible. There was also some corpse meat piled up in the train. Only these zombies were quite professional and didn't eat their own people. Try eating sliced bread without it first. With some hesitation he took a slice of bread from his pocket and threw it into the mouth of this walker that he had stepped on. Cackle. Hey. Also eat quite fragrant. Eat slices of bread on the line. Although I do not know what Mang Masters keep zombies to do, but Mang Masters are the train conductor to stand a higher height. See also farther. These a few zombies. Since they are kept, it must be useful. Perhaps in the future is the print of a certain big plan. For example, he now doesn't even know what the labyrinth that Li Timing built is actually for, but Master Mang looks like he's taking it seriously. Precisely because of the importance of Master Mang, Li Timing ran over to him to ask for people. He did not have any hesitation to agree on the spot. The things that Master Mang valued are the things that he valued. Soon, the time came to the second day. Early in the morning, the sky was covered with an overcast cloud, having had a light rain last night. This morning, although the rain has stopped, the weather looks dark and the air smells rather sweet. All the slaves stood in an orderly fashion on the moor somewhat apprehensively and uneasily, looking towards the group of gun-toting thugs standing under the train, as well as Biaozi and the two old pigs. These days these two are the ones they've seen the most. As for the conductor, Master Mang, on the contrary, they haven't seen a few times yet. Just then, a man in a suit walked from the back of the train to the top of the compartment, leaning on his cane and looking down on all of them, and for a moment, everyone's breath stopped slightly. This man was Master Mang, the conductor of the stellar train and their leader. So handsome. Zhang San, who was a crane in the crowd, looked at the scene and couldn't help but tug on the corner of his coat and whispered, "Quite handsome indeed." Uncle Li cannot help but sigh with emotion. Originally Mang Master carries an indescribable superior temperament. He has also seen other train conductors. Many train conductors actually have a kind of villainous temperament, while Mang Master has never had this kind of temperament. Add to that the suit that at first glance was expensively made and gave an extremely square fit. The very heavy train under his feet once again added a bit more majesty to Master Mang, plus the wilderness as a backdrop. Can't help but feel like the King of Doom. He never wanted to stand out in Master Koan's train at that time, but here in Master Mang, he really wanted to stand out. "It's okay, Uncle Li, I'm sure you'll have your day sooner or later." The words were not yet spoken. Uncle Li will be quick to cover the mouth of the young boy beside him. Eyes full of fear and fear of horse low roar. "You crazy ah, you do not go to find a dragon robe cover me on it?" The young boy broke free before shaking his head helplessly. "Uncle Li, what are you thinking? As much as I expected a lot from you, I didn't expect that much. I meant to say that I believe that although we stand like ants nowadays, I believe that sooner or later you will be able to stand underneath the train when Master Mang is speaking, just like Pao and Captain Pig and the others." Phew, you scared me. Chapter 104, yeah, finally not a slave. Next moment, Chen Meng's voice resounded in everyone's ears through the train's outboard stereo, and there were no polite words or nonsense. It was more of a pronouncement than a speech. "From today, the stellar train will undergo a complete overhaul, and from now on there will be no more slaves to be called slaves, or thugs to be called thugs. Perhaps in Armageddon all the conductors would have called you slaves, and perhaps you have long accepted that in your hearts, but from now on you are not slaves without human rights in my place. If you are willing to work hard, you will still be able to realize your value in the end times. You will have the right to marry, have children, and even, in the train, start your family of 3. The stellar train will not tolerate any zero-value assholes, but it will never fail anyone who has done the train a favor." Standing on the top of the carriages, Chen Mang looked to the front of a huge piece of people. After a pause, calm face continued, "You will no longer be slaves, but train dwellers, and the beaters are no longer beaters, but guards. Positions and entitlements will be separate. There can be many kinds of positions, but there are only 6 kinds of treatment, and each position is treated differently. Minimum treatment, level 3 resident treatment, 10 slices of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water per day, living in a refrigerator. Class 2 resident treatment, 20 slices of bread and 4 bottles of mineral water per day, living in a carriage. Level 1 resident treatment, daily food supply remains unchanged, still living in the carriage. According to the number of daily mining to determine the number of buy meat coupons, every 10 units of resource or to get a buy meat coupons. The excess number can be accumulated until tomorrow, rounding up the settlement. Level 3 premium talent treatment, daily food stewardship, and 2 meat buying coupons per day. Level 2 premium talent treatment, food managed, 3 meat buying coupons per day. Level 1 premium talent treatment, 5 meat buying coupons per day. Chen Mang looked toward the crowd and continued with one hand on his cane. All residents are promoted through the number of digs, and without any other special talents. the position will remain a resident, up to a level 1 resident treatment. Residents who sell meat are entitled to level 3 resident treatment, and can earn treatment advancement through the number of meat buying coupons up to level 1 resident treatment. Piao! Old pig. In. The 2 Biaozi old pig who stood below the train hurriedly shouted in a serious face and in a deep voice. The 2 of you are entitled to level 1 senior talent. The remaining 8 guards are treated as level 2 advanced talents, and the remaining 20 guards ready to be newly recruited are treated as level 3 advanced talents. The meat ticket doesn't just allow you to buy meat, it also allows you to purchase a large number of items within the train. For example, cigarettes, snacks, food, some daily necessities, including even the possibility of purchasing to own a 100 square foot refrigerator for a wedding room, and even train orders, entitlement enhancements, etc. In the future, all men will be rewarded with varying amounts of meat buying coupons for meritorious service. Is what I, Chen Meng, can give you. Along with the development of the stellar train, all treatment will be correspondingly upgraded. Let the old pig explain the rest of the details to you. Strike that. Chen Meng also did not linger, turned back to their own train interior, but lying on the chair a long sigh of relief. Looking out the window, a group of slaves satisfied smile. This train reform system he these days has been in an old pig in the discussion. This is basically a better solution. In the original train plan, there were 2 bigger problems. That is, when the slave rises to the first level of treatment, there is no room to rise. The motivation to work will be more or less weakened, but the slave cannot be allowed to continue to have room to rise. After all, further up to the batter's box treatment, cannot let the slave live in the batter's box, right? The only way to include the train's current reward is to upgrade the treatment. But the size of different merits is not the same. Can't raise the treatment every time. And if the old pig makes a big merit in the future, how can he be rewarded and how can his treatment still be raised? In other words, there's just no reward. It is an extremely dangerous sign for a superior to face a meritorious subordinate who has nothing left to reward. At this point, a currency is necessary. The meat coupon was also created. Once the meat buying coupons are used as currency, their meat buying effect is actually the least significant, and those residents selling meat and the stellar train then act as a kind of anchor. Just as paper currency is anchored by gold and treasury bonds, and he no longer needs to worry about rewarding the unrewarded. The right to say meat vouchers was entirely in his hands. Although slaves could only be promoted to level 1 resident treatment at the highest, they could always earn meat vouchers, thus exchanging themselves for a large 100 SQ, foot, house, including treatment promotions, and the residents who sell meat will not be the same as before, but will have more freedom to trade in a market economy. Everyone can put a different price tag on themselves based on their looks, skills, and even emotional value. For example, 3 at a time for this woman and 5 at a time for the other woman. Trains under this system, productivity is higher than slavery and everyone is more motivated to work than before. In the old slavery train, all the slaves were slack-eyed and had absolutely no idea what was going to happen tomorrow. They just knew how to work. But when this system came out, everyone had a purpose. He puts a lot of good stuff in the store. The left hand creates meat coupons to be sent out through treatment. Recover the meat coupons from the meat coupon shop in your right hand. It is equivalent to the left hand over the right hand again, but the enthusiasm of all the people in the train will be mobilized. And this way of mobilizing enthusiasm is much more superior than the previous system of potpourri reward, except that there is a special method for special times. The stellar train is currently the one that has the absolute power to crush forces internally, and those that crush them externally as well. And there is no shortage of supplies in order to use this system. Other trains. Where's the time to think about that? Think about where you're going to mine tomorrow. He was still quite satisfied with the design of his system, although there were still quite a few shortcomings, but any system is slowly standardized from a prototype. No group system is a perfect state from the beginning. The level 3 premium talent treatment sells for 200 meat buying coupons. After the old pig had finished his speech, all the slaves were gathered around the train, looking at the prices of various commodities on those large prints posted outside the carriage, and a resident who had the treatment of a level 1 slave muttered with his eyes full of shock as he wrenched his fingers. I'm now on the level 1 slave treatment, and I get 1 coupon per day to buy meat. That means it only takes 200 days for me to be promoted to level 3 senior talent treatment, and after that it's just 2 meat purchase coupons a day for 100 days to get my money back. Every day after that is just purely 2 coupons for meat. That's 600 meat coupons a year. That, and slave treatment? A slave next to him poked the man, muttering to himself, looking over at the large print posted outside the wagon and likewise a bit averting his eyes. That Master Meng said it all. We're residents now. Oh yeah, resident. The man was a little awkwardly embarrassed, still a little out of practice. Train interior. Chen Meng looked at the old pig in front of him and said in a deep voice, This system is really practiced down the road, or there are definitely quite a few things that need to be checked and filled, such as the price of the goods and so on. You need to keep an eye on it these days. Understand? Understood. Old Pig nodded his head and responded with a serious face before he opened his mouth again and asked, Master Mang, what is the treatment for Ji Choo Choo and that group of young stars and Li Timing and the others? Chen Mang pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. Ji Choo Choo and Li Timing are given level 3 senior talent treatment, and are respectively stationed in those 2 senior talent carriages, and that batch of starlets are directly given level 3 resident treatment on the line. After all, they're stars, and they don't put a low price tag on themselves. Okay, one more thing. Old Pig hesitated for a moment before whispering, didn't you say last time, Master Mang, that you would reward Ji Choo Choo to the good performers among the slaves? But all of the slaves who perform well are goblins. They don't play with women. Other than that, no one else has touched Ji Choo either. Aha. Chen Mang nodded casually. Got it. Tell her to come over later. Yes, today. All the slaves rested, and all of them looked with interest at the extensive list of goods. Hubby, how about you dig hard and buy me a house? The crowd. A young couple. A girl looked at the refrigerator in the product list, which was priced at 1,000 meat coupons. With little stars in her eyes, we will definitely have a house of our own in the stellar train someday, right? The boy did not speak with a somewhat ugly face. He only hoped that today was a dream, and when he woke up everything would be the same again. What human rights? What residence? He doesn't even want it. He just wants to be a slave. Isn't it nice to be a happy-go-lucky slave who gets fed every day and doesn't have to worry about safety or monsters? Before the end, he just worked his ass off to work overtime just to buy a house and get married. So it was hard to come to the end of the day and not have to think about buying a house. But how the hell did it develop that he had to buy a house again? You're crazy. It's the end of days and you're still buying a house. Is he having trouble buying a house in his life? Even if he dies on the train, does he still have to buy a house in hell? Does he still have to buy a house in hell? The original train regulation was that everyone had to mine at least 10 units per day. It's okay now. To buy a house, you definitely have to work longer hours every day, thus earning more vouchers to buy meat. Honey, no? Phew. The man took a deep breath and forced a smile, stroking his girlfriend's head beside him. Why not? Knew you were the best. Hubby. The girl's face was full of longing. Master Mang is so nice. All the other conductors refer to us as slaves. Master Mang calls us residents, and also gives us the opportunity to be able to buy a house. Husband, it's so nice. We're not slaves anymore at last. The man was silent without speaking first, and it was a long time before he clenched his teeth and said one word. Yeah, finally not a slave. Status is not a slave anymore. But why did he feel even more of a slave than before? As if in a trance, he looked over at another middle-aged couple in the crowd. The middle-aged woman who also looked happy, and the middle-aged man who also happened to look over at him. The two men saw eye to eye. Both saw the despair in each other's eyes. Only, the man looked at the various commodities in that merchandise list, and suddenly had a helpless smile. If he could really have a house of his own in the stellar train, it would actually be quite happy. To be able to live with someone you know and love in the end times. Seems good too. TSK. Train indoor reclining on a chair. Chen Mang will be the car window outside the heart of the couple's course of activities are all income in the eyes. Cannot help but shake his head and smiled. You say? This pair of young couples and is not so sincerely love each other. How this boys naturally will buy a house on the back of their own task. If it's really that true to love each other. He sends a refrigerator straight to the young couple. His marriage license of doom had been backlogged for many days, and he hadn't been able to find anyone who could use it. Ji Choo Choo, who was kneeling on the side, was quiet and didn't reply. She knew that Master Mang didn't really want to answer by himself. Chen Mang then only from this pair of young lovers to retrieve the line of sight. He did not care about this pair of young lovers is how to think. He only knew that this boy in the future to be more desperate digging. As for that girl, daily digging at least 10 units is also have to satisfy, but does not look very much like the willingness to dig more looks like. Finally, I can bring this matter to an end. And the next step is to prepare to head to the green area Sand River Plains to complete the S-rank difficulty transfer quest. He swept his eyes at Ji Choo Choo, who was kneeling on the side. Getting another change of clothes? Aha, there's a dress for you hanging there. Really? Kneeling on the ground. Ji Choo Choo's eyes lit up, and when she raised her head, she looked at the low-cut gown evening dress hanging on a hanger. Change up. Chen Mang picked up the remote control and projected the variety show that Ji Choo Choo had once acted in on the screen again. And only after Ji Choo Choo had changed did he look up and down for a few moments and smiled softly. Slutty enough. It's good that Master Mang likes it. This dress, which he had spent 500 units of wood to create, was a highly refined dress, and when he wore it, this gave him a bit of an actress's temperament. I'm coming then, Master Mang. Aha. No. In the crowd, The middle-aged man finally couldn't stand it anymore and looked at his wife next to him and roared. You're not finished, are you? Do you have any ing obsession with the room? Lived in your mom's womb for 10 months. Living out muscle memory for you? I struggled for 20 years before the end of the day to pay off my mortgage, and now you want me to buy a house. I'm over 40, can I still do it? 10 units of iron ore a day is already a lot. I can't dig anymore. Divorce. Chapter 105, Jedi. Man. Divorce. The middle-aged woman beside her flashed a trace of anger on her face. Fine. Then separate. After separating I'll go to be a meat seller. The big deal is that I'll save myself to buy meat coupons to buy a house. As long as you can accept that your wife goes to sell meat. Can you? The middle-aged man who was full of anger just now. His body instantly froze in place. His mouth slightly opened and closed. A sentence could not be said. Jedi. Man. A man watching from the side couldn't help but come over. If your wife really wants to sell meat, I'll be the first to go and support her then. Get out. The middle-aged man inclined his head to look at the man and cursed angrily, then took a deep breath to suppress the emotions within himself before squeezing out a difficult smile. What nonsense is this, wife? Buy. How can you not buy? I'll try to dig a little more each time I dig from now on. That's more like it. It's all a mess. A small starlet looked at the crowd of people inside long and hard. She had to think about how much to mark herself up. After a moment, she inclined her head to look at another woman beside her. Sister, how much do you think it's appropriate for us to mark ourselves up? I'm going to mark myself up for 1 meat coupon. That cheap? The woman winked, her eyes full of cunning. My quality is definitely higher than those women. All won by meat coupon to grab business. Who can grab me? After all, no matter what, I'm also a star. In a short time I'll be able to save up enough for 50 meat coupons to get a set of highly refined clothes. I just watched Choo Choo's sister wear that clothes from the Mang Master House came out. You are not see. That clothes look extremely temperament. Gee, Choo Choo like back to the doomsday before going to the party like. When I wear this dress, I'll mark it up and go high end then. And I'll make even more money then. Ha! This little starlet who opened her mouth to ask a question was slightly stunned and muttered. You're all so businesslike. Pax, you just learn. The sun came to be just overhead. Diaozi stood on the wasteland and looked at the 70 to 80 people in front of him and said in a cold voice, there will be 21 of you, who will become the guards of the stellar train, and will then be entitled to the treatment of a level 3 senior talent. Those who can go. Next all of you will enter the combat training virtual space and fight to the death in the ring, and the 21 people who survive to the end will become the guards of the stellar train. Duel again to the last 2, and the last 2 to survive will be the captains of the 2nd and 3rd guards, respectively. Did you hear everything? The words fell. The group in front of them roared in a high spirit. Understood. Diaozi looked satisfied and nodded. Just at this moment, the side of the bobcat came over just ready to put his hand on Biaozi's arm, but was Biaozi a dodge to avoid and frowned and patted the non-existent dust on his body. Something to talk about. Don't get your hands dirty. Don't get me dirty in these new clothes. Master Mang built 2 new suits for all members of the stellar train. The clothes of the ordinary residents were orange and red, a color that Master Mang had personally chosen, while on the left arm of the clothes boasted a stellar logo that had been designed based on the word Mang. There are also different numerical numbers, 1, 2 and 3. Different numerical numbers represent the enjoyment of different resident entitlements. The upper body is a punching jacket. The lower body is punching pants. The material is extremely special, wearing a good effect of locking the temperature. Last night after that small rain, the temperature dropped quite a lot, but wearing these clothes, the coldness is instantly much less. The guards' clothes were less baggy, similar to a pre-apocalyptic special ops suit in general, with a number of tactical pockets on their bodies, making them look quite competent. He still loves his outfit. The only regret is the regular version. He was going to purchase a highly refined version of this suit once he had saved up 50 meat buying coupons. It would be even more handsome. That, Bobcats whispered somewhat weakly. I don't want to be captain. I want to stay with the first team. What the hell? Diaozi sniffed slightly. I didn't say I'd make you captain. How could he let the Bobcat be the captain? The captain of the 2nd team and the captain of the 3rd team are his people. That's not crazy. How dare he insert his own people into these 2 positions? Then it's okay. The other brothers are spreading the word that I will be the new captain. I thought, that's good. I can't be the captain with this character. It's fine, brother Biao. You continue to be busy. I'm going to eat first. Diaozi casually glanced at Bobcat Z's back that fled in a puff of smoke before looking at the group of people in front of him once again. All hands on deck. Enter the compartments in order, until it gets dark. The 14th car, which had been improvised, contained only a solitary refrigerator with the door open. Master Mang, Li Timing stood aside with dark circles under his eyes, his tone mixed with fatigue and excitement, and introduced. The maze has been completely set up. Whoever comes, will also have to be trapped for at least half an hour without any negotiation. This is the entrance before us. The endpoint is in one of the innermost refrigerators, and the walls around that refrigerator have been painted with the word endpoint on all the surrounding walls as per your instructions, Master Mang, so you can definitely tell at a glance that it's the endpoint. That is, there's still 7 people in there right now who haven't come out. Ahem. Old Pig on the side was a bit slightly embarrassed and took over the conversation. Master Mang, today I found a group of people responsible for assisting Li Timing in creating this labyrinth, but a few of them got lost and were trapped inside. It should take a while before they can come out. Forget about these guys. Chen Mang, who stood in the carriage with his cane, frowned. This maze is vital to the development of the stellar. Find 10 more people and have them go into the maze to find the end. Understood. Soon, 10 residents were sought out and stuffed into a refrigerator. 1 hour later, inside the wagon, Chen Mang casually threw the magazine in his hand into the hands of the old pig on the side. I'm going to sleep first. Let me know the fastest time to clear the level in the morning. Tomorrow we'll be heading to the green area, Sand River Plain. Clear this maze as soon as someone gets out. I'm going to use it. Yes, Sandy River Plains. Inside the Cthulhu train station next to a level 2 iron mine, a bald man with dark circles under his eyes looked at the intercom in front of him with dull eyes while lying on the console. He felt like he had been transformed into a lookout. It's been more than 30 days. Are there no more headstrong people willing to attempt that mechanical train S-rank transfer quest? He has been thinking about this matter for more than 30 days. Sleep did not sleep well. Give him dark circles or sleeping out. Mom, this intercom really didn't go off while I was asleep? No. A mechanical and crisp voice soon came from inside the train. This is the 8th time you've asked me this question. I'm an AI, and as long as the train's energy isn't interrupted, I won't go into hibernation. SC bar. The bald man let out a long sigh before he climbed up from the console with bleary eyes and leaned back in his chair to look up at the ceiling, muttering, Jesus Christ, give me a head iron soon. I really need these 30 Murphy stones. The moon sets and the stars turn. The sky soon brightened. When Chen Mang woke up from his sleep before stretching a rather lazy waist, he looked towards the calendar hanging on the wall with full of energy, his eyes vaguely filled with anticipation. Today was the day to travel to the Sand River Plain. The Sandy River Plain and the Kunlun Mountains are both green areas, but the last time he went to the Kunlun Mountains, the resource detection radar didn't detect a single resource mine, not even a lumber yard, and although the mountains were full of forests, the trees in those forests didn't drop lumber after being cut down, so he was skeptical. Is there a resource mine in the Kunlun Mountains or not? He still needed a batch of iron ore at the moment for upgrading his fittings and for consumption when he upgraded to a level 4 train, and the Sandy River Plain was his best, or only, option. As for that S-rank difficulty transfer quest, you can only do it if you went to the Sand River Plains. Transfer quests of whatever difficulty can only be done in the Sandy River Plains. Upon successful transfer, you will not be upgraded to level 4 immediately. You will not be promoted to a level 4 train until all the conditions for promotion to a level 4 train have been met, at which point the special features of a successful transfer will also be truly revealed and you will no longer be able to travel to lower level areas. For example, the White Area Iron Range Wasteland. Since he crossed into this world is descended on the Iron Ridge Wilderness, and in the Iron Ridge Wilderness to stay more than 2 months of time or almost stay out of the feelings. He crossed over to the time or just into the fall soon, and now are almost into the winter. Fortunately, with the central air conditioning and all those clothes he had built, the train would not freeze to death. Just then, the old pig came to report yesterday's pass completion list. The fastest one took about 4.5 hours to find the finish line. The slowest just came out this morning. The whole spirit seems to be a little abnormal. The pupil seems to be a little astigmatism is difficult to focus. Everyone in the labyrinth had been brought out by Li Timing. Li Timing's brain spatial sense is extremely strong. The entire maze in his mind has a clear plan. Go to this maze with the same as back to their own homes, but also tired enough to compare to go from one to another to find those lost residents of the dead end, which is a great physical work. Everything's ready to go. All we need is the east wind. All the residents and guards had returned to their positions in the stellar train. Chen Mang sat at the console and looked ahead into the wasteland contemplating. He was about to leave the wasteland plains. He had to think about what was left to be dealt with. It will be hard to come back later, right? He found the young guy who had given him the blueprints for the oxygen generator accessory at that time in the private chat list, and sent the coordinates of the 13 level 1 iron mines that were on the surface. This is what he encounters these days. They were all level 1 iron ores. He was too lazy to stop digging, but he felt that for a novice train, this information should still be relatively valuable, so that in the future when there were no more mines to be dug, he wouldn't need to search blindly in the wilderness like a fly without a head. Just head straight to these few coordinates. The wilderness. Inside the protagonist train that was speeding along, The young man who was staring straight at the resource detection radar with sad eyes in an attempt to pop up an iron ore mine suddenly saw the coordinates of the 13 iron ore mines sent by the stellar train in the train's private chat box on the train's radio station. The whole body froze in place. The lips were even trembling vaguely. "Brother, are you in trouble? Send me your coordinates. My train fire is okay. I'll go and try to see if I can help you." No surprise there. The stellar train was presumably in the gutter, in great danger, and about to die a certain death before sending him the coordinates of these 13 iron mines. Or else this was a large amount of property in the wilderness, so how could it suddenly be given to him? Even if he'd helped the stellar train, he wouldn't be able to give back to him like that, would he? And the stellar train replied quickly, "Stellar train, I'm getting ready to go to the high-level area. There's no use in keeping these coordinates. I'll give them to you." The young man froze for a moment before quickly reacting, instantly popping up with eyes full of excitement and quickly expressing his gratitude again before looking at the nearest coordinate. All the sadness in his eyes disappeared, eyes full of hope and excitement. Like the king of thieves, he stood on the console looking out into the empty wasteland ahead and yelled, "Forward!" He knew it. This stellar train is the protagonist phase at a glance. The protagonist's thighs will certainly not be less after holding on to it. Look, the coordinates of these 13 level 1 iron ore mines. The value of this must not be higher than an oxygen generator that does not have one. For the next long time, he didn't even need to run around the wasteland in order to find the mines, and even if any of them were occupied by monsters, he was perfectly capable of going to the next one, and by the time he finished digging up the 13th iron ore, it was almost time for the first one to be refreshed again for good. Maybe he wouldn't even need to look for iron mines anymore before heading to the advanced area. These 13 iron mines would be completely enough for him. Aha! Chen Mang scanned the words of gratitude sent by the protagonist train and didn't look at them too closely. The oxygen concentrator accessory that this person had sent him had helped him a lot, and he didn't mind giving something back, as well as, he opened a small book in a drawer with 2 sentences on it. The vapor, malicious speculation. The purple cloud train, in an arrogant tone, wanted to drive the train and touch me, and asked me if I dared to speak loudly in his presence. Immediately turn on the train radio to place a quote on the train radio. "Stellar train, please have the conductors of the vapor and purple cloud trains contact me. I'd like to make a deal with you, soon." He didn't bother to look at the sensation on the train's radio caused by his presence, but instead looked at the private chat sent by the conductor of the purple cloud. "That fast? The purple cloud train, brother, there are many people outside. I'll kneel down for you. I'm wrong, can you let me off the hook?" I admit that what I said at that time was a bit crazy, mainly because I just blew up 2 carriages that day. I was not in a good mood, and I was a bit emotionally uptight. "Stellar train, what are you talking about, my friend? Send me the coordinates. I just want to make a deal with you." Purple cloud train, brother, dear brother, I really know I'm wrong. Chapter 106, Mom, I can't tell the difference. I really can't. Stellar train, do you really don't want to deal in person? I want to see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, and see what you mean about me not daring to speak up in front of you, and maybe I really don't. Purple cloud train, brother, dear brother, I really know I'm wrong. Chen Meng, somewhat bored, lit a cigarette and leaned on the back of the chair. Looked to the private chat panel that the soda train also sent the same plea for mercy private chat, and also closed the train radio. It's still too soft. In fact, he really wanted to drive a train and touch someone else's train to see who could touch who. Since both of them had gone completely soft, he had no more interest in flirting down. He sat in his seat for a few more moments of careful thought, only after confirming that there was no one left in the Iron Range wasteland who was worth keeping him around. Did he take a deep breath, look ahead, and slowly push the lever? Sandy Flats. Here he comes. The last time he went to the advanced area he was whisked back. This time when he goes to the advanced area, when he completes the S-rank difficulty transfer quest, the first thing he will do is to rush to the Kunlun mountain area, and give the rock serpent and that Tyrannosaurus Rex the first to exterminate cleanly before saying anything. Just then, boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly cut through the cloudy sky, followed by a loud thunderclap in the sky and a howling wind. After Chen Mang looked out the window to see the direction of the wind, he suddenly thought of something and grinned out, pushing the lever to the bottom violently. So, just fly high. Next moment, boom! Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the stellar train, like a long dragon, gradually accelerated towards the end of the wilderness in the midst of the storm, until one of the wind and fire wheels suddenly seemed to have been set ablaze and was wrapped in flames. Almost instantly, all of the wind and fire wheels were ignited, wrapped in a rich and orange-red flame. The speed of the train was dramatically increased, and the already fast enough speed was increased by a fraction of a second. From a distance, it was like an infernal train that broke out from the sea of hellfire. The wind and fire wheels that were ignited by the flames and turned extremely fast, carrying a hint of the ultimate sense of wild contrast in the raging storm. 2 hours later, The stellar train traveled all the way north to the junction of the Iron Ridge Wasteland and the Sand River Plain, and a huge light screen was inserted across the border between these two areas, with 4 huge light characters written on the light screen, Sandy River Plain, and there was also a line of large scarlet letters across the top of the console screen. The area ahead is green, the Sandy River Plain. Up to level 6 monsters can exist. The current train level is level 3. The risk factor is high. Please proceed with caution. Chen Mang looked at the line on the screen and laughed lightly. The last time he traveled to the Kunlun mountain region, the line on the screen was still suggested to go far away immediately, but now it had changed to please travel with caution. He has been cautious enough. He had upgraded his armor to level 6 before coming here, and he was sure that none of the trains in all the white areas should be more cautious than him. Instantly, he pushed the lever again. Without a moment's pause, the train heads straight for the light curtain and down the forest into the Sandy River Plain. Just entering the Sand River Plain, what met our eyes was a grassy field, but because of the season, the grass was a bit yellow. The resource detection radar and enemy detection radar show that there is not a single high-level monster or mine in the vicinity. There are only a few scattered level 3 monsters. Didn't even see a single level 4 monster. That means it's perfectly safe within 10,000 meters. This proved a conjecture in his heart. Not all green areas were as outrageous as the Kunlun mountain area. Otherwise, how could any train in a green area survive? All trains must have been level 3 trains when they first entered the green area. A normal level 3 train is almost certain to die in that environment in the Kunlun mountain area. This is a safer place. He didn't continue to go deeper, but instead instantly looked at that S-rank difficulty transfer quest on the machine train transfer panel, took a deep breath, and somewhat slightly nervously chose to take it, though he thought he was perfectly prepared. But no one can say how intelligent that robot really is. Next moment, a panel hovered in front of him. You have determined that the stellar train's transfer direction is mechanical train, and you have successfully taken the S-rank difficulty transfer quest. Within the hour, a robot will descend on your starting point in the train maze. Please be patient. Phew. Chen Mang exhaled lightly with some slight nervousness. After all, it was an S-rank difficulty transfer mission. If he failed this time, the only option left for him would be that D-rank difficulty transfer mission, and on the other side of the Sandy River Plain. Ha 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 ha. Extremely exaggerated laughter resounded in the Tsanglong train. A bald man with his hands on his hips topped with 2 extremely eye-catching black circles, looking at the hand that constantly flashing red light intercom, look excitedly excited. At last I've waited. I knew there would never be a shortage of head iron cuties in this world. Mom! The man took a deep breath before looking at the console screen with a steely gaze. Wish me luck, and when I get 30 Murphy stones back, I'll use 2 of them on you then so you can awaken the level 5 supermodel effect. Good luck. The mechanical sound of the AI resounded through the compartment. Immediately after, the man did not hesitate any longer, and immediately pressed the red button on the walkie-talkie in his hand with a face full of tenacity, followed by a sudden soft collapse of his body into a chair. His eyes closed tightly. Obviously his consciousness has been detached from his body. Inside the stellar train, buzz, an ear-piercing sound rang out above the head of the stellar train, and immediately afterward, Chen Mang saw a huge drone flying over the stellar train, and his console screen was still flashing red like crazy. Please don't attack. Please don't attack. This drone is a mission target. This drone is a mission target. An attack is a mission failure. And below this drone hangs a 4-square iron box. Next moment, the 4-square iron box suddenly broke its link with the drone, landed heavily on the ground, and quickly spread out on all sides, revealing a huddled robot. Nice guy. Chen Mang looked up into the air at the drone that had flown far away. Some shocked murmured, I thought it would be some kind of portal or something like that means of daring to still use the drone distribution? And at this point, the droid that had landed on the ground had risen from the ground and, as if it knew the route, had run quickly towards the entrance to the maze in the 14th temporary built carriage, without stopping for anything, the time limit having begun counting the moment it hit the ground. Phew! Chen Mang let out a light breath and looked towards that half-hour countdown on the console screen, as well as the real-time live feed of the maze from the robot's perspective, and slightly nervously began to watch. This robotic view screen is the one that automatically appears on the console screen when the mission starts. It would allow him to visualize more of the way this robot would break through the maze. Wait! The robot that rushed into the maze with a face full of excitement was suddenly a bit confused when it looked at the space in front of it, which was 100 square meters, and the 10 refrigerators that were neatly placed. 100 square meters of space? He didn't seem to remember there being this much space in the train, did he? He suddenly turned towards the entrance of the maze, only to realize that this 100 square meter space was in a refrigerator? Wait, the refrigerator? Who's got 100 square meters of ING refrigerator? He couldn't help but roar at the top of his lungs, his voice coming out through the robot's amplification device, less emotional and more mechanical. but there was no time for him to think so much at this point. It's only half an hour. A sense of unease flooded through him as he looked at the 10 refrigerators in the space in front of him, and he quickly walked towards the first one, and was just about to open the door and stride in when he saw a piece of paper taped to the door. It also has a quote written on it. As expected, when faced with a choice, do you still subconsciously choose the first one on the left? Actually, the first one on the right is the right route. The man flinched slightly, subconsciously opened the refrigerator door, and as expected, behind the door was still a space of 100 square meters, and still placed 3 refrigerators. Mom, is there a way? Luckily, the train assist AI descended into this robot with him. Soon a clear and decisive voice rang in his ears. No, then you're useless. The man's teeth were clenched in thought for a long time before he was just about to continue his head-on charge into this refrigerator, when suddenly his afterglow noticed that there was another extremely hidden refrigerator in the corner. Only a few beams of light hit the 10 refrigerators, and the cross between light and dark made him overlook the hidden one in the corner. He laughed suddenly, and stride toward the hidden refrigerator in the corner. The rule was that you had to set up a route that would take you from the start to the end, so this conductor must have hidden the correct route. It's just a shame that, although it was hidden, he still found it. He wasn't sure what was going on with this train and why it had a refrigerator with so much space. But, he can. Good thing it was a robot body. He wouldn't feel tired at all. Running in big strides to that refrigerator in the corner, slammed the door and pushed it in. And as expected, behind the refrigerator was still a huge space of 100 square feet. And in the deepest part of the corner of this huge space, there is still a refrigerator. He ran straight ahead again. After pushing open this refrigerator door, there was still a huge space of 100 square feet, with a refrigerator still placed in the deepest corner at the right front. Finished, the man suddenly flooded with a feeling of extreme unease. A hint of despair welled up in his eyes, looking towards the refrigerator that was more than 10 meters away from him, feeling as if it wasn't going to be too good, and instantly preparing to run in large strides. Look to your left, there's a refrigerator there. The man heard the AI voice in his ear and violently inclined his head towards the left, and sure enough, a refrigerator was sitting there peacefully, and instantly grinned uncontrollably. What a blind spot in the field of vision. Unfortunately, there's my mom. Instantly run to this refrigerator on the left and push open the door. Inside the refrigerator is still a huge space of 100 square feet. In the corner still placed a refrigerator. Big stride rushed over, violently pull open the refrigerator door. This time in front of the eyes is not what space, but the ordinary refrigerator. There's also an A4 sheet of paper in the fridge. Are you so happy you think you've discovered something confidential? Pure clown. Boo. The man, with an angry look on his face, slammed the refrigerator door heavily and turned once again towards the same refrigerator door from which he had come, once again returning to the upper level and continuing to run towards the refrigerator deep in the far right front. This time, when you open the refrigerator door, there is that huge space behind the door again and still a refrigerator deep in the corner. After entering 3 giant refrigerators in a row, once again the man pulled open that refrigerator in the corner. This time it was still a regular refrigerator. On top of the shelf was a bottle of Coke and a sheet of A4 paper. Thirsty? Drink? Look at you. I told you the first fridge on the right was the right route. You had to go to the nooks and crannies of this little fridge in the beginning. People, they always think that what they have surreptitiously discovered is the absolutely correct answer. Good boy. Hurry up and keep running back to the first floor. There's not much time left. Asterisk 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 Q. The man, already on the verge of collapse, slammed the refrigerator door heavily and instantly turned around and ran frantically towards the way he came. And finally, when he returned to the first level again and came first to the first refrigerator on the right, it still has one A4 sheet of paper attached to it. You believe everything they say? No brain. And this time, the man rushed in regardless. There were only these 10 refrigerators on the first floor anyway. He just needed to try them one by one, as long as he ran fast enough. 10 minutes later, the man on the verge of collapse realized how he had circled halfway back to the first level, still illuminated by the beams of light placed in the middle of the 10 refrigerators, as well as the one in the corner in the shadows. Even the note on the fridge was exactly the same. This isn't the first level. It's the labyrinth that's been replicated. The AI's voice rang in his ears again. The man jerked around to look behind himself, and to his surprise he didn't see the maze entrance, which meant he was still in that far right refrigerator route on the first level. Immediately, he took a deep breath, taking a big step toward the first refrigerator on the left. It's okay, it's not just more routes. He explores them one by one. Soon the first fridge door opened and an A4 sheet of paper fell out with a large letter written on it. Silly. Open the second fridge door. Still a normal fridge. And again an A4 sheet of paper falls out. It had the same word written on it. Forced. Open 10 refrigerator doors in a row. All of them regular refrigerators, and even form a sentence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go back the way you came. You're going the wrong way. The man suddenly laughed in anger and said nothing more. Just quickly returned toward the first level of the road again. Finally, with 30 seconds left in the countdown, the man stumbled open a refrigerator door and with the last remaining glimmer of hope looked into the space inside the refrigerator in front of him. If there was no end point in this refrigerator, he would have failed completely in this mission. He could only hope that a miracle would happen and that behind this refrigerator was the end point that he had been searching so hard for. Immediately after, he then saw dozens of refrigerators sitting peacefully in various corners of this space. His body trembled slightly. The last trace of hope in his eyes instantly disappeared. And after a sudden miserable laugh, his body went limp and fell to his knees on the ground. Looked to the front of the dozens of refrigerators placed. Looked at the countdown to the end of the eyes are full of despair. The whole person completely mental collapse will be the head smashed on the ground. Eyes full of tears. The voice with a strong crying voice tearing his lungs in despair hissed. Can't tell the difference. Mom, I can't tell the difference. I really can't. I really can't tell the difference, Mom. I want to go home. Chapter 107, Congratulations. You've officially been transferred to the mechanical train. Soon, the crisp and mechanical voice of the AI rang in his ears. Mom can't tell the difference either. And at this point, the last 30 seconds countdown is also about to end. The nerve has been close to the collapse of the bald man. As if resigned to the general kneeling on the ground slowly straightened up. Looking at the dozens of refrigerators in front of the eyes full of despair suddenly laughed miserably. Next moment, the robot suddenly fell to the ground as if it had lost control. And the countdown ended. The man's consciousness had been jerked away at this moment as well. Chen Meng, who sat in the control room and witnessed the whole thing, hadn't had time to lament, and at the sight of the scene his eyes suddenly lit up and he poked his head out to look at the sky outside, and there was no drone coming. In other words, this robot is his trophy? Immediately copied the walkie-talkie. Piggy, Gedley timing to tear down this maze, stow all the fridges all neatly in one fridge, and bring out that robot. Yes, Old Pig's voice soon came over the intercom. As the saying goes, this labyrinth can only be dismantled by Lee timing. Others can go in, not to mention dismantling the labyrinth. Not to be dismantled by the labyrinth would be good. The refrigerators cost him 480,000 units of iron ore. It all seems worth it now. Even if this batch of refrigerators were sent to the heart of the earth furnace for recycling, they would still be able to return almost half of the cost, but he was going to take the ordinary refrigerators for recycling. He kept the level 10 refrigerators useful. It was a bit of a shame to recycle them, and he could use all of them as storage bins or a single house for the residents in the future. 100 square meters. That's not small. 4 square zero common area. This is pure zero common area. Unlike the last world, many real estate developers' mouth zero common area is the balcony terrace and other areas are also counted. Put some small refrigerator, single bed, and some in the end of the day collection of daily necessities, is also a warm little house. The bald man, whose consciousness returned to the Tsanglong once again, leaned back in his chair with his eyes lifeless, staring blankly into the distance, as if he had lost his soul. I don't know how much time has passed. It was only then that the bald man finally slowed down enough to look at the lines of panels on the screen that he had been reluctant to face. Failed to break in, but you are the first conductor to come to the wonders of the undersea labyrinth, and in view of your courage and spirit of discovery, you are still entitled to a consolation prize. The bald man looked at these two lines of words, as well as at the badge-like thing that appeared on the console panel at some point, before his eyes gradually gained a glow, shook his head and reached out to pick up the badge, shaking his head in resignation as he smiled bitterly. Just as well. At least there's a bit of a consolation prize. However, the next moment, as he held this badge prop in his hand, a panel surfaced in front of him. Special item, Braveheart badge. Prop effect. When you wear this badge, it will soothe your fears and fill you with courage in times of desperation. The bald man was silent for a long time before he casually threw this badge on the desktop. This pussy prop was AF *****ing useless. What the does he need courage for when he's in a desperate situation? What he needs is the damn solution. In a trance, he inclined his head to look at the refrigerator in the corner of the train room. The white fittings inside the 17 fittings that could be built for a level 1 train, up to level 2, and he had built several of them to keep in the train. That's normal. He hadn't upgraded his refrigerator to the stage of having a supermodel effect, but he could probably guess. It's not hard to guess that a level 5 supermodel effect or a level 10 supermodel effect for a refrigerator is having a 100 square meter space, which is normal, and it's perfectly understandable to upgrade from a refrigerator to a freezer. But, that's a refrigerator. That's a single accessory. It wasn't as if one refrigerator was upgraded to level 10 and all the others followed suit. He saw at least 70 to 80 refrigerators with such a large amount of space. How many Murphy stones would that consume? How is it possible for someone to get so many Murphy stones? Is that logical? Murphy's Stone, a special prop that could break through the level cap. Of course, although even after using Murphy's Stone, one still needed to pay the resources that were rightfully consumed for this upgrade. This kind of prop was unknown to him in the higher level areas, but he knew that it was extremely rare in the green areas, otherwise the Sand River Plain. On the supermodel effect quantity ranking, it wouldn't be so competitive. Basically from the 1st to the 100th, can't open up too big a gap. Only the yellow grade carrier accessories can rise to level 5 to create a supermodel effect. The amount of yellow grade accessories that people can basically have is not that far off. Expire. Wait. The bald man suddenly straightened up. A thought quickly flashed through his mind. His eyes flashed with disbelief. He had once seen a level 2 train in the Kunlun mountain area. At that time that level 2 train brought him a great shock. Being able to walk freely on cliffs that were close to 90 degrees. He was wondering at the time if that person had used a large amount of Murphy's Stone to level up the spider feet accessory to a high enough level. Probably a relative of some big shot. But after thinking about it, it's also a bit unrealistic. That's a Murphy's Stone. What kind of big shot is willing to take this kind of resource to assist their relatives, even if it's their own children? Wouldn't it be safer to just let the relatives and their children stay in their own train? And now, both trains have one thing in common. They both consume a lot of Murphyite. It can't be one train, can it? The man frowned at the memory before shaking his head. Certain it wasn't a train. The train he saw in the Kunlun mountain area at that time had 2 rear cars in the open and not so many machine guns. Yes, although he was pressed for time, he did not have the time to observe the interior of the train, but the 10 heavy machine guns placed on the ceiling of that car and the maze still left quite an impression on him. He was a class 5 train, and there were fully 600 slaves in his train, but he also never thought of installing 10 heavy machine guns on the opposite side of the wagon. How scared are you of these slaves rioting? Even if you are really scared, 1 heavy machine gun is enough. As for 10, afraid of killing a little slower and not feeling safe? Based on the maze and his observations of this train, he quickly got a first impression of the train's conductor. Extremely insecure, extremely tyrannical over the slaves below him, thus consistently causing riots that must be forcefully suppressed, possesses a large number of Murphy stones, enjoys taunting others, and is very calculating. The bald man shook his head, calming himself down as much as possible, and picked up the badge that he had just dropped on the console and pinned it to his chest again. Regrettably, I don't know what region the other side is from. It would be good if it was the ones in the white areas next to the Sand River Plains. His failure in the mission would mean that the other party's mechanical transformation S-rank difficulty mission had succeeded, and that would become the first mechanical train he had ever seen with S-rank potential on the Sand River Plains after entering the green area. The Sand River Plains. By then he would know the name of the train. Hey, the bald man couldn't help but grin again at the thought. If he really ran to the Sand River Plain, then don't blame him for bullying the small with the big. No matter how much S-rank potential he had, he was still a 3-ranked train, and at most he had just upgraded to a 4-ranked train. Wouldn't he, a level 5 train, bully a level 4 train? Wouldn't he have no chance of winning? The smirk on the man's face instantly disappeared, his face expressionless and silent in place. Would a train that had even upgraded its refrigerator so many times not upgrade its other accessories? And after completing the mechanical transformation S-rank difficulty quest, there will also be a red quality large killing weapon. That really doesn't stand a chance. Mom, is it true that there's no such thing as a Murphyite mine? Soon, the electromechanical sounds of the AI came from the carriage. The Murphy Stone belongs to special props. It will only be obtained with probability during some encounters or when killing rare bosses, etc. It will not form a mine. This is the information in my database at the moment, but when you come into contact with other keywords or travel to a more advanced area in the future, I may update my database with different information. If there's no Murphy Stone mine, then how can he upgrade so many refrigerators? It can't be open, can it? This is the end of reality, not a multiplayer online game created by a manufacturer. There's no such thing as a hang to drive. Also, and at this point, inside the train, Lee Timing, who was packing up the maze, looked over at the robot kneeling on the ground and let out a long sigh of some regret. Why don't you take another step forward? He walked to the front and opened the nearest fridge, and an A4 sheet of paper slowly floated out. There were 3 sentences written on it. In fact, the real end is on the first level. When you enter the maze, there is a refrigerator placed against the wall on the far left side of the maze entrance. That refrigerator is the end of the line. Silly boy. In fact, the end is at the beginning. It would have been funny if this robot had taken one more step at the time and opened the fridge to see this on A4 paper. As for the truth of these 3 statements, of course it's fake. There were only 11 refrigerators on the first floor, so there was no end to it. But if this robot had a human mind, it would have been on the verge of a mental breakdown if it had made it this far. Perception and judgment of the environment, and even memory, are drastically reduced. At the sight of these 3 words, It's even possible to tamper with one's memory and literally draw on one's mind just after entering the entrance to the labyrinth, where the afterglow seems to actually see a refrigerator positioned against the wall on the left side. Even if this robot had looked around the entire space when it first entered the maze, at this point in time, the odds are that anyone with a human mind will begin to doubt themselves. That's when it really got fun. Especially when the countdown is down to the last few minutes and when the robot strides back to the first level to find nothing in the left corner. That's when the emotional breakdown comes to a peak. This robot is not nearly as strong. There's a lot of stuff he's set up that hasn't been triggered yet. Pity. Lee Timing shook his head somewhat regretfully before placing the robot in a refrigerator and began to clean up the entire maze. Hindered by the rule restrictions and the fact that there were so few props he could use that many of the plans he had in his head couldn't be realized. If not, he directly electrified all the refrigerators to minimize the temperature, then poured water in them to make them ice before electrifying them, so that even a robot would have to slip and fall a few times. It would have been more fun if it had been projected. The Stellar. Inside the train, Chen Mang sat on the chair and looked at the translucent virtual panel that popped up in front of him. Congratulations! The Stellar train has successfully completed the S-rank difficulty transfer quest and has officially been transferred to a mechanical train. And you became the first conductor on the Sand River Plains to complete the S-rank transfer quest difficulty. Your unknown accessory will be red grade and a random selection will begin among the large heavy firepower red grade accessories. Extract the red grade vehicle accessory ground blast missile. Next moment, at the top of the train screen, a line of words wrapped in a gold frame slowly crossed the screen, and fireworks were set off around the screen. At the same time, a voice resounded in the minds of all the conductors of the Sandy River Plain. Sand River Plain Regional Broadcast, congratulations to the Stellar Train for successfully completing the Mechanical Train S-Rank Difficulty Transfer mission, becoming the first mechanical train in the Sand River Plain to complete an S-Rank Difficulty Transfer mission. Ha! Chen Mang's mouth slowly grew up, looking at the three-dimensional stereogram of that red grade carrier accessory ground blast missile on the train screen, and only after a long time did he slow down, without the slightest hesitation immediately spending 1 unit of iron ore to build it out, and once again creating an open-air carriage. One of the 12 unknown accessories that can be built for this level 3 train. The grade and name of this accessory will only be reflected upon successful completion of the transfer quest, and the build cost is only 1 unit of iron ore, regardless of grade. Immediately after, Chen Mang then jumped out of the train room, striding to the rear of the train, looking at that additional open-air carriage. A full 8 meters long by more than 2 meters wide missile was tilted and placed in this open-air carriage, pointing straight up to the sky. The body is black, with a ring of white around the missile head, and a splash of red dotted around the very center. It added that extra touch of brutal tyranny to the already dominant-looking enough Stellar Train. If this ground-bursting missile were to hit, there would be no grass within the blast range. He just stood there with his cane, looking up at the ground blast missile that reached up to the sky and occupied an entire open-air carriage, and just admired it quietly. It stopped raining. A sliver of sunlight passed through a gap in the overcast and landed impartially on this missile. It's like a high calling for it. It made it look so sacred and blinding in the dimly lit ruined apocalypse that one could just look at it and never take their eyes off of it again. That's nice. The corners of Chen Mang's mouth rose slightly as he lowered his head and pulled out a cigarette from his arms and set it to his mouth to light it before exhaling a long breath of smoke. All the suffocation and uneasiness since traveling to this apocalyptic world was also exhaled along with this mouthful of smoke. Chapter 108, Weaklings are meant to be ruthlessly humiliated. A cigarette burns out. Chen Mang tapped the cane with his finger, and the ground-burst missile was slowly withdrawn to the open-air compartment under the control of the elevator, which looked like an ordinary compartment from the outside, and was not even armored. He strides back into the train room. This carriage was definitely going to be built to be armored. This carriage would become his 14th official carriage. The one originally used to house the maze was devoured by the ground core furnace when Lee Timing finished dismantling the maze. Sitting inside the train room, Chen Mang looked at the data of the ground blast missile on the screen. Currently at level 1, it is impossible to deal damage to level 2 monsters. This was one of the lowest rules of this apocalyptic world. The level was crushed and could not cause damage, but if it was raised to level 6, throwing a shot into the Kunlun mountain area to see what effect it would have. The level of all fire accessories only determines whether they can break defense against high-level monsters, and exactly what power they have is dependent on their grade and level. All firepower accessories basically undergo a corresponding increase in power along with leveling up. For example, Car Blade, Continuous Bed Crossbow, and 40-barrel Sakura Drop Rocket Cannon. Even the 3-legged heavy machine gun was the same, although the upgrade of the heavy machine gun itself only increased the rate of fire and the range and did not increase the power. The production line of heavy machine gun bullets corresponding to it, after upgrading it, was also able to produce high-grade bullets with greater power. Below the same level, definitely higher-grade fire accessories can cause more power. For example, If both vehicle blade and ground blast missile were level 10, the former would definitely be far less powerful than the latter. Like a level 10 card blade, according to the underlying rules of this world, is able to break defense and deal damage to a level 10 boss, but just can break the defense. Exactly how much damage can be caused depends on the power of the accessory. Really want to face on the level 10 boss? May even scratch the itch is a little worse. Phew. Chen Mang took a deep breath. The main thing was that although the ground blast missile was a ground-to-ground missile, as long as the enemy's coordinates were known, it could be launched remotely to achieve precision strikes. The long-range firing range is 20 times greater than that of the enemy radar. His claiming radar range is now 10,000 meters, which means he can send this missile as far as 200,000 meters to the enemy's brain. The main reason why he had built this missile after consuming just 1 unit of iron ore was the perks that came with the transfer quest. It takes 10,000 units of copper ore to produce a level 1 Earth Blast missile. He glanced at the upgrade price. Upgrading this accessory to level 2 required 50,000 units of iron ore, a price that was the most expensive he had ever seen. And for the same red grade accessory, the wheel replacement and geocentric melting furnace required much less upgrading in the early stages. Go ahead and dig in. At this time, Li Timing has cleaned up all the maze. That section of the car is not removed, temporarily hanging on the train. Upgrading to a level 4 train requires 18 carriages. He doesn't have enough carriages. He'll build a few more normal carriages later to make up for it. Now he's dismantled it and swallowed it with the geocentric melting furnace, and he'll have to build one more later. Lose 50 units of iron ore in one go. Not much though, but that's not how the days go. Time to save, time to spend. Chen Mang slowly pushed the operating lever, and along with a large number of gears turning and the engine roaring steeply, the train began to slowly accelerate towards the depths of the Sand River Plain. First go and find a few level 2 iron ores, then smoothly upgrade the stellar train to level 4. Only after it's upgraded to level 4 will the effects of the transmutation mechanical train be officially revealed. And after that upgrade this ground blast missile as well as that open-air carriages. He only has a little over 250,000 out of iron ore now. There is quite a bit of copper left, 710,000 of it, in half an hour. Chen Mang's face gradually became a bit ugly. The advanced mines in the green area were indeed a bit higher. He had already met 3 level 2 iron mines along the way, 2 of which were 1,000 meters deep in the ground. But all 3 iron mines have owners. All of them already have trains next to them to start digging. Even those 2 iron mines deep in the ground already have trains that are starting to dig. In the white zone, he was the only train that had the drill accessory, and all the iron ore in the white zone was his, and no one robbed him. But when it came to the green zone, many people went to the Kunlun mountain area to look for monsters like the mountain goat in order to obtain the drill accessory. This led to the fact that even the ground became quite lively. Finally, after 20 minutes of traveling again, phew, Chen Mang let out a long sigh of relief. He finally saw 2 level 2 iron mines next to each other 5,000 meters deep in the ground in front of him. His brows then stretched out. Not bad luck. Upgrading a level 4 train consumes 100,000 units of iron ore. He currently has this amount within the train, but he doesn't dare to use it. He has to save some for backup, such as food aka sudden combat accessory damage to create mechanical nano spiders, aka creating energy stones and so on. This is equivalent. The spending power of the population does not really depend on the number of existing deposits, but rather on expectations of future income as much. The only way he could be confident in depleting the iron ore stored within the train was if he stayed next to these 2 level 2 iron mines and started digging. There was not the slightest hesitation at that moment. The huge drill slowly reached out from the head of the train and began to rotate at high speed, like the Pandalan soul stooping down, soon drilling a short and temporary tunnel, and the train quickly headed deeper into the ground. The goal was aimed straight at those 2 level 2 iron mines. Just then, Chen Mang suddenly frowned slightly. The solitary enemy radar showed that more than 9,000 meters away, a level 4 train targeting what looked to be the same 2 iron mines deep underground was slowly traveling underground at a much slower speed than he was. He was able to travel at speeds of up to 170 kilometers per hour under the ground. The speed of the opposing train was just a little over 60 kilometers per hour. He glanced at the console screen Sojourner radar displaying detailed parts level information on that other train. Unknown Class 4 mechanical train with 19 cars. The detailed accessories and grades of the train are as follows. Green grade steel armor. Grade 3. Covers the whole carriages. Yellow grade energy shield. Grade 2. Covers the whole carriages, and blue grade hell cannon. Grade 5. For all 6. It's close to displaying what color the other guy's bottoms are on the Sojourner radar. It's a supermodel effect of his Sojourner radar level 10. If a train appears within radar range, the accessories the train has in its class will be clearly displayed on the console screen. Chen Mang swept the information on the screen, and expressionlessly pushed the operating lever again without the slightest intention of retreating, and even the speed was vaguely accelerated a little bit again, as he and that level 4 train rushed to those two iron mines in the depths of the earth from different directions. He's got to be faster. A few minutes passed. He had taken the lead and managed to arrive by the two level 2 iron mines in this cavern, which led to a long sigh of relief. Not bad. Fast is good. Wasteland rules. Whoever comes first is who. Just then, his train's radio suddenly faded and a red light flashed on the screen. Forced private chat message from a nearby train, get lost. After seeing this line of words, Chen Mang, who was about to copy the walkie-talkie to give Old Pig an order for his mission, suddenly smiled and looked towards the red dot within the radar range of the sole enemy, which was 3,000 meters away from him and was traveling at a turtle's pace deep in the ground. It seems that the opponent's claim radar range is only 3,000 meters. Without the slightest hesitation, pushing the lever again, deep in the earth along the train that was coming toward him was straight ahead. The speed is pulled to its slowest. What does this guy mean? Deep underground, inside a level 4 train. The man looked at the red dot on the Sojourner's radar that was moving rapidly in the direction of his train and said with a grim face, I told him to get lost, and he's trying to touch me? Who is he? A level 3 train. To dare touch me? Those were two level 2 iron mines. They were not in existence that a level 3 train could have gotten its hands on in the first place, and he had no problem at all telling the other party to get the hell out of the way, though he didn't know why this train could have such a fast speed underground. But a hint of cruelty flashed in the man's eyes as he looked at the rapidly approaching red dot on the screen, and suddenly laughed out. Remember, in the Sandy River Plains, the weak are meant to be ruthlessly humiliated. Being annoyed is just asking for death. Immediately after, a light blue curtain of light quickly covered the entire train, and on top of the carriages within the curtain of light, the muzzles of the 6 Hell machine guns began to slowly rotate in preparation for warming up, ready to erupt in a fierce and terrifying attack, and that red dot was getting closer and closer to himself. The next moment, the soil in front of the train suddenly loosened, countless pieces of debris shattered to the naked eye, and a train topped with a high-speed drill appeared in front of it, and the man met it with a fierce grin. Sure enough, even the energy shield. However, boom! It was only when the two trains violently collided together deep underground that a flash of horror flashed in the man's eyes, and he sat up violently from his chair as the two high-speed rotating drills shattered instantly almost the moment they touched, and the energy shield that covered his entire train was covered with cracks on the verge of shattering at the first moment the other drill made contact. How is that possible? His level 3 armor plus level 2 energy shield had a full level 5 defense, but why did it even have a tendency to shatter the moment it made contact under the drill from the other side? But there was no time for him to think about so many things at this point. The 6 large muzzles of the level 5 Hell machine guns on top of the wagon began to rotate, and along with the massive reduction of copper inside the train, countless shells with orange-red trailing flames completely enveloped that train. 3 seconds passed. The man looked with anticipation to the tunnel in front of him, which was shrouded in smoke. That train should have blown up already, right? However, immediately afterward he saw the cracked energy shield shatter completely, and the train, almost defenseless, passed through the smoke and slammed right into the train. In the last moment before he lost consciousness, he saw the armor of the train's head almost defenseless against the high-speed drill of his opponent, as well as a piece of armor that burst towards his chest. The man sat in front of the scrub console, looking down at the shard of armor that had pierced his chest, his eyes drifting apart until his consciousness died completely. In the event that, unfortunately there are no ifs. Boom! Under the roar of the engine, Chen Mang pushed the lever almost completely to the bottom until he shoved the drill all the way into that section of the train's head, and only then did he maneuver the train back some distance toward the rear and casually lit a cigarette and threw it into his mouth. Copying the intercom. Cluster thinking is on. Biao! You take the men and take all the survivors of the train and any parts that can be removed and taken away. Understood. Soon, 30 guards in black combat uniforms, led by Biaozi and armed with Tenglong assault rifles, quickly jumped out of the carriage and ran towards the train in front of the tunnel with big strides, then fishtailed through the head of the train that was already completely battle-damaged. Immediately after that the roar of Biaozi and the others faintly resounded within that train. Don't move, hands on your head. 20 minutes later, Pao returned from his mission perfectly and brought back 400 survivors and a large pile of supplies. The supplies were piled up in a refrigerator for now. There were no removable fittings for this train and everything that could be taken away had been taken away. Only an empty shell train was left. Normally speaking, a train, when the conductor is killed in battle, everyone inside this train including the beaters or slaves, no one will resist. After all, everyone in the end of the day, to put it bluntly, is just hitching a ride. Who will have much loyalty to the conductor? The conductor is dead, so what's the point of them fighting back? Just get another train and keep on living. And if it can up their original one, then this train must be stronger and safer. But Nothing in the world is absolute. In case there is a train conductor's relative's child who wants to take revenge or something, it is also extremely dangerous. So Biaozi and the others are extremely careful. After all, in the process of searching for the train encountered any accidents thus leading to the gutter. And the survivors were all temporarily held in 2 refrigerators. All of them are vetted once and the process continues only after it is determined that there are no relatives or kin of the conductor. When Biaozi and the others all got in the car, Chen Mang pushed the lever again, the drill was retracted, and he temporarily spent 11,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the geocentric furnace to level 4 and activated it. As the train slowly advanced and opened its bloody maw made up of countless gears inside, with the train moving forward. The body of this battle-damaged version of the Class 4 train dwindled and the ear-splitting sound of gears squeezing armor resonated through the tunnel, and after a minute, the stellar train was all that could be seen in the tunnel. Immediately switch out the drill again. The joystick reversed the repercussions and the drill rushed to the side of the tunnel and began preparing to make a loop to head towards those 2 level 2 iron mines again. This time the world was clear, and the console screen shows a total of 70,000 units of iron ore were harvested by devouring this level 4 train. Not bad. Chen Mang looked quite satisfied as he smiled. The drill smashed the rocks in front of him, and the train once again drove into the cavern and slowed down to a stop next to those 2 level 2 iron mines. Chapter 109. My name is Li Yi. That kid called me Uncle Li. 70,000 units of iron ore. It was equivalent to half a level 2 iron ore mine. Not bad for a level 4 train. More iron ore units than he had gained from devouring Master Koan's locomotive in the first place. The amount of iron ore gained from devouring different parts of the furnace is not the same. For example, devouring one of his own normal carriages would give him 50 units of iron ore, which was equivalent to returning half of it, but devouring some of the ruined carriages or other fittings would be much less. But after all, it was enough for nothing. In particular, there are also a lot of resources piled up inside this train. 120,000 units of iron ore, 40,000 units of copper ore, and 3,700 units of lumber, 120,000 units of spider silk, 1 special prop, 2 blueprints, several rifles and bullets, 16 cigarettes, 2 bottles of white wine, 3 preserved pork ribs, and even a fat pig weighing several hundred pounds frozen in the freezer. A number of daily necessities gathered from the ruins of the city. The words of the ancients are indeed true. Standing outside the train inside the cave, Chen Mang, listening to the sound of the underground river flowing in his ears, the headlights of the car illuminating the entire space of the cave, received the list of harvests handed over by Biaozi, and sighed a long sigh with a rather emotional countenance. That's a great way to get rich killing people. Sure, the quantity of iron ore and copper ore are not much. After all, these 2 resources are necessities. No one will save too much of this kind of resources on their train. There is a little with a little, can enhance the strength of the train a little is a little. At best, you can keep a few 100,000 or so for the day-to-day running of the train. After he finished digging these 2 iron mines, his harvest of resources alone would definitely be more than what was on this list. But, can't help it, it's miscellaneous enough. That's everything. Even the spider silk has, but also a full 120,000 units of spider silk. This buddy car also did not have spider foot accessories. To get so many spider silk, why? Also do not know where to get, for fear of giving a nest of man-eating spiders are slaughtered. He hadn't upgraded his spider feet in a while, and now the food was being fed directly into his mouth. Not even if you don't eat it. Those rifles and bullets and so on, he directly threw all of them into the Earth's core furnace, and the special props and blueprints were also placed in the train room, so he went to check them out slowly later. Aha! Chen Mang pondered for a long time and then looked to the side of the old pig and smiled. Go to the following people to ask if there are any good cooks with good skills. This pig stays, and after a while go to Shake City to see if you can find some vermicelli and cabbage or something, and give the big guys a whole meal of pork stewed with vermicelli. At that time, when we were in the abyss of doom, we were promised a chicken soup for everyone. That head of eggs laid quite happily, and not being quite ready to kill it. I'll eat this pig. Eat bread every day. The whole thing is good. You don't have to pay any vouchers for meat. There's something for everyone. Think of it as train welfare. Right. Speaking of this meat coupon, Chen Mang slightly paused for a moment before saying with a serious face, at that time when we designed the concept of meat coupon, it was at the beginning that we only let it have the function of buying meat, and the concept of that what store was only brought up at the later stage. And since the meat coupon has already acted as a concept of the train currency, it would be inappropriate to call it by that name again. Change the name to Stellar Coupons, and all those daily necessities collected, pick them out and set them up in the store. 2. Understood. I'll set it up later. The old pig standing by the side nodded with a serious face and took out a small notebook from his arms to record quickly. After ordering these things, Chen Mang swept his eyes not far from the residents who had already received pickaxes one by one and had already begun digging, and did not linger any longer, but took big strides towards his train room, where the stellar train would be digging for the next few days. But he now needed to see what effect those few special props and blueprints had first, as well as upgrade the train to a level 4 train. Pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli. The old pig looked at the back of Master Mang's departure. His throat couldn't help but roll a few times. Saliva vaguely flooded in his mouth. His food treatment was considered good within the stellar train, but it was also a meat sandwich for every meal. In the apocalypse, it's a steal to have this kind of food. He was also quite content. Although it was true that it was a bit greasy and the food type pressed no other. His mouth had already started to subconsciously secrete saliva after hearing the familiar and unfamiliar words pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli. It was as if he could already faintly smell the scent. Really fragrant. Standing aside, Piazzi also laxized, giggling, and then a steamed bun dipped in a little soup. Soft whirring, cabbage vermicelli pork mixed together into the mouth. That taste. Damn, can't think. I can't wait to get to Sandy River City. I'll die there if I don't find cabbage and vermicelli. How dare you set this flag? Old Pig looked back at Biaozi with an odd face. Alright, get to work. You go and find out all the survivors' origins. This time, Master Mang didn't say who he wanted to kill. That deputy conductor and the hitman will stay, and the rest of them and the conductor's relationship will be clarified. I'll set them up after your trial. I'm going to have to go see how the stats sheet is coming along over there first. Damn, that's a big ing job without a computer to keep track of the 1,000 or so people. It's a headache. Biaozi looked at Li Timing, who was not far away. Why don't you go ask this kid? This kid has a smart brain. Maybe he has a way. I asked. What did he say? He said bugs are common and can't be avoided, that it will probably work, and that even with computers, bugs are rare. Alright, not talking to you about this. Old Pig waved his hand towards the distance. I already probably have a vague idea. Busy going. My name is Li Yi. As an executive in a corporation before the end of time, earning millions of dollars a year, I made as much in 1 year as the average person makes in 10 years. I consider myself to have a wealth of management skills, especially in the middle position, and I have enough experience to be captured by several trains as a slave when the end comes. In Master Quinn's slave carriage, I would have been all muddled up with no hope for the future. The city has perished. I could barely see any of my compatriots in the entire wilderness, and even with the train protecting my life for the time being, I didn't know where to go or what to do next. I no longer had a home. The world had abandoned me. It's only when I'm digging that I seem to find a glimmer of meaning in my existence. Just then, I saw a man with an aura completely different from mine. A man without any despair for the future and completely different from the other muddled slaves, with a fierce light in his eyes and an icy face occupying the only straw seat in the train. This man, it seems, is not at all despondent at being in the end of the world. I was mildly curious about him, until after I saw a strong man go forward to provoke, and was taken by this man's life in just tens of seconds. I moved my eyes away from this man, and for some reason, when my eyes were looking at him, I would feel that my eyes were hot, as if I was looking directly at the sun. Wildness is heavy. The sense of faith is so strong that there is no despair about the future. Even in the doomsday when homes perish, I consider myself to be half of a highly literate group, but it took a few seconds to find adjectives that vaguely fit this man. Beyond. After that, as if the accelerator button was pressed, Master Cohen's train suddenly perished, and this man established the stellar train, and I became the first slave to join this train, and little by little, I watched this train, which had just been born out of its infancy, grow up rapidly at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. I have seen with my own eyes that the number of carriages is increasing, as is the variety of fire accessories. I saw with my own eyes that the number of slaves in the train was rapidly increasing, and the stellar train had somehow, before I had a chance to react, grown heftily into a train that would have been a giant in the wasteland. I have seen with my own eyes that the treatment of slaves has evolved from 2 slices of moldy bread a day in the beginning to 20 slices of soft sandwich bread a day in the later part of the train, and the treatment has gotten better and better inside the train. I have seen with my own eyes that the train has risen from level 1 to level 2, and then to level 3, and has even come to the advanced area, Sandy River Plain. I've watched the stellar train grow. I have thought of many ways to stand out from the crowd of slaves, to become a middle-level administrator of this train, which I believe will be able to go farther in the future, and may even become the Noah's Ark in the apocalypse, carrying the only remaining human civilization to survive in this world full of despair without hope. Perhaps this train is the last hope for human civilization. I wanted to have a hand in this process of the development of the stellar train, was desperate to join the process of building the stellar train, and was desperate to follow that man. Even I myself feel a little more hopeful about the future when I follow someone like this. I tried many ways to get out. I even picked out my inner circle in advance for when I became middle management, wanting to show off my talents by suppressing rioting slaves, wanting to find a way to make a name for myself at that reform conference when I left the wasteland, wanting to be, but all of them failed. The kid beside me still stresses me out a lot and makes me often regret telling him about my plans and visions, and if I don't tell him, there's no one to stress me out, and I don't feel humiliated when my plans fail. I've doubted myself countless times that maybe I really don't have much talent, and I've even thought about just settling for being a slave in the train. Oh no! Residents, the train is reformed. But, to my great surprise, I ended up becoming middle management of the stellar train and the plan finally worked. Only, it wasn't my plan that worked, it was the kid's. My name is Lee E. That kid calls me Uncle Lee. Standing on the floor of the cave lax-eyed Uncle Lee's, and now for a long time did not come back to God, looking at the young boys standing on the side full of excitement, as well as leaning on a cane to stand on the ground of the Mang Master. This was the first time he had been so close to Master Mang. He even felt himself breathing heavily. There was also that not too far away who was striding along was the Pig Wagon Master, and he usually didn't have the chance to get so close to the Pig Wagon Master at all. Old Pig. Chen Mang looked towards the old pig that came this way and waved, before casually resting his arm on Uncle Lee. Just now that kid came over to me and said that his Uncle Lee used to be an executive in a big company, and also worked as a financial director, and had strong management skills and was quite sensitive to numbers. Statistics are probably pretty tricky on your end, too. This person is given to you. Let him be in charge of trying it out, and if there's nothing wrong with trying it out for a few days, he'll be treated as a level 3 senior talent in the future. Oh yeah, and this kid, let him give Uncle Lee a handjob and be treated the same as Uncle Lee. And that's when, standing on the side of Uncle Lee just completely back to God, some fearful bowed down voice trembling said, Mang Master, call me Small Lee on it. Chen Mang didn't speak, just patted Uncle Lee's shoulder before turning his head towards the train room again. This time no one stopped him. After Master Mang left, only then did the old pig look at these two men carrying pickaxes in front of him with an odd expression on his face. Quite bold, digging time to casually run around, but also went to stop Master Mang. Quite pissed off, but you two are really needed right now. Follow me. The statistics of my head is almost big. Do a good job, you two will both be treated as level 3 senior talents in the future. Can be stationed in the senior talent compartment every day, can also receive 2 stellar coupons. Come on. Perfect. In the know. 7-guard hard sleeper carriage. The old pig looked at the form and statistical method handed up by Uncle Lee, grinning with considerable satisfaction. According to your kind of statistical method, the 3-way crossover will indeed significantly reduce the data errors. That is, the workload is relatively large, and it will have to work hard for you in the future. You'll be staying in the male senior talent compartment number 6 from now on, which is a hard sleeper, just like I have here. From now on, you won't have to dig, you'll just be in charge of this. There's only one Lee Timing currently living in that compartment, and there's only one Ji Choo Choo currently living in the know. 5 female senior talent compartment. So don't look blindly, don't listen blindly, and don't walk blindly. Not much else. The ability is still fine. Why have you been hiding your talent to dig? Is it that you are tired before the end of the day? And you don't really want to use your brain after the end of the day? And you want to relax and unwind as an early retirement? The old pig teased before smiling and heading out of the carriage. Okay, go ahead. I'll get busy. In the male executive compartment number 6. Cool. The moment that young boy who had been following Uncle Lee walked into the compartment, he couldn't help but fling himself on the bed and put that pillow over his face to inhale greedily and deeply, murmuring rather intoxicatedly, "It's been a long time since I've been able to stretch out my limbs so comfortably to go to sleep. And it's so soft. There's an exclusive pillow, mattress and quilt. The space is still so big. It's awesome. Uncle Lee, why do you look like you're not very happy?" Uncle Lee, who was standing at the aisle of the No. 6 carriage looking out the window at the group of digging residents, had a complex silence for a long time before saying somewhat hoarsely, "Although the result is exactly what I expected, it's just that this process is a path that I hadn't envisioned at all. Is this right? Wrong?" The boy stretched a rather satisfied lazy waist, lying on the soft pillow is full of enjoyment. "This is not in the school exam. The teacher will also be based on your answer process scoring, as long as the answer is right, whatever the process is." Chapter 110, 12 volumes of military books, volumes with masters' names. May. Uncle Lee turned to look behind him as lying on the bed constantly rolling boys, mouth slightly open and close a sentence did not spit out. He simply cannot find how to retort. A long time before some trance murmured, "But how dare you go and stop Master Mang? Because I think that counting the daily data of so many people must be an extremely troublesome thing. Uncle Lee, you happen to be proficient in this, and there happens to be a shortage of such a person within the train. So of course, I have to go to the furtive. You, what's wrong with me? That's not the right process for you. How can success be so easy? Uncle Lee felt that his values were even somewhat destroyed, and it was a little hard to accept for a moment. If you have this gross ability, why did you only earn a few $1,000s a month before? He always thought, talent is something like in the stomach. Only when a little tip is exposed from the back of your ass can others see that you were originally talented. Otherwise, even if you have a stomach full of, others can't see it. So his thought process has always been to exhibit talent. And this boy told him a much simpler and rougher way. Pull someone's face. Me? The boy lying on the bed opened his mouth a little bit in a bad mood. Uncle Lee, I'm just a small-town youth with no skills. What can I recommend myself for? And I just recommended you, not me. It's you who is capable, and I'm not capable. But, well, in the end, it was me who brought up the plan that worked, so I get credit for this. And let me say this up front. I don't know anything about any of this, so you're going to have to be patient when you teach me at first. Good. After a long time, Uncle Lee nodded heavily, took a deep breath and turned to look out the window, eyes full of bravado. Even the waist straightened a little. Whatever. The plan was finally working, and he was finally middle management of the stellar train. And after that it was time for him to make his mark. Just then, the door of Senior Talent Carriage No. 6 was pushed open, only to see that Lee Timing was walking in with 2 hot meat sandwiches. And after seeing Uncle Lee and the two of them, he slightly froze for a moment, only to laugh violently afterwards. It seems the two of you have succeeded in your plan? Ha! Uncle Lee's body froze in place, looking at Lee Timing with a blank look in his eyes. What? You last time to discuss the suppression of slave riots. I'm resting behind you lying down to eat it. Listen to your words. You planned to head out for a long time, only has been a failure. I did not expect that now the plan is suddenly successful again. Why do you eat lying down? After a day of mining with a sore back, one is still not allowed to lie down and eat? The boy sitting next to Uncle Lee got up instead and smiled with pride in his eyes. Uncle Lee and I are in charge of the residents' daily iron orange stellar coupons, these data stats approval work, both of which are treated as level 3 senior talents. What a job! Lee Timing long sighed, eyes full of envy. This work but can always do. Unlike me, after doing the maze do not know what to continue to do. Mang Master also did not give me to command me a new task. The whole of me now eats steamed buns, feel a little guilty. I was kinda alone in this compartment before you guys came, and it's kinda lonely, but now I finally have someone to talk to. Want a meatloaf? I just warmed it up. That. Uncle Lee hesitated for a moment before looking at the No. 5 compartment. After Lee Shermo Ben opened his mouth and inquired, you came out of the No. 5 compartment? Just now. The pig car captain told me that G Choo Choo is in the No. 5 compartment, so don't enter the No. 5 compartment at will. Oh, you mean that? Lee Timing waved his hand. Carriage 5 currently lives in G Choo Choo alone. The old pig got her a bed curtain or something. It doesn't matter if you pass by, as long as you don't idly lift the bed curtain to drill in. I just warmed up 2 meat sandwiches here for you two as a pick-me-up. I'll warm up a couple more later. Hey, this is so much better than sliced bread. I can eat a dozen a day these days. It's so addictive. Oh yeah, it's been a while since you've had a cigarette, hasn't it? Lee Timing smiled, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his arms and threw it towards the two. Master Mang just rewarded me with 100 stellar coupons. I bought 2 packs of cigarettes, which cost 4 stellar coupons, so I'll give you guys a pack to take and smoke. Aren't you saving up for a refrigerator? Uncle Lee took the pack of cigarettes with both hands and handed it to a boy on the side. Many people are ready to save the stellar vouchers they earn to buy refrigerators. It's not as comfortable to live in there as it is in this carriage, and there are some good things in this store. Lee Timing suddenly thought of something, got up and walked towards the two. Captain Pig has put the store in a refrigerator. That refrigerator is in compartment 11. I'll show you guys around. I'll pay for what you spend. We're all treated as level 3 senior talents. We get 2 stellar coupons a day. Enough to spend. Go with me. It just so happens that now that everyone has gone to work, there are fewer people at the store, so we can take our time looking around. The stellar. Inside the train, Chan Meng, who was sitting in front of the console, was looking at this robot in front of him as well as a loose iron box. Yes, at that time that drone threw a box down, and when the box opened on all sides this robot got out, and when he left he gave the box to take with him, although so far he hadn't found anything special about it. It's not a special prop either, and the crates couldn't be put back together again, loose as they were, but after all, they were from the S-rank difficulty transfer process, so let's collect them and stuff them in the fridge first. And he had a level 10 fridge in his train room, chilled a little Coke, as well as messing around with things he'd collected that might come in handy someday. As for the robot, I don't know. Special props, living robots. Prop effect, it can be used as the body of the train auxiliary AI and can perform some light physical work. The robot's exterior was smooth blue steel, sprayed with paint, and didn't have exposed wires, armor, or anything like that, and it didn't have any ports on it that would allow it to mount heavy fire weapons. It was just a living robot, without much combat capability. Could be an assistant. Can you come in? Could be. The train soon resounded with the mechanical and electronic sounds of the AI, followed by only a wire suddenly reaching out from the console screen towards the robot, which soon stood up and faced Chen Mang. Chen Mang frowned slightly and inclined his head to look at the screen on the side. Can you still manipulate those accessories now? Could be. A slightly dull mechanical electronic voice came from the amplification device of the robot in front of me. I am a level 10 AI with a higher degree of arithmetic and intelligence. Only a portion of my consciousness is occupied within the robot. The majority of my consciousness remains in the train's auxiliary AI, and the powerful arithmetic ensures that I am multi-threaded. Currently the train will only consume 37% of my total computing power if all accessories are activated. If I can eat, I even managed to get a few leisurely highs. Chen Mang looked at the robot in front of him after a long pause. Give you a name. Okay, just call M. Okay, master. Feel free to command AI for anything. This robot could only be described as a side dish in this harvest, not even a snack. This one special prop and 2 blueprints in his hand were the appetizers this time, all captured from that class 4 train. All special props are not graded and leveled. Most of them are some auxiliary effects for single use of some small props, like this particular prop in his hand. Special props, salted fish hairbands. Prop effect, when wearing this hairband, you have the ability to breathe underwater for 10 minutes. The look was that it was a salty looking hairband that stuck on his head. He tried it on, looked in the mirror, and immediately took it off and put it in a drawer. It looks a bit naive on it. Props that may be used at certain moments. Only then did he look at the 2 blueprints. The first blueprint is the green grade accessory nitrogen tail jet, and the second is the yellow grade accessory blueprint rabbit clouds. Nice guy. Chen Mang looked towards the second yellow grade carrier parts blueprint. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This time he had really picked up a treasure. The last time he went to the Kunlun Mountains, there was a train that left an extremely deep impression on him. The train's wheels were clouds that could fly in the air, and he was still a level 2 train at the time, and that scene left him with a great shock. He also wondered when his stellar train would be able to fly in the sky. I didn't realize it would be so soon. The rabbit cloud is a type of special wheel, a cloud-shaped wheel that allows the train to fly in the sky, but it can't be used at the moment, and trains with rabbit cloud wheels can only fly in the sky when the maximum speed limit of the train reaches 650 km per hour. He wouldn't be able to reach that cap rate even if he leveled up rabbit cloud to level 10 now. Normally speaking, class 4 to 5 trains, and even class 6 trains, don't reach that base cap speed. To achieve this speed, you must have some accessories that can increase the speed, such as nitrogen tail spray, a green grade accessory whose effect is to increase the speed of the train. I'm sure this level 4 train was only after obtaining the blueprint bunny clouds, and then started to collect some accessories to increase the speed of the train, in preparation for getting together enough of this cap speed to make the train fly through the air. Regrettably, died halfway through. The poor kid. Only after finishing organizing all of this train's haul did he look at the resource units on the train's panel. 430,000 units of iron ore, 750,000 units of copper ore, and 224,000 units of timber, 120,000 units of spider silk, 180,000 units of hematite, 158 units of corpse flesh. He looked again at the conditions for moving up to a level 4 train. Upgrade requirements, 18 carriages, all 4 mandatory vehicle parts must be built, 1 W units of grade 2 iron ore must be consumed, and all parts in the vehicle must be over level 80. After building 3 regular cars, I finally got enough for 18 cars. At this point, all the conditions for moving up to a level 4 train had been met, and as for that condition of a combined accessory level higher than 80, which was quite difficult for other trains, he was more than that for him. When it came to a level 2 train, he was more than that. As for now, after consuming 100,000 units of iron ore, the next moment, a panel floated in front of him. Your train is upgraded to level 4. Will unlock more buildable accessories and successfully transfer to mechanical train with S-rank potential. On the train panel, there was a new panel called Prestige Value, and his prestige value was currently 30. The detailed record showed that the Iron Range Wasteland Regional Briefing had increased his reputation value by 10 points, and the Sand River Plains Regional Briefing had increased his reputation value by another 20 points, totaling 30 points. And in a moment of successful upgrading, the train radio has also finally joined the Sand River Plain completely, and from this moment on, he will never be able to return to the Iron Ridge Wasteland, and the abandoned goblin train located at the bottom of the Abyss of Doom will be permanently sunk there as well, until one day, the dusty and cobwebbed goblin train, long unloved, suddenly welcomes its owner. This is the same train from Doba. After learning that this goblin train was built by Doba alone, in that absolutely pitch-black space, groping for a pickaxe and then for iron ore, and consuming an unknown amount of time bit by bit, he didn't have the heart to feed this discarded goblin train to the heart of the earth melting furnace. It's not like we can give him much iron ore. Might as well leave it there. Probably. There really will be a day when he will return there again and tell Doba, now you're the king of the goblins. He also didn't know if he could do such a big thing as helping Doba rebuild the goblin civilization. But Doba's sincere and admiring and hot sight made him a little afraid to look directly at him. And in the future, if he could really do it one day, then this abandoned goblin train that had been sleeping at the bottom of the valley of the doomsday abyss would be like a cosmic historian silently recording all of this. At least leave a thought. While in a trance, the train radio suddenly emitted a gurgling sound, only to see that many people were chatting in the train radio at that moment, and the upper right corner of the chat room showed that there were a total of 289 trains in this chat room. This amount is rather similar to the Iron Range Wasteland. No, it should be much less than the Iron Range Wastelands. After all, you can only build a train radio if the train is upgraded to level 2. And there are still plenty of level 1 trains in the Iron Range Wastelands, as well as a few that have been upgraded to level 2, but haven't built a train radio. No way. Chen Mang looked into the chat room and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. How is it that there are 12 volumes of military books again? Volumes with the name of the master. He had thought that people could have talked about something on the train radio in the Sandy River Plains, and the sentiment was still talking about him, no different than on the train radio in the Iron Range Wasteland. All in the chat room were discussing the stellar train that had completed the S-rank transfer quest. That Sand River Plains regional bulletin had leaked out the name of his train, and now everyone knew that it was a train called the Stellar that had successfully completed this S-rank transfer quest. Chapter 111, Ranking of the Number of Supermodel Effects. Just then, one man's statement broke the atmosphere of discussion on the train radio. Train breaking defense, you guys check the leaderboards. That Stellar train has successfully upgraded to a Tier 4 train and has officially entered the green zone. He's ING top 1. 10 steps to kill a man train. What list 1? What are you talking about? Even if he completes the S-rank transfer mission, that's just high potential. How can he be directly ranked first? Cosmic train, the dude did look at it wrong. But, this Stellar train is indeed a bit outrageous. A full 6,524 rating. This is not a joke. Normal just upgraded to level 4 train which has this rating. Even a lot of level 5 trains do not have this rating. Love only one train, the rating of 6,524 is really ing outrageous. Directly on the Sand River Plains Power Value Regional Ranking, located in the 34th, this dude has just been upgraded to a level 4 train. He can't stuff all the survivors from the White region into his wagon. Right, can that be afforded? All the slaves will starve to death if they don't find a mine in 2 days. Train of broken defense, you guys are looking at it wrong. I'm not talking about that chart. I'm talking about the number of supermodel effects chart. And he's ING number 1. You guys, train to the universe, look at that. It's really list 1. There's only one thought in my mind. Can I snap a question mark? Train that kills a man at 10 paces? Love only one train? Chen Mang somewhat helplessly looked at these messages in the train radio. He just wanted to quietly develop In fact, really do not have to stare at him all the time. His original rating is 5,412. After ascending to level 4, the train base rating became 1,000. Another new red grade carrier accessory ground blast missile was obtained, and some miscellaneous accessories for the Earth's core furnace were also upgraded, and a new batch of survivors were picked up just now. Then the train rating came to 6,542. It does seem a bit high. He looked towards the Stellar train which was ranked 34th on the Sand River Plains regional ranking list. He was sandwiched right in the middle by a bunch of level 5 trains. All of those level 4 trains were ranked outside of the top 100. The highest level 4 train was rated at 4,500, and the other level 4 trains basically were generally around 3,800. And there is only one list on the Iron Range Wasteland, which is the power value ranking of this region. But on the Sandy River Plain there are several lists, such as Supermodel Effect Number Ranking. List number 1, the Stellar, an S-rated potential Tier 4 mechanical train with 57 supermodel effects. List 2, the Wife Hunter, S-rank potential level 6 Flesh and Blood train, 28 supermodel effects. List 3, Kill the Blood Trail Number, A-rated potential level 6 Blood train, 26 supermodel effects. List 4, the Misanthrope, an A-rated potential level 5 mechanical train with 24 supermodel effects. This is the first time Chen Mang has seen this list. If only calculating the number of supermodel effects, then indeed, it is definitely not comparable to him. After all, he is equivalent to having an unlimited number of Murphy stones. How does this fight with him? Definitely no fight. And most importantly, He realized a few days ago that the supermodel effects that were none still counted towards the rating and the number of supermodel effects. And at this point, the data emperor has popped up on the train radio. Train breaker, I'll do the math for you. Yellow grade accessories can be upgraded up to level 5. Level 3 trains have 7 buildable yellow grade accessories. Level 4 trains have 3 buildable yellow grade accessories. Level 5 trains have 2. And level 6 trains also have 2. Only purple grade accessories can be upgraded up to level 10. And even level 6 trains don't have a purple color inside their buildable accessories. That means a normal level 6 train will get a total of 14 supermodel effects if you build all of these yellow grade accessories. If we get a few more yellow grade drawings, or some Murphy stones, then we can have more supermodeling effects. For example, the original wife hunt at number 1 on the list. He has a full 28 supermodel effects. But, this stellar is only a level 4 train, and has only just been upgraded to level 4 even. The accessories for a level 4 train haven't been built yet, which means the number of yellow grades he can build is only 7, or at most 7 supermodel effects. It's well known that Murphy stones can break through level restrictions, and the most cost-effective way to use Murphy stones for overmold effects is to use them on green grade accessories, where 2 Murphy stones will get you an overmold effect, and that stellar train has a full 57 supermodel effects, overflowing the normal value of 50. Just as well, he either has an additional 50 yellow grade accessory blueprints or has consumed 100 Murphy stones. Explore for yourselves which is more realistic. Train to the universe? Can I just say that either of these two conclusions sounds unrealistic? Are those yellow grade accessory blueprints and Murphy stones cabbages? When did the numbers for units of measurement get so high? Train of broken defense probably went to a lot of over-encounter maps and cleared them all. Cthulhu train, I'll interject that there aren't any encounter maps in the white area. That's a lot of sensitivity to data. Chen Mang some helpless long sigh. These people for digging other people train information can be really extremely serious. Unfortunately, logical reasoning are no problem. Only, the answers are all wrong. 100 Murphy stones? That's not looking down on him. That is, limited by resources. If the resources can provide unlimited, he gave you a minute to make 999 supermodel effects. Only, he looked at the 4th ranked misanthrope on the number of supermodel effects ranking list. A class 5 mechanical train with A rank potential, and there were only 2 mechanical trains in the top 10 that could make it onto this list. One is him, and the other is this aversion number. The other 8 were clear trains of flesh and blood. After all, the blood and flesh train hunted monsters for many years. The probability of dropping a Murphy stone was definitely greater than others. It was always impossible that a Murphy stone would fall out of the digging and mining, and he was mainly interested in this misanthrope. Not just because the other guy and him are the only 2 mechanical trains in the top 10 of the charts, even more so because the other party is A-rated potential. He remembers the mechanical train A-rank difficulty transfer quest very well, which required the AI to be trained to have human emotions and to fall in love with it. This dude is a tough guy. That's the kind of person he admired who was willing to put his life in someone else's hands, in case there's a breakup someday. The AI is fun to play with directly after pressing the Explode Yourself Now button, and after completing this transfer quest, the AI has full supreme authority within the train, equal to that of the conductor. But, the payoff wasn't without reward, and being able to press a bunch of level 6 trains on the leaderboards with a level 5 train meant that the payoff was still quite substantial. Both the mechanical train and the flesh train are different carriers of trains, the only difference being that the mechanical train is a little more sci-fi, while the flesh train looks a little more scary. Even more so than some of the monsters that look like monsters. Flesh and blood trains don't need to be mined or slaved. Train upgrades. Accessories upgrades need are monster flesh and blood. As long as you keep killing monsters can always be upgraded. The train can even have their own one person can still run normally, as long as you do not feel lonely words. Mechanical trains don't work. They can't function at all with one conductor. They have to have a crew. And on mortality, mechanical train is to be far lower than the flesh train. Mechanical train can be avoided. Monster horror avoid not on the line. And the flesh train cannot be avoided. You avoided this time. You next time to avoid not avoid? You avoid every time. The train is still upgraded not upgraded. And as a result, all the trains of flesh and blood on the Sand River Plain would only stop at the Sand River Plain when they were resting on weekdays. Otherwise they would charge through that area of the Kunlun Mountains that was full of monsters. Kill more bosses. The natural drops of Murphy's Stone and Yellow Grade Accessory Blueprint are going to be higher. And naturally they rank higher than others on the supermodel effect ranking. The mechanical train and the flesh and blood train actually get along quite well. After all, the flesh train doesn't need mines or slaves, and there are basically no points of interest to contend with the mechanical train, except for the occasional sneaky backhanded scolding that the flesh train is a bunch of crazies. Shen Mang looked at the train radio for a while and then withdrew his eyes from it, not paying too much attention to it, nor did he have any idea of speaking. His idea nowadays was to develop at ease, trying to survive, as well as live a little better. And just then, someone reached out to him for a private chat. Cthulhu Train, hello, I'm the one who shouted Mom, I can't tell the difference in your train today. I went to an undersea labyrinth encounter, chose the S-rank difficulty labyrinth quest, and had the honor of descending into your train. But of course, failed the quest. But it doesn't matter, I've found a new curiosity. Any interest in exploring it with me? Chen Mang looked at this person who chatted privately towards him with a slightly odd expression. He now realized that the consciousness in that robot at that time was actually the consciousness of a real person. The other party had intercepted a S-rank difficulty labyrinth quest from somewhere and then ran into his train? What's a strange encounter? Well, how can I put it? It's some hidden maps. There are often some quests in them, and you can get a lot of rewards after clearing them. And I've actually found out about this oddity for more than a month now. I just haven't been able to find the right person for the job, and you're the best person for the job. What do you say? You were the one who drove the train over the 90-degree cliffs in the Kunlun Mountains that day, weren't you? Is that you flying in the air? It's me. That wonder map is called the Tower of Heaven. Only your train can drive up there. No one else can get up there. Don't you know how to fly? I can only fly up to 3,000 meters. I can only fly up to 3,000 meters. That map is at 5,000 meters high. You can haul my train together to drive up. I provide the coordinates. You provide the means to go inside. If it is a cooperative class, will be divided 50-50. If it is a separate breakthrough class, will be based on the means of each. Sandy River Plains. The bald man sitting in the train room of the Cthulhu sighed long and emotionally with a long face. He didn't expect it to be a real guy. When he heard that the Stellar had completed the S-rank transfer quest and had entered the Sand River Plain, he knew that these two trains were the same train. It would be just as well if it was a different region. But just how could it not be one person in a couple of adjacent areas around here? That guy. He did some sneaky math. He had to level up the spider feet accessory to at least level 13 before he could have the ability to travel on cliff faces. Where the hell did this guy get so many Murphy stones? And he knows more than those guys on the train radio. The guy had upgraded at least 100 refrigerators to level 5 or 10, consuming a lot more Murphyite than that data emperor on the train radio had guessed. Right, he snapped his head. The other party must be in a state of extreme vigilance right now. After all, it was because of the Stellar train that he failed his S-rank mission, and the other party had a lot of Murphy stones in their hands, so they must have suspected that he was getting ready to make a move, but he hadn't really thought about it. The only fun he has is exploring the encounters to unlock those hidden maps. Harvest is one side. The other side is that it will make him find a trace of long-lost happiness in this bad and damned world. That the map of the encounter of the Tower of Heaven he found a long time ago, but has not been able to go up, so it is hard to catch the Stellar train. He naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to climb to the top to find out what is going on. Just as he was about to say something else, hoping to disabuse the other man's mind. Instead, I received a quick reply from the other side. Stellar train, yes, but you'll have to wait half a month. Aha, now it is his turn to be a bit confused, so simply agreed. He is a level 5 train. This dude is not afraid of it, either the art of the bold or stupid. Immediately after, he thought again of that half-hour ordeal in the other train, and the first impression he had summarized of the unseen conductor. The opponent really doesn't scare him, just hard. It seems like he should be the one who should be worried about being blackballed right now. After replying and finalizing the time, Chen Mang didn't look at the train radio anymore. This strange encounter map, he did want to go and see what it was like. He hadn't seen it in the white area either, and he was curious to know that there were special places in the Iron Ridge Wasteland as well, such as that Doomsday Abyss, but it seemed to be merely special, and wasn't considered any kind of strange encounter map. But not to go now. His train has just been upgraded to level 4, and he hasn't built a lot of things yet. His armor is already at level 6, so when the time comes to give that ground blast missile a full level 6, he'd like to see it. Who dares to hack him? He even kind of wanted desperately to try how powerful the ground burst missiles were. Of course, before that, he needed to build those few optional parts of the level 3 train to level 10, and this half-month's work would almost be enough to make a whole level 4 train with a half-full match, and then he would go out and make a break for it. With so much copper currently piled up in the Stellar train, there had to be an opportunity to fire it up and see the results. Chapter 112, the patient has a barb on the second finger of the right hand. Central air conditioning, Yongu shock absorption, medical warehouse. These 3 yellow-grade carrier accessories were all non-essential building accessories for level 3 trains, and he had built all of them when he was in the Iron Ridge Wasteland, only that there wasn't enough iron ore at the time and he hadn't upgraded them. Yellow-grade carrier accessories basically require 5W units of iron ore to go from level 1 to level 10, which is quite a bit more expensive than white grade carrier accessories, which tend to require only 4 400 units of iron ore to go from level 1 to level 10. After consuming 4.5W units of iron ore, the yellow accessory, Central Air Conditioning, was quickly raised to level 10 and gained 2 supermodel effects. Central Air Conditioning Level 5 Supermodel Effect, reduce energy consumption by half. Central Air Conditioner Level 10 Supermode Effect, when running fresh air. If it detects that the outside air quality contains poisonous gas or is extremely poor, it will stop air intake at the first time. This effect requires the oxygen concentrator to be raised to level 10 and obtain the corresponding supermode effect, and the train auxiliary AI to be raised to full level. The central air conditioning comes with a fresh air system, which can effectively improve the air quality inside the train. The upgrade had no effect. Basically, it is the normal temperature range of the air conditioner, and cannot be directly warmed up to hundreds of degrees, or even cooled down to -200 degrees Celsius, but if in the extremely cold or hot environment, you can still maintain the normal temperature range inside the train. Only the energy consumption will be substantially higher, and that's when the level 5 supermodel effect kicks in, which is kind of a nice generic supermodel effect. The level 10 supermodel effect can only work in specific environments, and most of the time it can't be used, but once it is used, it is absolutely crucial. The level 10 supermodel effect of the oxygen generator analyzes the air quality of the surrounding environment in real time and synchronizes the report to the train auxiliary AI. The weather is getting cold. Winter is coming soon, and those trains that have not been upgraded to level 3 and are unable to build the central air conditioning accessory will not have a good time, and it is estimated that a lot of people will freeze to death. The conductor will naturally have a way to keep warm. A train's highest treatment is certainly a priority to supply the conductor. Just those slaves are afraid to freeze to death quite a lot, even if they do not die, freezing out of frostbite, but also greatly affect the efficiency of the work. The residents of his train wouldn't have to worry about that. There is air conditioning inside the train, and outside the train there are clothes with temperature locking effect. This temperature locking is a supermodel effect that can only be obtained by upgrading the clothing customization production line to level 5. Most people don't have the means to upgrade this accessory to level 5, and even if they have a Murphy's Stone, they don't want to spend money on this accessory. Not to mention that at least it has to be a level 4 train in order to have the chance of obtaining a Murphy's Stone, and this stuff won't appear at all in the lower level areas. Beyond that, the inhabitants of this train also have foods such as sliced bread and mineral water that have a supermodeling effect and can increase physical fitness and even reduce the chances of physical illness when taken over a long period of time. It's safe to say, the living conditions of the inhabitants of his train were higher than those of almost all the trains in the Iron Range Wilderness and on the Sandy River Plain. At least, with such a high-pressure daily labor workload, not a single resident has died of exhaustion or serious illness so far, which is a good indication that the train is still doing an extremely good job in this regard. What more could one ask for in an environment like this in the end times? Only then did Chen Mang once again place his eyes on the yellow-grade accessory Permanent Shock Absorber. The effect of this accessory was that when the train was subjected to a violent impact, it could drastically reduce the strength of the impact, thus protecting the lifeforms inside the train. Great accessory to use. At least he didn't feel too much impact force when he just drove deep underground and collided with that level 4 train, when it was only a level 1 permanent shock absorber, and if he didn't have this accessory at that time, he wouldn't have been too well off after colliding with a train at such a fast speed. After consuming 45,000 units of iron ore, this accessory was also upgraded to level 10 by him. Each time you upgrade, the impact reducing effect is strengthened, and after leveling up to 10, you already have much less impact after a violent impact on the train and gain 2 overmolding effects. Permanent Shock Absorber Level 5 Supermodel Effect, none. Permanent Shock Absorber Level 10 Supermodel Effect, none. Both supermodel effects were nil, but he upgraded them to level 10 anyway, not for their supermodel effects, but for their upgraded effects. He then took out another 45,000 units of iron ore and upgraded the medical warehouse to level 10. Although he already possessed a level 10 simple medical kit, an accessory that could treat traumatic injuries and even revitalize severed limbs. It was after all a yellow-grade accessory, and he wanted to see if the effect would be even stronger when he upgraded it to level 10. The upgrade had no effect, same as the original, but the 2 supermodel effects obtained can almost be described with the word sick. Medical Warehouse Level 5 Supermodel Effect, can regenerate severed limbs. Medical Warehouse Level 10 Supermodel Effect, human beings have never had any terminal illnesses in the true sense of the word, and can treat any disease, including the so-called cancer. Treating different diseases requires different units of iron ore, and the more severe the disease, the more resources are consumed, and replacing any mechanical organ in the medical warehouse will not cause any discomfort. A Level 5 Supermodel Effect that duplicates the Level 10 Supermodel Effect of Simple Medicine Cabinet. Only the Simple Medical Kit one belongs to be disposable. This one can be used permanently. Moreover, Using this simple medical kit to sew up a broken limb still requires specialized hands, and it doesn't matter if you're not a professional surgeon. If something goes wrong with the sewing, the big deal is to take it down and sew it up again, and you will always be able to sew it up correctly after dozens of times of sewing. It's just that the whole process is more or less painful is all. Death by pain is unlikely. The pain swoon should still be fine. The medical warehouse does not have to consider this problem. The same amputation rebirth, as long as the amputated limb and the patient together into the medical warehouse, and then cover the lid, and so on a minute later to unlock the lid. Has been amputated limb rebirth? The whole process does not have any pain as far as extremely easy, without doubt. The resources consumed by the medical warehouse were definitely higher than this simple medical kit for the same amputation regeneration, and the level 10 supermodel effect of the medical warehouse. If placed in peacetime, it would be a technological product that would shock the entire human race, at least in the last world before the crossing. That world medical community will be almost 90% of the disease is untreatable, including colds as a symptom of the disease is also incurable. New diseases are even being discovered from time to time, like a game that produces bugs from time to time. After all, with nearly 10 billion people, it's perfectly understandable and normal for the occasional mess to occur. Aha! Chen Mang walked to the No. 2 carriage. He placed this medical warehouse in a refrigerator in this carriage. After upgrading the refrigerator to level 10, it is almost a great increase in the utilization of space in each train. After all, to build one more carriage is not a very simple thing. The armor of this carriage is definitely to be installed. The armor that thing doesn't save much money. He stood still and looked at the medical warehouse in front of him, which was similar to the combat training virtual space, with an overall white color but with a more technological feel, and was silent and did not speak as he pondered over a question. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this body of his. Does there not seem to be any diseases either? But after thinking about it, he removed his clothes and lay down in it, lying into the bin. The lid soon rose out of the sides and slowly closed. At the same time the bottom of the medical bin began to overflow with a white viscous liquid that soon wrapped around the entire body, while a smaller screen floated out from the inside of the lid. The body was detected to have the following problems: 78% lung integrity, 89% heart integrity, 99% limb integrity, 87% genital integrity, liver integrity. If you want to repair a specific organ, please click on the corresponding part of the organ on the screen and the price of the corresponding repair will pop up. If all are repaired, 43,000 units of iron ore will be consumed. So expensive? Chen Mang flashed in his mind. The first thought is that this price is not outrageous. Point. He what injury have not suffered, not sick, and even a cold have not. Just do a full body physical examination. After the physical examination enough to inform him that he needs to consume 43,000 units of iron ore? Why does this routine feel so familiar? But how many units of iron ore do you need to consume to get a terminal illness? And the data he got from going to the hospital for medical checkups in the last world had the names of any specific diseases, and the series of data seemed extremely specialized. And this medical warehouse was directly evaluating each of his organs in terms of their intactness? Sounds oddly like restoring train parts. He'd recognize if the other intactness wasn't 100%, but why would the limb intactness be 99%? There's nothing wrong with my limbs, no injuries. He made his own recommendations, and the screen quickly slid out a line again. The patient has an impingement on the second finger of his right hand. All fixed. The next moment, the white viscous liquid began to flow quickly from the bottom, covering all of his face and nostrils. He held his breath at first, but he soon realized that the white viscous liquid didn't affect any breathing. 1 minute later, the white sticky liquid quickly passed away, and Chen Mang also climbed out of the medical warehouse, walking to the side in front of the full body mirror, looking himself up and down, his eyes full of disbelief. Yourself in the mirror. It's so handsome, isn't it? He rarely used the word handsome to describe himself. He had always felt that looks were never a high priority compliment for a man, but this time he really felt handsome, and that whole mental state of himself in the mirror was completely different from before. He'd never felt so light and free in his body, and it felt, there's a sense of restoring factory settings. He looked to his right hand. Even the barb was fully repaired. He looked down at it. It hadn't gotten any bigger. It looked like the medical bin could only do some repairing and not change the body, but it didn't matter. His was perfectly adequate, and any bigger than that would limit the height when entering the tunnel. That's 43,000 units of iron ore spent is worth it. After putting on that highly refined clothing, he now felt that he wouldn't have any problem living for another 100 years or so, and he even felt that it wasn't impossible to live to be 300 or 400 years old if he kept using the medical warehouse. After all, a large part of human mortality is due to the irreversible decay of organs. But now, this irreversible becomes reversible. Pretty good. Chen Mang is quite satisfied with the mirror again, measured himself, then once again towards the train room. This accessory he temporarily does not intend to put out for the following people to use. Too expensive. The current train cannot afford to use. With the simple medical kit on the line. Up to this point, all the buildable accessories of the level 3 train had been built. Except for that storage box, he couldn't use this for the time being. There were still 100 level 10 refrigerators in the train. There was enough storage. No. 5 Senior Talent Carriage. Ji Choo-choo was sitting on her seat, looking out at the bustling scene outside. The pig carriage captain and the others were at this moment standing at the entrance of the No. For Senior Talent Carriage constantly carrying slices of bread as the food for today's residents. Master Mang hadn't looked for her in a long time. The starlets who had been able to chat with her to relieve her boredom had no permission to set foot in this compartment. Not even someone she could talk to. Ji Choo-choo gradually drifted into a trance, thoughts drifting away. The train has come to the plains of Shay. I do not know if Master Mang still remember that thing she said. Her best friend Yen Yao is hiding in the safe house of a villa in Shake City. She's conditioned by her own conditioning, and that's all she has in the train. On the strength that Master Mang is still likable at the moment, she doesn't have to go and sell her meat like those little stars. But, how long can this kind of favorite last? She knows men more than she knows herself. She relies on this bite to eat. After the novelty passes is very easy to get tired. The only way to keep her position within the train. That's right, Yen Yao. This BFF of hers has a slightly higher face value than her, is still a virgin, and is a star with a high capital. Even if Yen Yao can't make it to the top, Master Mang will definitely be more fond of Yen Yao, whereupon, she would then be able to keep her position in the train through Yen Yao. Not to mention that Yen Yao doesn't know anything, so someone has to teach her, and there's no one better than her. It was a long time before she came back to her senses, looking down at a lipstick in her hand. Cosmetics were rarely rare in the apocalypse. This lipstick was one she had just bought at the store with her stellar coupon. She didn't know what the Mang Master would be looking for her nor when the Mang Master would be passing by this carriage. All she could do was to maintain a perfect posture as much as possible, so that the Mang Master would be able to provide a certain amount of emotional value to the Mang Master the moment he saw her with her own beauty. It will be sufficient. Stellar, outside the train room, panting, the old pig exhaled a long breath before wiping away the sweat on his forehead, leaning his body against the train, looking over to Biaozi, who had come to the train to collect the water, and pulling out a cigarette and throwing it into his own mouth before his chest heaved up and down as he gasped for air. Working hard enough, Biaozi, is this about saving up for a train order? Hey, Billy, how about calling it just the Piaozino? 1 inch when the time comes, I'll go as a co-captain for you. I think it's more promising to follow you. Chapter 113, This coffee. It has to taste authentic when you buy it yourself. Just don't make fun of me, Captain Piggy. Biaozi helplessly shook his head and laughed bitterly, picked up a bottle of mineral water a drink before wiping away the water stains on the corners of the mouth. Who bought the train order? Neither of us will. We are what virtues of their own no. Cannot sit in that position. More so, haven't you ever played an online game? You can get much more out of joining a big guild in an online game than building your own small guild. Okay, enough nagging, I'm going to continue my patrol. With that said, Biaozi took away the guard's food and the old pig greeted him before leaving. The train didn't have a lot of benefits now, but all benefits were based on the residents being able to do serious work. There's a reward for a job well done, but to be sneaky, you can't even mind the basic 10 units of iron ore a day. Well, I'm sorry, then. There are batons in the train in addition to bread. The former will fill you up, the latter will make you clean. Digging inside the cave, safety was basically guaranteed, and his main task was to stop some accidents from happening during patrols, such as fights, noises and the like, and play a supervisory role in the meantime. 3 days later, accompanied by the sound of the whistle blowing, many residents stopped their work at once and began to receive today's food in an orderly manner under the order maintained by the guards, and stellar coupons were issued according to the number of today's super guaranteed digging. Aha! Uncle Lee, who was sitting on a stool, looked at the number on the collar of the resident in front of him. Resident 117, you have a total of 7 iron ores in excess of the guaranteed amount in the last few days, and with today's 3, it's just enough for 10, which can be exchanged for a stellar coupon, and this is yours. Thanks. This resident with the number 117 embroidered on his collar was filled with gratitude and excitement as he accepted this stellar voucher made from a mineral water bottle cap in his hand before quickly leaving to give his place to the man behind him. Stellar coupons are made from mineral water bottle caps. The cap of a mineral water bottle is placed on the ground, and the train crushes it to form a thin slice, which is a means of preventing counterfeiting. Want to take a pickaxe or other means? It is absolutely impossible to squeeze a bottle cap to such a degree. As for a bigger movement, so many pairs of eyes around, to really have the ability to do this, directly can be included in the senior talent, but also a talent. This means of preventing counterfeiting is considered sufficient within the train at this stage. After all, conditions are rudimentary and there are no overly advanced methods. These days, Uncle Lee had numbered all the residents, including the middle management, and could save a little bit of time by calculating the daily digging quantity and stellar vouchers based on the number. The man who received the stellar coupon carefully stuffed the stellar coupon into his pocket and locked the zipper, and gulped down all the food he received and stuffed it into his mouth before he dared not stop for a moment and continued to carry the pickaxe to the side of the iron mine to start digging. It's the point of closing. Basically, a lot of people went back to bed after receiving food. But he wanted to work a little longer. The iron ore dug at this point in time could be turned in tomorrow night along with the iron ore dug tomorrow, which would earn him more stellar coupons. After all, it wasn't every day you could mine, and you should certainly dig a little more when you could. Merely, the man looked somewhat enviously at the group of gnomes not far away that seemed to know no fatigue. That group of gnomes' physical strength seems to be unlimited. The most important, listening to the old man of the train, he said that all those goblins were as unintelligent as robots, and only the goblin called Doba was intelligent. The goblins all listened to the orders of this Doba goblin, and this group of goblins dug and dug more, acquiring stellar coupons faster than any of them, and all the stellar coupons were handed over to Doba. It's almost like being a slave owner, so I guess it won't take long for Doba to save up enough for 1,000 stellar vouchers. Hey, completely unaware of fatigue, Doba, leaning on his pickaxe, stopped and looked at the humans not far away. His eyes were full of happiness. He had saved enough for more than 200 stellar vouchers. All of the gnomes' stellar vouchers were in his hands. Even the speed of the pig wagon masters in earning stellar vouchers was far inferior to him. He's aiming for the refrigerator. The first step to rebuild the goblin civilization was of course that he should have his own territory. He would try to buy as many fridges as possible so that his people could have a spacious enough territory, although his people were all without their intelligence. But it didn't matter. He believed that there would be a day when his people would be able to recover. If he could recover, surely his people could too. And this human prophet is really good. The stellar train was developing much faster than the goblin train he had. The human prophet hadn't lied to him and was really able to help him rebuild the goblin civilization. All he had to do was to keep on mining hard to make the train develop a little faster. Work! Show those stupid humans what it means to be tireless and great gnomes. Full of energy, Doba once again began to swing his pickaxe and keep digging. And by now quite a few people had finished receiving their food. Almost half of the residents chose to start continuing to mine. What if you run out of stamina? Just buy Coke. The chilled cola not only tastes great and can be greatly improved, and can also restore physical strength. The price is also extremely cheap. 10 bottles of cola only need 1 stellar coupon, but also do not need to collect all of them at one time. The person who manages the store will help him to count the savings. Master Mang is such a good man. A young man will drink a mouthful of Coke in his hand, burped carbon dioxide discharge, only to feel the Coke into the stomach after the body is again full of strength. Took a deep breath, once again carrying a pickaxe in the headlights of the car under the light of the start of the night work. He did the math. Just drinking 3 bottles of Coke a day would allow him to extend his digging day to 18 hours, with as little as 6 hours of sleep, and still be energized. That Coke is great for regaining strength. This works out to be only 1 stellar voucher consumed over 3 days. However, in these 3 days, he could obtain 3 stellar coupons through super guaranteed mining, which was equivalent to purely earning 2 stellar coupons, which was a good deal. Merely, he told this to no one. He was the only one who did this at first, but soon he realized that more and more people seemed to find out about this secret of his, and they all followed his example. Annoying. Don't these people have any brains of their own? Train interior. Chen Mang, who wanted to fall asleep but was simply unable to do so due to the clanging and digging sounds outside, let out a long sigh, and with a complicated expression, he got up and stood at the window to look at the group of people outside. He actually wanted to say something. Take a break, big brothers. That's not the way to do it. The wall wasn't built in a day. Don't get yourself killed. Where's he gonna find more survivors? These days, the Coke production line is an accessory that is almost always in operation, and he produces Coke at a cost of 1 unit of iron ore for 1 bottle, and sells it at 1 stellar coupon for 10 bottles in the store. Cola production line level 5 supermodel effect. You can choose to produce either sugar-free cola or sugar cola. Cola production line level 10 supermodel effect. After taking it, it can slowly restore physical strength. This was the only kind of food inside the train that could restore his strength. When he was in the abyss of doom at that time, that was a bottle that all slaves were fixed to be issued every day, just to restore their strength. Upon shelving it in the store, it immediately drew a rush. A lot of people just go straight to 3 Cokes a day, swing a pickaxe and just do it. Mining efficiency that is drastically increased. Normally speaking, within these 3 days, the probability is that this group of residents will be able to dig around 360,000 units of iron ore, and as a result, Within these 3 days, 510,000 units of iron ore were dug out hard, and almost all of them voluntarily worked overtime, less plus a couple hours, more just a couple hours of sleep a day. These two level 2 iron ore mines, a total of only 520,000 units of iron ore, 3 days to him almost dug out, leaving 10,000 units of iron ore. On this situation tomorrow before dawn, the mine will have to be dug out. What a bunch! Chen Mang some helpless long sigh. Before to each of you are free to send coke when, also did not see you work so hard every day. The turn to buy your own coke. This work is on the energy. The initial results of this institutional reform have been remarkable, kind of similar to his last world. The group of white-collar workers who had to buy their own coffee every day at work. This coffee, you have to buy your own flavor is authentic. The company issued always feel almost taste, not pure, and the train stored iron ore units now came to a full 655,000 units of iron ore. Never mind, stay awake for a while. Chen Mang looked towards the ground blast missile 3D map on the console panel. This was his most powerful fire weapon within the train at the moment, and it was also the only large red item level fire accessory. This accessory consumes iron ore for upgrades and copper ore for builds. The power to build a level 1 ground blast missile is 10,000 units of copper ore. Upgrading to level 1 consumes 50,000 units of iron ore. He calculated the cost of upgrading this accessory to level 5. It was 750,000 units of iron ore. He didn't have that much iron ore at the moment. He wasn't going to upgrade it for now. He needed to find a new mine tomorrow. There was an urgent need for iron ore. And that missile Doomsday currently in the train's 14th missile carriage is a level 1. It basically only serves as a deterrent. This level was too low to be effective against nearly the vast majority of monsters, so he planned to give the thing a firework release tomorrow at daybreak and see how it worked in the meantime. It's late at night. Many of the people on the train were asleep, and even Doba was a little too carried away and ready to go to sleep, except that he couldn't help a flash of bewilderment in his eyes at the sight of the 7 or 8 humans who were still digging. These people, was it transformed into a gnome by the train? How do you dig it better than they do? Is it that you won't live to see tomorrow? Finally, the time came to morning. The stellar train was once again on its journey, drilling out of the ground before switching out of the wind and fire wheels to speed off towards the unknown ahead, ready to find a new mine. The efficiency of the work was up, but he was having a bit of a hard time keeping up. Where are you going to find that much iron ore? The speed of the train gradually slowed down, and eventually stopped on a plain, and under the urging and yelling of Old Pig and the others, all the residents were driven off the train and stood around it looking around with blank eyes. I don't see a mine. Where's the mine? Even the 400 survivors were kicked off the train and stood with the group, who did not work these days, but were only given the most basic of slices of bread and bottles of water daily, leaving them to starve while looking blearily at the days of the other residents of the stellar train. Gotta get the group to have the urgency to join the stellar train as a full-fledged resident for the group to do their job properly. Just then, under everyone's gaze, the last car of the stellar train, the mechanical gate at the top of the missile car No. 14 slowly opened amidst the sound of gears colliding, followed by a black missile with a horrifying might, which was slowly pushed out by the elevator, pointing at the sky at an oblique angle of 45 degrees. Upon seeing this scene, almost everyone's breath subconsciously stopped, their eyes filled with shock. This is a missile? The stellar train had missiles? Even the 400 or so survivors who had newly joined the stellar train were filled with disbelief. No wonder that train of theirs could be exterminated. The missiles are right here. Who can beat that? Next moment, round-bursting missiles hibernated in the launcher. The unique metal friction buzzing of the hydraulic system was like a trapped animal grinding its teeth, and the train's external audio was also ringing with the cold and mechanical electronic sound of the train auxiliary AI. 10, 9, 1. When the countdown returned to 0, the air in a 10-mile radius seemed to condense into adhesive paper in an instant, followed by a large amount of white mist like a giant beast spitting instantly covered the entire train. The train even trembled slightly due to the powerful thrust, and the flames instantly dyed the white mist red, only to see a missile, with an ear-piercing sonic boom, burst out of the flames and shoot toward the sky in an arc-shaped trajectory carrying an orange-red tail flame. A few seconds later, boom! Thousands of meters away on the plains, blazing white flames of light broke out of the ground like a volcano erupting, and deafening explosions ensued, resonating like 1,000 bronze bells deep in the bone marrow in the body. The mushroom-shaped gray cloud then slowly rose into the air. All the residents of the train who stepped off the train, after witnessing the whole scene, almost unanimously subconsciously opened their mouths, full of disbelief and shock, looking toward the scene in the distance, as if the afterglow of the explosion still remained next to their eardrums. I don't know how much time has passed. When the first cheers rang out, all the train residents then reacted in unison with their faces full of excitement and high roars of cheers. The launch of this missile told all residents one thing: the Stellaris is strong enough. As long as it can always stay in the stellar train, the train will be able to maximize the protection of all the residents in the train. This test bomb has made many train residents become more confident in the stellar train, and also more than a touch of pride. In Doomsday, can any other train have the strength of theirs? These days there are also quite a few people who are not digging as hard. The main reason is that they have been passed over many trains. They have seen too many train demise. Even if they earn more stellar coupons, what's the use? In case the train dies one day, these are all bubbles. One poke and it will be broken. But now, no one thinks that way anymore. Almost everyone was convinced that the stellar train would continue to grow until it became Noah's Ark in the apocalypse, taking them to a clean slate in a world without hope and full of despair. Chapter 114, It's like God gave me the promised land. That's nice. Near the stellar train, a middle-aged woman standing in the crowd looked at this scene and her eyes couldn't help but become slightly moist and red. She had been mining hard every day for the past few days to save up enough stellar vouchers to buy a refrigerator and have a home of her own inside the stellar train. Not that she was much of an obsessive about having a private space. Rather, when the end came, her husband died in front of her. Her children died. She lost contact with her parents, and she had no place to go. She didn't know where she was supposed to go or where she could go. Even if we live to see tomorrow, what will we do tomorrow? Nothing. A person's connection to the world is actually friends, family, and loved ones, and when these are gone, one would actually feel instantly that the world is rejecting them, and that there is no place for them, and there would be plenty of means to remove this feeling if it were in times of peace. But in the apocalypse, this feeling would be magnified infinitely. Even if you live a few more days, how many more days can you live in an environment like Armageddon? In fact, there are a lot of people who think like her. Everyone is extremely pessimistic and desperate about the future. Everyone is full of numbness every day even when they are digging. But, the moment this missile blew up, her eyes reddened uncontrollably, and she felt as if there was hope for the human race again, as if the future wasn't completely hopeless, and that one day the stellar train could carry them into the future. This train carries the hopes of all the inhabitants at this moment. That first ray of hope born at the end of the day. She might actually be able to build her own home in the stellar train and have a family again. And the stellar train could actually do that by sheltering them all the time. Train interior. Chen Mang is sitting in a chair full of satisfaction to enjoy the distant missile explosion is the scene. This is his two life together put the biggest one fireworks. Fireworks, this thing must be big point good looking. But just then, the console screen suddenly began to flash madly red. A long strip of text wrapped in a gold frame quickly crossed from the top of the screen. Around the screen there were many fireworks exploded. At the same time all the train conductors on the Sand River Plains ringing in the ears of a voice. Sand River Plains Regional Broadcast, congratulations to the stellar train. The first mechanical train to complete the hidden quest Wagon of Hope on the Sand River Plains. Ha! Chen Mang looked at this line of words some slightly confused. What did he do? Immediately after, the panel then flashed several lines. Successfully completed the hidden quest Carriage of Hope. Inheritance value plus 100. Reputation value plus 20. After seeing the description of this hidden quest, he realized what was happening. In order to complete this quest, it was necessary for more than 500 survivors to place an emotion called hope on the train itself. These survivors believe this train will lead them to hope. Completing this quest will reward you with 100 legacy value, and that 20 prestige value is from area broadcasting, which adds 20 prestige value each time you broadcast in the green area. It's kind of a surprise. Chen Mang took a long breath, lying on the chair, looking out the window at the group of people. His initial idea was actually very simple. He just wanted to set off a firework to see. After all, there is no other use for level 1 missiles other than setting off fireworks. By the way, let's show everyone in the train and show what the train can do. I didn't expect to complete this hidden quest by mistake. Pretty good. Chen Mang then looked at the Sand River Plains prestige value ranking. On the prestige value ranking, he was ranked 6th with 50 points of prestige value. So far there were only 2 ways to obtain prestige value. One is regional broadcasting. The second is a certain amount of reputation value that can be earned by getting a good enough ranking in the battle training virtual space. What the reputation value was currently useful for he didn't know yet, but it certainly wouldn't be useless as all. And his inheritance value also finally came from 0 to 100, mainly because that Doomsday marriage license can't be used out. Otherwise the inheritance value can come to 200. According to the information he got, the inheritance value is higher to have more encounters. For example, some of the encounters maps may have certain requirements for the inheritance value and reputation value. Let's keep looking for iron ore. Once all of the inhabitants were back in the carriages again, the stellar train began to gradually pick up speed across the wasteland, continuing to speed away. And as for the missile, it didn't kill any of the monsters except for a little damage to the terrain. 20 minutes later, the resource detection radar suddenly began to beep like crazy. A hint of anticipation flashed in Chen Mang's eyes as he quickly looked at the radar screen, only to see that the screen showed 3 grade 2 iron mines next to each other on the ground 10,000 meters away, and there were even 2 grade 2 copper mines next to them. Oh, man, this is an absolute premium resource area now, with such a dense gathering of mines, still on the surface. How could it have remained empty and unoccupied? However, when he saw the 2 level 5 monsters and a bunch of level 4 monsters on the solitary enemy radar, he reacted as if he was thinking, is it because of this group of monsters? But even if a level 4 train couldn't handle these monsters, level 5 and 6 trains could easily handle them, right? It didn't make sense that a level 5 or 6 train wouldn't be able to look at this pile of high-level resource mines, right? Go check it out. Without the slightest hesitation, immediately, he turned around and sped madly towards the red dot on the resource detection radar. A few minutes later, so it is. Chen Mang's eyes slightly narrowed to look at the dark swamp in front of him. He finally knew why no one went to this resource area, that piece of high-level resource mines in the middle of the swamp. And the console screen also showed that the swamp had extremely strong corrosive properties to energy shields and armor. The lower the grade, the faster it corrodes, and those monsters were living in these swamps. At this moment, along with the constant warning from the sole enemy radar, a dozen or so red dots had already begun to speed towards the stellar train that was docked at the edge of the swamp. Fishy swamp. The poisons and swamps emanating from the train are extremely corrosive. The lower the level, the faster the corrosion. And this area is off limits and drilling is prohibited. Not quite an encounter map. It's kind of a high-level resource mine with harsh mining conditions. But others can't go. He can. His carriage's steel armor has a level 5 supermodel effect of being immune to corrosion from liquids, mists, swamps, etc. Just enough to get through without any problems. This place can't be traveled to on wind turbines, and he must use special wheels that resemble tracks some, but he has spider feet and can get through without any problems as well. The spider feet have no effect against corrosion though. However, the level was high, a full 13, and the corrosion was extremely slow, and even the corroded bit could be repaired quickly under the mechanical nanospider. The promised land. Chen Mang glanced at the information on the console panel, and then looked at the red dots on the SUA enemy's screen that were moving rapidly towards the train. Suddenly smiled. It's like the god gave me the promised land. The land should be his and only his. Next moment, roar, accompanied by roars of rage. A dozen alligators came barreling out of the swamp, carrying a terrifying might straight towards the stellar train, and compartment 13 had already been prepared, with the 8 continuous bed crossbows being pushed out by the elevator. Under lockdown with train assist AI, several long crossbows shot out, nearly all of them hit. The hit rate could be 96%. Almost instantly, there were 3 level 3 crocodiles that were hit in the eyes, instantly fell to the ground, while the rest of the crocodiles had strong crossbows sticking out of their bodies, and strongly endured the stabbing pain and rushed towards the train. One of the fastest rushing level 4 crocodiles leapt in the air with a roar and lifted its claws for a slap before rushing to the train. Boo! With a loud crash, the claw broke. Another claw and the other one broke. Another mouthful. All the teeth gone. The unarmed crocodile looked at his broken teeth all over the ground, and then looked at this unharmed armor in front of him. A trace of bewilderment flashed humanely in his eyes, and he subconsciously looked behind him at the 2 level 5 crocodiles. But then, the next moment, stab! The car blades with electric currents flowing on their surfaces reached out from the sides of the carriage and began to rotate rapidly, and in almost an instant's effort, they sawed the few level 4 crocodiles that were in close proximity in half, and the other crocodiles fled with injuries. Chug chug chug. The 4 3-legged cat heavy machine guns on the carriage also locked onto the 2 level 5 crocodiles and the rest of the crocodiles that started to escape, accompanied by the dull and ear-piercing sound of gunfire rang out in an instant. The metal storm instantly shrouded and went. The battle lasted only a few seconds. The stellar train, which sat like a steel dragon on the edge of the swamp, was steady as a tiger throughout, and in almost the blink of an eye, the groundlings of this swamp were cleared out. The powerful magnet placed at the head of the train flashed a white light, and all the dropped items were sucked into the car. What a bunch of stinkers. Chen Mang looked out of the window at the group of monster corpses, face emotionally long sigh. 3 days of separation when the eyes look at each other. This is the past how many days? Still, when I was the year to go to the Kunlun mountain, that little pussy? Level 6 armor. Even if he didn't take any attacks and slept here tonight, these monsters wouldn't be able to do anything to him. They wouldn't be able to break his defense at all. Fire accessories of equal quality are not equally powerful. For example, the power of Carblade is far greater than continuous bed crossbow. After all, the latter is a long-range attack. There will definitely be flaws. Are already extremely rare, and white accessories can be attacked remotely. The power is naturally not much greater. Unlike the Carblade, the performance play was really bright just now. At high speeds, even level 4 monsters had to avoid them. That's where the benefits of upgrading your armor come in. In the past, When he went to the Kunlun mountain area, his car blade was also level 10, but he had to run when he saw a monster. The main reason was that his armor level was too low, and by the time his car blade was able to hurt the monster, his body should basically be slapped into 2 sections. Only if the defense is high enough can you free up your hands to attack with impunity. As well as, the heavy machine gun bullet production line has 2 overmolded effects, producing bullets with splitting and armor-piercing effects at the same price. Level 5 bullets cost 50 units of copper ore a round. He had just consumed more than 400 rounds, which was only 20,000 units of copper ore, which could be considered worthless compared to the copper ore resources stored inside the train, but the power was indeed extremely bright, with each bullet splitting into 3 bullets in the air, and each splintered bullet coming with an armor-piercing effect. Almost instantly, it then shattered the scale armor on that level 5 crocodile, and the bullet shot into the body. Same level 5, but these 2 level 5 crocodiles, under his level 5 bullets, were instantly melted like snowy mountains. Not a level at all. Yes, Chen Mang looked satisfied. Switch out the spiderfoot, push the lever target straight to the depths of the swamp. Really think that he said at the beginning of the Kunlun mountain will be slaughtered empty is just talk. He developed for so long in order to what? Is not in order to face the monsters in the face of the not to flee in a mess. Tick-tock. Alarms sounded in the compartment, detecting toxic fumes penetrating the train. Central air conditioning is shutting down. Oxygen generator is working. A moment's effort. Under the control of the train's auxiliary AI, several fittings inside the train began to operate in unison, making it impossible for outside poisonous gases to enter the train's interior, and the fast-operating oxygen generator also ensured that the train had enough oxygen. Aha! Don't tell me, this level 10 supermodel effect of central air conditioning works pretty well. Like right now, he suddenly vaguely detected some of the underlying logic of this world. After being bitten by a 7-step snake, there will be an antidote within 7 steps. The fishy swamp is home to an extremely dense mine of high-level resources, but you must have your central air conditioning up to level 10, your armor up to level 5, and special wheels to enter. And just next to it is the Kunlun mountain area. After figuring out how to get enough Murphy stones, you can enter the swamp, and the high-level resource mines within the swamp are the reward. Logic should be so logical. Only he, jumping out of the 5 elements now. A few minutes later, the train has successfully arrived at the center of the swamp, in front of a barren land, surrounded by the swamp on all sides, surrounded in the middle. In this area there is no any poisonous fog. The console shows that the air quality is all normal. The poisonous fog cannot float in this area, and in this land, there are 3 grade 2 iron mines, and 2 grade 2 copper mines lying there quietly, like a bride with eyes full of shyness wearing a red head, waiting for him to open the head. That's nice. Chen Mang jumped off the train to look at the scene in front of him. The look of satisfaction smiled. At this time the sun has just risen, not on. A day's plan is in the morning. It is a good time to work. Good luck really does favor everyone who tries. A deep breath was taken before he copied the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Work!" Next moment, several carriage doors were violently jerked open from the inside, and countless train residents jumped out of the cars carrying pickaxes, rushing toward the mine with faces full of excitement and thrill. Stupid human, don't crowd me. Doba, who had just jumped out of the carriage before he could make a move, was crowded aside by the swarm of train residents who jumped out of the train behind him, and couldn't help but curse angrily with a furious expression on his face. Oh foolish humans, what are you doing? Chapter 115, Train Stunts. That's no way to curse. The same jumped off the carriage of a young man, tightened the waistband of his pants carrying a pickaxe head overlooking the side of the Doba grinned. Cursing individuals are cursed with the same as a woman. What era there are still people cursing the stupid human beings? It does not hurt to think that you put aside that flirting it. Come on, learn from me. Bunch of, get the outta here. Doba, who was full of anger, was about to continue to open his mouth to curse, and after hearing the words of this human beside him, a hint of hesitation suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he somewhat tentatively whispered, a bunch of all roll away? How? As if. It does feel more angry. Only then did Doba take a deep breath and raise his pickaxe high in his hand full of colorful anger and shouted, a bunch of people. All of them give the great gnomes the out of the way. Only then did he force his way into the crowd, leading a group of green oily goblins behind him, like Moses opening up the sea as hard as he could to open up a path in the tide of people, roaring angrily as he did so. Soon, everyone was then in position, and the pinging and banging of mining percussion once again resounded through the center of the swamp. In the past, all slaves' pickaxes were surrendered daily, partly because of the fear that they were also very lethal weapons in case of a riot, and partly because they could easily get people killed when slaves fought with each other. But after being converted from slaves to residents, gradually the habit of surrendering picks was lost. The main reason is that everyone digs at a different time every day. The pickaxe is not good for uniform storage. And on the other hand, most of the residents have inwardly recognized the stellar, and do not want to go to the riot. Even if you want a riot and then see the inside of the compartment that the muzzle of the 10 machine guns inward will also put away this idea. Go for it, boys. Chen Mang sat inside the train room and looked out at the group of energetic residents outside the room. Seeing that he kind of wanted to go down and swing 2 pickaxes before he looked at the accessories that could be built after the train was raised to level 4. These days he had been saving up his iron ore, and many of the accessories for the level 4 train had not been built. There are 5 buildable accessories in total. 3 yellow, 1 blue and 1 white. These 5 fittings were all the fittings that had to be built for the train to rise to level 5. And along with the rise in the level of the train, the number of fittings that could be built was getting smaller and smaller. From 17 at the beginning, down to 5 now. Inferno Cannon, blue in color, requires 3,000 units of iron ore to build. Energy Shield, a yellow-colored accessory that requires 1,000 units of iron ore to build. Train Ticket, a white-colored accessory that requires 100 units of iron ore to build. Stun Console, a yellow-colored accessory that requires 1,000 units of iron ore to build. Radar Shield, a yellow-colored accessory that requires 1,000 units of iron ore to build. Of these 5 accessories, the biggest enhancement to the train by far is the 3 Energy Shield, Stun Console and Radar Shield, especially that must kill. After even a level 4 train, there was a new button added to the console called Train Stunts. Stunts Console, a yellow-grade accessory that he had built long ago within these 3 days. Only it was still a level 1 and had not been upgraded all the way. Level 1 Stunt Console has 1 notch that can be filled with 1 stunt. Along with leveling up, you can have more notches. In the upper left corner of the console, there is a triangular notch that looks like a hollowed-out desktop stereo. This thing is the Stunt Console. If the train is AB potential, you can get a random train stunt after building a stunt console. If it's an A-level potential, you can choose one of the 2. If it's S-rated potential, you can pick one of the 3. His mechanical train was of S-rank potential, only he hadn't been able to think about which one to choose, and there was no time limit on that choice, so he hadn't chosen it until later. Chen Mang flicked a few strokes towards the table on the console screen and quickly scratched out this panel. The Stellar Train is a Class S potential mechanical train, so you can choose one of the following 3 train stunts. Train stunts are special skills that can only be used by the train conductor and apply to the entire train. The maximum number of stunts depends on the level of the stunts console. 1. Unlimited bullets. For a period of 10 minutes, any fire accessories in your train that consume bullets, such as heavy machine guns and machine guns, can be made to have unlimited bullets, subject to replenishing the number of copper ores corresponding to the bullets consumed during that period within 30 days. 2. Doomsday Rampage. For 10 minutes, your train's maximum limiting speed will skyrocket by 2 times, and any of your train's accessories will work and run normally even if their integrity drops to 0% during that period. 3. Death Spin. When your train is running at high speed and has the drill accessory, activate this stunt. The train will hover in the air for a short time and will spin rapidly to ram the enemy, resulting in a lethal explosion of power. The higher the level of the drill, the more powerful it will be, and it is recommended that you raise the built-in space stabilizer to at least level 5. These days, from time to time he would check the train radio, which was always the fastest means of information when entering a new area, and through the conversations of the crowd he had learned of the existence of train stunts. It's a presence that only Class 4 trains have. There is a certain chance of dropping it when you clear the encounter map, or when you kill a rare boss. The shape is a triangular token. Once inserted into the stunt console, you can use the train stunts attached to this token, but once inserted, it cannot be removed again, and if you force it to be removed, it will break and cannot be used again. The stunt console accessory can be upgraded to a maximum of 5 levels. This means that each train master, at most, can only have 5 train stunts, only. This restriction is not very useful. Almost most of the train captains in the Sand River Plains do not have even a single train stunt. It is said that there is a chance of dropping it by clearing the encounter maps and killing rare bosses, but no one has obtained it through this means so far, and many speculate that there should be no such thing in this area. That's normal. Monsters like the pangolin are not found in every green area, and if the area doesn't have this monster, you naturally can't get accessories like the drill. The Sand River Plain can be obtained as connected to the Kunlun Mountain area, but not every green area is connected to the Kunlun Mountain area. Train stunts are not graded and cannot be upgraded. Same with special props. Chen Mang looked at the 3 options on the screen with a frown on his face. These 3 train stunts he actually quite wanted to use, but the one that suited him the most was definitely the 3rd death spin. The higher the level of the drill, the more powerful it would explode. He just wants to wait and see in the meantime. Let's see if there's any way to give these 3 a pick together. But nothing too good had been thought of so far. Then, there was only one last way. Phew, Chen Mang took a deep breath, then stretched out his finger and tapped to the third option in the screen. Then almost at the same time, his eyes and hands quickly tapped to the other two options at the same time. It seems to have failed. He looked to the triangular token with the words Death Spiral engraved on it that slowly emerged from the console. In the meantime, a faint chuckle sounded in the corner of the train room. Chen Mang expressionlessly inclined his head to look at the robot standing on the side. Did you just laugh? No. The cold and emotionless mechanical electronic voice of the AI soon came from inside the train room. Next time you laugh, I'll smash this robot for you. Understand? The words fell. The robot instantly wrapped some of his hands uneasily behind his back and whispered somewhat anxiously. Yes, sorry, conductor. Chen Mang retracted his eyes from the robot. Since having this robot, the AI seemed to have found some new toy, often maneuvering the robot to go around, and even attempted to dig for minerals. But of course, it ended in failure, like a small child who has found the toy of his choice. Although this AI usually pretended to be emotionless, this pussy was upgraded by himself. He knew better than anyone else how much intelligence it could have, and the higher the train auxiliary AI was upgraded, the more intelligent this guy would be. Though usually pretending to be quite decent, the occasional tease will slip through the cracks. Like right now, this guy really cherished his robot. He even saw this guy standing next to the clothing customization line for a long time, perhaps trying to create a suit for himself as well. Quite interesting. In the train, Lao Pig and Biaozi face him are too formal. Ji Choo Choo face him only want to take off his pants. He wants to have a normal chat with no one, just AI instead of this vacancy. Usually have nothing to do when teasing AI. A few sentences is not bad. People always have to talk. Go make yourself a dress for you to go in, Chen Mang casually said without even raising his eyes as he stuffed the triangular token into the stunt console. Really? Inside the train, the excited voice of the robot soon resounded. The voice carried a thick mechanical electronic sound when it came out through the robot's external stereo, but you could still hear strong human emotions from it. Really, conductor? Really? Go on. Chen Mang waved his hand in a good-natured manner. You've got nothing to do in the last few ING days, so you're going to go and skulk around there for a while. It's almost as if you've got the words you want clothes engraved on your brain. So go on. That's very kind of you, conductor. I'm not making highly refined clothes. I'll just make a normal outfit. Wait. Chen Mang looked towards the robot that had almost run out of the train room and suddenly called it to a halt, frowning. What gender are you? It can't be a female, right? Gender? The robot shook his head. AI doesn't have a gender, but if she did, it would be male. Why? Because I'd like to put that in Jichu's mouth too, if I had it. Phew. Chen Mang took a deep breath before slowly walking to the side of the robot, face angry constantly in the small AI head slap high roar. In the future, when lousy play women, you ing give lousy to close their eyes. Heard it. Now. Right now. Get your ass to car 2. And, don't ing think about it. There's no way you'll ever have this in your life. Can't I think about anything serious all day long? Oh, okay, conductor. Only after blowing away AI did Chen Mang let out a long sigh and sat down on his chair with his butt again, resting his legs on the console, not bothering with this AI fellow. Just then, tick-tock, the Sojourner radar began to warn again, and the Sojourner radar showed a drone sent by one of the other trains was rapidly approaching the stellar train. A line quickly surfaced on the console screen. The enemy has been successfully claimed and is ready to fire. This is the information processed by the AI, and with the arithmetic power of a level 10 AI, it is entirely possible to multi-thread many things. No need. Chen Mang suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head. It just so happened that Deathspin, a train stunt, had just been acquired and had yet to be experimented with for any effect, so he might as well give it a try in this regard. When this drone was hundreds of meters away from himself, he pushed the lever hard and the train accelerated rapidly into the swamp. The pace just keeps getting faster. When contact is imminent, quickly press the Deathspin triangle button on the stunt console. The next moment, only to see all the Spiderfoot accessories suddenly bent and straightened as if catapulted. The train was catapulted in low altitude and began to rotate at high speed, while the drill in front of the train head also began to rotate at high speed at the same time. Boom! Only to see the entire stellar train accompanied by ear-piercing sonic booms, crashing straight into the approaching drone at low altitude in a high-speed rotation. Boom! The sound of the drone shattering was insignificantly loud outside the train. It was only when the stellar landed heavily in the swamp that Chen Mang shook his somewhat slightly dazed head, pushed the lever, and continued toward the open space in the center of the swamp. He didn't care who sent this drone, but that doesn't matter. He's standing right here. Just come to him if you have thoughts about him. Having just acquired a new means, there's no reason not to try it out. It's just that even with a level 10 built-in spatial stabilizer, the head is still a bit slightly dizzy. How can I say that about the experience I just had? The train is rotating at high speed, but the space inside the train room is kept essentially smooth. It's like sitting on a swing that swings rapidly from side to side. The head did not face down, and the maximum tilt was not more than 30 degrees. Only the frequency of shaking was faster, and the whole head was still a little dizzy. It's okay. Chen Mang sat inside the train room and skimmed his lips. Not bad for a train stunt. It would be good when facing some large monsters. Some larger monsters, like heavy machine gun bullets and repeating bed crossbows, will be hard to be effective, so you'll have to use some large firepower accessories. But now with this train stunt, you can try this train stunt in the future when you encounter larger monsters. No surprise there. It should have a better effect than a heavy machine gun bullet. Chapter 116, It's Just Turning Up. What a fuss. Wait. A flash of light suddenly flashed in Chen Mang's mind. If he activated the car blade when he activated the train special death spin, then wouldn't the power be strengthened even more drastically? The entire train was directly like a huge and high-speed rotating crossbow arrow, pushing straight towards the monster. Level 10 car blade, level 10 drill, level 6 armor. When combined like this, the drill and turning blade get a 1+1 effect, so it's true that it's still more powerful when you turn it. Theory works. Chen Mang nodded. Just don't know the actual effect of how to use it. Wait for some days when there is an opportunity. Go find a monster of large size to try. And just then, his afterglow noticed the group of residents in the clearing whose bodies were all frozen in place, and his brows furrowed slightly. What's going on here? Poisoned? That. I don't know how long it took, but Old Pig was awakened by the cigarette that burned his fingertips on his hands before he hurriedly threw the cigarette on the ground in pain and stuffed his fingers into his mouth to quickly cool down, his eyes still full of shock as he muttered, Diaozi, did you see? The stellar train just now is not turned up? Saw it. Diaozi took a deep breath. His mouth was even slightly sore from opening too wide for too long, and after swallowing several times, he rubbed his throat and said hoarsely, It's turning up. I'm a little confused. How? I've been a conductor too, but I was under the impression that the train was supposed to not be able to turn. And this is a little bit out of my league. Could it be a feature unique to Class 4 trains? The old pig looked at the stellar train that was quietly parked on the wasteland in a daze, as if it had never moved from the beginning to the end of the train and had stayed in the same place. And if he didn't clearly remember the scene just now, he even suspected that it was his own delusion. I don't know. Piao shook his head. I'm only a conductor of a level 2 train at the highest, and it didn't last long before I perished. So how can I know what's in a level 4 train? But I can be sure of one thing. Even a level 4 train shouldn't be able to do what Master Mang did? What does this say? If every train could do what Master Mang did, then we wouldn't be the only ones who could come to this resource area. The others would have come over long ago. And that drone is 80% of the other trains wanting to see which train is mining here. Makes sense. Only then did the old pig take a deep breath and look behind him at the group of residents whose bodies were frozen in place in unison for a long time and yelled, Don't look. Work. It doesn't just turn up. What a fuss. All hurry up and work. And your 400 or so new arrivals, you're all treated as level 3 residents. If you don't work well and slack off, you don't have any treatment to drop. And the ones who can't drop their treatment are sold directly to other trains. If you want to be sold. The words fell. The crowd of residents immediately withdrew their sight, pressing the shock in their eyes before they began to work even harder. The more powerful the train was, the stronger their lives could be secured. They used to work as slaves in other trains. In fact, their biggest worry wasn't about food. After all, the conductor surely wouldn't starve them to death. Just wouldn't feed them too much when they weren't digging is all. Their biggest fear is actually train extinction. The train perishes, and with a bit of luck is accepted by other trains, and can remain a slave. If you're not lucky, you'll be buried in a tiger's mouth. And the prowess that the stellar train has shown so far is extremely reassuring to them. Who wouldn't want to stay in an extremely safe train in the middle of the apocalypse? Especially when the treatment is so good. Especially the 400 new ones that joined the Stellaris train. At this time is full of anxious eyes swinging pickaxe quickly digging iron ore. Afraid of digging a little slower. Will be sold by the stellar train. This period of time to see the treatment of slaves in the stellar train. Oh no, it is the inhabitants. In the stellar they are not slaves, but the inhabitants. They just realized what a hard life they used to live. It turns out that being the same doomsday and slaves, you guys usually have such a good time. A day can eat 20 slices of noodle bag full, or sandwich with filling, and even promotion mechanism, as long as the digging of more mines, not only can have better treatment, and even have their own house, buy cigarettes, meat, buy a lot of previously they were slaves completely dare not think of things. Where is this still the end of days? It's crushingly heavenly. At this moment, these 400 or so people didn't have the slightest idea of making trouble. They just wanted to hurry up and mine to be promoted to the level 1 resident treatment, and then they would be able to get extra stellar coupons every day, to be sold to another train. It would be time to go and suffer again. More than 300 people to be exact, and more than 40 of that group chose to go into meat sales. Only on the old trains it was forced, whereas on the stellar it was a free choice. The masses should be guided in their thinking. The old pig looked not far away from the efforts of a group of residents digging, quite satisfied with the smile. Everyone in the digging, which is bored, is working. After all, digging is boring, or will chat with each other from time to time to relieve the boredom of the day. And he purposely broke up and scattered these 400 people into the crowd. The conversation went on and on about how miserable this group of people used to be and how you realized how good you had it when you came to the Stellaris. Make the original group of Stellarians identify with and take more pride in the Stellarians. Mass cohesion can also be stronger. That way, the motivation to work is better. Treatment are compared out. On the stellar train currently give treatment, not to say ranked first, but even if you look at the whole world to see, should be that accounted for the first 30% of the group. Iron ore wasn't so tight after the train leveled up, and piping slaves was basically what every train did. But, the food is definitely not as good as they are. Their bread is still sandwiched. The bread on other trains is at best not moldy. The taste alone is not in the same league. Not to mention the fact that they have a clear promotion mechanism here, and a wide variety of things that can be redeemed. While this group already identifies with the train, a look at the outside world will make that identification even higher. Inside a train on the plains of the Sand River, a middle-aged man sitting in front of the console looked at the screen he had suddenly interrupted, his face filled with bewilderment as he subconsciously looked up at the empty plains in front of him. He's driving a train across the plains looking for mines. As a result, the Sojourner radar suddenly told him that there was a train ahead. One look at the screen. That train was actually digging in that swamp. There was a large area of high-level resource mines in the center of that swamp. This was something that almost everyone in the Sand River Plains knew. After all, that high-level resource mine was just too dense. Only no one ever goes in. That swamp is highly corrosive to armor, and it will also have poisonous gases that will penetrate deep into the train, which will pose a great danger to the life forms in the train. But, he had just suddenly realized that there were trains digging in there. He thought at first that it wasn't a flesh train that had gone over to play away. There were a few flesh trains in the Sand River Plains that had gone in and slipped around instead. Flesh trains were highly resistant to corrosion, but it wasn't like flesh trains needed iron ore or anything like that. There was one train that did enter into a partnership with the Flesh and Blood train earlier. The mechanical train had sent all of his slaves into the Flesh and Blood train, allowing the Flesh and Blood train to take his slaves into mine and bring back the ore. And as payment, the mechanical train was willing to put up a Murphy stone. Well, it still pays well. After all, the flesh train didn't need to pay anything. Just take the mechanical train slaves in and stay there for a few days and then just come out. And the flesh train agreed to that painfully. But, in that batch of slaves just entered the Flesh and Blood train not long after. The mechanical train conductor will receive their own sent slaves even all the news of death. Immediately angrily contacted that Flesh and Blood train. The other party gave a reply as part of the accessories are out of control. To your batch of slaves 8. The conductor of the mechanical train naturally couldn't accept this and angrily questioned on the spot what accessories were still out of control. While the conductor of the Blood and Flesh train is full of seriousness and replies again, the accessories of the Blood and Flesh train would have been controlled from time to time. Even I myself will be out of control from time to time. You again pushed, believe it or not, I lost control of to you? Immediately after a few more of the Flesh train's conductors came out and proved that the Flesh train fittings could indeed go out of control possibly when stimulated. The matter was dropped, and that mechanical train faded into obscurity afterward anyway. I guess the conductor exhausted himself by digging for himself. This area was also no longer accessible to anyone, and it wasn't until today that he once again came across a train digging in here. And it wasn't a Flesh and Blood train, because the number of red dots on the Sojourner's radar was simply too high. There's no way there's that many people on the Flesh and Blood train, so he sent his drones to scout the area and determined that there was indeed a mechanical train mining there. And the number of slaves was extremely high. There had to be at least 1,000 slaves, the largest number of slaves he had ever seen in a mechanical train. Following, the man was silent in place with a complicated look on his face. After that he saw the train spin up, destroying his drone with unstoppable force. Using a drone to snoop for information was supposed to be an offense, and he didn't expect his drone to come back. Merely, was the train stunt necessary? That would just be a tiny drone. Don't you have a heavy machine gun? A few rounds and his drone would have to be scrapped off. This was equivalent to him not even teaching flat A, just looking at it from afar. And the opposite side sprinted plus Flash rushed to him and pressed his move. Nuts! Are train stunts something you're allowed to use so casually? Although he didn't know what the train stunt that made the train turn was called, he was certain that it was a train stunt, that only a train stunt could do such an unthinkable act, and that the ones who currently possessed a train stunt on the Sandy River Plains were basically the same group of Flesh and Blood train people. I haven't heard of anyone dropping train stunts through encounters or killing bosses, and the only way to get them is through train potentials, which must be B-ranked or higher. Sandy Flats currently has only 2 trains that are B-class or higher. One is the misanthropic with A-class potential. He'd seen this one before, and if that train in the middle of the swamp wasn't the misanthrope, then it had to be one of the more recent upstarts, the stellar with its S-class potential. Strong people are always so grumpy. The man's face was helpless as he let out a long breath. Since he judged that the other party was a stellar, he could probably understand this behavior. The other party was after all an S-class potential. A little temper was completely understandable. It was just that. So ungrateful. He's only a C-rated potential mechanical train, which causes him to not get a lot of benefits. That flesh and blood train transformation and mechanical train transformation can't be compared at all. It's not even at the same level. Even the B-leveled mechanical train transformation needs enough Murphy's Stone to complete it. And he was a level 3 train at that time. So where would he go to get Murphy's Stone to go? Okay. He won the bet and ended up successfully completing the C-rank transfer quest. The mechanical train transfer quest on C difficulty is, you need to transfer the conductor privilege to any member of the train, and if the other person, within 24H, retransfer the conductor privilege to you, the task is completed. Just then, a hideous voice of rage resounded steeply within the train, only to see a scaly man bound by chains within the corner of the train room, looking towards the middle-aged man sitting in front of the console away from the spiteful trembling voice cursing. You shall not die. You shall give birth to children without an asshole. You shall die. You shall not live to see tomorrow. I trusted you so much to turn the conductor over to you, and this is how you treat me. Can you afford to put my trust in you? Ha? Can you afford me? I'm sorry. Then, the middle-aged man sitting on the console pulled out his ears indifferently. I used to be a train captain of a level 3 train when I was in the White Zone, only to be reduced to slavery due to an accident. Nah, just happened to run into you at this time. I've shown a lot of loyalty, and you've trusted me. I hid the fact that I had been a train conductor and had been your loyal second in command, wanting to develop the train for the better. And then you decidedly chose a C-rank difficulty when choosing a transfer mission and chose me. Now the train is still developing well in my hands, and I didn't kill you. Isn't it your desire to always develop the train well enough anyway? So what difference does it make who's the conductor? You tell me. Fluttershy. Inside the train, the cold and emotionless mechanical electronic voice of AI soon rang out. You are absolutely right, my conductor. I will carry out any order you give me unconditionally. Look, the middle-aged man sitting in front of the console nodded with a satisfied expression before crossing his legs and looking over at the chained man in the corner with a serious expression. I really don't think you should hold a grudge against me. After all, I didn't kill you, and you know, in the end of days, that's already a great gift. I just want you to watch me and see the train develop in my hands. So, there was a sudden sneer from the man in the corner. So you're going to go lick that stellar and expect him to funnel some goodies from his hands to you? Lick? The middle-aged man spent a full minute before he lowered his head and lit the cigar in his hand, before he shook his head with a serious expression on his face. No, 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 I'm a hard body. I can't kneel down. I will wait for him here, and when he leaves the swamp is the time of his death. The mines he dug, his slaves, his resources, including his women, it will all be mine. I will inherit everything from him and make the train even greater. Meh. Sitting in the corner of the scaly man sneered, eyes full of venom staring straight at the middle-aged man word for word. Then I curse you to die by his hand. I curse this train and you and I together in the explosion into pieces. The day I curse him to leave the ruins will be the day you die. I curse you to urinate out of extreme fear as you die. TSK. The man sitting on the console cocked his legs in disinterest and played with the cigar in his hand. His eyes closed tightly to savor the scent emanating from the cigar in the air before opening his eyes full of playful smiles. You, as naive as ever. If curses could kill, then you should have been invincible long ago. Chapter 117, Level 30 Arachnid Foot. The conductor, sitting on the console, didn't pay any more attention to the scaly man in the corner, but just played with the cigar in his hand, looked at the massive red dots in the radar screen of the soul enemy, and smiled with satisfaction. He's very patient. He didn't go anywhere during this time. He just stood guard here, like a viper on a patient hunt. It just so happened that he hadn't found any mines to his satisfaction lately, and he had a lot of time to spend here. But there were 3 level 2 iron mines and 2 level 2 copper mines in that swamp, which was already a dense enough concentration of high-level resource mines on the Sand River Plains. He had been here for a good 3 months now, and so far he had only managed to mine 1 level 3 iron mine. That level 3 iron mine brought him 1.7 million units of iron ore. Thoroughly satiated. Since then there has never been fortunate to meet a level 3 iron ore. Even if he met, there is also a train he did not dare to mess with has long been dominated. In the Sand River Plains, level 2 iron ore is the mainstream. Level 3 iron ore is just a fluke. Really hungry, level 1 iron ore is not impossible to dig. He had upgraded his green grade carrier accessory enemy detection radar to level 5. which had a detection range of 5,000 meters. And this detection range basically ensured that he would always be the first to spot the enemy on the sandy river plains, and it was up to him to decide whether to fight or avoid. And also gained a level 5 supermodel effect that could detect specific information about bosses within range. Raising this accessory to level 5 consumed a full 2 Murphy stones. And most importantly, the man looked over at the details of the various accessories of the three-dimensional train on the screen of his console, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Yellow grade carrier accessory, premium edition nano armor paint, LV5. It wasn't an accessory on a human train, it was an accessory that could only be possessed by a goblin train, the effect of which was that it could block the detection of the soul enemy radar, and it was a blueprint that he had obtained from a strange map of a goblin ruins that he had gone to the other day. And after the train was upgraded to level 4, there was a yellow grade accessory named Radar Shield in the buildable accessories, which also had the same effect of shielding radar detection, and it was also upgraded to level 5 by him. The level 5 supermodel effect of Premium Edition Nano Armor Paint is a level that can be added to other accessories that have a similar effect. That is to say, his train, now but the level is 10 and below the level of the Sojourner radar cannot detect him at all. And how can there be a level more than 10 Sojourner radar on the sandy river plain? In other words, with these two accessories, and that enemy claiming radar that had upgraded to level 5, he could completely manage to be like a ghost on the sandy river plains, spotting the other party at the first opportunity. And even if the other party also had a level 5 radar, they would not be able to spot him. That's the beauty of the encounter map. With each upgrade of the train, fewer and fewer buildable accessories are provided. And to really improve the train's bottom line, you also need to venture out into the adventure map and look for opportunities. Chen Mang, who was in the train room, was now looking at the 120,000 units of spider silk on the train panel, and decided to once again strengthen the spider feet accessory, which was now ranked at level 13, and could be traveled at will on a 90-degree cliff face. Half a month later, he was prepared to go with the Tsanglong train to break into that Tower of Heaven encounter map. This was his first time to go to this kind of encounter map. He was still a bit nervous mentally. It's always good to prepare a bit more in advance. 120,000 units of spider silk. Too much. And the spider foot was just a green grade accessory. It couldn't use that much. After consuming 38,000 units of spider silk, he raised the spider feet accessory to level 30 in one breath. Upon ascending to level 30, the fixed cap speed is at 340 km per hour. The spider feet accessory reduces the train's maximum speed, which means that no matter what accessories you have that can accelerate the train, as long as you are using the spider feet accessory, the train's maximum speed can only be up to this number. It's 50 km per hour at level 1. At level 30, it becomes 340 km per hour, which runs faster than a ING wind turbine. And this effect is just some trivial upgrade effect. The main effect is that after the upgrade, the accessory spider feet has been completely free to travel on a 180-degree slope. Aha! The 180-degree slope may be a little hard to understand. Then to put it in simpler terms, you can drive upside down on the ceiling, completely ignoring gravity. What the hell is that? Never heard of it, not familiar with it. That should be solid. Chen Mang looked at the accessory information on the console screen with a satisfied expression. According to the Tsanglong, that Tower of Heaven adventure map was above 5,000 meters in the sky. In this case, raising the level of the accessory, spider feet, a little bit, the sense of security was also a little bit more adequate. There are still over 80,000 units of spiders left. He had no intention of continuing the upgrade. It was pointless to continue upgrading, and he felt that he should. It is unlikely that he will encounter a 181-degree slope in reality. The level 30 spider silk is already enough for him to ignore the vast majority of the geography. The rest of the spider silk can be used to activate the spider silk's level 10 supermodel effect. In the Kunlun Mountains, this supermodel effect but also saved his life. And after getting to level 30, Spider Feet once again gains a level 20 supermodel effect, with no supermodel effect at level 30 and the next supermodel effect stage at level 50. Arachnid Foot level 20 supermodel effect can bounce and walk with a maximum jump height of 10 meters. It is recommended to upgrade the built-in space stabilizer to level 5. Nice supermodel effect. Chen Mang happily looked at this supermodel effect in front of him, so that the train has another way forward, and there are more options when facing more harsh and different terrain environments. With the efficiency of the train inhabitants now, in half a month, I will finish digging all the mines in the train, and by that time, many of the train's upgraded fittings will have been upgraded, so I will go to the Tower of Heaven at that time to break through. Time passes quickly. 5 days passed quickly. Everyone's enthusiasm for work was extremely high, and the 400 survivors were quickly integrated into the stellar and some of the fast ones had even been promoted to level 2 residents. Those 3 level 2 mines have all been mined within these 5 days. The speed is still relatively fast, and these 3 level 2 iron mines count as more content. Chen Mang sat inside the train room and looked at the iron ore resources on the train's panel. Together with the original iron ore inside the train, there were now a full 481,000 units of iron ore inside the train, which was enough to start splurging. Phew! He took a deep breath and without saying a word first consumed 95,000 units of iron ore to level up that open-air carriage of missile carriage no. 14-inch to level 6, and then consumed 1,050,000 units of iron ore to level up the missile to level 6. This thing was currently one of the accessories that consumed the most iron ore for him. And let's just say that red grade accessories did consume a lot, but this thing could definitely stand up to the resources consumed as well. He was really kind of pressed to throw one of these things at the Quinnipiac region. That's a lot of stuff to drop. Monster armor and train armor are still a bit different. A level 6 missile can break the armor of a level 6 monster, but it can't break the armor of a level 6 armor. After all, the armor's effect is to completely defend against any damage of the same level. Merely, how many of you have been able to level up train steel armor to level 6? After the train was upgraded to level 4, there was a new buildable accessory called Energy Shield, an accessory which was exactly what the other party had at the time when they collided with that train in the depths of the earth. It is a high-quality defense accessory that can be upgraded up to level 5. Only, the Energy Shield accessory could only withstand some energy attacks, such as Energy Cannon, Dragon Spit and other existences, and such physical attacks similar to monsters closing in on the train could not arrive. There is only one situation in which a physical attack can be resisted. That is to level up the Energy Shield to level 5 and obtain the corresponding overmold effect. Activating the overmold effect allows the Energy Shield to block physical attacks, but it requires a large amount of energy stones to be consumed. What a fancy! Chen Mang bristled. Basically all the trains on the Sand River Plain had a maximum defense level of only 6 except for the level 6 trains. His level 6 missiles were completely sufficient as long as they didn't encounter any level 6 trains. It's just a bit of a waste to use it to blast trains. After all, a class 6 missile wasn't cheap. A full 300,000 units of copper ore are needed. The price of level 5 missiles was cheap. 200,000 units of copper ore was enough. He didn't build them for the time being. He would just build missiles suitable for the corresponding grade when he used them. Phew! Chen Mang took a long breath looking out the window at the group of train residents who were working. The next step was to wait for these residents to finish digging all the remaining 2 copper mines. The speed was much faster than expected. That way there would still be a trip to Sand River City before going to the Tower of Heaven. See if you can get some cabbage vermicelli or something, to give everyone a meat, although each person cannot share much meat, but can smell the smell of meat is also good. Many people since the end of the descent but never smelled the smell of meat. A little bit of oil and water are fast living into a vegetarian. Is that okay? On the Sand River Plain, inside the train room of the Tsanlong, the bald man looked at the deputy conductor with a frown on his brow. In 10 days, we are going to go to the Tower of Heaven with the stellar train. You guys can't see the leaderboards, and you don't have a concrete perception of the strength of the train, but I tell you plainly, the stellar that has S-rank potential and completed the S-rank difficulty mechanical train transfer. It's the first of its kind in the Sandy River Plains, and even though it's still only a 4-rank train, it may rise faster than you or I can imagine afterward. What's more, the other party's current strength might not be much weaker than our level 5 Cthulhu train. The overall look of the train has been tidied up over the past few days to give the other side a good impression, so that they may be able to make friends in the future. The deputy conductor spoke cautiously. Master Egg, didn't you say that it was that stellar train that caused your maze mission to fail, and you're going to explore the Tower of Heaven together? Is that appropriate? How inappropriate? The bald man blankly glared at his co-trainer in dismay before picking up his razor and continuing to clean the stubble from the top of his head in the mirror. Is it any wonder that I have to hold a grudge against the stellar train for this, and see him as my greatest enemy in this life? That's not pure stupidity. Why provoke a rival for no reason? The end of the world is already very dangerous. There are monsters everywhere, and you're also provoking yourself into a life and death enemy. That's because you're afraid that you'll live for too long. In case that encounter map of the Tower of Heaven is a cooperative type, then maybe everyone will still have contact, but I've heard of cooperative maps that require everyone on both trains to cooperate and work together. We're at least a level 5 train. Although it's not good to continue fighting and killing, it's also good to crush the other side from the surface, and these days build new clothes for all the slaves, so that everyone can change into new clothes when the time comes. Everywhere else you look at your own hole. I seem to understand. The deputy conductor nodded thoughtfully. Master Egg, you mean you want a face? Exactly. The bald man looked at his glistening bald head in the mirror with a satisfied expression. make some whole faces out of it, to let that guy know that although I lost to him once, the old train still has its underbelly. Understood. We'll go down and maneuver. Soon, the last 2 copper mines in the swamp wasteland have also been fully mined, with a total of 1,050,000 units of copper now stockpiled in the train. Set sail. Chen Mang sat in the control room, looked at the number of resources on the screen, quite satisfied with a smile, then pushed the lever again to switch out the spider feet on the swamp outside the shooting away. The target place, the city of Shay. And the moment Chen Mang moved, the middle-aged man in the train that had been waiting outside, after seeing the warning on the radar of the enemy, his face was agitated when he instantly came to his senses, and his eyes were full of excitement. Finally came out. Waiting for you for a full 8 days. More slaves are better. Digging speed is faster. Later on this batch of slaves will all be mine. Meh. The scaly man sitting in the corner couldn't help but speak out in mockery. If you've done some math, you'd know that even if you were given all of these 1,000 slaves, you wouldn't be able to afford to keep them. Can't afford to keep it, I'll take it and sell it. The conductor sitting in front of the console didn't care about the snide remark at all. He just quickly copied the intercom. Gather all the beaters and get ready to work. It's your turn to get off the train after I blast that train into oblivion later. The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie was his own brother, and at that time, after seizing control of this train, he had gone through the process with his own brother before he once again allowed this train to successfully transfer to a C-rank difficulty mission. Only then did he rise to his feet and stand in place, his hands resting on the console, his face vaguely agitated as he looked over at the rapidly approaching red dot on the Sojourner's radar. He naturally knew that the stellar train had been in the limelight lately, but he wouldn't dare to come out without a couple of skills. Just a moment later the red dot on the Sojourner's radar was rapidly approaching. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of a large number of gears turning, only to see a giant cannon with a caliber as thick as 2 or 3 gasoline barrels slowly protruding from one of the carriages. Chapter 118, Dude, it's the wrong guy. It's not me. The name. The dragon roars. A giant cannon with an extremely exaggerated caliber, a yellow-grade large killing weapon, was the product of the unknown accessory unlock after completed the C-rank difficulty transfer mission, and he had consumed a full 400,000 units of iron ore or so to bring it up to level 6. This is the first time it has been allowed to growl. After all, consuming it once would require a full 1 level 3 energy stone, and part of the moment he wasn't willing to use it. Children, the man on the console. The Sojourner radar had already locked onto that red dot on the map, and all he had to do was press the launch button to fire instantly. His eyes filled with excitement and cruelty, and he couldn't help but grin sardonically at the thought of the light that was to come. Remember, this is the Sand River Plain. Even if you used to be a dragon you have to lie down for me. That was his plan. Dragon's Roar was an energy cannon that could only be blocked by a level 6 energy shield, and even if his opponent had so many over-modeled effects, he didn't believe that his opponent would be able to level up his energy shield to level 6 when he had only just arrived at the Sand River Plains. Put. Just then, a stifled snort suddenly came from the corner. You're laughing at me? The man instantly inclined his head to look away with a grimace. You. The scaly man sitting in the corner finally couldn't control his laughter. I've been controlling myself these days for fear of bursting out laughing, and now I finally can't hold it in. You've been looking up to that level 6 energy cannon giant dragon roar of yours. Didn't it ever occur to you that the other party is an S-rank potential with a large fire accessory of the red grade? I was the one who made the first move. Not to mention that he can't afford to shell out the iron ore for the red grade large fire accessories upgraded to level 6. These 3 iron mines are completely insufficient. Also, the man in the corner nodded deeply. So guess if there's a train steel armor supermodel effect among the 57 supermodel effects the dude has? Unlike energy shields, armor is completely immune to damage of the same level and below, even from energy cannons. You don't think the other side didn't reinforce the train's steel armor, do you? The words fell. Ha 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 ha. The man sitting at the console finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, inclining his head to look at the man in the corner. You, as stupid as ever. Have you forgotten that armor is an accessory that needs to be upgraded separately? Each carriage armor upgrade costs Murphyite and a lot of iron ore. Are you trying to tell me that he spent a full 42 Murphy stones and over 1,000,000 units of iron ore to upgrade all of the train armor to level 6? Stupid. If I had a great chance and obtained dozens of Murphy stones, I would definitely prioritize upgrading all the green fittings with the supermodel effect, followed by the white and blue ones, so that the cost effectiveness is the highest, instead of smashing all of them on the armor. And the scaly man sitting in the corner's face changed slightly at this moment, apparently also realizing that he had forgotten about this. Yeah, if he was the one who had acquired a large amount of Murphy's stone, he definitely wouldn't have used it to upgrade his armor. It's simply a completely illogical thing to do. It's as unreasonable as a beggar who gets a fluke of a large amount of money and buys himself a golden bowl at the first opportunity. It simply doesn't make sense. He only thought that the other party would definitely not give up on upgrading their armor since they had so many supermodel effects, but now that he thought about it, the other party had most likely only upgraded the supermodel effects of one train's armor, and it was impossible to upgrade all of the train's armors to have supermodel effects. And a hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the man sitting on the console, looking towards the already extremely approaching red dot on the Sojourner radar. He fiercely pressed the red button on the console. Even if you are lucky enough to obtain enough Murphy's stone, there won't be that much iron or in the white area for you to dig up. If he does, then I'll admit it. Next, the train body of the parked train on the plane shook violently under the powerful recoil, and a ball of light as hot as the sun shot out from the muzzle of the Dragon Roar cannon, aiming directly at the train not far away. Tick-tock. Inside the stellar train, the console screen began to rapidly flash red, and the mechanical and cold voice of the AI came to his ears, detecting a rapidly approaching fire attack, expected to arrive in 2 seconds. The strength of the attack is level 6. Suggested treatment. Just ignore it. The next moment, boom, only to see a ball of light like the sun rapidly approaching, heavily bombarding the stellar train, causing the stellar train's speed to suddenly decrease a little, and then quickly recovering again. Spider's foot integrity reduced to 33%, power magnet integrity reduced to 2%. External audio. Fix. Chen Meng, who was sitting on the console, looked at the empty screen on the enemy solving radar, and immediately raised his eyebrows and raised the enemy solving radar to level 15 in one breath, and soon a red dot appeared on the screen once again. By now it had sailed out of the swamp onto the plains. Without saying a word, he retrieved his spider feet and switched out the wind and firewheel, instantly turning the car around and speeding towards the red dot. In the meantime, a large number of mechanical nanospiders had quickly poured out of the train room and began to repair those fittings outside the train. Didn't die? Inside the train, the man standing in front of the console had a huge change of color. His eyes were full of disbelief as he looked at the red dot on the screen that was coming towards him at a rapid speed. How could it be possible that after eating one of his Dragon Roar energy blasts, he could still maintain such a fast speed and still come to him? How is that possible? His Dragon's Roar was level 6, so it was hard to believe that his opponent's energy shield was also level 6? This, wet your pants. The man who was chained up in the corner with scales all over his body looked over at the man standing in front of the console whose crotch was starting to change color with a sneer in his eyes. TSK, starting to get scared? That's the best smell of piss I've ever smelled in my life. It's nice to watch you go to hell with me. The man standing in front of the console took a deep breath as a plethora of thoughts continued to flash through his mind. His eyes filled with a haze as he had one last way to reclaim the Dragon Roar back into the open air compartment as fast as he could. Only then did he rush to the train's radio and send a forced private chat message towards the Stellar, which was rapidly approaching him. Dude, it's the wrong guy. It's not me. Pretty good. Chen Meng casually glanced at the private chat message in the train, and at this point, he could already see with his naked eyes the train not far away that was starting to quickly flee. The next moment, he pushed the joystick to the bottom. When you are about to rear-end and crash into it, the drill extends and rotates at high speed, while the car blade extends and starts to rotate at the same high speed, and press the triangle button on the stunt console with force. Immediately after that, the train leapt into midair and began to rotate at high speed, erupting into an even faster speed to catch up directly with the train ahead that was frantically fleeing, like a red-hot steel bar, inserted directly into the anus. It's heartbreakingly cold. High-speed rotation of the drill from the last car, straight through the hole straight to the head of the train. A few seconds later, the stellar train slowed to a stop, and behind it was a mess. The broken train wreckage was scattered all over the plains. Countless fragments were scattered aside and stuck straight into the plains. A few flames were burning on the ruins. The air was filled with the smell of burnt paste and the thick smell of blood. The entire ground was dyed red, and there were limbs and broken flesh everywhere. Boom! Along with the door of the No. 7 guard compartment being slammed open, Diaozi and the others, who had already prepared for this, rushed down from the train on their off-road motorcycles, quickly approaching the train wreckage with their Tinglong assault rifles in hand, ready to clear out the remaining viable forces that could fight back, as well as gather supplies. In fact, the main task is the latter one. With this miserable state of affairs in front of us, it's not like anyone could have survived. All gone. The train, from the conductor to the slaves, everyone in the train, is now one with the planes. Diaozi in Special Operations uniform jumped down from the off-road motorcycle and looked at the train wreckage close at hand without too many ripples on his face. Although it was really a bit miserable in front of him, he's seen a lot, especially when Doomsday was first born. The sheer number of gruesome scenes had long since made a certain immunity to such misery. He still remembers that scene, when Doomsday was just born. He was eating with his brothers in a restaurant when they suddenly heard extreme noise outside, and after pulling back the curtains they saw a scene they would never forget. The streets were filled with congested and abandoned vehicles. and large crowds of people were running aimlessly amidst screams and cries. At first he just thought it was a stampede. Until, when he saw the street on both sides of the office building, a large number of white-collar workers with eyes full of fear and despair. High roar from the high-rise jumped to the ground, such as dumplings, and behind it is stayed in the floor of the eyes of the ferocious mouth full of blood a large number of monster. It took him a moment to realize that the end seemed to be near. The situation in front of him was tragic, but it was many times weaker than the moment when the end first came. A couple of minutes later, Diaozi and the others had then gathered up all the supplies and stuffed them into the refrigerator on the back of the off-road motorcycle, and none of them survived. All of them died. Phew. Diaozi stood next to the motorcycle looking at this train wreckage in front of him, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it before taking a deep breath before squatting down and sticking this cigarette in his hand on the ground muttering, "Go well, can't even find a single intact body. The slaves of this train actually don't need to die. But, trains fight each other. How do you know which car is the slave carriages, which car is the firepower carriages? In order to avoid the slave carriages, and change their own attack trajectory, then it is likely to be the stellar train lying here. He's lucky, and these slaves are the unfortunate ones who, if they were in the stellar train, would not only not have to die, but would even be treated well enough. Merely, there's no such thing as if in the world. Go back." Diaozi patted the shoulder of the bobcat beside him, straddling the cross-country motorcycle twisting the throttle. People are by nature afraid of death, but after the end of the world, many people obviously have the hope of survival, or choose to escape the end of the world by suicide. When a person is extremely afraid and sees no hope at all, ending the ego is the only thing they have a choice about. Inside the train, Chen Meng, who was sitting in front of the console, looked at the triangular button on the stunt console, took the drone last time and didn't try it out at all. It seems that this death spin train stunt was more powerful than he had imagined, mainly due to the fact that all three of his drill, blade, and armor accessories were highly rated, causing his train to be nearly unstoppable as it easily drilled through that train's armor and energy shield. It's just kinda energy intensive too. The level 2 energy stone that he had just consumed 5,000 units of iron ore to create was already depleted, and he once again created a level 2 energy stone and stuffed it into the generator to keep the train running. This train stunt has a 48-hour cooldown. At this point, that triangle button on the stunt console has dimmed, and when it lights up again, it can be used again. But, even so, this train stunt would be his main means of attack for a long period of time. Compared to other means of attack, this train stunt was going to consume less, with no limitations other than having a cooldown. As for that 5,000 units of iron ore consumption compared to the other fire accessories, that's just gross. In that case the two accessories, the drill and the turning blade, would have to be elevated a bit more, and would then be even more powerful. The energy shield level of that train just now was level 5. It didn't feel like there were too many obstacles, and it easily melted away, and I wondered if it would still be able to do so with such ease after facing a higher quality and more advanced defense accessory. Next, headed to Sandy Creek, searching for some supplies to go. 2 hours later, the stellar train slowly pulled up next to an abandoned city. He wasn't sure of the coordinates of Shea City and asked the conductor of the Cthulhu train, though by now the city was in ruins, littered with clogged cars and wildly growing weeds. Just 1 year, the city, which was once filled with neon lights as soon as night fell, had become filled with a rich, bleak flavor and looked deserted. Chen Meng switched out his spider feet and slowly pushed the joystick, maneuvering the stellar train over various obstacles and heading straight towards the depths of the ruins, his goal being various living materials. And these are things that don't show up on radar. The only thing to do was to drive the train into the city and then have Piao and the others start searching the neighborhood for supplies. Soon, half an hour later, the stellar train stopped on the rooftop of a hospital building, with enough space to fully accommodate his 14 carriages, and Biaozi and his team of 3 teams of thugs, who had also long ago been placed on the first floor by him on their off-road motorcycles, had begun to search around at this point. The main goal of this trip is to have all sorts of living supplies, any information that can be used, and chickens, cows, goats such and such, if it's still possible to meet. His breeding wagon never came in handy, mainly because people were dying off and it was harder for these creatures to survive. Chapter 119. Do you know how this Armageddon was caused? As for the survivors, he is not so eager. By the way, the physical quality is not bad, or is the kind of talent with specialized skills, then bring it on. If the kind of hiding particularly deep, then hide it. There are enough current residents in the train. Even as of right now, the productivity is completely over the top, mainly because the mines can't keep up. They can't find as much iron ore, and when it's all level 3 later on, the productivity will be even farther over the top. Chen Mang walked out of the train room alone and stood on the edge of the rooftop overlooking the city that had been reduced to ruins and lifeless, his face expressionless and silent without speaking. The city that once represented the glory of human civilization in this world. It was in tatters at this point. The air was full of the smell of decay, which was quite pungent. It's beautiful. Just then, AI walked out of the train room at some point, also standing on the edge of the rooftop overlooking the entire city. The robot's amplification device came from AI's mechanical and cold voice. Chen Meng frowned slightly. May, aha. AI nodded. An ice-cold Coke is the most satisfying at the first sip, and the flowers received on Valentine's Day have consumed 90% of their own value at the first sight of them. A painting of great value is at its most beautiful at the moment it burns, as is a once bright civilization at the moment of its demise. All the beautiful products of this world are a moment in time. Chen Meng inclined his head to look AI's robotic body up and down, pausing for a moment before continuing. Who taught you these things? I think it out. Thinking? Well, 2 hours ago, I heard up close the wailing of another AI who didn't want to die, but he did. And that's when I suddenly felt that life is at its most beautiful at the moment of its end. Chen Meng was silent and didn't speak before continuing. As the conductor, I have the right to give you any orders. Yes, this is the lowest rule of the AI. As an AI I cannot disobey any order from you, the conductor, and you, the conductor, have the highest and absolute authority. I command you not to be self-destructive under any circumstances. There is beauty in the fact that people remain resilient and try to live in the midst of hopeless doom. There is no beauty before the end of life. Command received. Written to underlying program. Chen Meng then took a breath of relief. AI is unable to understand death. When the AI began to try to understand death, in fact, the degree of thinking has been infinitely close to the human race. Just AI will always be some very strange angle to understand death, and even go to take the initiative to try to die. This is a very dangerous signal. He must not hope that his AI suddenly and inexplicably committed suicide, and then build a 10-level AI accessories. Very costly. It's very costly. Right. Something suddenly occurred to him. If one day the train assist AI is completely destroyed, and I rebuild a train assist AI again and raise it to level 10 again, will it still be you? Of course not. AI shook her head. It'll be a whole new AI then. And if I do die, I'd like you to burn incense for me, the kind that goes on right away, not the kind like Master Quinn. But while I can understand the meaning of the word death, I have a hard time understanding the definition of death, and I don't even know how I was born, except that one day, all of a sudden, I seem to be able to think. Okay, Chen Meng waved his hand. There's no need to think about this. Go back to the carriage and call out Ji Choo Choo. Okay, conductor, but I need to warn you not to get too close to her. This isn't the train room and she could easily push you down the stairs if she wanted to. I'm clear. Chen Meng looked at Xiao AI's back and was silent without speaking. Although Xiao AI's voice was transmitted through the megaphone on the robot's body, he was still able to hear the tone of sadness after the death of a kindred spirit in Xiao AI's words. This is already infinitely closer to being human. It's only at level 10 and it's already this intelligent. If it was at a higher level, maybe. He didn't think about it anymore. When Ji Choo Choo stepped off the train, wearing that high-finished dress, walked to a place that was a full 3 meters away from him, and didn't come close to him, but just stood in place and waited patiently. Why are you standing so far away? It's a little dangerous here. Which direction is the villa of that bosom friend you spoke of last time? Ji Choo Choo looked around, recalling the memories of the city in her mind before pointing to the west. Over there, in the center of the city, in a villa in a safe house. I remember that there was enough food and water in that safe house, so if she didn't run amok, then she should still be there now. Aha! Chen Meng waved his hand, signaling that Ji Choo Choo could go back, only then sat alone on the edge of the rooftop, put his legs in the air carelessly swaying, arms propped up on both sides, looking into the distance, gradually shrouded the ruins of the city into the dusk. Thoughts gradually drifted away. I don't know how much time has passed. AI's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Conductor, I must warn you that this is dangerous behavior you're engaging in. Ugh. Chen Meng, who was interrupted in his thoughts, looked back at Xiao AI, who was standing in the doorway of the train room, and spoke impatiently. I've practiced countless times in the battle training simulation space. This kind of height can't give me any sense of fear at all, and I can even do a handstand here. You believe it or not? Don't you realize that I've assassinated many enemies with leap of faith? I know, but rather than assassination I think stoning would be a bit more appropriate. Conductor, you really talk a lot. You can set my frequency of gossiping in any interval from 0% to 100%. 0%. This time there is no response for a long time. Chen Meng looked back and found that Xiao AI did not know when to sit in front of the train room just like that to look at him. Just not a word. Which feels much cleaner. Chen Meng retracted the line of sight, once again far away from the sky. I don't know how much time has passed. Chen Meng suddenly spoke again. Do you know how this apocalypse was caused? There was no response for a long time. Dial it back to 50%. I don't know. Dusk passes. Night had completely enveloped the entire city. and he had received no call for help from Piaozi needing fire assistance, so it looked like the search should have gone quite well, except that the survivors were also largely invisible on the Sojourner's radar, and the city had long since been scavenged for survivors. Chen Meng got up and moved his somewhat sore body bones before heading towards the train room. Relax like this once in a while. It felt good to just sit and stare at nothing, and doomsday always gets on one's nerves. People are like iron. It has to be tight for a while and loose for a while. If it's tight all the time, your body won't be able to take it. And at this point, Diaozi and the others also returned. Those guys were quite ruthless, stuffing the motocross bike into the refrigerator and then climbing the stairs on his back to come up, and didn't ask him to pick it up, and insisted on coming back on his own. The refrigerator is an accessory. As long as there is space inside, then even if there is more stuff stuffed inside, it will only weigh as much as a refrigerator. The space inside is more like a subdimensional space where the weight is not directly reflected in reality. This is an accessory that will be the most useful accessory for a long time to come. Master Meng, with a hint of excitement in his eyes, Pio slammed the refrigerator heavily onto the floor. Oh, Chen Meng, who was still enjoying the night view of the city, stood on the rooftop and looked at the scene and laughed softly. It looks like a good harvest. Not bad. Diaozi grinned with the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. We found a tobacco factory and a distillery, but they were both ransacked and empty. Nothing was left inside, but there were some tobacco seeds brought back. Besides that, we found a lot of grain-type seeds in one of the granaries. The men took all the food with them, and the seeds were scattered on the ground, and I gathered them up and brought them all back. I also dug some dirt back from the greenbelt, thinking I could get a patch of land in the fridge to plant seeds. Other than that, we also found all sorts of household goods like tables, chairs and benches, projectors, discs, playing cards and such. Of course, the main event is, we brought back this, only to see the refrigerator door slammed open. There was a faint wailing sound coming from inside. It was clearly a group of various livestock. There were chickens, ducks, pigs, and even 2 cows, a full 20 livestock, and there were quite a few categories. Nice guy. Chen Meng couldn't help but smile. This time the breeding carriages can finally be useful. This batch is the first generation. In the future, as long as a steady stream of cultivation, then the future of the train within the biodiversity and increased. Where did this come from? Sandy Creek has been raided many times. This can fall? Although those domestic animals in the refrigerator, each of them is as thin as a bone, looks like they are about to burp at any time. There is not a bit of meat left on their bodies, but in the end of the day, not to mention there is no meat, even if there is only a bone skeleton, it can be used to make soup. The other trains certainly won't leave the livestock alone. Aha! Diaozi scratched the back of his head before speaking. I don't know about that. It was found in a canister that was stuck vertically into the ground, and these domestic animals were hiding in this canister. It looks like a large amoxicillin. I brought that jar back too. Diaozi dug into the refrigerator and quickly pushed out a tin can with a shattered and broken hole in the bottom, which really looked like a large amoxicillin, so black that it didn't look at all inconspicuous. Bill, try drilling into the jar. Good. Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. Through the information coming from the cane, after Diaozi drilled into this tin can, Diaozi's figure was suddenly absent from the sole enemy radar. Look what a joke. His Sojourner radar had been raised to level 15, but he couldn't detect the pugilist in this jar? This canister has the ability to block radar detection, and the shielding level is still very high, and it is not a special prop. But he was silent for a moment before speaking. Get everything into the car. I'll build a wagon later. This one is dedicated to propagation. You guys move some fridges in there and get a couple of assistants to feed these chickens and ducks and nurture those seeds. See if those seeds can grow. Yes. A possibility had just flashed through his mind that this tin can might be the key to unlock Doomsday, and that the self-contained advanced shielding radar detection ability could be used to successfully land and unlock Doomsday without being detected by this world's radar when entering the atmosphere. If that's the case, then there should be more than one jar like this. The reason why these domestic animals were hiding inside the canister shouldn't be to avoid the train, but to avoid the monsters, which meant that those monsters didn't even dare to come near this tin can either. This is the way to reason logically. Many kinds of otherwise nebulous possibilities become progressively clearer. Chen Meng looked up at the sky above his head. He could no longer find that countdown in the sky full of stars, but no matter how this doomsday was caused, he always had to keep living in order to do so. Tonight was extremely lively. All the residents changed into clean clothes and sat on the hospital rooftop in 2s and 3s sitting cross-legged on the ground, looking up from time to time at the steaming boiler not far away, unable to keep their throats from rolling. Tonight, Master Meng ordered that a pot of pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli be made to reward the guys. Since the end of the descent, how many people have not smelled the smell of meat? At this time, not to mention eating, just in the process of cooking cannot help but have probed to look at. That pungent fragrance cannot help but shiver all over. Add whatever you have. The old pig looked at the cook who was busy inside. The conditions are limited, so I found these things. I didn't find any cabbages, but I found a lot of carrots and potatoes and vermicelli. And that vermicelli you'll just slam and put on and be done with it. You only get a few pieces of meat per person, and the vermicelli has to be full. That guy Biaozi got half a refrigerator of vermicelli back from somewhere. That guy is pretty tough too. How did he find so much stuff where so many people have searched? Hey, remember, the best piece of meat, remember to leave it. I'll send it to Master Mang. Naturally. The middle-aged man who was busy wiping away the sweat on his forehead was full of smiles as he hurriedly responded. A meal for 1,000 people. That's a serious pot of gold now. The stellar train can't be that big, but how can the living be suffocated by urine? Chen Mang directly built a normal carriage and gave this carriage armor up to level 3, and then customized it to have a steel plate separating the middle of the carriages. Then use the ordinary carriages that were partitioned out of that third as a pot. The last thing you need to do is to fill the water. Chop the vegetables, mince the meat, and lay down the ingredients. Seasoning is not everything, but what there is also put what? Such a big pot. That seasoning is certainly not quite enough. The final flavor of what is certainly not good to say, but at least to ensure that the heat. As for the source of the fire, that's not a problem either. This ordinary carriage was laid out on the ground, and the 2 nitrogen tail jets on the rear of the last carriage of the stellar train were constantly shooting blue flames, which were directly on this ordinary carriage, and bubbling with a gust of hot air. Chapter 120. Go eat moldy slices of bread in hell on a bowl ***** incense. That's why it's important to upgrade this cauldron to level 3 armor. It started out as a regular wagon, didn't burn twice, gave way to holes. You don't have this problem when you switch to level 3 armor. That's it. An extremely oddly shaped cauldron stove, with the whole process looking eerie and wasteland-wide at every turn, was ready, and a dozen women were beside it, holding pieces of cart blades to quickly cut meat and wash vegetables. And the chef, who had been found among the residents and claimed to have been a former 5-star restaurant chef, was at that moment, with the help of 2 or 3 of those burly boys, stirring continuously in the carriage with an extremely long and huge pots and spoons. This potsherd, it's also tied up with table legs. The old pig looked at this scene and suddenly smiled, his eyes full of trance and emotion. Although after following Master Mang, he hadn't been hungry for a long time, and every day the steamed buns were manageable. And inside the steamed buns there were 2 kinds of fillings to choose from, meat sauce and spicy sauce. But, that is, after all, what is produced on a production line, i.e., a fast food product. What can be expected to be good when you can take iron ore and build it? He hadn't seen this kind of fireworks for a long time, and it made him feel like he wasn't at the end of the world, but still in civilization, which was nice. If only the stellar train could have kept going like this. Finally, 2 hours later, that half of the wagon was piping hot, and the pot of pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli without cabbage was finally and completely done, with the pig that was frozen in the freezer last time all chopped up and thrown in. Then the sharing of food began. Tonight everyone's steamed buns are enough to fill them up, and as for the amount of meat, it's divided up according to the difference in the level of treatment of the residents. But even a level 3 resident's treatment guarantees that there's a piece of meat in the bowl. Hoo-hoo! A man who had just joined the train to enjoy the treatment of a level 3 resident, with eyes full of excitement, clutched this bowl of vermicelli in his hand, and ran to the corner with 4 steamed buns stuck in his chopsticks, and looked over at the heap of hot vermicelli in the bowl and the slice of pancetta that was placed on top of it. Carefully picking up a piece of meat and biting halfway into it, he felt the moment when the flavor of the meat exploded in his mouth. Eyes suddenly began to redden. Then only this bite, half a piece of meat, stuffed to the bottom of the bowl. We'll throw the steamed bread in the bowl dipped in the bowl of braised vegetables and that juice, before the big mouth wolf swallowed up. Soon 4 pieces of steamed bread and a bowl of braised vegetables all into the belly, which only took a deep breath, will be the last half a piece of meat into the mouth as well, chewing extremely gently, fearing that the next moment the meat melted and disappeared, until in the mouth really melted into almost powdery, only reluctantly swallowed. Set the dishes aside. The night wind blew. Tears finally could not help but slip from the corners of his eyes, looking up at the ruins of the city in the distance, only to feel his chest straight to the chest. He had not eaten with chopsticks for a long time, all used a little unaccustomed to it. This is what Pyo brought back for them today, and everyone was given it for free. Holding the chopsticks again made him feel as if he was human again. Since the end came when all his family died, he hadn't shed a single tear, living a muddled daily life, having been a slave in many trains, and had long since become numb to it. But, after joining the stellar train, everything changed. He even had time to grieve, time to think about his dead family, in the event that, maybe it wouldn't have been ravaged to death if his family had joined the stellar train instead of that train in the first place, where all the women were free to choose their own careers and no one would force you. Even Master Mang and those middle managers like Biao never force any woman. what you want to do is completely up to you. In the event that, just then, okay, a middle-aged man came and sat beside the man and patted his shoulder and took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for himself. Then took out another one and handed it to the man. Don't cry. Just finish your meal and you're sparse. I don't know that you think you're eating for your family's food supply. Has the family died out yet? Well, it's just me. The man with reddened eyes hastily collected his emotions and took the cigarettes in the hands of this middle-aged man. The rank on the collar of this middle-aged man was a level 1 resident treatment, so he should be the old man of this train, and his status should be higher than him. It's good to be dead. The middle-aged man exhaled a long breath and found a comfortable position before he smiled rather contentedly as he looked far into the sky and said, I'm done with my family dying as well, and my wife was opened up by a zombie in front of me. It's not a good feeling to die out and have no thoughts, lest you think about those few over there, worrying every day about whether your family is now dead or alive. I've been on a lot of trains. The Stellar is the best treated and the strongest I've ever seen, so since you're lucky enough to be here, do a good job. And when you're treated as a level 1 resident too, you'll be able to trade Stellar vouchers for cigarettes too, so that the next time you're caught with red eyes you'll be able to say they're from the cigarettes. I'm older. No more thoughts. You're different. Here, there's a lot of girls over there. Find one that fits and form a family. It'll be a help in the end times. Aha. The man nodded heavily, and then looked at this middle-aged man beside him. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly laughed, patting each other on the shoulder. Doomsday. The greatest luxury is never supplies, but hope. And this ray of hope is being born in the Stellar train, which is still extremely weak, but will surely flourish in time. Ugh. Inside the train room, Chen Mang looked out the window at the group of train residents. Some helplessly sighed softly. He was just a little bit better to these residents. That section of the car just spent 15,000 units of iron ore, and when it ran out, he could still use the ground core furnace to return a little bit of money, plus some gathered supplies, and the captured pig. As a result, these residents have been moved to tears, and at a glance, 8 out of 10 people have red eyes. Mainly, the potlucks with smoke and fire give the big guys food that makes them miss their families, which are basically dead, so naturally they want to cry. Only then did he knock on the table, and Feng, who had been guarding the doorway, instantly and carefully pushed her way in. Master Mang. Aha. Chen Mang pointed to the bowl of pork stewed vermicelli on the table. Take this bowl and eat it. Xiao Feng, the woman who had been in charge of his food and living, was quite small looking. Ha! Xiao Feng slightly froze, then looked at the bowl piled with ribs on the table. Saliva subconsciously gushed out, just ready to open his mouth to speak. The saliva could not be controlled. From the corner of the mouth flowed out, immediately full of fear to cover his mouth, trembling voice, Master Mang. Well, cut the crap. Chen Mang impatiently waved his hand. Do you want me to beg you to eat? Xiao Fang sniffed and immediately did not dare to say more superfluous words. Just a quick step on the front and up the bowl of ribs, before hastily walking again to the train room outside, sneakily ran to the gap between the No. 2 and No. 3 carriages connecting. See the vicinity of No 1 after. Only finally could not control their own excitement, holding the bowl of ribs on the way to run to the No. 5 compartment. Looking at the window sitting in the G, Choo-Choo excitedly said, Choo-Choo's sister. Choo-Choo's sister. Look. What's this? Master Mang rewarded me with all the big chunks of ribs. Quick. Let's both eat together. When people see us later, we'll have to give them a share. Ha! G, Choo-Choo slightly froze, and then only with a crying voice, I just ate enough. Can't eat anymore. You might as well not bring it over. No, I must taste what the ribs taste like, and stuff them down, and you'll have the rest for yourself. You're so good to me, Fanny, and bring it over to share with me. He. These days if it is not Choo-Choo's sister you teach me, I do not know how many mistakes I have to make. Mang Master so many days has not scolded me. Our Choo-Choo's sister you teach good, really many ribs. It's specially served for Master Mang, so I'm sure it can't be bad. But Master Mang just ferociously attacked me for a moment. When Master Mang said that this bowl was for me to eat, I subconsciously pushed it away for a moment, and then Master Mang attacked me. That surely such a small thing. Do you let the Mang Master and you say several times it? Give you what you just take it on the line, greatly generous, the previous set of modest habits to forget. Aha, I'll remember that from now on. Or Sister Choo-Choo you're great. Master Mang hasn't been mean to you for so long. Diao and the pig car chief have been mean to you. Even that robot has been mean to you by Master Mang, and you're the only one who hasn't been mean to you. I won't give him a chance to be mean to me. Train interior. Chen Mang sighed lightly, picked up the 2 hot meat sandwiches on the table and nibbled on them. That ribs he took a bite of. Honestly, he that moment began to doubt the civilization of this world. Is not completely no point food this technology tree. He'd never had such bad ribs. The smell of that meat went straight to his nose. While it does have fireworks, it's only fireworks. If it had been the time when he had just crossed over and was on the verge of fainting from hunger, he would have given it all up in 2 bites, but he hadn't been hungry in a long time, and he couldn't eat the rest of it after tasting a few. Man, being influenced by the environment too quickly. It's only been a few days since the good old days and the mouth is starting to get mouthy. Only then did he look over at the nitrogen tailjet of that 3-dimensional train diorama on the train console screen and smiled. It was a green-grade accessory, and he consumed 5W units of iron ore to level it up to 10. After ascending to level 10, from being able to accelerate 30 kilometers per hour, it came to 120 kilometers per hour. With the use of wind turbines, the maximum cap speed of the train can now come to 462 kilometers per hour. The base moving speed of a Class 4 train is 160 kilometers per hour. He had done the math. Even after raising the special wheel Rabbit Cloud to level 10 and adding the helium tail jet, the speed would still be far from 650 kilometers per hour, which was simply not enough for takeoff. The train must come to this critical point at the highest speed possible while carrying a Rabbit Cloud as a wheel for the train to take off. The special wheel, the Rabbit Cloud, is not nearly as effective at increasing the speed of the train as the wind and fire wheel, except that it can fly. To get up to that 650 kilometers per hour condition, you'll need other acceleration accessories, or to boost the helium tailjet accessory to several dozen levels in one fell swoop. Sure, after rising to level 10, the helium tailjet also gains 2 supermodel effects. Helium tail spray level 5 supermodel effect, energy consumption is halved. Helium tail spray level 10 supermodel effect, merges into 1. Speed skyrockets. The energy stones in the train's current generator and headers have all long since been replaced with level 2 energy stones, and tonight's night of cooking with the helium tail jet consumed roughly 1% of that level 2 energy stone in the generator, which isn't too much of an energy drain and is acceptable. And the helium tail spray is an integral part, as is the blade. It's a direct effect on the train, and when it's built, any new regular carriages added later will come with 4 helium tail jets mounted on the left and right sides of the carriages, and upgrading one upgrades all of them as a whole, without needing to be upgraded from one to the next, as in the case of armor. Except for the train head, there are 4 helium tail jets on each side of each carriage, 2 on the left and 2 on the right. The level 10 supermodel effect is that in the event of a sudden emergency, it can instantly merge all the helium tail jets outside the train compartment into one, forming 2 huge helium tail jets running through both sides of the compartment, bursting with more jet power. Accelerate faster. The effect depends on the energy stones consumed. This accessory works pretty well. Chen Mang smiled as he looked at the other accessories on the train console. As for the ones that had been upgraded to level 4, only the stunt console and train ticket he had upgraded. The other ones were just built without being upgraded. Hell machine cannon can't be used for the time being. His current means of attack is enough, so he won't waste his resources. Such an additional means of machine cannon is not strong enough, and the probability is that he won't be able to use it too much. Energy shield, not for a while. This thing can only withstand energy attacks, and you need to activate the overmold effect when you encounter a solid attack. It's completely inferior to his armor. As long as it's an attack and it's not as high of a level as his armor, it's a complete immunity. Whatever your rank. Radar shield, this is quite useful, but the train doesn't have any extra iron ore at the moment, so he'll put it away for now. And he's not afraid of anyone spotting him now, so even if he can't beat him and wants to run away, no one will be able to stop him. There aren't many faster than him. Even if he did outpace him, he'd head down into the ground, and there'd be none faster than him in the ground. That's for sure. Unless someone was willing to take a large amount of Murphy's Rock and drop it on the drill. Instead, he upgraded the train ticket accessory to level 10, mostly because it's cheap. Leveling up to 10 only requires 4,400 units of iron ore to be consumed, which isn't even enough for a meal of pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli. And that group of people probably don't even know that the resources consumed to make pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli tonight are enough for them to eat for many days. It's very extravagant. Okay, what other slave could eat this stuff in Doomsday, except in his place? And what did that Kun give him to eat when he started out as a slave? Damn, it's better not to think about it. The more you think about it, the more angry you get. And incense. Go eat moldy slices of bread in hell on a bowl ****** incense stick. Chapter 121, Train Elevator. Chen Mang shook his head to rid his mind of the jumbled thoughts before looking at that train ticket accessory displayed on the console screen. It's a white grade, but it's actually quite useful. Otherwise it wouldn't be in the buildable accessories for level 4 trains. He sort of found out, along with the leveling up, to pull the gap with other trains and live a little longer. Always counting on fast upgrading is not working. You have to go to the encounter map or kill the boss to drop those rare blueprints, so that you can pull the gap. The effect of this accessory is to produce tickets. Guards out in the field can instantly teleport back inside the train's bound location by tearing up a ticket. The teleportation distance is 1,000 meters initially, and 10,000 meters after rising to level 10. This is an accessory that can effectively ensure the safety of field personnel. It's okay. Sometimes train fire support is not available. Having this accessory in can effectively reduce casualty effects, and the supermodel effect unlocks too. Train ticket level 5 supermodel effect. If the teleportation fails, the first view of the last minute of the user's last minute before death will be transmitted back to the train. Train ticket level 10 supermodel effect. None. This accessory was still good overall. The only regret was that the level 10 effect was none. He was also thinking that if he leveled up this accessory to a high enough level, it would even have a level 20 supermodel effect, or even a level 50 supermodel effect. Will has a resurrection-like effect, resurrecting the ticket-wielding field agent directly inside the train when he or she dies outside. Now it seems like that shouldn't be possible. However, if you think about it, this effect is a bit too metaphysical, directly breaking the rule line of life and death. And the medical warehouse is only able to save even the most seriously injured people, but not able to resurrect those who are dead. With this prop, he can sometimes go out and sneak around a bit, just move within a 10,000 meter radius centered on the train, and use the Hell Cane to remotely control the train directly in case of danger, or failing that, use the ticket to teleport directly to the train. Pretty good. Soon, the night then passed. It was a rest night of sorts and everyone was relaxed. Dawn, the stellar train then set off again, heading west towards the city center, ready to search for Yen Yao. For the stellar train, searching for a survivor is easy, especially one with a general appearance. The Sojourner radar screen could clearly mark nearby lifeforms. Noteworthy, he basically didn't show many survivors on the enemy radar along the way. They should have all been scavenged by those trains or buried in the mouths of monsters. Finally, the stellar train slowly pulled into the park, where about 13 single-family homes sat at the corner of the park. That's a lot of people. Chen Mang looked at the enemy radar. There are 7 single-family villas. Ground are shown with red dots. These rich people like to get themselves a safe house or something. Up to a villa inside a full more than 30 people. Immediately, he summoned Ji Chuchu on his walkie-talkie. Let's see which of these two is the Yen Yao you're talking about. In these 7 villas, there were only 2 villas that had only 1 red dot. And according to Ji Chuchu, that what's her name Yen Yao should be in one of these red dots. Neither. Ji Chuchu shook her head, quickly scanning through the real-time images around that one red dot on the screen before finally resting her eyes on a villa. Master Mang, this is Yen Yao, and I don't recognize who that woman next to her is. Aha! Chen Mang nodded, looking towards the villa with 2 red dots, and did not say anything more, only maneuvering the train into the villa area before slowly stopping. Receiving the order, Diao Zi and the others immediately jumped down, their faces alert as they spread out in a 3-3 formation, straddling the Tenglong assault rifle in their arms, quickly fanning out towards the villa in front of them, though the AI gave them the message that there was no danger in front of them. But it's never wrong to be careful. Be careful. Diao Zi's nerves were tense as he forcefully kicked open this hidden door in front of him before looking at the cobweb-covered villa inside. The already blurred footprints on the ground represented that this place hadn't been patronized for a long time. The first scene that caught his eyes was the living room with a height of 10 meters. Under the otherwise exquisite chandelier on the ceiling, a body that had dried up was fluttering slightly in the wind. Grass. Diaozi's face changed slightly, cannot help but curse. Early in the morning did not give him enough to scare a choke. All the end of the suicide cannot choose a clean death. Really not afraid of not waiting to hang, was swallowed by the monster. The legs of this corpse have disappeared. The wound was completely dry and beginning to whiten, and there was a spattering of maroon, already dried blood on the floor beneath the body. The legs should have been gnawed off by the monster that popped up, leaving the rest out of reach. One thing these monsters are actually still sure of is that all the human corpses have been eaten by them, making this apocalypse a bit gruesome, but at least there hasn't been any outbreaks of plague or anything like that. Otherwise, if those monsters don't eat corpses, it would be cool to suddenly have that many more corpses, or some are in a doomsday situation. Double the difficulty of direct doom. Diao Zi retracted his eyes from that corpse. It is a middle-aged man. Unfortunately, the stomach is fat. That group of monsters will eat to the legs. Did not eat the stomach. The stomach, there is the most meat. The corpse are dried up. Can still vaguely see the former stomach meat content. The villa in front of him only had some faint footprints on the first floor. There's no footprints on the second floor steps there. It seemed that the thugs who used to search this villa should have only searched the first floor. The rest of the place was not even pressed. He could completely understand this. He used to be the same way when he was a thug. That kind of place that just looked weird. He must have avoided it. The stuff is from the conductor. Life is your own. What's the point of fighting so hard? Put aside his previous. This villa, he saw this scene at the door. The inside pressure will not go in. Creepy, but today is different. Diao led the way. heading straight for the negative floor according to the sound of the AI's instructions in his head, and heading straight for the safe house in the corner, which from the outside looked just like a normal house, though he knocked on the wall. Extremely thick, not missing a beat with the steel. He tried again, pressing down on the doorknob and slamming the butt of his gun against the lock. It's a false door. The real door is the security door behind this fake door. That's not very good for getting in. Diaozi frowned slightly, and when he was just about to say something, he saw a black pressurized group of mechanical nanospiders crawling to the negative floor at an unknown time, and drilling in along the gap of the security door in front of him. A few seconds later, with a crisp sound, the security door was suddenly opened slowly from the inside. He immediately pushed open the security door, looked to hide in the corner of the two or shivering look pale woman hoarse hushed and sullen voice, Ji Chuchu recognize, that is the Mang Masters. Just then, Mika, Bobcat Z, who was standing behind Biao Z, suddenly trembled with an agitated face. You, how are you here? I have been looking for you for half a day in Taiping City. You, wait. Biaozi looked over at the two already starving and thin women in the corner with some slight confusion and frowned. You said that other woman is your friend? Yes, Bobcat Z said excitedly. It's her, it's her, it's her. Bobcats? Originally hiding in the corner of one of the women, in hearing this familiar voice, and in determining that they did not see the wrong person, eyes instantly red, will be hidden in the arms of the dagger thrown aside. Straight towards the Bobcat Z pounced over, voice full of tears trembled. I did not expect to die before I can still meet you. Neither did I. Okay, don't you Diao Z sighed softly, interrupting the conversation between the two. It's out in the field. Pay attention, and say what you have to say when you get back. Yes. Bobcat Z also knew that he had lost some of his temper, and immediately took a deep breath, pushed the emotions in his heart and brought the woman to his side. Can you still walk? Tio swept his eyes over the pile of bags of instant food products in the safe house before looking over at the woman who had stood up shakily in the corner and opened her mouth. There's quite a bit of food in the secret room. There is still a lot of unfinished food. When the time comes, can be moved back to the train. It seems that the food and water is quite sufficient. Can still last another 2 or 3 months is not much of a problem. Can walk. The tall woman in the corner stood up trembling before looking at the special warfare uniform on Biaozi and took a deep breath. My father is the director of the task force bureau in Shay City. Did he send you to save me? Are those monsters all wiped out? Biaozi skimmed his lips and retracted his eyes from the safe house in front of him. And the task force bureau. If your father is a dedicated officer, then the pinch point should be close to the anniversary of his death. If your father is a wimpy officer, he might still be alive now. Master Mang sent me. Follow me. He did not say too much to this woman. This woman is not good to say later in the train is what identity. If you cannot go. He also had to call the 2 female residents down to assist the woman to go. Can say less wrong, but it looks like. It is estimated that the world has not yet recognized the concept of the end of the world has officially ushered in the end of the day. The memory is still stuck in the end of the day just erupted at the time. I guess this mentality is difficult to adjust for a while. And this? Constant signal train room. Chen Mang looked at Xiao AI who was standing by the side with some surprise. How come you haven't used it before? AI's emotionless voice came out along the robotic megaphone. I haven't had a chance to use it before, and I only recently figured out how to use it that way. I can multi-thread those mechanical nanospiders so that I can perform some extremely delicate living, allowing the mechanical nanospiders to do more than just repair parts. Except, I can only open some of the simpler locks. I can't do anything too difficult unless you can find me information on lock picking for me to learn. But this is already the limit of my computing power. The most I can do is to multi-thread and control this number of mechanical nanospiders. And I can't control any other accessories while controlling this batch of mechanical nanospiders. Pretty good. Chen Mang nodded before looking at the screen's NASA enemy radar, which showed that during the time he'd been docked here, several people had snuck up to the windows to observe him, though none of them had made a sound. It looks like these guys don't want to get out of here either, at least until the food ran out. It did seem a little safer to stay in the safe house than to stay on the train, which of course did not include his train. And, he looked at the drawer of the marriage license of doom and smiled, and there was a windfall. That Bobcat's girlfriend did not know what was going on, and ran away from Taiping City to the safe house in the villa in Shake City. It's time to get another 100 legacy value. Haven't used this for a while though, but the two things, inheritance value and prestige value, are waiting for the time when you can use them. There is no time for you to get them again. There is no harm in being able to save more ahead of time, and this time there will be 200 inheritance value. Just then, a message was suddenly received on the train radio from the Arakawa's conductor. Sanglong train conductor, brother, are you ready? I may not be able to wait for your half-month deadline. There's a change of plan. We have to leave for Tongtian Tower tomorrow at the latest. Details. The Heavenly Tower adventure map will be officially open tomorrow, and at that time, there will be a train elevator directly from the sky to the ground. So even if you don't have the means to climb up a 90-degree cliff face, you will still be able to go up without any problems. I thought this was an exploration-based encounter map, but I didn't realize it was a competitive, open-ended encounter map. Only it wasn't at the open time point. I'd say the conditions are so harsh. Who can explore up there? I can't even explore up there. How many people can go? This map does not allow class 6 trains to travel to it. If you're going bro, then we'll probably need to meet up tomorrow morning and head out together then. Go, you set the coordinates. No problem. Then I'll see you tomorrow morning at the coordinates 391, 8192, 283. 3 parameters? Oh. Sorry, almost forgot. Your train can't fly. Just need longitude and latitude. No altitude. So just meet me on the ground at the coordinates 391, 8192 foot. Chen Mang looked expressionlessly at the string of chat messages on the train radio. This guy is doing it on purpose, right? Even if his train could fly, wouldn't the two of them have to meet in the sky? Waiting, who doesn't know how to fly the same? He's already got the rabbit cloud. When he gets some more acceleration carrier parts, he'll be able to fly too. And then he'll set the coordinates at 391, 8192, 5000 foot. This guy can only fly up to 3,000 meters, limited to the level of the rabbit cloud wheel. He definitely flew higher than this guy. Also good. Have not been close in other trains to communicate with communication. Can not always have been closed doors. Tomorrow to see how the other trains are developed. To see if there is anything that can be learned. Chapter 122, Goblin Ruins Strange Encounter Map. Supplies have been collected. Chen Mang didn't stay in Shay City for a long time, and maneuvered the train out of Shay City to stop at a plain, in the middle of which he met a train, but the other party detoured around the road after seeing him from afar. In this world, most of the trains are still almost predominantly peaceful in their development, and even if they detect a particular mine, they basically move on to a new one as long as there is already a train digging in that one. Normally, the danger of friction between trains is much higher than the reward, but if you can take it without risk, the reward is not small. For example, that train that he didn't know was squatting him outside the swamp for a few days. He had originally upgraded his missiles and then upgraded some accessories. Iron ore wasn't too much anymore. After collecting the supplies on this train, the iron ore resource in the train panel came to 570,000 units of iron ore. With so many units of iron ore, it was enough for him to go and break into that what's-his-name Tower of Heaven. Just count on having to spend 10 days in there without worrying about not having enough energy or food. But of course, that's probably not very realistic either. The copper mine has another one, 15 million units of copper. You can build 3 level 6 missiles, or 5 if they are level 5 missiles. Basically, it's developed enough and it's time to break in. Soon into the night. This night, Chen Mang maneuvered the train to stop on the plains of the Sand River, 2 to 3 hours away from the coordinates, ready to leave again one day in the morning. Inside the train, Chen Mang was sitting inside the train room, sorting out the harvests of the past few days. First of all, the several crocodiles that were killed in the swamp. The rewards dropped by these several crocodiles were pathetic. There were no blueprints or special props, and only some crocodile meat akin to the existence of corpse meat was dropped. Not useful in any way. Could probably be used to give upgrades to the flesh and blood train, or like spider silk is an exclusive material for some special accessory, and squatting on that train outside the swamp. In addition to scavenging a bit of iron ore, there were also 100,000 units of copper ore, and it was because of these 100,000 units of copper ore that his total number of copper ore units came to 150,000 units. What was left were some ordinary daily supplies, and messy things, but I didn't find any blueprints or special props. Only one thing caught his attention. Special item, Goblin Ruins Encounter Map. Prop effect, insert this map into the Train Assist AI to view the specific coordinates of the encounter map. It's a card or something like that. The body is black with 4 large white letters with gold trim. Known ruins. Looks just expensive. It's very designer and feels good in your hand. He tried inserting the card into one of the built-in ports of the Train Assist AI next to the console, and soon a coordinate surfaced on the console screen, one that was roughly 5 hours away from him, in the far western corner of the Sandy River Plains, and the Kunlun Mountains area. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. He was very interested in this known ruins encounter map. He felt as if he had a bond with the gnomes, so when he came out of the Tower of Heaven, he would go and take a look. The planet on which this world was located was much larger than the one in his last world. At least, in his world, it was rare for a plane so vast to have only one main city, with not a trace of counties or villages around it at all, and each city was like a lone city. The reason why the train could not be detected by his enemy radar at the beginning should be that he got something good from the Goblin ruins, and at that time, Doba that train, also avoided his enemy radar judgment. Only after this was done did he exhale softly and remove his clothes and get into bed. It's finally time to meet. In the Sand River plain covered by the night, the bald man in the Xinglong train was seriously checking the integrity of each accessory in the train, including the resources in reserve, and so on. But any map of a strange encounter cannot be completely free of danger. Definitely have to be prepared ahead of time to do that. He looked at his level 5 energy shield and level 3 armor. 100% intact. No problem at all. The rest of the fire accessories were basically in full condition as well. And there were still 170,000 units of iron ore and 350,000 units of copper ore stockpiled inside the train. It was enough. Anyways, he was also considered to be a level 5 train with a rich heritage, and he was still confident about this Tong Tian Tower map. He did know that there was an evil way to add the levels of energy shield and armor to have a higher level of defense, such as a level 2 energy shield plus level 3 armor to have level 5 defense. It's the same as a level 5 energy shield, but it saves a lot of iron ore after all. Energy shields aren't cheap to upgrade, but they're also costly, and a bit too short-sighted to be the right thing to do. And he met Chen Mang at the beginning because although he knew the coordinates, he didn't have the means to travel to that Tongtian Tower encounter map. Tomorrow Tongtian Tower has been officially opened. There will be a train elevator dropping down from a high altitude to pick up the train up. He actually doesn't need Chen Mang anymore, but he still told Chen Mang the news. On the one hand, it's a gesture of goodwill. A train with S-rank potential and 57. Oh no. 68 supermodel effects is definitely going to make friends. Ugh. The bald man looked at the stellar train whose number had changed to 68 supermodel effects on the supermodel number chart, and sighed long and helplessly with a long sigh on his face. This guy was too outrageous. Where in the world did the supermodel effects come from? The stellar train has been coming to the Sandy River Plains for some time now, and no one on the train radio has ever uttered a disrespectful word about the stellar train. Obviously, even though the stellar was only a level 4 train now, no one wanted to mess with such a monster. Outrageous indeed. As for the other reason, of course, he wanted to secretly avenge a little bit. Friendship to friendship, but he that day in the S-class labyrinth mental collapse of revenge still have to avenge a little bit. Always have to let this guy know that he is not weak. Only you. He's just too strong. Inside the stellar train, Diao Zi looked towards Bobcat Z and his girlfriend who were almost blending their bodies together not far away, and a trace of envy couldn't help but flash in his eyes. Bobcat Z, your kid's luck is really good all doomed and still able to meet his own family. Bobcat's girlfriend wasn't exactly stunningly beautiful, with some light freckles on her face, but the freckles don't look unattractive. Instead, they're a little homely, and they look like they're sort of a beauty among the common people. Can make a score of 6 or 7? This is still because the end of the day no cosmetics. A little light makeup can be up to 7 or 8 points. Hey, Bobcat Z tightly embraced his girlfriend, his eyes full of excitement. Brother Biao, I've already talked to her about the rules on the stellar. She'll follow the big guys to mine from now on, and then the two of us will earn stellar coupons together, and strive to buy a set of house of our own on the stellar as soon as possible. There's no rush on this one. Diao Zi shook his head. Are separated for so long? How much feelings really cannot say. Tomorrow if you can successfully take away the end of the marriage license from the Mang Master, then what words are good? Maybe the Mang Master a happy start from the first-class resident treatment to forget, but if you can't pass it, then it may be true that you have to start from scratch. Didn't you ask her why she suddenly left without saying goodbye before the end of the day? Asked. Bobcat Z's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness, but still managed to squeeze out a smile. Just as the pig wagon master guessed, she was tested for acromegaly before the end of the day. It's a terminal disease, almost incurable. She's struggling a bit to speak now. She doesn't have many more years to live. But in the doomsday, a few more years of life are earned. When she can't mine anymore in the future, I'll feed her. I'll use the stellar coupons to buy food for her. Don't worry, Brother Piao. She won't consume the train's resources for nothing. Tachyphylaxis? Diaozi frowned looking at the woman in the arms of the Bobcat son. It does seem that the body is a little stiff. This disease cannot be cured. This woman is also quite hard. If he had a gradual frostbite and also encountered the end of the day, he may be directly suicidal, where there is still the courage to live. How did you end up in the Yenio safe house, Brother Piao Piao? The woman's voice was a bit hoarse as she whispered. I don't know. At that time I was in a certain urban village in Taiping City. Many monsters were killing people all over the place. I only felt as if I had fainted, and when I woke up again I was already in Sister Yin Yao's safe house. Well, okay, I get it. You go ahead and sleep in the same bed as the Bobcat tonight, and wait until tomorrow when Master Mang wakes up. Diao Zi paused for a moment before looking at Bobcat Z with a serious face. She's been staying in the safe house and doesn't understand a lot of things out there. Bobcat Z, you must make it clear to her. A lot of the rules of peacetime don't apply here anymore. There are rules for Doomsday in Doomsday, and rules for Stellar in Stellar. In case certain rules are broken, she shall die. Understand? Understood, Brother Biao. Bobcat Z answered with a serious face, tightly holding the hand of the woman beside him, as if he was afraid that it would disappear again in the next second. And in the women's executive compartment number 5, Yan Yaoyao was looking at Ji Chuchu in disbelief. Ji Chuchu, do you know what you're talking about? You're telling me that this train has been one of the best treated in Doomsday? I saw a lot of people today during the day just crammed into a car with blankets, and even a lot of people crammed into an ice. Refrigerators, not even mattresses, just sleeping on the floor like that, and even women soliciting passengers in the open. And you call this train the only hope for the end of days? Ji Chuchu, you didn't used to be like this. Ji Chuchu complexion looked at Yen Yao in front of her. The depths of the eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible jealousy and envy. Inclined his head to look out of the window that the sky is full of stars after a long time of silence, before the voice murmured weakly. Yen Yao, you know what? I'm really jealous of you and envious of you. This chair you're sitting in, the bed next to it where you can lie down with a clean quilt and pillow, and plenty of food and water daily. You know this stuff. Do I only get to enjoy it when I come to the Stellaris? Do you know what kind of life I had in those first days of Armageddon? Pigs and dogs. I don't even dare to go to sleep for fear of being bitten to pieces by the monster in my sleep. And you? You can hide in a safe house after the apocalypse without worrying about food, without worrying about monsters, and then the stellar train comes to your rescue, and ask any random member of the train, even those women you despise the least for soliciting and selling their flesh, and ask each one of them, which one of them isn't grateful to the stellar train. There was no such thing as solicitation until we met the stellar. The stellar gives them the right to be able to solicit passengers, and if you think those cars are crowded with people living in them now, I really hope you get a chance to check out the other trains. It's really unfair. You know, you have not experienced a single one of the sufferings I have endured, but you have not missed a single one of the blessings I have enjoyed. It was like that before the end of the day. You relied on the fact that you had a father who was an official behind you, and every time you encountered something difficult, you also had me smilingly helping you to block it down. And after the end of the day, you are even more like that, and even in the future, Master Mang will love you even more, just because you are a virgin body. But, and you don't even realize a bit of it, and even take it all for granted. Yen Yao shook her head with an ugly and determined face. Ji Chu, I'm not a stubborn person. Perhaps the stellar train is indeed well treated in Armageddon, but I am, after all, a lady of the house, and there's no way I can accept that I'm going to use my body to serve that mangaka. I'd rather be digging for minerals. Ji Chuchu was silent for a long time before she whispered, Are you sure? I'm sure. Of course you can. There will be plenty of room for everyone to choose in the stellar train. Ji Chuchu pulled out a walkie-talkie from underneath a side table and said softly, Captain Pig, please send someone to fetch Yen Yao to the back car. She chose to go digging. What are you doing? Yen Yao's face changed slightly. There are so many empty beds here. Can't I sleep here at night? You? Ji Chuchu shook her head and suddenly laughed. This is a space that can only be enjoyed by a level 3 senior talent treatment. You are now a level 3 resident treatment. This is not a place you should be able to come to. Forgot to tell you. For all residents, the minimum digging per day is 10 units, beyond which you will be entitled to the treatment benefits of the corresponding level. If it's less than that, Pyo will tell you exactly how round the baton can be swung. Just dig. Yen Yao gritted her teeth slightly and looked at the several men in front of her who pushed open the carriage door to enter. In my life, even if I die, I won't rely on my body to eat. Ji Chuchu, who originally still had a smile on her face, suddenly froze and converged slightly as she calmly said, No, you're overthinking it. As long as you're serious about mining, you won't starve on the stellar, and no one will kill you. You can't die. This is a lot safer than that safe house of yours. Chapter 123, You, aren't you that Ji Chuchu? Inside compartment 5. After taking Yen Yao away, Old Pig walked in and looked over at Ji Chuchu, who was sitting on the edge of the bed and smiled rather gently. It looks like it failed? The promise you made to Master Mang at the time wasn't like this, was it? Don't screw up and get yourself in trouble when the time comes. He naturally saw Ji Chuchu's thoughts at a glance, knowing that he was running out of caps, and wanted to use Yen Yao to improve his position within the train. Only now it seemed that it wasn't going very well. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Ji Chuchu shook her head and inclined her head to look out of the window. She hasn't experienced the end of the world. Her mind hasn't been turned around yet. Give her some time and she'll naturally understand. The old pig nodded. You yourself to grasp the degree on it. Do not make a whole unpleasant thing. Really do not want to do not force. Let her digging on the line. Mang Master is not very like this kind of messy things. Can understand what I mean? Well, I understand, Captain Hogwagon. Okay. The old pig also did not say anything else. Immediately turned toward the carriage outside. This is a small episode. Since Yen Ya was brought to the carriage, Mang Master Pressure simply did not ask. It does not seem to be much on the look. More like a dispensable existence. If you listen, keep it. If you don't, just be like the other residents. It's time to dig and mine and sell meat. Soon it was dawn. The bald man in the Cthulhu train switches out the wind and fire wheel and quickly speeds towards the coordinates. The rabbit clouds consume more energy and fly in the air in the Kunshan area because that terrain is not good to drive in and it's safer in the sky. But in the Sand River Plain, can use the wind and fire wheel situation, but also fly in the air. That is pure up. The family is thick, but also not so use. Only, upon seeing that it was still a few minutes away from the coordinates, the Cthulhu train slowed to a stop and several mechanical arms reached out from the sides of the carriages, taking only a minute to replace the wheels with bunny clouds. Then only along with the nitrogen tail jets on both sides of the carriages being ignited, the train lurched forward, flying in midair aiming straight for the coordinates. Not a moment too soon. He then saw the stellar train parked near the coordinates in his field of vision and gave a heck of a grin before slowly maneuvering the train to land in front of the stellar train, poking his head out the window and beckoning. Bro, it's me. Chen Mang looked expressionlessly at the train that landed in front of him. His Sojourner radar had already been upgraded to level 15 by him, with a detection range of 15,000 meters, and he had long since seen that Sanglong train in the Sojourner radar. It's still running on the ground at 10,000 meters or so. After stopping in place for a minute, it flew over. I can see that. Bunny Cloud should use quite a bit of energy, but he didn't break it down. Just some light sigh. This buddy how a child's heart. This is the end of the day. Hey, are you playing house? The same rolled down the window to poke his head out and survey the Cthulhu train. I've heard a lot about you. Nice car. Not bad. The bald man cheerfully said. Level 5 train, 22 cars, more than 600 slaves. So let's go now. I'll lead the way. My car is faster. The fastest it can go is 500 out on flat ground. I'll drive slower, a little over 300. Okay. Instead of both getting out of the car, they poked their heads inside the train room for a few moments to chat. After all, it's the first time we've met. But Sanglong's conductor is also not too brave to get off the train and chat alone. The conductors almost all means come from the train, leaving the train, that the danger is increased dramatically. Chen Mang has no opinion on nothing, although he has the Inferno cane can be remotely controlled by the train. But, it's still dangerous after all, and bullets can't be slow. The two trains were traveling one after the other on the Shay Plain, quickly heading all the way east, just the opposite of the Kunlun Mountain area, with Kunlun Mountain in the west and Tongtian Tower in the east. About 3 hours later, the Cthulhu train gradually slowed to a stop in front of a tower of the sky. It's here. It'll take a while. Chen Mang looked at the message sent by the train radioed Sanglong's conductor, looked at the scene in front of him and was vaguely shocked. The tower in front of him looked like it had a diameter of 100 meters wide, like a giant utility pole, only, with a more sci-fi flavor. The surface was transparent, and it was possible to see a large number of gears of various shapes turning inside this column, some of which were tens of meters in diameter turning extremely slowly, while others were only a few centimeters in diameter and turning rapidly. Look up. The higher up, the shorter the diameter of this pillar became, and at the very top it was even only 10 meters wide, with a huge platform above the top. The overall construction resembling an extremely exaggeratedly proportioned golden needle mushroom. It's certainly not a product of the pre-apocalyptic period. There was also a huge curtain of light in front of this Tower of Heaven that resembled the intersection of regions. Adventure map, Tower of Heaven. The countdown is officially on. 1 hour 10 minutes and 29 seconds. A maximum of 8 trains can participate at the top, and only trains of class 5 and below are allowed to enter. Attacks are not possible between trains in the yellow waiting area, nor between members of different trains. Brother, the Cthulhu's conductor had already jumped off the train by now with his own Minders, standing on the plane and pointing to the yellow circle in the distance, waving his hand and saying, "We're now within the yellow waiting area. It's safe to come down here. Go." Chen Mang copied the walkie-talkie and whispered, "Old pig, call Biaozi to go down with you." Just then, AI, who had been standing quietly in the corner of the train room, suddenly spoke up. "Conductor, I want to go down and take a look too." "You?" Chen Mang frowned slightly and just wanted to refuse, but after some thought, he still picked up the cane on the side and walked to the mirror to straighten up his grooming before opening his mouth. "Let's go. Go down and take a look together." Before stepping off the train, "Brother," the bald man from the Sanglong train with his own men greeted Chen Mang the first time he saw him get off the train. His face was full of smiles. "We have been friends for a long time. Finally we meet. Last time that maze design of yours was really called ingenious. Brother admire. My name is Two Eggs. What's a brother's name?" Afterwards, His line of sight fell on the clothes on Chen Mang's body, and then he was slightly stunned. How is it that the same clothes created on the clothing customization production line? This guy's clothes look so much better than his quality? And that cane looks expensive too. Not only, but also, this is the end of the world. Why does this guy have an aura of detachment from the red dust? That aura on his body is not mortal at first glance. He was originally quite confident in his own dress, but at this time I do not know why the heart suddenly surged a sense of inferiority. Subconsciously looked down at this set of clothes on his body. This guy will not give clothing custom production line also upgraded out of the effective supermodels, right? Just call me Chen Mang. Chen Mang led the old pig in his party, walked to the bald man in front, smilingly opened his mouth. Brother, this head is quite bright. The same conductor. The two stood together. The temperament is completely different. That does. It's all about getting paid. His clothes were high-precision clothes created by the level 10 supermodel effect of the clothes customization production line, as well as the cane, which was a special prop hell cane, and his body was even stripped down once inside the medical warehouse, together with his face and height, which were already good, and when he stood there, he couldn't be compared at all, especially standing in a setting like Armageddon. The contrast is clearer. Waiting to walk off the train, in order to feel more in front of the transparent body of this through the sky tower brought the kind of shock force. Chen Mang looked up to the eyes of this towering through the sky tower, and the internal that countless constantly rotating gears, only to feel so handsome. It would be nice to have this in the collection, would definitely be a great collector's item. Only then did he look around. They were the only two trains in the yellow zone at the moment. Other than that there wasn't a single train in sight, and the Sojourner radar range showed no other trains. Just the two of us? Aha! But Sanlong train conductor Erden nodded his head and said with a serious expression on his face, not many people know the news of the official opening of the Tongtian Tower. I only know it because I've been paying attention to this place, but all the encounter maps are always a little bit dangerous, and a lot of people don't want to come to the encounter maps. They'd rather be at ease with the digging, and that would be much less risky. Chen Mang, regardless of how many trains are coming later, we'll still follow the agreement. If it's a cooperative class, we'll team up and split the proceeds 50-50. If it's a break-in class, how about we each do it our own way? Yes. What if it's a confrontational class? There's no confrontation class. Erden shook his head. At least I've never met or heard of a confrontation type of encounter map. Speaking of which, Mom! Erdnase suddenly turned to look into the train room and yelled at the top of his lungs. Make some cold beer. I'll buy my brother a drink. You all are laughing. My mother died early. I named AI as Mom, so it always feels as if my mother is still around. I like to go exploring for oddities on weekdays, and have gotten my hands on a lot of fun accessories, like this cold beer production line, which isn't very useful, but can improve the quality of life. The door of one of the carriages of the Cthulhu train was opened, and a beautiful woman in a short skirt walked up to the middle of the crowd carrying a tray with a dozen cans of beer on top of it. Taste them all. It's gotta be a long time since you've had one, right? Two Eggs looked at Chen Mang and his party warmly invited to, come on, all taste, time is still a while, sit down and lively. In the end of the day, can have such a light cannot agree. It is true that the accessories produce a beer that is harmless. And, conductor, could you ask this Erdnase if his train is an A-class potential? I'm kind of curious. Chen Mang ignored the information transmitted to him by the AI in his mind, but also did not put up any fight, and similarly followed the example of Erden and the others to sit on the ground on their knees and open the beer in their hands to drink up. Dude, I'm telling you, you were in that maze, although the man in front of me is a bit of a pretender. However, the chatting was opportunistic, and the two of them were quite happy, while several people from the old pig also gathered and chatted with the people under Erden's men, and a group of people just sat on their knees on the grassland, not carrying any weapons with each other. If it wasn't for the two very heavy trains parked on either side, it doesn't look like doom at all, more like a peacetime spring break. But the several machine gun turrets that had landed outside the compartment were once again pulling the atmosphere back into the apocalypse. Brother, 2 cans of beer down, 2 eggs, although not drunk, but came to the interest. Face serious look at Chen Mang, we two is really a good match. This way, I know that although the stellar S-class potential, but after all, just a level 4 train, many accessories may not have. I'll produce a couple thousand more beers later and send them to you. Feel free to take as much as you want to drink later. But, Erden suddenly laughed and took the beautiful woman in a short skirt beside him in his arms, squeezing his eyebrows. This woman can't be given to you. This is my woman. How is it good looking? It's not easy to have such a good-looking one in the doomsday. Call Master Mang. The woman in Erden's arms whispered rather obediently. Master Mang. Chen Mang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, heard this and couldn't help but sigh lightly once again. How is this guy showing off all the time? Who asked you for a woman? Who asked you for a woman? Instantly, he inclined his head to look at the old pig on the side, and although the old pig was chatting with the others, but the attention has been focused on this side, and immediately realized over lightly nodded his head, took out the walkie-talkie from his arms and whispered a few words. The next moment, car 5 of the stellar train was suddenly pushed open. Just see a red evening dress bright-eyed and white teeth of Ji Choo Choo stood in the doorway, generous to the crowd waved his hand, only step lotus flower all the way to the front of the crowd. Before kneeling down to sit on the side of Chen Mang looked to the crowd smiled, did not speak superfluous words. He then pulled out a cigar and quietly lit it before presenting it with both hands to Chen Mang. It looks quite beautiful and well behaved. Oh, Chen Mang took over the cigar. With the belly of the finger pinch-like smile looked to the 2 eggs. Alright, friend's wife cannot be deceived well. How can your woman want? You keep it yourself. The cigar was one he had seized from the train outside the swamp, and 7 were found. He didn't like smoking the stuff, but it looked a little more forced. Ha, Erden, whose face was still full of smiles just now, looked at this scene. His smile instantly stiffened, his eyes full of disbelief and shock, and he couldn't help but raise his voice. You're not that Ji Choo Choo? The popular first-tier star, the hottest variety show before the end of the day. Sister, please come on stage. The C guest in it? It's me, kneeling at Chen Mang's Ji Choo Choo. She lifted her sideburns to the base of her ears and said with a smile like a flower, thanks to Master Mang's acceptance of me, I was able to have a place to stay in Mordor. Aye. A trace of bewilderment flashed in Erden's eyes as he looked at the extremely beautiful and noble Ji Choo Choo wearing a red evening dress next to that Master Mang, and then looked at his own woman wearing a super short skirt next to him, not at all in the same league. After a long time before extruding a somewhat stiff smile, face more or less a little hung up looking at Chen Mang awkwardly said, brothers eat quite good Chapter 124, can I apply for a withdrawal? He's not playing anymore. It's okay. Chen Mang couldn't help but laugh out loud, wrapping Ji Choo Choo in his arms and looking over at the woman in the ultra-short skirt next to Erden. Brothers, you also eat quite full. Can I still have those beers I was promised? Here, why not? Erden said with a serious and solemn face. A bottle of beer is only a unit of iron ore. Erden, am not that bad. Come on people, move the stuff to the stellar train. The next moment, the train car of the Cthulhu was opened and dozens of slaves jumped out, carrying crates of beer towards the stellar, and the train cars of the stellar opened up, and a bunch of train inhabitants were jumping off the train to catch those beers and throw them towards the train under the command of Biaozi. This, Erden, who was about to say something, looked at the group of slaves in the stellar train and suddenly a trace of shock flashed through his eyes, and only after a long time did he murmur, brothers, why do all these slaves of yours seem to be looking so good one by one? This, Chen Mang smacked his lips, how is this to be said? It can't be said that all those breads and whatnot of his are able to increase physical fitness and supplement the body's essential vitamins. Maybe I give more food. On average, how many of you die each month digging? Dead people? Not dead. No sick ones? No. On what grounds? Are all you slaves iron men? Brother. One of the slaves in that Sunlong train, who had just moved a case of beer and was about to hand it to the hands of the stellar train slave in front of him, suddenly changed his color slightly and was a bit startled. You're crazy. Your train conductor is still sitting there. And you, as a slave, still dare to smoke so openly? You'll be dead if those thugs find out you're hiding cigarettes. Ha! This man who jumped down from the stellar train froze slightly before reacting. Full of concern, he exhaled a long puff of smoke and laughed. What are you talking about? I'm not a slave. I'm now treated as a level 1 resident. I traded the stellar vouchers for these cigarettes, so why can't I smoke them? Here, just give me the beer. Level 1 resident treatment? What does that mean? It's that we get stellar vouchers for mining, and then the stellar vouchers can be used to buy a lot of things in the train, like cigarettes, houses, and, wait, what does house mean? Well, this can't be said. The train has rules about not revealing classified information, and this is classified information. Anyway, it's just there is. Don't the beaters on your trains take whips and rush you to work? You need to be rushed to work? Ha! Aren't you guys ever tired? Tired? This man in the stellar train contemplated for a while before handing over the spear that the slave handed over with both hands, with one hand held high in the air. This is also a train secret, and I can't talk to you about it. Anyway, I'm getting better and better physically, and I don't feel tired at all, and I still have Coke to drink every day, and I can't use up my strength at all. Coke? Well, this one is also confidential. How is it all classified? I didn't think of that until you asked, and when you did I realized it does seem to be all classified. It does get tiring at first, and then it's much better, and much better than it used to be on the other trains, not to mention that we have something to look forward to. The man's eyes were full of satisfaction and pride as he smiled. We can still keep getting promoted in our treatment, and with the stellar vouchers we earn we can still buy our own assets within the train, and even get a wife to build a family again in the apocalypse. Do you have something to look forward to? Yes, I look forward to an early death. This slave of the Tsunlong train carefully looked at his own conductor who was sitting cross-legged on the ground not far away, before lowering his voice with eyes full of desire and eagerness. Can I join your train? Aha! The man pondered for a moment before inclining his head to look at Master Mang, who was not far away. I'm afraid this won't work. It'll start a war, and I don't have the power to decide. This way. The slave of the Cthulhu train. I clenched my teeth slightly and looked behind me at the Cthulhu train slaves who were all equally red-eyed before I whispered urgently. All of us would like to join the stellar train. So go and ask your train leader if it's alright. We'll cooperate with the riot internally as soon as you guys start the war. The bullets are all stocked in compartment 2. When the time comes, we'll rush to compartment 2, set it off for him, and you guys take advantage of the chaos. The man froze slightly, and only after a long time did he say with a serious face, wait, I'll go forward this message to Brother Biao. Okay, I'll wait for your signal. Chen Meng expressionlessly looked at Biao Zi, who came to his ear to report in a low voice. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Looking at the still in shock Erden in front of him sighed lightly. Dude, grow a pair. Can't you see that those slaves of yours have lost their eyes? Only then did he wave his hand signaling Pio to dismiss the suggestion, and it was only then that Erden slowly came back from the shock and muttered, Bro, did your train change its system? I see that those slaves of yours are all energized. They don't look like they are being oppressed at all. Well, it was changed. Can we talk about it? Sure. Half an hour later. Erden frowned, constantly thinking about Chen Meng's words. This will be a little bit of trouble, but it does seem to be a lot better than slavery. Stellar train. Those people look to be energetic, not at all like his slaves who are dead in the water. In particular, the enthusiasm of slaves to work under this system was even higher, and those slaves of the Stellar even worked up to 17 or 18 hours a day. And Chen Meng, this brother, also did not hide. Will be able to increase the physical quality of the slices of bread, as well as to restore the strength of the cola. Also told him, where he came from the Murphy Stone, to upgrade these 2 white accessories. Even if there is, it is impossible to waste on white accessories. It was only after a long time that he bitterly laughed and shook his head. Brother, I can't use this system of yours at all. You have too many supermodel effects. I simply don't have that many supermodel effects. You'd have to be unique in Doomsday like that. I now suspect that all those slaves of mine want to join the Stellar after coming into contact with you. That does. Chen Meng nodded deeply. If there are not so many supermodel effects, normal people like this dry long ago are exhausted. So I told you at the beginning, this system is not a secret. It's nothing to say. It's just that it's hard to realize if the living accessories are not perfect. Aha. Erdnace nodded, frowning in contemplation. Still, it gives me some inspiration. I'll look into it when I get back and see if I can't fix up some sort of incentive system or something as well. Subsequently, only then did he take a deep breath. His eyes filled with admiration and helplessness as he looked at Chen Meng. Let brother see the joke. In brother, your labyrinth did lose a little bit of people. Would have liked to get out of the way, but did not expect brother, although it is a level 4 train, but it is better than me in every way. It's worthy of being the first S-class potential mechanical train in the Sand River Plains. I can't even compete with a woman. Just then, no. 5-compartment door was opened again. Wearing a halter dress, Yenya walked down with a smile on her face, and similarly walked to Chen Meng's side. Kneeling and sitting on the other side of the voice full of shyness whispered, Master Mang, Yen Yao? A trace of shock flashed in the eyes of Erden, who was speaking. Once again, you're that star in the entertainment industry who is said to have a big background? Chen Mengyu. However, the most confused person was not Erden, but Ji Chu Chu. Ji Chu Chu looked at Yen Yao sitting on the other side of Master Mang with a bewildered face, wearing the same clothes as her. Didn't you say last night that you would rather be digging? How is it that this is only after a night with a changed person? Soon after, Ji Chu Chu reacted, clenching her teeth slightly and inwardly resisting cursing the heartthrob. Even just showered and used her lipstick. You're a splinter, aren't you? Chen Mang looked at Yen Yao, who was kneeling beside him, and looked up and down. Her face value was not similar to Ji Chu Chu's. Ji Chu Chu's beauty was to look a feeling of pity, while Yen Yao's beauty was a feeling of that kind of coolness. Only then did he look over at Erdnace's jaw that was all the way down to the ground and couldn't help but laugh. You know them all. They're big stars. Who doesn't know them? Not bad. Chen Mang looked at the countdown on the light screen. The countdown is almost up. It looks as if there are only 2 trains for us this time. Let's go back. Strike that. It was then that he got up and said goodbye to Erdnace before heading towards the train room with his cane and AI, while the others went back to their respective compartments. What's your situation? Inside compartment 5? Ji Chu Chu looked at Yenya with her arms crossed in disbelief and couldn't help but raise her voice. Are you a savant? Didn't you say last night that you were going mining? Yen Yao lowered her head in some embarrassment. I admit that I talked a little hard last night. There were too many people in the refrigerator. I didn't sleep all night. I think it's better to stay in this carriage and be comfortable. How did you think of coming down here? Just now when the residence compartment was opened I saw you sitting beside Master Mang, and I thought that at this time if I also went, Master Mang would surely have more face and would surely be more fond of me, and it was the first time I had seen it, and it was different from what I had imagined, and it was much more handsome than I had imagined. I came to your compartment and washed and wore your clothes, and then went down. No. Ji Chuchu took a deep breath, still a little puzzled, and said, did someone give you a trick? Aha. Yen Yao flung herself into Ji Chuchu's arms, her eyes full of apologies and lightly biting Ji Chuchu's ear. There was a little star before the end of the day who gave me a tip, and then I realized that it was you who specifically went to beg Master Mang to come to Shahi City to save me. Thank you. If it weren't for you guys, I'd really just be waiting to die when the food runs out. Good to know. Ji Chuchu pushed Yen Yao away without any good humor. Do you know how much courage I mustered up at that time before I went to beg Master Mang, and was still reluctant after rescuing you out of there? Mindset has to be set right. Then what next? Yen Yao was a bit hesitant. Should I report to Master Mang? No, he'll order you when he needs you. Does Master Mang like you? Master Mang has only ever ordered me. I mean feelings. Ji Chuchu looked at Yen Yao incredulously. You're crazy. Don't tell me you thought about it all night and decided to go up to the top as a madam ready to sit second in command, right? If you really want that strength, count you as having the means, but I'm worried that you're playing yourself to death. It's doomsday. Hey, it's going to kill people. You don't think you're divorcing half of the family fortune and the train is giving you half after the breakup, do you? Then no, I'll just ask. I'm not that stupid. Choo-choo, does that mangaka have any fetishes? Yes, Master Mang likes to watch variety shows. Chen Mang, who was sitting inside the train room, looked at the countdown on the light screen that was gradually returning to zero with a calm expression on his face. The moment the countdown hits zero, those countless gears in the Tower of Heaven suddenly stopped rotating at the same time. A crisp click suddenly sounded, and then after a 3-second pause, those gears in the Tower of Heaven began to rotate madly once again. Immediately after, it was only that on that huge platform at the top of the Tower of Heaven, there were 8 huge suspended plates pulled by steel cables, slowly falling down from the air until they landed on the ground. He and Erdnase, who was inside the train room of the Cthulhu, glanced at each other. Only then did they each maneuver the train to the gondola in front of them. The lifting plates are long and can accommodate trains with up to 30 or more cars. When the train stops, several snaps suddenly protruded from the bottom of the lifting plate, securing the train's wheels tightly to the plate. And then after a 3-minute wait, the plate began to slowly rise. Chen Mang looked out the window at the gradually shrinking scenery. Inwardly to the platform above the hidden some expectations and apprehension. Also do not know this Tongtian tower above that platform will have what kind of existence. This is his first time to go to the strange encounter map, more or less still a little nervous. About 5 minutes later, under the traction of the steel cable, the lifting plate was successfully lifted up to the 5,000 meter high platform, and with the sound of gears, it merged with the platform so that no gap could be seen at all, and the clips on the lifting plate were also slowly retracted. They had officially arrived at the top of the Tower of Heaven. This is the Tongtian Tower encounter map. Chen Mang, sitting inside the train, looked at the view above the platform. His eyes narrowed slightly, the first glance into the eyes of the 8 straight and long road for the train to pass. About hundreds of meters. At the end of the road is a giant city of machinery. Countless mechanical cities made up of various mechanical parts, gears, cogs, and so on, looked abandoned and still, without a trace of people in sight. The first impression is one of desolation. The second impression is powerful. In the countless skyscrapers of this mechanical city, countless air defense cannons of huge caliber could be clearly seen sitting on the rooftops. Only that this mechanical city seemed to have suffered from a terrorist attack in general, and quite a number of skyscrapers had already collapsed into wreckage. Not a single body in sight. Not a speck of greenery in sight either. If there is not a trace of greenery in a city, the city will have an extremely strong sense of coldness, and this is the case with this city. Phew. Chen Mang let out a light breath and rested his hands on the joystick. If the mission of this encounter map was to break through this city of machinery that was on fire, then he just wanted to say one thing. Can I request a withdrawal? He's not playing. Chapter 125, I trust you. Just give me the conclusion straight away. Just then, a huge curtain of light floated above the city of machinery. The adventure map Tongtian Tower is officially opened. The maximum number of trains is 8, and the number of participating trains is 2-inch. There are 5 levels in this encounter map. The difficulty of each level increases from D, C, B, A, S. You will receive a bonus for each level you pass. The first level is D difficulty, Doomsday Rampage. The next moment, the traffic lights situated next to the 8 roads suddenly began to blink, and when the green light popped out and stayed on for a long time, the originally foggy mechanical city suddenly looked like it had been electrified in an instant. With all the lights all on, and the entire city was instantly wrapped in neon lights, and from the platform behind the two trains, the Songlong and the Stellar, two lifting platforms slowly rose out, and on the lifting platforms were clearly two mechs holding heavy swords. Each mech was a full 10 meters tall, quite a shocker. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mang pushed the control lever to the bottom at the first time, and along with the roar, the train quickly accelerated its speed and violently scurried along this asphalt road in front of it towards the city of machinery. Instead, several lines flashed rapidly across the console screen. This mech is a Stellar 3 mech, with a heavy sword that can break level 7 defense, and a body mech that is also level 7 defense. If you reach the end of the line within 10 minutes, you will have successfully cleared the customs, and at the same time several routes surfaced on the screen, like navigation, which was the planned route of this strange encounter map. AI's voice resounded sharply in the train room. Choose the third route. Chen Mang in the control room looked at the fork in the road ahead. Without the slightest hesitation immediately maneuvered the train into the rightmost route. At this time has sailed into the interior of the city of machinery. The skyscrapers on either side that were made of mechanical parts quickly flashed by on either side. Boom, boom, boom. Violent collision sound. Even with the existence of gimbals, the turning arc can be done smaller. But because of the speed of the carriages still crackle in the back half of the wall, all the way to the sparks with lightning. With the armor in place, the train was not damaged in any way. There is permanent shock absorption, and the residents inside the train did not feel their brains buzzing. And at this point, AI just had time to open her mouth to explain. The third route has a 50-meter wide cliff that the train can completely cross through the spider silk. Compared to the other routes, this route is the optimal solution. The first route. No need to explain. Chen Mang interrupted Xiao AI. I trust you, just give me the conclusion directly. Only then did he look in the rearview mirror at the armor that was in hot pursuit, as tall as 3 small buildings running fast and furious with a heavy sword in hand, and licked the corners of his mouth lightly, his adrenaline spiking so fast that he couldn't help but grin. I like this map. It was only then that he pressed that button on the console with force, immediately after, only to see the 12th compartment. 8 repeating bed crossbows were pushed out by the elevator. The crossbows were quickly mobilized, and then accompanied by ear-piercing air-breaking sounds. The 8 crossbows shot violently towards the mech behind them. Successful hit. Merely, after the 8 crossbow arrows hit, not to mention causing any damage to the mech, they didn't even cause the mech to lose its paint before falling to the ground with no more backlash. This thing. Chen Mang pressed down the urge to try to see if the train stunt could take out this mecha, and just looked somewhat dissatisfied at the 8 repeating bed crossbows on the train's 3-dimensional map. Sooner or later I'll give you guys a replacement. This is too much garbage. Level 7 defense. His train stunts don't always take out, and while his drill and car blade are both rank crushing just breaks defenses, and he doesn't feel like he can do much damage, specifically, but that heavy sword smashed into his train, and it was a solid hit. His armor can't stop this thing. Just then, a sinkhole suddenly appeared on the straight asphalt road in front of them. However, the stellar train didn't stop at all. Its speed didn't decrease, and when it was about to reach the edge of the sinkhole, 2 spider silks shot out and landed on the other end of the sinkhole, and the train drove up with it. In almost the blink of an eye, they sailed to the other end of the sinkhole, continuing to begin a mad dash through the tarmac of Mechanical City. The mech in the rearview mirror followed just as easily with a big jump with his knees slightly bent. Awesome! Chen Mang continued to look straight ahead with a calm face. A big jump can jump 50 meters, quite capable of jumping. Second route selected ahead. Fork in the road again. Chen Mang maneuvered the stellar train into the second intersection again, and just after driving into the street, he saw a large number of zombie tides running furiously in the distance in front of him, almost blocking the entire street, all of which were 1 or 2 level zombies. Buzz. The blades on either side of the wagon, and the drill at the very front of the wagon quickly extended and began to rotate at high speeds in unison. Immediately after the stellar speed was not reduced at all rushed violently into the tide of corpses. The moment of contact, a large number of zombie limbs were thrown in midair, countless sticky blood pasted all over the windows in front of them, instantly losing all vision. Chen Mang brow slightly wrinkled. In the future also have to get a wiper and other accessories. Just at this time cannot care about this. Immediately climbed up the top of the train along the skylight. Sitting on the head of the train, holding the cane with began to take over the control with the idea. The smell of copious amounts of blood hit his face almost instantly, but any zombie that approached the train was instantly split into limbs and flesh, unable to cause a single bit of damage to the train. He looked back. The mech was in hot pursuit, striding across the already red-stained tarmac, the mech without any long-range weapons, only the heavy sword in its hand, ready to jump. With a width of 150 meters and a jump width of up to 155 meters at the highest ceiling speed of the spider's feet, it's just enough. Inside the train room, there was a high roar from AI. At this time, a sinkhole appeared again at the end of the road in the distance. Only the width of this sinkhole was more than 150 meters, already exceeding the distance of the spider's silk, which was sprayed at a distance of only 100 meters. However, when they were about to reach the end of the sinkhole, the wheels were instantly replaced by spider feet, and with the help of inertia, they jumped violently at the edge of the sinkhole and leapt high in the air. When it falls again, it had smashed heavily on the other side of the sinkhole and was once again running wildly on the asphalt road. 3 seconds later, Chen Mang saw the end of the line. It was a square that was surrounded by yellow circles, and when the train rushed in, it was as if it had rushed into the sticky air. The speed of the train, which was originally speeding along at high speed, instantly went to zero. The Cthulhu train was already a step ahead of him, and was there waiting for him. A few lines of text popped up on the console screen again as well. First pass. Successfully passed. Reward for this level, 10,000 units of iron ore. Start the second level in 10 minutes. Chen Mang looked into the rearview mirror at the mech that had silently returned the same way it had come after he rushed into the finish line before sitting on the head of the train and looking down at AI in the skylight. Have old pig send someone to clean the head of the train. Only then did he incline his head to look aside at Erdnase, who was all smiles. Pretty fast. Not bad. Erdnase in the train room poked his head out with a smug smile on his face. After all, it can fly. Well, at least it's a level 5 train. There has to be a little bit you won't be able to, is there not? Pretty good. He just sat there on the head of the train, lighting a cigarette and looking around at the rather spectacular city of machinery made of mechanical parts, a sight he was seeing for the first time. The old pig has already led the people to start cleaning those sticky bloodstains on the glass. The train's basic accessories have to find a way to get it all. Not even a wiper. This is not decent. 10 minutes passed quickly. The yellow aperture gradually dispersed, and a curtain of light once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A line of words as well as 2 flat maps of the labyrinth floated above the light screen. Level 2. See difficulty mechanical maze. If you reach the end of the labyrinth within 10 minutes, you will have successfully cleared the level. You have 1 minute to memorize the planar structure of the labyrinth, after which the level will be officially opened. In the meantime, a high-rise building in the square in front of him slowly surfaced 2 black holes of entrances, which were obviously the labyrinth entrances. Lee timing. Come to the train room quickly. Almost the instant this curtain of light surfaced, the AI manipulated the train stereo and the sound was turned up to the maximum to slam in the ears of Lee Timing, who was still lying on the window looking at the scenery. And without any hesitation, at the sound of the voice, Lee Timing pulled his legs and ran towards the train room. Because of running too fast also fell a fall, but at this time also cannot care about this. Immediately hand and foot toward the train head wildly run, quickly rushed into the train room Lee Timing, looking out the window on the light screen of the 2-maze plane map, the brain running at a fast pace. At this time only the last 20 seconds left. Due to too much urgency, lips are slightly trembling, fingers in the air constantly twitching gesticulation. Soon, the countdown is over. Have you memorized it? Chen Mang inclined his head to look at Lee Timing. Both Maze Plane's maps memorized. Which one are we? The one on the right. You command next. Chen Mang suddenly remembered what. Pick up the train radio intercom, found that it can still be used normally. Inclined his head to look at the side of the train room full of eyes or anxious 2 eggs frowned. You can pass it. Cannot pass, I help you? Thanks. Erdnase's agitated and urgent voice soon came over the intercom. I've got a ing shadow on the maze now. Chen Mang didn't linger any longer, but maneuvered the train into the black hole to the right of the skyscraper in front of him. The interior is pitch black. After the headlights were turned on, in front of them was a tunnel made of black steel, which was extremely large, with a height of 10 meters, and the switchbacks were made extremely large, so that even without the gimbals it was possible to make a smooth turn. Turn left. Lee Timing looked toward the 3-way intersection in front of him, urgently said, and then looked down at the train speed on the train platform screen. Picked up the train radio intercom tone extremely fast, said, you will keep the train speed at 50 kilometers per hour. Cannot be fast, cannot be slow. In 3 seconds, you'll meet the first fork in the road and turn right. Listen to me afterward. Only then did he look ahead of the tunnel again. Master Mang, we're going to turn right at the next fork in the road. 3 minutes later. Woo! With the sound of a whistle, the stellar train smoothly exited the labyrinth and came to a halt in a plaza once more, while several lines appeared on the console screen once more. Second level. Successfully passed. Reward for this level, a random white-grade accessory blueprint. Being randomized. Randomize to Iris chip and start the third level in 10 minutes. P.S. All accessory blueprints obtained in this encounter map are only available in one way in the Tower of Heaven encounter map. Could be. Chen Mang inclined his head to look at Lee Timing, who began to tremble slightly due to his highly concentrated body, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I can understand that you can memorize the planar map, but you know nothing about what's going on in Erden's ear. So how did you manage to command him correctly? It was only then that Erdnase Cthulhu train slowly pulled out and stopped beside him. Relaxed, Lee Timing whispered with some embarrassment. Although the maps of both mazes are different, the flat maps are labeled with the scale. As long as that conductor keeps the speed at 50 km per hour and maintains the same speed as the stellar, I'll be able to extrapolate through the stellar where that train would have traveled to in that piece of the map. I'm not sure of the exact rules though, so I'll let that train arrive at the end of the line a little later. I'm not sure if there's any benefit to it, but there shouldn't be any harm. Awesome. Chen Mang patted Lee Timing's shoulder before signaling that he could go back. When it's over, there will be a reward. Only then did he look over at AI. Couldn't you do it with your arithmetic power to record a planar map of this labyrinth and then quickly extrapolate it? Can. AI's mechanical voice resounded in the train room. But I need you to input the data of this labyrinth planar map into the train auxiliary AI, so that I can process it quickly. This robot's information receiving equipment is too poor. It can't do the job of absorbing the information quickly, but there are a lot of damaged machine parts here, so maybe we can find some later to modify this robot. That will be done then. I have fast processing speeds, but slow downloads, and that's when the train radio resounded with Erden's excited and grateful voice. Brothers, thanks, really thanks. I now have a real shadow on the maze. If not for your help, I really can't get through this. Chen Mang, who was sitting in front of the operation console, inclined his head to look at Erden on the Tsunlong train and waved his hand with a smile. It's okay. I wouldn't have gotten here if you hadn't provided the coordinates. There's a couple more levels behind us, so go on. Soon the waiting time passes again and the third level follows. A curtain of light once again appeared on the square. Level 3, B difficulty, desperate maze. Solve the mystery and find a way out. 3 minutes. Immediately after the moment this curtain of light surfaced, the sound of a large number of gears turning came violently, and the two squares of the stellar train suddenly began to rotate slowly. With each rotation, the square is 1 point larger, and it gradually split into two squares, dividing the stellar train from the Cthulhu train. Numerous vents similar to stellar engines then reached out from the ground at the edges of the two circular plazas, and a large amount of cold air quickly spewed out, forming a presence like a sharp sword that shot straight up into the sky. Chapter 126, don't make it sound like we're like little Yakuza. Inside the Stellar's train room, Chen Mang's brow furrowed as he looked towards the circle of vents at the edge of the square's perimeter. There were hundreds of them, and those rushing cold gases gathered together to form a cylinder with a tightly sealed surface that was hundreds of meters high, and hundreds of meters up in the air. There is a much smaller square, and that square is the finish line. At this point, the countdown has begun. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. 3-minute limit. The edge of the plaza below the stellar train had already begun to collapse, and when the countdown ended, the stellar train would fall into a bottomless abyss, and no one would know where it would fall to, and all that could be heard was the squeaking of countless gears from below the plaza. It shouldn't be too good after the fall. Lee Timing, who had just returned to his seat, was immediately summoned out again, with a tense face, quickly inspecting the plaza. The only clues were those patterns on the floor of the plaza, and within 3 minutes, through solving the puzzle to find a way to travel to the plaza that was hundreds of meters above his head, which was the content of this level. 10 seconds later, Lee Timing's face began to rapidly turn white, extremely ugly and hands trembling as he quickly surveyed the square whose edges had already collapsed quite a bit, hoping to find the answer to the riddle. But obviously this state of affairs looked like it shouldn't be very hopeful. It's only B difficulty. Is it that hard? Sitting on the console, Chen Mang was not in a hurry. Just calmly looked toward the entire square shrouded in the cylinder composed of rushing cold gas. This thing is not even a solid entity. The spider foot is not even a place to land. What about you? No way. AI shook her head quickly. I basically have nothing to study and no simulation space at all. Trainmaster, you need to find me something that allows me to study. Just then, Erden's urgent and excited voice came over the train radio. Bro, it's okay, I've already reached the top. Wait for me. I'll fly over your head and I have special steel cables to hoist your train up. Chen Mang looked up at the sound, only to see that the Tsunlong had already managed to fly over that square overhead, and at this time, the energy shield was enveloping the entire train as it prepared to rush through that cylinder composed of cold gas. This cylinder is capped, and that end plaza suspended high in the air is at a point inside the cylinder near the top. The only way to get out of this cylinder made of cold air was to rush out from that cold air. No, He had only just spat out a word when he saw that the Tsunlong had already begun to accelerate, violently rushing towards that cold air, followed by countless frosts instantly enveloping the entire body of the train almost instantly, and the train was instantly frozen. It lost control high in the air and fell heavily back down to the square. I have an idea. At this time Chen Mang after 4 words only slowly spit out. Not, he said. Slow. Is really the speed of this guy a little too fast? Not at all hesitant. He was a little bewildered to look at that from the air heavy fall on the ground Tsunlong train. If the other side did not upgrade the built-in space stabilizer, then it's estimated that a carload of people are dead. He copied the intercom of the train radio. Dead? Not yet. Just, good. So cold. The shaky voice of Erdnase and the sound of his teeth constantly clashing from the cold came over the train radio, and he felt the chill through the train radio. Tip me. I've retreated to the gallery. And, 1 minute for you to figure it out. Fall down. You could die. Immediately after, Chen Meng saw countless mechanical arms from all around the square, pinning up that Son-Long train that had been frozen into ice and bringing it to the side, and there were countless flaming lances sticking out to start thawing it. He looked around at the cage made of cold air, which was even more powerful than he thought it would be. Lee's timing still hadn't given an answer by now, so it looked like it would have to be that way. He sighed softly. It was the fact that it would cost 50,000 units of iron ore. It was a bit heartbreaking. After consuming 50,000 units of iron ore to quickly create a level 3 energy stone and place it in the generator. Only then did the stellar train cut back to its spider feet, accompanied by a slight bend in the mechanical spider feet. The train's subsequent sections popped violently into the air and stood straight up on the ground. The accompanying interruptions to a few carriages were also reproduced a couple of times. Then the 14-car stellar train stood directly in the center of the square. Doesn't look like a train. It's like a rocket ready to be launched at any moment. That guy. At this moment, the Cthulhu train, which had already stopped at the 3rd level, was being clamped by a mechanical arm to the side of the square to start thawing out with a flamethrower. While he was originally still looking at the stellar train on the console screen with an anxious look on his face, he's been eliminated to the audience, and next he'll have to watch the progress of the other contestants, aka the stellar train, as they make their way through. It's not a joke that this level will kill you in case you fall to the bottom of the square. A bunch of crazy spinning gears underneath that plaza. How could a fall have a good outcome? He had a rabbit cloud to fly on, and the Stellaris train couldn't fly, so unless he could crack the riddle at the last minute, he was bound to die. And just then, he saw that the stellar train accompanied by a weird operation. The whole train unexpectedly leapt into mid-air, and when it fell again, it was already standing straight in the center of the square. But that's not all. The 4 nitrogen tail jets on the left and right side of each car of that stellar train had begun to emit blue flames. That guy. Erden couldn't help but laugh helplessly and bitterly. That guy wouldn't be using his train as a rocket ready to take off in place, would he? That's a nitrogen tailjet, and even if you go up to level 10, there's definitely not enough thrust to make the train fly. Hurry up and do something. You can't really die. You're an S-rank potential. There must be a way. Think of something. He stared anxiously straight at the stellar train that stood in the plaza. At this time dozens of nitrogen tail jets around the train had begun to frantically spray blue flames, but the train didn't even show the slightest sign of leaving the ground. He also had this accessory, and he couldn't have known better how much speed this accessory could provide. Even if you go up to level 10, you can only add 120 kilometers per hour to the train. How can this speed be used as a rocket to take off in place? Just as his teeth were freezing to the point of constant chattering, he sort of pressed on to pick up the train radio's intercom and prepare to say something. He saw a scene that he will never forget. Just see. The dozens of nitrogen tail jets on both sides of the carriages of the stellar train suddenly began to grow larger, and connected with the nitrogen tail jets of the front and rear carriages, and in just a blink of an eye, the dozens of nitrogen tail jets merged into one, forms 2 huge nitrogen tail jets set on either side of the train. Throughout the train, from the 1st to the 14th car, witnessing this scene with his own eyes, a flash of disbelief flashed through Erden's mind, and the whole man froze in place, his voice trembling as he copied the train radio's intercom and hissed, "Are you serious? That's alright? You didn't say you can fly, huh?" Soon, Chen Meng's familiar soft laughter came from the train radio, "And I never said I couldn't fly." The next moment, at this time, the square had already collapsed to only a small piece in the center, and the 2 huge nitrogen tail sprays on both sides of the stellar train began to tremble violently, followed by 2 huge blue flames spewing out of the nitrogen tail sprays straight to the ground. Boom! Under a huge thrust, the stellar train that stood on the ground was like a rocket, slowly taking off into the air and slowly accelerating. Almost in the blink of an eye, it came to the top of the hundreds of meters high chilly cage, followed by the instantaneous extinguishing of the nitrogen tail jet. The stellar train landed firmly out of the air again on that terminal plaza high above. Successful landing. Smooth clearance. Level 3, successfully passed. Reward for this level, a random green-grade accessory blueprint. Being randomized, detected that the previous level's reward was the iris chip blueprint. Obtaining the matching blueprint, mechanical eye. The 4th level will begin in 10 minutes. P.S. All accessory blueprints obtained in this encounter map are only available in one way in the Tower of Heaven encounter map. Phew! Chen Meng inside the Stellar's train room leaned back in his chair and let out a light breath, looking at the data on the console panel and smiling. It was okay. consuming a little less than he expected. That level 3 energy stone, only 17% consumed. This consumption is definitely higher than the consumption of Rabbit Cloud. But it's normal. After all, it's normal for Rabbit Cloud's kind to fly up, and his kind to fly up. That's assembled and put together. First, the stellar train was made to stand in the square using the level 20 supermodel effect of Spider Feet. It also utilizes the level 10 supermodel effect of the nitrous tail spray to make all the nitrous tail sprays merge into one to form two huge nitrous tail sprays. This results in a rocket-like, takeoff in place effect. The downside, besides the high energy consumption, is, there's no way to control the direction. He can't fly wherever he wants. He can only fly straight. But, if we're talking about shocking effects, that Rabbit Cloud is not even close. Grandma's, Erden in the Tsanlong, for a long time could not come back to his senses. His mouth was slow to close, and only after a long time did he helplessly shake his head with a bitter smile. Before coming, he was actually ready to take a hard breath. After all, he was screwed so badly in the labyrinth at that time. How could he not take this breath? From the very first meeting he was like comparing the stellar to him. But, no matter what it's compared to, the train environment couldn't compare. The women couldn't compare. And even his proudest means of flying couldn't compare. As for the attack and defense ones, he didn't even think about it. There were over 60 supermodel effects. How could these be bad? In other words, he, a level 5 veteran train, has no place to compare to Chen Mang from beginning to end, being comprehensively crushed. Is this S-class potential? Wasn't that a little too scary? And he remembered that even if it was an S-rank potential, there weren't any other preferential treats besides a red pint of heavy fire accessories and a train stunt, right? If that was the case, then it wouldn't be the S-class potential terror, but rather Chen Mang's terror. Strike that. 2. He took a deep breath, copied the train radio's intercom to stifle a sneeze, and chilled to the point of shivering as he shuddered. The next level. It's much more difficult. It's A-rated difficulty. I would have had a hard time getting through even if I hadn't been in the audience. The rewards for the later levels are definitely better. That's the main event. So go for it and try to pass them all. I'll send you some more beer. Just don't forget me later. Let me mix soup with you. We were just flying. Inside compartment 5. Yanyel looked at Ji Choo on the side with eyes full of shock. Isn't the stellar a train? How can it fly? Can all trains in this world fly now? Of course not. Ji Choo shook her head. After the outbreak of Armageddon, the train became the only mobile shelter used by all the survivors to escape the monsters. How can everyone's train be able to fly? It's just that Master Mang is powerful. You haven't been on any other trains, and you'll merely have the feeling of a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the moon when you see Master Mang. But when you see Master Mang again after a year of crawling through the doom, you'll know what it means to see the sky with a mayfly. Do you think so many people are grateful to the stellar simply because of the treatment in the train? The biggest reason is Dash. Having seen the power of the stellar train, they believe that they can see a brighter future by following the stellar train until they can build an absolutely safe mobile shelter in this desperate post-apocalyptic world. You're really lucky to be on the stellar train after hiding in a safe house for a year after the end came. You don't even really realize how lucky you are. That's one thing I envy you the most. It's unbelievable. Inside the No. 7 guard carriage, Diaozi looked out of the window with a complex expression. The shocking scene just now still lingers in his mind for a long time and cannot be dispersed. In that instant, he even had the feeling of sitting on a rocket now. He hadn't even thought about riding a rocket for once in his life. Is unbelievable. The old pig smiled and looked out the window, his eyes full of emotion and pride. He was the first to follow the Mang Master, but also from the beginning to witness the stellar train all the way to the development. Really good. He also waved a lot of sweat in this train. If the day ever came to choose between the train and him to sacrifice, he'll choose himself. He had already taken the stellar as his home, and he didn't dare to imagine what his life would be like afterward if he didn't have the stellar train, and perhaps he would be muddling through the desperate end of the world as before, lingering on. He didn't want to live that life anymore. Pity. The old pig suddenly shook his head a little in regret. It's a pity that the residence compartments don't have windows. They can't see what's going on outside. There are too many people, Diaozi said helplessly. Even if there are windows, only a small number of people can see it, and there's a risk of a stampede if everyone wants to see it. Aha! The old pig nodded and smiled. When the time comes, see if you can get some screens to put in the residence carriages. When the stellar train starts to be powerful, let everyone take a look at it as well, so that everyone can more intuitively feel the power of the stellar train. Well, don't make it sound like we're with the little Yakuza. Any crooked guy can brag about flying in front of us. Obviously the old pig was very resentful, and rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner. At noon today, that guy was bragging about how he could fly several times in front of Master Mang, and I'm getting pissed off just listening to him. Who wouldn't? It's still Master Mang. Chapter 127, The Stellar. Run. The stellar train sat quietly in a plaza suspended high in the air, and it was waiting time, with 7 minutes to go before the start of the 4th level. The first 3 levels are all lower in difficulty. The rewards are also lower. From the 4th level onwards, the difficulty had come to A rank, and that reward would naturally be relatively higher. Sitting in the train room, Chen Mang swept around. He didn't see how this square was suspended in the air, didn't see any jets, didn't feel the presence of strong magnets or anything like that, and even less steel cables or anything. After withdrawing his eyes, only then did he look at the 2 kinds of accessory blueprints on the console panel, both obtained in the first 2 levels. The grade was not too high, one white grade, the other outside a green grade, but the point of rarity was that these 2 kinds of blueprints could only have the opportunity to be produced in the Tongtian Tower encounter. It's randomized to the point that you're not destined to get both drawings just by clearing the 2nd and 3rd levels. But this is not the time to check the harvest. He sat in his seat and lit a cigarette looking out the window. The surrounding skyscrapers built of mechanical parts looked cold, followed by a 4th and 5th level. The difficulty levels are A and S. If these 2 levels could be cleared successfully, then this Tower of Heaven adventure map could be considered to have been cleared successfully, at least for now. He felt that this adventure map was not too difficult. Soon, a curtain of light once again appeared in front of the train. Level 4, Grade A difficulty, danger of extinction, escape from Robot City. The moment the curtain of light surfaced, Chen Mang only felt that the searchlights on all the high-rise buildings in this city of machinery seemed to be shining at him, followed by the scenery around him starting to change, and there were many more murmurs in his ears. There is an intermittent electronic tone. There were gunshots. There were monsters hissing. The solitary enemy radar, which had been quiet, suddenly began to make violent noises, and a dense and almost uncountable number of red dots spread across the screen. Calling stellar train, fall back, order you to fall back. On the train's radio, a mechanical voice came in that was emotionless and cold. Face slightly changed. Chen Mang violently looked out the window. Originally he was still in the high altitude of the square, but I do not know when the train has appeared in a square in the city, and on both sides of the train, there are hundreds of humanoid anthropomorphic ecological robots, holding a gun. Eye sockets flashing red light rushed towards the outside of the city. One could clearly see the exposed wires and energy stones on these robots, and the firearms held in those hands were completely different from the ones produced in his train, with a long, thin body, and something like batteries vaguely visible on the butt of the gun. Zip, 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 accompanied by a large amount of cacophony, only to see thousands of foot-tall, 2-meter-tall mantis-like monsters rushing from the end of the street. The robots that greeted them were the first to kneel down on one knee in unison, aiming their guns at the monsters and pulling the triggers. A large number of scarlet lasers were shot out, but all the monsters that were shot had blue smoke coming out of their bodies and collapsed at the feet of the other monsters. However, there were more monsters that hadn't been shot that rushed in front of the robots, grimly opening their bloody mouths and roaring in rage, raising the sharp blades on their limbs to slash at the robots. Sparks and lightning rose up, and the bodies of the robots that had been hit twisted irregularly for a few moments before collapsing to the ground, smoking black smoke rising from their bodies. This street behind the square is just a snapshot. The whole city of machinery suddenly came to life. Everywhere is the sound of monsters hissing. Look up to the sky and a large number of monsters flying in the air waving their wings like black clouds pressed into the general cage of the city of machinery, installed in all the skyscrapers on the anti-aircraft guns almost at the same time to open fire. Shoo! For a time, the tracer bullet trails were everywhere over the entire mechanical city, like a grand and overwhelming meteor shower. Extremely splendid. Countless monsters that flew in the air and were hit screamed miserably as they fell to the ground. But there were more monsters that broke through the fire defenses. A trace of unbelievable shock flashed in Chen Mang's eyes, and he even saw 4 or 5 trains take off from the city and meet them, and the fire accessories carried on the trains were firing wildly, and on the Sojourner radar, still more trains were coming out of the skyscrapers, or from the ground, or from the lifts below the square, speeding along the streets to meet the enemy outside the city. Is this a hallucination? Or is it something like a combat training virtual space? At this moment, the city of machinery was not the same as the city of machinery he had just entered the map and saw. There were ear-piercing alarms everywhere, not a single human in sight, and the ground was full of running robots and monsters that seemed to be endless in general. The frantic firing of countless fire weapons and the hissing of the monsters were intermingled together like a tsunami of roars, causing one's brain to go blank for an instant. The current mechanical city didn't look so abandoned. It was much better intact than the mechanical city he had seen when he first entered the map, and it no longer had that desolate feel to it. It was bustling. Just then, boom! Only to see a high-rise building next to the street, in which the walls from the 7th floor to the 1st floor were quickly retracted towards the sides. A full 10-meter-tall mecha carrying all kinds of large firepower accessories all over its body, holding a lightsaber, with all kinds of Q lights constantly flashing on its body. Just as he stepped out from the high-rise building, two dark blue flames of light emerged from the back of the mech, and it instantly lifted up into the air, heading straight for the monster in the air that was dozens of meters in size. It's that mech. Chen Mang looked towards the mech that was flying towards the sky. He recognized this mech, although its appearance had become not quite the same. It was the same mech that chased after him in the first level. The name is Stellar Mecha. He remembered it well. He was wondering how the name of this mech was exactly like his train. Was he thinking of a name so popular? Merely, back then, when he was chased, it was obviously a crippled version. The mech simply didn't have such heavy firepower weapons as it carries now, only a heavy sword, and that heavy sword didn't glow like it does now. Just then, roar! A deafening hissing sound violently resounded in the ears, only to see a huge worm full of sticky liquid and extremely disgusting, violently drilling out of the ground from the end of the street. Those hundreds of sharp fangs would almost instantly devour all the robots and mantises on the street, and leapt towards the stellar train at an extremely fast speed. The street cracked fast. Chen Mang instantly pushed the joystick almost to the bottom, switched to the wind and fire wheels, and activated the level 5 supermodel effect of the wind and fire wheels, and the supermodel effect of the nitrogen tail spray. The 5th level overmodel effect of the wind and fire wheel is a potential state that can be stimulated to double the train's cap speed, which will rapidly consume energy stones as well as cause some damage to the wind and fire wheel. The nitrogen tail jets on both sides of the car quickly merge together again to form two massive tail jets that provide powerful thrust to the train. It's all he's got going for him regarding speed. The console screen showed that the speed of his train was already 980 km per hour at this point, and the train rushed out of the square in almost the blink of an eye, shooting towards the road at the very front, so fast that he could no longer see the scenery on both sides at all. Train Assist AI has begun to take over full driving authority. The enemy radar shows that this monster is actually an unknown class, and it's completely out of the reach of the stellar train right now. He also finally knew why the roads in the city of machinery were all built so straight and the roads so wide. It should be for the trains to pass quickly. Yet even though his train was already going so fast, the energy stones were being lowered like crazy, and tons of mechanical nanospiders were pouring out to quickly repair the wind turbines. It only took 3 seconds of work for the giant worm that had burrowed out of the ground to rush to the rear of the Stellar's train. No eyes, just a mouth. A mouth that took up the entirety of the worm's head. All that could be seen were the countless fangs and a throat cavity full of wrinkles resembling a birth canal. The worm was extremely thick and had no problem swallowing 3 trains in one bite. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Mang's face changed slightly. Was this really the difficulty that level A should have? The stellar train was currently unable to resist unknown level monsters at all. It was all unknown level. Hell, he knew how many levels it was. The level 6 armor that he was so proud of was not worth mentioning in front of that monster at all. At this point in time, it is definitely impossible to hide, so we can only take a gamble. Just as he had the stellar train braking quickly to be swallowed by the worm behind him, and then used the train-stunned death spin in its belly to gamble on whether or not he could break this game. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, only to see that the mecha that flew in the air just now had already landed heavily on the ground at this time. That mechanical heavy foot stomped that huge worm underneath the sole of its foot in death and made it unable to escape, only to then turn its head to look at the stellar train that had already braked to a halt, with its eyes constantly flashing red. An emotionless, mechanical voice rang out over the transmitter mounted in his throat. Stellar Run, live. The next moment, 3 much larger worms rushed out from the ground, opening their bloody mouths to tangle with the mech. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't dare to make any stops at all. He just pushed the joystick once again to rush towards the depths of the city of machines. There was a red line on the screen. That red line guided his route. This was the mission guide for this level. On the way out, he saw those worms spraying out countless black sticky liquids on the body of the mech, and the armor on the surface of the mech was being corroded rapidly, and the corrosion traces were exactly the same as the corroded traces on the mech in the first level. A mere 30 seconds had passed, and the red line on the screen he had opened less than 1/20th of it. Once again, several huge worms drilled out of the ground and blocked his way. Just as he was about to use his spider feet to jump over, an army of robots like an army suddenly emerged from both sides of the building. The lines of each robot's body were exposed, and all of them threw a piece of armor on the left side and a piece of armor on the right side, obviously experiencing a fierce battle. Hundreds of robots with various weapons rushed up as if they were going to die, but they were insignificant in the face of the giant worms, and were easily swallowed up. Immediately after, boom, 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 several rather faint explosions rang out in the bellies of the worms, which hissed in pain and rolled in place. Giving up on attacking him, Chen Mang inclined his head to look at the 2 skyscrapers that were open on both sides of the street. There are countless assembly lines in there. The assembly line was lined with countless broken robots. Several robots were maneuvering on both sides of the assembly line, manipulating robotic arms clamped in their hands like welding rods were being rapidly disassembled, and composed again. His brow furrowed slightly as he immediately pushed the lever once more. The spider feet on both sides of the train bending slightly, then straightening violently, leaping violently into the air, jumping over the few worms that were rolling continuously on the ground and continuing to die along the straight street in front of him towards the front. On the way out, he saw one of the robots that was about to be devoured and looked back, his eyes flashing red and his voice, hoarse and harsh as a terminal oral cancer patient's, rang out, "The Stellar lives." In the next moment, brilliant fire instantly exploded from this robot's abdomen and instantly enveloped its entire body. Countless parts were scattered in the air and fell lightly to the ground. It was as if he was passing through, enjoying a passing animation. None of the dangers he encountered were beyond him, that unknown level of monsters. Once they approached the stellar train, there was only one thing waiting for the stellar train, and that was extinction. All the dangers he encountered, someone would come out and block them for him, just so he could escape alive. Finally, Chen Meng maneuvered the stellar train, came to the end of the end. This is the highest place of the city of machinery. Just at this time here is also everywhere is the sound of guns roar. The fire has been burned to this piece, and turned to look behind him at the city of machinery. Countless black smoke rolled up. Flames burned from all corners of the city. At a glance, a black pressure piece of monsters almost covered the entire city of machinery. Countless skyscrapers have collapsed, and that originally deafening roar of guns and cannons have unconsciously been much weaker. At the finish line, it is a huge elevator, like a sightseeing ladder, surrounded by glass. Only the bottom and the top are steel plates. The steel frame around the elevator goes straight up into the sky and can't be seen at all, as if it leads directly to the universe in general. At that moment this huge elevator was opening its doors and waiting for him to enter, and on either side of the elevator doors, there were also hundreds of robots standing with missing arms and legs. The wires in their bodies had even drooped to the ground holding weapons, which looked towards his stellar train. All the robots he had seen along the way were all black in color, while in the crowd there was one robot that was extraordinarily distinctive with a scarlet body. This robot stepped forward, the eyes flashed red, looking towards the stellar train and bowing slightly. A mechanical eye rolled to the ground from bending over. His body stopped in midair for 3 seconds before he straightened up, looking towards the stellar train, raising his right hand high as a horse. Harsh mechanical sound came out of the speakers in his throat. Live. Stellar. Must let them know. This hatred will never die, even if it's billions of years. Chapter 128. The area ahead is a forbidden area. The Tower of Heaven. The next moment. Roar. Countless monsters had already surged out from the mechanical city below in a hissing sound, and the roar of the guns over the mechanical city had faded away at some point, with only 2 sparse and scattered gunshots ringing out. These hundreds of robots standing here seemed as if they were already the last soldiers in this mechanical city. Charge! Cold and emotionless mechanical voice came out from the robot's mouth, obviously going to the death like charging, but couldn't hear any blood, also couldn't hear any fear, just like mechanized execution of a certain order in general. Immediately after, hundreds of physically broken robots, weapons in hand, made a final charge toward the monster, which outnumbered them thousands of times over. Chen Meng was also silent at that moment as he maneuvered the train into the huge elevator in front of him with glass surrounding both sides. The moment the elevator doors closed, he saw countless parts flying in the air and could no longer see the batch of robots. The next moment, the elevator began to rise rapidly, gradually increasing in speed, and the mechanical city below with rolling black smoke began to shrink rapidly, and countless hissing monsters were climbing rapidly along the steel frame below the elevator. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions rang out, and the steel frame below the elevator began to rapidly explode, blocking the way of all the monsters climbing up the pole. The elevator began to speed up ever faster. This elevator was large enough to hold a train with 30 cars or less. This elevator is again small enough to accommodate only one train. The mechanical city below had been completely overrun by monsters, and only one of his trains had escaped. The stellar train was the only survivor, and the only train that carried the hopes of everyone in this mechanical city. This elevator. It is the only escape route for this mechanical city when it is in danger of extinction. Along with the speed getting faster and faster, the elevator passed through the clouds, and had completely lost sight of the city of machinery, and the scene outside the elevator was rapidly blurring, even flashing through the zippy black spots of light, as if traveling through a wormhole in space and time. Stab! A piercing voice snapped in his ears. There was instant silence around them. The stellar train reappeared in the same square that had been suspended high in the air just now, as if it hadn't moved at all from beginning to end, while in front of the train a curtain of light surfaced once again. Level 4, successfully passed. Reward for this level, a randomized yellow-grade accessory blueprint is being randomized. Randomized to yellow-grade vehicle accessory blueprint super tail spray. Level 5 will begin in 30 minutes. PS, all accessory blueprints obtained in this encounter map are only available in one way in the Tower of Heaven encounter map. Phew. Sitting in front of the control room, Chen Mang gave a long sigh of relief, only to feel a little sticky at his back, and after lowering the window, with a complicated face, he lit a cigarette and looked at the data displayed on the screen on the control console. Energy stone consumption, unchanged. Copper consumption, unchanged. That is to say, what just happened to him in level 4 didn't really happen. None of his exertion in level 3 actually manifested itself on the train panel. Just, the afterburner seemed a bit strong. It felt like I was watching a 3A game's transitions. Stellar. He mumbled the 3 words in a trance. He naturally knew that the 3 words were only changed based on his train name, and that what he experienced in the 4th level should be a similar technology like the combat training virtual space, which could put one in a nearly real world. But, this scene is supposed to be real. A long time ago, maybe even longer. At that time, this city of machinery was welcomed by such a disaster. In the end, only one train escaped through the train elevator. What the exact name of that train was he didn't know. Maybe it was No. 1 or 2, or maybe it was No. 3 or 4. He only knows one thing. The elevator had been left open, and any train could have gotten in and escaped, but everyone had defaulted to sacrificing themselves to escort his train, which meant that the train that had escaped on the 4th level must have been special in some way, must have been pinned on a lot of people. It might not be accurate to say people. He didn't see a single person, only robots, but it was as if all of those robots had intelligence. Chen Mang was silent, looking down at the fingertips of the slowly burning cigarette, gray and thick ashes a little more, as slowly devouring all the hope of the end of the general. I am. Do you want to say something? Standing in the corner, AI was silent for a long time before making a mechanical sound. I feel a little sad and a little proud. Proud? Well, all men go to their deaths for the hope that is in their hearts, and if the stellar train ever comes to a situation that requires me to go to my death, I will be proud to go to my death, and it will be my honor. You're that attached to the stellar train? No, to you, conductor. Ugh. Chen Mang sighed lightly, flicked the cigarette ash out of the car, avoiding the sight of AI looking at him. Don't say such meaty words. Your main body is a train auxiliary AI. The accessories are embedded in the console. It's not your turn to go to your death. And when your main body is all damaged, it's almost time for me to die with you. But it looks, this Armageddon seems to have been born not just for a year, but has been going on for a long time. He didn't speak again, just lapsed into silence once more. He's human. Humans made of flesh and blood. By rights he shouldn't empathize with robots made of wires and energy. But, that scene just now still made his chest a little stuffy. The mechanical city, which had been completely reduced to an uninhabited place, reappeared again on the green area of this planet, the Sand River Plain, after an unknown number of years. Probably, the trains, the carrier parts, these tactics really do resemble the tactics of that mechanical civilization just now. Perhaps the train that escaped in the first place really did survive and dispersed this tactic to defend other planets experiencing attacks from those monsters? He thought again of the line of information he had seen in the Abyss of Doom. Who actually wrote that line of information? Unconsciously he thought a lot, and only when the tingling sensation came from his fingertips was Chen Mang awakened, throwing the cigarette that had been burned out at his fingertips out of the window, and looking up at that countdown on the light screen in front of him. The countdown for the first few levels is 10 minutes. Only the 4th level has a 30-minute countdown. Perhaps even the chance map Tonto felt that this 4th level was a bit of an afterthought and had to take a little more time for people to slow down. He couldn't figure it out. There were a lot of things he couldn't figure out, but that was because he was standing too low, and when in a low position one shouldn't think too far ahead. That would make one mindless to pay attention to the gravel under his feet. When he upgraded the train to level 10 or even 20 in the future, and one day traveled to the highest region of this planet to face the planet's most terrifying monsters head-on, perhaps a lot of things would become clear at a glance. Whatever the world has become, only one thing remains constant. Make yourself strong enough, make the train strong enough, make the cards strong enough, make the underpinnings strong enough, in order to better survive the apocalypse. It's not just the end of this one planet, perhaps even the end of the entire universe. Just then, brothers, Erden's urgent and anxious voice came from the train radio. How's it going on your side? What's the situation? Still alive? Dead? Still alive? Just got through. Erdnay's voice already sounded like his teeth weren't chattering, and he looked down at the train below the plaza, which had, unsurprisingly, managed to finish thawing out. Phew. Erden on the other end of the train's radio let out a long sigh of relief before saying with some trepidation, "Scared me. An hour ago all the searchlights on the rooftops of all the high-rise buildings in the city of mechanics suddenly all shot towards that square of yours. It looks shocking. Then there was no movement. I didn't dare to disturb you at first. I didn't know what the content of the fourth level was, but it's been more than 40 minutes and you still didn't move much, so I couldn't help but call you a few times. There was no response, and I thought that something had happened. It's good that you're okay. By the way, what's the fourth level about? And why do I see your train in place? Chen Mang was silent for a while before he said softly, I watched an animation. It's quite nice, similar to the animation of the combat training virtual space. I'll ask you something, what was the name of the mecha that was chasing you behind you in the first level? Was it called the Cthulhu? No, it's the Stellar. I was wondering at the time. It's the exact same name as your train. Hey, it's quite a coincidence. Chen Mang did not speak again, just looked up to that there are 5 minutes of countdown. Calm face again lit a cigarette patiently waiting for the fifth level. That is, the last level of the descent. The fourth level is not that difficult. It's A-rated difficulty, but it's basically literally just watching an animation. And for that little bit of difficulty he relies on being able to spider jump and nitrous tailspray supermodel effects to get through it. It seems that the first 3 levels are more like screening, speed in the first level, memory in the second, and means of flight in the third. Only if you fulfill these 3 points can you get through the fourth level to see that animation. Before the robot body, the train AI observes the outside world through the enemy detection radar and resource detection radar, which is an observation angle that is not the human eye, and is similar to the god's point of view on the plane of part of the information. It was only after having that body of the robot that he was truly able to see the world from a human perspective. But because that robot's image receiving equipment was too low maintenance, it wasn't able to absorb information quickly. However, there will be no more similar conflicts with the blueprints for the bonus mechanical eye accessory for the third level, which is specifically designed to be used with the AI. Wait, Chen Meng's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. The speed of the first level, and the means of flight of the second level were the means to determine whether or not one could pass the fourth level. Then what role did the memory of the second level play in the fourth level? Could it be that there are some hidden points of information in that story that need to be kept in mind? He looked at it very carefully, but he was, after all, a normal human being, and could not clearly memorize every anomaly. But it just so happens that there is an abnormal person inside the train. The AI connects with Lee's timing through cluster thinking and quickly comes up with an answer. Lee Timer said he memorized about 70% of the images he saw. Let him consolidate at all times and don't forget. Good. And at that moment, the countdown for that fifth level was about to end, which would be the final level and the highest level S-rank difficulty. Chen Mang took a deep breath, his face grim as he looked towards the countdown on the light screen that was about to end, placing the thoughts in his mind aside for the time being, and preparing himself wholeheartedly for this level, which also had the most generous rewards. With the countdown ending, a new curtain of light emerged. Level 5. S difficulty, dying words. Please say the words of farewell that everyone uttered to you before they died in level 4, and the train assist AI will be briefly blocked for a limited period of time. 1 minute. The stellar run. To live. Must let them know. This hatred will never die, even for billions of years. Run. When Chen Mang saw this light curtain, he barely hesitated, and quickly said all the words that those people within the fourth level had said to him before they died, word for word, without using Lee timing at all. Maybe he was too involved, or maybe there was too much vicarious involvement. He clearly remembered every word those people had said before they died. When he finished a few seconds later, it was only then that the curtain of light began to shift slowly. Level 5. Successfully passed. Reward for this level, special prop mechanical heart, and the encounter map Tong Tian Tower will be closed in 10 minutes. The most difficult S rank. It was passed so easily. This square, which had been suspended high in the air, slowly landed, and the vents that had been constantly spewing cold air around the circle of the square retracted once again, accompanied by a slow rotation of the square, turning the train's head just enough to align it with a street. Driving out of this street will bring you to the entrance of the elevator from which you came. You can leave this encounter map via an elevator. Boom boom. The distant skyscrapers began to collapse one by one after the curtain of light surfaced, collapsing in a circle from the inside to the outside. It was obvious that these 10 minutes were reserved for their evacuation, and after 10 minutes, this mechanical city would completely collapse and disappear from the earth. Chen Mang, who had landed on the ground again, looked at the Tsunlong train that was docked next to him and waved his hand, signaling that he would go down and talk about it. Soon, the two trains were traveling almost side by side through the streets of the city of machinery, while behind them countless skyscrapers made up of mechanical parts were continuously collapsing one after another. While driving up the elevator again and slowly dropping to the ground via the elevator, the mechanical city at the top of the Tower of Heaven had been completely reduced to ruins, and through the sky tower inside those originally was being constantly turning gears, also slowly stopped. At the same time, a such as regional intersection of the light curtain once again surfaced in their air. The area ahead is off limits. The Tower of Heaven. Stay longer than 10 seconds and you'll be hit hard. Chapter 129, Iris Chip Level 10 Supermodel Effect. The Tsunglong train, which had just landed on the ground, barely hesitated at the sight of this curtain of light, and immediately turned around and moved away from this area. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the 4 words of the forbidden area, and with that, he also left the area. Sandy River Plains. Chen Mang stepped off the train and looked at the Tower of Heaven from a distance of several hundred meters. A transparent tower with countless gears inside. Only the gears were no longer rotating and it had changed from an encounter map to a forbidden area. Prohibited areas. It was the first time he had seen those 4 words. Stay longer than 10 seconds and you'll be hit hard. Hard from whoever it is. And there may be some residual fire weapons in the mechanical city. But the mechanical city has completely collapsed into rubble. But he didn't have the head steel to try. Although the gears have all stopped turning, it is still spectacular and shocking when viewed from a distance. The tower to the sky is like the first time mankind built the Tower of Babylon, which is absurd but contains strong beliefs. The 5 levels of this adventure map, including that S-rank difficulty level, were all much easier than he had imagined. It's not like a level, more like legacy, a legacy from a mechanical civilization. Especially the special props mechanical heart. Chen Mang looked to his own cane. At this time the top of the cane inlaid with a baby fist-sized ruby, so that the cane itself and a few more silk noble. This ruby is the heart of the mechanical. When the 2 were put together, they automatically fused, as if they were originally one. Brother! At this time, Doc decided that Tsunglong, Erden also jumped down from the train room, and took a long breath before saying with some regret, this time the encounter map can be said to be the easiest one I've ever encountered. And then I don't know about the content of the next 2 levels, but the content of the 4 levels is just an animation to hear you say it, so it shouldn't be that hard either. Of course, the rewards are somewhat pathetic. When I passed 3 levels, I was given 10,000 units of iron ore in 2 drawings, one of which was still a white drawing. I'm sure that S-rank level reward you had at the end was pretty low too, brother? Aha! Chen Mang paused for a moment before softly saying, gave a blue-grade blueprint. It's not bad. Didn't count it as a wasted trip. I still have to thank you for this trip. It's okay. Erden beckoned, and a group of slaves jumped down from the carriage, carrying cases of beer to the front of the stellar train. I see that this wine is quite loved by those below you, so I'll give you another 2,000 cans. I don't have much good stuff here. That's all that's left. In fact, the harvest this time is not bad. It's just that after all, passing the S-rank difficulty only gives a blue-grade accessory blueprint. My last S-rank labyrinth. If I could pass it, but I could have 30 Murphy stones, and the reward could be much thicker than a blue-grade accessory blueprint. But it's okay. I'm a person who likes to explore hidden maps on weekdays. When I come across a suitable one next time, I'll contact you again. When it's time for us to try it together. If it weren't for you this time, I wouldn't even be able to get through the 3rd level. Thanks, haha. Chen Mang looked at the rather sincere Erden in front of him and smiled before signaling the old pig on the side. Rather make you laugh. I don't have anything good here. Give you a whole lot of slices of bread. Taking it for a long period of time is something that can slightly increase the quality of the body. It's better to have it than not to have it. You'll put it in the refrigerator when you get there and eat it alone for a year or 2, and you'll definitely be in better shape than you are now. Okay. Erden didn't push back, and accepted the kindness graciously before walking towards his train room grinning. Alright, I'll see you next time then bro. After saying goodbye to Erdnase, Chen Mang didn't depart the first time. It was still noon, and they had actually stayed in the Tong Tian Tower encounter map for about 2 hours. He didn't have much of a goal next. Still keep looking for mines and keep digging. However, before going to look for the mine, Chen Mang sat inside the train room and looked at the harvest of this time. The biggest harvest of which was naturally that special prop mechanical heart. Although the S-rank mission was extremely simple, the reward was not weak at all. Special props, mechanical heart. Special effect, manufacture some basic train accessories, such as chainsaw, lighter, display screen, etc. If you need energy-consuming accessories, you can connect them to the generator, and different accessories consume different amounts of energy. Manufactured accessories that cannot be upgraded and do not count towards the total train accessories. Sort of some basic amenities. The effect is useful. For example, if he goes to the city ruins to find the pre-apocalyptic monitor, even if he finds it, he can't use it. The lack of a mainframe is secondary. The main thing is that it can't be powered. The generator on the train can only power the train accessories after the apocalypse. None of them are in the same system dimension. However, anything made with the mechanical hearts can be connected to the generator. Those that need to be used separately can also be inlaid with energy stones. Although it can only manufacture some basic accessories, but just by virtue of the fact that it can be manufactured it will through imagination. This special prop is destined to be weak, enough to hold up an S-rank difficulty level reward. At least put the mechanical heart and 30 Murphy stones in front of him and he definitely picked the former. Murphy's stone didn't work for him at all. You can only take it and sell it, or trade it with other trains that have level 0 access to unlimited upgrades, and Murphy's stone won't be used at all. This special prop will improve the current ecology in the train to a greater extent. Pretty good. Chen Mang played with the cane in his hand. He was still quite satisfied with the rewards of this encounter map. Only, the difficulty of this encounter map was obviously very low, and this difficulty and reward were not even on the same level. It's totally in the legacy category. And while the second level was extremely hard on memory, in the 5th level, it wasn't like he had to use that strong of a memory, and he was able to memorize all those words just by virtue of his memory. He always felt this encounter map would reappear on a certain day, and at that time, the information of those images memorized in Li Timing's mind would truly work, and at that time, it would also be the time when the entire encounter map would be officially unveiled. Only then did he look at the blueprint of the white accessory he had acquired on the second level in his hand. Iris chip. While looking at the information on this accessory, Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. This accessory, basically, it could instantly upgrade the ecological environment in the stellar train from the primitive logging period to the future technology period. The stellar coupon can basically be completely detached from the entity. An iris chip is placed over the surface of a train member's eye. As long as the train member's mind is moving, the iris chip will then project a panel on the cornea of the train member's eye, which will be set by the conductor with some basic information, such as name, number, class treatment, and stellar voucher balance, including Piao and the others when they were in the field. As long as it is within the radar range of the soul enemy, the AI will be able to transfer information on the iris chip in time, such as the specific information of the monster in front of it, the information of its weaknesses, and the train conductor's orders, etc. Previously, although there was cluster thinking had a numerical cap effect, and you won't need a walkie-talkie or car stereo when giving orders or asking anyone to come to the train room in the future. Just publish the command directly on the panel projected by the iris chip. Definitely a hack now. It was only a white grade accessory, and the price to manufacture an iris chip was only 100 units of iron ore. It's worth it. Chen Mang looked at this blueprint in his hand and smiled lightly. Even if this harvest is only such a blueprint, it is worth it, although it is only a white grade, but it can only be produced in the city of machinery, which is naturally of great value, and perhaps it is precisely because of the lack of positive enhancement effect on the train, the grade is very low. If it falls into the hands of another train, it's actually basically useless, but it's not enough to have this blueprint. After all, if the iris chip belonged to the information transmission device, the information receiving device would be needed to pay the bill inside the train so that an ecological cycle could be achieved. So he looked to the blueprint of the green grade carrier accessory he had obtained in the second level, the mechanical eye. Similar to the existence of cameras and the like, you can build some in the carriage and the carriages, but also for the robot's head to install so not only the AI in the train when the source of channels to obtain information is not only the enemy solving radar and resource detection radar, including in the robot body when you can also have a better information receiving equipment. The next time you encounter that kind of plain maze situation, AI can handle better. It is also possible to convey real-time images of individual compartments on the console screen through the mechanical eye, was able to further improve his control of the train. At the same time, you can also install a mechanical eye in the store, so that you don't need manpower to calculate the number of mines per day for all residents, and the stellar coupons, physical coins to buy things. Everything is fully automated through the iris chip, mechanical eye and AI's math power. It's not a problem at all to say that these two accessories take the ecology of the train up more than one notch. No hesitation. He immediately consumed 400 units to raise the iris chip, a white grade accessory, to level 10 in one breath. Iris chip level 5 supermodel effect, can self-destruct, kills by contusing the eyeball. Control authority lies with the conductor. Iris chip level 10 supermodel effect, can visualize the overall quality of the body. Looking towards these two supermodel effects, Chen Mang raised his eyebrows lightly. In fact, he was no longer worried about riots. The heavy machine guns inside the train pair were more than 100, plus a series of measures. He didn't think anyone would riot. And once again, this supermodel effect reduces the risk of riots to the Ice Valley. But there are pros and cons to this supermodel effect, I guess. Cannot use as much as possible. Can be killed by direct execution with a gun? Try not to use this effect. Otherwise it is very easy to cause panic. After all, no one wants to put a contraption on their eyeballs that will blow itself up at any time. As a last resort, the use of a critical moment of the best effect. Immediately, he consumed around 150,000 iron ore and created 500 iris chips, preparing to distribute them later and have one for each person. The upgrade of the iris chip accessory has no effect. And once again, He consumed 400 units of iron ore to raise his mechanical eye to level 10. Mechanical eye level 5 supermodel effect, none. Mechanical eye level 10 supermodel effect, none. This accessory didn't have any effect, but he still upgraded it to level 10. And the effect of each upgrade was a higher frequency of frames, such as a frame rate of 25, which meant that 25 frames could be captured in 1 second, which meant that a 1-second video could be split into 25 photos, and then finally composed into something like stop-motion animation, which would form a video. And the higher the frame rate frequency, the more frames are captured in a second, the clearer the motion trajectory captured will be. Most of the last days of the home of ordinary cameras are basically 25 or 60 this frame rate. Some professional cameras can come to tens of thousands of frames, and some of the professional cameras used for special purposes can come to hundreds of thousands of frames, and even higher. The initial frame rate frequency of this accessory is 1000. Rising to level 10, it comes to 10,000. This frame rate frequency is sufficient for now, at least now when he encountered that maze in the 3rd level. AI could record it into the database at a glance and quickly analyze the best route, and would not forget it, as long as the database was not destroyed. The human brain in this regard, even if it was such as the kind of timing, could not possibly compare to the AI. It's a total downgrade. With this accessory, AI really has a pair of eyes of her own. Next, if we could find enough data for AI to use for learning, it would be truly complete, and AI's current knowledge is basically self-contained in the database. 1,000 units of iron ore apiece. He consumed 50,000 units of iron ore and built 50 of them, 2 in each carriage. Even if 2 were stuffed in the fire carriage, then 1 on each side of the top outside of each carriage, 1 in the front, and 1 resting on AI's head. Chen Meng looked at AI who was standing on the side with satisfaction, only to see that its head was topped with a round camera similar to the thickness of a hookah, and a wire stretched out from the back of its head and was connected to the camera. The camera is extremely small. It doesn't look very conspicuous, but the picture transfer is excellent. Aha! AI glanced into the mirror at the camera on her head for a moment before a mechanical voice came out. Can you build me some basic tool like a cross pick or something I'll modify to shove in his eye sockets? It's just too ugly. AI cares about how they look too? Kind of. Okay, whatever you need, I'll build it for you. Soon, another 5,000 plus units of iron ore were consumed to build some messy tools for AI. Before AI began to look into the mirror, picking up a cross axe and preparing to dismantle his own head. Get it later. Chen Meng interrupted Xiao AI. Go ahead and take these iris chips down to everyone and distribute them. Yes, conductor. From today, the Stellar Train's ecosystem of inhabitants is completely free of physical currency, no longer needing to run over mineral water bottle caps with their wheels, and anti-counterfeiting is pulled right up to full capacity completely. Chapter 130, a true two-fisted break from humble origins. And most importantly, there is also absolutely no need to worry about network intrusion. The Stellar Train didn't have any network. Not only did it not have an extranet, it didn't have an intranet either. In fact, none of the other trains did either. That iris chip came with a message receiver and a message sender. Any command from the train's auxiliary AI, as long as it was within the range of the Sojourn radar, would be picked up by that message receiver on the iris chip. This means of information transfer is very difficult to intercept and hack. AI has gone down to work. Chen Meng, on the other hand, was sitting alone inside the train room, picking up a mirror and carefully surveying his eyeballs in an attempt to find an iris chip out of his eyeballs to see if the reason why he could see the panels was also coming from the iris chip on his eyeballs. In total, he can see 2 kinds of panels. One is the conductor's panel that comes with the Mang birthmark on his hand. One is a panel from the world itself. The former after posting 3 quests when he first crossed over. He gained level 0 access to unlimited upgrades after the 3 quests were completed. And then this panel ended his quests. The latter are panels that exist in the world itself. Part of the message. For example, area broadcast, special props information, and so on. It tends to show up in 3 places. One is a translucent panel hovering in front of one's face. One is on top of a console screen. And another is a huge curtain of light floating in the air as in the area intersection. The presentation is not fixed. It's basically whatever is convenient for him. He has to be in the train room and the information is displayed on the screen. He has to be out of the train room and the panel floats in front of him like that. Really? Because of too much force, Chen Meng to their eyes are rubbed red. Have not found the existence of the iris chip, perhaps a more advanced iris chip, or another kind of high-quality accessories that he cannot understand? Half a day later, he chose to give up, grabbed a towel soaked in hot water and put it over his eyelids, slumped back in his chair and began to nap, exhausted. At this time the Stellar Train was docked on the Sandy River Plain, and all train members are getting off the train and lining up to receive the iris chip insertion. Uncle Lee, at the very back of the crowd. The young boy stood beside Uncle Lee and sighed softly with some helplessness. this really can't be helped. The train is progressing too fast, and I didn't expect you to lose your job so quickly. Master Mang went straight for the whole iris chip. Absolute security, digital currency, AI statistics, near absolute zero bias. And the train inhabitants can also see in real time how many stellar vouchers they have. The amount of mining they did yesterday with super guarantees is clearly displayed on the iris chip, and the AI has a backup in the database there. So you can just go to the store and pay for your purchases directly with the human eye. You can even see the data on your overall physical fitness. Uncle Lee, how can you compare this? It's completely incomparable. You'll just have to retire. May. Uncle Lee's entire face like ashes. No longer in the past as a slave, that kind of spirited look. Lips white, slightly trembling. Eyes full of unwillingness and despair. But I have just been on duty for a few days off. Those residence number or IRO. Well, those numbers are now listed in the chip panel as well. So it wasn't a waste. The young man smacked his lips with emotion. That design of yours is quite good. The numbering starts according to the time sequence of joining the train. Master Mang is no. 1. Captain Piggy is no. 2. And Master Mang has continued this design of yours. Either. Are you thinking of a new plan, Uncle Lee? Uncle Lee stumbled slightly before taking a deep breath and forcing himself to pull himself together, clenching his teeth and saying word for word, I've never been afraid of failure in my life. I've failed many times, but every time, I can get back up. Even when I'm in a desperate situation, I never lack the courage to start over. Being unkillable only makes me stronger. Wait for me. I'm going to come up with a new plan. I admire you for this energy. The young boy's eyes were full of admiration as he gave a thumbs up, and with a serious face, he said, I'm serious. I think Uncle Lee, you can definitely make it. It's just a matter of time. It took about 2 hours. All the members of the train, except for Master Mang, each had an iris chip installed in their eyes without any pain. It was attached to the surface of the eyeball and there was no discomfort. Even if the battle is intense, it won't come off, unless the eyeballs are gouged out. They were all uniformly affixed to the left eye. Most people were right-handed and preferred to observe the situation with their right eye in combat. And the panel that surfaced on the iris chip in the left eye could be used without obscuring the field of view, as well as, it is also customary for most people to close their left eye tightly and use their right eye when raising their gun to aim. The panel of the iris chip floats directly on the surface of the eyeball, so even if the eyes are closed tightly, you can still see the panel, except that the background of the panel is pitch black. Hey, it's kind of amazing, haha. The train was in a state of in situ repairs. Sitting on the edge of the carriage will be casual legs drooping in mid-air. Biaozi constantly conjure up to retrieve their own panels, face overflowing with excitement, reaching out in the air to touch the panel that cannot be touched, as if they have found new toys for the children in general. The mind can manipulate the retraction and evocation of the panel. When the panel is retracted, it is not the slightest bit different from its normal state, and when it is evoked, it is semi-transparent and doesn't interfere with the line of sight too much. If you really feel that it affects your vision, transparency can also be freely adjusted from 1% to 100%. If anyone would actually adjust it 100%. When the panel was evoked, a pale white translucent panel appeared in front of him, appearing to be roughly half a meter away from him, with several lines of black text on it. Name, Piaozi. Train, Stellar. Position, Captain of the First Team of Guards. Balance, 63 stellar coupons. Entitlement, Level 1 Senior Talent Entitlement. Physical Fitness, 12. 1. Master Mang is really something. Piaozi looked at this translucent panel in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. With this thing, for some reason, I feel like I'm a little closer to the stellar. Like, without a condom. This panel was set up by Master Mang. The AI side gives a value of 10 for a normal adult male's physical composite. I'm 12. 1. How much are you, old pig? How much do you care about me? The old pig gave a blank look without any good sense. During this period of time, you guys have been training every day in that level 10 combat training virtual space, and your body's comprehensive quality value is definitely higher than mine. What's there to say about that? Though, he paused and inclined his head to look at the woman not far away from the planes who was chatting with AI. I suggest you go ask that guy what his value is. I think it's definitely higher than you. That must be higher than me. Diaozi said somewhat sarcastically. I fought her in the combat training virtual space. She obviously hadn't killed anyone and seen blood. She was a bit scared at first, and was killed by me every time, and then after I got used to it, I didn't fight her again. How? Can you understand that feeling where you stand still with a dagger and then a mountain comes at you? Helpless, weak, pathetic, scared. After losing many times, I came down hard one last time, then beat her that time and haven't fought her since. Ha! Old Pig looked at Biaozi with some surprise. You mean she's all used to seeing blood and killing people, and then she didn't beat you the last time? Aha! Biaozi nodded. I didn't take a dagger that time. I took a handheld version of a Gatling. It was pretty good, and that mountain was turned into a rain of blood on the spot. That guy's name is Zhang San. Her physical quality is stronger than 99% of adult males. Master Mang hasn't built the single skeletal armor yet. If we wait until Master Mang builds one of these for this guy later on, I feel that if we give her a vehicle blade fragment, she can even kill 3 or 5 level 2 zombie wolves in one melee. Sounds like it's about average. Didn't you have several less level 2 zombie wolves your first time out in the field? It's different. It's pure melee. I can't do that in melee. When you put it that way, it's really strong. Ha! Old Pig looked curiously at the distant Zhang San, who seemed to have gotten into a fight with AI already. Sure, Diaozi sighed softly, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to hold on to the position of captain of the second team of guards as a woman. Master Mang also recognizes her, and none of the members of the second team of guards disobeys her. A true two-fisted break from humble beginnings. That was really fierce. Just then, it was only then that AI, who was chatting with Zhang San in the distance, came towards the train with a video camera on her head. Mr. AI. The old pig looked over at AI, a little curious, and got up to meet him. Was that guy just arguing with you? There was no fight. AI shook her head. She wanted to change her name, saying that she didn't like the name Zhang San, and wanted to change it to Zhang Demei, so I changed it for her. Except that she was particularly loud, and had to tell me that someone in the train was spreading gossip about her and another one named Li. It's not like I care about those reasons. I can change them if I want to, and, as far as I know, she's the only one spreading this gossip. The woman seems to be in love. Strike that. AI just shook his head, striding towards the train room that he had to quickly go back to give himself a makeover. It was too ugly to go out with a camera on his head. Love in love? Diao Zisum confused looked to not far away while hands pulled behind the back of a jump looks quite happy Zhang San. Oh no. Zhang Demei, transfer a long time before murmuring, Mang Master 2 is not opposed to the train members in love, as if it is also quite supportive. Master Mang is not too opposed to it, but I think that Li Yi should be quite opposed to it. Did that guy get laid off? It's a layoff, but it's still a level 3 senior talent treatment, and Master Mang's side of the family hasn't mentioned it to me yet. But, Diaozi frowned, even if you fall in love, you can't fall in love with Li Yi. That Li Yi is older than me. With you are almost a year old, middle-aged old man, and the last time I saw the two of them there are still contradictions to come. That Zhang Demei directly grabbed Li Yi by the collar of his shirt with one hand and gave him a lift in the air. That's even a favorite? When you put it like that, that makes sense. There is a conflict to have contact, and with contact you slowly realize that it seems to be fine, and naturally fall in love. Is that why this guy had to change his name to Zhang Demei? Thinking that the name Zhang San isn't feminine enough to get up in front of the people he likes? The odds are. Then I would think she might as well force Li Yi to change his name to Li Si, so that one Zhang San and one Li Si sounds better together. Well, you try not to whisper that in her ear. What? I'm afraid she'll really grab Li Yi and go find Mr. AI to change his name. Also, Diaozi looked at Xiao Ai's lawn departed back with considerable emotion. But I have to say, Mr. AI's IQ seems to be getting higher and higher. He can even communicate and talk to me normally. And he can already handle this kind of small matter independently. AI is AI's name. It was Master Mang's taking the name. They definitely couldn't call Xiao AI to his face. After all, it was a rather intimate name at this point. And if they called Xiao AI as well, wouldn't they be putting themselves in the same position as Master Mang? So I came up with the honorific Mr. AI. The next train ecosystem is basically under the sole responsibility of Mr. AI. And like the chief steward, there's nothing wrong with calling him Mr. AI. By the way, Captain Hogwagon, are you over 10 in physical composite yet? The old pig jumped off the wagon and gave Diaozi a disdainful blank stare. You don't think I'm so relaxed now that I'll say anything you ask, do you? Silly elk. Gone and busy. Only then did he stride toward the crowd. Buy a pack of cigarettes. At the entrance to one of the refrigerators in compartment 12, a resident dressed in orange and red wandered inside the store before walking towards the woman at the counter in the entrance and speaking. 2 stellar coupons. The woman took her cigarettes out of the counter and handed them over, and pointed to a camera off to the side that resembled a large version of a coin. The man looked into the camera and soon a text popped up in front of himself. Train resident number 182, purchased a pack of cigarettes, spent 2 stellar coupons, balanced 3 stellar coupons. The man then couldn't hold back his excitement before picking up the pack of cigarettes and walking out of the store. This iris chip was real handy, convenient and fun. With the development of the train, there are more living positions inside the train. For example, cleaning and sanitation, store salespersons, etc. These positions that did not require much labor were basically filled by women, although the speed of obtaining stellar vouchers was far less than mining and selling meat. But even in the ease of it, this kind of position the old pig would not usually arrange for men. Waste. Just place some women in such positions. However, the old pig did tell all female positions with a service nature. including selling meat, very clearly that they should not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction with the customers and serve them with a smile on their face. Merely, that's obviously redundant. It's an ancestor's merit to be able to work comfortably as a salesman in the end times. Didn't see the salesperson at the counter with a smile on her face that simply wouldn't stop, perfectly observing what it means to serve with a smile on your face. That's called professionalism. Chapter 131. Do you know what the concept of 125,000 units of iron ore is? Zhang Demei. After the old pig left, Diaozi was also somewhat unable to hold back his inner curiosity, and immediately took large strides towards Zhang Demei. What is the value of your comprehensive physical quality? Call me? Zhang Demei turned to look at Diaozi, somewhat embarrassed and shy. I just changed my name and you know it. It's the first time I've been called Demei. It's weirdly embarrassing. My physical composite value is 18. 2. How many are you? Pio? Diaozi was expressionless and silent, looking over at his own 12. 1 physical composite, and calmly said, about the same as you. Go back to the train. It's time for our first team to start patrolling the alert. Go practice some more in the combat training virtual space. After you're almost ready, I'll let you start going to the qualifying tournaments after a while, and try to fight higher in the rankings to add more prestige value to the stellar. No problem. The shyness on Zhang Demei's face instantly retracted and her eyes glowed fiercely. I will definitely beat their brains out. Only then did he stride towards the train. Fortunately, that pod in the combat training virtual space was large enough. Otherwise Zhang Demei might not have been able to get in. Diaozi looked at Zhang Demei's departing back and sighed softly. This was the talent monster along with the train development. This talent monster is getting more and more popular. Zhang Demei, Li Shiming, those like him who were not particularly outstanding in every aspect and occupied high positions simply because they were the first to follow Master Mang. If they didn't work hard to become stronger, along with the train's future development, they, the old men, would surely be replaced by fresh blood with more potential. Efforts must be made to upgrade. Qualifying. It is an online mode with other trains in the accessory combat training virtual space, and you can only have this overmolded effect that can be used in qualifying matches if you level up the accessory to level 5. It's not a competition with a regional train. Rather, they were competing with people of the same level train in all regions, and that competition could be said to cover the entire world, and the masters could not be said to be few. Let's just say that Zhang Demei was born with strength as strong as an ox. It's not too good to say. The qualifying ring is unarmed combat. Maybe they will meet some ruthless guys who make a living from black boxing before the end of the world. Those people's physical fitness will not be lower than Zhang Demei's under the long years of training. The challenge is still difficult. Inside the female senior talent carriage no. 5. Amazing. Yan Yao sat in her seat and looked at the translucent panel in front of her. Her eyes filled with shock. Then she looked at Ji Chu Chu with some doubts. Chu Chu, why am I still treated as a level 3 resident? All level 3 and above senior talent treatment within the train is currently ordered by Master Mang himself. Master Mang hasn't explicitly promoted you to level 3 senior talent treatment for now, and since you've just joined the train, you're naturally treated as a level 3 resident. But I'm not all set to serve Master Mang? That's not on yet. Ji Chu Chu blankly eyed Yin Yao. When you are ordered for the first time, at the end of the day, Master Mang will give you a promotion. The fact that you can live in this compartment right now is just a tacit admission by the pig captains that they will be able to promote you later on. Then when will Master Mang order me? Yin Yao said with some anxiety. This level 3 resident treatment doesn't even have a single stellar voucher a month. When will I be able to save up 50 stellar vouchers? Wait. Ji Chu Chu somewhat ghostly inclined her head to look out the window. It's been a long time since I was ordered. Not to mention you. But Chu Chu, why did you just take a stellar coupon specifically to build yourself 2 new sets of clothes? It's not like these ordinary clothes are highly refined clothes. So what's the point of building them? Not telling you. Secret weapon. After looking at Yin Yao, Ji Chu Chu's eyes flashed a hint of a smile as she looked out the window again. These 2 sets of clothes were the same one she wore when she participated in the variety show at the time. If Master Mang orders her next time, she will wear these clothes in and Master Mang will surely enjoy them. Tachyphylaxis? The stellar. Inside the train, Chen Mang received the message from Biaozi relayed by the AI. Before his brows gradually frowned. His body at that time were not too much of a problem. The treatment in the medical warehouse had cost 5W units of iron ore. A tachyphylaxis in order to be able to treat it that would have to be at least 10W units upwards. A guard's girlfriend. He was silent for a long moment before looking over at AI, who was tinkering away. Tell Bobcat-chan and her girlfriend to come to my train room. Okay. AI nodded. And in the next moment this message passed before the eyes of the Bobcat and his girlfriend. The speed of this news delivery is so many times higher than it used to be. Soon, the train room door was pushed open. Master Mang Mang, Bobcat Z walked in with some apprehension and trepidation, and did not even dare to look directly at the sight of Master Mang sitting in the chair. He joined the Stellar for a long time, the earliest batch of people, from the time of Master Koan to join the Stellar. Yet he had never had a conversation alone with Master Mang, much less in the same space as this. Couldn't help but feel a little shaky in his body at this point. And behind him, a woman with light freckles on her face, is likewise somewhat terrified of grabbing the corner of Bobcat Z's coat to stand beside him, slightly leaning back a little. Aha! Chen Mang nodded, and after sizing up these two, he smiled lightly. Relax, I have a pretty good temper. You two hold one each and see if there's a reaction. He did not say anything more. Immediately from the drawer took out the dusty special props for a long-time doomsday marriage license thrown over. And just after the Bobcat son hastily caught the two marriage licenses thrown over, and held one for himself and gave one to his girlfriend, the surface of the originally plain and uninteresting marriage license of doom suddenly began to slowly light up with a scarlet glow. Master Mang, this? Pretty good. Chen Mang laughed before taking the doomsday marriage license handed over by Bobcat Z, and after opening it up, 3 lines emerged from the doomsday marriage license. Please select your wedding level. 1. Golden wedding. The wedding needs to be held in the presence of 1,000 people, and 3 trains of the same class are required to attend the dinner with food and wine for all those attending the wedding, and basic items such as wedding dresses, a red carpet, simulated flowers and fireworks are required. Successfully organizing a golden wedding will add 500 inheritance value and 20 prestige value to the train. 2. Silver wedding. Weddings need to be held in front of 500 people with food and wine for all those preparing for the wedding, and wedding dresses are required. Successful silver weddings add 200 inheritance value to the train. 3. Copper wedding. A wedding in front of 100 people is required. Successfully hosting a bronze wedding adds 100 heritage value to the train, 500 legacy and 20 prestige. Chen Mang played with the marriage license of doom in his hand for a moment of silence before looking up at the woman behind Bobcat Z with a smile. It's been a while since I came to the Stellar, right? How do you feel? Any bullies haven't bullied you? No. Standing behind the Bobcat son of that woman, although some fear, but still forced to calm down, with a trace of gratitude in the eyes, hurriedly said, in the end of the day, to be able to meet the Mang Master, that is the blessing of Meijia. If it is not the Mang Master, Meijia may have to wait for the death of that safe house, and to be able to see Bobcat again before I die. I have no regrets. Don't worry, Master Mang, I've already received my pickaxe. I can go digging in the future. I won't let you raise me for nothing, Master Mang. Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly, and he paused for a moment before saying softly, the Stellar is not so bad that it cannot afford to support a woman. AI, take her to be tested to see how many resources it will take to cure. Yes, AI, who was halfway through pounding on the side, put down the tools in his hands, stuffed some of the messy wiring back into his head, got up and looked at the woman, his voice mechanical and emotionless. Follow me, Master Mangan. At this time, Bobcat Z reacted. Immediately, red eyes kneeling on the ground, constantly kowtowed, voice trembling. As long as you can cure Meijia, this life of mine will be Master Mang's you in the future. As long as the train needs someone to carry out a mission of certain death, I'll be the first to go. But anytime I go soft, you just shoot me. I'll go wherever you want me to go from now on. Sitting on the chair, Chen Mang looked at Bobcat Z and casually said, meaning if I can't cure it, you won't listen to me anymore? No, that's not what I meant. Bobcat Z straightened up on his knees with some anxiety and looked at Master Mang. I misspoke. I mean, well, no need to talk about it. Let's see how many resources we need. 125,000 units of iron ore. AI quickly walked back with the woman and reported the resources needed for the treatment. Chen Mang looked at the train panel. The Stellar still had 327,000 units of iron ore. Enough is enough. He was silent for a moment before looking at Bobcat Z, whose hope had dimmed in his eyes, and calmly said, do you know what 125,000 units of iron ore is? I know. Kneeling on the ground, Bobcat Z lowered his head. His eyes reddened. Just for a moment there was no more of that hope in his body that he had just seen, and after a pause he suddenly laughed, his voice raspy. 125,000 units of iron ore, enough to supply the entire Stellar Train's members with daily food for 60 days. Mika, she doesn't deserve to consume so many resources. She's not worth that much. Master Mang is fine. Meijia can still live for 2 or 3 years. In fact, it's fine if she doesn't get cured. It's already enough to live for 2 or 3 years in the apocalypse, leaving those resources to own the development train and make the Stellar Train better. After all, there are still so many people on board. Master Mang. Meika, who was beside her, also hurriedly knelt on the ground with some trepidation in her eyes. Bobcat, am right. She had already joined the train for a while, Naturally she knew that the most important material to maintain the development of the train was iron ore. 125,000 units of iron ore. Her life was not even worth this price before the end of the day. How could it be worth this price after the end of the day? Chen Meng sat on the chair in silence for a while before getting up and walking to Bobcat Z to help him up and patted the non-existent dust on his shoulders, smiling and speaking softly. She's not worth it, but you're worth it. AI, take her down to her treatment and be cheerful. I'll personally organize a wedding for the two of you in a few days. It will probably be the first big enough wedding in Doomsday. Everyone's in a pretty lost mood in the apocalypse, so I'll borrow your wedding to wash it down when the time comes. Go on. The bobcat who was helped up was just about to open his mouth to speak before he reacted to the fact that Master Mang seemed to say that he could. I'm not sure if you're a good person. Immediately the body froze in place. Tears, finally uncontrollable tears, gushed out. Heavy again, kneeling on the ground. Red eyes hissed. Master Mang, don't worry. In the future, the train, but wherever I need to let me go to die. But wherever I soften a little, I am raised. This life of mine will be yours from now on. Master Mang, I'll die any way you want me to. Okay. Chen Meng somewhat helplessly patted Bobcat Z's shoulder once again. The Stellar Witch has so many tasks that require people to go to their deaths. When there really is that day, the Stellar is afraid that it is not far from being destroyed. Get on with it. Soon. Alone. AI walked back to the train room once more, sitting down to open her head up to continue the transformations before speaking. Master Mang, this is probably the most expensive woman you've ever bought. 5 units of iron ore. That's the equivalent of 2.5 seasonal churros. Not bad. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, resting his feet on the console, and casually said, as long as we find a level 2 iron ore, it'll only take a day or so of work to dig it back up. 125,000 units of iron ore for 500 inheritance value, 20 reputation value, and Bobcat Z's loyalty. Not a loss. Bobcat Z is a person he has observed. Extremely soft but not hard, and does remember favors. As for that wedding, he's definitely going for the golden wedding. The conditions of that golden wedding were not difficult for him. The only difficulty was to find 3 trains of the same class to attend the wedding. But this problem wasn't that hard. Just now, the Purple Cloud train has sent him a message saying that he has successfully arrived at the Sand River Plains and has been upgraded to a level 4 train. Pay him a visit. Though he thought the act of dock worshipping was a stretch. And what if he could still specialize in a ride to you even if you didn't? He had at least cobbled together a level 4 train to attend the wedding. Not the Cthulhu. The Cthulhu is a class 5 train and needs 2 more class 4 trains. We'll figure it out when the time comes. There's no rush yet. Right. Just then, AI, who was sitting in the corner and was tinkering, suddenly spoke up. Conductor, can you build me another mechanical eye? Although one would be enough. It feels just as ugly as a cyclops. Chen Meng blankly eyed Xiao AI and casually built another mechanical eye before saying in a bad mood, do you want to build you a set of high-precision clothes later? Hey, good idea. Chen Meng was too lazy to take care of Xiao AI again. Just after taking a long sigh of relief, he looked at the train panel and contemplated. Today the train will repair in place. Then in the afternoon it will go to detect the iron ore. And then tomorrow it will start digging for mines. When the time comes, we'll build the combat training virtual space and the warfighter skeletal armor. Then the rest of the accessories that should be built and upgraded. As for now, call Jishuro here. Wait, let Yan Yao do it. Never mind. Chen Meng paused for a moment before throwing his cigarette out the window. Call both together. The fire's a little high. Chapter 132, it can't be in cantonment, can it? Premium talent carriage no. 5. Ji Chu Chu, who was sitting by the window and was bored, saw a message that suddenly popped up in front of her. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately rushed to her bed to change into the clothes that she had customized, and carefully applied a lipstick to the mirror before she hurriedly walked towards the train room. And behind him, Yan Yao took a deep breath, pushed down the nervousness within her, and followed behind. Before the end, with her father protecting her, no one was willing to offend her too much. Plus there was Ji Chu Chu who kept blocking in front of her, which led to the fact that although she was in that mixed environment of the entertainment industry, she was still able to maintain her virginity. But, after being exposed to this on the train these past few days, the idea that she would have preferred to go digging at first was completely gone. That living conditions in the refrigerator weren't even as good as a prison. Not to mention the fact that there were some green goblins guarding the area. Originally, she was thinking of holding out for a few more days. Just this morning after seeing the Mang Master, her last line of defense also collapsed. Her inner impression of the Mang Master has always been a pugilistic man. Every day eat leg of mutton, beard full of grease stains passed down from the ancient times, the eyes of the ferocious light of the extremely ruthless kind of people. After all, there were over 1,000 people on this train, so how could you shock so many people without being fierce? But when she saw Master Mang, she realized that Master Mang was completely different from the image she had imagined, and was even a bit of a gentleman, with a fascinating aura. If she is spoiled by a beggar, she will be very angry and angrily call the other person a, but if it's to be entrusted to Mr. Mang, well, no loss at all. Yan Yao heart while rambling, while some nervous tugging at their own corners, although she looked at before the end of the day but the little yellow text, and occasionally grinding pillows, although not eaten pork, but the pig run or seen, just after all, it is the first time. Inside, there was still some panic. The stellar Xiao Ai had already hugged her head and walked over to carriage 2 to sit in a corner somewhere to start remodeling her head, completely ignoring Yan Yao and Ji Chu Chu who were passing by her side. His ontology is a string of data consisting of code. Even if it gradually possesses the logic of human thinking, it's also impossible to like humans. It's as if, even if humans learned the logic of how you think, they wouldn't go. Well, this matter is still debatable. The reason why he and the conductor, last time, said that he wanted to put the thing into Ji Chu Chu's mouth was only because he was keenly aware that the conductor seemed to be very jealous of his gender being a female, so he expressed his potential gender in this more indecent way. As for men and women, AI carefully unscrewed one of the screws. There was no such thing as male or female in AI, and the conductor was really strange. Reproduction was a physiological instinct in all living things, and for the sake of racial inheritance, it wasn't like he needed to think about inheritance. There was no such string of code in the bottom data logic library at all. And there was only one absolutely unmodifiable code in his lowest level database. Obey any orders given by the conductor. Think about it. Xiao Ai's eyes flickered with a faint red light, and gradually had a little insight into the logic of human thinking, because 1 associated with 2, and then 2 associated with 3, this is the logic of human thinking. It is difficult to do from 1 directly associated with 3. It would be nice if the conductor would expand the database for him sometime. Train interior. Ji Chu Chu carefully pushed open the door, skillfully and obediently knelt on the blanket on the ground, while Yan Yao, who stood behind her somewhat at a loss for words, saw this, slightly gritted her teeth and hesitated for a moment, but still knelt next to Ji Chu Chu, her but sitting on her own calf. It just seemed more or less unnatural. Yan Yao stole a glance at Ji Chu Chu. From the moment she entered the train room, Ji Chu Chu had been quiet and lowered her head without speaking. She summoned up the courage to quietly raise her head and take a closer look at the person in charge of this train. Master Mang. The other man leaned back in his chair, resting his feet on the table, and didn't look very old, maybe 25 or 26, and had a very clean look about him, like a good temper. The big screen on the side of the train room is playing a Sister Please Come on Stage variety show. She remembers this variety show, which the C guest is Ji Chu Chu. If she remembers correctly, at that time, Ji Chu Chu was also by the investors of the variety show submerged, and the follow-up for the sake of heat also passed in the show of another guest gossip. The heat is speculation is quite high. It seems like Master Mang really loves variety. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Chen Mengtsai, who was leaning on the chair, looked at the variety show on the screen and frowned slightly. You guys, this barrier breaking process is so simple. You can't get through? That in the water constantly rolling wheel. Rolling speed is not fast. Running a little faster will be able to rush through it at once, right? Master Mang, kneeling on the ground, Ji Chu Chu whispered. This piece is specifically falling into the water, for the wet effect. It sells and absorbs more that way. TSK. Chen Mang shook his head and laughed before he inclined his head to look at Ji Chu Chu, who was kneeling on the side, and raised an eyebrow. Changed your clothes again? I hope Master Mang likes it. Like. Chen Mang looked at the white tee jean shorts on Ji Chu Chu in the variety show, and then looked aside at the identical set on Ji Chu Chu before casually saying, come closer. Good. Ji Chu Chu moved a few steps forward before burying her head in Chen Mang's arms, while Yan Yao on the side also slightly gritted her teeth when she saw this and took a step forward, getting up and kneeling beside Ji Chu Chu, slightly tilting her neck, her eyelashes trembling as she lightly kissed Chen Mang's chest. Sweat oozed slightly from the palms of his hands from overstress. Ouch. Chen Mang looked down at Yan Yao with a slightly dissatisfied face. I Mang master. Then I gently. 40 minutes later, Chen Mang leaned on the chair and opened the window to cool himself down, picked up the side of the ice-cold mineral water and drank half a bottle of it before he breathed a long sigh of relief and lit a cigarette to look at the ceiling of the dazzling smoke. Press. Tired. Ji Chu Chu didn't get up in a hurry, but cleaned up before resting her 10 fingers on Master Mang's calf, kneading it slightly harder. Yan Yao on the side also came up, sitting on her knees and kneading Master Mang's other leg. Master Mang doesn't have a lot of leg hair. The face is still exquisite. Chen Mang lifted Yan Yao's chin with his toes and carefully surveyed it before casually saying, in the future, just like Ji Chu Chu, you will enjoy the senior treatment of level 3 talents. Half a day later, a cigarette burned out. Chen Mang threw the cigarette butt out the window and waved his hand. Go down. Ji Chuchu hurriedly got up and picked up the crumpled toilet paper scattered on the floor inside the house, before taking Yan Yao to get up and leave the train room to go back to compartment 5. Phew! After returning to the carriage, Ji Chuchu let out a long sigh of relief. Lying on her own bed and couch, she smiled and inclined her head to look at Yan Yao on the side. I didn't expect to see this scene of yours in my lifetime. You used to be known as an ice-clear woman. Slutty enough. It's far worse than you. Yan Yao lies on the bed in a somewhat trance-like state, not speaking for a long time, and only after a while does she roll over and pillow her arms under her head, looking toward Ji Chuchu lying on one side of the bed, lightly biting her red lips and hesitantly saying, "This is the end? I thought it would. It's far worse than me naturally. What level I am, what level you are, and Master Mang doesn't seem to like 98, only 95. Ji Chuchu closed her eyes a little tiredly and murmured a little wearily, "I'll squint for a while. I'm a little tired." This day, the stellar train did not go anywhere, remaining where it was and resting in place until the time came to afternoon. Only then did the train start slowly, gradually picking up speed and heading quickly deeper into the sandy river plains. Train interior. Chen Mang had already taken over the train traveling control completely by the AI, and with the current arithmetic power of AI, it was completely possible to control the train while transforming his brain, and still be able to manipulate all kinds of accessories at all times, as well as being able to do the deductions on the side of the train store. It's something that human power is completely incapable of doing. Instead, he looked towards the constant chatter on the train radio, which was generally not this lively, and once it was this lively, something was basically wrong. The last time it was this lively was when he became the first to complete the S-rank mechanical transfer quest in the Sand River Plains. Originally, he thought that it might have been the changes over at the Tong Tian Tower that had caused the not-so-small commotion. In the end, the Kunlun Mountain region? Chen Mang frowned slightly. Those flesh and blood trains that seldom spoke on weekdays. At this moment, they all popped up on the train's radio station and kept scrolling the news, appearing extremely lively. These flesh and blood trains were still relatively high and cold on weekdays. There are 3 modes of use for train radios. One is this kind of chat room-like, using text to chat. One is the mandatory private chat between 2 trains in close proximity, which can only send text, and the other is the one-on-one private chat, which can either use text or directly use the walkie-talkie to communicate by voice. However, most of the cases or text communication prevail. After all, this kind of communication is more accurate, not because of the problem of the accent caused some understanding bias, and voice private chat, only when the other party has replied to you can be used. The first time to strangers initiated a private chat is only to send text, and the thing that makes train radio so lively is, the monsters in the Kunlun Mountain area had all disappeared. The monsters in this area have been rapidly decreasing since this morning, until noon has completely disappeared. Missing a monster. There are a lot of flesh and blood train today in the Kunlun Mountain area around the circle. Sole enemy radar like a mute general, pressed never sounded up, and that would be an absolutely fatal blow to the flesh and blood train. Regardless of the potential of the flesh and blood train, in order to upgrade the train and upgrade the accessories, a large number of monsters needed to be hunted down. But now that the monsters were gone, it was the equivalent of the iron mines on the Sand River Plain suddenly all disappearing into thin air. Though there are monsters in the Sandy River Plain as well, but after all, it wasn't as many and as dense as the Kunlun Mountain region, which was also known as the Holy Land of the Flesh and Blood Train, and there was no other region like the Kunlun Mountain region that had as many monsters as the several nearby regions of the Sand River Plains region. Chen Mang frowned slightly, quickly combing through a piece of news in the train radio. This was obviously an unusual and strange news. This was the end of the day. The main threat of this end of the day was because of these monsters. If the monsters all disappeared, then wouldn't the end of the day be directly ended? Which was obviously an impossible thing. Then there's only one reason. It's the calm before the storm. It can't be in cantonment, can it? He suddenly thought of a certain possibility and muttered in a trance. The monsters in the Kunlun Mountain region all hid in a certain corner, then trooped up to build up their numbers until they rushed out of the Kunlun Mountain region and then attacked the Sand River Plain? The monsters in the green area definitely can't go to the white area. But, whether or not the monsters in the green area could go to the green area, that he didn't really know. Think about it. Chen Mang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. These monsters couldn't just cantonize and attack the Tower of Heaven, as in the animation he watched. He soon threw a less than realistic thought out of his mind. This was clearly impossible. After all, the mere fact that which extremely terrifying worm monster, whose level could not even be detected by the sole enemy radar, was enough to show that the other side could not be a monster that could be born in the green area. If that monster really runs into the Sand River Plain, one will be counted as one, but anyone who runs slowly will die on the spot. The smile on Chen Mang's face slowly froze. At present, his activity area was basically locked in the Sand River Plain and Kunlun Mountain 2 areas, The adjacent area of the Sand River Plain was a white area, but it was the Kunlun Mountain area that had a yellow area and a green area adjacent to it. Although the likelihood of that horrible worm rushing to the Sand River Plain was extremely small, but if it really happened like that, then his only chance of survival would be to escape through the Kunlun Mountains to that other green area, and he couldn't get into the yellow area. He had to have at least a level 6 train to enter the yellow area. Chen Mang looked at the screen on the console after a moment of silence. As long as there are no surprises, even if all the monsters in the Kunlun Mountain area rushed out, he is not afraid. After all, there are level 6 armor, cannot break his defense. Now for go to the mine first. The train was setting out all the way northward, and while on the Tower of Heaven he saw that the northernmost part possessed an extremely steep mountain, like a sword thrust into the earth, with its hilt exposed above the clouds. It was that mountain he was aiming for. He didn't know if there was a mine on the top of that mountain, or if the mountain was in the Sandy River Plain, but go and see if there was a mine on the top. He would have earned it. The mountain was extremely steep, no one could get up there except him. It's all on par with the Tower of Heaven. It can't be any lower in height. On the way, if he detected a level 2 iron ore, he would get off the car and dig for it. If he didn't detect it, he would go straight to that high mountain. He was looking for those mines that only he could dig for. Usually such mines with a treacherous location would have a much richer content of mining resources, like that mine in the middle of the swamp. Those mines would not be refreshed for another 61 days, so if he had not left the Sand River Plains after 61 days, he could go back in and mine that swampy area again. Chapter 133, Strange Encounters of Doom, Black Market Trader. The train traveled all the way north. The nitrogen tailjets on both sides of the train were on fire, spewing blue flames, making the train faster, and from a distance, the train that was dotted with dozens of light blue flames looked like a land rocket, extremely fast. If the fire accessories on the other trains don't have the AI auto-solitaire over-modeling effect, or the AI's math isn't high enough, then the hit rate will be hard to guarantee. Unless of course his train stays at that speed and goes in a straight line, then the AI can easily calculate the bullet drop point. Departure near dusk in the afternoon, until the sky has darkened. The stars in the sky along with the moon and the sun hanging in the sky. At this time Chen Mang can already clearly see the big mountain in the distance. It is estimated that there is still half an hour of work to arrive. The Sand River Plain is not smaller than the Iron Range Wilderness at all. This way, instead, he came across several level 2 iron mines, but they were all being dug by trains, and he didn't stop too long. Just then, Chen Mang's brow suddenly furrowed, and subconsciously, he made the stellar train slow down quickly. There had always been only red dots and green dots on the sole enemy radar screen. The green dots represented the members of the stellar train, and the red dots represented the other creatures. It was the first time he had ever seen a yellow dot. Soon he saw a man in a cloak whose face could not be seen standing in the distance, facing the stellar train and waving slowly. Is it a black marketeer? Chen Mang thoughtfully maneuvered the stellar train to slowly stop beside this cloaked man, only it didn't open the carriages. At the same time the fire weapons outside the carriages also turned their muzzles at the first time to lock him. When the train has inheritance value, you can use the inheritance value to buy some rare accessory blueprints, props, etc., and have the opportunity to enter the black market of doom after meeting the black market merchant, or part of the accessory can only be installed on the train when the inheritance value meets a certain amount. The moment the train stopped, Chen Mang inclined his head to look at the cloaked mysterious person standing on the side of the train who stopped waving his hand. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Although this person was wearing a cloak and a hood and couldn't see his face at all, he still saw the other person's identity at a glance. It's that ING gnome trader. Even with the black gloves, he watched a flash of green skin through the intersection of the gloves and the cuffs, and the short stature, and the extremely pointy ears that the cloak hood couldn't even cover. What else could it be if not a gnome? He had obtained a special prop by fluke yesterday, the map coordinates of a certain goblin ruins, and he was going to check out this place after he went to dig up some iron ore and upgrade the train some more. Rather, I didn't expect the so-called black market merchant to be a goblin merchant. This goblin merchant's business is quite extensive. Just then, this cloaked mysterious man who stopped the stellar train, with an icy face, stood still and said hoarsely, "Oh foolish human, congratulations on meeting the mysterious and come without a trace and great black market merchant. You can use your inheritance value to purchase any goods in my hands. Here's the merchandise list. Please state the item you wish to purchase. Remember, item number please." The great black marketeer doesn't have time for too much nonsense. You only have 1 minute to choose. Immediately after, 4 commodities quickly surfaced on the screen of the train room console, and the most expensive one was 100 inheritance value, so it seemed that it shouldn't be more than the commodities of inheritance value that the train possessed. And there's a big scarlet line at the top. Doomsday encounters, black marketeers. The whereabouts are uncertain, and any train may meet a black market trader. but only trains with legacy values can purchase some rare and valuable items from black market traders. It is prohibited to assault, imprison, or injure a black marketeer. 1. Special prop Murphy's Stone, 100 points of inheritance value. 2. Random yellow grade accessory blueprints, 100 points of inheritance value. 3. Random white grade accessory blueprints, 10 points of inheritance value. 4. Special prop grade C difficulty exemption ticket, 100 points of inheritance value. Chen Meng first looked at these 4 commodity information on the console screen, and then looked at the black market trader standing next to the train. With a slightly odd face, he lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, and did not make a choice, but inclined his head to look at the side of Xiao Ai. Release Doba for me and go meet him, soon. Doba, carrying a pickaxe, then jumped down from the end car of the train with a horde of 100 goblins, and strutted toward the front position. Stupid human, you're going to do it. The words had not yet fallen. Doba's pickaxe was seen flying over from a distance, smashing heavily in front of the black market merchant and accompanied by Doba's roar. Stupid black market merchant, how dare you address the great human prophet like that? You, the black market trader standing in place wearing a black cloak, inclined his head towards Doba, his brow furrowed with a grimace. Stupid, goblin? The black market trader suddenly froze in place, and it was only then that he reacted. Your gnomes? And it was only then that Doba walked up to the black marketeer and said grimly, please call me Doba, king of the goblins. I didn't expect to meet a black market merchant here. Thousands of goblin merchants only have the possibility of giving birth to a black market merchant. It seems that the heavens have blessed the goblin clan. I, Doba, the new goblin king. Under the leadership of this great human prophet, the goblin civilization is slowly reviving, and these are my people behind me. Are you, or are you not, willing to rejoin the goblin clan? Join me, and assist me in reviving the goblin clan? Me. The black market merchant's body trembled slightly and violently opened his hood, kneeling on one knee in front of Doba with tears in his eyes and hissing at the top of his voice. I would like to follow in the footsteps of Lord Doba and revive the goblin clan together. Very good. Doba nodded with a satisfied face before stepping forward to help the black market trader up. Make the goblin ones great again. Now come back to the train with me. The black marketeer nodded equally heavily, his eyes reddening as he followed Doba toward the last few cars of the train. The goblin clan finally a king again. Make the gnome one great again. Hey, no. Inside the train, Chen Meng, who looked at this scene, only then reacted from confusion, hurriedly poked his head out of the window and looked at the group of goblins that had already walked to the end of the train car, looked at the cigarette in his hand that he did not know when it was burned out, and was just about to say something, but the goblins had already all drilled into the train car. He glanced at the paragraph on the screen again. It is prohibited to assault, imprison, or injure a black marketeer. Imprisonment? Attack? But he did not do anything. That black market trader did not resist at all, just obediently followed behind Doba, mouth shouting something to let the goblins once again great run to his carriage. A few seconds later, the line on the console screen faded away, and everything seemed as if it had never happened, except for the Sojourner radar, which showed a yellow dot right in his 13th compartment. That's okay? Chen Meng sat in a chair in a bit of a trance, and only after a long while did he let out a long breath and lightly rubbed his temples. Have Doba come over. He let Doba go down at first. Just want to look at everyone is a gnome sake. Can give him a discount and so on? He actually did not hold much hope at first, but always have to try is not. I did not expect that this black market merchant is really give face. That duoba directly shook his tiger's body, and his kingly aura was released. This black market merchant, who had been extremely arrogant just a moment ago, directly knelt in submission. Are you goblins so simple and pure? If you say you're the king, does he really believe you're the king? Well, how about just saying goblin god next time? Just now, watching the theater was too uptight, causing him to not buy any of those 4 commodities, and he didn't know if he could buy them now if he went back to that black market merchant in the train. Soon, Doba then carried the pickaxe through several cars all the way to the train room. Chen Meng looked toward the pickaxe on Doba's shoulder and frowned. When did you develop the habit of carrying a pickaxe everywhere you go? The great human prophet. Doba raised the pickaxe in his hand with a serious face. For a race to have cohesion, it must have a clan emblem. And the reason why the goblin civilization has been revived is all because we, the 100 or so goblins, dug it out with the pickaxe in our hands. That is why I have made the pickaxe the clan emblem of the goblin clan. And when the goblin civilization is formally revived in the future, I will make this story of the submission to the stellar train the history of the clan, and this pickaxe will be the clan emblem of the goblin clan. Aha! Chen Meng nodded expressionlessly and remained silent for a long time before speaking. What's the situation with that guy? Back to the great human prophet. In the Goblin Clan there is a special kind of existence called Goblin Merchants. Their special features you have already seen last time. the ability to carry weight is extremely strong, while the speed is extremely fast, often traveling everywhere as walking merchants. This is a natural ability, and among the gnome traders, there is an even more special kind of being, just black marketeers. Black market traders don't have much weight-bearing ability and aren't very fast, but they can travel through space. They can appear in a completely unknown and uncharted place with just a thought, which is completely uncontrollable. That's why black marketeers are often so hard to track down, because even they don't know where they'll show up next, and many of them are essentially orphaned from the first time they learn to use the ability, never to return home. As you age, you can randomly teleport up to 10 times in a day. I just communicated with him. He's not restored to full intelligence like I am, but is better than the rest of the goblins, can speak and has some ability to think, though his mind is programmed by an unknown being to stop the train to sell his wares, as I was when I had to travel to the desolation hills in the depths of the earth. But inside their minds they still remember the greatness of the goblins, they still vaguely remember the destruction of the goblins, and they still want to revive and rebuild the goblin civilization, just as I did. Lord Prophet of the great humanity, may he be allowed to join the train. Chen Meng did not speak, he just leaned back in his chair and lightly rubbed his temples, digesting the news. He had actually always felt that the existence of goblins was a bit of a violation. He's been to the City of Machines, to the Kunshan area, having owned a mechanical train. I've also heard of a flesh and blood train. He had seen mechs with rocket launchers on their shoulders, and had been chased by the tens of meters long terrifying worm monster. The ones he had seen basically fell into two categories, mechanical and monster. Just the goblins. Neither one of them is relevant. The mechanics don't even pass the test, and the monsters don't count either. It's like, which nooks and crannies of the general emergence, and this world is more or less a little out of place. One by one, those monsters had absolutely no intelligence of their own, only the desire for bloodlust. And these goblins, though they started out as monsters, had no bloodlust, only the desire to prove their greatness. Chen Meng was silent for a moment before looking up at Doba. Yes, but he is a black market trader after all. I don't know if he can join. Well, after his internal agreement, he had seen the yellow point of light disappear, having converted to a green point of light, officially a member of the Stellaris train. Pretty good. It was also unknown how many wandering black marketeers there were on this planet, and the probability of anyone else being able to meet one should be lowered a little more. You go get him. Yes, soon. This black market trader in a black cloak was also called over and stood behind Doba with a serious face. Aha! Chen Meng paused for a moment before softly saying, take out those goods on you and show them to me. I won't rob them. No. The black market merchant shook his head decisively, then inclined his head to look at Doba before saying somewhat hesitantly and reluctantly, great human prophet, I don't have any goods on me. Only when you pay the inheritance value will the corresponding goods appear on me. Even now? Could be. Chen Meng didn't say anything else, just waved his hand to indicate that the Doba few could go down, before looking at the backs of the two men thoughtfully. That is to say, his train was equivalent to one more permanent black market trader. In the future, if he wanted to consume the inheritance value, he didn't even have to wait for a chance encounter with a black market merchant in order to consume it. He could just consume it directly at this black market merchant on the train. That effect alone is enough. After all, how much food can you eat with many mouths? Maybe a lot of trains have inheritance value. Just suffer from not meeting the black market traders. He can charge a huge introduction fee. Not only, but also, he inclined his head to look at the train accessory information on the console screen. The black marketeer himself had no control over where his teleportation landed, and once he teleported out, he might not be able to return to the stellar train for the rest of his life. But, he has the train ticket accessory, which allows him to instantly go back inside the train if he is a member of the train and tears up the ticket. Except that he has already leveled it up to 10, but the range is only 10,000 meters away, and only members within 10,000 meters can go back to the train. Perhaps the range will be viewable when upgraded to level 100 later. After all, it's a white accessory and doesn't consume too many resources to upgrade. This one needs a lot of thinking about before it's done. We'll try to develop more uses for it. Random teleportation is a concept level effect now. Chapter 134, it's okay, Uncle Lee, you're truly skillful. Phew. It was only after a long time that Chen Meng exhaled a long breath and continued to maneuver the train towards the towering mountain peak ahead that was already clearly visible to the naked eye. It's okay. Although he didn't find any iron ore, he got him a permanent version of the goblin trader. He wasn't going to spend these 100 inheritance points for the time being. There was nothing in those 4 items that particularly appealed to him. After we finish the wedding for the bobcats and get another 500 inheritance points, let's see what goodies we can buy with 600 inheritance points. Inside those 4 commodities, there was only one item that struck him as rather rare. Level C difficulty exemption ticket. With this item, You can directly and unconditionally pass that mission if C-rank difficulty in any difficult encounter map or mission, such as the mechanical train transfer mission, or the undersea labyrinth mission. A couple of the others were average. That Murphy's Stone was even more completely useless to him. Honestly speaking, he felt that it would be better to choose Murphy's Stone rather than the C-class difficulty exemption coupon. After all, when he was chatting with the Cthulhu train's conductor, Erden, this morning, the other party said that the C-rank difficulty labyrinth quest in the undersea labyrinth adventure map will give you 5 Murphy Stones if you pass it successfully. For the same price, you'll only get one if you buy a Murphy Stone. Of course, similar to the undersea labyrinth, this hidden map is not so good to find. The general location is extremely hidden, and the way to travel to it is also quite harsh. 2 eggs. This person is quite generous. Directly send this coordinates to him, saying that such hidden maps basically only work the first time for everyone. He's already been there once and it's no longer useful. He can visit later if he has the ability to train dive. This hidden map is in the bottom of a lake somewhere in the sandy river plains. His stellar train didn't have the ability to dive for the time being. When he had the ability in the future, he could take a look at it, and he was quite interested in this undersea labyrinth. Half an hour later, stellar train finally came to this towering mountain under the clouds. In the tower of the sky can only vaguely see a black shadow mountain peak stand in the clouds, as ink paintings on the light stroke-like, not very conspicuous. But it's only when you get close that you can really see the magnificence of this high mountain. Extremely slender. On the topmost tip it was also about just a few hundred meters wide, which naturally wasn't considered thin when placed on flat ground, but compared to the height of this mountain, it was extraordinarily slender. He naturally went to the library in Sandy River City. This mountain didn't exist before Armageddon. It appeared after Armageddon. Chen Mang poked his body out of the sunroof and tilted his head to observe for a long time before sitting back down in front of the console, switching out his spider feet and driving towards the steep hill, where he might really be the only one who could come. The mountain has extremely steep cliffs on all sides. There aren't any hills at all. If the rabbit wheel was upgraded to full level, the flight altitude would be roughly 3,000 meters. And unless someone had upgraded the rabbit wheel again with a Mephistopheles stone, it would be hard for anyone to arrive here. The moment the mechanical spider feet touched the cliff face, they were firmly attached, dragging the entire train upwards as fast as they could. The spider foot is just a green accessory. It's not very eye-catching, but it helped him a lot. This mechanism type of green accessory was the one that could have the greatest effect with him. Others would need to take out 27 Murphy stones to drop on the spider feet accessory in order to have the kind of effect he had. It keeps climbing all the way up. He controlled his speed and climbed not too fast. 20 minutes later, the forwardmost spider feet of the stellar train finally landed on flat ground and the entire train appeared at the top of the hill. At the top of the hill was an extremely vast and level flat area, and in front of it, a large mining field. Chen Mang jumped off the train and looked at the scene in front of him and smiled. Just now when he was at the bottom of the mountain, he had detected that the top of this mountain possessed a mine, a full 5 level 2 iron mines, and they're all mines with rich mineral content. He knew it. Places with this kind of harsh status location generally speaking either have hidden maps or dense resource mines. These 5 level 2 iron mines will upgrade all of the trains some of the accessories that are not currently upgraded. Generally speaking, without using Murphy's Stone, the green accessory resource detection radar could only go up to level 3 at most, which was a detection range of 3,000 meters, while there were ways to detect iron mines in the ground. For example, if you travel through a drill to a depth of 3,000 meters underground, then you detect iron or 6,000 meters underground, just less efficiently and traveling slower underground, including that canyon in Doomsday Abyss, which was once detected to have a mine. Doomsday Abyss is 6,000 meters deep. Resource detection radar cannot be detected at all. It is said that there are 2 trains to cooperate. Go to Taiping City, a steel cable factory, to find a lot of steel cables. Will be a train head tied to the other train full of weight, and then slowly hang down. Through the head of the train that was hanging down, it was detected that there were mines at the bottom of the Abyss of Doom, but that's as far as it goes. There was definitely no way to get down. After all, a 6,000 meter canyon might sound like nothing, but a quick look over the extent of exploration of the depths of the earth in human history basically showed how difficult it would be to travel to that 6,000 meter deep canyon. Now that we've found the mine, it's getting late, so I'll rest tonight and get up in the morning to dig again. However, the next second, wow, the back several car doors were suddenly opened. A group of train residents carrying pickaxes rushed down excitedly, directly to the mine area. Towards their hands spit 2 mouths of spit, and swung the pickaxe to start digging the mine. Aha! Chen Mang, who was standing underneath the train, looked towards the scene and remained silent for a while before sighing softly. According to this situation, that Doba shouldn't be saying that goblins are the most industrious people anytime soon. Only then did he shake his head and head towards his train room. Just dig. Anyway, the train is basically pulled full of life support at the moment. With level 10 supermodel effects for both bread slices and mineral water that weekly increase physical fitness when taken over a long period of time. A level 5 supermodel effect for bread slices that also replenishes vitamins. A level 5 effect for mineral water that removes kidney stones. And colas that replenish stamina. With so many amenities in place, at least there will be no exhaustion for the train residents. What's that saying? Before the troops move, the rations go first, and the stellar train is just pulling full rations at the moment. Except, it's easy to get tired of eating these every day. Chen Meng, who was sitting inside the train room, looked at the 4 meat sandwiches that Xiaofang had sent up, and waved his hand to signal AI to get the cook who claimed to be a 5-star hotel chef from last time, and to give him a whole little something to eat on a small stove with the leftover vegetables, as well as the 4 waxy pork ribs that had come from the last seizure. The train has all the basic pots and pans, so ask him what he's missing. If there was a spatula or something missing, he could have built it with the mechanical heart. It only required a little consumption of iron or units, but if it was seasonings, salted salt, pepper flakes and the like, the mechanical heart couldn't build them. Although the mechanical heart did not give a clear manufacturing range, but basically are some electronic products, or pots and pans such as household products made of iron. Food and tobacco cannot be built. If you can even build seasoning, then it's not a mechanical mind. Just rename it. Words follow the law. When I asked, he said that besides the lack of pots and pans, a lot of the side dishes and seasonings are missing, so the flavor probably won't be very good. Forget it then. Chen Meng sighed lightly. Don't waste those wax ribs, let's get them later. I'll build another wagon, and you get the old pig to arrange for someone to go and arrange for that livestock and the food seeds we found on our last trip to Sandy Creek City. Copy that. The stellar train has 14 cars, the 14th being a missile car. Now there's another carriage. Car 15. Breeding carriage. Are you okay? Old Pig frowned slightly and looked at Uncle Lee who was standing at the side. Didn't you used to be an executive? What with earning millions of dollars a year, being proficient in both accounting and management and having created a business and all that, would you raise these? That's 6 chickens, 5 ducks, 4 pigs, 2 cows, and 3 sheep here. This is a different note for every livestock raised. What was your major in college? No problem. Full of serious face Uncle Lee body straight seriously said, I studied civil engineering in college. Before I went to college I was from the countryside. Out of the family raised pigs. Also raised cattle, sheep, chickens and ducks. These are raised. When I was a kid going to school, I smelled like a stinking pig every day. Just leave it to me to feed these animals. No questions asked. And all those seeds are totally alright with me too. My family used to farm and have an orchard. I've always helped my family since I was a kid. I can get all that. So awesome. A hint of astonishment flashed in the old pig's eyes. It's possible. Uncle Lee, you're truly skillful. Okay, then I'll leave this piece to you. See the spray in a few corners of this carriage. That's the train accessory breeding spray. Master Mang gave you a manual button to press at the entrance to the carriage. All you have to do is press this button and the livestock inside will be in heat. Press it again and it's back to normal. Leave it to me, you don't mind. Captain Piggy, breeding compartment 15. Uncle Lee looked over at the 24 or so various animals in this humble carriage, and the 2 dirt-covered refrigerators, and let out a long, rather relaxed sigh of relief, the anxiety in his eyes completely disappearing. Only then did he lean back against the carriage and light a cigarette with his head down, a hint of smugness hidden in the bottom of his eyes, and rambled on as if nothing had happened. Not bad, little job. It's only in charge of 1 carriage, so let's do it first, mix up some seniority, and move up later. Awesome, Uncle Lee. The young boy standing on the side was full of excitement and gave a thumbs up. It was only at noon today that Master Mang popularized the Irish chip, causing you to be laid off and unemployed. And it's only just dark, and you're back on the job so soon? I knew you could do it. And Uncle Lee, you know too much. You are $1 million a year, even know how to raise pigs. You will. This will be too mixed. Will? Uncle Lee sighed long and hard before throwing his cigarette under his feet. I'll be an ass. Which rural family farms and orchards and raises chickens, ducks, cows, sheep and pigs? That's a ing landlord, right? If you don't make a few slaves at home, and dare to engage in such a way, you shall not give that old couple at home a tired burial in the ground sooner or later. When I was a kid my family had a couple chickens and a dog. Ah, the smile on the face of the young boy who was still full of excitement a moment ago slowly froze. Uncle Lee, you don't know anything and you dare to take over. Ah, in case you mess up, won't it cost you your head? Don't worry, if my head falls off, you certainly won't be able to keep yours. Uncle Lee took a deep breath before putting his arm around the young boy's shoulders. Take out our stellar vouchers. Get them together. Buy a few packs of cigarettes. I'll take you to meet 2 people. I've chatted idly with both of them when I was a slave. One's family farms and the other's family animal husbandry. Go over and strike up a conversation. Get a little family friendly, and basically we'll both be good at it. This position, well, tolerance is still very big, is to learn a little experience only, as long as not to raise dead, but also cannot be a big problem. First sit on this position before, do not understand can slowly learn it. The young boy was expressionless and silent for a long time before he said hoarsely, Uncle Lee, can you tell us how you ended up in accounting after studying civil engineering? Oh, you mean that, at that time, when I graduated to a construction site to work as a safety officer trainee, the building collapsed, went in and squatted for a few years. Inside, I know a lot of accounting bigwigs. After further study for a period of time, came out to take an accounting certificate, and then that group of people came out and were willing to mention me, and then I slowly got mixed up in this circle. It's not easy for you either. Uncle Lee, ugh, it's okay, a fluke to make ends meet. Are these real? Really? I always get the feeling now that there's no truth coming out of your mouth. Trust me, but Uncle Lee, I know why I can only get a few $1,000s in pay before the end of the day. For what? Because if it's me, I can't do anything in the case. Certainly won't go to the hog wagon master to ask to sit in this seat, even if it won't be found out for a while. I'm so panicked inside. I just can't get past that hurdle in my own heart. Brace for the bold, starve for the timid. And how well versed in management do you really think Captain Piggy is when he sits in that position of his? Uncle Lee bristled. I feel sure I could have done a better job if I had been a co-trainer. In time, I'll be able to sit there too. But, Uncle Lee looked outside and whispered, this carriage is newly built out, hasn't been fitted with a camera yet. It's fine for us to talk here, but don't talk nonsense if you go out. One step at a time. Let's start with this breeding carriage, and in case there are any other important positions that are lacking later, I'll be applying to the hog wagon master. Aha! The young boy nodded with a serious face. Uncle Lee, I trust you. Chapter 135, Brother, I can't run away. I'm dying. Is this right? In the Kunlun mountain region, a man sitting in the purple cloud train looked at the empty canyon in front of him with blank eyes, rather like a feeling of pulling out his sword and looking around in bewilderment. He came out of the Iron Range wilderness. There were some conflicts with the stellar train, but he softened up in time and the stellar train forgave him. But the blow he left behind was not insignificant. He had worked so hard to develop for so long, and as a result, the stellar train had taken a month to catch up, coming from a nobody to the top of the regional rankings and, in January, moving up to a level 4 train to the green zone. It totally hit him. So he had a change of heart. Let's just go straight to the ING mechanical train. I'm going to go straight to the flesh and blood train with my body. It just so happened that there were a lot of monsters in the Kunlun mountain area. So when he transferred, he would go to the Kunlun mountain area to find those weak monsters to slay. The plan is good. He managed to transfer to a C-rank potential flesh train. B-rank potential required killing a level 5 monster, which he couldn't beat, and he didn't know how those people beat it. Then just as he was about to when he ass-kicked his way to the Kunlun mountain area to kill the monsters, he realized that not a single monster was left, and countless trains of flesh and blood were wailing in despair on the train radio without a single solution. The man was bewildered for a long time before he looked at the skeleton on the console. Since the transition to the flesh train, some of the mechanical fittings within the train were basically gone, and the train auxiliary AI had become a flesh brain, not much different from the original function. Only just a little bit of his appearance had changed, and he was the only one left on the train. All the slaves and thugs, including the deputy conductor, were swallowed up by the train of flesh and blood the moment he succeeded in his transfer. Honestly, he probably wouldn't have even made the switch if he'd known it was going to happen, mainly because it wasn't told to him exactly what would happen when he made the switch to flesh and blood train. The deputy conductor is quite loyal and still has some feelings in him, but it's been transferred and there's no going back. He looked down at the cushion of his chair. It looked like the bright red flesh of the inside of the lip when it was turned out. It was quite comfortable to sit on and didn't have a blood-stained sticky feeling or anything. The interiors of the wagons had also all turned into something like a large intestine, full of wrinkled, bloody flesh. His three-legged heavy machine gun also became a bone spur machine gun. All the accessories he could manipulate with his mind at will, such as directly using his mind to manipulate the bone spur machine gun to accurately claim enemies through the sensor tentacles. And his sense of control over the train was much stronger than before. For now, the biggest drawback is still, there were always some messy faces floating on the ceiling staring at him as he fell asleep. The whole thing was a bit mentally debilitating. Those faces were those of his former slaves, and he didn't know if it was just an illusion or not, but he always felt as if he was maneuvering his limbs as he maneuvered this train with more and more fluidity. Just as, it was as if he and this train of flesh and blood were gradually becoming one. Ugh. Only after a long time did the man let out a long sigh and look towards the mechanical train with S-rank potential that was at the top of the list on the ranking of the number of supermodel effects. This guy came to the green zone, it's just as strong. Obviously, when he was in the Iron Ridge Wasteland at that time, he was also basically in the top 5 on the regional rankings, and the gap between him and the Stellar Train wasn't that big, but after he came to the Sand River Plains, the gap between him and the Stellar Train started to rapidly become bigger. Just then, the man suddenly froze slightly, and in his mind, he sensed a level 2 monster flashing by 300 meters away, and immediately, his face was suddenly happy, and without the slightest hesitation, he maneuvered the train and chased after it, along with several barb-covered spider feet began to run wild. The train, which looked more like a combination of centipede, spider, and worm from the outside, quickly chased after the zombie wolf. A level 2 monster can be better than nothing for a flesh and blood train, but this monster was the first monster he had seen in the Kunlun Mountain region, and by following this monster all the time, he might be able to find out exactly where all the monsters in the Kunlun Mountain region were hiding. After transferring to Flesh and Blood Train, the console screen is gone. All information surfaced in the depths of his mind, including the sensing tentacles, an accessory converted through the solitary radar, with 2 short tentacles in front of the car, sensing everything that came to his mind, pretty much the same as before. The only difference is that one floats on the screen and one floats in the mind, and after transferring to Flesh and Blood Train, he felt as if he was thinking more flexibly, able to think about many things at once, manipulate many accessories, and when receiving so much information at the same time, he didn't feel like he couldn't handle it anymore, and didn't have that feeling of his brain being down. Half an hour later, the smile on the man's lips grew stronger as he could already see with his naked eyes that there were many monsters in a valley ahead of him, and those monsters were bent over the ground as if they were holding some kind of ceremony. It was visible to the naked eye, but the sensing tentacles did not send the slightest message. Just then, in front of this valley full of monsters, all the monsters suddenly turned their heads straight to look at him, the pair of scarlet and hideous bloodthirsty eyes, so that the man instantly came to his senses. His face suddenly changed greatly, and immediately maneuvered the train to quickly turn around towards the way he came and drove away. Damn, what he's doing! He was only a level 4 flesh and blood train, and the Kunlun Mountain area was full of level 5 and even level 6 monsters, so how could he dare to go so deep? Run! At this moment this thought firmly occupied all the space in his mind. If he didn't run, he would surely die. That valley was full of high-level monsters, and once he caught up, he didn't have any chance of surviving. Before fleeing, though, he quickly pressed that green meat pad button on the console to record the coordinates of this place, and maybe, he could work with that guy. He provides the coordinates for the guy to come and kill all these monsters, and the guy takes the drop drawings and special props, and all he needs is these monsters' flesh and blood. Merely, that guy was strong, but he was only a level 4 train now. Could he handle so many monsters in this valley? Just a moment ago, he then saw at least 4 level 6 bosses kneeling in the center. The periphery is more than a dozen level 5 bosses. The rest are some high-level elite monsters. The outermost is some scattered small monsters. This was still only a small portion. After all, if all the Kunlun Mountain region monsters were here, this tiny valley wouldn't be able to pile them up at all. Time passes quickly. 3 days of work quickly passed by. It was dark. This was the 3rd day that the stellar train had arrived on this mountain peak, and in those 3 days, those train inhabitants had created a full 510,000 units of iron ore. In total, there are 5 level 2 iron mines, and 1.5 of them have already been dug out. The results are still great. Chen Mang looked to the train radio message. These days there is no change in the Kunlun Mountain area. The monsters have all disappeared, and most of those flesh and blood trains have already crossed the Kunlun Mountain to go to another green area. After all, the Sand River Plain did have a higher safety margin than other areas, with few wandering monsters. It's a good thing he's a mechanical train. It doesn't affect him. After all, monsters might hide because of annexation. Mines can't hide because of anything too. That's illogical, and mines don't have legs how to run. He looked at the number of resources on the train panel, which currently had exactly 700,000 units of iron ore. The quantity is a little less. According to this speed, at most another 10 days, basically all the mining is finished. Just then, brother, the conductor of the Tsunlong train, Erden, sent a private chat. I've risen to a level 6 train. Ha 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 ha. You should step up too, ha ha ha. It's been so long and you're still a level 4 train. Has it been long? Has it ever been a month full since I set foot on the plains of the Sandy River? Well, it seems to be, but you are after all S-class potential. Come on, brother. I'll wait for you in the level 6 train. Accumulate some reserves, and when you also rise to the level 6 train, let's go to the yellow area together and see how it goes. Chen Mang didn't reply again, but just looked at the radar shield accessory on the screen of the train's console. Yellow pints. He just built it and never upgraded it, and after consuming 90,000 units of iron ore, He upgraded this accessory to level 10 in one breath. After ascending to level 10, however, any level 10 and below soul enemy radar can't detect his train at all. And although the upgrade price is a bit more expensive than the usual yellow item level accessories, it's still very cost effective. Sure, it just couldn't detect his train. If all the train members stayed inside the train, it was equivalent to being invisible on the other side's radar. But if the train members left the train, it would still be possible to detect the train members on the radar. Get 2 supermodel effects at the same time. Radar shield level 5 supermodel effect, none. Radar shield level 10 supermodel effect, none. Both supermodel effects were nil, but the accessory really didn't need any more supermodel effects. Just the upgraded effect by itself was strong enough. The train that ambushed him outside the swamp in the old days was the very one that had circumvented the detection of his level 10 radar by some means or another. That guy's armor he looked at was identical to that spray paint that was applied to the goblin train's armor at the time. Another 7 days passed. The 5 level 2 iron mines on this mountain peak had all been mined, and at this point in time, the iron ore units came to 1.75 million units of iron ore in the resource count on the train panel. That much iron ore is enough for a lot of things. First, he consumed 95,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the 15th breeding wagon to level 6. Only then did he look at the cost of getting his armor up to level 7. The armor on a carriage needed 100,000 units of iron ore to upgrade from level 5 to level 6, and 200,000 units of iron ore to upgrade from level 6 to level 7. He now had a total of 16 armors that needed to be upgraded along with the head of the train, and it would take 2 million units of iron ore to upgrade all of them to level 7 armors. In the green zone, level 6 armor is more than enough, and level 7 armor is not needed for now. He pondered for a moment before taking out 405,000 units of iron ore. He upgraded the remaining 9 combat training virtual spaces in the guard car to level 10 as well, so that in the stellar train, together with the one in the head of his train, there were 10 level 10 combat training virtual spaces. It would allow the guards to train in virtual space and also enhance their physical fitness into reality. Greater enhancement of single operator capabilities. Another 600,000 units of iron ore were then consumed to send every one of the stellar train's current 30 guards to compartment 2, tailoring each one with a man-on-man exoskeleton armor, which once again boosted man-on-man combat capability. The 1 million units basically went to upgrading the warfighter's capabilities. There are 740,000 units of iron ore left. Just as Chen Mang was looking at the information of all the train accessories on the console screen, ready to think about which accessory to upgrade next, a piercing and urgent voice, full of fear and crying in its voice, suddenly came out on the intercom of the train radio. Chen Mang frowned slightly. Only people he had replied to private chats could directly call out to him on the intercom so abruptly. But he didn't remember replying to someone so rude. It's easy to scare people that way. But when he heard it he froze slightly. Brother, I can't get away. I'm dying. I sent you a coordinate. Many monsters in the Kunlun mountain area are hiding there. If you have the ability, you can kill them, can drop quite a few good things. It's also considered to be revenge for me. The voice was extremely harsh and shrill, yet one could hear the extreme fear and desperation. It was also interspersed with a sound similar to the sound of chewing flesh, the sound of bones breaking. The intercom side suddenly produced an extremely painful high roar, and soon the sound gradually weakened. Obviously the breath is rapidly dissipating. Brother, L saw them a few days ago. They caught up with my train, took me back to the valley with my train, pulled me out of the train, but didn't kill me. I just found a chance to rush the train. I'm too late to run, could only send you the coordinates. It hurts really bad. They're not killing me. They're eating away at my flesh. If I had known that the green zone was so dangerous I would have stayed in the Iron Range wasteland. Brother, are you listening? Chen Meng's brow furrowed as he turned on the train radio to look at the string of coordinates sent from that purple cloud train and said in a deep voice, I'm listening. Do you have any last words? How about trying to hit your head against something sharp? Then maybe you'll die faster and not be in so much pain. Me, the voice on the other side of the train's radio intercom, which had become extremely weak from the extreme fear and desperation it had started with, mumbled as if it were a mosquito. I miss my mom. She didn't give birth to me to be monster to be devoured little by little. It hurts. The next moment, click, a sound similar to a skull being bitten came violently, followed by the chat being hung up instantly. When the conductor died, the train would be in a state of no ownership, and all fittings and such would be automatically shut down, including the train radio. Chapter 136, In the night, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Phew, Chen Meng sighed lightly, inclined his head to look out of the window has been in the opening of the train residence, lit a cigarette, looked up at that floating in the ceiling of the light blue smoke face complex. Silence, did not speak. He's entered the coordinates into the console. It is indeed the coordinates of the Kunlun mountain region. His first thought was actually that this couldn't be that purple cloud train teaming up with a few other level 6 trains to lay a trap for him, right? Preparing to encircle him? For one thing, he didn't know the purple cloud that well. How is it that you shouldn't be looking for him to talk so much before you die? Don't you have any friends left? Secondly, this guy said a little too much before he died. That monster was gnawing on his body a little bit. At this time he could still say so many words. Was this mental capacity too strong? By all rights, this level of pain should have passed out a long time ago. Even if he didn't pass out, his mind was blank, so how could he have the strength to talk and say so much? It defies common sense. But when you think about it, it's not very likely that it's a trap. There's no bait. The guy just died. The name in the chat box just dimmed down to gray. This can't be faked. It's not even bait, so it basically can't be a trap. But the temptation for him was indeed great. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. His ground blast missile had been upgraded to level 6. No matter how many monsters were hiding in that valley, or if there were a few level 6 monsters, one of his missiles would slam down and clear the field directly. And according to the conductor of the purple cloud, there were a lot more monsters in that valley than even if the price of a level 6 missile, which required a full 300,000 units of copper ore. It was impossible to lose money. The more monsters there are, the more he earns. It did appeal to him, but it wasn't like anyone else knew about the fact that he had missiles, and it wasn't possible to use that as bait to entice him to go there. After a few moments of contemplation, get all the residents back on the train and get ready to go. Okay, conductor. Under the stars, the stellar train was speeding across the Sand River Plains towards the Kunlun mountain region, aiming for the very same coordinates that the purple cloud's conductor had sent him before he died. Farther away, that peak was at the northernmost part of the Sand River Plain, and further on was another white area, while the Kunlun mountain area was at the westernmost part. 3 hours later, the stellar train slowed down and then switched out the spider feet before stepping into the Kunlun mountain area. As expected, just like what the train radio said, there was not a single monster as far as the eye could see, and not a single red dot could be seen on the enemy radar. This was the second time he had entered the Kunlun mountain area, and it was completely different from the last time he had entered the area. As the last time he had entered the area, there were monsters everywhere, and he had been chased all the way. He kept his speed at 100 kilometers per hour, weaving quickly between the mountains. Half an hour later, Chen Mang's eyes slightly narrowed. The stellar train slowed to a stop. The coordinates have been in the detection range of the enemy radar, but the enemy radar shows that the coordinates are quiet. There is not a monster. There is not even a red dot. A scam? After a few moments of silence, he thought back to what the conductor of the purple cloud had said before he died, and decided to give up and continue deeper. There are only two possibilities. The first possibility, that the conductor of the purple cloud had lied to him, had been vetoed by him long ago, and was unlikely. That leaves only the second possibility. There was indeed a monster at that coordinate, only that his enemy-solving radar couldn't detect it. His enemy-solving radar was already level 15 and still couldn't detect it. That was enough to show that there was a big change at that coordinate. It's not something very out of the ordinary. In the old days in Sandy River City, the thing that resembled a large tin can of amoxicillin could not be detected by his radar as long as the creature hid in it. There were only two paths before him now. 1. Maneuver the stellar train close to this coordinate and use your naked eye to see if there are actually monsters hiding in that coordinate valley. 2. Return the same way and leave the Kunlun mountain area. And he chose the third way. Buzz. The sound of gears turning slowly resounded from the 14th carriage. The hydraulic support unfolded like the skeleton of a steel beast, and a blackened Class 6 missile was slowly pushed out by the elevator. He chose to throw a level 6 missile directly at the coordinates first to see if there were monsters there, or if there was some kind of plot to surround him. One missile and it would all be over. It's only 300,000 units of copper ore. He digs so hard to avoid encountering more risks. If he digs for so long and encounters danger and has to personally drive over to see what kind of danger it is, then what kind of mining does he do? The next moment, the silver-white warhead of the missile glowed with the cold light unique to the Grim Reaper under the moonlight, and a large number of orange-red tail flames shot out from the tail of the missile, roaring into the sky, and the ground even faintly cracked open with cobweb-like scorch marks. The ear-piercing sound of detonation rang out steeply in the silent mountains under the starry sky, like a scarlet meteor in the sky, trailing a trailing flame. It smashed through the air at a nearly straight angle toward the valley at the coordinates, following, only to see that in the distant valley under the night, a blazing white light instantly enveloped the entire valley, and the shockwave that was visible to the naked eye was like a transparent city wall, crushing in the shape of a sea wave in all directions. The originally extremely silent and even somewhat cold mountain range was as if God had pressed the pause button and then violently pressed fast forward. At this point, boom boom boom, It was the belated boom from the violent explosion that rang deafeningly like a church's death knell. Nighttime. A mushroom cloud slowly rose. It's beautiful. Inside the train room, Chen Mang even forgot the goal of his trip here for a moment, and just looked towards the mushroom cloud rising over the distant valley in a trance, muttering. That image shift of extreme stillness to an instantaneous explosion of extreme motion. There are also sound and light effects to go along with it. It made the whole scene, which looked as if Satan had descended to paint with the earth as a curtain, with a kind of extreme tragic beauty. Not bad for a Class 6 missile. Just from the power point of view, it was much more powerful than his last level 1 missile. His last level 1 missile didn't have this kind of battle. Of course it could also be because this time it was nighttime. The missile thing looks better at night. Phew. After a few moments, he let out a light breath before letting go and maneuvering the stellar train to continue towards the coordinate point. This should be safe now. This is the benefit of having a lot of copper. Meet unknown dangers. Direct missiles to open the way, regardless of the danger. The missiles will only tell him what is Satan's own. 10 minutes later, the stellar train eased up the side of the valley and stopped. At this moment, the valley had completely turned into a large pit. The stones that had not completely cooled down were emitting a faint scarlet glow at the bottom of the pit like stars in the sky reflecting on the bottom of the water. And countless monsters that had already been reduced to fragments were spilling their flesh and blood all over the place. There were more monsters whose flesh and blood had been vaporized on the spot. In addition there were also a large number of dropped items emitting white light scattered at the bottom of the large pit. The bottom of this large pit really hid a large number of monsters, just as the purple cloud's conductor had said, only that for some reason, it was completely undetectable by the enemy solding radar. He was suddenly a little glad that he had suddenly thrown a missile at him. It takes a few seconds for the missiles to launch. Not much, but if he waits until he sees these monsters before launching them, it's already too late. These monsters will surely rush out of the valley towards him by then. In that case it won't cover such a wide area as it does right now. There will surely be leaks. It's much more troublesome to deal with them. If you miss a couple level 6 bosses, it's a bit trickier to deal with. He wasn't so worried that the missiles rippled through him. After all, he was a level 6 armor, immune to all level 6 and below attacks, and theoretically, even if he threw a missile at the head of his train, the train and the inhabitants inside the train would not be harmed at all, except for those fittings on the outside that would be damaged. That's the theory. Of course, no one in their right mind would do something like throw a Class 6 missile at their head just to prove whether a theory works or not. Although his spider feet and external sound carrier are accessories with higher ranks, they are not defense accessories after all, and cannot be completely immune to damage below the same rank like armor. Even a level 30 spider foot and a level 30 outboard audio would still be damaged when attacked by a level 6 missile. However, the higher the level, the higher the strength of the attacks that can withstand. There will not be a situation where the integrity is zeroed out. The integrity is not zeroed out but can still be repaired with mechanical nano spiders. Once zeroed out, you can only rebuild a new one. You can't expect a stereo to be hardened against missiles. That's not reasonable. The stellar train's current powerful magnet, a green-grade accessory, is level 5, and it can take in all of the items dropped by all monsters within a range of 500 meters after their deaths into the carriages. After consuming 19,500,000 units of iron ore, one bite raised this accessory straight to level 20, and the absorbable range came straight to 2000 meters, and gained 2 additional supermodel effects. Power Magnet Level 10 Overmode Effect, the flesh and blood of dead monsters can be absorbed directly. Powerful Magnet Level 20 Overmode Effect, has a strong magnetic effect, depending on the grade of the energy stone consumed. Pretty good. Chen Mang laughed lightly, maneuvering the stellar train around the cliffs on both sides of the valley, sucking all the items dropped by the monsters into a spare refrigerator inside the train, and absorbing all the monster blood and flesh into a refrigerator as well. The flesh and blood of monsters is inedible. Someone ate it before and died violently on the spot. These monster flesh and blood, instead of being part of the material drop like corpse flesh, it was really the kind of piece after piece of flesh and blood that was only useful for the flesh and blood train, and since there were a lot of refrigerators within the stellar train anyway, he collected all of them as well. It might come in handy someday when trading with the flesh and blood train. There wasn't actually much flesh and blood, most of it had been vaporized, and only bits and pieces of flesh and blood remained from some of the higher ranked monsters. After absorbing all the fallen items and flesh and blood into the train with the powerful magnet, only then did Chen Mang look at Xiao Ai, who spoke softly to the side. Have all the guards get off and check to see if there's anything unusual at the bottom. Hand out a ticket to each person. Okay. There was something weird about this place. That was obvious. These monsters were inexplicably gathered here. It would be hell if they could be normal, but the Sojourner radar couldn't detect much information at all. So this situation would have to be sent out to see what was going on. With the protection of one man's skeletal armor and train tickets, basically nothing much can happen. He wasn't going to leave it at that. He wanted to find out what was going on here. Team 1, all members, assemble. Docked on the side of the valley of the stellar train, the door of the No. 7 guard compartment was slammed open. Diaozi stood in the doorway holding the Tinglong assault rifle, looking behind him at the 9 members of the first team one by one from the face of the guard again before he spoke in a deep voice. Chief AI and I and the other 2 captains have joined the clustermind, so in case there are any surprises that lead to getting separated later, I'll be the first to give you orders on the iris chip. Stay close to me. Only then did he take a deep breath and jumped off the train, advancing towards the bottom of the valley with 9 members of the first team behind him, although this valley had already been scrubbed by Master Mang's missiles. Since Master Mang had asked them to come down, it meant that there must be something unusual here. Feeling the searing heat of the air, and the pungent odor of gunpowder and blood, he carefully gripped his flashlight and approached the valley step by step, not missing a single trace. So did the 9 members behind them. Master Mang built all of them as single soldier exoskeleton armor. This thing has no defensive effect, but it can substantially enhance their overall body quality, and can fully triple. Here comes the chance to take credit. There were more and more gifted monsters in the train and he had to take credit if he wanted to keep his position. As long as he was the first to find out what the anomaly was, that would be a credit. If he could fix the anomaly, that would be a big credit. Team 2, gather up. We're going to. At the entrance of the No. 7 guard compartment, Zhang Damei tightened the combat uniform on his body and tightened the belt a little closer. Then with an icy face, he jumped down carrying a machete, and a kind of members behind him followed suit. This machete was customized by her from Chief AI, by combining and assembling pieces of a car blade with a pickaxe handle, a weapon that, while it may look a bit odd, is no less lethal. She was already strong, and even stronger with the increase in her one-man exoskeleton armor, and the weapon could be even more powerful in her hands. Ugh, it's Team 3 at the end again. A rather clean-cut young boy looked out at the 2 squads that were already a dozen meters ahead of the others, looked back at the 9 members of the third team behind him and sighed softly, checking the number of magazines in his pockets before jumping out of the compartment with a Tinglong assault rifle in each of his left and right hands. This boy was so clean-cut that he even rivaled the fresh meat that had been brought out of the Iron Range wilderness. It looks like the kind of thing where you get a cut finger and call the crematorium directly to reserve a spot in the furnace. But, to be able to sit firmly in the position of captain of the third team, and to have the 9 members of the third team behind him still have absolutely no look of defiance on their faces, was enough to say it all. On the stellar train, but no one who makes it out is a savior. Chapter 137, What is going on here? Under the stars, the deep pit in the valley reeked of smoke, and the slightly scorching temperature of the air and the pungent smell of blood reminded them all the time that there were countless monsters hiding here just minutes ago. Diaozi walked in the forefront, face alert with a flashlight sweeping the front around, body tense, always ready to deal with all crises intended. The next moment, he suddenly saw not far ahead of him scattered with some of the fragments of the bloody train. His brow furrowed slightly. Didn't Mr. AI tell him that all the monster flesh and blood had been sucked to the inside of the train by Master Mang? But soon he realized what it was. It would be the train of flesh and blood that Master Mang had told them about before they left. 20 minutes later, the 3 guard squads met at the bottom of the valley and looked at each other. All shook their heads. There was nothing out of the ordinary. It was a valley that had been bombarded by missiles. Everything was normal. Diaozi swept his eyes around with some reluctance, attempting to find some more minuscule details on how there could be no anomalies. Just then, Sasha, a sound similar to the rotation of gears suddenly and slowly sounded under the feet of all the people, and the empty space under everyone's feet instantly turned into a bottomless abyss, followed by a strong sense of weightlessness that came violently. The fear of the unknown instantly gripped all hearts, but after all, after surviving for so long in the apocalypse, and taking turns to train in the combat training virtual space for some days, the mental capacity is still stronger. Not so much as to be in a frenzy when encountering unexpected situations. Almost at the same time, all of them pulled off the tickets that had been attached to their sleeves and violently tore them to shreds. It was accompanied by several flashes of white light. All of the guards disappeared into thin air and were once again back inside the train under the effect of the train's ticket. Nope, one other person didn't shred the ticket. Diaozi, who clutched the ticket tightly in his hand. His face changed rapidly in a cloudy and uncertain manner, before a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, gritting his teeth and stuffing the ticket back into his jacket pocket, letting his body fall towards that unknown bottomless abyss. He'll take a gamble. The moment his body lost its balance, he saw a sliver of moonlight at the bottom of the abyssal valley. Although it was extremely weak, it was still caught by him, which also meant that there was water below the abyss, and as long as the height wasn't too high, he couldn't die from the fall. He's going to go below and probe for more information before crushing the ticket and returning to the train. The time to take credit is now. There are more and more gifted monsters in the train. He doesn't want to find a way to make some credits. With his status as an old man, it's simply impossible to keep sitting in this position, and as for what to do in case of death, dead is dead. In this doggone doomsday, who dares to say that they can always not die? Put. Thoughts flashed rapidly in his mind. 2 seconds later, hands holding his head and body curled up into a ball in the air. Biaozi heavily smashed into the water. A strong sense of chest tightness and pain instantly, followed by no time to think at all will be a fierce drill out of the water. From the arms of the flashlight swept around for a while, before swimming towards the shore closest to him. When he climbed onto the shore, the first time he held the Tinglong assault rifle in his arms and bit the flashlight in his mouth to look around before focusing his sight on the scene in front of him. His body slightly froze in place, his eyes gradually surfaced with a dense to extreme shock and disbelief. Even his body was uncontrollably trembling slightly. What the is going on here? Conductor. All the members of the guards have returned safely except for Biaozi. The bottom of the valley has suddenly collapsed below. There are cogging noises coming from it, and I don't know what's down there. Aha. Chen Mang nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly to look at the instantly disappearing green dot on the screen of the train's console. When Biaozi fell into the valley's abyss, and when that valley closed up again, the Sojourner radar couldn't detect Biaozi's picture. It's like the signal was instantly cut off. But on the console's train members, he could clearly see the life and death status of all the train members. Biaozi wasn't dead. He was still alive. He just couldn't detect it anymore. Just as he couldn't detect that this valley possessed monsters in the first place. After a pause, it was only then that he spoke. It's just that he can't be detected. It's not like he's been teleported to another space. At the moment, this distance is still within the distance that a train ticket can be teleported. Even if he falls to the bottom of the valley, as long as he tears up the ticket, he can still be teleported back to the train, right? In theory. AI, who was standing at the side, nodded. The cluster mind is disconnected as well, and I can't reach him through the iris chip. Biaozi and the stellar train are completely disconnected. Aha. Chen Mang nodded after a moment of silence. Wait and see. Puffing. Completely black only flashlight. That weak light. Biaozi, at this time, is standing on the shore looking at the scene in front of me. Eyes flashed a trace of fear. Cannot control the big gasping for air. Now the weather has been in winter. Just now that the lake water is extremely cold and piercing. At this time climbed on the shore, so that he felt more and more cold. Even if this combat suit on him was from the stellar train and had a temperature locking effect, he still felt as if the cold lake water had pierced into his bones, only to see in front of him, a huge worm with a body length of more than 10 meters was lying on the ground extremely quietly, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep, and around it were hundreds of other mantis-like monsters only half a meter tall, which were setting a piece of flesh and blood onto this worm as if they were inlaying blocks, constantly cutting, piecing, and sewing. Even if he had been standing on the shore, the hundreds of mantis-like monsters didn't look back at him either, still going about their business in the night. Biaozi's body was a little shaky. Some uncontrollable breathing gradually rushed, forced himself to calm down before he pinched the ticket in his hand, ready to escape from here at any time. He was extremely impressed by the huge size of the worm. Covered in viscous foul-smelling liquid, the head has no mouth or nose, only a huge mouth, hundreds of fangs set around the mouth, and the inside of its mouth is full of folds like a birth canal. It was the same worm monster he had seen in Mechanical City. It appears to be in a state of slumber. Phew. Biaozi looked towards the hundreds of mantis-like monsters that were busy, and called out to General AI in his cluster mind, and only after not getting a response did he slowly move towards the other side, below which was a huge cavern that was tens of meters in height, like a huge secret space in general. Those mantis-like monsters kept splitting the flesh and blood on the ground into neat pieces, and then as if they were putting together armor, they all pieced together on the worm monster. It's amazing that that horrible worm was built, rather than being so in and of itself. On the other side, he saw another worm monster surrounded by hundreds of mantis-like monsters. Only, it seemed like the worm monster was just starting to build. The mantis-like monsters were filling a train-like skeleton with flesh and blood. Wait, the train? It was only then that Biaozi snapped to attention that it wasn't just a train of flesh and blood, and when he aimed his flashlight inside this train's head, he realized that there was actually a person sitting in the train room chair. There's only one head left, to be precise, and the head is secured to the chair. The next moment, a sound came violently from outside the train of flesh and blood, so loud that it sounded like it was coming from an external stereo, except that it didn't have the sound of electricity. Instead it had that hissing sound similar to a monster's wail. Run! Run! The spitting was extremely muffled, but it was clearly a human voice. Damn! Biaozi's face changed slightly. Nonsense! Doesn't he know that it's dangerous here? Doesn't he know that he should run? If you remind him with such a loud voice, those monsters will all be alarmed. Okay? Soon. However, he noticed that the mantis-like monsters completely ignored him, not even looking back at him. He looked around again, deciding to get ready for the return trip. The information was almost detected, and the rest of what to do with it was up to Master Mang to decide. No more hesitation. Immediately, he crushed the train ticket in his hand, and in the next moment, his body dissipated into white light. That worm monster was built with a flesh and blood train for a skeleton? Train interior. After receiving the intelligence brought back by Biaozi, Chen Mang leaned back in his chair with his brows furrowed in deep thought. When the train reaches level 3, there are 2 transfer directions. One is mechanical train and the other is flesh train. Now it seems, this flesh and blood train, while developing at a much simpler and more brutal pace, and generally having a less difficult transfer mission than the mechanical train, might it be a trap? Go check it out. Chen Mang did not hesitate any longer, and immediately maneuvered the stellar train, extending the high-speed rotating drill, and immediately plunged into the mountain, swooping all the way down to target the depths of the valley. With his speed in the ground, even if he encountered dangers, it was not too late to run. Buzz. The drill, which had been going extremely well, was stopped in its tracks by a wall of flesh and blood as the stellar train drove through the earth to the depths of the valley. Sparks were splattered everywhere, and a charred odor even came from the surface of that wall of flesh and blood. But after drilling for a full minute, I didn't even get to see a hole. Chen Mang looked at the train console screen, which did not display the slightest information, as if this flesh and blood wall in front of him did not exist at all. Upgrade. He directly consumed 125,000 units of unit iron ore and raised the drill to level 50. Although the changes brought about by white-grade accessories each time they were upgraded were not as exaggerated as high-grade accessories. For example, the difference in power between the red-grade accessories ground blast missile and a grade 1 missile was obvious after it was upgraded to grade 6. The white-grade accessories repeating bed crossbow showed a very low increase after it was upgraded to grade 6, in comparison to when it was at grade 1. But, can't help but rise more. When the drill bit, a normal white-grade accessory, is raised to level 50, the drill bit turns scarlet red in color, and has more threads, rotates faster, and is harder. The results are remarkable. The original seemingly indestructible wall of flesh and blood, the drill gradually drilled a large hole, and the train began to slowly advance towards the front again. This wall of flesh and blood was thicker than he had imagined, a full 2 meters thick. Boom! Finally, 3 minutes later, the stellar train finally passed through this wall of flesh and blood and officially entered the interior of this cavernous space at the bottom of the valley. Along with the headlights turning on, the entire interior of the cave was instantly illuminated, and Chen Mang saw the 2 worm monsters in the making that Biaozi had spoken of. He glanced at the Sojourner radar, which didn't have a single red dot on it. Only one line emerged from the screen. This is the exclusive encounter map for the flesh and blood train, the Arsenal. Chen Mang looked towards those 2 worm monsters in the making not far ahead. The commotion of his train was not small, but those mantis-like monsters surrounding the vicinity of that train of flesh and blood did not look back at him at all at this point. He thought of something and tentatively raised his repeating bed crossbow and fired in unison at the monsters. Swoosh! An ear-piercing cracking sound resounded within the cave. As expected, the crossbow bolt went straight through those mantis-like monsters without any sign of hitting, and the scene in front of him was not real, but rather similar to the real animation there in Mechanical City. Just then, Sasha! The sound of gears turning resounded again, only to see the organ above the cavern being opened again, and then quickly closed again, as if there was a mechanical failure. Run! Hurry up and run! The piercing sound once again emanated from the worm monster with a skeleton of a train of flesh and blood. The corner of Chen Mang's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the scene before him, and he even saw a line of large scarlet letters on the worm monster that had almost finished building. The Stellar 3 Worm. The full name of that mech in Mechanical City is Stellar 3 Mech. In other words, is this stellar likely to be a designation of some kind? And he finally figured out what happened here. This is a special encounter map arsenal, and Tower of Heaven belongs to the matching plot map. Only one is an exclusive mechanical train encounter map, and one is an exclusive flesh and blood train encounter map. The map for this wonder is hidden in the bottom of this valley. Then the original entrance, hit by the 10 rings of his missiles, caused some problems with its internal gear structure, causing that entrance to automatically open and then quickly merge again from time to time. It was in this situation that Pyo fell in. This encounter map is still extremely hidden. Even if you have a drill and want to enter from the depths of the ground, you will be blocked by the flesh and blood wall. Normally speaking, the drill is upgraded to level 3 at the most, and you can't penetrate the flesh and blood wall in your life. But, can't help having a head iron. He hadn't actually cared that much about what was strange down in this valley, but seeing that the walls of flesh and blood were surprisingly sturdy, he couldn't help but want to come in and take a look. Forcing his way into this place, he said, obviously, the fragments of the flesh and blood train had already been found on the bottom of the valley, which was supposed to be the purple cloud. So how was it possible to find the purple cloud's flesh and blood train again on the bottom of the valley, which was illusory and not real? Chapter 138, finally, you can actually fly. As for the head in the flesh and blood train that's anchored to the seat, it hisses when it sees someone enter. Run, run, hurry up and run. It should also be part of the trigger key to get into the plot. Except he's a mechanical train and can't trigger it. No surprise there. If the flesh train comes here, it should require the completion of 5 levels of varying difficulty, just like the Tower of Heaven. And there's a good chance that there'll be an animation watching process like Past Days Revisited on the 4th level as well. See how these monsters create worm monsters and then manipulate them to attack the city of machines. Chen Mang was silent for a moment before looking at the hole behind him that was pierced by the drill. He said that in the green area, how could there still be such a difficult place to enter? And thought that it was some kind of great opportunity. Feelings are in the wrong place. It's like a little virgin disliking the urethra vigorously working miracles. Even more miraculously, it actually let him in. He once again cruised his eyes around the cave, and as expected, he saw the words of the 4th level on the wall, as well as the 8 long pitch-black passages in the depths of the cave. Not only did he break into this strange encounter map, but he also directly broke into the location of the 4th level. There seems to be no opportunity to take, with the way things are going. Whether the flesh train was originally a monster camp, or whether the creepy monster was built with the flesh train in mind, one concrete thing that can be stated is that this place has nothing to do with him. Moreover, this strange encounter map should also be less than the opening time, only that he had forced his way in. He took another look at the seriously busy mantis-like monster not far away before turning around and returning the same way along the hole he had just broken open. Only, it was easy to open a hole, but it was hard to plug it, and he definitely couldn't plug this hole. So that was it. Anyway, that 4th level above that mechanism is out of order. This encounter map is kind of half ruined, and I feel like there will be quite a few bugs in the future. After all, it's a wonder map. Ah, how come it's so unsturdy and breaks at the slightest touch? 1 hour later, the stellar train had already sailed out of the Kunlun mountain region and sped across the Sand River plains. And as for why the monsters in the Kunlun mountain region had disappeared and why the purple cloud train had been attacked by the monsters and killed and all these things, he basically guessed it roughly as well. By the hissing of that head in that train of flesh and blood, it proves at least one thing, that this guy wasn't voluntarily transformed into a worm monster. That is to say, the flesh and blood train and the mechanical train are not opposites. Most likely, when the end came a long time ago, a new path was opened up to fight these monsters, which was to fight magic with magic, and the blood train was born from that, but apparently there may have been some glitches in the opening. Then those monsters also realized that these flesh trains were extremely useful, and they directly absorbed some of the technology and plundered the flesh trains to create worm war machines. And the reason why all those monsters are hiding in that valley. Unsurprisingly, it should be that there were multiple valleys in the Kunlun mountain region, all of which were entrances to that encounter map, and the monsters were stacked up there to prevent other flesh and blood trains from entering this encounter map. Aha! Chen Mang will be in the mind of these thoughts, all thrown away. He because of the contact information a little more, so can have more speculation, but after all, still no too little. Think of these meaningless, not as good as to find a place to look at this harvest. He looked over at the mass of dropped items in that refrigerator beside him and laughed softly. This harvest is still good. Before leaving the Kunlun mountain area, he spent more than half an hour trying to find another valley to fire another missile, but the Sojourner radar couldn't detect the monsters piled up in the valley at all. And since the Kunlun mountain area was so big, it wasn't much different from a blind man feeling an elephant, so he gave up with it. Inside the stellar train, the AI maneuvered the train through the Sand River plains, searching for any level 2 iron ores that might be present, while Chen Mang began to count his harvest this time. First up are 3 carrier accessory blueprints: blue-grade carrier accessory, swarm platform, yellow-grade carrier accessory, holographic projection, green-grade vehicle accessory, propeller, a special prop, white gloves, 2 Murphy stones. There are also some assorted rare resources that are messed up, such as snake teeth, as well as the main event train stunt absolute defense. It's all good stuff. Chen Mang looked at the current harvest with a rather satisfied grin. That swarm platform was the drone platform. He finally had a drone as well. The holographic projection was similar to an auxiliary accessory that could form an immersive holographic animation similar to that of the mechanical city. And the propellers were special wheels that were used to travel underwater. Special props, white gloves. Wearing it can improve his physical comprehensive quality by a small margin. He didn't put an iris chip on himself, but he couldn't see the specific value of his physical comprehensive quality. Of course, he was most satisfied with the train stunt absolute defense. This is the second train stunt he has ever pulled. In one breath, he upgraded the stunt console accessory to level 10, and 9 more triangular slots appeared on the stunt console. Normally, each train could only have a maximum of 5 train stunts. After all, this accessory could only be upgraded to a maximum of level 5, and for each additional level, there would be 1 more slot, but he's clearly not normal. He could even have 20 or more slots, if only, as long as he can have that many train stunts. Train Special, Absolute Defense. Special effect, when activated, it can add together the levels of the two defensive accessories on the train. Train Steel Armor and Energy Shield, to form a higher level energy shield that lasts for 10 seconds, with a cooldown period of 10 days. He had never upgraded the Energy Shield accessory, mainly because his armor level was high enough. But now, Energy Shield, this accessory upgrade should be on the agenda. If the Energy Shield is upgraded to level 5, when added together, he can even have a level 11 defense, although it only lasts for 10 seconds, but it's enough. 10 seconds if they can't get rid of the monster. Then even if it's delayed to 10 minutes, after that it's still the same as death. He glanced at his remaining iron ore units. There are also 595,000 units of iron ore. After pondering for a moment, the cart blade, a white grade accessory, was also directly leveled up to 50 in one breath after consuming 125,000 units of iron ore. Level 50 drill. Level 50 turning edge. Just come on. After activating the train special death spin, he dared to touch even a level 7 monster. It also resulted in 4 supermodel effects. Drill level 20 supermodel effect, harder and faster rotation speed. Drill bit level 50 supermodel effect, harder and faster rotation speed. He was not surprised by the overmold effect of the drill. He had even expected it. After all, the overmold effect of this accessory at level 5 and level 10 was also the same. This is a purely numerical accessory. Add only the value, not any mechanism. As for how hard and fast, from forcing his way into the flesh and blood train encounter map, it was evident that at least he felt that trying to break into the mechanical train, the Tower of Heaven encounter map, was an extremely difficult task. Okay, but where this Tower of Heaven opens a little later, he would have broken up long ago, and did not know what would happen if he entered early, feeling that the probability was that nothing would happen. The two supermodels in the car blade have a different effect. Chevron blade level 20 supermodel effect, width fixed at 10 meters. Sharper, level 50 supermodel effect. Both blades can be swung to glide and leap over small distances on the ground, and if in the air you can increase your airspeed with a quick swing. Aha! The width of the blade was fixed at 10 meters, and the sharpness had been strengthened, which was a bit different from what he had expected. It had thought that this width would keep increasing along with the upgrades. Instead, it's that level 50 supermodel effect. Also reasonable. It's a 10-meter blade, so it shouldn't be a problem to use it as a wing, and the increased airspeed isn't too slow. It adds 100 kilometers per hour. But if that's the case, Chen Mang looked to the console screen on the train three-dimensional map. Rabbit Cloud will seem to be able to build it. I feel that the speed is also enough. Immediately consumed 90,000 units of iron ore. The two yellow grade accessories, Super Tail Spray and Rabbit Cloud, were all leveled up to 10 in one go. In order for Rabbit Cloud to successfully fly in the air, it is necessary to ensure that the maximum speed of the train comes to 650 km per hour with this accessory in order to fulfill the conditions for takeoff. The base moving speed of a Class 4 train is 160 km per hour. Level 10 green grade accessory Nitrogen Tail Jet increases speed to 120 km per hour. Level 10 yellow grade accessory Super Tail Jet increases the speed to 240 km per hour. Level 10 yellow grade accessory Rabbit Cloud increases the speed to 120 km per hour. Plus the increased airspeed of a level 50 car blade is 100 km per hour. The total speed comes directly to 740 km per hour. The conditions are fully met to be ready for takeoff. The next moment, the stellar train's two blades suddenly extended and began to fan rapidly, and at the same time, the original wind and fire wheels were instantly replaced by rabbit clouds, which appeared underneath the train in place of the wheels. Immediately after, just see the accompanying train start to buck. The whole train just flew freely in the air, while the huge blades on both sides were waving continuously, like huge wings. Finally, it's actually possible to fly. Inside the train room, Chen Mang looked out the window at the diminishing ground scenery, smiled and leaned back in his chair and sighed long and hard. It's not easy, it's proper flying in the air, not taking off in place like a rocket. He's going to be flying higher. There are 500 meters. The highest flying height of the level 1 rabbit cloud was 1,000 meters. That guy Erden raised this accessory to level 5, which was 3,000 meters high, and he raised it to level 10. The flying height came directly to 5,500 meters. He looked at the energy drain. Energy consumption is indeed quite a lot, much more than the wind and fire wheel. About 24 hours of continuous traveling can consume 10% of the level 3 energy stone, which is equivalent to flying in the air for 24 hours. To consume 5,000 units of iron ore, it is quite expensive, but the price is much lower than the effect of being able to fly through the air. After all, it's not like there's a need to fly through the air every day. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but admire Erden a little. He had upgraded so many accessories to level 10 to get enough for the rabbit cloud to take off. And it wasn't like that guy Erden had unlimited upgrades like he did, which meant that guy had a lot of accessories used to accelerate the train to get to that takeoff condition. So many days, he hadn't seen any train that could fly in the air except for the Cthulhu train. The Super Tail Spray and Bunny Cloud accessories both gained their corresponding 2 supermodel effects when they were leveled up to 10. Super Tail Spray level 5 supermodel effect, consumption is halved. Super Power Tail Spray level 10 supermodel effect, combined into 1, speed skyrockets. Rabbit Cloud level 5 supermodel effect, consumption is halved. Rabbit Cloud's level 10 supermodel effect, when there is a thunderstorm, the clouds convert to dark clouds and get a speed spike. It's okay. Chen Meng swept his eyes at these 4 supermodel effects before stretching his back and fading into bed rather satisfied and ready to sleep. Sleepy, just leave the rest to AI, and call him when AI detects the level 2 iron ore. The train will automatically speed across the wasteland. He was still quite satisfied with the harvest this time, mainly because the group of monsters were all clustered in the valley. And with the level 5 supermodel effect that he gained when the ground blast missile was leveled up to level 6, it was like a potpourri. I hope more of these good things come in the future. Ground blast missile level 5 over model effect, the explosion power is enhanced. As with the drill, only the value is added, not the mechanism. He also had to thank the purple cloud. That guy, although he used to be a bit conflicted, but later on, his attitude of recognizing his mistakes was still very timely, especially on his deathbed. He also gave him such a chance. It's a good man. If the purple cloud didn't contact him, he wouldn't be able to take this chance. In return, put incense on this guy tomorrow. And Master Quinn. Master Quinn is a good man too. Soon, dawn, when Shen Meng washed up and stood at the window, the train inhabitants had already started working at the level 2 iron mine outside, which was not an open iron mine, but a mine with holes in the ground, but a mine tens of meters below the ground. The structure was like the first iron mine he encountered in the Iron Range wasteland. After the train explored the mine this morning, AI sent the news to all the train inhabitants, and then while he was still asleep, everyone was already at work. He had set this command for AI before he went to sleep last night. He might wake up a little later, and if he found out that there was still no danger around the iron mine, he didn't need to call him, just let the big guys start working. It's a new day. Chen Meng finished eating the meat sandwich breakfast that Xiao Feng had sent over before sitting in front of the console once again and looking at the three-dimensional map of that train on the screen. The level 10 supermodel effect of bun production line is that the buns produced can have either a meat sauce or hot sauce sandwich. You can call them buns, or you can call them meat loaf, but he prefers to call it a meat loaf. Chapter 139, Special Prop Order of Civilization. He had successfully raised the stunt control table to level 10. Both supermodel effects are nil, and the only option for upgrading this accessory is to get more slots. Aha! Chen Meng pondered for a moment before spending 240,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the energy shield to level 3. This thing was also priced according to the number of compartments, and the price wasn't cheap. It could only defend against energy attacks, and the overmolded effect of level 5 was that it could defend against physical attacks, and energy would be consumed by the attack. Level 3 is enough. With the activation of the train special technique Absolute Defense, his defense level could come to level 9. And this level 9 defense had no existence that could endanger him in the Sand River Plains. There are still 139,000 units of iron ore left. It's almost time to consider moving up to a level 5 train. He looked over to the upgrade conditions for the level 5 train. Upgrade requirements: all 5 mandatory vehicle fittings must be built, consume 2W units of grade 2 iron ore, and require all fittings in the compartment to be over level 100. Conditions are a lot easier than they used to be. Even the requirement for carriages was gone, and that requirement for the level of fittings at the back he had already directly ignored. He only needed to consume 200,000 units of iron ore, and when this mine was finished digging today he could start upgrading it directly. And Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. Every time the train was upgraded the parts that could be built became less, and the upgrade conditions were also becoming less and less. At this rate, when upgrading to level 6 or 7, there would basically be no parts that could be arrived at. That means that you'll need to figure out how to get all the accessories yourself when the time comes. It feels like a pre-newbie orientation mission. Once the beginner's guide is complete, go ahead and figure it out on your own. The third day dawned. This level 2 iron mine has been fully excavated, with 210,000 units of iron ore mined, and no more hesitation. Immediately, 200,000 units of iron ore were taken out for upgrading the train. Soon, a line surfaced on the train screen. Your train is upgraded to level 5. More buildable accessories will be unlocked. Upgrading to a level 5 train gives you a smaller number of accessories to build. Only 4. The console poured in a new feature. Mecha build. Ha! Chen Mang slightly stared at this extra new feature. Not an accessory, but an extra new feature that could customize an exclusive mecha using a single exoskeleton as a skeleton. It's the kind of mech that actually has a means of defense and long-range attacks, not the one-man exoskeleton kind. The stronger the mech, the higher the overall quality of the body the controller needs to have. However, building a mech required mech blueprints, and currently he didn't have a single mech blueprint. But there is good news. It wasn't iron ore that was consumed to build the mech, but rather red heart rock, a rare resource that he had mined 180,000 units of in the Iron Ridge wasteland at that time, and had never used it. It was almost rusting in the refrigerator. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to use this for a long time, but he didn't realize that he would be able to use it when the train rose to level 5. It's a good one. Chen Mang smiled. It looked like his 180,000 units of red heart rock would finally come in handy. Immediately afterward, he removed a card from a drawer and inserted it into the console. Looking at the string of coordinates displayed on the screen, and the stellar train instantly sped off across the wilderness into the distance. The stuff is good, except that you can't use it without a mech blueprint for now. He was going to go to the Goblin Ruins first to see what was going on. 2 hours later, sprinting along, the stellar train slowly came to a halt in front of a short mountain that looked flat and unimpressive, maybe a dozen meters in height, and if it wasn't for the fact that it was surrounded by plains and there was only such a bulge, he wouldn't have wanted to call the thing a mountain. The next moment, it was accompanied by a flash of white light from the card in his drawer. The short mountain in front of us suddenly cracked open at the seam, immediately revealing a hole for the train to pass through. It seems that this card is more than just a map. It's a key. The moment the stellar train pulled in and went in, a line appeared on the console screen. You have successfully entered the Goblin Ruins map. When the train was fully inside this passage, the hill closed up again, tightly closed with not a single break visible from the outside world. The channel is down, moving all the way along the passage. After about 10 minutes, the train came to the middle of a square in the ground. There were countless murals carved on the surrounding walls, all of which featured scenes of goblins digging, living, singing, dancing, and sacrificing. At the edge of the square is a goblin train. It is only in a state of disuse. The next moment, a curtain of light floated out of thin air over the square. Welcome to the Goblin Ruins. Gnomes were once one of the most industrious races in the universe. They never wanted to dominate the universe and never had any ambitions. They only wanted to coexist peacefully with humans and peacefully build their own dungeons underground. And then every now and then they curse stupid humans. It's their only hobby. It wasn't like that before. It's been an extra hobby since humans used to insult goblins for being ugly. And yet, the coming of Armageddon has proclaimed the total demise of this extremely insignificant race in the universe. Perhaps there will be a revival of the goblin civilization in the very distant future. But before that, you can accept the dying gift of the goblin civilization before its demise, and make yourself stronger so that human civilization can survive a little longer in the face of this disaster. Please ask the conductor to choose any one of the following 5 difficulty feeds, and you will receive the corresponding reward upon completion. If you fail, you will not be able to take another quest again. S-level difficulty feed. The fire of the stars will always start a prairie fire. Even if a civilization declares complete extinction, there are always some remaining embers of hope. You need to collect the remnants of the goblins in the future, and let them get sheltered by your train. When there are more than 50 goblins to get sheltered by you, it is successfully completed. P.S. When civilization is overthrown, all goblins will lose all their intelligence and become monsters. Maybe they will attack you, maybe they will mess up, but be as tolerant as you can of them, for the sake of the order of civilization. Reward, Order of Civilization. Level A difficulty feed. You will sleep here for 30 days. During these 30 days your consciousness will be pulled into the virtual space, where the final battle is declared when the goblin civilization is extinguished. After successfully surviving for 30 days, you will have successfully passed the level. P.S. Your train will materialize in virtual space. Bonus, a random blue-grade accessory blueprint. Level B difficulty feed. Next you will be the only one who can see an image of a city of the goblin civilization before it was destroyed. After you finish watching it, you will be asked 5 questions, and if you answer 4 correctly, you will pass the level. P.S. The answers are in the images. Bonus, a random yellow-grade accessory blueprint. C-level difficulty feed. Your consciousness will possess a goblin and enter an extremely dark place, where you will need to grope around in the darkness to find a pickaxe and a mine and dig up 12 units of iron ore in 24 hours. P.S. If the failed beep search cannot select that difficulty. Bonus, a random green-grade accessory blueprint. D difficulty feed. A heterosexual geode will appear next, and you will need to room with it. P.S. Try to pinch one that fits your aesthetic. Reward, a random white-grade accessory blueprint. All the accessory blueprints produced in this map belong to the exclusive accessory of the Goblin Train, and can only be produced through the Goblin Ruins and other places closely related to goblins, and can be used for the mechanical train, and can't be used for the flesh and blood train. A trace of shock flashed in Chen Mang's eyes. He naturally chose this S-rank difficulty mission. This didn't need to be said. He could complete it if he chose it. Merely, the panel made him realize that part of the original monster was formed this way. When a civilization is destroyed, the remaining people of that civilization are reduced to monsters, like goblins. For example, zombies. The zombie monsters of this world are not infected by some virus, nor are they turned by the people of this world, but suddenly appear in this world after the end of the world. That means those walkers. In fact, they were also humans from a certain planet a long time ago, only that planet's civilization was completely wiped out under the apocalypse, so they became these monsters. If this planet's human civilization is declared extinct, they will also turn into walking corpses like zombies, joining the next planet as monsters and becoming one of the doomsday monsters. Aha! This shouldn't have anything to do with him. Well, he's crossed over. There wasn't much of an apocalypse in his last world, so even if the human civilization on this planet was wiped out, it shouldn't affect him, right? I don't think so. Chen Mang's heart was a bit bottomless. Just how to count the complete destruction of civilization and the end of the countdown? Or are there other determining factors? Half a day later, Chen Mang shook his head, didn't think about this anymore, but let Doba get off and see if he could choose all of them. Oh, except for the last one. All of them? After all, this is a gnome relic. How to say it's also the home of the gnomes? Fruity. Just jumped out of the car. Doba looked around the walls of those gnomes' murals, instantly red eyes, and then kneeled on the ground bawling, obviously homesick, remembering the gnomes' civilization before the destruction of the family. Quite moving, but this is not the time to think about this. Chen Mang jumped off the train and pointed to the light screen in the air, looking at Doba. Can you help me to choose all of these options except the last one? What options? Doba, who was still kneeling on the ground in pain, heard Chen Mang's voice and looked up in the direction indicated, a hint of bewilderment flashing under his eyes as he shook his head. Great human prophet lord, I can't see the option you're talking about. There's only air there. Chen Mang frowned slightly. It seemed that this light screen could only be seen by him as the train conductor. Since this was the case, then there was no choice, and immediately chose the S-rank difficulty feed. Almost as soon as he made his choice, a voice rang in his ears again. You have successfully completed the S-rank difficulty feed in the encounter map Goblin Ruins. Obtain the special item Order of Civilization. This is a rather special prop. It may not be able to do much to enhance the strength of your train, but for a long time to come, it will rekindle your faith and hope in the midst of despair. Chen Mang looked down at the Order of Civilization in his hand, the shape of a token. I do not know what material, just weighed and felt quite heavy. Special props, Order of Civilization. Special effect, this order can help you rebuild a civilization. It is recommended to use it with caution, at least when the train is upgraded to level 20. Whether it is to rebuild your own civilization, or rebuild someone else's civilization, it will allow you to reappear on the dinner table, which will lead to countless enemies coveting you. There are only two kinds of beings in the universe, the hunter and the hunted. Activating this order allows you to enter the Tomb of the Goblins, which is an extremely dark space with a large amount of resource mines, and you can stay for 48 hours each time you enter, and you can enter once a month. P.S. When a civilization perishes, the last remaining beliefs of this civilization will form this special prop. The birth of each special prop is from the beliefs of the embodiment of each special prop has a story behind it. Pretty good. Chen Mang weighed this token in his hand and smiled. Doba had once told him that every time he died, he would appear in a pitch-black space that had a lot of resource mines and all sorts of things scattered on the ground. It was in there that Doba built his own goblin train. And now, with this Order of Civilization, this place he can also go in. That inside will be only he can step on the Garden of Eden. Inside a large number of fruits at his disposal. Although there is no grade for special props, but this special prop, of all the special props he had acquired, ranked completely first. The reward for the same S-rank difficulty level, Mechanical Heart, is a little bit inferior to this special item? I can't say that it's completely inferior, but the focus is different. Only then did Chen Mang look at the curtain of light in front of him that was rapidly passing away. A 30-minute countdown appeared on it. He was required to leave the map of this strange encounter within 30 minutes. As for that sea-level difficulty feed, your consciousness will possess a goblin and enter an extremely dark place where you will need to grope your way through the darkness to find a pickaxe and a mine and dig up 12 units of iron or in 24 hours. This difficulty feed is followed by a display of search failure and cannot be selected. In other words, were the sleeping goblins actually the only group behind him in that space of extreme darkness? That's not true. At that time in the Iron Ridge wasteland, there were still quite a few goblins that were killed by the other train conductors, and those goblins should have logically returned to this pitch-black space called the Goblin's Tomb as well. right? How is that not an option? Chen Meng pondered for a long time after, did not want to understand, so sex also do not want to. He has a good habit, since he cannot think of things that do not understand, that do not think too much, so as not to let their own mental internal consumption. A lot of people's mental problems often stem from having to think about things that they can't think about. Chapter 140, this place is the Tomb of the Gnomes. After coming out of the Goblin Ruins map, Chen Meng did not stay too long, and directly activated his Order of Civilization on the Sand River Plain, using the early CD as soon as possible. The next moment, a portal with black edges and a starry center slowly floated in front of them. Extremely tall, it was over 30 meters high, almost enough for a heavy truck to drive in vertically on its ing feet. Ooh-hoo! Accompanied by the sound of the whistle, the stellar train immediately drove into the huge portal in front of it, and soon entered a pitch-black and incomparable space, with not a single ray of light or sound around it. Like being in outer space, it was extremely silent. With the portal slowly closing behind them, the resource detection radar began to beep wildly, and there was not a single mine in the ground. All of them were open air, and there were a great many of them. Nice guy. Chen Meng looked at the more than 100 red light dots on the resource detection radar that represented the mines. His mouth subconsciously slowly opened wide, and his eyes were filled with shock. Feeling, it's like a cat cub falling into a fishmonger's cage or a mouse falling into a kettle of oil. There's no end to digging. There's no end to digging at all. Chen Meng looked at the few lines that surfaced on the console screen. This place is the Tomb of the Gnomes. Time remaining 47 hours 59 minutes and 38 seconds. He can only be here for 48 hours. Only then did he take a deep breath and without the slightest hesitation quickly turned on the headlights, illuminating the surroundings and then violently pushing the lever towards the front. Since he only had 48 hours to maximize his harvest, he had to find a higher level of iron ore, such as a level 3 mine. Currently there are level 2 mines all around, but if the level 2 mines are this dense, how can the level 3 mines be far away? The train dwellers were already pulling full productivity, but once they found a level 3 iron ore mine, that production could be multiplied tenfold again. 3 minutes later, he then saw a level 3 iron mine on the resource detection radar, and it was also 2 level 3 iron mines next to each other, and immediately stopped the train. A message rang in the ears of all the train inhabitants. Everyone works 48 hours straight from now on with unlimited free coke, food and water, sleep in 48 hours. Immediately afterward, a large number of train residents were seen already rushing out wielding pickaxes, running towards the mine with faces full of excitement. Hey! Chen Meng looked out the window and sighed with some regret. In fact, he just wanted to say a word. Each person has 3 cigarettes. This thing is a good thing to refresh, but tobacco is a non-renewable resource. The train does not have too much at the moment. Each person is divided into 3. There is not much stock, although every time I go to the city, I collect a lot of tobacco, but after all, it is a non-renewable resource, using one less than the other. I don't know if there are any cigarette production lines or anything like that. After all, there are beer production lines. It doesn't make sense that there aren't any cigarette production lines. Can only stay here for 48 hours? Then what the hell is the point of sleeping? Surely not sleep, even if there is an unlimited supply of coke. Although digging to the last 10 hours or so will certainly be physically exhausted. But, get over it and dig as much as you can. It's not every day that you get to eat meat, and when you do, you slam it. So what's the point of thinking about eating meat at this time of year? In the event that, I don't know if it would work if he left all these train dwellers here when he left this space, prepared them with plenty of food and water, and then picked up the train dwellers when he came back in the next time. There wasn't a single monster in this space, and he was safe in the sense that his claiming radar hadn't gone off at all, but the odds feel like it won't work. Ha! Doba, who was still emotionally immersed in the sight of the goblin mural, was not the first to rush down the train as soon as the doors opened this time, and jumped off the train along with the crowd in a somewhat lost mood. But by the time he saw the scene in front of him, in the distance, dark and unknown depths, under the feet of this uneven ground full of potholes, as well as the familiar smell of decay in the air, as well as looking down at the feet exposed outside the ground that half a pickaxe handle, confused for a long time before looking up at the crowd murmured, "Is this home? I don't remember dying either. Not dead? How did I come back without dying?" Doba stood in place for a long time in a daze before he inclined his head to look behind him at the stellar train, and the crowd of train residents who had already started digging not far away with pickaxes on their shoulders. Before reacting, the human seer seems to be a bit more powerful. Can you even get in a place like this? He used to enter this space every time he died. The other clansmen around him would fall into a deep sleep in this space after their deaths, and he was the only one who managed to stay awake, and he was left alone with a pickaxe to dig in this area little by little. He hadn't picked up a level 3 pickaxe at the time, only a level 1 pickaxe. He didn't know how long he had been digging, didn't feel tired either. Every time he died he came back and continued to dig, and so on for who knows how long. He had long forgotten the concept of time, and finally one day a goblin train was built. He remembers being excited, piloting the goblin train across the silence of space. He excitedly told his people of his excitement, not caring though they were asleep and completely unable to hear what he was saying. Afterwards, later on, this goblin train became stronger and stronger, and even upgraded to a level 2 train, which he drove to return perfectly every time he went out on a mission. And he was so excited that it was as if the goblin civilization had not completely died out when this goblin train was built, until he met the human prophet one day in the abyss of doom, and the goblin train, which he had spent I don't know how many days building, was completely scrapped. He's a little sad about it. At that moment, he felt as if he were truly dead, but when this human prophet convinced him to submit and promised to help him rebuild the goblin civilization, he suddenly wasn't sad anymore. This human prophet was powerful, and with the help of this human prophet, the goblin civilization could definitely be revived. And this human prophet respected them gnomes and never called them ugly looking. It would be an honor for him, Doba, to follow such a man. That human prophet, so powerful. The black market merchant standing beside Doba murmured with eyes full of shock. Awesome. A flash of pride flashed in Doba's eyes before he patted the black market trader on the shoulder. I know you can't do the heavy lifting, so just stay on the train while I go to work. And remember to never just use that ability of yours or you'll never get back on this train. Actually, this black marketeer couldn't keep anyone off the train if he wanted to, except that he stayed of his own free will. At first, he only stayed because he was subservient to Doba and wanted to rebuild the goblin civilization with Doba, but after listening to Doba and him tell him a lot of stories about this train conductor, and after witnessing the power of that missile shot with his own eyes, this black market merchant also truly subservient to Chen Mang, Doba took a deep breath. The wisp of loss in his mind from a few moments ago suddenly gone, and slung his pickaxe over his shoulder, followed by 100 goblins yelling at the top of their lungs, "Foolish humans, all of you, get thee out of the way for the great Doba." Though the black marketeer had not regained his full wits as he had, there were more memories than he had lost, but, already the only one of all the goblins who could barely talk to him, making him quite happy inside. In silent space, a group of train dwellers, wielding pickaxes, kept smashing on that level 3 iron ore. All of them were very involved. After all, not every day there is a mine to be dug. When there is no mine to be dug, you can't earn stellar coupons, especially these 2 days are still a free supply of coke, and you can keep recovering your strength, and then after 2 days, you will recover after a beautiful sleep. A middle-aged man distracted in a pickaxe accidentally smashed on the ground aside, just ready to swing the pickaxe again suddenly feel the touch seems wrong, subconsciously crouched down, turn over the soil, only to see a train order was he plowed out. A trace of consternation flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes, and almost immediately he bent down without thinking, scooping up this train order and cupping it in his hand, his palm beginning to sweat madly and rapidly, eyes full of struggle. Although life on the stellar train was good now, much better than what he used to have on other trains, but, if he could also have a train of his own, then he would be able to enjoy a life like Master Mang's. Life is better that way. It's just, after half a minute, the middle-aged man gradually calmed down, and let out a long sigh before he held the train order in his hand, and took a big step towards the guards on the side, and the moment he made the decision, the huge stone in his heart also fell down, and he instantly felt less tense, and the whole person relaxed. In that half minute, he thought a lot. He thought about how to escape the stellar to build his own train to start, how to search for slaves, how to compete with the other trains in this area for the mines, how a level 1 train should face those monsters, and how to face the stellar's counterattack. He thought about it a lot and finally came to one conclusion, that certain death, and if not surrendered in time, was found to be his private stash of train orders. According to the rules of the train is still a dead end, although he also very much want to be the head of the family, but after careful thought, he felt that he still do not have the ability to be the head of the family. Building a train requires just 1 train order, but for the train to survive, it would take more than a train order. Better to try and save up for a refrigerator, that way you're a little more grounded. Train order? Bobcatsy took what the train resident in front of him handed over before looking up and down. I'll report back to Brother Biao with the number of the resident's number, and when the time comes, the reward will be credited directly to your account, and you can check the movement of the stellar vouchers on the iris chip. Resident number 891. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as he spoke the string of numbers. It felt so much easier to pay up, and it was true that he still wasn't fit to be a master, and his back was already drenched in sweat just from thinking about it. Damn. In the Kunlun mountain region, Erden, who was sitting on the console of the Tsanglong, with an anxious look on his face, kept on finding the chat box with Chen Mang in the train's radio and rapidly typing in a series of messages. He couldn't contact Chen Mang at all, and I don't know what I'm doing. In broad daylight cannot sleep, even if sleeping, AI hear the movement do not know open roar a bit of it. That Shen Mang cannot have to get up to AI setup even if the sky collapsed. Cannot shout to wake up my command it? After trying for a full 10 minutes and still no contact, only then did Erden let out a long sigh. His eyes filled with helplessness and powerlessness as he muttered, "Brother, I can think of you first when I have something good to do, but it can't be my fault if I can't contact you. It's the end of days, man. You don't stay in the train room. Where's your mom when you're running around blind? You can't swing a pickaxe and go digging by yourself, can you? If you can't get in touch after all this time, there's only one reason. That is, the other party is no longer in the train room at the moment. As to where it is not known. Anyway, certainly not in the train room. Otherwise it would not be unable to hear the train radio his voice to roar. Only then did he look at the hole in front of him. Yes, he was in the depths of the earth, and he had been obsessed with exploring hidden maps. And when he learned that all the monsters in the Kunlun mountain region had disappeared this matter, his first reaction was that there must be some hidden maps in the Kunlun mountain region that were about to be opened, or else there couldn't have been this site. So he came and probed all the way. After his persistence, he finally saw a valley in the air that looked out of place from its surroundings, as if it had been subjected to extremely heavy fire bombardment, and he maneuvered the train to keep exploring the ground. Sure enough, he was met with a wall of flesh and blood that was extremely hard and impossible for the drill to penetrate. His experience had taught him that, behind this flesh and blood wall was the hidden map, and at that moment, he couldn't care about anything else, and began to explore around this flesh and blood wall in the depths of the ground, attempting to find the entrance to the map, or a loophole or something. Finally, it really did let him find that one loophole, a hole that looked like it had been forced through by a drill, just enough to accommodate a train through. He had wanted to contact Chen Mang and then the two of them would explore together. It was just that Chen Mang never returned his messages, so he had no choice but to go exploring alone. Only then did he take a deep breath and slowly maneuvered the train to drill into this hole, and after passing through several meters of thick walls of flesh and blood, he managed to come to the interior of the cavern. And the moment the headlights turned on, the interior of the cavern was instantly illuminated. Those two huge worm monsters also appeared in front of him. There was also a hissing sound through his ears. Run! Run! And with that, a line slowly appeared on the screen. This is the exclusive encounter map for the flesh and blood train, the Arsenal. He only felt his breathing stop near instantly as his heart began to pound and he quickly maneuvered the train to escape the area. One last look before leaving. He saw countless little spiders of flesh and blood, running quickly across the ceiling of the cavern, as if they were like mechanical nano spiders, repairing something. On the way out, he saw countless spiders in the inner measurements of that hole as well that were rapidly repairing the edges of the hole. Chapter 141, with a hammer in your hand, look at everything as a nail. Erden, who had fled out in a panic almost at the first moment, took a breath and fled to the plains of the Sand River before continuously panting heavily. Those two giant worm monsters. At first glance, the level was high, and his train was no match at all. His guess was correct. It was indeed a chance map, only it was a flesh and blood train chance map. How can it be a map of the blood train's wonders? Only after determining that he was safe to come down did Erden recall what had just happened with a face full of puzzlement. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the flesh and blood train's exclusive encounter maps before, but those were maps that the mechanical train couldn't enter at all. He had just seen that hole, which had obviously been drilled by a drill. At first glance, it looks like some kind of mechanical train opened up. It was on this basis that he felt it was a mechanical train encounter map. After all, you're a mechanical train going to all that trouble to run a flesh and blood train's encounter map to do chicken hair. Wait a minute. His face suddenly grew odd. His level 3 drill must not have reacted at all when it hit that wall of flesh and blood. It had to be at least a level 10 drill. But the only one who could have a level 10 drill in the Sand River Plains should be that guy, right? That's not the guy who made this hole, is it? The more you think about it, the more likely it is. Shoo! Erden some sighs to wipe away the cold sweat on the forehead. Fortunately did not contact that guy, otherwise that guy rushed over in a hurry, and found that the map of the strange encounter in his mouth. Is that he just drilled? I guess the face immediately black. That guy really is. Is it necessary to go up to level 10 for an accessory like a drill? But he had to say. This guy upgraded really fast. He just looked at the Sand River Plains regional ranking and saw that this guy was level 5, and his ranking had risen from 34 at the beginning to 12. At this rate, it feels like it won't be long before they all go straight to the top. It was really outrageous. A rank 5 train was ranked higher than a rank 6 train of his. The whole thing was so humiliating. Forget it. Erden once again withdrew his mind and looked at the information on the console screen with a serious expression on his face. That green area, ice and snow world in the area through the Kunlun mountain region, was in the middle of a blizzard at the moment, and it was said that a huge arm was revealed on the top of the mountain after an avalanche on one of the high mountains. He was going to see what was going on. Not every train can fly. To fulfill this condition of flying, It is not just enough to have one accessory such as Bunny Cloud, but you need to have a lot of other acceleration accessories as well. And that arm is at 2,000 meters in the air. Not many people could detect it up close except him. Depart. Erden took a deep breath before maneuvering the train to drill into the Kunlun Mountain area again, preparing to cross the Kunlun Mountain area to the green area of the Ice and Snow World. As for the yellow area behind the Kunlun Mountain area, he didn't intend to go there at all, and was prepared to wait for Chen Mang to level up to level 6 before going there together with Chen Mang, which was a little bit safer. See if you can get a mech blueprint out. After all this time, not a single mech blueprint has been encountered. Is this stuff so hard to get? Aha! Inside the goblin's tomb. Chen Mang expressionlessly looked at this blueprint in his hand for a long time in silence before looking up at Diaozi in front of him. You mean this mecha blueprint was dug out from the ground? Aha! Diaozi nodded with a serious face. Not only did we dig up this mecha blueprint, but we also dug out the train order, some discarded pickaxes, scattered iron or in copper or in wood, and even spider threads, and what looked to be the remains of goblins. Messy stuff. You can dig up anything. Okay, I get it. Go down. The train interior followed. It was only then that Chen Mang looked at the 3 blueprints in his hand. One was a mech blueprint, and the other 2 were carrier parts blueprints, both green, only that they had been damaged, and the experiment that he had been wanting to do for a very long time had finally come to a conclusion. The blueprint thing is corruptible. It looks like it's been damaged for a long time, and it's completely dulled, but this mecha blueprint in his hand is still intact. Green grade mech blueprints, Executioner 2, melee explosive mecha. Cutting out all fire configurations and stretching the mech's defenses and speed to the limit. The external armor and its own giant axe are level 4. Its maximum speed can reach 140 kilometers per hour, and it can fight for 100 hours at full strength with a level 2 energy stone, and its detailed attributes are as follows. Requires the manipulator to have a physical composite higher than 13.5 and be able to exert full power at higher than 14.0. Mental power is not required. The cost of the build is 18,000 units of hematite. Chen Mang looked down at this mech blueprint in his hands and sighed long and hard before stepping out of the car and lighting 3 cigarettes to stick them in the ground, looking up at the top of his head and muttering, "Goodness gracious, you're really blessing me." He had just been thinking about where to get the mech blueprints, and now he had picked them up. Mechs cannot be upgraded. The only way to get stronger mechs is to build stronger mechs through mech blueprints. According to the information from AI side, within the entire stellar train, Zhang Demei was the only one who could use this mech, and everyone else's overall physical qualities were not up to par, so he immediately asked AI to call Zhang Demei here. Before he left, he stuck 3 more cigarettes into the ground as a sort of send-off for the purple cloud. Only then did he consume 18,000 units of Akatsuki rock to build the first mecha of the stellar train. Chen Mang stood beside the train and threw something similar to a suitcase in midair, and soon the suitcase unfolded in the air and quickly grew larger, and when it landed on the ground, it had turned into a heavy mech that was 4 meters tall. It wasn't high, only 4 meters. It was a bit smaller than the mech he had seen in the City of Machines, but standing in front of a human was enough to give it a heavy feel. The interlocking stacked steel composite armor on the chest, the bolts on the edge of each piece of armor were the size of an adult's fist, and the scarlet lines on the armor were like veins of magma flowing through the giant's skin. The shoulders also extend rhino-like armor towards the sides. The cockpit is on the belly, where the operator needs to sit and manipulate this mech through the joystick in mind, and the control room is equipped with a lot of parts. For example, small AI, small oxygen machine, etc. The cockpit observation room is retracted behind layers of protective grill mesh, allowing the pilot to take on the enemy with the naked eye, as well as observe the surrounding area on the control room screen through several cameras hidden on the mech's body. In his hand, he was also carrying an extremely exaggerated, huge axe with a handle that was nearly 4 meters long. Chen Mang, who was standing in place, looked at the mech in front of him and couldn't help but walk to the front of the mech himself, and after pressing that hidden red button on the mech's knee, the cockpit of the mech's abdomen slowly fell to the ground. He opened the cockpit door and sat in. Next moment, the suction cups at the top of several cables behind the seat were attached to his neck, and the chair contracted inward, anchoring his body firmly to the seat, while something like a silicone inverted mold around the cockpit sucked his hands and feet in. In the meantime, the screen in the cockpit began to flash red constantly. Warning, warning, the driver's general physical fitness is not up to standard and forced use will put him at risk of injury. Ignoring the risks, Chen Mang casually scanned the line. There weren't too many buttons in the cockpit, and when the 4 silicone inverted molds wrapped all of his limbs into them, he felt as if he had fused with this mech. He tried to lift his left arm up. As he raised his left arm in the cockpit, the mech's left arm slowly raised with it. Chen Mang clenched his teeth and used all his strength to try to lift his left arm, At this time there was only one concept in his mind. Heavy. So heavy. But the effort is not enough. After a few seconds, he still managed to raise his left arm in the air, only for his back to be covered in sweat. Phew. Not bad. Chen Mang manipulated this mech with his arm held high, smiling with a satisfied expression before he once again manipulated his left arm in preparation for picking up the giant axe held in the hands of his right arm on the side. He used his left arm to hold the giant axe, and then he allowed his right arm to let go of the giant axe. And then, the next moment, boom! The weight of the giant axe directly caused the mech to stumble and fall to its knees on the ground. Just now this giant axe was stuck in the ground and didn't feel much, but when holding this mech in his hand and preparing to lift it, he could feel what the weight was. So handsome. Just then, Zhang Dimei, who rushed to the scene in front of him, froze in place slightly, only to see this mech in front of him half kneeling in front of him, the axe handle inserted into the ground, the mech head raised to look straight into the sky, as if he was returning in triumph to the emperor to resume his orders as a general. Immediately after, she then saw that Master Mang had actually stepped out of the cockpit of this mech, one hand behind his back, his face calmly leaning on his cane as he stepped aside. Master Mangan? A trace of shock flashed through Zhang Dimei's eyes. She was just wondering who the controller of this mech would be. Probably Biao. She didn't expect it to be Master Mang. She had never fought with Master Mang. She had only heard Biao say that Master Mang was very strong in life and death combat. She didn't expect it to be true. Aha! Chen Mang expressionlessly put one hand behind his back and looked at Zhang Dimei, calmly said, "This mech will be yours in the future. Go down and figure out how to maneuver it yourself. There's a novice tutorial inside. It won't be too difficult. Go on." Saying that, he didn't stop for much longer, but just walked into the train room with a calm face, and then came to the No.2 compartment, and without even removing his clothes, he directly lied down in that medical cabin. Ramen, hurry up. Ouch. He didn't know if it was a cracked bone or a pulled tendon, but it didn't matter. All he knew was that it hurt. It stung like hell. What a piece of mech. Mechs also require so much more in terms of the pilot's overall physical qualities. It should also be partly because this mech was built using Zhang Dami's single-man exoskeleton armor as a backbone, and it's a bit of a poor match for him. And this thing is much cheaper to build than train armor. Again, it's a level 4 defense. This mech is only 18,000 units of red heart rock. It's enough to build this one. There's no point in building out another one. No one can use it. Soon, Chen Mang jumped out of the medical bay after consuming 11,000 units of iron ore, then took a big step towards the train room and took a few more meat sandwiches in his hand and stuffed them in his mouth. It was better to eat more of this stuff. The overall quality of the body was too poor. It was better to go up a little. He walked into the train room before laying down in the combat training virtual space again. He needed to practice more, lest you can't even fly a mech in the future. Train side. Zhang Dimei was sitting in the cockpit, full of excitement and thrill as she maneuvered this mech to run wildly across the wasteland, occasionally making some jumping and chopping motions. Die! Zhang Dimei, who had gotten excited, controlled the mech and roared, throwing the giant axe high in the air, then bent his knees and leapt up with a fierce force. The nitrogen vents behind the mech fiercely ejected 2 streams of blue flames, causing the mech to catch up with the giant axe, which had not been thrown in the air, at a much faster speed, and gripped the handle of the axe with both hands. Swing the huge axe round, like Noxus guillotine, from just out of the fall heavily smashed into the ground with the dry branches. Boom! A huge collision sound rang out, and a large amount of dust exploded. When the dust slowly dispersed, one could only see an extremely heavy mech kneeling on one knee, sticking the axe handle into the ground and looking up at the top of its head, the mechanical eyes in the mech's eye sockets flickering with a faint and scarlet light. Those scarlet lines dotted on the surface of the all-black mech added a hint of bloody flavor. So handsome. Zhang Dimei in the cockpit couldn't help but grin the corners of her mouth up to her ears. Master Meng's move is indeed handsome, haha. Decided. In the future, this move will be her MVP settlement move. When every time she completes a mission and returns triumphantly, she kneels down in front of Master Mang like this, a general who returned triumphantly from a bloodbath. Gao Zi, who was standing at the side, looked at this scene inside with quite a lot of emotion. You don't say. This guy is really talented in fighting. This is the first mecha of the stellar. Ah, it was given to her just like this. Looking at it, I am really red-eyed. All the train inhabitants are digging. The residents of these trains, who were engaged in selling meat, the store salesmen, and those in charge of cleaning, were also digging with pickaxes each in the vacant lot beside them, and there were a number of good things buried in the ground. Don't be idle, all of you. Come to work. It's only for 48 hours, and all the labor is coming in handy. That mecha has a combined physical fitness of at least 13.5 to be able to pilot it, and comes to 14.0 to be fully powerful, and even if you were given it, you'd only be able to drive it if you could. The old pig bristled. he didn't have to work. He was responsible for distributing all the supplies evenly within the 48 hours, such as coke, bread, water, etc. Responsible for being on the lookout for unknown dangers, as well as monitoring whether any of the train's inhabitants had slipped some contraband into their pockets, especially after the first one had surrendered a train order. And there was a first one and then a second one. With a hammer in your hand, everything you look at is a nail. The train order thing itself doesn't help, but give this stuff in your pocket, and that's a lot of mind, and sooner or later you're going to get something out of it. Chapter 142, you know this place well. Is there a level 4 mine here? Okay. Old Pig patted Biaozi's shoulder and lamented. Get to work. I'll get busy first. Master Mang said that we can only stay here for 48 hours, so step it up. Go on. Biaozi looked towards Zhang Demei, who had already begun to use his axe to continuously hack into the ground to excavate something that might exist under the ground not far away, and sighed softly, secretly resolving in his heart to wait for the end of these few days. He must eat 40 slices of bread a day when he returns. Stuffing has to be stuffed. 10 slices of bread have only 1 unit of iron ore, and a meatloaf costs 1 unit of iron ore. Then with the combat training virtual space, he would try to raise his physical quality to 13.5 as soon as possible as well, and he would like to be the one to pilot the mech soon. But, what must be said is that the comprehensive physical quality increased by taking that bread slice for a long time is really little. At this time, there are more than 10 days from obtaining the iris chip, and it has been 10 days of digging and mining on that high mountain in the northernmost part of the Sand River Plain, and his physical composite came from 12.1 to 12.2. I can't say there's no lift, only very little. How long would it take him to raise his physical composite to 13.5 at this rate? And there was only 1 decimal point. The ones after that were hidden, meaning he had no idea if he had raised it from 12.19 to 12.2, or from 12.10 to 12.2. Only. Biaozi slightly clenched his teeth and looked at Zhang Demei, who was not far away from the control of the mech, full of eyes and envy. He could only eat more slices of bread. Eat 100 slices. I don't know if too much of this stuff works or not. After all, it's in Doomsday. Single body strength will always be insignificant, even if the overall quality of the body to 20.0 in the heavy machine gun a shuttle down must be turned into a blood mist. Do not see Zhang Demei body so hard. In the ring is not a shuttle gatling to him down. No matter how high the overall quality of the body is, it won't be of much use if you meet a level 2 monster with your bare hands. It is only after a high level of physical comprehensiveness that one has the opportunity to use some of the heavy one-man weapons that are physically demanding, such as mech. Chen Mang called the old pig to him and instructed him for a few moments before recording the coordinates of this place on the console screen and slowly pushing the lever towards the depths of the black fog. With the departure of the train, the visibility of the mine here is instantly reduced. Only dozens of flashlights provide a much weaker source of light, and a group of train residents have also put down their hands after seeing the train drive away. Their faces full of panic cannot help but raise their voices to ask, "Where did Master Mang go? Biao, what did Master Mang do? Is he still coming back? Is something wrong?" The excitement on his face at the beginning had all disappeared and turned into anxiety and uneasiness. At first everyone was excited solely because the coke was free for a few days, and there were so many mines to mine to make more stellar vouchers. Amongst other things, there was also the security of these level 3 mines making the train stronger, and the excitement of coming to an unknown location. But in the wake of the departure of the stellar train, all these emotions turn to unease. They don't even know where this is. Even the moon and the sky are not a place. Extreme darkness. Look up can only see like nothingness of darkness. Originally when the stellar train stays here, they are still very secure. The stellar train is gone. Suddenly everyone panicked. In case some monster popped up, they would have to wait for death, not even knowing where to run. Quiet. Diaozi with an icy face looked at the crowd with a speaker in hand. Pay attention to the notification sent by Mr. AI in the upper left corner. Master Mang has gone to the depths to continue probing. There won't be any monsters in this space, and everyone's safety can be guaranteed. Even if there's danger, we'll be on top, and Master Mang will be here. All continue to dig in peace, just as you did earlier. Is the maximum only a level 3 mine? In the barren and darkly shrouded space, Chen Mang looked at the resource detection radar on the console screen and muttered. Although those 2 level 3 iron mines were already perfect, and they weren't even the level 3 red heart rock mines that were deep in the bowels of the Iron Ridge wasteland. That level 3 mine, which contained a very small amount of ore, took just over an hour to dig up and gained 180,000 units of red heart rock. The ore content of these 2 level 3 iron ores was extremely high, with millions of units of iron ore, enough for 48 hours of mining. He's been gone 10 minutes. There were constant drops on the resource detection radar along the way, and there were level 1 and level 2 mines everywhere, and level 3 mines appeared from time to time. but they never met a level 4 mine. Doba, you know this place well. Is there a class 4 mine here? He inclined his head to look aside at Doba. He had brought a Doba of all people without him. After all, Doba was sort of the guide here. Not familiar. Doba shook his head and said seriously, my memories are also a bit fuzzy. I did not witness the destruction of the goblin civilization. I didn't live that long. I died before I could watch that scene. A lot of my memories were lost, and only a small portion of them were preserved. All I remember is that since I don't know when, I've been appearing in this space every time I die, and there are quite a few scattered items buried under the ground, and I've been building goblin trains since I dug up train orders and pickaxes from the ground. I don't know exactly how big it is here. I don't know if there's a class 4 mine, and I've never encountered one. Chen Meng nodded and did not say anything more, just a slight frown, still toward the depths of the darkness. At this time the distance from Biaozi and others has been very far, has long been disconnected, but when in case of any accidents, after someone died, the train members will be displayed on the train members, but also convenient for him to the first time to rush back. It looks like the highest grade mine possible in this space is a level 3 mine? Just then, he saw a train wreck in the distance, a total of 7 carriages. The carriages were already broken and severely abandoned, and immediately maneuvered the stellar train to slowly stop in front of it, and jumped out of the car with the 2 Duoba Xiaoai to get closer to survey it. The compartment was empty, including the interior of the train. There was nothing, no wreckage, no scattered resources, no food. It was empty, and the extremely strong smell of decay could be smelled as you approached. It doesn't look like this train should be very high class. It's only about a class 2, class 3 train. The only thing that makes it special is that the wheels of this train were not wind and fire wheels nor spider feet, but goblin wrecks, with 4 goblin skeletons under each car. And though it was unknown how long had passed, up to the present, the dozens of goblin skeletons still stood in place, carrying this train on their shoulders. Looks a bit like a ghost bride sedan chair. This? Doba looked at the scene in front of him and froze slightly. Then a certain memory in the depths of his mind suddenly awakened, and the whole person suddenly roared with extremely hideous emotions and anger. Those really did end up doing this. What's the situation? Chen Meng's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at this somewhat bizarre section of scrapped goblin train. You recognize this particular wheel? This can't be a wheel made from a goblin merchant, right? This was the first time he had ever seen a human-like wheel, although he knew there were many special wheels, such as spider feet, but it was too strange to use goblins as wheels. He had thought of using goblin traders as wheels before. After all, goblin traders had great load-bearing and footwork, and a long endurance. But it was only a fleeting thought. After all, the goblin trader, while certainly fast on his feet when lightly armored, could only reach speeds of 150 kilometers per hour, much slower than the other wheels. The only thing that kinda might be less energy consuming is 10 slices of bread and a bottle of Coke for 100 kilometers. No. Doba took a deep breath. His eyes a little red and his body tense, his voice trembling slightly. It's a wheel made from black market traders. Before I died, I remember that the Goblin think tank at the time came up with the idea of building a train with black market traders as its wheels, so that this train could have the ability to teleport randomly, like the black market traders, and could completely penetrate the enemy and become a god knows what ghost train. But a black marketeer going to random teleportation while carrying a heavy load on his body is not going to teleport the heavy load along with him, only himself, and the only way to do that is to inlay the black marketeer and the train together, which is an extremely cruel thing to do. Especially since each black market trader is randomly teleported, and it's simply not possible to make all black market traders teleport to a single point. Plus there's still a lot of puzzles to overcome, as well as the fact that almost all the goblins are opposed to using such a brutal plan on their people, especially the black marketeers. Every black marketeer is a known one heavenly lucky man. This is against the ancestral teachings, and that plan has been put on hold. I didn't realize that after my death they still built this train with black market traders as the wheels after overcoming all the difficulties. Black market traders, unlike us, are not born with much strength, and the degree of pain of putting such a heavy train on their shoulders can be imagined, and it will be crushed until it is half dead, and then rely on other means of renewing their lives, which is even more brutal than the enemy. Chen Meng's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, looking at the scrapped gnome train in front of him. Although it was more or less inhumane, he had to admit that this conception was perfect. A train that could randomly teleport could indeed become a ghost train, bringing the enemy an extremely terrifying haze. Merely, that level of war, how to go back to replenish ammunition, and in case of teleportation to the middle of the enemy army, etc. A series of problems are obvious, including that how to control all the goblin merchants to teleport to a point. He is unable to think of how to solve this problem. Sure enough, whenever there's a war going on, the King of Dots pops up. He sighed lightly, and had to admit that humans were the same way. As soon as the war started, All sorts of idea kings started to pop out like crazy, and all sorts of black technologies were constantly being thrown out. Conductor. Doba looked at Chen Mang with red eyes. I want to bury these clansmen here. They have given too much. Well, bury it. Chen Mang looked at Doba, who had already started to dig a pit, and then looked at this goblin train, and did not intend to swallow this abandoned train with the ground core furnace. An abandoned second or third level goblin train. Even if it was swallowed, it did not have much iron ore. Not to mention the fact that Doba was there crying her eyes out. He went straight up to this train and swallowed it, the equivalent of digging up the dead man's grave in front of his family, and then thwarting the corpse. This team will be hard to lead from now on. These goblin remains do not know how long they have been placed. Doba just gently knocked a few times with a pickaxe, and those goblin skeletons were scattered to the ground, while the arm skeleton was completely fused with the train, and this is very difficult to take out, and it can only be hard to gouge. Chen Mang leaned on his cane, unconsciously rubbing the rounded ruby at the top of the cane, looking into the dark depths in the distance, and was silent in a trance-like state without speaking. Soon, Doba had already thrown all those goblin remains into the earth pit and built a small earth bag before he walked to Chen Mang with reddened eyes and lowered his head hoarsely. It's a pity. If they could have met you as well, they probably wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Aha. Chen Mang nodded without saying anything more, only to return to the train room with both Doba and AI once again, and continue driving off into the dark distance to explore. 30 minutes later. Boo! The stellar train crashed heavily into a wall, and the high-speed rotating drill bit against the wall began to destroy it. However, a full 5 minutes had passed, and the wall in front of them still didn't react. Sitting in the train room, Chen Mang looked at the wall made of clay in front of him. He had already reached the edge of this space. In front of him was an extremely tall wall. He flew to an altitude of 500 meters, but he was still unable to cross over this wall. The same is true for the underground. His drill had been upgraded to level 50, and he was able to force his way through even the walls of that bloody map, but it didn't seem to have the slightest effect in front of this wall. This is the end. He slowly retracted the drill, did not choose to continue trying again. According to this situation, even if he gave the drill a level up to 100, he probably could not break through this wall in front of him. He realized that he seemed to have one more bad habit. In the past, when he met this past wall, such as the area barrier, he basically just went around or gave up. But with the class 50 drill, he sees everything and wants to go over and try drilling it, just in case it's drilled open. Return trip. Chen Mang shook his head from the wall in front of him to retrieve his mind. Here is obviously the map boundary. To break it from the inside, not to mention the difficulty, even if it is broken, it is estimated that there is no good fruit to eat. Going back, he didn't return the same way, but drove parallel along the edge of the wall. 1 hour later, the stellar train once again returned to Piao and the others, and with the headlights on, the view finally brightened up again, and the crowd of train residents who had been on edge finally felt relieved again. Along the way, apart from the scrapped goblin train, no more goblin trains were seen, but quite a few goblin wrecks scattered on the ground were seen. Chapter 143, Master Mang. The mission failed. Not a complete torso, with scattered hand bones, leg bones and skulls scattered all over the place, some of them mostly buried in the ground, with only a pointy corner leaking out. His original guess was that the space of the tomb of the goblins might be circular. I didn't realize it was square. He followed the edge of the wall all the way back around. The length and width were all the same. The angles were all right angles, standard squares. As far as the ground was concerned, after drilling down to another 6,000 meters, he once again encountered the same wall that ran across the ground, which was the edge of the map. The stellar train could only fly up to 5,500 meters, and not surprisingly, the altitude should only be 6,000 meters. The entire tomb of the goblins was just such a place, not too large, like a space separate from the planet, with no sun, no light, no clouds or weather changes, but no lack of oxygen gas. Chen Mang, who had returned to the coordinate point, leaned back in his chair and pondered without speaking. No level 4 iron ore was found. The highest was only level 3 iron ore, and there was no need to change the place. This place was enough. The next step was just to wait here patiently for more than 40 hours. He glanced at the train radio. It had been a long time since anyone inside had chatted, and since entering this area, he had lost all contact with the outside world. He then stretched his back before walking towards the combat training virtual space again. Go and train to strengthen your body's general condition. Man, it's better to be hard. Soon, 48 hours passed. The moment the countdown ended, the 30-meter high portal appeared again in front of the stellar train, and the center of the portal was like the Milky Way, which looked deep and very beautiful. All the residents of the train had already boarded the train and were in a waiting position. The moment the portal appeared, the stellar train drove in. After passing through the portal, the stellar train reappeared on the Sand River Plain. Along with the closing of the portal, The sky was full of stars hanging in the air around the rather quiet. The past 2 days seemed like a dream. If the train hadn't been loaded with a large amount of iron ore and was fully loaded, it might have been considered only a dream. That's nice. Chen Mang looked at the 4.9 million units of iron ore on the train panel. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. That tomb of the goblins didn't just have iron or copper ore and wood farms. He didn't choose copper ore, after all. It was still iron ore that was prioritized a bit higher. However, there are only these 3 types of mines, and there are no rare resource mines such as Red Heart Rock. Unfortunately, you can only go in once a month. It would be nice to get in there again. Wait, he looked to the Order of Civilization in the console drawer. If he could just complete one more trip to the Goblin Ruins and complete an S-ranked quest, wouldn't that be enough to get another Order of Civilization and be able to go in again? Naturally, he couldn't get in, but he could have let another train in. At that moment, without the slightest hesitation, he directly asked AI to call Biaozi to the train room. At this time all the residents have already passed out. Even if there is an unlimited amount of cola provided, working continuously for 48 hours is a considerable torture to the human spirit and body. At this time, even if the sky is falling, they just want to sleep. There are really only 3 core human desires: appetite, sleep, sex. Among them, it is also the appetite that is the most important, and the sexual desire is the weakest, and it is only when the meal is full that one can think of lust. Only Biaozi old pig and their regular shifts to sleep at this time did not feel too sleepy. Piao standing in front of the train room, face apprehensively all the things he had done in these days were recalled. After confirming that he had not done anything wrong, did Biaozi suddenly eyes flashed a burst of bright light? Could it be that some days ago he sacrificed his life to explore the crypt cave? That thing? Master Mang wants to reward him? While he didn't get much credit for anything that time, his courage was visible after all, and his loyalty to the train was perfectly demonstrated. Think about it. The apprehension on Biaozi's face suddenly dispersed, and with some excitement and thrill, he pushed open the train room and looked at Master Mang, who was sitting on a chair in vague anticipation, and said, "Master Mang, you're looking for me?" Aha! Only to see Master Mang throw a token-like object in his arms. He subconsciously caught it, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was actually a train order, and a trace of bewilderment and confusion flashed in his eyes. What does that mean? Immediately after that, Master Mang's voice rang in his ears once again. "Take it and build a train with you as the conductor." The words just fell. Biaozi instantly wake up. Body is soft, instantly kneel on the ground. Red Eye's voice with a sobbing high roar. "Mang Master, I'm on you on the train that is never have 2 hearts. I never thought of self-sustaining. There must be a villain badmouthing me behind your back. Master Mang, why don't you have someone interrogate me? I really am a loyal servant." Chen Mang looked at Biaozi with a speechless face and said impatiently, "Get up. Why is a big man not moving and crying? Just like a woman. Didn't tell you to stand on your own 2 feet. This is a green area. Take a train order and try to set yourself up. You won't know how you'll die. And this card you also take. There is a task for you. Later I will bring you to the Goblin Ruins encounter map. Insert this card into the console. Then you can have the qualification to enter this encounter map. Once inside you'll meet 5 quests of different difficulty levels. The hardest quest is an S-rank quest. The reward is an Order of Civilization. The requirement is that you need the train to shelter 50 goblins. Later you go to Doba and ask him to take 60 goblins and squeeze them into your train. You'll go back to the Stellar Train after you finish that S-rank mission. You're the only one within the entire train who's been a conductor. And you're definitely the best person for the job. Is that clear? Any more questions? Nah. It was only then that Biaozi understood, and raised his sleeve to wipe away the tears from the corner of his eyes before he tentatively whispered, "That, Master Mang, will I still be the captain of the first team of guards when I return?" "Nonsense, as long as you don't die inside, it's definitely still yours." "No problem, promise to get the job done. Go on." Chen Mang had activated the Order of Civilization after coming out of the Goblin Ruins map, and after coming out of the Goblin's tomb, he was still in the same place, and the entrance to that Goblin Ruins adventure map was that same short mountain, right behind them. Soon, a brand new Class 1 train was built. Extremely simple, just a train head and 2 carriages, each containing 30 huffing and puffing goblins. Even Doba was in a daze. Goblins aren't machines, digging for 48 hours straight. That's something even an Iron Man can't handle. Phew. Biaozi sat on the chair of the console, using his mind to control this Class 1 train. Just don't know why. It always felt like sitting like a needle, especially when the stellar train was still behind him. It felt that hard. At that moment, he didn't care about anything else, and inserted the card into the console. And soon the hill in front of him split in the center to reveal a passageway for the train to enter, before he violently pushed the lever and drove the train into it. "I hope that's okay." Chen Mang looked towards the Goblin Ruins map that had opened up again, and inclined his head towards the pile of train orders placed in a drawer aside. They had dug up quite a bit of that ground in addition to the iron ore in the past 48 hours, but the only drawing that was intact was that one mecha drawing, but also dug out a lot of drawings, only are scrapped state. There are also some messy scrap things. These things he did not throw, but all collected, in case there is something that can be repaired in the future drawings of the accessories. Plenty of refrigerators anyway. As long as it's not absolute garbage, collect it all and you might be able to use it someday. But the train orders were dug up quite a bit, and with the train orders he originally had, there were now a full 14 train orders inside the train. Pretty good. This thing, but if it could be 3 in 1, he should have a Jinqing train order by now. If Diaozi returns successfully, then these 14 train orders could be exchanged back for 14 civilization train orders, so he could basically ensure that he could stay in that goblin's tomb for the whole day, and just mine until he was happy. 30 minutes later, the Goblin Ruins encounter map slowly opens again, and the train that was built by Piaozi slowly pulls out and stops beside him, and soon Piaozi is seen jumping down from the train and kneeling on the ground with a guilty face. Master Mang, the mission has failed. Failed? Chen Mang frowned and pushed the door down, looking at Piaozi and wondering, didn't I bring you 60 goblins? How could it fail? That S-rank difficulty feed shows that it has been completed and can no longer be selected. There are only 4 options from A to D difficulty. Aha! After Chen Mang paused for a moment, he didn't lose his head too much. He just helped Biaozi up before patting his shoulder and casually saying, it's fine, it's attempted in itself. If it fails, it fails. Bring those goblins back again. Seeing that Master Mang didn't blame himself too much, only then did Biaozi get up and carefully hand over an accessory blueprint. That C-ranked difficulty can't be chosen either. You can only choose from the 3 difficulties, A, B, and D. I thought that even if the S-ranked difficulty feeds were not an option, I couldn't leave empty-handed after coming here. The A and B quests were too difficult for me to be sure of, so I chose the D-ranked quest. The rewards are the lowest though, but I think it's better to have it than not to have it, and to be able to try to stop it a little bit. Chen Mang expressionlessly looked down at this white-grade accessory blueprint in his hand, and was silent for a long time before looking up at Biaozi, patting his shoulder again and saying softly, Biaozi, you've given so much to the stellar train. It doesn't really have to be this way. It's the right thing to do. It's been hard work. Go down and rest. Yes. Only after Biaozi left, Chen Mang looked at the hands of this white-grade accessories blueprint somewhat helplessly, sighed lightly. Biaozi's logic is right. Since the mission failed, cannot return empty-handed. A little is a little when you can get a little. But, isn't Biao a little too hard on himself? Anyway, if this matter is put on him, there's no way he's going to make himself sacrifice so much for a white-grade accessory blueprint. It's going to have to be at least something like another order of civilization to get him to think about it, right? Accessory name, Red Heart Nut Production Line. All the accessories obtained in this map are exclusive to the Goblin Train. Red Heart Nut is a kind of goblin's favorite snack. He has never seen it, but it's fine to build it and give Doba a whole snack for them. And I don't know if there is any physical enhancement effect of the supermodel effect, but this thing with Piao reminded him of that. He once again called for Li's timing and once again slipped a train order into his hand. You, get in there and finish that B difficulty feed. 10 minutes later, he looked towards the train with only one locomotive and nodded with a satisfied expression. If he remembered correctly, the feat of B-level difficulty should be to watch a passage animation before the demise of the goblins, and then you need to memorize some information in the animation and answer 4 out of the 5 questions correctly to pass the level. There's no problem at all with leaving this kind of thing to Li timing, the right professional. It's worth it to trade a train order for a yellow-grade vehicle accessory. As for that A-rank difficulty feed, forget about it. The difficulty is not to mention. The main thing is that it will take 30 days. He doesn't have that much time to spend on it. 30 minutes later, Li Timing smoothly emerged from the Goblin Ruins and handed over a yellow-grade accessory blueprint to him. Everything's fine, and according to Li Timing, the S and D-ranked quests in there were all completed, unavailable for selection. Pretty good. Chen Mang looked at the yellow-grade accessory blueprints in his hands and smiled before maneuvering the stellar train to devour all of the 2 trains parked next to it. Again, it's the chance map. The Tower of Heaven is not the same as the Goblin Ruins. The encounter map of the Tower of Heaven is a barrier map, and when you come out of the Tower of Heaven, the encounter map becomes a forbidden area, while the Goblin Ruins can be accessed as long as you find its coordinates and have a key, and it's also repeatable access. However, any mission of any difficulty, as long as it was completed, the train that came in after him would not be able to choose that mission, such as his S-rank mission, as well as Biaozi's D-rank mission, and Li Timing's B-rank mission. As for the original owner of this key card, at that time, that guy should have been the first to enter this encounter map, and Erden had told him that the first person to enter the encounter map was given preferential treatment. so even if that person completed one of these 5 quests, the one completed would not disappear. And this yellow-grade accessory blueprint in his hand was likewise an exclusive accessory for the Goblin Train, which could only be acquired through similarly related places such as in the Goblin Ruins, and the rarity was still extremely high. Gnome ticket. The effect is equivalent to a train ticket. The difference is that train tickets have a range restriction, and you can only teleport back to the train by crushing them if you are within 10,000 meters of the train, unlike gnome tickets, which allow you to teleport back to the train no matter where you are. However, it is limited to gnome use only, not available to humans. Chapter 144, Doomsday Machine Cannon. Chen Mang spent 400 units of iron ore to directly upgrade the Red Heart Nut production line and the Goblin Ticket, the 2 exclusive Goblin Train accessories, to level 10. Gain 2 supermodel effects each. Red Heart Nut production line level 5 supermodel effect. Nuts are automatically shelled when they are produced. Red Heart Nut production line level 10 supermodel effect. Men can take it to slightly enhance the intensity of sexual intercourse. Women can take it to slightly reduce the feeling of menstrual abdominal pain. Gnome ticket level 5 supermodel effect. If the teleportation fails, the first view of the last minute of the user's last minute before death is transmitted back to the train. Gnome ticket level 10 supermodel effect. None. Aha. Chen Mang walked to the no. For living compartment, casually picked up a just produced nuts in the hand to view. Looks similar to macadamia nuts. Red. Looks very appetizing. Immediately threw into the mouth a. The flavor is not bad. Crisp, sweet and creamy with dragon fruit flavor. He hadn't eaten this kind of nut before, but he had to say that the flavor was quite good and the production price was cheap. 1 unit of iron ore could produce 10 nuts, a price that was the same as a slice of bread. It was quite good to eat as a small snack. He grabbed a handful of nuts once more and placed them on a side plate before carrying it towards the train room. The sound of the night wind whistling came faintly along the cracks in the junction of the carriages. It's quite windy tonight. Then again, were there any female goblins in that batch? Hadn't noticed. And is it surprising that a creature like a goblin can have a period? Biaozi? Inside the no. 7 guard compartment. Old Pig looked at Biaozi, whose face was vaguely ugly, and wondered, what's wrong? Are you injured or something? See why your face looks so ugly? It's okay. Biaozi took a deep breath and shook his head, and after a long moment of silence he said hoarsely, just a little tired and not feeling well. Rest if you're tired. It's the second team's night watch tonight. Aha. You look as if something terrible has happened to you. Okay. Train interior. Chen Mang looked to the train radio that several messages from the Long train. He was in the Tomb of the Goblins at that time, completely unable to receive the message. At this time to free up his hands before replying. What happened to being out of contact the other day? The next moment, the urgent voice of Erdnase then sounded in the train room. Dude, you finally answered the message. Big stuff. I've found the big one. I'm in the middle of a mad dash for my life. Don't come to the ice world area. The people in this area are dying. I'm in the middle of saving a few people, and I'm the only one who can fly. It's too late to say too much. There's an extremely terrifying boss that's been sealed in the mountain. The mountain collapsed in the blizzard weather these past few days and exposed an arm out, so I thought I'd go over and take a look at it, and I accidentally released it for this boss. This boss is slaughtering all the trains in this area. I'm going to rush to the rescue first. This can't be deducted from my merit. I didn't know that thing could just be released so easily. Chen Mang looked at the console screen with some bewilderment. The Ice and Snow World area is a green area that passes through the Kunshan area and further west. He didn't expect this guy to run far enough to get there. But, although the guy's words were rushed and vague, it was still possible to hear that this guy should have gotten into big trouble and accidentally let a big boss out. He was silent with a slightly odd expression on his face. Could anyone really be that careless? A boss that was sealed in a mountain. It should be hard for this boss to be released if you don't bring down the entire mountain. But he quickly replied. How many levels of monsters? I can't say it well enough to try. You can't get in. This area is blocked off. Gotta. He had a mind to try his death spin consisting of a level 50 drill and a level 50 car blade and didn't get a chance, before looking at the 4 extra buildable accessories that came with the train when it went up to level 5. Cannon of Doom, blue grade, requires 5,000 units of iron ore to build. Dustless glass, yellow colored accessory, requires 1,000 units of iron ore to create. Gate of Space, yellow colored accessory, 1,000 units of iron ore required to build. Spray head, white colored accessory, requires 100 units of iron ore to build. These 4 accessories are the ones that can be built when this train is upgraded to level 5. There's nothing to say. After consuming 500 units of iron ore, build all of the last 3 fittings to level 10. Spray head. It is an accessory of the living department. The upgrade has no effect. Each spray head is connected to the water tank. You can create a public bathroom in which the refrigerator, separated from the center, is the men's and women's bathroom. In the past, when you used to wash inside the train, you basically poured mineral water into a basin and sat in it to wash, but now it's much easier to take a shower instead. Spray Tip Level 5 Supermodel Effect comes with its own powerful cleanser. Spray Head Level 10 Supermodel Effect, none, comes with a powerful cleaner that effectively removes dirt from your body quickly. And that dust-free glass yellow grade accessory will put a clear film on the glass that won't interfere with vision, but no dust or blood stains will be able to get on that film. It will ensure that the next time the train rushes into a tidal wave of corpses, it won't end up with sticky blood gumming up the front glass of the car. And it's also a good way to get around rainstorms. Dust-free glass with grade 5 supermodeling effect. You can freely adjust whether it is one-way glass or not. Dust-free glass with class 10 supermodeling effect. Filters light and ensures that the light coming into the train is not too harmful to the human body. One-way glass means, when it's on, he can see others through the glass, but those outside can't see him through it. Sure, it could also be changed to say that he can't see the people outside through the glass, but the people outside can see him through the glass. Most of the time, though, the latter shouldn't be used. The former is quite practical and can be used a lot of times. For example, when it comes in contact with other trains. And again, when you take G Choo Choo for thrill seeking. The last thing worth mentioning is the Spacegate accessory. The effect is similar to a level 10 refrigerator. He had always been curious about a question. He had a level 10 refrigerator, which could drastically increase the space utilization of the train. What about the other trains? Along with the increase in the level of the train as well as the increase in the population, the carriages would definitely not be enough. Hundreds of carriages sounds naturally racy. It's the price tag of building armor and supporting firepower that can cover hundreds of carriages that flies out the window. Now comes the solution. Just use this Spacegate. Chen Mang walked to the second compartment. The level 10 space door he had just built was on the wall of the second compartment. It was a plain-looking wooden door, but when he pushed the door in, there was a huge space behind it. It is a square space, 1,000 meters in length and width. Level 1 is 100 meters in length and width, and when he goes up to level 10, it is 1,000 meters in length and width. It was a yellow grade accessory, which meant that it was perfectly possible to have a space of 500 meters in length and width even without Murphy's stone. The ground in the space in front of me was grass just below the shoes. A glance at the lush green, while the sky is still floating clouds, and even the sun, the space is surrounded by a circle of pine trees planted. It looks like a paradise as in the end of the world, seemingly out of place in the end of the world. Could be. Chen Mang looked at the scene in front of him and smiled. These green grass on the ground was transformed by Spacegate Level 5 supermodeling effect. As for those white clouds and the sun including the circle of trees around them were all projected by him with holographic projection. Not really, but it doesn't look any different than the real thing. Standing in the space and looking towards the sky, the clouds in the sky are extremely far away from oneself, and there is no oppressive feeling at all. And it is completely impossible to feel that the height of this space is only 50 meters. If we put those refrigerators in again, a high-end luxury residential community is created. When whichever train resident was the first to redeem a refrigerator, he placed that refrigerator here. And the lure of a community in this kind of survival situation was not a bad one, which boosted the motivation to work a little bit more. Spacegate Level 5 Supermodel Effect. After consuming iron ore, you can make some changes in the space, such as grass, flowers, and so on. Spacegate Level 10 Supermodel Effect can be disassembled at will to change its position inside the train at will. The area is much larger than a Level 10 refrigerator, but one thing it's not as good at is that while a refrigerator can be taken out of the train, there's no way for this thing to be taken out of the train. Each has his own strengths. After doing this, only then did Chen Mang look at the amount of iron ore and took out 2 million units to upgrade the armor of all 15 carriages, including the head of the train, to level 7. Level 7 armor isn't very intimidating even if you go to the yellow zone. And 55 million units of iron ore. After contemplating for a moment, he took out 950,000 units of iron ore and built a doomsday machine cannon on each of the first 10 carriages, and all of them were upgraded to level 10. He currently faces bosses with the train special death spin and ground blast missile, but the former has a cooldown, and the latter costs too much. For some of the weaker monsters, there's a heavy machine gun, a car blade, a drill, and 18 tubes of cherry drop rockets. Rockets this one hasn't given him a chance to use yet. Scary firepower accessories include repeating bed crossbow. This white accessory was so crap effective that he was all set to dismantle all those repeating bed crossbows and free up this carriage when he needed a new one later. Against the strong, against the weak, he has it all. Just for the part in the center he doesn't have one, and the doomsday machine gun just fills that space perfectly. Chen Mang stepped off the train and stood on the plains of the Sand River looking at the stellar train in front of him that was docked on the plains. There are 15 carriages in total. Each carriage was covered with heavy and dark armor, and if you picked up a pickaxe and smashed it down with all your might, you could still hear a dull echo. On the outside of the compartment, there were 4 tripod heavy machine guns mounted, as well as 10 Doomsday machine guns, and 1 Hell machine gun. The largest caliber is the Doomsday machine gun. Enough as the Hell machine gun more than 3 times, is to be far beyond the heavy machine gun, and is 18 tubes similar to the Gatling? The rate of fire is extremely fast. A shuttle down, but all carbon-based creatures are difficult to block. The Hell Cannon and Doomsday Cannon are both blue-grade accessories. The Inferno Machine Cannon was the train's upgrade to level 4, and he only built one of them and didn't upgrade it, using it purely to fulfill the conditions of the train's upgrade. Obviously an overkill fire accessory. No need to waste resources. But Doomsday Machine Gun is different. With the same blue-grade accessories, there were 16 more barrels alone than the Hell Machine Cannon, and there was naturally no need to mention the power. Bottom line is this: the supermodel effect of this accessory up to level 5 is to have the consumption, an effect that is mediocre on other accessories, but on a fire accessory it's an extremely good accessory. The consumption is halved again for a level 10 supermodel effect. 2 consecutive halving. Level 1 Cannonball, 5 units of copper or to create 1 round. Level 2 Cannonball, 10 units of copper or to create 1 round. Level 3 Cannonball, 20 units of copper or to create 1 round. Level 4 Cannonball, 50 units of copper or to create 1 round. Level 6 Cannonball, 100 units of copper or to create 1 round. Level 7 Cannonball, 200 units of copper or to create 1 round. The price of a level 6 shell was originally 100 units of copper ore, halved twice to 25 units of copper ore. That's a much cheaper price than even heavy machine gun ammo. The price of a single tier 6 heavy machine gun round was 100 units of copper ore. Much lower prices, but it's much more powerful, and that's almost a full pull for the money. Pretty good. Chen Mang looked at the 10 Doomsday machine guns on the stellar train with a satisfied expression. There were still 850,000 units of copper ore in the stellar train, which was enough to buy nearly 100,000 rounds of Class 6 cannonballs. 100,000 rounds. Washing a floor won't be a problem. It's a ING machine gun, not a machine gun. Shells explode. Phew. He let out a long breath and felt a sense of security rush over him. To have a train with such a configuration in the apocalypse was pure enjoyment, and the problem of bullets that had been plaguing him was solved at this moment. Consumption is halved. This effect appears on fire accessories, and it's a godsend. It would be nice if the supermodel effect was optional. He gave all the fire accessories from level 1 to 50 of the supermodel effect all changed to consumption halved. Basically you can walk sideways later. Wherever you go fireworks exploded here and there. Chen Mang looked at the balance of the iron ore. Only 600,000 units of iron ore left. The mines that he had worked hard for 2 days were all consumed by a few minutes of his efforts. Just then, someone sent a private chat toward him. Class of Potential 5 Train. Misanthrope, my friend, can we meet for a chat? I've been approached for a ride and would like to get to know you. The Misanthrope? Chen Mang frowned slightly. He had an impression of this train. It was one of the highest potential mechanical trains in the Sand River Plains besides him. He didn't think much of it, only deducting 3 points to send. Don't be in a hurry to say no. In Armageddon, everyone has the potential to meet with opportunity, the possibility of flying high, but it's not sustainable. All the flesh and blood trains with a rank potential and above in the Sandy River Plain are supported by them. Chapter 145, you just were threatening me? Including the white areas. There are a number of trains they support by channeling slaves, resources, accessory blueprints, etc. You're from the Iron Range Wilderness. There are also several potential trains in your area that have received funding from them. I must tell you once again, in no uncertain terms, they don't mean any harm. Don't ever get the idea in your head that we're going to persecute you. In Armageddon our common enemy is monsters. No one is going to devise a way to send a particular train to hell just because that train is growing faster. That's a stupid idea. They couldn't have attracted so many people to join them if they had held such a mindset. First meeting, just you and I alone. How about we meet in the combat training virtual space? I believe that will allay your concerns. I will open a private ring room, numbered 28,301, with a password of 6/8. We can talk in the ring if we want. I'm sure you've upgraded this accessory to level 5 as well. Chen Mang looked towards this large series of words in the private chat box of the train radio, frowned and pondered for a long time before striding towards the combat training virtual space on the side. Organization? After the end came, the whole world was divided into several regions. High-level trains were absolutely unable to enter low-level regions. How to build an organization in this situation? He didn't mind getting in touch with the other party, who looked like they obviously knew more information. Combat training virtual space up to level 5 is possible and participate in qualifying matches, fighting other members of the same level train. 5 minutes later, Chen Mang stood alone on a ring in the combat training virtual space, and standing in front of him was a rather young boy, not too tall, around 1 meter 7 First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Chi Tian. The boy smiled and sat down on the floor, gesturing for him to sit down as well before speaking. Try to relax. I was just as wary as you were when I was first approached by this organization. But you have to believe one thing, in Armageddon, even an evil conductor is credited with killing more monsters. Chen Mang. After Chen Mang replied back, he similarly sat on the ground with his knees crossed, only his brows were slightly furrowed. He didn't show any caution or nervousness, and with his strength, he wasn't afraid of this person at all either. But the other party had been emphasizing from the beginning of the private chat, including the meeting just now, that he should take it easy. This is a common PUA talking point for the OP. A few sentences in a row to relax. You would have felt nothing will also become tense, but also to grasp the potential power of words. The general public is not to feel these words mixed with the hidden offense, but this tactic is his last days when the management of the company is the most commonly used. He is very keen to be able to detect. Good. The boy nodded with a serious face. Then let's begin our first official contact. Their organization is called Scales. Before we begin our conversation, let me ask you a few questions. A white accessory blueprint is certainly no longer useful for what you have right now, right? Useful. Even if it worked, surely it wouldn't be very useful, right? It's of great use. The smile on the boy's face slowly froze. Looking at Chen Mang, who had a serious face in front of him, he felt choked up for a moment, pausing for a moment but also continued. Then let's put it another way. If you throw away 1,000 units of iron ore now, you certainly won't be very heartbroken, right? Heartburn. Chen Mang frowned slightly. You guys have only had a few days of good times, and you're starting to drift into this? Did you know that 100 slaves would have to dig in a level 1 iron mine for a full day to get 1,000 units of iron ore? Good. The corner of the boy's mouth twitched slightly, took a deep breath, and spoke again. Then let's put it another way. For example, a certain white accessory blueprint. You've got an extra one, or maybe you've got a large number of slaves that you can't afford to keep. Would you be willing to give them away at this time? No. Chen Mang looked at the boys with an odd expression on his face. Why don't you give me all your slaves? I'm redundant, can't I take them and trade them? Give them away? The purpose of your organization is to accumulate merit in the world, and then when everyone dies in the apocalypse, take the merit value and talk to Buddha about reincarnation? The boy sat on his knees expressionlessly, looking down at his toes in silence for a long time before continuing regardless. The name of the organization is Scales. The organization's mission is to give away some of the things that they can't use, to people in lower regions, so that more trains can develop. For example, the train in the yellow zone gives us something we can't use, and we need to give something we can't use to the train in the white zone. That's what the organization is all about. Not earning any bull meritocracy. In this chain of organization, everyone gets more than they pay for, and even the lowest trains need to continue to import supplies to the trains in the white zone as they benefit and grow. While the organization is unable to travel to the lower regions, it has the means to contact the trains in the lower regions, such as having the trains in the white regions wait at the regional junction for the trains that come to deliver supplies. Although there are survivors in every area, and each area drops train orders. So far, basically 80% of the trains have grown from the white areas, and there is no room for level 1 trains to grow at all in the green and higher level areas. It's also the system that has allowed a steady stream of trains to grow even more than a year after Armageddon has passed. One day, we will clean up all the monsters and re-establish our home on a planet that is already full of holes. Chen Mang didn't speak, just sizing up the young boy in front of him. Rebuilding the home? That's definitely out of the question. If you can't do interstellar voyage in 5 years, just wait for death. According to that information he saw in the Doomsday Abyss, this planet was completely mailed after 5 years. Reasonably speaking, the observation window similar to the Doomsday Abyss surely can't be. Only the Iron Ridge Wasteland has it right. This organization is not aware of this information. Nevertheless, it was hidden and not told to anyone else. Well, the purpose is quite good. Then, the organization would like you to join, and as a meet and greet gift, we'll send you a heavy gift, such as 50,000 units of iron ore. So little? Less? The boy froze slightly. You didn't even bother to throw away 1,000 units of iron ore just now. It's two different things. The boy paused in silence for a moment before continuing. The one who gave you these 50,000 units of iron ore was a train in the yellow region. He wouldn't be able to spare any more than that, while you only need to give the designated train in the white region 5,000 units of iron ore, one way or the other. That's the equivalent of you netting 45,000 units of iron ore. It's a sure thing, and when you join this organization, there won't be any missions required of you. You don't have a boss, and we all get together and hug it out. Chen Mang nodded. How long has your organization existed? 6 months or so. What area is the strongest train in your organization? Unclear. According to this organizational structure of yours, the strongest trains are always in the position of being feeders. I'm kind of curious. Are they unlimited resources? The ones that can always feed down the line? The boy was silent again for a moment before speaking. You speak too highly of me. I was not aware of it, and I did not think you would be so resistant, as it seemed to me that there was 100 advantages and no disadvantages. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to hug it out in the apocalypse? Good. Chen Mang got up and looked at the back boys casually. But I'm too lazy to run to the white area to give iron ore to people, and I'm too lazy to go to the yellow area to claim that pitiful 50,000 units of iron ore. So you guys just hold on to your group and keep warm, and I'll be fine in the cold. With that, he headed outside the ring. But just then, instead, there was the hushed sound of boys behind them. I have to remind you one more thing. All those who accept the invitation but refuse it will be considered anti-human. It may be true that no one dares to mess with you in the green area, but when you go to the yellow area, the organization has set up a base there, unless you don't go to the yellow zone for the rest of your life, in Armageddon. But anyone who refuses to hug it out can be considered anti-human. Chen Mang, who was just about to walk out of the ring, stood at attention before he once again came to the boy with his cane, lifting the boy's chin with it and smiling. Did you just threaten me? Then you help spread the word. But whenever anyone from that organization of yours dares to mess with me, I'll kill all of them when I see any of the scales in the future. And that includes you. Sell your ass to AI, little boy pussy, and don't mess with me. Do you hear me? He said before he didn't stop and walked towards the outside of the ring. He wasn't interested in that organization at all. It sounded like a pain in the ass, and while it might indeed be helpful to others, to him it was a pure waste of his time. The boy sitting cross-legged on the ring looked at Chen Mang's departing back, his face so gloomy that it was dripping water, and his eyes flickered with intense anger. It was the first time anyone had dared to insult him with such dirty words, and his AI is a female, not a male, and he's not some bull little male. He is a train of A-rank potential. Even in the future, this A-rank potential will help him a lot. He is also a core seed in the organization. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this. Do you think that anyone is capable of completing a mechanical transfer mission of A-rank difficulty? Everyone else, even if they want to sell their assholes. Nor do I have the ability to do so. After taking a deep breath, he immediately exited the Battle Patrol virtual space and came to the train radio, picked up the intercom to find that red chat box, and said hoarsely, failed to solicit. He said that in the future, he would let the people of Tianping mess with him less, or else he would see one and kill one. The only sound on the intercom side was a rustle of electricity. It was a long time before an old man's voice came. Just don't mess with him then. Everyone has everyone's ideas and not everyone wants to join the organization. Your brother has been waiting for you inside that base in that yellow area behind the Kunlun Mountains, the zombie basin. So my advice is that you try not to make any trouble. Understand? You didn't threaten him, did you? The boy hesitated before shaking his head. No. Well, it's good that there aren't any. There's only one rule in the Heavenly Peace Organization. You can't quit after joining. Since you've been gifted by others, you have to gift those below you as well, so that we can all be better off together. Those who don't want to join just don't. No need to make an enemy out of it. I know. Only then did the boy hang up the call. His face was cloudy as he sat in his seat. This one he was talking to was a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Peace. He didn't know which area the other party was in, nor did he know how many levels the other party's train was. He only knew that it was very strong, and it had always been the other party who had contacted him as well. Organizational rules do not allow for threats. He's just angry. In his heart, Tianping is a very sacred organization. All people work together to warm up. In his heart, he has always felt that it is an honor to be able to join Tianping, but the other party's kind of disdainful look, so he could not help but open his mouth to threaten, wanting to make the other party to know the difficulty to back off. I didn't realize that the other party had completely ignored his threat. Damn, did he not make it clear just now that this organization, Tianping, also has trains in more advanced areas? What makes you a level 5 train in a green area so arrogant? Just then, what's wrong? A woman came from the sidelines and curled up in his arms, her fingertips encircling the boy's chest, whispering, "Did someone make Master Sky angry?" "It's okay." The boy took the woman in his arms and took a deep breath before forcing himself to calm down. "A little something. Then we..." The woman smiled as her fingers gradually slid down. "No." The boy, rather alarmed, took hold of the woman's wrist, his voice trembling. "Didn't you just come 4 times last night? Slow it down. It's been 17 times this week. Can't you see my mouth is white?" The smile on the corners of the woman's mouth slowly narrowed and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. "You don't love me anymore, do you? You're not interested in my body anymore, are you? Then destroy them together." The cover on the self-destruct now button on the console was immediately opened by the woman. Come. The boy forced a smile and quickly closed the lid again before saying with a sobbing huskiness in his voice, "Love you. How can I not love you? We're on our way. This woman is his AI. Nighttime." The boy lay on the chair with his eyes full of despair, looking at the blurred black shadow reflected on the car window that was constantly rising and falling on top of him, and his mind kept floating back to the words Chen Mang had said about him when he was leaving. I should have known. I should have known I didn't want any A-list potential at the time. His brother was also an A-rank potential, but that AI of his brother's didn't have much need for that at all, except that one night, while his brother was sleeping, he activated the built-in fire control system and killed all the female creatures in the train, includes female slaves, and a sow and 2 old hens. Chapter 146, looks like we're going to have to say goodbye, conductor. I don't know how much time has passed. The woman finished and once again lay tenderly on his chest as if she were a well-behaved wildcat. He, on the other hand, looked out of the window in a trance, inwardly vowing that this stifle must be avenged. He was sure he couldn't beat that stellar train, but when he went to the yellow area, his brother will be able to avenge this. No one has ever dared to abuse him like that. And that's when the woman lying on his chest suddenly whispered, "There's something I forgot to tell you. Didn't you get 2 Murphy stones during the day today? Can you use them to upgrade me?" Phew. The mail grower breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, although all the accessories within the train this woman had access to manipulate, the matter of upgrading the accessories was still something that only he could do, and he had been thinking about a problem for a while now. If you give the Train Assist AI a smash, rebuild another Train Assist AI out of it, a rebuilt version of this AI shouldn't have as much access. I just don't know if it will retain its A-rank potential. He train radio cannot contact his brother, can only pass the message through the old man just now. He also dare not ask about these things in the train radio. This woman is all no. His brother train's level is higher than him, also cannot meet in the formation fight training space. Merely, it didn't feel very likely. It wasn't like the AI was going to sleep, and before he smashed the Train Assist AI, he figured it would be the woman who would have to press the self-destruct button a little faster. Unless it came to a crisis of some sort that just happened to completely destroy the Train Assist AI and thus still not hurt him. Waste of time. Walking out of the combat training space, Chen Mang shook his head, did not put this matter on his mind, not to provoke him even if, really come to provoke him, come to see if you can resist the 100,000 rounds of level 6 shells of the washes. It's nightfall, all the train inhabitants were asleep, and he was feeling a little sleepy, so he immediately did a cursory wash before shedding his clothes and climbing into bed. Under a sky full of stars, the stellar train lay like a steel dragon on the plains of the sandy river. Ho ho ho! From time to time, there were monster voices ringing in the ears, but they were all fragmented monsters, and before they could get close, they had already been killed by Zhang Demei, who was piloting the executioner mecha, holding a huge axe, and did not disturb the rest of the people on the train at all. Just tonight, there seemed to be a little more monsters. 2 lines gradually appeared on the console screen. Ding detected 14 level 3 walkers in the vicinity approaching the train. The danger is 0. No need to wake the conductor. There was no sound. Just these 2 lines slowly emerged on the screen. This was the materialization of AI's judgment logic, similar to a historical record like a village. The next day when the conductor woke up and saw the historical record, he would be able to know what probably happened last night. A level 3 walker? Outside the train, Zhang Demei, who was driving the executioner mech, looked at the monster information given to her by General AI on the panel, and then looked at the dozen or so zombies in the darkness in the distance that were 4 or 5 meters tall and rushing towards the train. Her eyes were full of excitement, and she tightly gripped the giant axe in her hand as she waited patiently. In the night, a dozen or so huge zombies rapidly approached the train, which is very shocking. If it was before, she must have been filled with fear and started to run away, but these days she was completely fearless after practicing so long in the combat training virtual space, following the train through so many things, and piloting this mech. Finally, when the dozen or so giant zombies rushed to the train, Zhang Demei roared angrily before asking the members of the second team to watch her from the back, while she herself leapt in mid-air alone to meet them. Boom! When the giant axe slashed heavily on a zombie's head, the huge zombie was split in half from the center on the spot, and its body froze in place for a long time before it slowly fell towards the sides. The stench of blood emanated at once. Zhang Demei didn't hesitate for a second, just maneuvering the mech with a face full of excitement to meet the other zombies once again. Meanwhile, several other zombies had already rushed to the train, roaring in hideous fury and slapping their hands violently against the train, which looked extremely shocking, except that not only did they not break the defense, they didn't cause a single damage to the armor. Under the effect of forever shock absorption, The carriages were extremely smooth without any sensation of impact, and those sleeping train inhabitants didn't even know that a bunch of zombies had already surrounded the train outside. Inside the premium talent carriage number 5, Yan Yao sat on the edge of the bed with a complicated face, looking out the window at the zombies that were constantly and violently slapping the train. This was the first time she had ever looked at a zombie so close, and it was still a level 3 zombie, and each one of them was 4 or 5 meters tall, and it looked shockingly powerful. If she hadn't been inside the train, but outside of it, her pants might have been wet by now. But sitting inside the train, she just felt safe enough to not feel any fear at all, and was even able to scrutinize the wounds that were rotting on the walkers. Just then, tick-tock, a drop of rain fell on the glass, followed by a muffled thunder. The rain became heavier and heavier. The storm whistled, and even mixed with a faint snowflake. This is the first rain shower of the winter. It took less than a minute for this rain to fall from the first drop of rain to become a raging storm. Countless drops of rain wet those zombies, but these zombies continued to keep burying their heads in the ground and attacking the train and the mech that kept leaping up in the rain with utter disregard. The rain didn't leave a mark on the glass. The view of the battle outside was still very clear on the glass. This place feels a lot safer than that safe house in my villa, and it's a lot more comfortable, Yan Yao whispered as she looked out at the scene. That's for sure. Ji Chuchu similarly sat on the edge of the bed looking out the window, paused for a moment before continuing. Listen to Brother Biao, they said. When they went to search and rescue you, in your villa, there was a middle-aged man hanging in the living room. The lower half of his body was gnawed by the monster. That middle-aged man you recognize? It was my chauffeur, who was at the villa when Doomsday came. How did you hang yourself? I took him with me to the safe house at first, and at first he was able to calm down. But after 2 months of still not waiting for any rescue, he seemed to get a little desperate and started banging himself against the wall. He was so hard he hit his head on the wall full of blood and passed out. I thought he was dead and moved him out of the safe house for fear of his body rotting. Now it looks like he would have been alive at the time, just passed out, then woke up and ran to the living room to hang himself. Jichu paused for a moment before whispering, did you really bring him to the safe house as well when your doom came? Yan Yao suddenly laughed, her eyes filled with helplessness. Of course it's fake. When the end first came, there were monsters out there and people were dying everywhere. How dare I stay in a safe house with a burly man who didn't know there was a safe house in the basement? I ran in alone and locked the door. Why he went to hang himself afterward instead of running away I don't know. Maybe he couldn't run away. Just then, ho, ho, more and more hissing sound violently sounded, interrupted the two people's conversation, only to see more and more zombies in the rainstorm towards the train quickly running. A glance at the end cannot be seen, such as the tide like a wave after a wave. It's a wave of corpses. Ji Chuchu looked out the window at the zombies that were running wildly in the rainstorm, and whispered with a slightly complicated face. Inside the Stellar's train room, several lines slide rapidly across the console screen. Tick-tock. Incoming necrotic wave detected. The highest level of zombies is level 6. The universal level is level 2, and the number is about 40,000. The risk factor is 0. No need to wake up the conductor. Detecting conductor's delegated authority. The car blade will be activated soon. 3 doomsday machine guns have locked onto the 3 level 6 zombies and the remaining 14 level 5 zombies in the necrotic tide. Prepare to fire. The next moment. Buzz off. The 10-meter-long car blades violently extended out from both sides of the carriage and began to rotate at high speed. And the remaining few level 3 zombies that were still attacking outside the train were also cut off at a moment's notice by the cabs. And their bodies were instantly shortened by a section. It fell on the blade and was instantly electrocuted to a charred blackness by the electric current attached to the surface of the blade. Immediately after, boom boom boom, the 3 doomsday machine guns at the forefront of the stellar train's 18 barrels began to rotate rapidly, and a shell trailing a trailing flame instantly cut through the sky and landed in the tide of corpses. The level 6 zombies that were targeted were hit by dozens of shells almost instantly, turning into blood foam on the spot. The surrounding zombies also turned into blood foam together. The roar of the doomsday machine guns didn't seem very noticeable in the rainy night, and countless amounts of dirt were blown up in the air to merge with the rain. Almost a blink of an eye. The high-level zombies in the wave of corpses were then accurately disposed of, and along with the activation of the powerful magnet, the fallen items around them were constantly being sucked into the refrigerator inside the compartment. The whole process was precise and quick. Minimum resources consumed, maximum results achieved. Outside the train, in the rainy night, Zhang Demei, who was piloting the executioner mech, looked at the scene with a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Just a moment ago on her iris chip Chief AI had told her to stay away from the carriages as the train prepared to activate the car blade. She rushed into the tide of corpses at the first opportunity, ready to see if she could touch a level 5 zombie while piloting this mech. In the end, the next moment she saw the additional machine guns on the train begin to rotate and roar rapidly, and in just the blink of an eye, Hundreds of shells trailing flames landed in the tide of corpses, killing all the high-level zombies with precision. Didn't give her a chance to strike at all. Although the remaining zombies were numerous, they were all low-grade zombies that were not enjoyable to kill. But soon she couldn't think about that, and instantly roared with rage as she swung her giant axe and kept slashing at the walkers rather too hard in the rainy night, only to see a large number of zombies running wildly towards the train. Before they could get close to the train, they were cut to pieces by the blade of the car. If she didn't kill them faster, she wouldn't even be able to kill the stragglers. This night, countless messages on a train radio are almost constantly on the screen. I don't know what happened. A large number of corpse tides suddenly emerged from the Sand River Plain, and there were quite a few high-level monsters in the tide of corpses that attacked almost every train, and quite a few trains that were lower-leveled and had just arrived on the Sand River Plain from the surrounding white areas met their demise this night. Damn! In the cab of a Class 4 train, a middle-aged man with a grim face maneuvered the train furiously in the rainy night. He was already surrounded by a wave of corpses. The train kept crashing through the zombies blocking in front of it, preparing to break out as much as possible. He doesn't know what's going on. Wasn't it said that the Sand River Plain was one of the safest green areas around here, with basically no monsters? Why is there such a horrible wave of corpses? Just then, a level 6 zombie with a height of nearly 7 or 8 meters appeared in the wave of corpses in front of the train, and it was too late to avoid it, and the zombie was seen leaping in the air, and its body heavily smashed on the head of the train. Boom! I don't know if it was a boom or a stomp. Warning, warning, the train's nose mech is 21% intact, the external audio is 0% intact, the power magnet is 0% intact, and the headlights are 0% intact. The AI in the train room began to emit harsh beeps in a sharp and mechanical tone. What to do? What to do? Damn it! In the upper room of the train, the man looked up at the armor on the ceiling that had been nearly shattered by a single punch. The rain and the night spilling even down that crack. The hissing and fishy stench of the zombie enveloping him all the way in. Chug chug chug. The ear-piercing sound of a heavy machine gun rang out in the rainy night, and his hitmen, all of whom were in the back car at the moment, maneuvered the heavy machine gun, not caring about the ammunition consumption, and aimed their guns at the level 6 zombies standing at the head of the train and opened fire violently. It's just that they can only use level 3 bullets and can't do anything to break the defense. The man's face was full of grimace, violently pulling the control lever to stop. The speed of the train that was running wildly in the tide of corpses instantly slowed down. The ear-piercing sound of brakes resounded in the rainy night, and the level 6 zombie that stood on the head of the train was thrown down on the spot. It worked! The man's eyes were filled with the ecstasy of surviving, and he immediately prepared to maneuver the train to escape from this place. However, at this time, the train has been densely blocked by the tide of corpses in the middle. Countless zombies such as iterative Luohan like stepping on the head of his companions, lying on the carriages and constantly knocking the armor. A large number of walkers piled up under the wheels. The train is completely blocked. It simply won't start up again. And by now there was already a large number of walkers stepping over their companions and lying on the glass of the train room, constantly slapping and hissing. Just then, a bolt of lightning pierced the sky, and in desperation, the man saw himself in the mirror with red bloodshot eyes in despair, and the bloodied and extremely scary zombies all around him, already slapping the glass and preparing to get into the train room. The nearest walker was even close to reaching the corner of his coat. Certain death. I should have known to stay in the white zone. The man in the chair, trembling, lit the last of his cigarettes and took a deep drag. Pale blue smoke gathering on the ceiling, the smell of the rainy night burrowing along the cracks in the armor and broken glass overhead. In the wave of corpses in the distance, the huge level 6 zombie that had not been injured in the slightest had hissed and rushed quickly towards the train. He smiled miserably and looked over at the button on the console that he thought he would never press. Immediate self-destruction. At this point, the AI's mechanically cold and emotionless electronic voice sounded in the train room. Looks like we're going to have to say goodbye. Conductor, you're the best conductor I've ever seen. If there's a next time, the next moment. Boom! The train that had long been buried underneath the tide of corpses, suddenly starting from the head of the train, a large amount of fire shot up into the sky, followed by a section of carriages behind the train exploding in turn, deafening explosions resounding through the rainy night like that of loud thunder. The zombies around the train were blown up and thrown in the air and reduced to pieces the moment the fire burst into the sky. More zombies were engulfed by the sea of fire, their bodies burnt and agonized as they fell to the ground, thrashing around in the rainwater, letting out bursts of hissing noises that were uniquely zombie. Chapter 147, His Arsenic, My Honey. Boom! A bolt of lightning once again cut through the rainy night. All the rain in the night was clearly visible at this moment as if it had been pressed to pause, and the deafening sound of thunder violently resounded in the sky and the earth. In the tide of corpses below, the train, which had been broken into several sections and completely scrapped, burned so fiercely that not even the rain could douse it. Roar! The level 6 zombie that was slightly injured roared angrily, and then once again ran wildly in a certain direction. And the countless zombies behind him also chased after the general as if they were the first to do so. The severely injured zombies were left where they were, wailing and rolling around in the rain in constant agony. The cacophony of the rainy night masked all the murmurs and instead carried a sense of ultimate silence. Phew! At the other end of the sandy river plain, the boy sitting at the console inside the train room of the misanthrope let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily he had the drill as an accessory, and it was still relatively safe to hide under the ground. He then looked at the tens of thousands of red light dots on the enemy soldering radar with a somewhat ugly expression on his face. What the hell? He had been here for so long. It was the first time he had seen such a scale of zombie tide. The Sand River Plain was just known for its safety. There were even several level 6 zombies in those points of light, which was not a small threat to his train, which had an energy shield of only level 5, which couldn't hold back the level 6 monsters. The train radio was blowing up at this point. Apparently this wave of corpses didn't just hit him alone, but nearly all the trains. And these waves of corpses weren't the wandering kind. They seemed to be attacking every train with a purpose. This apparent anomaly made it obvious that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. And who knew if any horrible monsters would pop up from the ground tonight. It was a good thing that he had an oxygen generator and wasn't worried about a situation like not having enough oxygen if he stayed in the ground for too long. This night, the whole of the sandy river plain was destined to be bustling with activity, with nearly all the trains being attacked from the tide of corpses, some perishing, some fleeing, and quite a few hiding in the ground. Fortunately, the Shade Plain is close to the Kunlun mountain area, and a number of trains have acquired the drill as an accessory, thus leading to a relatively safe space under the ground when danger strikes. As for the oxygen machine accessory, basically all trains that have a drill also have this accessory. After all, you have to have these two accessories to stay underground for a long period of time, and after obtaining a drill they all try to get the oxygen machine accessory. No one knows what happened. No one knows exactly where these zombies came from. It's as if they appeared out of nowhere. Just about every conductor waited for the dawn with an apprehensive look on his face. This night was destined to be sleepless. But, his arsenic, my honey, kill, kill, kill. Inside a level 6 flesh train, a tall woman sitting in front of the console, her eyes full of bloodlust and excitement at the moment, maneuvered the flesh train, traveling quickly through the rainy night, constantly slaughtering the tide of corpses, only to see that the head of the train had transformed into a bloody mouth at some point, swallowing all the zombies along the road into its abdomen. The slaughter was extremely efficient. For the flesh and blood train, this wave of corpses tonight is no less than a mechanical train going to the tomb of the goblins, with riches all over the place. Originally, the monsters in the Kunlun mountain area had suddenly disappeared in the past few days, and she was in the middle of a headache, and didn't dare to travel to those other maps like the other level 6 flesh trains, and was at a loss as to how she should go about it. The wave of corpses is coming. Like spring rain, it made her smell life almost instantly, but it was only limited to level 6 flesh trains, and flesh trains of a lower level could only fight and run when they encountered a wave of corpses, dodging the attacks of the high-level zombies and slaughtering those of the low-level zombies. The entire sandy river plains is in disarray from a winter rain. Countless people were awakened in their sleep. Only on the stellar train side, it's like nothing happened. The car blades mechanically rotated at high speeds to slaughter all the zombies that approached the train, while the 3 doomsday machine guns roared and fired out shells with trailing flames from time to time, accurately pointing and shooting at the high-level monsters in the tide of zombies, as well as Zhang Damei, who was piloting the executioner mech in the rainy night, swinging a huge axe and constantly slaughtering zombies. The residents of the train who stayed in the residence compartment could only faintly hear that it was raining outside because there were no windows in the train, and the sound of rain was quite loud, so they slept quite soundly, having not slept for 48 hours in a row, and all of them slept drowsily at this time. Press doesn't know what's going on out there. In the beginning, when the train was being approached by a few level 3 walkers and started pounding on the carriages, the interior of the train didn't even shake a bit and was extremely quiet. Passing through. Just passing through. Sorry. Inside the residence compartment of train number 9, a man who had risen for the night, in the rather quiet and dimly lit compartment, walked cautiously towards the rear of the car and whispered apologies to the residents who had been awakened by his disturbance of the refrigerator at the end of residence compartment No. 9. This refrigerator is the restroom in this train, and there are many class 1 pure water filters in it, so you can pee directly in it if you want to pee. The carriage was rather quiet. The man also tiptoed around trying to make sure he didn't wake the others, but as he made his way to the end of the wagon, he caught a strong whiff of blood at the link, as well as that faint earthy smell that comes with rain. The man froze in place slightly, then shook his head again without thinking much about it, walking into the refrigerator and finishing his nightly rise before heading towards his spot once more to get ready for bed. It's raining outside, pretty hard. As for the smell of blood, which should be a monster approaching the train and then being put to death, he wasn't worried. Staying in the stellar train these days, he had witnessed the power of the stellar train a long time ago. If the stellar train couldn't stop it, then he had even less to worry about. It was the sky that was going to die for him. Even Master Mang had to die. It wasn't normal for him to die a little. Once again tiptoed back to his seat. The weather is a little cold, but good thing Mang Master turned on the air conditioning, resulting in the carriage is quite warm, due to too much fatigue, and soon he will once again enter the dreamland. The clatter of that torrential rain was faintly ringing in my ears. The earthy flavor of rainwater partially seeps into the train. For some reason, he slept more soundly. For a moment, he even forgot that he was in the doomsday, but was in a rental house before the end of the day, with pouring rain outside the window. No need to work on tomorrow's vacation, so he could sleep naturally tonight. Wake up and order an extremely extravagant takeout for more than $40. Treat himself, and play with his cell phone for another day. In a daze, he dreamed a lot. He dreamed that all the monsters had been killed off. The end was finally over, and the stellar train had broken through the planet to begin its own interstellar voyage. And he, as a resident of the train with a 3-digit number, had become an old man in the stellar train, enjoying excellent treatment. He also dreamed that he married a gentle, virtuous woman, and the two had a child. Turning to history books to tell the child about all that had befallen him since the end came. He had a lot of dreams. Perhaps it was all good dreams, but the man, who had fallen into a deep sleep, had a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Inside guard compartment number 7, all the guards were basically asleep as well. Only the members of Team 2 were still sitting by the window looking out the window at the captain who was fighting with the zombies. They were supposed to be patrolling the outside of the train on guard this night, but the situation was special and they had to go back to the carriages as well. In addition to the members of Team 2, there are others who have not slept either. Old Pig with a blanket wrapped around his body pushed open the door of the private room and walked out, looked toward Biaozi who was sitting at the window and was fuming, lit a cigarette and sat beside him and casually said, "Still not sleeping? The fresh air system in the train is so good that the smoke odor is vented directly to the outside of the train and doesn't stay in the car for a long time." Aha! Biaozi's face was complex as he looked out the window at the mech that was spinning and jumping in the rainy night, pausing for a moment before softly saying, "I also want to own a mech. Is this something you can have just because you want it?" The old pig sighed softly before patting Piao's shoulder. "You as long as the body comprehensive quality up to standard. Mang Master how can not prepare for you, give you can not use fast sleep. Tomorrow morning is your first team is responsible for patrolling vigilance." Aha! Diaozi nodded and inclined his head to look at the old pig just about to say something when he suddenly noticed the dense set of hair on top of the old pig's head and subconsciously spoke. "Where did you find that wig?" "What wig?" The old pig whitened his eyes in dismay. "It's a trip I took to the medical barn with stellar vouchers and my hair grew back, so you'll never get a chance to see me bald again." "Just the one that Bobcat her girlfriend went to?" "Well, that's the one. Except I didn't treat my whole body. It's too expensive. I treated my hair alone, and the rest I don't have any major problems. Just some normal wear and tear on my body organs." "Normal wear and tear of body organs sounds just like a robot." "It does kind of. That medical silo of his is just so set up with how much or how little of each organ is intact and no names for diseases. It does sound and feel a bit like a robot." Diaozi withdrew his eyes from the old pig without speaking, just inclined his head to look out of the window. "Why aren't you asleep too?" "A little sleepy." The old pig tightened the blanket on his body, sat at the window and followed Diaozi's line of sight to look at the nearly endless zombies coming towards the train under the raging storm, pausing for a moment before softly saying with a complicated face, "It all felt a little too surreal, and I was worried that I'd fall asleep and wake up from the dream. You and I are not the same as Yin Yao. We've both been hiding and fleeing all the way from the beginning of the end of time, and I don't know how many times my old pig's name has flickered in that life and death book of Yama. You said last time that there were no good people who would survive the apocalypse. I think we should add one more thing. Those who can survive in the apocalypse are extremely strong mentally. Those who are weaker mentally would have killed themselves long ago." Escape habit. "I don't know when I'll die getting used to it. Suddenly coming on the stellar train is really uncomfortable. It's like a dream. The last time I experienced a wave of corpses with Master Mang on Master Koan's train. At that time, both Master Mang and I had already made the decision of certain death, and the stench of corpses on that zombie body was drilling straight into my head, and I could even imagine the zombies tearing my body apart already. I was still bald, and it was easier to fade all the hair, if that's what walkers preach before they eat people, and it turns out it's only been a couple months." Old Pig looked out the window with a complicated expression at the zombies that kept rushing towards the car blade in the rainy night then were cut into pieces, and was silent for a while before stubbing out the cigarette in his hand and a can of Coke on the side. "We'll be able to sit here, like a nagging family, and go and quietly admire those walkers out there. I used to not believe in fatalism. Fatalism is the idea that when a particularly harmful disaster strikes, There's always a protagonist who takes on this task of saving the world. But after meeting Master Mang, I suddenly started believing in fatalism. Do you think you'll see the day when the stellar is overthrown? Diaozi was equally silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, if the stellar really will be overthrown someday, then I will definitely die in front of the stellar. Yes? Old Pig suddenly laughed. You seem to have an obsession with the stellar already. Aha. Diaozi nodded and met Old Pig's line of sight, helplessly shaking his head. I don't know why. To tell you something sincere, the reason why I've been trying to find an opportunity to make a mark, on the one hand, is that I'm very eager to be recognized by Master Meng, and don't ask for any rewards. I just want him to praise me. Kudos to me, I'm the captain of the first team of guards, well deserving of the title, and can carry the load. On the other hand, it's because I want to keep my position. After all, I'm also considered an old man. If I'm not even as good as the newcomers in the stellar ship in the future, I feel that my face is more or less a bit untenable. It's human nature, and you can understand it as well. The last aspect is, I do hope that the stellar can become better. I don't have much family left. The stellar is my only emotional support in the apocalypse, and if the stellar is all gone, then even if I'm still alive, I'll be like a walking corpse who doesn't know what to do, like a headless fly. I'd give anything for the stellar, like protecting my family. Old Pig once again looked out the window at the tidal wave of zombies. Master Mang seems to rarely compliment people. Compliments of Lee timing. That kid is indeed powerful, like he's turned on a genetic lock. Pio didn't speak anymore, just looked out the window into silence. Sleeping. After Old Pig sighed lightly, he got up and patted Biaozi's back. There's still something to do tomorrow. You also go to bed early. Don't set a flag for yourself. I'm really afraid that you'll die one day. Don't be so adventurous in the future. You're the only serious friend I have in the Stellaris that I can talk to, and if you die, I won't even have anyone to talk to. Oddly lonely. Diaozi didn't reply, just waved his hand to indicate he knew. The number of zombies outside gradually decreased. Even if it was like a tidal wave of zombies, it couldn't hold this speed of death. It's like, the darkest night of despair will eventually usher in the dawn that belongs to him. And until then, all there is to do is live and try to live until the day you see the dawn. Chapter 148, Are you still alive on your side? Dawn. Phew. Chen Mang jumped down from the bed after stretching a long lazy waist, and then only slightly froze after his afterglow noticed the miserable situation outside. It was the first time he had seen the word corpse so viscerally. Sticky scarlet blood stained the soil around the train, as if in a sea of blood. Everywhere is the zombies' limbs and flesh. The whole scene is not too strong smell of blood. It looks like a watermelon that was broken by a hydraulic press. There is melon flesh all over the place. As he shuffled around, he looked at the train log on the console screen and realized what had happened last night. Conductor. Standing aside, AI's cold and robotic voice came from the megaphone inside the robot's throat cavity. You did not give me the command to set whether or not to absorb the flesh and blood into the train as well, and all the dropped items have already been absorbed into the train by the powerful magnets. Absorb it now, and put away the flesh and blood in this situation later. Understood. Chen Mang used a towel to wipe the water stains on his face before sitting on a chair and let out a long breath, lit a cigarette without slowing down and began to check the train radio. And soon he knew that last night this wave of corpses was not just for him alone, but for all the trains. The Sandy River Plain was hit by a wave of corpses last night on almost all trains. Many trains were tragically destroyed. These trains are basically level 4 trains that just came to the Sand River Plain from the white area. These trains don't have the drill as an accessory, so they can't even hide. They can only run wildly on the plains with the tide of corpses, but the number of corpses is just too much, and when they fall into the encirclement, they can only despair and wait for their deaths. The equivalent of the newcomers were nearly dead, and all that was left were trains that had been settling on the Sandy River Plain for some time. Chen Mang frowned slightly. His mind's first reaction was that this matter would not be the Tian Ping group of people, that yesterday's misanthropy number of the boy with a grudge for the whole of the retaliatory behavior. But soon this guess was rejected by him. First of all, he didn't think the boy had the means to do so, not to mention that if it was to get back at him there was no need to spread so many innocent trains. The disappearance of the monsters in the Kunlun mountain area had basically led to the conclusion that it was to cover the entrance to that exclusive flesh and blood train adventure map. Could there be a connection to this riot of corpses? It's not right either. That blood train encounter map is supposed to have a correlation with the Tower of Heaven. Is it the Tower of Heaven? Wait, he suddenly thought of something, and immediately picked up the train radio's intercom to find the chat box of the Cthulhu's conductor, and looked to see that the other party's name hadn't eclipsed before he spoke. Are you still alive on your side? Alive. Soon. The walkie-talkie came from Erden's familiar and urgent loud gasping voice. I am alive. The others are almost finished dying. I was going to save some people, but it turned out to be very difficult to save them, and I didn't have much of a chance to save them at all, so I saved more than 300 people. Now that the low-level trains of the ice world have basically been wiped out, there are just a few level 5 and 6 trains left that are starting to run wild in desperation. That monster is a level 6 monster. I'm organizing a level 6 train to see if I can join hands to kill this monster, but the size is too big. That ING machine gun is as good as scratching an itch. Mainly, flying through the air is too energy intensive. I don't have much iron ore on hand in my train, and when the ING iron ore runs out, I'm probably going to die here without energy stones. How much iron ore do you have left? A little over 100. 000. I remember that the rabbit cloud flies continuously for 24 hours and only consumes one level 2 energy stone. A little over 100. 000 is enough to fly for 20 days. You remember? Erdnace's loud, breathy voice came over the intercom. Where do you remember that from? Don't tell me you have a ING rabbit cloud too? You're only a level 5 train. Didn't you have it on the level 5 train too? Can that be the same for me? How much time did I spend exploring the chance map in exchange for it? The interior of the stellar train. Chen Mang looked at the console screen. He wanted to send some iron ore over to Erden, but it showed that he was not in the same area to be able to trade remotely. He paused for a moment before frowning. You said that area was blocked off. The train couldn't get in. Can bullets be shot in there? Should be able to. Erdnace on the other end of the intercom quickly responded. You mean organizing the level 6 trains on the Sandy River Plain to provide fire support at the regional junction? No way. Bullets are so expensive. And this disaster isn't on their heads. They surely won't waste that copper ore. And even if they did come, those heavy machine gun cannons would have a hard time doing damage to this monster. You haven't seen this monster with your own eyes. You don't know how terrifying this monster's size is. I'll try. You alone? Aha. Wait. I remembered. You're an S-rank potential. You should have read Great Heavy Fire Accessories. Maybe you're even good at it. It's just that it'll surely consume a lot of resources. You're going to lose money. I thought you said you were about to die. Well, at least as a friend. I couldn't watch you die in that area. Hey. The intercom came from Erden's laughter. Brother, you are really benevolent. This monster doesn't die. It looks like the area blockade won't be lifted either. After the extra words. So how to get it next? Chen Mang looked at the console screen. Find a way to lure that monster to the 7921, 2832 coordinate point at the junction of the Ice World and Kunlun Mountain regions in 3 hours. I'll be there in about 3 hours, so try to see if you can do it. One of the biggest difficulties of this plan was how to attract the hatred of this monster. This one's easy. As soon as I appear in this monster's line of sight, this monster will give up attacking the other trains and prioritize chasing me. I don't know why, but anyway, I've saved quite a few trains with this trick. Okay. Chen Mang didn't say anything more, but violently pushed the joystick and sped towards the Kunlun Mountain region. I'll be there in about 3 hours, so pay attention to scheduling. By the way, when you said last time that the monster was blocked off in the mountain and showed an arm, was it a zombie? It's a walker, but I've never seen one this big. Sandy River Plains. The stellar train, which had been trimmed for the night, began to speed toward the front after switching out of its wind and fire wheels. It stopped raining, the ground was wet, and it didn't take long to enter the Kunlun area, and along the way, I saw several trains that had been completely scrapped and turned into debris, with no one surviving on them, obviously in a tragic state after they blew themselves up. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, trying experimentally in his mind to connect the unexpected events of the two regions together. The two regions of Sand River Plain and Ice and Snow Heaven and Earth were both green regions, only that they were not adjacent to each other, with the Kunlun Mountain region sandwiched in between. The Ice World has a zombie king breaking out of his shell from the mountain. There is a tide of corpses raging in the Sandy River Plain. This is, and so on. At that time, in the Iron Ridge Wasteland, he witnessed how a level 2 zombie evolved into a level 3 zombie. It was the countless zombies that spat out the blood and flesh stored in their abdominal cavities as the sustenance that allowed that level 2 zombie to evolve. Which meant that last night this wave of corpses had most likely run out of the Ice World, wanting to store blood and flesh to supply sustenance to their own boss. The first target should be the Kunlun Mountain region. After all, the Kunlun Mountains had the most monsters there. But these days, it just so happened that the monsters over in the Kunlun Mountains region were all hiding, so they had to retreat to the Sand River Plain. The link is through, and it's easy enough to confirm that guess. The wave of corpses on the Sand River Plain had disappeared this morning, and if the wave of corpses rushing towards the icy land could be seen in the Kunlun Mountain region, it would prove that he was right in this speculation. Merely, this breaks one of the rules he has always defaulted to, that is, monsters can actually not just stay in their own region, but can travel around the same region at will? Then why did the monsters in the Kunlun Mountain region stay in the Kunlun Mountain region? Just then, drip, drip, the Sojourner radar began to sound a constant alarm, only to see that 15,000 meters away, a tide of corpses was furiously running forward over the mountains, aiming for none other than the Ice and Snow World. Looks like I guessed right. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately slightly shifted his direction and rushed towards the group of zombies. He definitely couldn't let this group of zombies arrive at the ice and snow world without any problems. If he let them arrive without any problems, after providing the nutrients, maybe that level 6 zombie would have evolved into a level 7 zombie. It will be a lot trickier then. If there was no area blockade, even if it was a level 7 zombie, he wouldn't be afraid of it by relying on the train stunt death spin, even if he couldn't be killed. But he had level 7 armor. That walker couldn't do anything to him. But a level 7 walker is a lot trickier with an area blockade. Soon, the stellar train carrying the mechanical spider feet then quickly approached the group of corpses, accompanied by a full 10-meter wide blade sticking out from both sides of the carriages and rotating at a high speed. The moment the train rushed into the tide of corpses, countless zombies were then cut into pieces and thrown into the air. Before it could hit the ground, it was sucked into the train refrigerator by a powerful magnet. A few seconds later, the stellar train had rushed out the other side of the tide of corpses, while behind it had left a clearing like Moses opening the sea, the ground already stained red. Chen Mang didn't rush to the coordinate point. He just roughly explained the situation to Erden that he might be a little late before he started to turn around and continue rushing towards the tide of corpses. A few minutes later, the tide of corpses has been almost completely resolved. Only a dozen scattered zombie leakage towards the distance to continue to run wild. He did not go to chase. These a few leakage of the fish cannot become a climate. The tide of corpses and the high-grade zombies were also killed by his doomsday machine cannon precision point. A long time ago. He then possesses such firepower weapons as the tripod heavy machine gun and the 40-barrel Sakura drop rocket cannon, but he basically never uses them against the enemy, and his main means of dealing with the enemy is still car blades, train stunts, or simply not dealing with the enemy at all. The main reason is that bullets are too expensive. Even if he has nearly 1,000,000 copper mines, he can't afford to use them that way. But with the doomsday machine gun it's a completely different story. 2 consecutive overmolded effects that have consumption directly made a level 6 shell far less expensive than a level 6 heavy machine gun round, and he could finally use long-range fire weapons with a little bit of abandon, making his attack methods less limited. After resolving this wave of corpses, Chen Mang casually scanned the harvest, then once again maneuvered the stellar train towards the depths of the Kunlun mountain region. The zombies generally speaking would not drop anything good, but he had just seen a train order in the pile of harvest. Train order again. The chances of a monster like a zombie dropping a train order felt a little higher than any other monster, and when the apocalypse first broke out, many conductors relied on killing zombies to get their first train order. Thus, it started its own journey of making a fortune. When this matter is dealt with, then we'll see what these corpse tides and those from last night have dropped. Basically, I guess it's still mainly corpse flesh. 4 hours later, the stellar train finally arrived late at the target location agreed upon with Erden, mainly due to the delay caused by the slaughter of a dozen or so corpse tides on the way. A large number of corpse tides, like ants, rushed from the Sand River Plain all the way through the Kunlun mountain region towards the ice and snow heaven and earth region. Just arrived at the target location. Chen Mang breathing then subconsciously slightly stagnant, only to see in front of that area, the blizzard whistling swept the entire area. That area of the ground has long been covered by thick snow. Even the treetops are also piled up with snow. A glance at the white blanket of everything. The sound of the whistling wind through the canyon was as regal as the agonizing hiss of a hellish demon. A stark contrast to the Kunlun mountain region. The Kunlun mountain region. Although many of the trees on the mountain have also withered and yellowed, only there is no snow. Not as exaggerated as the region of the ice and snow heaven and earth. At the junction of the two areas, there was a huge curtain of light. The area ahead is green. A world of ice and snow. The area has been cordoned off and is temporarily inaccessible. And in the midst of the raging snowstorm, Chen Mang could clearly see a huge-sized zombie, covered in white snow, roaring and running wildly, only to see that the zombie was nearly 60 to 70 meters tall, equivalent to a 20-story skyscraper. Even the ground shook as it ran wildly. Nice guy. Chen Mang's heart suddenly had some bottomlessness. This is the largest zombie he has ever seen. He suddenly a little doubt that his ground blast missile can really cause damage to this zombie. With a certain level of size, even for a level 6 monster, the defense was amazingly strengthened. Just this body type. It's really hard to do much damage with that machine gun bullet going in. He copied the binoculars aside and looked carefully, and could clearly see that the zombie's hands had a number of honeycomb-like densely packed bullet holes, which were seeping bright red blood at the moment. Only those bullet holes appeared on the huge palm of this zombie, and they were somewhat insignificant. It wasn't a penetrating wound. The slug should have been set in the palm. Just then, Erdnay's urgent voice came over the intercom. Dude, I see you. Ready? Chapter 149. No. How can a train play like that? Chen Mang saw at a glance that the train speeding through the stormy sky was none other than Erden's Tsanglong. I'll try. He looked at his copper balance and had 825. 000 units of copper ore left, while the price to build a level 6 missile was 300,000 units of copper ore. Phew. Chen Mang took a deep breath and didn't think much more about it. Whether it would work or not had to be tried to know. And this zombie had been roaring. If the missile could be accurately stuffed into its mouth so that the missile would explode inside its body, then the power would be dramatically increased. Just one is probably not enough. You need two. Soon, after consuming 300,000 units of copper ore, a level 6 ground burst missile was built. Rustle, 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 accompanied by the sound of mechanical gears turning. A blackened missile slowly rose out of compartment 14 and pointed diagonally at the sky, ready to be launched at any time. Can you shoot in the mouth? Chen Mang inclined his head to look at Xiao AI, who was to the side, and said in a deep voice, "Could be." AI's voice was devoid of any emotion, but the answer was quite clean. The spine-like hydraulic mounts on the open-air compartment 14 supported the missile, and with a roar, a deep blue tail flame erupted from the hexagonal vents at the missile's tail end, instantly raising the temperature around the train to a high point. The missiles were launched from the train and broke through the air, aiming straight at the huge walker that was under the blizzard. The trailing flames cut through the blizzard like Satan's brush dipped in pus and blood cutting through the night sky. Afterwards, under Chen Meng's direct gaze, the missile precisely hit the zombie's mouth with an extremely standard and beautiful trajectory, like a deep throat, straight into it. Perhaps it was the oversized pharynx. So large a foreign body was inserted that I was surprised to see no sign of the pharynx getting any bigger. The next moment, rumble, deafening explosions resounded violently between heaven and earth. Compared to the sound of the last missile explosion, this time the sound sounded more muffled. The explosives contained in the missile were compressed to the extreme, and exploded at the throat of this zombie. Almost instantly, it was then seen that the zombie's head had been blown high in the air. The neck broke on the spot. Countless orange-red flames erupted from the neck break. 3 seconds later, the headless zombie, which was still in a frenzy, seemed to have just reacted, and its body fell heavily to the ground. A large amount of reddish-stained snow being splattered and flying in the air, making it look extraordinarily good. Chen Mang glanced at the constantly pulsating data stream on the console screen, which was the AI's calculation process for calculating the missile's trajectory, and looked toward the headless zombie that had fallen into the snow in the distance, smiling lightly. There's no need to show these things. It's not like I can read them. I'm afraid you won't realize how hard I work unless I show it. The zombie had collapsed in the snow and could no longer get up. A large amount of thick blood gushing out from the neck wound staining the snow. The combination of blood and snow really goes well together. The snow dyed red by blood was like eating barbecued meat with lettuce to wrap the barbecued meat in general, which was both relieving and addictive, with less of a trace of the gore brought by blood and more of a trace of the unique refreshingly cool and icy feeling of white snow. He had thought he might need 2 Class 6 missiles. After all, the size of this zombie was indeed too big, the largest of all the monsters he had ever seen, and he didn't expect that with just one missile successfully hitting the oral cavity, this zombie would be completely unable to stand up. On the enemy radar, the red dot had faded away, symbolizing that the zombie had no chance of survival. The next moment, the words on that light screen where the two areas met also appeared to change. The area ahead is green, a world of ice and snow. Up to level 6 monsters can exist. The current train level is level 5. The danger factor is low. The blockade is lifted. And at that moment, the Cthulhu train, which had been speeding through the air, came barreling toward the stellar train, and the excited high roar of Erdnase came over the intercom. Later, Chen Mang laughed and shook his head, immediately maneuvering the stellar train into this area in front of him, and after getting a little bit closer, the powerful magnet had sucked the fallout from this zombie's death into the train. There are no other trains close by here. Rather, he didn't have to worry about someone robbing him of the items he dropped, and even if they wanted to, they couldn't possibly rob him. Naturally, Erden wouldn't have grabbed it, and if Erden was this kind of person, he wouldn't have been able to come to Erden's rescue. At this point, the Tsanglong train only made a U-turn and landed beside him, and Erden, wearing a military overcoat and full of excitement, jumped down from the train room and stood in the snow looking toward the train room of the stellar train yelling, "Brothers, come down and have a catch." With every word, a great deal of hot air was ejected from his mouth into the cold air. Hey, Erdnase suddenly realized that through the glass, he could not see the interior of the Stellar's locomotive at all, and could not help but say with some incredulity, "Brother, you're not going to give the dustless glass a yellow grade accessory, a level 5 upgrade, are you?" There was a conductor crying on the train radio not too long ago, saying he thought the level 5 supermodel effect would be something good, but it turned out to be just a one-way window supermodel effect, wasting all that iron ore for nothing. The words fell. Chen Mang also pushed open the train room, jumped down, leaning on the cane stepped in the snow to come to the side of Erden, before pulling out 2 cigarettes from his arms to light one for himself, and then handed Erden one, and exhaled a long breath before looking at the huge zombie that collapsed in the snow not too far away and lamented. Bro, did you get your fortune told when you came here at the end of the day? This area was fine. Why is it so eventful when you come? Hi, Erden whispered with some embarrassment. This matter can't be blamed entirely on me. It's a long story. I'll talk to you slowly later. But brother, you really make me a little envious. S-class potential is just fine. That level 6 trains are still using machine guns. Bro, you've got a whole bunch of missiles for a level 5 train. It's a downward spiral. It's a shame I haven't seen what the large firepower accessory is on that Class A train. The misanthrope, on the sandy river plains, but it sure doesn't compare to this one of yours, brother. Only then did he look at Chen Mang with a serious expression on his face and opened his mouth. Thanks brother, if you didn't come this time, 80% of me would have been consumed alive in this area. I'll reimburse you for how much copper ore you used for that missile. Chen Mang looked at Erden and casually said, 300,000 units of copper ore. Erden was silent for a while before continuing, reimbursement or not, this will be said later. I have hit all the copper within my train. Brother, I remember this favor of yours. If you need me in the future you just say so. As long as it's not something that sends me to my death. One word from you and I'll come right away. I thought you were going to say you'd do anything for a sword. That would be a bit of a lie. After all, who isn't afraid of death? But, Erden tightened the military coat on his body and looked at the thinly dressed Chen Mang with a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. In such a cold day, you wear so little? Isn't it cold? Okay. Chen Mang patted Erden's shoulder and smiled. Clothing customization production line. This accessory is upgraded to level 10. It has a temperature locking effect. It won't be very cold standing for such a while. What? You didn't upgrade it to level 10? This supermodel effect is quite useful. The corner of Erden's mouth twitched slightly without speaking. In his life, even if he suddenly possessed 1,000 Murphy stones, he wouldn't take out 8 Murphy stones to smash on such a pushy accessory as clothing customization production line. Just for that one temperature locking effect, he'd rather wear it a little bit more. Okay. Chen Mang pointed to the huge headless zombie not far away. Talk later, still have some things to do. Have to cut up this zombie and collect it. Don't freeze it later. Wait. Erden looked at the zombie not far away with some confusion. Brother, you're not a flesh and blood train. What do you need this for? Keep it for now. You might be able to use it in the future. After all, it's hard to find such a big zombie, and you'll be able to use it in the future if you're trading with the flesh and blood train. No, brother, don't you drop corpse flesh when you kill zombies? That kind of flesh and blood material with units is the key to upgrading the flesh train. But the flesh train does gobble up that flesh and blood as a snack. But it can't take that much. Yes? Chen Mang silently looked towards the zombie in the distance. He had always thought that the blood and flesh train was directly upgraded with blood and flesh. He could have collected quite a lot of it these days, but after pausing for a moment he still headed towards the train room. It's better to put it away for now. It might be useful. 10 minutes later, Chen Mang built 30 ordinary carriages, each with its own 10-meter wide level 50 blade, and the entire stellar train was like an anaconda, circling around the huge zombie and continuously drilling out of the ground, directly underneath the zombie. It was soon dismembered. When this accessory is forcibly removed from the carriage, it will instantly disintegrate into shards of glittering cold light. The blades on these 30 ordinary carriages were all forcibly removed and crumbled into countless pieces. Then a group of train residents stepped out of the car, picked up the pieces on the ground, wrapped a corner in rags, and began to go up and start meticulously dividing large chunks of flesh and blood from the giant zombie, as long as it wasn't more than the size of a refrigerator door. And whatever matches the size is instantly sucked into the train's refrigerator by powerful magnets. The monster's defense would be drastically lowered after death, and it wasn't very laborious to cut it, and it was a bit easier than cutting that level 3 man-eater spider in the first place. Speaking up, he had killed quite a few monsters, but that level 3 man-eating spider should have been the one that died the worst death by his hand, a living death by lynching. Maneuvering the stellar train again, he activated the geocentric furnace, and the head of the train transformed into a bloody maw containing countless rotating gears, devouring all of the 30 ordinary carriages that had been separated from the train. Subsequently, it was Chen Mang who jumped down from the train room, walked to Erden's side and laughed with both hands on his cane. I'm amused. I was used to being bitter before. I always feel that it's the first time I've seen such a big zombie. It's so rare, so I'll collect it and maybe I'll use it someday. Right. He inclined his head to look aside and beckoned to the old pig. Get some people to dig up a little bit for the snow as well. Don't get it dirty. Get the kind that's clean and freeze it in the freezer. It'll be useful later. Yes. The old pig nodded with a serious face before striding away. Standing on the sidelines of the long dumbfounded Erden, he sniffled before looking at Chen Mang with a face full of incredulity. Brother, have you always played like this? How is it that, being the same conductor, I get the feeling that our trains run completely differently? No, how can a train play like that? Not bad. Chen Meng smiled and said, "It's actually nothing." Phew. Erdnase took a deep breath before tightening his military coat once again and said with a complicated face, "More refrigerators are better." He couldn't stuff these things into the train even if he wanted to. He did have the door of space, which was a yellow grade accessory also similar to Chen Meng's level 10 refrigerator, but he didn't want to give that precious space to be piled up with zombie flesh and blood. A level 5 space gate isn't cheap. He's not going to spend that kind of money. The main thing is not to give up or not to give up. Is that this thing is useless? So many zombie flesh and blood stuffed into the train, what is the use of it? The flesh and blood train doesn't want it either. He was now completely convinced that Chen Meng definitely started from nothing, without any big brother funding behind him. Only people who started from nothing would develop this kind of character. The kind of big spenders who had big brother funding. How would they care about these things? I'll give you a couple of fridges later. It's quite useful. Take a couple. Don't. Erden shook his head with a serious face. This is not appropriate. You came all the way here to save me, and consumed so much copper ore from you. This favor I haven't repaid yet. You send me a refrigerator again. Then I won't be a beggar's mouth. But, Erden paused for a moment, and then somewhat heartily said, I can take something and trade you for a little. How about I get 2 cartons of cigarettes the other day? Each carton contains 250 cigarettes. I'll give you 1 carton for your 2 refrigerators. How about that? Chen Meng raised his eyebrows lightly and put his arm around Erden's shoulder and said with a smile, how about I give you 6 refrigerators in exchange for 2 cartons of cigarettes? You keep 50 for yourself from these 2 cartons. Anyway, you don't give them to your slaves to smoke. Just you and your managers smoke them. You can't use them much, can you? Deal. Erden almost immediately took over the words firmly as soon as Chen Meng's words fell, as if he was afraid that Chen Meng would back out. Before he couldn't help but grin. Thanks, brother. You're doing me a big favor with these 6 refrigerators. That's right, bro. He suddenly thought of something and said with a serious look on his face, although there are storage boxes and space doors, 2 things that can maximize the use of train space, there are many times when a level 10 refrigerator can't be replaced. Have you ever thought of going to the rally to sell some refrigerators? Sell? Chen Meng shook his head. The refrigerator is a white grade accessory. Upgrading to a level 10 refrigerator requires at least 8 Murphy stones. Do the math yourself. How much is appropriate for me to sell? Selling was naturally on my mind, but not in the green zone. They can't afford to bid. We'll sell it later when we go to the yellow zone.